You are the only earthly immortal who has achieved sanctification in flesh. Yet you have wasted your cultivation and sealed yourself in a coffin for a full 100,000 years. When you awaken, the big yellow dog you raised has become a quasi-emperor, while your own cultivation has reached an invincible level. Although your cultivation is now unfathomable, you show a look of melancholy. 10,000 years have passed, and you wonder if your dear friend is still around. Remembering the joyful times spent with your friend, you do not think much and directly raise your hand to tear apart space, heading towards the Lee family. However, when you arrive at the entrance of the Lee family clan, you can't help but feel some confusion. Is this character pronounced Lee? You stare at the plaque of the Zhao family clan in the city, looking again and again, and find that the ancient clan of the Lee family has actually disappeared, replaced by the Zhao family. It turns out that 10,000 years ago, you were just a loose cultivator, wandering around and taking risks to enhance your strength. During your journey, you met your only dear friend, Lee Sun, but Lee Sun was the young clan leader of an ancient family, while you were just a loose cultivator, and the disparity in status between the two of you was too great. Later, when you were about to enter a deep sleep, you bid farewell to Lee Sun, promising to drink and chat together after 10,000 years. As the young clan leader of an ancient family, Lee Sun would surely live for 10,000 years. But unexpectedly, after 10,000 years, you did not see Lee Sun, and even the ancient family behind him had vanished. Just then, a voice interrupted your memories. Ha ha ha, the young master has returned. I knew that the young master would surely succeed in capturing the remnants of the Lee family this time. The remnants of the Lee family? Upon hearing this, you looked up towards the end of the street and saw a 9-headed extraordinary beast pulling a luxurious bronze carriage. On the bronze carriage sat a young man with a refined appearance, and behind him was a 7-year-old girl chained with heavy iron chains. The girl looked pitiful, covered in shocking wounds. The remnants of the Lee clan. Are they descendants of Lee Sun? Seeing this, you suppressed your anger and walked straight over. Upon witnessing this scene, several strong individuals beside the bronze carriage shouted angrily, "Are you crazy? How dare you block the young master's way, seeking death?" One middle-aged man even drew a long knife and slashed at you. His strength was not low, and as he struck, the laws intertwined, revealing the aura of the last 4 realms of the mortal world. In his eyes, you were just a trivial little bug, and this knife was enough to easily kill you. However, what he and the others did not expect was that with a loud bang, the long knife aimed at you shattered without even touching you. What? The Zhao family expert who struck had his pupils suddenly shrink, never expecting such a scene to occur. Without waiting for him to react, you directly raised your hand and slapped the Zhao family expert. The Zhao family expert was sent flying by the slap, spitting blood continuously. Half of his face was mangled. Witnessing this scene, the cultivators passing by on the street were all shocked. A law realm expert was actually slapped away by a boy without spiritual power, that was a law realm expert, capable of being a clan leader in a third-rate family outside. No wonder you dare to block my carriage, but if you want to act recklessly in front of me, you are not qualified. The young man on the bronze carriage shouted, "Take him down for me." As soon as these words were spoken, the Zhao family experts beside the carriage immediately took orders and rushed to surround you. Seeing this, you simply took a step forward, your foot landing on the ground. In the next moment, an unimaginable force erupted instantly, sending all the Zhao family experts who surrounded you flying, while the bronze carriage was also overturned, and the Zhao clan young master was thrown out as well. Immediately, you walked in front of the girl, grasping the large iron chain that bound her. The iron chain before you was made of Xianhan iron, incredibly hard. Even a sage would find it difficult to crush. But in your hands, the Xianhan iron was weak and fragile. With just a gentle exertion, the Xianhan iron shattered into powder. Seeing this scene, the surrounding cultivators were all dumbfounded. To crush Xianhan iron so easily, at the very least, one must be a great sage. However, unfortunately, a great sage is no match for the Zhao clan, especially not in their own backyard. The crowd murmured, shaking their heads in secret. You did not pay attention to the voices around you, but instead, you picked up the girl. At this moment, the girl was covered in wounds, her consciousness already blurred. Without any hesitation, you directly infused gentle power into her body. In just an instant, all her injuries were healed. But when she woke up, the first thing she said was, "Don't hit me." Her small body trembled, her eyes filled with fear. One can only imagine the suffering she had endured before this. "Don't be afraid, it's all over," you said with concern. "Do you know Lee Sun?" The girl gritted her teeth and remained silent. She did not know whether you were friend or foe, and did not want to talk about the ancestors' matters. And you can tell at a glance what the girl is thinking, softly saying, "I am a friend of Lee Sun." Upon hearing this, the girl's eyes sparkled with surprise. Is the old ancestor's friend so young? She found it hard to believe. However, before you could continue speaking, several terrifying figures rushed out from deep within the Zhao clan, and soon they surrounded you. The clan leader of the Zhao also emerged, exuding an aura of authority without anger. No matter who you are, daring to cause trouble in my Zhao clan, you are bound to have miscalculated, he said coldly, his eyes filled with killing intent. This is a blatant act of defiance against the Zhao clan, and they would never let it slide. Otherwise, what dignity would the Zhao clan have left? You then calmly looked at the Zhao clan leader. Where has the Li clan gone? Where has Li Sun gone? The Li clan has long been destroyed by our Zhao clan, and Li Sun was killed by us. After saying this, the Zhao clan leader let out a cold laugh. So, you are here to take revenge for the Li clan? I am here to take revenge for Li Sun, you said calmly, but beneath that calmness was an overwhelming rage. As your voice fell, a terrifying power appeared in the void. In an instant, several horrifying figures surrounding you fell into a pool of blood, dying without even the slightest ability to resist. Seeing this scene, the entire ancient city erupted in disbelief, all staring at you in shock. These were all renowned strong warriors of the Zhao clan, all above the Saint Realm, yet with just a word from you, you had slaughtered all the Zhao clan warriors above the Saint Realm. This scene also made the girl beside you tremble and ask, are you really a friend of the ancestor? You nodded. Li Sun, my only close friend, but unfortunately, I didn't even get to see him for the last time. Can you take me as your disciple and teach me cultivation? The girl mustered her courage and gritted her teeth, saying, I want to personally avenge my deceased clansman. You can't take revenge anymore. You replied, why, do you not want to take me as your disciple? It's not that, you want revenge, and I want revenge too. The Zhao clan must be destroyed. Hearing this, the girl trembled all over. Does this adult intend to single-handedly annihilate the entire Zhao clan? Upon hearing you say you want to wipe out the Zhao clan alone, the Zhao clan leader was instantly filled with rage. Who exactly are you? However, as soon as he finished speaking, all the old powerful figures of the Zhao clan emerged, standing behind the clan leader, their supreme pressure spreading and enveloping the entire city. They were all supreme beings, and the cultivators in the ancient city were all suffocated by the supreme pressure, unable to catch their breath. When a supreme being is enraged, millions will fall. What the hell? So full of themselves, the nine-headed lion beside you snorted coldly. If it weren't for your orders, it wouldn't dare to act recklessly. With these little supreme beings, they aren't even enough to fill its teeth. Although it knows that these people are not your opponents at all, it still feels very worried. Is the master really going to destroy the Zhao clan? There might be a great emperor stationed within the Zhao clan. You then took a step forward. You ask me who I am? I am a friend of Li Sun. As soon as your words fell, with a loud bang, the supreme pressure that enveloped the entire city was instantly erased, and the old supreme beings standing behind the Zhao clan leader spat blood one after another and fell to the ground. They were all horrified. Who on earth is this person? A single step made them unable to bear it, all collapsing to the ground. The forbidden area where the nine-headed lion was located was destroyed by someone with a single slap. Was it you, Chief Zhao? As expected of the leader of the ancient longevity clan, remained calm and composed, not flustered at all. Chen Chongsheng held the girl and took another step forward. Crimson hot blood splattered in all directions, and the entrance to the Zhao clan was dyed red as blood flowed. The Zhao clan's veteran supreme beings all exploded and died. The cultivator beings who saw the scene were all paralyzed to the ground with fear. How is this possible? A veteran supreme being was killed just like a straw? They were as if they had seen the most horrible thing in the world, and their hearts stopped beating. This is the supreme being. It's still the old supreme. How can you be killed so easily? Enough. Do you really think that my Zhao clan can let you kill me and that there are no emperors in the clan? Patriarch Xiao roared, no longer able to maintain his composure. One of his eyes was red. The death of the veteran supreme being made his heart ache to the extreme. So what if there's an emperor? I'm still going to kill all the way to the end today. Chen Chongqing's face was calm. He hugged the girl and stepped forward again. Bang! The supreme pressure struck, and Patriarch Xiao knelt to the ground on the spot. He is also the supreme being. It was even stronger than those old supreme beings. However, after Chen Chongqing's kick landed, he didn't even have the ability to put up half a fight. The legs bent right down, and he fell hard to his knees. Please wake up, old ancestor, and kill the incoming enemy, he yelled angrily. Deep within the Zhao clan, an imperial might flowed as an old ancestor of the Zhao clan awoke. He walked out. Looking at the pile of corpses of old supreme beings in front of the Zhao clan's gate, there was anger surging in his eyes. What is the meaning of this, fellow Daoist? He looked towards Chen Chongsheng, his eyes icy cold. Come to avenge the death of a good friend. Chen Chongsheng opened his mouth. The Zhao clan ancestor sensed an aura of danger from Chen Chongsheng. he said in a deep voice. I'm well aware that you are very strong, but what if I say that there are a total of 5 great emperors in my Zhao clan? Then kill them all together. Chen Changxing took a step forward. Put! Patriarch Zhao's body exploded, blood spurting wildly, killing him on the spot and annihilating him. The Zhao clan ancestor was furious. Chen Changsheng was too crazy, not to mention killing so many of their Zhao clan's veteran supreme powerhouses. He had even killed the Zhao clan's patriarch in front of him. If you can tolerate it, you can't tolerate it. Don't sleep, wake up all of you. He looked like a maddened lion and roared. The others are killing us at home. Terrifying imperial might flowed, and the other 4 sleeping old ancestors of the Zhao clan all woke up. They descended in front of the Zhao clan's gate, their killing intent heavier than one another. And you're really being killed at home? The entrance to the house was dyed red with blood, and the bodies of the patriarch, as well as a group of powerful people, all fell in a pool of blood. They looked toward Chen Changsheng, killing intent sweeping across the heavens. One person just dared to come to their Zhao clan and kill them all. Kill! The 5 Zhao clan ancestors, all of whom were at the Great Emperor realm, launched a bombardment at Chen Changsheng. They sacrificed Great Emperor's soldiers, their supreme aura spreading, their killing intent monstrous. I thought there was only one Great Emperor, but it turns out there are 5. The 9-headed lion shrank its neck violently in fear. Could Chen Changxing be a match for the 5 Great Emperors? It was muttering inside. A scene that no one expected to happen. Facing the bombardment of 5 great emperors with their great imperial armaments, Chen Changxing's face was calm. He took the girl in his arms and took a step forward. In a blink of an eye, the 5 great emperors, high in the sky, all exploded and died. Imperial blood spilled down as if it were raining blood. In the city, all the cultivators and living beings were scared and did not dare to breathe a single breath. With one step, all 5 great emperors died. What kind of invincible existence is this? They swore that even if they were dreaming, they wouldn't dare dream such a dream. It's more outrageous and unrealistic than a dream. Go! 9-headed lion, a pair of lion eyes rolling wide. That was a great emperor, not some small cultivator who was new to cultivation. Just like that, he was exterminated in one step. It thrilled beyond belief, but soon it giggled happily. This is my lord. It grinned straight up. Following such an invincible existence, it was also destined to have a great future. In Chen Changxing's arms, the girl's mouth was wide open, disbelief written all over her large eyes. Such a young Chen Changxing had really killed through the entire Zhao clan? Go ahead, rhubarb, don't spare a single one, kill them all, Chen Changxing said to the 9-headed lion. Yes, the 9-headed lion led the order and killed inside the Zhao clan. It howled as it killed, and without the great emperor around, it was invincible. Chen Changxing carried the girl and arrived at a tea house. Boss, put on a pot of tea. He spoke softly, seeing such a killing emperor walk into the tea house. The owner's soul was almost scared out of his mind. After hearing Chen Changxing ask him to serve tea, he hurriedly brought out the best tea in the tea house. He brewed tea and shivered as he sent it over to Chen Changxing. Chen Changxing poured himself a cup of tea. A cup of tea was also poured for the girl. What is your name? Tell me about yourself. The Li clan, he said softly to the girl. Chapter 4: The best cultivation Taoist system in the world. Taoist One Holy Land. The girl carries a cup of tea. God is in a trance. She still had the feeling that she was dreaming to this day. The everlasting ancient clan, the Zhao clan, was killed through just like that? She can't believe it. For a long time, it took her a moment to come back to her senses and whisper about her situation with the Li. My name is Li Ruoxue. The annihilation of the Li clan by the Zhao clan happened 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago, the Li clan is as strong as the sun and is exceptionally prosperous and powerful. The wind overpowered a host of ancient forces. The Li clan's heyday in power is all thanks to old man Li Sun. A proud look appeared on Li Ruoxue's small face. Elder ancestor Li Sun was the greatest pride of their Li clan, having cultivated all the way to the supreme realm. There were few strong people in the world who were a match for old man Li Sun. The Li clan had also come to its peak, its most glorious moment, under the leadership of elder ancestor Li Sun. However, just one day 1,000 years ago, the unexpected happened. Li Ruoxue's complexion was bleak, and her eyes were even brimming with tears. That day was the darkest hour for the Li clan. A group of mysterious and unknown terrifying powerhouses suddenly killed the Li clan. This group of mysterious and unknown terrifying powerhouses was exceptionally frightening. Even elder ancestor Li Sun was no match. He lost miserably at the hands of this mysterious and unknown group of terrifying powerhouses. On that that day, the Li clan was awash in blood, with corpses everywhere and countless dead and wounded. They took an item from the Li clan, Li Ruoshue said. They left the Li clan behind them. After this group of mysterious and unknown terrifying powerhouses left, the Zhao clan, which was the closest to the Li clan, then killed the Li clan. They want to annex the Li tribe. Elder ancestor Li Sun is seriously injured, and the Li clan's strongest members have been killed or injured. We can't hold back the Zhao clan at all. In the end, it was still old ancestor Li Sun who ignited his life essence and fought to the death. This is what bought the members of the Li tribe time to escape. A portion of the Li tribe members escaped. Elder ancestor Li Sun also died under the siege of the Zhao clan's strongest men. In the years to come, the Zhao clan had been hunting down this part of the escaped Li clan members. Members of the Li clan were also being hunted down by the Zhao clan and their numbers were dwindling. I am the last bloodline of the Li clan. Li Ruoshue sobbed uncontrollably, her small face full of tears. By her generation, there were less than a dozen members of the Li clan left, and these 10 or so people, for protecting her, died tragically at the hands of Zhao Xiao, who came after her, but she didn't get away with it in the end. Still caught by Zhao Xiao, my father, my mother, my uncles and uncles, Li Ruoshue cried until she was voiceless. Her father, her mother, her aunts and uncles died horribly in a way that is still fresh in her mind. Chen Shanshan was filled with heartache. He reached out and gently wiped the tears off Li Ruoshue's face. Don't cry, it's all in the past. He comforted Li Ruoshue. You'll never be half-assed again with me around. He even said this to Li Ruoshue. These words he was saying to Li Ruoshue and also to Li Sun. He will stand in for Li Sun and guard the last bloodline of the Li clan. With him around, no one could touch a single hair on Li Ruoshue's head. That group of mysterious unknown powerhouses that suddenly killed the Li clan, all of them will surely die. His gaze was cold and his voice piercing. If it wasn't for these guys, Li Sun wouldn't have died. He wants to avenge Li Sun. It was not long before the 9 lions came running over to resume their duties. It killed the entire Zhao clan. Aha! Chen Shanxing nodded slightly. He looked at Li Ruoshue and softly asked, do you want to embark on the path of cultivation? Li Ruoshue, who was 6 or 7 years old, had not yet set foot on the path of cultivation. There were no traces of cultivation on his body, no fluctuation of spiritual energy. I want to. Li Ruoshue's gaze was firm. Good. From today onwards, I'll be your Taoist protector, protecting your path and helping you cultivate, Chen Changshang said. Next to him, the 9-headed lion exuded an incomparably envious gaze. There was a terrifying and invincible existence like Chen Changsheng protecting the Tao. Li Ruoshue's cultivation path was destined to be free of any semblance of bumps. The achievements that Li Ruoshue could achieve in the future were also bound to be unimaginable. Which Taoist system in the world teaches its disciples the best? Chen Changsheng looked at the 9-headed lion and asked. He is invincible though, but he didn't know how to teach people to practice. He wanted to send Li Ruoshue to cultivate within the best Tao system in the world, the holy land of Daoi. The 9-headed lion quickly returned without thinking. Doichi Sanctuary. The world is recognized as the best practice of the Taoist tradition. Countless great emperors have come out of it. Disciples practicing within the holy land of the Tao One. No exceptions. All of them have had considerable success. Good, then we'll go to the Tao One Holy Land. Chen Changsheng got up and left the tea money. He had the 9-headed lion lead the way ahead, bringing Li Ruoshue with him, rushing to the Tao One Holy Land. The Holy Land of Daoi is not in the eastern wasteland. In the distant central state, there are 5 great lands in the world. The eastern wasteland, the northern desert, the southern ridge, the western lands, and the middle kingdom. Zhengzhou is located in the central place of the world. It's one of the most prosperous and powerful. The eastern wasteland and the other 4 places are no match for the central state. The number of ancient Taoist systems within the central state was even greater. The strength is also more terrifying. The Holy Land of Daoi is located in the southern part of the central state. The heritage is extremely old. The Li clan, the Zhao clan, all of them do not have the ancient inheritance of the Tao One Holy Land. It's a super old Mecca. Central state. South. The continuous mountain ranges were as majestic as a giant dragon crouching on the ground. The Daoi Holy Land was located in the deepest part of the mountain range. Chen Changsheng and the others appeared in the mountain range, arriving at the mountain gate of the Daoi Holy Land. The magnificent old buildings, like a fairy palace, are transcendent and amazing as they transmit infinite sharaway. In front of the huge mountain gate stood an ancient stone monument. The monument is inscribed with 4 big characters, Daoi Holy Land. The 4 characters flowed with supreme Tao rhythms and contain supreme Tao rules within. Just from these 4 words alone, the unimaginably deep heritage of the Tao One Holy Land could be reflected. Please inform the 2 of you that Chen Changsheng has come to pay a visit to Sacred Lord Daoi. Chen Changsheng walked over and said to the two disciples guarding the mountain gate, "Visiting the Holy Lord? Kid, you're not drunk." The disciples guarding the mountain gate all found it funny. What kind of a brat is that? Open your mouth and say you want to see their Holy Lord. Wouldn't their Holy Lord be someone they could just meet? Woof. Seeing that the disciple guarding the mountain gate was disrespectful to Chen Changsheng, the nine-headed lion showed its teeth and barked. It released a wisp of the terrifyingly ferocious aura within it. Plop. The two disciples guarding the mountain gate were all paralyzed to the ground with fear. Their faces were pale and they didn't have an ounce of chi and blood left. Chen Changsheng's face was calm, ignoring the two disciples guarding the mountain gate. It's just a disciple who guards the mountain gate. There's no need to count anything. Is Sacred Lord Dao Yi in? Chen Changsheng has come to pay a visit. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth. His voice was not loud, but it resounded throughout the Dao One Holy Land. Swish, swish, swish. In the next instant, the depths of the Dao One Holy Land lit up with several sky-charging blazing auras. Several sacred land elders stepped out from the depths. Come here to the mountain gate. They looked at Chen Changsheng and raised their eyebrows lightly. Junior, where did you come from? And why do you want to see our Holy Lord? A white-haired elder asked Chen Changsheng. It doesn't matter where I came from, Chen Changsheng calmly said. I have come to see your sacred lord, and I have come to deliver an apprentice to your sacred lord. He took Li Ruoshua's small hand to make Li Ruoshua a personal disciple of Holy Lord Daoyi. Chapter 5, Against Heaven. Forging the strongest physique in the world. Bad content. Chapter 6, Tai Ching Dao Body. Seeking the heavenly emperor beast to borrow blood. The ancient books flowed with a Dao rhythm that completely exceeded the scope of understanding of the group of sacred land elders. How could the crowd of holy land elders not be shocked? How can you not be shocked? They had long ago cultivated to the emperor realm. It had been a long time since it had settled in the emperor's realm. The understanding of the great Tao had long since reached a supreme level. However, ancient books ooze with Taoist flavor, transcendent to the point where they are like young children who have just stepped into cultivation. How is this possible? They were shocked in their hearts. What kind of ancient book was this? Chen Changsheng's slender fingers, flipping through the ancient books page by page. Eventually, he finished reading the ancient book. Targets were identified. Tai Ching Dao Body. I think. He spoke softly, wanting to help Li Ruoshua forge the Tai Ching Dao Body. Tai Ching Dao Body, one of the world's strongest physiques. After casting the Tai Ching Dao Body, one could be incomparably close to the heavenly Dao, and could be called the embodiment of the heavenly Dao. It's more likely to have a reverse enlightenment. Later on, in the process of cultivation, it will be smooth sailing, with no more bumps in the road. Tai Ching Dao Body. The hearts of the crowd of sacred land elders, their hearts were beating violently. Chen Changsheng was going to help Li Ruoshua forge the Tai Ching Dao Body? This is a legendary physique, rare in ancient times. Not even in tens of thousands of years would a Tai Ching Dao Body appear. And yet, anyone with a Tai Ching Dao Body, no exceptions, in the end, they all became unimaginably powerful. There's still one lead missing. Chen Changsheng frowned slightly. He checked the materials used to forge the Tai Ching Dao Body and realized that one material was missing. Beast blood of the heavenly emperor level. To forge the Tai Ching Dao Body, one needed to use the blood of the heavenly emperor's beast as a guide, and then it was dominated by all sorts of heavenly materials at the reverse level. In this way, he could change his fate against the heavens and forge the Tai Ching Dao Body. He didn't have Celestial Emperor Beast blood in his hands right now. It's not a problem. He'll go to the Celestial Emperor Beast and just borrow some blood. Trouble asking you all. Do you know where there is a heavenly emperor beast? He asked the group of holy land elders. Celestial Emperor Beast, my lord, what are you looking for it for? The crowd of holy land elders were shocked. The highest cultivation realm in the world was the heavenly emperor realm. The heavenly emperor beast was undoubtedly an overlord of the world and could not be easily messed with. Borrow some blood. Chen Changsheng's words were concise and calmly said. What? Looking for the heavenly emperor beast to borrow blood? The crowd of sacred land elders stared, their hearts trembling. This lord is too bold to think. The nine-headed lion was originally drinking tea in a beautiful manner. After hearing what Chen Changsheng said, it was so scared that it barely managed to spit out the tea it had just taken into its mouth. Cold sweat ran down its body, and all its fur stood upside down. Who in the world would dare to go to the heavenly emperor beast to borrow blood? It's no different than looking for death. Even if it was as terrifying as the Daoyi Holy Land, it wouldn't dare to say that it would go to the heavenly emperor beast to borrow its blood. The terror of the heavenly emperor beast was beyond imagination. One of its fury. The world is going to face a great calamity of extinction. Don't borrow much, just 100 or 10 drops, Chen Changsheng said blandly. What? And borrow 100 or 10 drops? The crowd of holy land elders were scared out of their wits. What Chen Changsheng said could simply scare people to death alive. All of you just tell me where there is a heavenly emperor beast. Chen Changsheng said again. Okay, the white-haired elder said. The sea of reincarnation of the 9 forbidden lands of the world has the heavenly emperor beast within it. Where is the sea of reincarnation? Chen Changsheng asked. For real? Did Chen Chongqing really want to go to the Sea of Reincarnation and find the Heavenly Emperor Beast to borrow blood? The crowd of sacred land elders had their jaws dropped. Is Chen Chongqing so fierce? However, the white-haired elder still took out a map that indicated the location of the Sea of Reincarnation. Good. Chen Chongqing memorized the location and stood up. Afterward, he took the nine-headed lion and left the Great Hall. Ah, no, why do you still have me? The nine-headed lion cried in his heart. It doesn't want to go to the Sea of Reincarnation at all. That Heavenly Emperor Beast in the Sea of Reincarnation. It knows. That's not a very nice person to talk to. Its incomparable brutality and bloody methods. There had been a great storm of bloodshed in the world, slaughtered and devoured billions of living beings. Go over to such a ferocious Heavenly Emperor Beast to borrow blood, and borrow 100 drops. The 9 lions couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen to them. To be sure, it must be hard for them to die. Well then, really, go. Who the hell is this one? The hearts of the crowd of sacred land elders were frightened. Chen Chongqing said to go, when it really scares them. No more fears. More than likely it's going to be bad. That Heavenly Emperor Beast in the Sea of Reincarnation is not something to be messed with. They shook their heads. All of them thought that Chen Chongqing would have no return. That Heavenly Emperor Beast in the Sea of Reincarnation had set off a heavenly killing spree in the world. But it is all right now. No one dares to bother with it. It was so terrifying that all the strongest people in the world were afraid of it. No matter how strong Chen Chongqing was, it was unlikely that he would be a match for that Heavenly Emperor Beast in the Sea of Reincarnation. But they still didn't dare to slack off. Have someone take Li Ruoxue and settle down nicely. Chen Chongqing dared to say go. Most have something to look up to. Maybe it wasn't certain that Chen Chongqing could come back peacefully. They entertained Li Ruoxue well. When Chen Chongqing returned, they would also be able to give an explanation. The Sea of Reincarnation is not in the central state. In the distant South Ridge, the Daoi Holy Land was as far away from the Sea of Reincarnation as you could get. Even if it was a divine flame realm being, it would take decades of continuous non-stop catching up to get there. And Chen Chongqing, with a single thought, he brought the nine-headed lion to the Sea of Reincarnation. The Sea of Reincarnation was endless, seemingly without borders. It's different from the normal sea. The sea is all black. The inside was dead, more like a sea of death. Really come to borrow blood? The nine-headed lion stood in front of the Sea of Reincarnation, creeped out. It shivered all over. Almost pissed myself. One of the 9 forbidden places in the world. It's no joke. It just stood in front of the Sea of Reincarnation, and it felt like death had already descended upon it. And it's a quasi-imperial beast. In the meantime, Chen Chongqing's face was calm, without the slightest ripple. He stood high above the sky, like an exiled immortal. His clothes fluttered with the wind, ethereal and transcendent, untainted by half a speck of dust. Where is the Reincarnation Lord? I've come to borrow some blood from you. Chen Chongqing said softly. Whoa, the sea, black as ink, was originally calm and wave-free. After Chen Chongqing's voice landed, the seawater surged violently, with 10,000 feet of waves lifting up. Boundless death spreads. There were terrifying sea beasts coming out of the Sea of Reincarnation. It was a huge crocodile beast, like a continuous mountain range that crossed the sky. Its body was covered with cold scales, and its eyes were like an abyss, terrifying to the extreme. Come to borrow blood from your master? How dare you? The giant crocodile spoke in a cold voice. The temperature between heaven and earth plummeted, and the aura of death spread, making people shiver as if they had come to the gate of ghosts. The nine-headed lion was scared out of his wits. This was a terrifying giant crocodile that was in the Emperor realm. A casual glance could completely exterminate it. Emperor realm, Emperor, Great Emperor, Emperor, Emperor King, Emperor Emperor, Emperor Emperor, Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 7 Then I'll take 100 or 10 Heavenly Emperor pills in exchange. Bad content. Chapter 8 Chen Chongqing, you need to pay a price for making a move on me. Bad content. Chapter 9 The materials have been gathered, and we begin to change our destiny against the heavens. Bad content. Chapter 10 Against the heavens, terrifying heavenly tribulation descends. Blood is the essence, and there is a lot involved. If one's own blood is controlled by another person, problems can easily arise, and it can still be kind of a big deal. All of the elders had not expected Chen Chongqing to be able to get 110 drops of blood from the Reincarnation Lord. They don't have to think about it. A great battle was bound to break out between Chen Chongqing and the Reincarnation Lord, and Chen Chongqing had also defeated the Reincarnation Lord. Otherwise, Chen Chongqing was destined to not be able to obtain 110 drops of blood from the Reincarnation Lord. The Reincarnation Lord would never be able to easily give 110 drops of blood to Chen Chongqing. They were horrified by this. In less than half a day, Chen Chongqing had defeated the Reincarnation Lord, and it was still within the Reincarnation Lord's lair that the Reincarnation Lord had defeated. This is as impractical skeptical as a fantasy. Unbelievable. That's the Lord of the 9 Forbidden Lands, terrifying beyond belief. Even though they have set off boundless killing in the world, nothing has happened in the slightest. Especially, the location of the battle was still in the Reincarnation Lord's lair, the lair of the Reincarnation Lord. It doesn't take much thought to realize that. Inside, it is bound to be heavily decorated and extremely dangerous and terrifying. And yet, there it is. Chen Shangsheng still suppressed the Reincarnation Lord in less than half a day. 110 drops of blood from the Lord of Reincarnation. They were creeped out and their scalps tingled violently. Cold sweat kept breaking out down his spine. How terrifying a strength did Chen Shangsheng have to possess in order to suppress the Reincarnation Master so quickly? It's unthinkable. At the same time, they looked at the heavenly materials that Chen Shangsheng had taken out. The heart was even more shocked. A gorgeous, streaming, beautiful, exceptionally strange flower deeply captivates their eyes. They looked and looked, not sure that this strange flower was the one they had imagined. Odd flowers flow with supreme Taoist rhythms. There are also all sorts of transcendent ancient wonders that appear. In transcendental ancient wonders, there were countless images of ancient cultivator beings practicing cultivation. The end was magical and amazing. Hapkido flower. This is the harmonization flower without a doubt. They no longer doubt it. It was certain that this strange flower was the kind of strange flower they had imagined. Hido flower. The world's strange flower is even more transcendent than the Heavenly Emperor's medicine. Only one harmonization flower could be born out of a single cultivation era. The Hido flower unites an era of cultivation civilization for an era of cultivation civilization. The extent of its transcendence is undoubtedly beyond imagination. Is that chaos bamboo? With a trembling voice, an elder pointed at a section of bamboo that was dripping with chaos chi and said, "Chaos bamboo, rumored to be born in the center of chaos, has the power of chaos. It is one of the top wonders of the world. The same far exceeded the Heavenly Emperor pill, and was not comparable to the Heavenly Emperor pill. All worlds evolve from chaos. Chaos power is the most transcendent, supreme, and divine power in the world. Chaotic bamboo with chaotic power was naturally extraordinary. That's the 9 tribulation heavenly lotus, the celestial spring of life, yin-yang heavenly grass." The hearts of the group of elders became more and more shocked. These heavenly treasures, no exceptions, all of them belonged to the rumored top-class wonders, far beyond the celestial emperor's medicine. They had never imagined that one day they would be able to see these top-tier wonders that only existed in legends. Previously, Chen Shangsheng said that he would help Li Ruoxue change her fate against the heavens. All of them thought that Chen Shangsheng was talking nonsense, talking big words that could not possibly be realized. Now, after seeing these top-notch wonders that only existed in legends, they no longer felt that Chen Shangsheng was talking nonsense. Chen Shangsheng might really be able to help Li Ruoxue change her fate against the odds. Woof woof woof. Envy envy envy. The 9-headed lion gave a howl. "If I follow your lordship well and work for you, can your lordship help me to change my destiny against the heavens like this?" It envisioned it in its mind. It wanted so badly for Chen Shangsheng to help it change its fate against the heavens as well. On the other hand, Chen Shangsheng executed a secret method and began to change Li Ruoxue's destiny against the heavens. He used 110 drops of Heavenly Emperor Beast blood as a guide, featuring worldly wonders such as the Hido flower, using a secret method to help Li Ruoxue fuse and recast her physique. Rumble. Just as Chen Shangsheng had begun to change his fate for Li Ruoxue against the heavens and earth changed color. Thunderclouds covered the dome of the sky, and terrifying sounds of heavenly thunder resounded. The apocalypse is coming. To stop Chen Shangsheng from reversing heaven's destiny for Li Ruoxue, retreat! Retreat as far away as you can. The crowd of elders changed color, sensing a deadly threat from the thunderclouds. They quickly moved away, not daring to be affected. If it is affected by the waves, they had no doubt that they would surely perish in a moment. Look at you all out of your minds, one more cowardly than the other. The 9-headed lion scoffed at these elders. A small heavenly calamity is nothing. My lord will destroy it with the lift of his hand. It was dismissive and didn't move. Remain where you are. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation began, and large swaths of heavenly thunder blasted down. Each heavenly thunder was as thick as a continuous mountain range, and they blasted down together like a heavenly thunder waterfall. The scene was appalling. The heavenly thunder falls seemed like it was going to destroy the world. It was too terrifying. Woof! The 9-headed lion cried out and scattered wildly, no longer dare to stay where they are. Its previous confidence all collapsed and disintegrated the instant the heavenly thunder waterfall appeared. Such a terrifying heavenly thunder falls. Lend it 10,000 guts. It also dared not come close enough to watch. It's horrible. It had no doubt that even a heavenly emperor would encounter such a heavenly thunder falls, and surely he would have been blasted to death on the spot. There could be no other surprises. Run! Reversing heaven's destiny is too great a cause and effect. Completely angering the heavenly Tao. This heavenly calamity is 100 times more terrifying than the heavenly emperor's calamity. Can we run away? If we had known this, we should have never said anything about following over to watch. A group of elders fled to their deaths. They were close to despair, feeling that they couldn't run away and would be affected. The heavenly Tao was truly moved to great fury. Up came such a terrifying waterfall of heavenly thunder. This could be 100 times more terrifying than the heavenly emperor's tribulation. They are repentant in their guts. Unsurprisingly, they will all be blasted to death. Get out! Chen Chongqing's face was calm, not caring at all about the terrifying heavenly thunder falls. He let out a soft gulp. In an instant, invisible power enveloped the heavenly thunder waterfall. The terrifying heavenly thunder waterfall completely dissipated in an instant. What? How is this possible? The crowd of elders all lost their voices and cried out as if they had seen the most horrible thing in the world. The terrifying heavenly thunder falls. It could easily kill a heavenly emperor with a blast. It was just like this that it was resolved by a light drink from Chen Chongqing. They were so scared that their hearts stopped beating. Run what run really no interest at all. Which is like me. Heavenly thunder waterfall descending in the face does not change color. Calmly deal with it. The nine-headed lion bristled, despising the group of elders who were desperately fleeing. A group of elders were all in the imperial realm. They clearly heard what the nine-headed lion said. It pissed them off so much that their hearts and lungs exploded. And the 9 lions despise them? Be shameless. They really wanted to say, damn, you didn't just get scared and run for your life? Still good enough to talk about them. Elegant. Do you understand elegance? No matter what, no matter when, no matter what you encounter, you must maintain absolute elegance. The 9-headed lion looked at the group of elders. Of course, it's a waste of time to tell you all this. You're not up to this level yet. It said indifferently, only those with a strong state of mind like me can maintain such an absolutely elegant realm at all times, not panicking when things go wrong, and remaining calm and collected. However, just as it finished speaking, its face instantly changed drastically. Oh my god, this is going to be the end of the world. Woof, run! It howled and shouted chaotically, no longer having any semblance of the so-called grace. Faster than the previous run. The limbs are running on fumes. An even more terrifying heavenly tribulation appeared. A boundless sea of thunder swept across the sky, and an aura of annihilation swirled. Unimaginable power surged through the boundless sea of thunder. The next apocalypse, destined to be even more terrifying. Chapter 11. One hand clutched and shattered the human-shaped heavenly thunder, and one foot stomped out the boundless sea of thunder. Bad content. Chapter 12. The old ancestor of the Holy Land wakes up and pays a visit to Chen Chongqing. The smiles on the faces of the group of elders disappeared. The Holy Lord actually couldn't be contacted. They were grim-faced. A very bad feeling arose in his heart. A few months ago, an ancient relic has been discovered in their Dao One Holy Land. This ancient ruin is relatively well preserved. There are very many chances of creation within. They, the Dao One Holy Land, had been exploring inside this ancient relic for months on end. The Holy Lord wasn't inside the Holy Land. That is, he was inside this ancient relic. There were also many sacred land elder powerhouses that were inside this ancient relic. How can we not be in touch? It shouldn't be. After months of exploration, it's basically been determined that there's no danger inside the ancient ruins, so how could the Holy Lord have lost contact? They whispered, their bad feeling growing stronger in their hearts. 4 months, the Holy Lord had been leading the elders of the Holy Land to explore the ancient ruins. During this time, the Holy Lord was never out of touch. They can contact the Holy Lord at any time. Nothing sinister had ever happened within the ancient ruins either. Contact the elders who are inside the ancient ruins to see what's going on. Right. They quickly contacted up the elders who were inside the ancient ruins. Missing link. All of them were actually lost. The elders inside the ancient ruins, they surprisingly couldn't contact any of them. Something's wrong. There must be some kind of change happening inside the ancient ruins. They were stone-faced. Holy Lord is out of touch. The elders inside the ancient relics were surprisingly all lost as well. There is no need for doubt at the moment. Something must have changed inside the ancient ruins. You guys go back to the Holy Land first. I'm going to take a look over at the ancient ruins. One of the elders spoke. Good. They went their separate ways. That elder traveled to the ancient ruins to check out the situation. The other elders returned to the Daoi Holy Land. Let me show you around our sanctuary. The elder who had returned to the Holy Land respectfully said to Chen Chongqing. Okay. Chen Chongqing nodded slightly. He broadly Ruoxue and toured up inside the Dao One Holy Land. The 9-headed lion followed suit and followed the tour. The Dao One Holy Land had an ancient inheritance and a deep foundation, with numerous transcendent places. The 9-headed lions all looked dumbfounded. All the time in my mind, I said, the old sanctuary is really scary as hell. Li Ruoxue blinked her big eyes, curious about everything within the Holy Land. She's still young in the end, and she's more playful. There were beautiful spirit butterflies flying by and she was immediately attracted to them. He ran all the way over and played with the spirit butterfly. His appearance was very cute. Chen Changsheng wore a smile on his face. The eyes were full of favor. The depths of the Daoi Holy Land. Please wake up, ancestors. An elder came and called out to the sleeping ancestors. What woke us? Is there some major crisis in the Holy Land? The sleeping ancestors woke up one after another, and voices came out. Their voices were heavier, and they all thought that something had happened to the Holy Land, because they are only awakened when something happens to the Holy Land. The years are relentless. Without becoming immortal, all are subject to age and wear and tear. The older it gets, the more erosion and wear it suffers. They lived through endless long years, to avoid serious age and wear. Most of them are asleep and rarely move outside. Something may have happened to the Holy Lord in some of the elders, but it hasn't been confirmed yet. This elder quickly returned. It was not this matter that I awakened the old ancestors, he said solemnly. A distinguished guest has come to the Holy Land, and this is the reason why I awakened the old ancestors. Your guest? What kind of honored guest needs to wake us all up? Nonsense, the old ancestors rebuked, their voices carrying a great deal of dissatisfaction. They thought something had happened to the Holy Land. That's what it turned out to be? Their feats of accomplishment were unfathomable. Their cultivation realms were unfathomable, and their generation status was very high. How in the world can anyone call themselves a guest of honor before them? And how is anyone worth waking them all up? No, don't be angry, old ancestors. This one is truly extraordinary and supreme. We need to wake up the old ancestors so that they can go and pay their respects. This elder hurriedly said, let us go and pay our respects. Are you crazy? The more you talk, the more outrageous it gets. The old ancestors were even more dissatisfied and sternly rebuked. Wake them up and tell them to go and pay their respects? What nonsense! What kind of cultivation realm and what kind of status and identity they had? Where in the world can they travel to pay their respects? This is an immortal, the elder said. Immortal? You're crazy. Cultivation went off the rails? Why is it such a constant stream of gibberish? Where in the world is an immortal? The old ancestors rebuked one after another, all of them disbelieving. How could they possibly believe that? There are no fairies in the world. From ancient times to the present, no living being has been able to break the shackles of the human world and step into the realm of immortality. You're going to meet the immortal. I'll call you old man and bow down to you. An old ancestor even said so. Elder ancestors, listen to me. Elder narrated in detail. In less than half a day, he suppressed the reincarnation lord and obtained 110 drops of blood from the reincarnation lord. He also used the harmonization flower, chaotic bamboo, 9 calamities heavenly lotus, life heavenly spring, yin yang heavenly grass, and other world's top wonders that only existed in legends, to change his destiny against the heavens and forge the Tai Ching Dao body. In the process of reversing the course of heaven, the apocalypse descends. One hand clutched and shattered the human-shaped heavenly thunder. One foot stomped out the boundless sea of thunder. A strong end to the apocalypse. What? Seriously? The old ancestors were alarmed. If what the elder said was true, then this was truly an immortal. Only an immortal could be so terrifying. It's all true. Not only did I see it with my own eyes, but so did the other elders. The elder said, the other elders are accompanying the immortal to visit the Holy Land, so I've specially come over to wake up the ancestors so that they can go and pay their respects to the immortal. He said once again, an immortal is in our Holy Land. It would undoubtedly be very rude of the old ancestors not to go and pay their respects. Yes, one must travel to pay homage. Go! The old ancestors showed up and came out of their sleeping places. Go and pay your respects to Chen Changsheng, the one who said that if an elder saw an immortal, he would call out to his or her ancestor and give him or her a kneeling bow, closed his or her mouth tightly. The heart was too weak to look at the elder. Greetings, immortal. Immortals have descended upon the Holy Land. We have been remiss in welcoming you. Please forgive us. The old ancestors came over to Chen Changsheng's side and respectfully saluted him. There's no need to be polite, and there's no need to call me any immortal. Senior, Chen Changsheng said softly, just call me Gongzi. He didn't like titles like immortal. Elder, the title of prince is quite good. Yes, sir. Listen to the prince. The old ancestors changed their words and accompanied Chen Changsheng as they toured up to the Holy Land. What? Did I read that right? That's the old ancestor of our Holy Land? Hiss. The old ancestors actually all woke up. And, what are the old ancestors doing? Accompanying someone to visit the Holy Land? What the hell is he in for? The members of the disciples of the Holy Land, seeing that the old ancestors had actually accompanied Chen Changsheng and the others on their tour of the Holy Land, each and every one of them is terrified, shocked. Chapter 13 Blood Coffin Across the Sky. Ancient Era Blood Devil reappears. Ah, the old man of the Holy Land. The supreme existences within the Holy Land had unfathomable cultivation realms. It has been in a deep sleep during the weekdays. The only time the old ancestors would wake up was when there was a great crisis in the Holy Land. Now, the old ancestors had actually woken up in full force and accompanied Chen Changsheng on his visit to the Holy Land. The members of the Holy Land disciples who saw this scene, no exceptions, they all looked stupid. They sucked in more than a few cold breaths of air, and were inwardly horrified. What's Chen Changxing's story? It was actually possible for the old ancestors to go so far as to wake up from their slumber and accompany them on a visit to the Holy Land. Not for long. That elder who had traveled to the ancient ruins to check out the situation had returned. He looked for it. Something did happen. He looked grave and his voice sank. On the side of the ancient ruins, an inexplicable force appeared, sealing the entrance to the ancient ruins. He didn't make it inside the ancient ruins, nor can you see inside the ancient ruins. I wonder how the Holy Lord and the elders inside are doing. But the situation is not optimistic. He frowned and said, I smelled a very heavy odor of blood over by the entrance to the ruins. If nothing else, most of the Holy Lord and the elders inside may have suffered an untimely death. Chen Changsheng raised an eyebrow. Something happened to Dawi Holy Lord? Where is that ancient ruin? He opened his mouth and asked, wanting to go over there and walk. He was still waiting for the Dawi Holy Lord to instruct and teach Li Ruoxue to cultivate, though he has invincible power. All sorts of counterintuitive feats, but he really doesn't point and teach the practice. I don't dare to trouble your excellency, a sacred ground ancestor hurriedly said. We'll just go over there and take a walk. If we can't, it won't be too late for the Gungzi to make a move. It's good that Chen Changsheng made a move, but how would they dare to casually trouble Chen Changsheng? This is an immortal, not as a last resort. They really didn't dare to casually trouble Chen Changsheng. Okay, you guys go ahead. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly and said, I'll go over again when you guys can't. Thank you, Your Excellency. The old ancestors thanked Chen Changsheng repeatedly. Several old ancestors left this place and headed over to the ancient ruins. The remaining old ancestors accompanied Chen Changsheng as he continued to visit the Holy Land. After a while, the several old ancestors who had traveled over to the ancient relics had returned. No, what kind of power is that? It's too terrifying. We can't shake it in the slightest, and we can't get inside the ancient relic. They had achieved great feats and their cultivation realm was extremely high. Each of them also held heavy treasures in their hands, but even so, they couldn't shake the power that sealed the ancient relics either. I'm going to walk. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth, allowing the old ancestors to lead the way. The old ancestors hurriedly led the way for Chen Changsheng over to the ancient ruins. There was a surge of terrifying power at the entrance. There are unimaginable supreme laws intertwined, when it's really not that easy to break open. At least one heavenly emperor must make a move. An old ancestor said. They were not heavenly emperors and their realm was at the emperor realm. The number of heavenly emperors in the current generation was very rare. Even if the Dao One Holy Land was an old Holy Land, there were no heavenly emperors within it. Chen Changsheng's face was calm, ignoring the terrifying power that sealed the entrance to the ancient ruins, straight towards the inside. As he stepped forward, an invisible force appeared, instantly tearing apart the terrifying force sealing the entrance. He walked in. Inside the ancient ruins, there was really a change of heart. The smell of blood is worse inside, and inside the horrible power is vertical and horizontal, such as the dragon pool and tiger's den. The ancestors of the Holy Land simply do not dare to follow them in. They have no doubt, if they followed them in, they would definitely be blown away on the spot by the terrifying power within. The terrifying power within was not something they could fight against. By their estimation, even the heavenly emperor wasn't very good at it. It was impossible to easily enter the depths as if they were walking on the ground with the terrifying power running through them. Boom! When Chen Changsheng walked into the ancient ruins, the terrifying forces that span within the ancient relics all bombarded towards Chen Changsheng. The scene was appalling. The old ancestors who watched were scared to death. They can be sure, even a heavenly emperor would definitely not be able to carry it in the face of such an attack. It will be blasted to death in an instant. The attack was too terrifying, so horrible that it was unimaginable. Thud! Chen Changsheng took one step. The heavens and the earth shook. In an instant, all of the terrifying power that had been condensed within the ancient relics dissipated. The means of an immortal. The old ancestors were greatly shocked. One step forward, the entirety of the horrifying power that had been spreading within the ancient relics had disappeared. Terrible. Immortal means no doubt. Chen Changsheng came all the way to the depths. The entirety of the terrifying power that sprawled within the ancient relics disappeared, and the old ancestors dared to come in. They followed to the depths. Deep in the depths sits an ancient temple. It was lit up with an eerie glow inside. It was creepy and depressing even before it got close. The old ancestors looked at this ancient temple. Scalp numbness. The legs couldn't stop trembling. If it was just them, if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't dare to approach this ancient temple. Chen Changsheng was unaffected, and as his clothes fluttered, he walked into the ancient hall. The old ancestors gritted their teeth, hardened their heads, and followed. Inside the ancient temple, a huge crimson blood coffin floated in midair. The eerie glow came from this crimson blood coffin. It stood horizontally in midair, making one shudder and resisting the birth of infinite panic. The Dawi Sacred Lord and the Sacred Land Elders, all of them are here. They fell to the ground, unconscious. It's being sucked by the crimson blood coffin. Their blood, spaced out, flowed into the crimson blood coffin. The crimson blood coffin was particularly creepy with bizarre runic patterns appearing from time to time. Knock, knock. Scary scene happens. In the crimson blood coffin, the sound of a heart beating actually came out. The old ancestors were so scared that they went into cardiac arrest and didn't dare to breathe. There are actually living creatures in the crimson blood coffin? GGG. Eerie and weird laughter came from the crimson blood coffin. This eerie and weird laughter almost didn't send the old ancestors away. The old ancestors all fell to the ground paralyzed with fear, their bodies unable to stop trembling. Gutted. Another blood meal has come? Not bad, not bad. The blood meal coming this time is even better. A strange, ancient language emanated from the crimson blood coffin. Chen Changsheng and the old ancestors could not understand such language. However, there is a sense of spiritual thought in the language. They can't understand, but through spiritual thought and feeling, one can understand the meaning of the words. Come, offer your blood and become my blood meal. The creature in the crimson blood coffin said, "It is your supreme honor to become my blood food. I am a blood demon, reversing yin and yang, breaking the shackles of longevity, and returning reborn in the current world." Blood demon? The old ancestors' faces changed drastically. They thought of a super terrifying great demon from the ancient times. This super scary big demon is called blood demon. In the ancient times, talking about blood changed color, referring to the blood demons. The blood devil was terrifying and monstrous, and in the ancient times, there was no living being that wasn't afraid of the blood devil. The heavenly emperor was no match for the blood demon. The blood demon had killed several celestial emperors in a row, sucking clean the blood from the bodies of several celestial emperors. This language is like the language of the demon race in the ancient times. Can't it be that it's really a blood demon from the ancient times? The old ancestors were horrified. Has the blood demon from the ancient times reappeared? Chapter 14. In all the heavens and all the worlds there are layouts to conquer the immortal realm. The old ancestors trembled with fear. Is it really an ancient blood demon? The ancient times were exceptionally prosperous and flourishing, and the cultivation civilization was even more bright and brilliant to the extreme. Among them, supreme celestial emperors and even super celestial emperors were endless. The ancient age was a time of terror. There are always unpredictable superpowers out there. However, it was in such a horrible ancient time. The blood devil also has an endless reputation for causing ancient beings to turn pale at the mention of blood. The terrifying nature of the blood devil just didn't need to be said. It's okay, there are immortals. Immortal means cannot be countered, not even by an ancient blood demon. The old ancestors looked at Chun Changxing's back. Gradual peace of mind, no more thrills and fears. This is an immortal. One hand clutched and shattered the human-shaped heavenly thunder. One foot stomped out the boundless sea of thunder. No matter how terrifying the blood demon was, could it still be more terrifying than an immortal? No way. Playing God. Chen Changsheng rebuked. Where is the minion that dares to see him as a blood meal? He waved his hand. In an instant, invisible forces locked onto the crimson blood coffin. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and the crimson blood coffin blew up in response. Coffins shattered all over the place. The creature in the crimson blood coffin revealed itself. It was strange looking, with a human body and a snake's head, and its body was covered in black and red scales. On its back, it bore a pair of bony wings, and it had a single horn above its serpentine head. It's really an ancient blood demon. No need to be skeptical. The old ancestors saw what the blood coffin creature looked like. It was determined at once. They had seen the portrait of an ancient blood demon in an ancient book. It is the blood coffin creature that looks like this, something that doesn't know how to die. How dare you shatter my blood coffin? The blood demon shouted angrily, rolling demonic chi to the heavens. It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of blood-colored light, blasting towards Chun Changsheng. The blood-colored beams of light intertwined with the ultra-heavenly emperor laws and were extremely terrifying. No doubt about it. The blood devil's strength was above that of a heavenly emperor, the super-heavenly emperor realm. Chen Changsheng's face was calm as he took a step out. The blood-colored beam of light that blasted over exploded halfway through. Bang! The blood demon was even blown over by the invisible force and fell to the ground. Super Heavenly Emperor? The blood demon Snake Eyes stared deathly at Chen Changsheng. It hadn't expected that Chen Changsheng was actually a super heavenly emperor. That's why I reversed yin and yang and returned. I haven't completely recovered yet. Otherwise, so what if you're an ultra heavenly emperor? You still can't be reckless in front of me. The blood demon spoke in a cold voice. Reverse the yin and yang and rejoin the world in the present. It's not in peak condition. If it's at the top, as it says so, the ultra heavenly emperor could not be unrestrained before it either. It had killed and drained the blood from the ultra sky emperor's body. GGG. It smiled grimly. The heavens have treated me well, knowing that I've rejoined against the heavenly yin and yang, and specially sent over this kind of ultra heavenly emperor blood food for me. It was blown over to the ground though. However, it still looked like it was eating Chen Changsheng to death. Thank goodness for that. It let out a strange cry, and large patches of bizarre red hair actually began to appear on its body. At the same time, its aura was also soaring crazily, come to a very scary level. What situation? But horrible. The old ancestors were terrified. The scene was too creepy as the weird red hair covered the blood demon's entire body. They watched with numbness and trepidation. This is the power bestowed upon me by the Lord, and the key to my ability to reverse the yin and yang. The blood demon laughed hideously as his bizarre aura spread out. My lord! The old ancestors' pupils slammed shut and they were severely frightened. Who is it? So scary. It was actually possible for the ancient blood demon to address him as Lord. The ancient blood demon possessed the strength of a super heavenly emperor. Is it hard to believe that this Lord is an immortal? Boom! The blood demon, which was covered in weird red hair, attacked again. This time it was significantly more terrifying than earlier. Strange power was strewn across, and the color of blood reflected, as if it had turned into a blood-colored world. Such power was unstoppable by the ultra-heavenly emperor. It can definitely kill in an instant. Playing God. Chen Changsheng lightly drank, still using the same words from earlier. He waved his hand. Bang! All of the bizarre power all but disappeared, and the blood demon was once again blown over and fell to the ground. What? The blood demon's face was filled with horror as he looked at Chen Changsheng incredulously. The power bestowed upon it by His Excellency is unbeatable? How is this possible? The yin and yang are irreversible, and the yoke of longevity is unbreakable. Not to become immortal, to fall back in years after all. And it, with this power given to it by the Lord, reverse the yin and yang, break the shackles of longevity, and rejoin the world in the present. What an unfathomable power this is. The result was in front of Chen Changsheng. It's actually so unbeatable. Chen Changsheng casually waved his hand and suppressed it. Fairy? It trembled chaotically, realizing that the Chen Changsheng in front of it was most likely an immortal. Immortal, please spare me. It hurriedly begged for mercy from Chen Changsheng. Tell us what is the case with that lord you speak of. Chen Changsheng looked towards the blood demon. He didn't kill the blood demon directly. It was to find out from the blood demon what happened to the lord it spoke of. Because, according to what Li Ruoshues said at first, the group of mysterious unknown powerhouses that killed the Upper Li clan also had bizarre long hairs growing on their bodies. He felt vaguely, most of that group of mysterious unknown powerhouses had something to do with that lord that blood demon spoke of. Okay, I'll tell you everything I know. The blood demon didn't dare to hide it. In the ancient times, it was invincible and no strong person was its opponent, but it can't resist the erosion and wear and tear of age. Under the erosion and wear and tear of the years, it's fading to the big time. Life expectancy is about to run out. That's when I met that lord. That lord is mysterious and incomparable. His body is shrouded in a hazy mist, so it is impossible to see his appearance. My lord asked me if I wanted to continue living, or even become immortal. The blood demon said, of course I was willing, and the Lord granted me this special power. With the help of this special power, it reverses the yin and yang successfully and rejoins in the present world. My lord had said that the immortal realm was their battlefield, and that they would take over the immortal realm and become its master. The blood devil quickly said, my lord also said that they have layouts in all the worlds of the heavens, and that when the horn for the conquest of the immortal realm is blown, all the worlds of the heavens will rise up to take over the immortal realm. Hiss! The old ancestors sucked in more than a few cold breaths as they listened. What did they hear? It is laid out in all the heavens and all the worlds, to capture the immortal realm and become its master. What's the deal with this guy? They were seriously intimidated. It was the most horrible thing they had ever heard. Chen Changsheng didn't care about it. His face was calm and didn't make a single ripple. Can you contact this lord? Or find this lord? He asked the blood demon. It didn't matter how scary this adult was or how much power was behind him. He was bound to find out the truth about the murder of the Li tribe. Avenge Li soon. Chapter 15 in the Netherworld. Oxhead and Horseface come smelling of death. What in the heavens and the earth are all laid out? taking over the fairy realm. Chen Changxing didn't care at all. There's nothing to care about. In front of him, there's no such thing as scary or terrifying. Just push it straight across. Can't. The blood demon said it was unable to contact the Lord. And I don't know about that Lord's clue. Couldn't find that Lord. Oh, Chen Changxing waved his hand, preparing to obliterate the blood demon. Neither can be contacted, and I don't know the clues to find that adult. What's he still keeping the blood demon for? When the blood devil saw Chen Changxing waving his hand, he pissed himself on the spot. It's literally pissing itself. There is yellow fluid coming from between the legs. That Lord said that he would come over to me after I reversed the yin and yang and returned. It sweated and said hastily, "All right." Chen Changxing stopped his hand and said, "Then you should stay by my side for now and wait for him to come over to you." Yes, the blood demon was ecstatic. It knows it doesn't have to die for a while. The old ancestors looked at Chen Changxing, their hearts shocked beyond words. How strong is Chen Changxing? That lord that the blood demon spoke of wanted to take over the immortal realm. It is just as horrible as it can be, possessing strength far beyond that of an immortal. If you don't have strength far beyond that of an immortal, how can you take over the immortal realm? However, Chen Changxing was not the least bit fearless, don't care at all, to keep the blood devil around and wait for that lord to find him. What a horrible strength this must possess, to be this confident? It's unthinkable. The ground, the Taoist sacred lord and the elders, their breath was incomparably weak. It was like a dying candle. At any moment, it could go out and die. They had been sucked out of a large amount of essence blood by the blood demon, and there was very little of their life essence left. In less than a few moments, they will be completely dead. Not bad, not bad. These guys are strong. At that moment, there was an eerie laugh. In silence, two special beings came here. One of them is a bull's head and the other is a horse's face. The one who let out the eerie laugh was none other than Bullhead. The strangest thing is, they are clearly standing right here. Even the bull's head let out an eerie laugh and spoke. The old ancestors and blood devils within the hall hadn't even noticed it in the slightest. Can't see or sense them at all. When they die, we'll undoubtedly do a great service by turning them into spirits and bringing them back to the hell. Bullseye grinned. This world is very weak, completely unable to compare to the previous era. The number of powerful beings is too small, and one more than the other go. Almost all of them are in slumber. Do not go out, causing our brother and sister to not open for a long time. Horseface grumbled. The two of them were talking very loudly. However, the old ancestors and blood devils within the hall still didn't notice anything. It was as if the two Oxhead and Horseface didn't exist at all. Ha, this teenager can see us? Why does he keep staring at us? Bullhead frowned, pointing at Chen Changxing, and said to Horseface. Horseface looked at Chen Changxing. It was discovered that Chen Changxing was indeed staring at their side. Overthink it. There's no way he can see us. No one in the world can see us unless we show ourselves of our own accord. Horseface shook his head, quickly dismissed Bullseye's claim. They are in a special state and will not be seen by living beings. You can only see them when you become a shady spirit. Living beings want to see them, unless they show up of their own accord with a secret technique. Otherwise, even if the living beings were strong, they would never see them. Also, Bullseye laughed, thinking it was really overthinking itself. It is impossible for a living being to see them. Please also save them. Your Excellency. The elder ancestors went over to check on Holy Lord Daoyi and the elders. One by one, they all knelt down for Chen Changxing, praying for Chen Changxing to save the Tao One Holy Lord and the elders. The Tao One Holy Lord and the elders, they were too badly injured. Only an immortal like Chen Changxing can save. It's hard to see. Is this teenager so powerful? These people are actually begging him to save them. Bullseye said in surprise. It didn't see how powerful Chen Changxing was. Who knew that the old ancestors were begging for Chen Changxing? It and Horseface had just arrived here and hadn't seen the scene of Chen Changxing suppressing the blood demon. The scent of the Tao One Holy Lord and the elders dying attracted them. They were waiting for the Holy Lord Daoyi and the elders to die, and then the dead Daoyi Holy Lords and elders would be turned into spirits and brought back to the hell. What's the use of being powerful? Unless there's a Heavenly Emperor pill, these people are dead. Horseface bristled and said, Heavenly Emperor pills have always been rare, and they are almost invisible in this world. So he can take out a Heavenly Emperor pill? What are you thinking? You're right. The bull's head grinned and waited at ease for Daoyi Holy Lord and the others to die. However, in the next instant, their faces changed drastically. Chen Changxing unexpectedly took out a Heavenly Emperor pill. Nope, not the Celestial Emperor pill, but the Super Celestial Emperor pill. The grade is higher than the Heavenly Emperor pill. It was a peach that was crystal clear and flowed with supreme Tao rhythms that surpassed the Heavenly Emperor. Immortal peach. How did he have the immortal peach? This is the world's top-tier miracle medicine, and there aren't many of them in the world in total. Oxhead and Horseface. Their faces were gloomy. There's the immortal peach. The Tao One Holy Lord and the elders were doomed to die. Immortal peach, the world's top wonder drug. Even if a living being is out of breath, it can be saved. What's this guy's origin? Even the immortal peach can take it out. How precious the immortal peach is. It can increase lifespan by 9 lifetimes. He actually took the immortal peach to save people. Doesn't he feel any pain? Oxhead and Horseface were shocked in their hearts. Tell the truth. That's what they see with their own eyes. Otherwise, even if they were beaten to death, they would not believe that someone in the world would be willing to take out the peach of immortality to save a person. It's an immortality peach that can increase your lifespan by 9 lifetimes. Who wouldn't treasure it in their hands and keep it for their own use? Now that they have seen it even with their own eyes, they have a sense of unreality that is doubly outrageous. Immortal peach. The old ancestors and blood devils were greatly shocked, and they all recognized the immortal peach as well. This is too precious. An old ancestor couldn't help but say, it's too extravagant to use the immortal peach to save someone. Not precious. Chen Shangsheng spoke calmly. The immortal peach was just an unusual fruit to him. Not precious at all. He had too many of such world-class marvelous medicines in his hands. And, after the period of 10,000 years of slumber expires, all system privileges are unlocked. He doesn't need to slumber any longer to get the rewards that follow. Later on, he would get countless immortal soldiers, immortal weapons, immortal medicines, and so on. This situation, the immortal peach was even less of a precious thing to him. What a load! The immortal peach even says it's not precious? Oxhead and Horseface said one after another. What to do? Do we leave? Bullseye gritted his teeth. With the immortal peach in place, the Tao One Holy Lord and the elders were not destined to die. It is useless for them to wait any longer, but to just walk away like that, it is really not willing to do so. Turning the Taoist Holy Lord and the elders into in-spirits and bringing them back to the hell would undoubtedly be a great achievement. They will all be handsomely rewarded. Horseface was equally resigned, unwilling to leave just like that. No go, it said grimly. The living beings can't see us, so we can use our secret techniques to interfere with them, preventing them from using the immortal peach to save people, and dragging them out until these people die. The Taoist Sacred Lord and the elders were about to break off as they watched. They don't need to drag on much longer. Just drag it out for a few moments. Chapter 16. Two light coughs, bull-headed and horse-faced, suspicious of ghost birth. Bad content. Chapter 17. Lead the way. I'll take a trip to hell. Bullhead and Horseface. They've been doing this kind of work together for thousands of years. Never encountered anything so strange. They are panicked to the core. What the hell is going on? I just heard him cough again. Bullhead looked at Chen Shangsheng again and whispered. Earlier he coughed and the Yin power then dissipated and disappeared. This time he coughed again and the Yin power then dissipated and disappeared. It couldn't help but say, it's not that coincidental, is it? What are you saying? How can a living being dissipate its Yin power? Ah, what the hell? He can really see us? Horseface didn't believe it, determined that this is coincidence. However, it hadn't finished its sentence. It then saw that Chen Shangsheng was looking straight at their brother and sister. The look in his eyes was clearly one that could see their brother and sister. It trembled with fear. How could a living being see them brother and sister? Come here, let me ask you two something. Chen Shangsheng opened his mouth and said to Bullhead Horseface, is he talking to us? How is this possible? Bullseye is terrified. The sacred land ancestors and the blood devils were all confused. Who is Chen Shangsheng talking to? None of them can see the bull's head or the horse's face. Bullhead, Horseface, just talking to you two. Come here. Chen Shangsheng waved his hand at Oxhead Horseface. Bullseye changed color, immediately spread his legs and ran. Oh, my God, living beings can actually see their brother and sister. Their brother and sister were barely alive. Stop. Chen Shangsheng lightly drank. In a flash, invisible forces locked onto Bullhead and Horseface. Bullseye was set on the spot. Can't move a muscle. They are so scared that they are covered in a cold sweat. Just like rain, cold sweat dripped off his body and fell to the ground, wetting it. What kind of person is this? Not only can you see them, and control them with a single word, show yourself. Chen Shangsheng lightly drank once again. Invisible power fell on Bullhead and Horseface. Immediately afterward, the bull's head and horse's face manifested, and the whole field could see it. The sacred ground ancestors and the blood devils were all startled. When did Bullhead and Horseface get here? How come they didn't notice it at all? I ask what I ask and you answer. No tricks, my patience is limited. Chen Shangsheng said softly, just ask. We know everything. We will never say a word that is not true. Bullhead and Horseface hurriedly returned. A word to control them. A word to make them presentable. Chen Shangsheng was simply too terrifying. How dare they play tricks? All very cooperative. Where do you come from? And what's the deal with the spirits? Chen Shangsheng asked. We come from the underworld. Bullseye returned truthfully. The underworld? This is even real? The sacred land ancestors and the blood devils, all of them sucked in a breath of cold air, a face full of disbelief. Ancient rumors, when worldly beings die, they become in-spirits and enter the netherworld, subject to the jurisdiction of the netherworld. No matter how powerful a being was, even if it was a super heavenly emperor-level being, it was still the same. The underworld is called the world after death. But the world does not believe all such rumors. I don't believe there is such a world after death. Death is in the definition of a monastic being. That would be total dissipation. Flesh life dissipates, soul dissipation, all the power, etc. also dissipated. But where there was a little, it didn't dissipate. It doesn't count as a death. Flesh, soul, power, even if only a little bit didn't dissipate. Powerful cultivator beings can also be reborn with this, come back to life, so it's not really a death. True death represents total dissipation, fully dissipated, both disappear completely. There's nothing left, and you're turning into a shadowy spirit like that? How else do you enter the world after death, the netherworld? Therefore, the world does not believe in Sheol. So did the sacred land ancestors and the blood devils. All of them do not believe in hell. However, now there was the ox head and horseface from the netherworld, appearing before their eyes. It's a wonder they're not alarmed. As for what the Yin spirit is, we don't know exactly. Bullseye continued the narrative. It and the bull's head are shadowy spirits though, but it's not clear what a shadowy spirit really is. They only know the secret art of hell can transform a newly dead being into a Yin spirit. What's the principle? They don't know and they don't understand. We are ordered by the hell to walk the world, to arrive at the smell of death, to transform the freshly dead spirits into Yin spirits and bring them back to the hell. Bullseye said, 1,000 years ago, have you ever been to the northern part of the eastern wasteland? Jiang Chang? Chen Chongqing asked. That was the real purpose of his questioning Bullseye. What hell? What a shady spirit. He doesn't care. He only wanted to know if Bullhead and Horseface had been to Jiangchang in the northern part of the eastern wasteland 1,000 years ago to transform the deadly sun into a Yin spirit. He wished Bullseye had been there. Hopefully, Bullhead and Horseface have transformed Li Sun into a Yin spirit, brought back to hell, so that he can go to hell and bring Li Sun back. After turning into a Yin spirit, is Li Sun still the same Li Sun as before? He doesn't know, can't be sure. However, he could delve deeper later and gain insight into the mystery of the shadowy spirits. Figure it out thoroughly, then think of a countermeasure. 1,000 years ago, in the northern part of the eastern wasteland, Jiangchang? Bullseye frowned, trying to think of memories. They've been doing this kind of work for thousands of years, been to too many places. They'll have to think back to know if they've been there. Chen Chongqing didn't rush, give Bullseye time, waiting for Bullseye to answer. No, we did not visit the northern part of the eastern wasteland 1,000 years ago. Bullseye returned. They carefully recalled their memories from 1,000 years ago. There are no memories of the northern part of the eastern wasteland in it. Let's not even talk about the northern part of the eastern wasteland. None of them have ever been to the eastern wasteland. We are not the only ones who do this kind of errand of transforming shady spirits. There are other shady spirits who do this kind of errand. Bullhead said. They may have been the ones who went over there 1,000 years ago, so we haven't gone over there because of that. Chen Chongsheng didn't say anything. Looks like he'll have to make a trip to hell. When he got to hell, he would know if Li Sun had been transformed into a Yin spirit. Lead the way. I need to make a trip to hell, he said to Bullseye. Ha! Bullseye was shocked. What do they hear? Chen Chongsheng actually said he was going to take a trip to hell? It can't be. They seriously doubt that they heard wrong. How horrible is the netherworld? Even if Chen Changsheng is more extraordinary, he doesn't have the guts to go to the netherworld. Duh! Lord, are you talking about a trip to hell? Bullseye asked cautiously. Nice, Chen Changsheng said. It's really going to hell. Bullseye's heart trembled. This lord is too raw. I can't believe I want to take a trip to hell. No living being has ever been to hell since the beginning of time. They genuinely didn't expect it. Chen Chongsheng was actually so raw and bold. Chapter 18 Knowing what's going on inside hell in advance? There's no need. Bad content. Chapter 19 The Heavenly Emperor descends on the Dao One Holy Land. Nine-headed lion spills blood to protect Li Ruoxue. Shameless blood demons. It left the sacred land ancestors speechless. When other people took on disciples, it was to cultivate a legacy. Blood demons take on disciples. That's to cultivate blood food in order to eat better. How can this blood demon still want to instruct those around the immortals? The blood demon is clearly trying to get a piece of the magic medicine and magic method. Forget you. You're too stumpy looking. Don't scare Ruoxue again. Chen Chongsheng glanced at the blood demon. It's too long. This excuse for rejecting it is simply too much to kill it. The blood demon wanted to cry all over. Gone. Chen Chongsheng bid farewell to the Daoi Holy Lord and the others. Let Bullhead and Horseface lead the way ahead and take Blood Demon away from this place. They traveled to the Netherworld. The Daoi Holy Lord and the others then returned to the Daoi Holy Land. In the meantime, outside the Holy Land of Daoi, the void surged, and light washed over the sky. A middle-aged man with a 5 or 6-year-old boy walked out of the void. This is the best holy land for cultivation besides the ultra-ancient Tao system. The middle-aged man smiled and said to the boy, "You'll first cultivate here, and when you're a few years older, then we'll find a way to send you to cultivate within the ultra-ancient Tao system." "Yes," the boy smiled splendidly, revealing his white, shining teeth, looking innocent and adorable. The middle-aged man brought the boy and arrived over the front of the mountain gate of the Tao One Holy Land. "Holy Lord Dowie, come out and pay your respects." The middle-aged man stood in the clouds, looking down on the Tao One Holy Land with an indifferent expression. He is just as uncomplicated. Its voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the Tao One Holy Land. And he was talking about having the Dowie Holy Lord come out to pay his respects. Instead of the said coming to pay homage to Holy Lord Dowie, he clearly didn't put the Dowie sacred Lord in his eyes and had a high stance. There was a huge tremor up and down within the Dowie Holy Land. The pressure carried in this voice was too terrifying. It was as if a huge mountain had pressed directly into their hearts, causing them to be unable to catch their breath. Heart-stopping. Swish, swish, swish. The elders sitting within the Holy Land didn't dare to hesitate and quickly flew over to the mountain gate, the backyard garden of the Doichi Sanctuary. Li Ruoxue was happily playing in the garden with the 9-headed lion. The sudden sound that rang out as frightening as thunder startled Li Ruoxue. "Ah, dog, what happened?" Li Ruoxue shrunk her little head, her little face filled with nervousness. "I don't know." The 9-headed lion was also startled. "I don't know what happened." The door to the mountain of the Holy Land of the Wei One. The elders sitting in the Holy Land flew to this side of the mountain gate. They saw the middle-aged man standing in the clouds. The middle-aged man's breath was unfathomable, with a terrifying aura that overwhelmed the world. They didn't dare to slack off. "What do you want with the Holy Lord?" An elder, bending his body, respectfully said, "The Holy Lord has gone out and is not in the Holy Land." The middle-aged man didn't say anything, didn't even look at these elders. His gaze was deep as he scanned the entire Tao One Holy Land, wanted to see if the Dowie Holy Lord was inside the Holy Land or not. The Dowie Holy Land had a long heritage and was heavily decorated within, with various ancient formations present. Outsiders simply couldn't peek inside the Tao One Holy Land. However, under the middle-aged man's deep gaze, the entire Dowie Holy Land was as transparent as if it was transparent, and it was all under his eyes. He sees clearly and thoroughly. "Ha!" The undisturbed him, the pupils in his eyes abruptly dilated when his gaze swept to the back of the Dowie Holy Land. "What kind of physique is this?" His face changed with a look of shock. The back of the mountain of the Dowie Holy Land. A girl, a few years old, caught his eye. It was also this girl, a few years old. That gave him a rare look of shock. The girl's body was ethereal and flawless, without a trace of impurity. The life essence is as exuberant as a vast ocean. The physical body was even like a great Tao texture intertwined with supreme Tao rhythms. Tai Chung Tao body? The look of shock on his face increased. Think of a worldly supreme physique. Swish, he took a step out, ignoring the various arrangements and ancient formations of the Tao One Holy Land, and came straight to the back of the Tao One Holy Land, landing in front of this girl. He wants to explore the girl's body in detail. See if the girl is the legendary Tai Ching Tao body. Ah, the girl was startled by the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man in front of her. The petite body couldn't help but step backward. Nervous, the middle-aged man was not angry, even without a terrifying aura flowing from his body. It was extremely terrifying. The 9-headed lion couldn't stop trembling with fear spreading all over his body, shivering non-stop, but it still gritted its teeth and dragged its shivering body to block in front of Li Ruoxue. The girl is none other than Li Ruoxue. "What do you want?" It showed its teeth, not allowing the middle-aged man to get close to Li Ruoxue. Bad. On the mountain gate side of the Dowie Holy Land, a group of Holy Land elders saw the middle-aged man enter the back of the Holy Land, and their faces instantly all changed drastically. They frantically flew towards the back of the Holy Land. Li Ruoxue must never be okay. Get out of the way. Seeing the 9-headed lion blocking Li Ruoxue, the middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. With a bang, the 9-headed lion flew out horizontally and crashed heavily into the top of a mountain peak. The mountain peaks were collapsed and rocks rolled about. The 9-headed lion was covered in blood. Its appearance was miserable, and the white bone ballast in its flesh and blood was exposed. "Can't!" It growled and snarled in a low roar and forced itself to endure the excruciating pain and flew back. Re-blocked in front of Li Ruoxue. "Dog, you're bleeding." Looking at the 9-headed lion's miserable appearance, Li Ruoxue was heartbroken and hugged the 9-headed lion with her small hands. A group of Holy Land elders flew over, all of them blocked in front of Li Ruoxue's body within the first hour. "Who are you? What on earth are you doing here in our Holy Land? You can't touch her," the elders said under great pressure. "I've come to see Wheel off." The middle-aged man waved his hand. The boy high above the mountain gate of the Holy Land landed beside him, wrapped in soft power. "Wooer is going to be practicing at your place for a while," the middle-aged man said faintly. "Seeing as Wooer is going to be practicing in your place for a while, I don't want to use force against you. Get out of the way and get out of my way, he said with an undeniable tone. You want him to cultivate in our holy land without the slightest problem, and we will surely devote ourselves to teaching and cultivating him. One of the elders gritted his teeth and said, but you can't touch her. The elders who stood in front of Li Ruoxue all didn't move, protecting Li Ruoxue to the death. Giving you guys face? Ha! The middle-aged man coldly grunted, and a wisp of breath flowed out of his body. In an instant, the elders and the nine-headed lion felt as if the dome of heaven had pressed down on them. In a thump 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 sound, they were all crushed over and fell to the ground by this wisp of breath. The middle-aged man was actually a heavenly emperor. Where in the world is there someone I can't touch? The middle-aged man looked indifferent. The might of the heavenly emperor cannot be blasphemed. Where did you get the guts to stand in my way? He spoke in a cold voice and took a step towards Li Ruoxue. You stay back. Li Ruoxue fell back in fear, her small face filled with panic. The heavenly emperor is nothing. I'm telling you, if you dare to touch her, I guarantee you will die without a burial place. The nine-headed lion, who had been crushed to the ground by a wisp of the heavenly emperor's breath, roared in hideous fury. Die without a burial site? Ha! I'll let you die without a burial first. The middle-aged man looked at the nine-headed lion. Prepare to strike and kill the nine-headed lion. Chapter 20 Heavenly Emperor's Killing Intent and Anger. Dawi Holy Land in Danger. When the heavenly emperor is angry, he ambushes millions of corpses. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. Before he even made a move, heaven and earth actually changed color as his mood shifted. The sky and the earth are dim, without a trace of light. The great sun hanging above the nine heavens is gone, and there are even violent storms and rains, and terrifying thunder breaks through the clouds. An extremely depressing atmosphere spread and instantly swept across the entire Dao One Holy Land, enveloping the hearts of every member of the Dao One Holy Land. The hearts of the members up and down the Dawi Holy Land collapsed, as if death had descended upon them. Killed the dog. Good. The dog stew is super tasty. Seeing that the middle-aged man was going to kill the nine-headed lion, the boy applauded and laughed heartily. He waited for the dog stew. When Chen Changsheng had first subdued the nine-headed lion, he had named the nine-headed lion Big Yellow. After to make the nine-headed lion fit the name Rhubarb, Chen Changsheng then made the nine-headed lion turn into a big yellow dog. Since then, the 9 lions have always looked like big yellow dogs. It's not a dog. Its essence is a quasi-imperial beast. The nine-headed lion. The middle-aged man saw through the nine-headed lion's main body at a glance. Ah, it's not a dog. The boy was slightly disappointed. However, he soon swept away his disappointment and said with a smile, braised lion's head is also very good. It has 9 heads. Make 9 lions' heads for dinner. Okay, listen to you. The middle-aged man smiled. He stretched out a finger and pointed it at the nine-headed lion, preparing to kill it. The nine-headed lion was pressed to the ground by a wisp of heavenly emperor's breath. Can't move a muscle, powerless to resist. Just as the middle-aged man was about to kill the nine-headed lion with a single finger point, the boy suddenly said, Uncle Jiang, don't kill it yet. It won't be fresh if it's dead. Uncle Jiang, let's eat the fresh lion's head. It has 9 heads. Let's chop 1 head, braise 1 head, and chop it up again after eating it. Chop a head, braise a head, eat it and chop it again? The elders of the Holy Land were creeped out by what they heard. How could a seemingly innocent boy be so cruel and vicious? Killing is nothing but a headache. The practice of chopping off a head, braising it, and chopping it again after eating it is cruel. Ha ha, it's still war you who can eat. The middle-aged man laughed and said, okay, let's eat fresh. Chop 1 head, braise 1 head, and chop it again when we're done. Ooh-hoo. You guys don't kill dogs. Tears flashed in Li Ruoxue's eyes, and her small hands tightly hugged the nine-headed lion without letting go. The heavenly emperor cannot be insulted. It cannot live. It must die. To be able to die in my hands and become a delicacy that war loves to eat is just like a supreme honor for a tiny quasi-emperor beast like it, and it's much more meaningful than any death it could have. The middle-aged man opened his mouth indifferently. Supreme glory to you. If I die, I die. It doesn't matter if you guys treat me more cruelly, but if you dare to touch Ruoxue, I guarantee that not only will you die, but all those who are related to you, or who have even spoken a word to you, will also die. The nine-headed lion roared. It deeply knew the position of Li Ruoxue in Chen Changxing's heart. Li Ruoxue, but half the time, all that it says will be fulfilled. You're scaring a heavenly emperor? Ridiculous. The middle-aged man's eyes scorned. The words spoken by the nine-headed lion were not taken to heart. He waved his hand gently. There was light falling on the nine-headed lion. The nine-headed lion resumed its original form. He was ready to do it. First beheading one of the heads of the nine-headed lion and braising it for the boy. Which senior has descended to the Holy Land? Elder, calm down. Don't make a big deal out of it. The sacred land ancestors and the others returned. They landed here at the back of the mountain and made a sound to stop the middle-aged man. And one by one, they also blocked in front of the nine-headed lion. Is this all back? The middle-aged man's eyes indifferently swept a glance at the sacred land ancestors and the others. Don't be angry, senior. Let's talk about anything. A sacred ground ancestor stepped forward and said respectfully to the middle-aged man with a smile on his face, "There's nothing to say. The Heavenly Emperor cannot be insulted. It made a big mistake, and it's good enough that I didn't take it out on your sanctuary." The middle-aged man said in a cold voice, "All of you, get out of my way, and if you dare to say anything to me about resting your anger and other nonsense, I'll even exterminate your holy land." The faces of the sacred land ancestors and the others changed drastically. They see it. The middle-aged man was determined to kill the nine-headed lion. If they plead for the 9 lions again, there was a real possibility that the middle-aged man would be angered at the Dao One Holy Land because of this. Destroy the entire Dao One Holy Land. But even so, they couldn't let the middle-aged man kill the 9-headed lion. The 9-headed lion is one of Mr. Shen's men. Elder, it's not that we won't let you kill, but we can't. A sacred land ancestor gritted his teeth and said, "Elder, I'll be honest with you, it's an immortal's henchman. If you kill it, the immortal will not relent, and you won't have a good ending at that time. There is no way." He could only lift out Chun Changxing's status as an immortal to deter the middle-aged man. Immortals? The middle-aged man's face, all of a sudden, went cold. From the beginning of time, there has never been an example of an immortal in the world, and now you're telling me that it's an immortal's henchman? A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he was very angry. The Heavenly Emperor cannot be insulted. It's fine for you guys to say it's under the Heavenly Emperor. How dare you say it's under the immortals? You guys think I'm a cutie? His voice grew colder and colder, and the cold aura flickering in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. Infinite killing intent spread. The heavens and the earth became dimmer, and the raging storm became more violent. The hideous lightning tore through the firmament, more terrifying than a doomsday scene. There is no greater insult. The old man of the Holy Land in front of him is treating him like a little cutie. Watch, Uncle Jiang, they're so excessive. Dare to treat Uncle Jiang like a little cutie. Look at, Uncle Jiang must not let them go. Kill them all, the boy said viciously. That's natural. The Heavenly Emperor cannot be insulted. The Dao One Holy Land will be removed from this today, and everyone will have to die. The middle-aged man's killing intent rolled around, moving into a great rage. He wanted to exterminate the entire Dao One Holy Land. Good. Let them know that the Heavenly Emperor cannot be insulted, the boy shouted. On the tender and innocent little face, there was actually an expression of anticipatory excitement. Facing the killing intent and fury of a Heavenly Emperor, the sacred land ancestors and the others simply couldn't withstand it. An infinite panic appeared within their hearts, couldn't muster up the courage to fight back at all. The Heavenly Emperor was too terrifying. Kill. The middle-aged man made his move. An irresistible Heavenly Emperor-level power surged out. It instantly covered the entire Daoi Holy Land. To crush the entire Dao One Holy Land and blast away all the members of the Dao One Holy Land, the sacred land ancestors and the others overcame the fear in their hearts and struck out with all their might. But their means and power, it simply wasn't enough in front of Heavenly Emperor-level power. It was like a huge gap between a firefly and a great sun in the 9 heavens. It's over. Dying. A look of despair appeared in their eyes. Once the power of the Heavenly Emperor level fell, the entire Dao One Holy Land will be crushed away. All the members of the Daoi Holy Land would also be blasted to death. Chapter 21 Everlasting Life is invincible. A single figure can suppress the ages. The heavens and the earth were darkened, and a violent storm ravaged the land. Terrifying thunder was like a hideous centipede, roaring in the dim sky, as if announcing the coming of death. The Heavenly Emperor's power enveloped the Daoi Holy Land. With an irresistible momentum, it fell. Ah, no, oh, I don't want to die. Who's going to save us? The cries resounded through the Holy Land of Daoi. All of the members of the Dao One Holy Land were all crying in despair. In front of the Heavenly Emperor's power, they were too small as dust, completely powerless to resist. Griffin, high above the sky, the middle-aged man indifferently watched all of this and let out a disdainful laugh. The ants here are going to die out. The boy was laughing too, without pity. He relished the bloodshed. He once even made a bloodbath with his own hands. An ancient sect of people, all killed by him. That was the ancient religion he had been staying in before. Stayed for 6 whole years. Since he was born, he was sent to this ancient religion by Uncle Jiang. It wasn't that the people of the ancient sect had treated him badly when he killed all of them. On the contrary, the people of the ancient religion were very kind to him. Whatever he did, the ancient religion would go along with him. Whatever he wants, the ancient religion will fulfill him. And he killed all the people of the ancient religion. For no other reason. Simply because he was too bored to stay within the ancient sect. He was looking for a thrill. A knife cut off a female disciple's head. At that time, the female disciple's head was cut off by him and blood sprayed all over him. He's excited. Finally, an exciting and fun thing to do. He's been on a roll ever since. Kill everyone within this ancient religion. Those within the ancient religion rebelled then, but it didn't work at all. Uncle Jiang descended over at the first opportunity. Suppress down the entire ancient religion. Let him kill as he pleases. Uncle Jiang even complimented him on his good work afterward. He said that if he had such courage at such a young age, he would become a great man in the future. It was also because of that ancient religion after he killed all the people. Uncle Jiang just brought him here. It's a shame. I feel like they're all pretty interesting, and if I had stayed, it would have been really fun back there. The boy, Wei Wu, grinned. He was still planning to have a good time within the Dao One Holy Land, play around with skinning, cramping, etc. But it's a shame. The people from the Daoi Holy Land don't know what's good for them. How dare they insult Uncle Jiang? It can only be killed by Jiang Shuchuan in this way. The Emperor of Heaven is not to be insulted. Humiliation will cost you your life. It doesn't matter. Without the Daoi Holy Land, there are still other holy lands, so we can still have fun. He laughed and laughed. After the Daoi Holy Land was destroyed by Uncle Jiang will take him to other holy places. He can still play as much as he wants. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion resounded through the heavens and earth. The Heavenly Emperor's power fell. The many arrangements and ancient formations within the Daoi Holy Land were the first to be extinguished. Death truly fell on the heads of every member of the Dao One Holy Land. They even smelled death. They cried loudly and bitterly, desperate and powerless. Facing the power of the Heavenly Emperor, they could only die. Li Ruoxue was also crying. Tears were all over the little face. The scene that once happened within the Li clan, was it now going to be played out within the Dao One Holy Land? Elder Ancestor Everlasting, where are you? Ruoxue. Ruoxue doesn't want the Dao One Holy Land to be like the Li clan once was. She cried and shouted, calling out the name of Chen Chongsheng. Boom! Just then, a magnificent figure appeared. His figure was erect and taller than the heavens, and with just a single figure, he seemed to be able to suppress the ages and push all enemies across. Elder Ancestor Everlasting, Li Ruoxue shouted in excitement. This figure was none other than Chen Chongsheng. My lord, Mr. Chen, the nine-headed lion and the sacred land ancestors, among others, all became incomparably excited. There's Chen Chongsheng. Nothing will happen to them again. The only thing that awaited the middle-aged man was death. The Heavenly Emperor was nothing in front of Chen Chongsheng. Chen Chongsheng could be killed in seconds with a single look. Swish! Chen Chongsheng's figure waved his hand. In an instant, all of the Heavenly Emperor's power that had enveloped the Daoi Holy Land disappeared. Who are you? The middle-aged man stared at Chen Chongsheng's figure with an incredibly grave expression. He sensed a deadly threat from Chen Chongsheng's figure. How is that possible? He sensed it very clearly. In front of him was just a figure, not a real person, which could also bring him a deadly threat. It's not something he can believe. He's a Heavenly Emperor. Which person could be so terrifying that just a figure could pose a deadly threat to him? Another griffin? Uncle Jiang, kill! The boy Wei Wu was not impressed. In his mind, Uncle Kong is the Emperor of Heaven and is invincible. No one can be a match for Uncle Jiang. Griffin? When the middle-aged man heard what Wei Wu said, his face changed on the spot. Just one figure alone posed a deadly threat to him. If the body comes down, how scary would that be? Calling such a terrifying existence a mole cricket was a great disrespect. Little children don't know any better. Please forgive me. Don't be so familiar with him, he said quickly. I'm from the Wei clan, and the Wei clan patriarch is my brother. He's my brother's son. He identified himself. It was hoped that this would cause Chen Changxing to become fearful and not dare to make a move. Wei clan? That ultra-ancient world clan that has been passed down since the ancient times? The sacred land ancestors all sucked in a breath of cold air. They all know the Wei tribe. The Wei clan was far from being comparable to them. They had a long legacy and were the oldest holy land in the world, older than many holy lands, but they're even more ancient. It also still belongs to the current heritage. The Doichi Sanctuary was founded early in this life. The Wei are different. This is the ancient world clan, originating from the distant ancient era. The two ages of the past and the distant past perished. The Wei clan can still be passed down and not be destroyed. It didn't take much thought to realize how terrifying and frightening the Wei clan was. If it's not scary and terrifying enough, it is simply not possible to straddle two eras and not perish. The Wei clan possessed a depth that had just reached an unfathomable level. Nice! The middle-aged man heard the voices of the sacred land's ancestors. He proudly said, the Wei clan that I am a member of is precisely an ancient lineage that has been passed down since the ancient times, spanning two eras without extinction. Not many forces in the world can do that. It's certainly a backdrop to be very proud of. It's really an ancient lineage. The faces of the sacred land ancestors changed and changed. No wonder the middle-aged man didn't even put their Dao One Holy Land in his eyes. A middle-aged man from an ancient lineage. It did have the qualifications to not place their Dao One Holy Land in their eyes like this. Uncle Jiang, why are you talking so much to these mole crickets of theirs? Just destroy them directly, Wei Wu said with a big grin. At only 6 years old, he was clearly unaware of the power thought his uncle Jiang was invincible. I thought the Wei clan could overwhelm the world. Put. Blood sprayed and broken flesh flew. Just as Wei Wu finished speaking, an invisible force landed on him, strangling him completely in an instant. Chapter 22, The Soul Lamp Goes Out, and the Wei clan chief leads people to the Holy Land of Dao 1. Bad content. Chapter 23, The world was shaken greatly as more than a dozen Supreme Heavenly Emperor's soldiers pressed down on the Dao 1 sacred ground. The order was conveyed and the Wei clan shook. What's the big scary thing that happened? The patriarch went so far as to call all the elders of the clan together. It's something that's never been done before. The elders of the clan didn't dare to hesitate and quickly rushed to gather. It was worthy of being a super ancient lineage that had been passed down since the ancient times. The strength of the Wei clan is truly terrifying. The number of heavenly emperors exceeded 10 more, and most of them had settled in the heavenly emperor realm for a long time, cultivating to the peak of the late heavenly emperor realm. All of them are absolute heavenly emperors. Wei Jiang is dead. You guys come with me to kill the Dao 1 Holy Land and see who actually killed my brother. The Wei clan patriarch stood on the top of the mountain peak, his voice icy cold as he said to the group of elders, if only Wei Wu died. He wasn't good for a seizure. There was no way to lead a group of elders to kill the Dao 1 Holy Land. Wei Wu was a bastard. It was not accepted by the clan of Wei. And Wei Jiang is different. Wei Jiang is his own brother, a pure-blooded Wei. Take revenge for Wei Jiang, no matter how much fuss or commotion he makes. What? Who's got the nerve? The crowd of elders were all shocked in their hearts when they heard that Wei Jiang had been killed. They then stormed into a rage, killed their Wei clan chief's own brother. This is not putting their Wei clan in their eyes at all. Their eyes were grim. Say what you will to find this murderer and cut him off by 1,000 cuts. Whether it's the ancient times or ancient times, they, the Wei clan, have always stood supreme. No one, no power had ever dared to provoke their Wei clan. Now, someone had actually killed their patriarch's own brother. This is no longer a provocation. Instead, war was declared. They are never going to stop. Otherwise, how can the Wei clan still be dignified? Anyone who dares to step on the Wei clan's head now, go! The Wei clan patriarch looked indifferent, leading a group of elders. He left the Wei clan's pure land and headed to the Dao 1 Holy Land. Middle States. The major ancient Taoist systems shook. Eyes all converged on the side of the Daoi Holy Land. What happened? That's heavenly emperor level power. The major ancient Dao lineages were shocked. They had felt the fluctuations of a heavenly emperor level battle since the side of the Daoi Holy Land. It startled them all. Where's the heavenly emperor from? Has the Lord of the Forbidden Lands and the 9 Forbidden Lands struck? Only the 9 Forbidden Lands in this world have heavenly emperors inside them. They frowned. All of them thought that it was the Lord of the Forbidden Land and the 9 Forbidden Lands who had killed them, because as far as they know, in the current world, there were only 9 forbidden places where heavenly emperor level existed inside. What do they want? Do you want to set off a boundless catastrophe in the world again? They looked grave. The Lord of the Forbidden Land coming out is not a good sign. It means that the world is threatening to erupt into chaos. We've got to get ahead of ourselves. None of the 9 Forbidden Lands are good to be messed with. All of the major ancient Taoist systems were unsettled. There was a flurry of preparation. Hiss. Just then, a tsunami-like sound of sucking in cold air was heard from within the various ancient Taoist systems. What did they see? There were actually more than a dozen heavenly emperors that appeared in the sky above the Dao 1 Holy Land. They were barely alive. Where in the world are so many heavenly emperors? Even the 9 Forbidden Lands. There aren't that many heavenly emperors within. There was only one heavenly emperor in each of the 9 Forbidden Lands. So many heavenly emperors. And all of them are also supreme heavenly emperors. It's too damn scary. Forget it. Cancel the original plan to go out and honestly stay inside the Forbidden Land. The lords of the 9 Forbidden Lands all sensed the movement on the side of the Daoi Holy Land. They're terrified. Some lords of the Forbidden Lands dismissed their plans to go outside on the spot. It was going to make a good kill out there, over the Daoi Holy Land. The Wei clan patriarch led a group of elders and stood at the top of the clouds, looking down on the entire Dao 1 Holy Land. They didn't collect their breath. The aura of the terrifying heavenly emperor spread across the sky. Supreme laws suppressed the sky, and unimaginable rune patterns converged into a sea. The scene was appalling and terrifying. Below, the disciples of the Daoi Holy Land were all scared to the point of trembling, not daring to breathe a single breath. Wei Jiangang was killed. They haven't had a chance to be happy yet. Just so many terrifying heavenly emperors killed over? This is too fast. They trembled with fear. Will the figure of the one reappear? Come to die? The 9-headed lion bared its teeth, not at all afraid. Chen Chongqing's figure appeared after suppressing and killing Wei Wu. It is also trying to understand something. Yeah, Ruoxue was so important to Chen Chongqing. How could Chen Chongqing not leave behind the power to guard Ruoxue? The sacred land ancestors and the others were also fearless. They likewise understood. Chen Chongqing left a guardian power on Li Ruoxue. They had all seen Chen Chongqing's terror with their own eyes. There was the guardian power left behind by Chen Chongqing. The people of the Wei clan were not destined to make waves. Who killed my brother? high above the sky. The Wei clan patriarch opened his mouth, and his voice was so terrifying that the heavens and earth roared and shook with his voice. He is like the master of the world, an existence you can't afford to mess with. The nine-headed lion stepped out, undaunted, and called out to the Wei clan patriarch. The Wei clan patriarch looked at the nine-headed lion, cold gaze like a sword. The nine-headed lion was struck hard, like a sword thrusting into the heart and piercing through the soul. It slumped to the floor on its ass, covered in cold sweat. It simply couldn't withstand the gaze of a supreme heavenly emperor. You don't bully dogs. Li Ruoxue stepped on her little legs and quickly ran to the nine-headed lion. She stood beside the nine-headed lion, tilting her little head as she looked toward the Wei clan chief high in the sky. You guys get out of here and stop causing trouble, she said in a childish voice. Your brother is a bad guy. He wanted to exterminate the Tao One Holy Land and kill everyone in it, and that's why he was killed by the elder ancestor of eternal life. If you guys make trouble and try to kill people here, the elder ancestor of eternal life won't let you go either. The elder ancestor? The Wei clan patriarch raised an eyebrow. Who was this? He didn't have the slightest impression of this so-called elder ancestor. I'd like to see who this elder ancestor is. He waved his hand indifferently and said, "Kill for me. Kill until this so-called elder ancestor of eternal life comes out." Boom! Terrifying explosions rang out. A Wei clan elder led the order to launch an attack on the Tao One Holy Land. He held out a palm. In an instant, this palm grew infinitely larger and enveloped the entire Tao One Holy Land. His palm pressed down towards the Taoyi Holy Land. The heavenly emperor's laws were draped around him, and he was a heavenly emperor elder, though not a Jedi heavenly emperor. But he slapped this one. It was also enough to easily destroy the entire Tao One Holy Land and wipe out everyone within it. Elder eternal ancestor, right? Killing my brother, killing my son. Today I will make sure you die without a burial place, the Wei clan patriarch said coldly in his heart. He waited for this so-called elder ancestor of eternal life to show himself. Chapter 24. So what if it's a super heavenly emperor? The bizarre power reappears. Bad content. Chapter 25. The Wei clan's ancient and superior ancestors. Most of them are still alive. What the hell kind of power is that? It's so weird and scary. The major super ancient Tao system powerhouses' scalps were violently tingling, and their hearts were filled with fear. There are even more terrible things happening. They realized that the negative emotions in their hearts were bubbling up uncontrollably and wildly. They are gradually becoming insane and their sanity is dissipating a little. This bizarre power, spaced out, also ignited the negative emotions in their hearts in full force. On the side of the Taoyi Holy Land, the situation was even more serious. The red-haired Wei clan chief killed Chen Changxing's figure with a red-haired lance. Strange power swept through the entire heaven and earth. The disciple members within the Taoyi Holy Land were the most affected. They're all crazy. All reason vanished in a moment. The negative emotions in his heart were in full swing. The sacred land ancestors were no exception. Emperor Tong could not block such a bizarre power. They are insane, and their negative emotions consume all reason. Li Ruoxue was the only one in the entire room who was unaffected. Her eyes were still clear. The weird power doesn't work on her at all. Swish! The Chen Changxing figure waved his hand. All the weird power all but disappeared. The crowd, which had gone mad and lost its mind, also fully recovered. The red-haired Wei clan chief carried a red-haired lance and killed. One of its shots was incomparably terrifying and appalling. It seems to run through the ages. A spear stabbed at Chen Changxing's figure. The bizarre Tao rules accompanied the red-haired lance as it intertwined. No exaggeration. This shot could definitely stab out most of the ultra-celestial emperor beings. Just as this shot was about to stab Chen Changxing's figure, Chen Changxing's figure moved. He slapped him across the face. Boom! An unimaginable outburst of supreme power. The red-haired lance was shattered by a slap. The red-haired Wei clan chief was also shattered by this slap and died completely. Matriarch, how strong is he? The Wei elders cried out. Their patriarch was killed just like that? They were horrified, could hardly believe the images they were seeing. They knew how terrifying this bizarre power was, fighting against the years and resisting their erosion and wear and tear. That's something only fairy power can do. Only immortal power can counteract age, not to be eroded and worn by the years. This bizarre force did, obviously. This kind of weird power is horrible and scary enough, even if it is not comparable to immortal power. It's also necessarily infinitely close to immortal power. However, it was with such a horrible and terrifyingly weird power added to it. Their patriarch was actually slapped to death by the Chen Changxing figure. That's horrible too. They really didn't dare to imagine just how strong Chen Changxing's original body was. Who is this one? So scary. How could the Taoyi Holy Land be related to such a terrifying figure? I really envy the Taoyi Holy Land. With such a terrifying and frightening figure, it's hard for the Taoyi Holy Land not to stand at the pinnacle of the world. As the various ancient Tao lineages speculated about Chen Changxing's identity, another envy of the Holy Land of the Wei One. They also want to get close to such a horrible person. Pity. They don't even know who this one is. None of them had any recollection of this one. Never seen. In the past, I had set off boundless killings in the world. Will this one seek me out and start a reckoning against me because of this? A lord of the Forbidden Land trembled in fear, fearful that Chen Shangsheng would come to find him to settle the score because of the boundless killings he had set off in the past. He was very clear. Usually horrible and terrifying supreme figures like this. Most of all, they hate wanton killers. He was really worried that Chen Shangsheng would come looking for him. What lord of the Forbidden Land? I am not. There will be no more me as the lord of the Forbidden Land from now on. He decisively abandoned the Forbidden Land. Run straight away on this. In the future he will go into hiding and never show his face again. The other lords of the Forbidden Lands had the same concern. Fear of being liquidated by Chen Shangsheng. The lord of the Forbidden Land of Skeleton Mountain directly pulled over a skeleton and passed the seat of the lord of the Forbidden Land to this skeleton. I've been paying attention to you and realized that you've been doing well. Well, today I'm officially passing the lord of the Forbidden Land to you, and from now on, you'll be the lord of the Forbidden Land of Skeleton Mountain. The lord of the Forbidden Land of Skeleton Mountain immediately ran away after passing the throne. Ha! This skeleton that was passed over was dumbfounded. It's doing well? No. What did it show? It's just a sweeper. Ever since it entered Skull Mountain, it had been sweeping the floor and had never done anything else. Sweeping the floor can also become the lord of the Forbidden Land? It's confused. Doichi Sanctuary. Crimson hot blood splattered in all directions, as if it was raining blood. The Wei Patriarch was killed, followed by the elders of the Wei clan. The shock was followed by a desperate flight, but just as they made a move, they were locked by invisible forces. Then it was all wiped out by the locked invisible force, the distant road to the unknown. Chen Shangsheng here received feedback from the figure over at the Dao One Holy Land, knowing that the Wei clan patriarch led the elders to kill the Dao One Holy Land. That was fast. I was saying that after the trip to hell, I'd make a trip to the Wei clan. He hasn't gone back yet. The Wei clan patriarch then led the elders to kill the Dao One Holy Land. There must be an old ancestor still alive within the Wei clan, and there's a high probability that there are still ancient ancestors, and ancient ancestors are also alive. Will they kill the Dao One Holy Land? Weird powers exist within the Wei clan. The strange power enables the blood demon to reverse the yin and yang and be reborn and return again in the current world. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan. The ancient ancestors. Most likely, they can also be reborn and return again in the current world by virtue of their weird power. If they kill their way up to the Dao One Holy Land, let the power of the guardian Ruoshue suppress them and leave them alive. If I hadn't killed the Dao I Holy Land, then when I return, I will make a trip to the Wei clan. The strange power is related to the mysterious group of unknown powerhouses that killed the Upperly clan. Staying alive was natural because he wanted to know more about the bizarre power. See if you can find the mysterious lord who bestowed him with weird powers through the Wei clan's old man. So they're related to weird powers. No wonder they were able to pass on their legacy across 2 eras until now. The blood demon came to a realization, with the help of weird powers, passed down across 2 eras to the present. Not a difficult task. It then possessed the bizarre power, and knew how terrifying and horrifying the bizarre power was. Bullhead and Horseface. Not yet in hell? Chen Shangsheng asked the ox-headed Horseface who was leading the way. They have been traveling this unknown path for some time now. Back to you, my lord. Not yet. Hell cannot be entered directly. A teleportation from the abyss of death is required to enter hell. Bullhead and Horseface immediately returned respectfully. We're almost at the nearest death abyss. Horseface returned again. There are many places in the world where the abyss of death is. The only way to get inside the hellmouth is through teleportation within the abyss of death. Aha! Chen Shangsheng nodded slightly. Keep rushing. We're here. It didn't take long for Bullseye to say. They reached the nearest death-deep abyss. Chapter 26, Death Abyss. Death Bone Palace. In Spirit King. Bad content. Chapter 27, In Spirit King. The first person in the ancient era. Tall shadowy soldiers on a shadowy beast. Coldly rebuking and majestic. It was obviously not an ordinary Yin soldier. It really isn't an ordinary Yin soldier. Instead, he was the first general under the Yin Spirit King sitting here, Baiyu. It was much more terrifying than Bullhead and Horseface. When Oxhead and Horseface met Baiyu, they were never respectful and did not dare to show any disrespect. Baiyu rode on top of the Yin beast, his spear pointing straight at Oxhead and Horseface. Bullhead and Horseface shivered in fear. They also know that bringing the living into hell breaks the rules of hell, but there's nothing they can do about it. They were forced to not bring Chen Shangsheng to the hell. Chen Shangsheng would have slaughtered them all. No need to embarrass them both. Chen Shangsheng calmly walked to the front. They didn't break the rules of hell. I forced them to bring me to hell. He gazed at Baiyu on top of the shadowy beast and said slowly. Baiyu was shocked in his heart. Chen Shangsheng sees them? Still hear them? It blushed profusely, having never encountered anything like this before. The living cannot see or sense the presence of the shadowy spirits. Same thing here. It didn't expect Chen Shangsheng to actually be able to see them. You can still hear them. A split second, it realized that the Chen Changsheng in front of it was by no means an ordinary living being. Who are you? What do you want to go to hell for? It converses with Chen Changsheng. A former friend died 1,000 years ago, and I want to know if he was transformed into a yin spirit. Chen Changsheng said, if he has been transformed into a shadowy spirit and is within the earth, what shall you do? Shirahoshi asked. Take him out of hell and back into the world. Chen Changsheng rippled out. The living want to enter the hell, and also want to take the yin spirit from the hell. You really dare to think? Bai Yu sneered. If he has truly become a yin spirit, he is within the hellmouth, and I will not take him away for nothing. Chen Changsheng said, I can make an exchange with the hellmouth, and the hellmouth can make any exchange offer. He's most reasonable. For example, when he approached the reincarnation lord to borrow his blood, and he was reasonable, 1 celestial emperor pill for 1 drop of the reincarnation lord's blood. Unfortunately, the reincarnation lord wouldn't do it, even went out of his way to try to rob him by force. Exchange? What makes you worthy of exchanging with hell? And what do you have that makes you worthy of hell's exchange with you? Bai Yu lifted the spear in his hand. The tip of the spear turned to Chen Changsheng's side and rushed at him. Want to enter hell? You can. After transforming into a yin spirit, you'll be able to enter hell. It drank in a cold voice. It was impossible to let Chen Changsheng in. It was even more unlikely that Chen Changsheng would be allowed to enter the hell. As its voice landed, a large number of yin soldiers killed towards Chen Changsheng's side. Normally, when the living met the yin soldiers, even great powers such as the ultra-heavenly emperor could do nothing. You can only be passive. The living could not see or sense the yin soldiers, and the power they struck was even less effective against them. Can't attack the Undertaker at all. And the Undertaker is different. Hell has means of dealing with the living. The yin power of the yin soldiers can cause damage to the living. I meant no harm. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. The invisible force instantly fixed the large number of yin soldiers rushing towards him. He didn't hurt the S. It's so sad to not see or hear. No, it's so sad to be a demon. The blood devil shouted in his mind. This is the start of a fight, isn't it? It can't see anything, can't hear anything either. However, it saw Chen Changsheng waving his hand and combined it with what Chen Changsheng said. It thinks it should be open for a fight. It made it a little scratchy. It is very curious about the netherworld and hell. Even more so, he was curious about Chen Changsheng's strength. Wanted to see the scene where Chen Changsheng and the yin spirit started fighting. With a wave of his hand, all the yin soldiers were fixed on the spot. What kind of tactic is this? What is the power again? Bai Yu's expression became more and more grave. The power of the living cannot attack the shadowy soldiers. How in the world did Chan Chan do it? Odd. It's really weird. King, something strange is happening. It used a secret technique to contact the yin spirit king sitting here. A living being has come to us, and he's also very mysterious. Fixing a large number of yin soldiers with a wave of his hand, it quickly reported everything that had happened here to the yin spirit king. Chen Changsheng was mysterious. It was also unsure of suppressing Chen Changsheng. Don't dare to take the plunge. There is such a thing? The underworld king awoke from his slumber. Come down this way. It sleeps during the weekdays. Shady spirits are very special, not subject to erosion and wear and tear over the years. Those ancient great powers out there, who generally slumbered without coming out, did so to avoid the erosion and wear and tear of the years. It's not the same, sleeping because it's so boring. In the meantime, the blood demon felt a gust of cloudy wind, and the atmosphere was even more depressing. It guessed that there should be a terrifying yin spirit coming over. Most likely it's the yin spirit king who sits here who's here. It was more scratchy. Very much wanted to see the scene of Chen Changsheng battling the yin spirit king. Bullhead and Horseface, do you have a way for me to see the spirits of the netherworld? It walked over to Bullseye and whispered to him. Yes, Bullseye returned, but are you sure you want to see it? Okay. Blood Demon nodded without hesitation. Really sure? Very sure? See it no matter what? Bullseye asked again. Really sure? Very sure. I want to see it no matter what. Blood Demon affirmed back. Okay, you close your eyes and open your mouth. Bullseye said to Blood Demon. Eyes closed, mouth open? The Blood Demon was a little puzzled, but did as he was told. It closed its eyes and opened its mouth. Whoa, all you hear is the sound of running water. Some kind of liquid flowed into the Blood Demon's mouth. What the hell? Why does it taste so Thai? The Blood Demon barred its mouth twice and the liquid was drunk into its stomach. It's piss. The more it mulled it over, the more wrong it became. Finally reacted. It's the smell of urine. You gave me your piss to drink? It opened its eyes angrily and questioned Bullseye. Right, Bullseye graciously admitted. I thought you said you wanted to see it no matter what. It said, if a living person wants to see the yin spirit, they need to refine the yin spirit's pure yin force origin. The urine I gave you contains pure yin force origin. After refining it you will be able to see the yin spirit. You, Pook. The Blood Demon couldn't have been more disgusted and threw up on the spot. Drink it all. Are you sure you want to spit it out? If you spit it out you won't be drinking for nothing? Bullseye reminded the Blood Demon. The blood demon's eyes were scarlet, and he really wanted to slaughter the bull demon. But what Bullseye said really makes sense. It drank it all and spit it out really for nothing. It fought back the nausea and stopped vomiting with hatred. "Don't you have any other way than to pee on me?" it said viciously to the bull. "There is," Bullseye returned. "There you are giving me back pee. You're deliberately trying to disgust me." The blood demon was furious. "Besides pissing on you, it's for my blood," the cow's head said. "But to give you blood, I can't spare it. Besides, if I give you blood, I'll have to pull myself a cut, and how painful that would be. Either that or what?" Blood demon asked. "I'm fine with the I take. Do you want to eat my?" The nausea that the blood demon had forced down came back up extremely. It desperately pressed on again. At the moment, it wanted to cry. Why does it have to ask again and again? Under extreme nausea, it refined away the cow's head's urine. It's got eyes on the netherworld. When it saw the netherworld king, it blushed profusely. The first person in the ancient world. It lost its voice and exclaimed, "How did it not occur to me? The king of Een spirits who sits here." It was actually the first person in the ancient times. Chapter 28. There is no way but to fight. The first person in the ancient times. Seedling Seal. This was the undisputed #1 powerhouse of the ancient era. He was certified at the beginning of the ancient age. At that time, the blood demon was still just a late bloomer. It was still just a small, ignorant demon that hadn't opened its mind and hadn't set foot on the path of cultivation. Early ancient times. Miao Feng was born after the blessing of the great Tao and triggered the heaven and earth. After in Invincible, the beginning of his bright and legendary life, people his age couldn't even touch his shadow. The older generation was even more easily surpassed by him. Far behind, he broke the mold, created one countless myth and legend after another. He stood at the true summit. A true and complete fault crushing is realized. The second person in the ancient times. The same can't even touch his shadow, only at the foot of the mountain. Looking up at him standing at the top, the blood demon had always seen him as a target, always trying to outdo him. Pity. Even if the blood demon later became a great world-defying demon that terrorized hundreds of millions of living beings in the ancient era, the achievements reached were not even a millionth of what Miao Feng had achieved. After Miao Feng stood above the top, then I lost track of them. There were rumors that Miao Feng had gone to chase the path of immortality, and then Miao Feng never showed up. No one knows if Miao Feng was successful. It seems that he failed and fell on the path to immortality, being transformed into a Een spirit by the hell. Blood demon looked at Miao Feng, who was the Een spirit king, and guessed in his heart. It sighed. It is indeed difficult to break free from the shackles of the world, terrifying as the legendary Miao Feng. Nor did he break free from the chains of the world, transcendence from the human world, achieve the immortal position. "Oh, you recognize me? The Een spirit king, Miao Feng," heard blood demon shocked cry of the first person of the ancient world and slowly looked at blood demon, being watched by Miao Feng. The blood demon was sincerely terrified. It immediately replied back, "You are the first person in the ancient era. Your reputation resonates throughout the ancient era, and no one in the ancient era knows about you. Latecomer is a small demon born in the ancient past, so I naturally know of you. Salutation. Call yourself a little demon." The blood demon's posture was low. It simply didn't dare to be half as reckless in front of the ancient first man. A small demon from the ancient times? The Een spirit king's gaze became deep. Weird power. No wonder you can live from the ancient times to the current world. He saw through the blood demon at a glance, saw the weird power within the blood demon. The bizarre power has affected Hell quite a bit. He raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression showing his displeasure at the bizarre power. Hell takes the dead living and transforms them into nether spirits, not to become immortal. The living cannot resist the erosion and wear and tear of age. It will die under the erosion and wear and tear of age. The emergence of weird forces. Breaking this down, the bizarre force has no idea what it's about. It can actually fight against the years, ignoring the erosion and wear and tear of age. The living who have gained the bizarre power will no longer die under the erosion and wear and tear of age. If you don't die, Hell would not be able to transform these living beings into Een spirits. These beings who got weird powers, and all very powerful beings, and the number continues to increase rapidly. This situation, Hell will naturally suffer quite a bit. For this weird power, there have been studies in Hell, but in the end, there was no answer. The weird power seems to have a super scary big come on. It is extremely difficult to trace its origin, insight into the nature of its power. Eerie power is not something you can grasp. The Een Spirit King looked deeply at the blood demon. This power will cost you more than death. It spoke again, and then, it withdrew its gaze, no longer paying attention to the blood demon. It placed its gaze on Shen Shangsheng. What kind of power do you really have? Not only can you hold the Een soldiers in place with a wave of your hand, and also make the bullhead lose its Een spirit characteristics, so that this ancient little demon gets the bullhead's Een spirit origin and refines it? His gaze, deep, grave, puzzled, uncomprehending, complex. The scene where Ox's head gave the Een spirit origin to the blood demon. He saw it all in his eyes. he began to be dismissive of it. It's not a matter of concern. Not bad. After the living person has refined the in-spirit origin, you can indeed see the shadowy spirits. But it was impossible for the living to get the in-spirit origin no matter what. Even if the in-spirit actively gave the in-spirit origin, the living don't get it either. Not to mention refining. In-spirits can use the secret arts of hell to manifest and communicate in the presence of the living, even attacks, etc. But the in-spirit origin is different. The in-spirit origin involves the great mystery of in-spirit. It's immensely complex. The in-spirit can't give the living access to the in-spirit source, so he started to be dismissive of it. It's not a matter of concern. Bullheads pee for nothing. It was categorically impossible for a blood demon to get the in-spirit origin from urine. Who knew? The blood demon actually got the in-spirit origin from the urine, and it was refined away. Bullseye can't be that good. It was obviously done by Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng made the ox head lose its in-spirit characteristics. The bull's head gives the in-spirit origin. It can be obtained and refined away by the living. How did this happen? For that, he couldn't figure it out for the millionth time. What kind of power do I possess? How should I put it? It should be a power that you can't fight against. Chen Changsheng said calmly. He's very humble now. Added the word should. He has the power, not should. Rather, it is a force that can in no way be countered by hell. So confident? The in-spirit king's pupils shrank and moved. I admit that you are somewhat unfathomable and tactful. However, the hell is by no means as simple as you think. He persuaded Chen Changsheng, not quite wanting to fight him. Go back before it's too late. Hell is no place for you. He said, if you really want to enter the hell, the only thing that awaits you is death. Being transformed into a in-spirit by the hell. Hell I have to go. Chen Changsheng said, Weatherly Sun has been transformed into a in-spirit, and whether he is inside the hell. These answers, he will only know when he gets to hell. Not listening? I'm not scaring you. The waters of hell are far deeper than you can imagine. The in-spirit king's gaze was deep. Don't say you. So what if it's a fairy? When you go inside the hell, you will only be suppressed by the hell. It said one after the other. Ah, the king. It's useless for you to say that. We told him all this a long time ago. Bullseye thought in his mind. They had told Chen Changsheng earlier that even immortals couldn't do it, and couldn't fight against the hell. Chen Changsheng, on the other hand, simply refused to listen, completely ignoring the horrors of hell. Sure enough, the Nether Spirit King's words had just finished. Chen Changsheng then said, just because Xian can't doesn't mean I can't. Hell, I'm definitely going. It's ing crazy. Does that mean he's more powerful than an immortal? The in-spirit king had seen madness before, but had never seen Chen Changsheng so mad. If you have to go, then there's nothing more to say. The in-spirit king droned. There's no way I'm going to let you enter the hell from me. The living may not enter hell. It guarded the abyss of death. How could it not allow a living being like Chen Changsheng to enter the hellmouth? Even if Chen Changsheng was not easy to deal with, it wasn't too keen on fighting Chen Changsheng. That can't be helped. It could only fight with Chen Changsheng. Chapter 29, The Gloomy, Bloody Hell of Ghosts. The king of the underworld spirit struck out. An unimaginable surge of Yin power, like a flood breaking through an embankment, surged and bombarded Chen Changsheng's side. The great earthquake of the death depths. The black and purple blood soil cracked rapidly, thick cracks spreading and collapsing fully. He was the first man in the ancient world. Ben has unfathomable power. After becoming the king of the underworld, he was even more terrifying, possessing even more terrifying Yin power. The living are transformed into nether spirits after death. The power of the living doesn't go away. It will then be transformed into the corresponding Yin power. The first man in the ancient world. Fault milling. It's no joke. The Yin Spirit King had surpassed the level of the ultra-heavenly emperor in his lifetime. He broke the limits of the human world, breaking free from a human yoke. There are shackles in the human world. The only way to break free from all the shackles of the human world. It is only then that you can transcend from the human world, embark on the road to immortality, achieve the immortal position. The ultra-celestial emperor is the supreme combatant who has not broken free from his shackles in the human world. 9 is the extreme number. There are 9 yokes in the human world. The king of the underworld broke free of a shackle during his lifetime. Become the king of the underworld. He broke free from 3 shackles one after another. Now he had broken free from a total of 4 shackles. He who breaks free of the 4 shackles, it is as horrible as it gets. The ultra-heavenly emperor was as small as dust even before him. A snap of the fingers can extinguish it. Chen Changsheng was unfathomable, causing him to be terrified. He struck with all his might. The super terrifying Yin power that had broken free of the 4 shackles burst out in full force. The blood demon, Bullhead and Horseface were all scared out of their wits. The power was too terrifying. The slightest wisp that fell on them, they were all destined to be completely obliterated. Chen Changsheng's face was calm. He waved his hand gently. The super terrifying Yin power of breaking free of the 4 shackles instantly dissipated completely. Thump! The Yin Spirit King's pupils shrunk violently, and his body kept falling back at extreme speed. He knew that Chen Changsheng was unfathomable. not good to deal with. But I didn't expect Chen Changxing to be so unfathomable, so bad to deal with. It's just a wave of the hand. The super terrifying yin power of breaking free of the 4 shackles. It was just all wiped out in an instant. The first general under the Yin Spirit King, Bai Yu, was filled with white. It was so frightened that its Yin spirit body was unsteady and miserably weak. It has a tendency to dissipate. What? Is it ever that scary? It was cold and sweaty, shocked to the core. At the same time, it was incredibly grateful. It was glad that it had wisely not engaged Chen Changxing earlier. The first time, the Yin Spirit King was notified. If it had fought with Chen Changxing in front of it, no doubt about it, Chen Changxing could destroy it with a wave of his hand. Kill! The Yin Spirit King hissed as his aura soared. There's no way back for him. One could only fight to the death with Chen Changxing. Rumble! With a roar, the Temple of the Bones of Death pulled up its roots, and then it transformed into a huge bone blade and flew into the Yin Spirit King's hand. It wasn't as simple as a bone temple after all. The bone knife emitted horrifying fluctuations. The Underworld Spirit King carried a bone sword and his strength sword. This is a great treasure in hell. The power is terrifying. With the bone sword in hand, the Yin Spirit King's battle power directly came to the realm of breaking free from the 5 shackles. Swish! With one slash, all of space and time seemed to be chopped in two. The long river of time and space collapsed and broke off. The end is horribly scary. Chen Changxing still had a calm expression on his face, still waved his hand gently. A split second, all is calm again. All Yin power was fully obliterated by the invisible force. What? The Yin Spirit King lost his voice, and then the whole drooping down. He's very clear. Chen Changxing possessed a power that far surpassed his, and was not something he could contend with. The altar to hell. It's in the depths. Go ahead. He feebly lowered the bone knife in his hand. No more blocking. Chen Changxing did not harm the Yin Spirit King. He took Blood Demon, Bullhead and Horseface, and stepped onto the altar leading to hell. Complex eerie symbols appear at the altar, after which creepy ghostly flames light up. Chen Changxing and other figures disappeared. When their figures reappeared, they have come to hell. Blood and light cover the sun. It's a bleak, bloody world. Look around. Withered bones piled up into mountains. Rotting corpses were strewn across the ground, and in the dim bloody light, there were countless shadowy spirits appearing and disappearing, walking forward with fear. The blood demon was creeped out. Spare it this ancient great demonic ruthlessness. Come hereafter. Can't help but tremble with fear either. The immense and unimaginable ghost gate stretched across the distance. It is the entrance to hell. The spirits enter hell. All must pass through the ghost gate here. The eerie ghost gateway, illuminated by the dim bloodlight, looked like a 10,000-year-old ghost with its bloody mouth open. Horrible and creepy. Countless shadowy spirits walked into the ghost gate in fear, uneasiness, and inexplicable horror. They're Yin spirits that have been freshly transformed. In life, most of them were not very strong. It is not only the powerful living who are transformed into Yin spirits after death. Other living beings are transformed into Yin spirits when they die. Of course, the one responsible for transforming them would not be a Yin spirit of the level of Oxhead and Horseface. Bullhead and Horseface, they are Yin generals. It is only responsible for transforming powerful beings. Weaker beings, it will be converted by the deconversion of a low-level Yin spirit. Walking through ghosts, these newly transformed Yin spirits were even more fearful and terrified. Both sides of the ghost gate, each stood with 9 Yin spirit kings. They have different images. There are people, demons, and beasts, etc. They are huge. Each body exceeds a mountain. They watched the spirits that walk into the ghostly gates. The eyes were terrifying. Each eye was like a blood moon across the sky. The sense of oppression is extreme. The freshly transformed Yin spirit, under this gaze, one was scared to death, shivering and shivering all over. This is the significance of the 18 Yin spirit kings watching the newly transformed Yin spirits here at the ghost gate, deterring the newly transformed nether spirits. Fear of hell. Chen Changxing and the others walked down the altar, also heading towards the ghost gate pass. Is this moment finally coming? Dying. Bullseye panicked inwardly. To hell. It also means that they will receive heavy punishment from hell. It was even likely that what awaited them was the direct obliteration by hell. Is there something wrong with my nose? Why do I smell the scent of the living? A Yin general who was taking transformed Yin spirits to the ghost gate. There was an abrupt stop. Its nose kept twitching and its brow furrowed as it smelled the scent of the living. But how was that possible? The aura of a living person. Still exuberant. Not an ordinary living person. A living person has come to hell? One after another. The Yin generals smelled the living. The place erupted in a flurry of confusion. The Yin generals who smelled the scent of the living all looked incredulously towards Chen Changxing's side. Hiss, there really are living people coming here. Or two, is that a bull? They've gone mad. How dare they bring the living here? The confusion expanded, and various voices rang out, and the sound is getting louder. It's like an explosion in here. The appearance of 2 living people, causing pandemonium. All the shadowy spirits did not expect a living person to appear here. the 18 spirit kings behind the ghost gate, all of them also moved their eyes over, looking over to Chen Changxing's side. Chapter 30, Walking Through the Ghost Gate, Stepping onto the Yellow Springs Road, the living appear in hell? This is something that has never happened before in history. The scene was super chaotic. Countless spirits stirred, and noisy voices resounded continuously. 18 underworld kings. The eyes were like a blood moon as they looked toward Chen Changxing. Horribly appalling. Dead, dead, dead. It's going to be a total disaster. Bullseye's body shivered. They are beyond terrified. It was even as if they all saw them being wiped out by hell. Bring the living to hell. That's a big offense against hell. Damn it. I was reborn in the current world and returned, and I haven't had a chance to enjoy anything yet, and I'm going to die here? The blood demon growled in his mind. Hell is too scary. Just one ghost gate is so scary. It ran out of confidence. Even all along the way, Chen Changxing had always been invincible. It had no confidence at the moment. It was thought that Chen Changxing could not possibly be a match for the Hellmouth. At the same time, Chen Changxing's face was calm, ignoring the pandemonium in the field. He also ignored the gazes of the countless spirits, as well as the generals, and even the 18 spirit kings that were looking towards him. Gust of wind. He walked forward slowly, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Handsome face without a ripple. Chen Changxing has come to visit hell. He spoke softly. The sound is not loud or high though, but it resounded clearly throughout the room. The pressure overpowered the deafening cacophony. If a living person trespasses into hell, he will be killed without pardon. Kill! The 18 spirit kings shouted in a cold voice. Monstrous killing intent instantly flooded the entire field. Even more so, he locked onto Chen Changxing in the first place. Swish, swish, swish. The creepy ghostly fire suddenly brightened and burned wildly. All the generals of the same level as Oxhead and Horseface. All of them struck out, killing toward Chen Changxing. Someone comes to visit hell and hell wants to kill them. Is this the way hell treats its guests? Chen Changxing spoke calmly. As his voice landed, the invisible force instantly fixed all the generals who had struck out, and the power that erupted from these generals. Wipe it all out. As far as hell is concerned, there are no guests. A spirit king shouted. Boom! It came straight out of the gate. A slap of terror incomparably slapped towards Chen Changxing. Unimaginable power surged with this slap of its. It is fiercer than Miaofeng. Breaking free of the 5 shackles. There were no guests before, but now there are. Chen Changxing took a step forward. The palm that slapped towards him was immobilized on the spot. Bold! Who are you to call yourself a guest in front of hell? The remaining 17 netherworld spirit kings struck out. One is scarier than the other. There is breaking free of the 6 yokes. There are also those who break free from the 7 yokes. All of you are too excited. It's better to calm down. Chen Changxing opened his mouth. In a flash, there was rain falling. The 17 spirit kings erupted with power. Actually, under the dripping rain, all dissipated. What? Where is this fierce man from? It's horrible, isn't it? Countless spirits exclaimed in shock. Frightened to the point of scalp numbness and cold sweat, the 17 spirit kings guarding the ghost gate pass struck, and that's how it was dissolved? The rain dripped down onto their faces, and the expression on their faces was all incredulity. The 18 spirit kings trembled tremendously. How could I have never imagined that there were such horrible beings in the world? Having existed for a long time, one can really see everything. The living can actually be seen inside the hell. Who says it isn't? Wordlessly, a black and a white figure appeared in front of the ghost gate. They wear tall hats and stick out extra long tongues that hang down to their chests. The black figure held long chains in his hands. In turn, the white figure held a white weeping stick in his hand. They are black and white. From the Yellow Springs Road behind the ghost gate, past the ghosts. It is the road to the Yellow Springs. There is a temple of impermanence on the Yellow Springs Road. It is the temple where they both are. They are responsible for sitting on the Yellow Springs Road. A small living being, how dare you trespass into the hell? You really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Hey, you guys want to go to hell so badly? Well then, we brothers will fulfill you and take you through the ghost gate and down the Yellow Springs Road. The black and white irregulars held the soul hooking chain and the wailing rod and killed towards Chen Changxing. They are fiercer in strength. All of them broke free of the 9 shackles. One step further and you touch the immortal level. I don't need you guys to take me. I can walk on my own. Chen Changxing was calm and indifferent. He walked forward, ignoring the attacks of the black and white irregulars, breaking free of the 9 shackles. Black and white is undoubtedly very scary, but, in front of Chen Changxing, they count for nothing. In between Chen Changxing's steps, they were all fixed on the spot, unable to move a muscle. The power that had erupted was also wiped out in its entirety. Is he an immortal? It's horrible. The faces of the general and the spirit king all showed expressions of horror. the black and white invincibles who have broken free of the 9 shackles, just set on the spot? They didn't even see Chen Changsheng make a move between Chen Changsheng's usual walks, and it fixed the black and white invincibles. Chen Changsheng walked through the ghost gate and stepped onto the Yellow Springs Road. The blood demon was still in place. It hesitates, thinking of following them, or just running away? Although the black and white irregulars were still easily suppressed by Chen Changsheng, but it still didn't have a clue in its mind. The true horror of hell hasn't even been shown yet. It didn't feel that Chen Changsheng would still be able to easily suppress and run through the earth after entering the hell. Run. It decided to take the opportunity to run away and not follow Chen Changsheng into the hell, but it hasn't started running yet. One could see countless Een spirits, Een generals and Een spirit kings, and even the black and white irregulars, all looking towards it. The power to fix the Een general, the king of Een spirits, and the black and white irregulars had disappeared. They have all regained their freedom. The blood demon's heart fluttered at the sight of them. This is still running like this? The black and white irregulars, etc., would certainly not let it leave this way. If it's open and running, the black and white irregulars and others will surely be the first to strike. Its move to run away was also bound to cause Chen Changsheng to be dissatisfied. It was likely that Chen Changsheng would not care about it at that time. Chen Changsheng kept it with him. The purpose was to capture the mysterious lord who gave it its weird power. It does not consider it irreplaceable. Many beings have been given weird powers. Chen Changsheng could have gone back to find other beings who had gotten the weird power. It really wasn't that important to Chen Changsheng. Go with it. With nothing else to do, it could only harden its head, walk through the ghost gate, and set foot on the road to the Yellow Springs. Don't say. It headed over to the ghostly side. The black and white irregulars, etc., all dare not make a move against it. Follow him. If we don't leave, I'm afraid we'll be torn to pieces now. Bullseye wasn't going to follow through, but they saw those Een generals, the king of Een spirits and the black and white irregulars, all looking at them eerily. They rushed to follow in fear. If you don't follow, just stay where you are. It's a good bet that the black and white and the others will tear them to pieces. The Yellow Springs Road, the flowers on the other side of the shore, the Hall of Impermanence, the Bridge of Neho. Chen Changsheng walked all the way over. The living have walked here? Never before in 1,000 years. An elderly old woman was cooking soup on the Naiku Bridge. After she saw Chen Changsheng, a shocked look appeared on the spot on the wrinkled old face. But soon she was grinning. She ladled a spoonful of soup from the cauldron, revealing a mouth full of large yellow teeth. The same goes for the living. Would you like a bowl of soup cooked by my wife? She said to Chen Changsheng in an eerie manner. Chapter 31, Vertical Invincibility to Fengdu City. 10 Great Kings of Hell Out. Bad content. Chapter 32, The Earth is Beyond Imagination. And why should I not be beyond imagination? The 10 great kings of hell who sat in Fengdu City stepped out, side by side. They each have great majesty and are not angry. Just a single look could cause one's Dao heart to break down, making it difficult to bear. 10. Hades. First Hall, King Qin Guang. Second Hall, King of Chu Kong. The 3 temples, the Song Emperor. 4th Temple, King of Pallbearers. 5 temples, Yama. 6th Temple, King Biancheng. 7 temples, the King of Tarzan. The 8 temples, the kings of the metropolis. 9th Temple, King of Equality. The 10 temples, the King of the Wheel of Fortune. Once the 10 Hades came out, Bullhead and Horseface's legs went limp. They lowered their heads, not daring to look at the 10 great Hades at all. Scared to death, the blood demon did the same, lowering his head, not daring to look at the 10 great Hades. Only Chen Changsheng looked at it calmly. There was no ripple on his face. Gentlemen, I'm sorry. I didn't want to force my way into the hell, but the rules of the hell are so strict that no living person is allowed to enter, so I had no choice but to barge all the way here like this. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth. I mean no harm. I'm only here to find out information about a former friend of mine. His name was Li Sun and he died 1,000 years ago. I want to know if he's been transformed into another spirit by hell. He opened the door without beating around the bush and stated the purpose of his visit to hell. The 10 kings of hell did not answer Chen Changsheng's question. Who are you? Where do you come from? What power do you cultivate? A hall of Qin Guang Wang said in a deep voice. Shady spirits are very special. The living power doesn't threaten the nether spirits at all. Instead, Chen Changsheng suppressed all the way to Fengdu City. How did this happen? He was curious to know the answer. None of this matters. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. A large number of the world's top-ranked strange medicines and strange treasures, etc., appeared in waving light. I came here in good faith, with no intention of working against hell, but only to find out what happened to my best friend. He waved his hand again. A large number of the world's top-class marvelous medicines and treasures, etc., flew toward the side of the 10 temples of Hades. It is ultimately rude to forcefully intrude into the Hellmouth, and these things represent my apologies to the Hellmouth. I hope you all will forgive my rudeness. Inform me of my late friend, he said slowly. As the saying goes, first things first, then things later. He had never been the type to use his power over others, even if he is already invincible. The 10 Hades did not collect. King Qin Guangwang waved his hand. Flying towards them came a large number of the world's top-class marvelous medicines and treasures, and so on, confined halfway across the country. There's no need to apologize or make amends. Hell has its rules. The living shall not enter hell. There's only one thing that can happen to you if you force your way into hell. That is to become another spirit, controlled by hell. King Qin Guangwang droned in a cold voice. No room for negotiation? If you all don't see these strange medicines and treasures in the world, in the back, I can deliver immortal pills and immortal treasures for all of you. Even, you all can make as many demands as you like. I can meet all of them. Chen Chongsheng spoke again. System permissions have been fully unblocked. Subsequent immortal level rewards arrive immediately. At that time he would have countless immortal pills, immortal treasures and so on. There's no room for negotiation. Do you think that immortal pills, immortal treasures, and the like will be tempting to us? You underestimate our hell. All the realms of the heavens, including the immortal realm high above the 9 heavens, within it all exists hell. Immortal medicines, immortal treasures, etc. count for nothing in terms of hell. King Qin Guang said icily. What? The heavens and the earth, even including the immortal realm, all have the existence of hell within them? The blood demon sucked in a breath of cold air. Heads are going to explode. Is the water in hell so deep? It's horrible, isn't it? This realm, hell, is but a projection of hell. We are also merely but a mere incarnation. You think you're so self-righteous, forcing your way into hell, thinking that hell can't do anything about you. I don't know. The horror of hell is far beyond your imagination. King Qin Guangyan once again droned. Projection? Incarnation? Blood Demon felt like his head was literally going to explode. Such a horrible place to be a projection? The 10 great kings of hell with such great majesty were only incarnations? It really doesn't know what to say. It's this little head. Can't imagine how horrible hell really is. You guys talk about how horrible hell is and how it's far beyond my imagination. But, have you thought about it? And will my terror be far beyond your imagination? Chen Changsheng spoke these words in a calm tone. Projection, incarnation, whenever he wants to, he could forcefully kill his way into the real hell, suppressing the instance of the 10 Hades. No matter how terrifying the 10 great Hades were in their true form, he's invincible. There is no upper limit to the realm of cultivation. Poke, this one's really raw. In the calmest of tones, the wildest of words, the blood demon had tears in his eyes. The crazier Chen Chongsheng was, the worse he would end up. It followed Chen Chongsheng. The end is also destined to be very bad. Arrogant. I don't know how to die. Calling out the hell. How dare you? Not to mention you. Even in the immortal realm, there is no one who dares to call the shots with the hellmouth. The 10 Hades king rebuked and shouted, his majesty skyrocketing. Rumble. They struck out, and super terrifying power swept through, suppressing Chen Chongsheng. Be the master of this place. Even if they were only avatars, they were incomparably terrifying, possessing powers that are all at the true immortal level. Their joint strike was even more terrifying. Even the golden immortals above the true immortals gotta feel the headache too. Facing the 10 great kings of hell's joint attack, Chen Chongsheng was unusually calm. He held out one hand. Invisible forces spread. The attacks of the 10 kings of hell were all wiped out in an instant. When Blood Demon saw this scene, he nearly didn't jump up from his spot. It's too fierce. The attacks of the 10 Hades kings were wiped out with one hand. I've always believed that this one can go all the way to the end of invincibility. It blurted out. It had forgotten the previous time when it had lost confidence in Chen Chongsheng. The moment. It's not weak in the legs or bent in the back. Stand straight. Even it dared to look beyond the 10 Hades. My God. No wonder this one, before coming to hell, had said that he didn't need to know about the state of hell. Bullhead and Horseface's eyes widened and their jaws dropped to the ground. This one is truly invincible. In the meantime, the 10 Hades faces all changed drastically. They also did not expect Chen Chongsheng to be so terrifying. Before Chen Chongsheng made his move, they hadn't even sensed that Chen Chongsheng was so terrifying. Kill. They are extraordinary. It quickly calmed down. They sacrificed the secret treasures of the Earth's capital that they each held and urged them with all their might. Suppress Chen Chongsheng. All of these secret treasures of hell have terrifyingly big origins. After they were fully hyped up, the golden immortal must also be put to death. The heavenly immortals above the golden immortals had to pay a heavy price. Chapter 33, Suppressing the Earth's capital is invincible, and the 10 great kings of hell can only obediently bow their heads. Bad content. Chapter 34 The immortal realm was not the supreme place. There were more terrifying places that existed. Bad content. Chapter 35 The gold content of striking out once. The 10 Hades king didn't understand. People from the Li and Zhao clans were all brought over. Both clans are quite numerous. The people who died in the first place and were able to be transformed into Yin spirits, all were transformed into nether spirits, including the young sons members of both clans. The people of the Li and Zhao clans were all sincerely terrified at this time. The heart is restless. The Li are okay. They heard Chen Changxing say that he was going to take them out of hell, although they didn't know what Chen Changxing wanted to do. But it's not that disturbing. Not so with the Zhao clan. Inside, they were all very upset. It was because they heard Chen Changxing say that he wanted to exterminate them. Why? They don't have a grudge against this one either. All of them were pretty sure they hadn't crossed paths with this one before. No need to be nervous. I'm a close friend of your old ancestor Li Sun, Chen Changxing said in a soft voice to the Li clan's people. Old ancestor Li Sun's best friend? Really? The Li clan's strongest members were all excited. They had all witnessed the moment when Chen Changxing was invincible and suppressed all the way to the end. Honestly, to their death, they had not expected such an invincible Chen Changxing to be close friends with old ancestor Li Sun. They are strong. Hell didn't let them drink the Mona soup in order to make things easier for them. They all remember the past. What old man? Li Sun. Who is it? The young members of the Li clan. On the other hand, all had confusion in their eyes. I don't know what Chen Changxing is talking about. They're not strong enough. Before stepping onto the Neho bridge, they all drank the Mona soup and forgot about the past. What? He's Li Sun's best friend. The Zhao clan's strongest person also didn't drink mangpa soup and remember the past. They were white as a sheet. All of them were paralyzed with fear. Chen Changxing was actually a close friend of Li Sun. No wonder Chen Changxing said he wanted to destroy them. They understood everything. They all knelt down, crying and begging for mercy from Chen Changxing. Please spare us. We have already paid the price of death for what we did in the first place, so you should stop pursuing the matter and let us go. They cried out in pain, not wanting to be wiped out like that. The young members of the Zhao clan were filled with confusion, not knowing what was happening. However, they still followed suit and knelt down to beg for forgiveness from Chen Changxing. They same don't want to be wiped out just like that. Chen Changxing didn't say anything. He waved his hand and exterminated all of these Zhao clan members. The hearts of the 10 great Hades looking on were once again startled. What power? It was actually able to wipe out the Yin spirit clean. Normal. There is no power that can completely obliterate the shadowy spirits. Can they be restored when they have drunk the Mona soup and forgotten the past? Chen Changxing asked King Qin Guang. He wanted to help the members of the Li clan, who drank the Mona soup, to recover their past memories. It's okay. King Qin Guangwang summoned the 3 life stones. Under his urging, the 3 life stone flowed with special secret power, reflecting the past memories of the young members of the Li clan. The power of Mona's soup disappears. These young members of the Li clan all recovered their past memories. Thanks. Chen Changxing gave a thank you to King Qin Guang. Dare not. Dare not. King Qin Guang returned in fear. It's always inconvenient to be in a shadowy state when I take them back. Is there a way to turn them back into living beings? Chen Changxing asked. He's taking the Li back. More than that, we must make the people of the Li tribe alive again. If it's always a Yin spirit state, something else is bound to happen back there. There is a way, but it's hard. We can't do it. King Qin Guang said. If you want to turn the Yin spirits back into living beings, you need to use the most masculine and strongest clay to help them remodel their physical bodies. They don't have this supremely masculine clay. Where? Chen Changxing asked. He looked at those rewards the system had given him. There is no such supremely masculine clay in it. The land of heavenly punishment. King Qin Guang said solemnly. That is the center of the heavenly tribulation, which is bombarded by the heavenly tribulation all year round. And under the perennial bombardment of the heavenly tribulation, the soil there all carries the power of the most yang and the most rigid. He stated, the land of heavenly punishment is very special and terrifying. No immortal emperor can even go in. Go in there and die. Hiss. The blood demon's scalp tingled as he listened, and his guts were scared out of his wits. Immortal emperors go in there and die? That's too scary. Where is the place of heavenly punishment? Chen Changxing was unimpressed and asked calmly. It's still really going. Ha! King Qin Guang and the other kings of Hades were terrified. Could it be that Chen Changxing was an immortal emperor? Nope. Any immortal emperor who goes in there has to die. Chen Changxing dared to enter. Wouldn't this mean that Chen Changxing was confidently fiercer than an immortal emperor? They can't believe it. Was the Chen Changxing in front of him really that terrifying? But they still truthfully informed Chen Changxing of the location of the heavenly punishment land. Okay, thanks, Chen Changxing said. In return, you guys can come to me for help if you need anything, and I can help you out once. He strikes gold one time, definitely high enough to be out of this world. Pity, the 10 Hades doesn't understand at all. They didn't take what Chen Changxing said to heart at all. Even they were all a bit dismissive. Want to laugh? Can you help them out for once? Are you kidding me? If Chen Changsheng really went to the heavenly punishment land, they didn't think that Chen Changsheng would be able to return from the heavenly punishment land alive. Apart, do they need to seek help from Chen Changsheng? It was true that Chen Changsheng was extraordinary and unfathomable. However, in front of their essence and the true hell, Chen Changsheng was destined to not be enough to look at. The difference is huge. What they could not do, it was even more impossible for Chen Changsheng to do. Yes, thanks. They returned with smiles on their faces, acting very excited. It was as if it was a great honor to receive a promise from Chen Changsheng to strike once. They didn't dare to show the disdain in their hearts. Chen Changsheng sensed the true emotional fluctuations of the 10 great kings of hell very clearly. No one can lie in front of him, and no one can hide the mood swings in their hearts in front of him. He knew that the 10 great kings of hell were filled with disdain for what he had said, but he didn't say much. The 10 Hades kings in the back know how powerful he is. Just know how much gold he is promising to strike once. Farewell. He bade farewell to the 10 kings of hell. Taking the blood devils and the Li clan with him, he prepared to leave hell. By the way, you guys don't make things difficult for Oxhead and Horseface. The two of them were coerced by me, and that's why they brought me to the hell. The two of them don't count as violating the rules of the hell. Before leaving, Chen Changsheng turned back to the 10 great kings of hell. I'll be back to see them later, he said again. I don't want Bullhead and Horseface to be punished by hell. After all was said and done, he took the Blood Demon and the Li clan with him and left hell. This one is so nice. Thank you to this one for speaking up for us. Bullhead and Horseface were touched in their hearts. If Chen Changsheng did not speak for them in the end, they would definitely end up in a very miserable state. The 10 kings of hell would definitely not let them go easily. And with Chen Changsheng's words, they are destined to be much better. Chapter 36, Returning from Hell. Killing on the Wei clan's clan lands. Chen Changsheng walked away and left the hell. The 10 Hades looked at each other. They were all furious that Bullhead and Horseface dared to bring the living to hell, and they wanted to wait until afterward to punish Bullhead and Horseface severely. However, Chen Changsheng ended up speaking for Oxhead and Horseface. They had to think carefully and did not dare to punish Bullhead and Horseface so easily. You two stand down. King Qin Guangwang waved his hand and told Oxhead and Horseface to retreat. Bullhead and Horseface hurriedly led the way. Get out of here. King Qin Guang and the other kings of hell returned to the Fengdu city. Is this thing just going to go away? The king of the second temple Chu Kong has a disgruntled heart, forced his way into the hellmouth, obliterated the Een spirits within the hellmouth, and took some of them with him. The more he thought about it, the more angry and resentful he became. Notify the incarnations within the other realms to come over and help us. Take him down. He speaks his mind. King Qin Guangwang didn't say anything, mulled it over for a long time. Finally, he made a decision. He's too unfathomable. The bottom line and all that, we're not sure. He said, it's better for us not to act easily and recklessly. Let's wait for our main body side to be busy and listen to the orders from our main body side. He wants stability, don't want to take any chances. He wanted to wait until the main body's side was busy and report Chen Changsheng's matter to the main body, so that the main body could decide and give orders. In the meantime, Chen Changsheng and the others had already returned to the Dao One Holy Land. The prince is back. The sacred land ancestors and the like went forward to greet them at the first opportunity. Li Ruoxue and the nine-headed lion, they also ran over. My lord, before you came back, the group of the Wei clan, an ancient lineage clan, came to the Dao One Holy Land to cause trouble, wanting to destroy the Dao One Holy Land and take away Ruoxue. The nine-headed lion was the first to sue up to Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng waved his hand to interrupt the nine-headed lion. I know all these things, Chen Changsheng said. Big Yellow, you did well. When Ruoxue was in trouble, you would rather die than protect Ruoxue. Very good. I know all of this, Chen Changsheng said to the nine-headed lion. He took out a large amount of the world's top-level strange medicines and strange treasures and strange methods and sent them over to the nine-headed lion. You have merit, or great merit, and these are for you, he said. The quasi-emperor realm is low, so utilize this and cultivate well to raise up your cultivation realm. Thank you, my lord. The nine-headed lion laughed so hard that his mouth couldn't even close. It never dreamed of it. One day, it actually managed to possess so many of the world's top-ranked strange medicines, strange treasures, and strange methods. Blood Demon's eyes were green with envy. The tiny quasi-emperor nine-headed lion was able to take credit for it. What's to stop it from taking credit? It also had to find a way to make a merit behind it and get rewarded by Chen Changsheng. Wakayuki. Chen Changsheng laughed lightly and walked over to Li Ruoxue. Gently, he rubbed Li Ruoxue's hair with his hand. This trip to hell, I brought back some of the Li clan, he said to Li Ruoxue. Ah, really? Li Ruoxue's eyes were filled with wonder and excitement. Aha. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. He waved his hand. All the people of the Li clan, who were invisible to the living, were revealed. Is this a descendant of our Li clan? The people of the Li clan, seeing Li Ruoxue, were also unusually excited. The sacred land ancestors saw this scene. The heart was shaken. This one is truly invincible. Even the legendary hell can't help this one. Let this one bring back so many Li clansmen from hell. What about old man Li Sun? Li Ruoxue blinked her big clear eyes and asked Chen Changsheng. She knew that old ancestor Li Sun was a close friend of Chen Changsheng. The person Chen Changsheng most wanted to bring back from hell was old man Li Sun. He's not in hell, and the situation is a bit unique, but I'm sure I can find him back there and bring him back, Chen Changsheng said. After saying that, he picked up Li Ruoxue. Come on, let's go to the Wei clan. He spoke softly. The Wei clan wanted to overthrow the Dao One Holy Land, and they even hit Ruoxue. Of course he wouldn't just let it go. He said so earlier. He wants the Wei clan to be removed from the world. Also, he brought back the Li. It was just the right time to settle the people of the Li clan into the clan lands of the Wei clan. The clan lands of the ancient world clan. It should be very good. Chen Changxing didn't know where the Wei clan's clan lands were. However, it was since difficult to defeat him. He enveloped the entire world in a single thought. Every inch of the world appeared clearly in his mind. He instantly found the Wei clan's clan lands, an extremely hidden ancient secret realm. Go! With a wave of his hand, he brought Ruoxue, as well as the nine-headed lion and the others, to the front of the Wei clan's clan land, the ancestors of the Dao One Holy Land. He brought them over as well. In the future, this will be the land of the Li clan. Inevitably, there would be places where the Dao One Holy Land would need help. He brought the Dao One Holy Land ancestors to recognize the path in advance. The sacred land ancestors looked at each other. Is this the Wei clan's land? But there's nothing here. Deep in a very ordinary mountain range, there aren't any buildings. There were no signs of anyone moving around either. Not even a spiritual vein. Higher cultivation substances are even less. Almost certainly not. It doesn't look like a place of any kind of cultivation at all. It was hard for them to imagine that the Wei clan of the ancient world clan, the clan land, would be here. However, to think that Chen Changsheng was invincible and possessed an unimaginable cultivation realm, they surely can't be in the wrong place. The clan land of the Wei clan is inevitably located here. My lord, let the little me take the lead. The blood demon volunteered to be unusually active. This is a great opportunity to get credit. It's not going to miss out on being on its best behavior. Okay, go ahead. Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. The blood demon led the order and immediately flew to the forefront, calling out, Wei clanspeople, all give you blood master roll out. It shouted. Inside the invisible ancient mysteries, the members of the Wei clan responsible for vigilance were greatly alarmed. How could they find this place? Quickly inform the old ancestor. They dared not hesitate to sound the alarm with fire. It was even the first time to find the Wei clan's current ancestors and report the situation outside. We haven't even finished investigating them and they're killing us? How dare you? Do you really think that our Wei clan is a soft persimmon that can be taken at will? The Wei clan's current generation of elder ancestors were furious. From ancient times until now, no one has ever dared to kill on their clan land. Let's go. Go over there and see what they've got. They moved and came to the entrance of the secret realm. Saw the blood demon that was clamoring outside. Ancient blood demon? It's a mistake to see it. How can it still be alive? The Wei clan's current generation of old ancestors were greatly alarmed. Doubt they're looking at it the wrong way. How could they have seen the blood demons of the ancient times? The Wei originated in ancient times, and the legacy has never been broken. They know the ancient times very well, knowing exactly what happened to the various powerhouses of the ancient era. The son of A is hiding and not responding, isn't he? Get your ass out here and die, the blood demon bellowed. Your blood demon grandpa can't wait to start killing. The faces of the Wei clan's current generation of ancestors changed drastically. It's really an ancient blood demon? So what if it's an ancient blood demon? We've got Lord Creepy's power. It can't make waves with it. The ancient ancestors will step in, and with Lord Creepy's power, they'll be able to suppress him on the spot. They laughed coldly, fearless of the blood demon killing their door. In their opinion, the blood demon killing over was purely looking for death. Chapter 37, with the toe cutter in hand. No one can stand in your way. Bad content. Chapter 38, not knowing how to live. The Wei clan is destined to be removed from the world today. Bad content. Chapter 39, Blood Demon. I am the most loyal dog beside Lord Eternal. A small, not very large, creepy little pool. Yet it exuded a frightening fluctuation that made one's heart tremble. It was as if it could destroy the world if it made a casual move. After the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan's distant and ancient times combined their efforts to sacrifice this bizarre little pool, the expressions all became calm. No more worries. They knew full well how scary the creepy little pool was. Even if the blood demon was as fierce as he was, and the heaven-slashing blade was as strong as it was still destined to not be able to fight against this bizarre little pool. Ha! An ancient ancestor of the Wei clan frowned, looking at the blood demon with suspicion, incredulously saying, "You've also been bestowed with bizarre powers? He can't be trusted. How does a blood demon have weird powers too?" They who possessed strange powers were a group, a camp. Through the creepy little pool, he clearly sensed the presence of bizarre power within the blood demon's body as well. It made him think and not understand. Same with weird powers. The blood demon should not have attacked them for that. Swish! The terrifying blade awnings were like the sea, and the blood demon did not speak, representing his attitude with his actions. This slash was still very terrifying. The void, time, and so on, were all cut off and divided by this blade. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clans distant in ancient times pushed the weird little pool with all their might. Creepy little pools instantly enlarged. A haze of eerie light fell, forming a weird curtain of light, sheltering the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan from the distant and ancient times. This not so large creepy little pool, it's really extremely scary. It actually blocked the blade. Blood demon, with the same bizarre power. You and we should stand together. An ancient ancestor of the Wei clan from the ancient times opened his mouth. It's not true that I have the power of guile, but I will never stand with you. I am one of Lord Eternal's men, the most loyal of men. Blood demon said loudly and firmly. Hiss! The worldly powerhouses watching from across the sky all sucked in a breath of cold air. They all heard what the blood demon said. This caused them to be filled with incredulity, their hearts shocked beyond belief. Such a horrible blood demon. It was actually someone else's henchman? They can't be trusted. Who is Lord Nagisa? The one who hugged the little girl and said, "The chopper can cut the sky?" They couldn't help but cast glances at Chun Chongsheng. If this is really Lord Eternal Life, and how scary should this one be? Blood demon, what nonsense are you talking about? With the power of guile, you can only be a subordinate of Lord Guile, and listen to Lord Guile's orders. Several ancient ancestors of the Wei clan, one after another, rebuked. What the hell, Lord Creepy? How can this bastard be compared to Lord Everlasting? I am the most loyal henchman beside Lord Nagisa. No, I am one of the most loyal dogs beside Lord Eternal. Blood demon drank one after another. Even more so, he took advantage of this to continuously show his loyalty to Chun Chongsheng. It had witnessed with its own eyes how terrifyingly invincible Chen Chongsheng was, which is weirdly laid out and scary and extremely mysterious and scary. It also felt that it couldn't compare to Chen Chongsheng. That's exactly why. At the time it said that it was the most loyal dog beside Chen Chongsheng. It's not only not ashamed, it's humiliated. Instead, they also felt very proud. Holy, this guy is trying to take my spot? The nine-headed lion was seething with resentment. It was given the name Rhubarb, and to make it fit the name Rhubarb, Chen Chongsheng made it into a dog. Nowadays, the blood demon also said he was a dog, and that it's the most loyal dog ever. Is this trying to take the dog's place with him? You want to steal its loyalty? There's no way I'm letting you steal mine. Woof woof woof, it said hatefully, and practiced barking in the process. In the meantime, after hearing what the blood demon said, the ancient ancestors of the Wei clans distant in ancient times were all furious. Blood demon, you're so proud of being a dog. You're hopeless. Lord Creepy gave you the power of Creepy and allowed you to live into the current world. Yet you betrayed Lord Creepy to become someone else's dog. You truly deserve to die. You can betray Lord Creepy if you want to? How can that be? Today, we will take you down and wait for Lord Creepy to decide later. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clans distant in ancient times rebuked in a cold voice. Buzz off. They pushed the weird little pool with all their might. The weird little pool trembled lightly, flowing with even more terrifying and bizarre fluctuations. This is the eerie source pool, which allows for the manipulation of eerie power. You have obtained the bizarre power and still want to betray it. It's simply foolish. An ancient ancestor of the Wei clan from the past sneered. There are creepy little pools in. They would have been able to securely take down the blood demon. Today it is much more stable. Creepy little pools can be manipulated with creepy powers. There is a weird power inside the blood demon, even less likely to contend with the weird little pool. The creepy little pool trembled lightly. The bizarre power within the blood demon's body ran uncontrollably. Eerie red hair began to grow rapidly on its body. It's over. The blood demon's face changed drastically. The bizarre power within it was fully out of control, and was rapidly taking over its flesh. Is that how it's going to end? Swish! Just then, the heaven-slashing sword in blood demon's hand lit up. In an instant, the bizarre red hair that grew on its body instantly receded. The bizarre power that was out of control inside it, it also became stabilized. Ha ha, I'm so stupid. This is the heaven-cutting sword given to me by Lord Eternal Life. I wouldn't just end up like this. It laughed out loud, thinks it's just plain stupid. With the sky-splitting sword given to it by Lord Eternal Life in its hand, how could it possibly be finished? No matter how horrible the opposite side's methods are, it is also never finished. What? How is this possible? The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan's distant and ancient times changed their faces drastically. It's amazing how the manipulation of the weird little pool fails. It was unbelievable to them. Hot damn. Start killing. The blood demon's eyes were glowing as he carried the heaven-slashing sword and chopped forward once again. Boom. It chopped out this time. It was more than several times more terrifying than earlier. The cut hadn't even fallen yet. The bizarre curtain of light that sheltered the weird little pool dropping down crumbled to pieces. Ancient ancestors of the Wei clan from the distant and ancient times. Even more, he suffered a heavy blow, with blood coming out of his mouth and his body cracking open fully. Boom. Unimaginable aftershocks. This slash cut above the weird little pool. Huge explosions roared, and the entire world shook chaotically. This slash is horrible. Spare the creepy little pool for the creepy heavy treasure. Couldn't stop the knife either. The weird little pool collapsed fully, and the weird liquid within was even chopped up. How? The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan from the distant and ancient times had not died and remodeled out new bodies. They shivered all over. Can't believe the results in front of me. This is a weird and heavy treasure given by that weird lord. It was actually shattered by such a slash. How can they believe this? How can they accept it? The blood demon didn't make a move to kill the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan's distant and ancient times. It knew that Lord Nagisa wanted to know the movements of the creepy lord. Where is the creepy lord who granted you creepy powers? Chen Chongsheng walked over, asked the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan from the distant and ancient times. Chapter 40. The world was shaken greatly, and many ancient era powerhouses came over to rescue the Wei clan. Chen Chongsheng walked in with an extraordinary aura, handsome face like an exiled immortal with lightness and spontaneity. The blood devil bent his body and stood respectfully behind Chen Chongsheng. Ancient ancestors of the Wei clan from the distant and ancient times. All of them realized that the person in front of them should be the Lord Eternal Life that the blood demon was talking about. That ancient ancestor of the Wei clan from the distant past that first appeared. The look was extraordinarily complex. No wonder the blood demon was that uptight at the time because of two words. No doubt about it. This Lord Eternal Life must possess unimaginable power. The sky-splitting sword must have been given a stronger power by this Lord Eternal. Looking at the blood demon's humble appearance, it really is this one. Lord Eternal Life. Is his name Eternal Life? Why doesn't it ring a bell at all? What kind of terrifying origin does he have? The worldly powerhouses watching from across the sky were all shocked in their hearts. It could make the blood demon say something like being a dog. This Lord Eternal Life was just as extraordinary and extremely terrifying. Not speaking? I didn't kill you just so you could answer Lord Eternal's question. The blood demon saw that the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan's distant and ancient past did not say anything. Carrying the sky-splitting sword, it said angrily, "If you don't answer Lord Everlasting's question, I'll kill you on the spot." The sky-splitting sword flashed with a cold aura. There is a flow of terrifying power. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan's distant and ancient times all felt the threat of death. They were all very sure, if the blood demon carried the heaven-slashing sword and chopped at them, they would all die for sure. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan from the distant and ancient times were so frightened that they were trembling. They didn't want to be decapitated by the heaven-beheading blade just like that. Don't want to die like this. They spoke hastily, ready to tell what they knew. Rumble. Right at this moment, terrifying sounds of large explosions came from the void one after another. Bite after a huge black hole appeared. A super scary and eerie aura spreads. The whole side of the world lost its luster and became dull. Friends of the Wei clan, don't panic. We're here to save you. We're from the same camp, and all of us have been rewarded by Lord Creepy. So naturally we can't just sit back and do nothing when the Wei clan is in trouble. Things that don't know how to die. Daring to hit the Wei clan is definitely the most regrettable decision you've ever made in your life. Terrible cold cries came out from the black hole one after another. One terrifying figure after another came out from various different black holes. They were all covered with weird red hair. There were human races, demon races, and ferocious beasts and transcendent foreign races with unbelievable bloodlines. They are clearly not the living beings of the day. The languages spoken are all very old. There is the language of the ancient times. There is also the language of the ancient age above the ancient age. And from an even more distant era of chaotic antiquity. There are a lot of them. There were more than 20 of them. After descending to this side, each of them possessed a terrifying momentum that suppressed heaven and earth. No need for any doubt. Each of them was far more powerful many times over than the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan's distant and ancient times. After the ancient ancestors of the Wei clan's distant and ancient times combined their efforts to sacrifice the bizarre source pool, it alarmed them who were also endowed with bizarre powers. They came to the rescue immediately. Hiss, how terrifying. What level of terrifying powerhouses are they? What on earth is the origin of this weird power? The worldly powerhouses watching from across the sky sucked in more than just cold air. Scared to the point of trembling. The forces of weird power. It's also too scary. I've seen it wrong. Is that the mixed demon emperor from the ancient times? A strong man lost his voice and exclaimed. When it was strong, it was honored by all the races as the true master of that time, and there was no one who was its opponent. He shivered and trembled. Mixed demon emperor, the invincible master in the middle of the ancient era, to rule over the nations, standing on top of the 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 top at that time. How is this possible? The Meng emperor from the late Taiku era is actually still alive. Another worldly powerhouse shouted in shock. He can't be trusted. The ancient times are so far away. How is it possible for someone to live to the present day? It's a complete break from the norm. Those who do not become immortal, unable to withstand the erosion and wear and tear of age, even if it's stronger, it too will eventually fall to the erosion and wear and tear of age. The ancient times are too far away from now. The erosion and wear and tear of the years have reached an unimaginable level. A powerful man from the ancient times, doomed not to live to the present day, long ago, under the erosion and wear and tear of the years, it dissipated completely. Monty, a top human gaijin in the late Taiku period, the Mon in which it is located. It was more of a top-tier giant race in the late Taiku period. There are many accounts and legends of the monarch emperor and the monarchs that have been passed down in later generations. A top-tier ancient sect in the late Taiku period, the Inyang sect's Inyang sect master, a supreme giant clan of the late Taiku period, the clan leader of the Golden Clan, a peerless ancient kingdom in the middle stage of the Taiku period, the emperor of the Fire Country, the lord of the Forbidden Land in the middle stage of the Swift Ages, the Fountainhead Sea Lord, the lord of the Forbidden Land in the middle stage of the Swift Ages, Corpse Emperor, a transcendent foreign race from the early Taiku period, the patriarch of the heavenly gold race, a supreme power of the early Taiku period, the beast lord of the beast sea. One deafening, resounding cry of alarm after another rang out one after another all over the world. No one was expecting it. Those worldly supreme figures that only existed in ancient rumor records. At this moment, they have actually come down to the world one by one. These ancient gaijin figures, all of them have left a heavy color in their time. Even if they were now covered in weird red hair, the worldly powerhouses watching from across the sky were also vaguely able to recognize it. After these exclamations of horror had risen, there were even louder cries of alarm that rang out across the world. This time the cry of alarm was so loud that it nearly toppled the entire world. The world's strongest man who watched from a distance, one after another, Lu recognized the origin of the only ferocious beast from the chaotic ancient era over there. It was also because of recognizing the origin of this chaotic ancient ferocious beast. Only then did it erupt into a super terrifying sound wave that was nearly capable of overturning the entire world. Ancestral crocodile, the leader of the 10 ferocious beasts in the late chaotic ancient period, the strongest ferocious beast at that time. It was unrivaled across the entire world at the time. Heavens, the chaotic ancient era has been so distant to date that it's impossible to estimate the number of years. How can it still be alive and descending on the current world? Today is destined to be the most horrible day ever. The voices are rising higher and higher all over the world, all in a state of serious doubt. The head of the 10 fowls of the late chaotic ancient period, the ancestral crocodile, had even descended. It's unbelievable, impractical, and more than a pipe dream. What happened today was outrageous, horrible, and scary, no doubt about it. After today, countless accounts of today's events will surely appear in the world, and these accounts will surely be passed on to future generations. They can all be expected to. When people in later generations read these accounts, they must have been one more confused than the other, and one more unable to believe them, and also surely all yell, "Fake it!" After all, such as they who were involved, those who saw it with their own eyes, and they're all yelling "Fake it!" So many terrifying and frightening powerhouses came to the rescue. The ancient ancestors of the Wei clan's distant and ancient times all burst into uncontrollable laughter. They have no more fear, no more worries. An ancient ancestor from the past was even more reckless as he said to Chen Changshang, "Want to know about Lord Creepy? You're not worthy of it. There's always urine without a mirror. So hurry up and take a piss and look at your own virtues." There was disdain and mockery between his brows. So many terrifying powerhouses descended. Chen Changshang was destined to be suppressed. There could be no other outcome. Chapter 41, A Great Battle Beyond the Ancient and Modern Worlds. A Taiku powerful person's outburst is too terrifying. Bad content. Chapter 42, The Sky Scalping Blade can truly cut through the sky, and when one blade comes out, the group of enemies will be defeated. Bad content. Chapter 43, Shin Changxing traveled to the land of heavenly punishment, and people from outside the heavens descended into the world. Chen Changxing respected the decision of the Li clan's people. The Li clan hesitated. They have a fondness for their former clan lands, still want to go back to the old clan lands, but, and they know it well, Chen Chongsheng was right. Their clan lands, which were later occupied by the Zhao clan, had long since been disfigured. It wasn't the clan land they remembered anymore. This place, the clan land of the Wei clan, is more suitable for them. Can we go back and take a look? Someone from the Li clan spoke up. They made a good decision to go back and see their former clan lands, and then make this their new clan land and start over. Sure, Chen Chongsheng smiled. Thanks, I really appreciate all the help you've given us. The Li clan members all thanked Chen Chongsheng from the bottom of their hearts. Not only did Chen Chongsheng save them from hell, it also helped those clansmen who drank the Mona's soup and forgot their past memories to recover their memories. Even found them such a nice new clan land. They were touched. Even if their elder ancestor Li Sun returned reborn, it's nothing more than that. No need to be polite to me, Chen Chongsheng said. His eyes were deep, filled with memories. Your old ancestor Li Sun and I are close friends in life and death. He rarely had such mood swings, only when recalling Li Sun. That brotherhood with Li Sun was something he would never forget. Ruoshue, do you want to follow them back to see what's going on? He gathered his thoughts. His eyes softly looked at Li Ruoshue in his arms. Well, elder, Ruoshue wants to go back together to take a look. Li Ruoshue obediently said back. Good. Chen Chongsheng laughed softly. He turned to look at the Daoi Holy Land's old ancestors. After this place becomes the Li clan's new clan land, there will surely be quite a few things that will trouble you all, so I also ask that you can help out more at that time, he said very politely. What are you talking about? My lord, you're too kind. Sir, please don't worry, Your Excellency, we will definitely do everything we can to help. The Daoi Holy Land ancestors hurriedly returned. Chen Chongsheng's politeness made them fearful. What a terror Chen Chongsheng is. To think that they are still so polite to them. How could they not be terrified? Not to mention that Chen Chongsheng had also done them a great favor. Good, then we'll all make ourselves at home. Everyone is family. Chen Chongsheng smiled. Hearing Chen Chongsheng say that we were all family members, the Dao One Holy Land ancestors didn't know how excited they were inwardly. At the same time, they were also overwhelmed with emotion in their hearts. What can they do? To be able to be referred to as one's own family by a supreme figure such as Chen Chongsheng, they were too lucky simply. You guys go, and if you need any help when you come back, you can ask the Dao One Holy Land for help. Chen Chongsheng said to the Li clan's people, I'm going to walk to the land of heavenly punishment, to bring you back the clay of the land of heavenly punishment, so that you may become alive again. His expression was bland. It was as if going to the land of heavenly punishment was a trivial matter. And indeed it is. No matter how menacing the place was, it carried no threat to him. But the Li heard it. Their faces all changed drastically. You really want to go to the heavenly punishment land? Or forget it, we know how you feel. But the heavens punishment land is just too dangerous. That's a place where even immortal emperors are bound to die if they go there. You're not going. We're fine the way we are. It's great. One by one, the Li clan members hurriedly said. They didn't want Chen Chongsheng to risk his life for them. They were all present when King Qin Guang recounted the situation in the heavenly punishment land, clearly heard how horrible and terrible the land of heavenly punishment was. What? Immortal emperors are all bound to die if they go? The Daoi Holy Land ancestors listened with tingling scalps and trembling hearts. Ah, so dangerous? Li Ruoshue also hurriedly said. Or you shouldn't go. Elder ancestor Chongsheng, no harm done. Chen Chongsheng smiled and rubbed Li Ruoshue's little head. As far as I am concerned, there is no danger in the land of heavenly punishment. He spoke calmly. Let Li Ruoshue and the Li clan not worry. He dropped Li Ruoshue from his arms. You guys go ahead. It won't take me long to get back. He whispered softly to Li Ruoshue. The nine-headed lion plopped down next to Li Ruoshue and let Li Ruoshue ride onto it. It carried Li Ruoshue and the Li clan members to the Li clan land. You must be careful, Elder Ancestor Eternal. Before leaving, Li Ruoshue waved her little hand to bid farewell to Chen Chongsheng. The blood demon finished the job, killed the ancestral crocodile and other powerhouses, emptied the Wei clan land. It just happened to see Li Ruoshue and the others far away. Do you want me to follow, my lord? It was worried about Li Ruoshue's safety and wanted to follow Li Ruoshue to protect her. No need. No one in the world can hurt her, Chen Chongsheng said. And after, he added, not only this world, but the worlds of the heavens, and even the immortal realm, and even those from lands more terrifying than the immortal realm, can't hurt her. He left a guardian power inside Li Ruoshue. No matter who it was, no one could hurt Li Ruoshue. Gone. He opened his mouth. Go? Where to? It shouldn't be heading to the land of heavenly punishment. The blood demon's face changed drastically. Tears were falling from his eyes. It's tempted to say, Your Honor, can I not go? The land of divine punishment. Any immortal emperor who goes there has to die. Although it knew that Chen Chongsheng was unfathomable, but it really didn't have the guts to follow Chen Chongsheng to the heavenly punishment land. After all, the place of heavenly punishment was really terrifying. However, it hasn't spoken yet. Its figure then followed Chen Chongsheng's figure and disappeared. Go to hell. Go to the land of heavenly punishment. Chen Shangsheng all brought blood demon with him. The purpose was to prevent that creepy lord from summoning the blood demon when he did. He's not. The Li clan is headed for extinction due to bizarre forces. Li Sun was even more tragically hit hard by the weird and powerful man. This is a debt that he will never just let go of. Dare to hit Li Sun hard. The ashes were raised for it. In the meantime, a figure descended into this world from beyond the heavens. It's a terrible environment here. He pinched his nose in disgust. Don't want to breathe the air of this side of the world. I really don't know how the beings of this realm live in such a poor environment. My clan feeds pigs better than this realm. He spat back and forth. The words were endlessly disgusting. It's a terrible environment in this world. So bad that he's uncomfortable all over. Wanted to turn around and leave. However, he didn't leave after all. Still stayed. It can't be helped. Only the small realm with an extremely poor environment fulfills the requirements. He shook his head helplessly. The worse the environment, the safer the small boundaries. The better the environment, the less secure the boundary. All right, notify the clan to come over. He contacted his clan and asked them to come over to this realm. After the contact, he gave a laugh. The small realm isn't useless. At the very least, there are slaves everywhere. He stood tall, looking down on this side of the world. All the living beings in this world will become their slaves. Chapter 40. For the heavenly outsiders look down on the world. Those who kneel live. Those who don't kneel die. This figure looked down on the entire world with an arrogant stance. The world was in his sights. He was middle-aged in appearance and dressed in garish clothes not of this side of the world. The eyes were as deep as the vast starry sky. There was no terror emanating from his body though, but the supreme majesty could be felt. He is just as uncomplicated. The strength is horrible. In fact, he was indeed uncomplicated and terrifyingly strong. Otherwise he wouldn't have said things like slaves everywhere. Slaves everywhere. He clearly didn't have the living beings of this side of the world in his eyes. I see this world as my own. It can be suppressed at will. The upper realm coming to the lower realm is not a random suppression. He smiled contemptuously. Superiority. From the bottom of my heart, I despise this realm. A lowly lower realm only. He hadn't been able to see it since. Not bad. He came from the upper realm, the Red Yang realm, the world of the heavens. The realms are countless, and these realms are also divided into sizes, strengths and weaknesses. Not all sectors are the same. It is divided into the lower world, the upper world, and the heavenly world. Among them, the lower world is the most numerous and has the worst environment. The number in the upper world is somewhat smaller, but the environment is 1,000 times stronger than the lower world. As for the most powerful heavenly realm, the number is even smaller. There are only 9 worlds within it. The 9 square worlds are also known as the 9 realms of heaven. This side of the world would be the lower world, the Red Yang realm that the middle-aged man came from. It was strong in all the realms in the upper realm. It can be ranked in the top 100. In that case, the middle-aged man was naturally superior. In his opinion, he came from the Red Yang realm, the top 100 realms of the upper realm, to this lower realm. Undoubtedly a descending blow. It could easily crush all the living beings in this world. Those bastards who devoured the foreign races have stirred up all the realms in the upper realm, and are all looking for a way out in droves. He gritted his teeth. There was endless resentment in his eyes. The upper world is very chaotic right now. Most of the realm beings were running for their lives, seeking a way out. He descended to this lower realm, and for the same reason, the Red Yang realm couldn't stay. It was overrun by the devouring Fae. They could only be forced to leave the Red Yang realm. Look for where they've landed. The devouring realm where the devouring Fae is located can't even enter the top 100 of the upper realm, and its overall strength is very weak. However, they somehow got some kind of dark power. All of a sudden it became incredibly scary. Even the strongest realms in the upper realm are no match for them. The devouring Fae go wherever they go. Many realms in the upper realm have fallen. The living beings within it, the heavenly materials, the essence of the world, and so on. No exceptions. All of them were devoured by the devouring Fae. This included those top realms in the upper realm. They couldn't stop the devouring Fae either. All of the top realms have completely fallen, occupied by the devouring Fae. It was later devoured within it by the devouring Fae. The remaining realms that have not been devoured and occupied by the devouring alien race, all of them are also at risk. Before the devouring Fae could reach their realm, have left the realm where they were, seek a place of safety, and these realms, almost all of them, have hit the lower realms with their ideas. The lower world is a very poor environment. The devouring Fae shouldn't come to the lower realms to devour. The lower world should be a little safer. So, they all hit the lower world, one by one. They were rushing from the upper world to the lower world. Actually, they were rather more interested in entering the heavenly 9 realms. The 9 realms of heaven are high above. Strong men are everywhere in it. Supreme figures abound. Spare the devouring Fae even more terror. It was also difficult to shake the heavenly 9 realms by devouring the foreign races. If you are able to enter the heavenly 9 realms, they are bound to be very safe. No longer do you have to worry about the threat of the devouring Fae. Also, the cultivation environment of the Heavenly Nine Realms is superb and unrivaled. They practiced within the Heavenly Nine Realms. It is possible to cultivate to a higher realm and reach higher achievements. However, if you want to enter the Heavenly Nine Realms, they just think about it too. The Heavenly Nine Realms strictly prohibited the entry of outside beings. They couldn't even enter the Heavenly Nine Realms. Many realm beings in the upper realm are rushing towards the lower realm. The number of realms in the lower world is large enough though, but it sure as hell can't avoid a scramble. Many strong clans from the same realm are afraid that they won't be able to coexist in the lower realm. Most would be thinking of monopolizing a realm. The middle-aged man, Mo Fong, whispered to himself. This was by no means a random thought on his part. Think of the Mo clan, still trying to monopolize a sector. Not to mention those strong clans from the top 50, or even the top 10 realms. After all, the lower world is not like the upper world. The lower boundary is a poorer environment. There are also fewer resources for cultivation, etc. Beings who were originally in the same realm in the upper world, if they are still in the same realm in the lower world, cultivation resources, etc. are definitely not enough. Basically, there are powerful clans and forces. All will be thinking of monopolizing the lower realms. This situation, a greater number in the lower world would certainly not be enough. Pandemonium will surely break out then. There is more than one fight. I have to hurry and suppress the living beings of this world to welcome the coming of the clan, and afterward make the living beings of this world slaves. Cooperate with my clan to fortify the defense of this world. Make the setup against other upper world beings who want to come to this realm. It's his duty. He was the most early pioneer on the road. The duty is to enter the lower world early, preempting the occupation of one of the lower realms. Prepare for the coming of the clan. Okay, let's get moving. He exuded supreme power, mirroring in this side of the world. A split second, his figure appeared high above the sky all over the world. What the hell? Who is this? Living beings everywhere in the world. Seeing the middle-aged man's figure that suddenly appeared high above the sky, all of them were shocked. You lowly natives, I am your master. Submit to me quickly and become my slave. The middle-aged man, Mo Fong, looked indifferent. The voice resounds all over the world. A supreme majesty that cannot be blasphemed. More so with his voice, enveloping the whole world. He's bossy. No worries, calling the creatures of this world lowly natives. He even threatened to make the living beings in this world submit to him quickly, become his slave. The supreme majesty that cannot be blasphemed envelopes the entire world. All living beings in all parts of the world could not control their trembling. In the face of such supreme majesty, they were completely defenseless. None of them can afford it. Those who submit live. Those who don't die. Mo Fong shouted in a cold voice. This time, the voice was tinged with boundless killing intent. The world's living beings heard this voice. No one is freezing cold. It was like being in the middle of an icy, chilly place. Those who kneel now are submissive, and those who don't kneel will be killed without pardon. Mo Feng's eyes were cold, never in jest. Those who do not kneel in the next instant, he shall kill. As his voice landed, his figure reflected high above the sky in all parts of the world solidified. Gaze upon the living creatures of the earth. But anyone who doesn't kneel, if the figure is solidified, it will step out and kill it. Chapter 45. Invite that one to come out and kill the enemy, and invite that one to come out and protect the world. Countless solidified figures stood all over the world. Each figure was extremely terrifying. Compared to the vault of heaven, it stood there like a huge mountain towering into the clouds. They watched the beings underneath, majestic and incomparable at the same time. It was tinged with surging killing intent. All living beings in the world tremble with fear. None of them were horrified. Mo Fong was not speaking the language of this realm. They can't understand, but the meaning can be clearly understood. There is a sense of spiritual thought embedded in Mo Feng's words. By sensing spiritual thoughts and feelings, one can understand the meaning of the words. They were furious beyond belief. It has never felt so suffocating. Mo Fong came up and called them lowly natives not to mention, and to bring them to their knees in submission. They gnashed their teeth, and there was no greater contempt than this. Pity. They couldn't be angrier or more defiant. Mo Feng's strength had reached an unknown level of terror, divided into countless figures. Each and every one of them had an unimaginably terrifying power. It's of watching their eyes. It's like an abyss of death. They couldn't muster up any courage to fight back at all. Where is that one? Hurry up and slap him to death. Come up here to take over our side of the world and make us slaves? That one, hurry up and manifest. Let this damned fellow know that our side of the world is not something to be messed with. Countless living beings in the world called up Chen Changsheng in their hearts. Nowadays, the only one who could suppress this heavenly outsider was Chen Changsheng. The heavenly outsider was obviously even more terrifying than the ancestral crocodile and other powerhouses. Boom! The heavens shook and the earth trembled. The world erupted in a world-shaking roar. Emophone was trying to establish authority. A figure slapped the ground. In an instant, the world trembled violently, more terrifying than if a great earthquake had occurred. Countless buildings collapsed. Countless mountains cracked open. Countless rivers break off. He's horrible. A single figure was enough to easily subdue a strong person who had broken free from the shackles of 2 or 3 human worlds. Invite that one to come out and kill the enemy. Ask the one to protect the world. The world needs you. I don't know what worldly being cried out for such a voice. Immediately afterward, the world was full of such voices. Countless living beings cried and called up Chen Changsheng in a loud voice. Hopefully, Chen Changsheng will show up and make a move, suppressing the outer heavenly beings. The one? Which one? Emophone listened to the call that resounded through the world. The face grew more and more disdainful. Lowly lower realm beings, not even as good as the livestock raised by my clan. How dare they fantasize about rebelling against me? Ridiculous. The one you call out of your mouths. Perhaps it is the most powerful in your mind. But in front of me, the one you're talking about, not even a mole cricket. His scorn was undisguised. Looking down on this side of the world, looking down on Chen Changsheng's words, ring out the world. Woof! What are you? You dare to insult His Excellency? The 9-headed lion roared angrily. The heavenly outsider's words insulting Chen Changsheng caused it to become furious. Don't you dare talk about the elder ancestor like that. Li Ruoxue, who was riding on the 9-headed lion, also had an annoyed look on her small face. Insulting Lord Eternal. How dare you? Not to mention that you're only one person. Even if your entire clan were to descend, or even if all the strongest people in your realm were to descend, Lord Everlasting would still be able to hold you all down with one finger. The Li clan's people were furious. The killing intent was monstrous. They would never allow others to insult Lord Nagisa like this. Tiny mole cricket, don't know how to die. The figure of Emophone that stood on their side, hearing words like these, eyes slowly gazed their way. Kill! His eyes were cold. Piercing rays of light shot out from his eyes like the light of extinction. A bombardment was launched against Li Ruoxue and the others. The Li clan members rushed forward into the air, fending off the 2 horrifyingly blinding rays of light that were blasting over. Rolling in power surged. This side of heaven and earth instantly darkened. The terrifyingly gloomy wind appeared, making people unconsciously numb their scalps and tremble with fear. They're all shadowy spirits. Normal. The living can't see them. Even as strong as Emophone, he couldn't see them. However, Chen Changsheng, in order for them to be able to communicate with the living easily and so on, make them visible with power. Therefore, they are visible to the living in the world. The figure of Emophone was the same. Not in that case. Not to mention the figure of Emophone. Even Emophone proper couldn't see them. They exploded with full force. Used the secret techniques of hell to catalyze the Yin power. But this figure of Emophone was too terrifying. They had only managed to move these 2 horrifyingly blinding beams of light away with all their might. It didn't let the 2 horrifyingly piercing beams of light blast into Li Ruoxue's side and theirs. Boom! 2 lurid, blinding beams of light fell to either side. In an instant, the sky fell apart. The place where the 2 horrifyingly blinding beams of light fell was blasted into a bottomless abyss. The Li clan's faces turned pale. The body shook. They are no longer able to fight. Just now they had spelled out all their strength. Humph! Emophang's figure snorted coldly and struck again. This time, an even more terrifying beam of light shot out from his eyes. If you come to the world to cause trouble, the elder ancestor will not let you go. Li Ruoxue's gaze was firm. Without the slightest bit of fear, she leaped lengthwise off the 9-headed lion, meeting the 2 even more terrifying beams that were blasting straight at her. She knew that the elder ancestor had left a guardian power inside her. Good as last time. She's in danger. There was an elder ancestor figure coalescing, took care of the danger for her. Emophang's figure saw a little girl like Li Ruoxue and just greeted her. A sneer appeared on his face at once. A little girl wants to block his attack? Ridiculous. Ridiculous. However, in the very next instant, he blushed profusely. The previous sneering expression was all but gone. Only Li Ruoxue took 1 step forward. Behind her, there was actually a faint figure that slowly coalesced. And as this faint figure slowly coalesced, the 2 lurid beams of light that blasted towards Li Ruoxue, the knuckle crumbles, and finally it was even more completely dissipated. Swingers, the faint figure behind Li Ruoxue. It was also completely solidified at this time. It was a young figure with no oppressive might. It looks peaceful. He had a handsome face and a slender, perfect body, clothes gently fluttering with the wind, temperament transcendent spontaneity, more than the banishment of the immortals also light and dusty. He stood over there, his face calm, and it was such a calm, unoppressive figure. However, it caused a feeling of fear to arise in the heart of Emophang's figure. It was as if the figure was a supreme lord that could not be blasphemed. Little mole cricket, how dare you act so big? Looking for death. He was irritated, couldn't stand the fact that he would actually be intimidated by a lower realm being, especially since it's not even insta, it's just a figure. Although he was also a figure, he was by no means comparable to the lower beings of the lower realms. Kill! His eyes were fierce. Killing intent swept across the entire heaven and earth. A slap was viciously slapped towards that figure. He was going to slap the figure. Chapter 46 Chen Changqing's figure appeared in the world, and even the most terrifying people outside the heavens had to be put to death. The Mo Feng figure was annoyed. What a status he has! What a strength! Just now, he was actually scared to the point of trembling by this figure. He can't stand it. The large slap that slapped over was surrounded by supreme laws, and there was even a sound of the great Tao resounding. He used his full strength to slap the figure. The figure was expressionless, ignoring the large slap that slapped over. He walked slowly forward, coming to Li Ruoshue's body, and as he walked slowly forward, the big slap that came toward him to kill him, suddenly it crumbled. Minced meat mixed with blood splattered. Aha! Mo Feng's figure was in the shape of a madman as he let out a heartbreaking roar of pain, though he was only a figure, but it's nothing like a real person. There is blood, flesh, bone, etc. Other figures like him, same thing, it's all incredibly real. And this also highlighted Mo Feng's unfathomable and terrifying strength. If it's not strong enough, the figure he mirrored, especially when it's still so many figures, it can't be this real. Put, crimson, hot blood soared wildly. Mo Feng's figure shattered his arm with a grimace. Break your arm to survive. Crush the power of that palm of his. It actually went down his arm and twisted upward. If he doesn't shatter this arm, next his entire body would be completely shredded. He was horrified and angry. It could not be believed that this figure could be so terrifying. What's going on? Was this figure really a being from this lowly lower realm? He couldn't believe it. Need to know. The environment in the lower world is so bad that the ceiling is destined to be very low. Difficulty in reaching higher levels of achievement. This is also the reason why immortals are almost never born in the lower realms. Even the number of beings that could break free from the shackles of the human world was very small. And in the upper world, beings who have broken free from the shackles of the human world abound. There are many examples of becoming immortal. And there are also fairies living right in the upper world. Rumble. Mo Feng's figure shot out in fury. Perform the great art of terror known in the upper realms. Carry out the bombardment. However, the figure before him, but very calm. There was no ripple on his face. He slowly raised a finger, pointing at Mo Feng's figure. Only a booming sound was heard as Mo Feng's figure exploded fully with a bang. It crumbled to smithereens. The difference is obvious. Mo Feng's figure was clearly not an opponent. Weak and untouchable. Swish, swish, swish. The figure of Mo Feng was destroyed. The other Mo Feng figures all moved their gazes over at the first opportunity. Gaze at the figure standing in front of Li Ruoshue. Most of them had amazement in their eyes. It had never occurred to me that a figure would be extinguished. Elder ancestor everlasting. Li Ruoshue happily cheered up the name of Chen Changsheng. Even if this was only a figure condensed by Chen Changsheng's guardian power, she was also still very happy waving her little pink hand. Hail the name of Chen Changsheng. Foreign scum, wait to be sanctioned by Lord Eternal. The nine-headed lion raised its head proudly. Lord Eternal Life's figure appeared. Everything is a done deal. No more surprises. Mo Feng was destined to be subdued by the figure of Lord Eternal Life. Boom boom boom. The void trembled chaotically and constantly crumbled. Dozens of Mo Feng figures moved, blasting their way over to Chen Changsheng's figure. Has the one manifested? With such a big commotion, it must be the one who has manifested. Ha ha ha, let that one give the outer heaven a little shock. That one is invincible. Countless beings in the world shouted out in excitement. They didn't see Chen Changsheng figure, but dozens of Mo Feng's figures shot out in unison, killing in the same direction. They must have been the one who showed up. The world is apart from that one. No one else was this terrifying anymore, able to induce dozens of Mo Feng's figures to join forces to carry out a bombardment. Blood rained down from high above. The mountains and the earth are colored red. Shredded flesh and bones flew across the room, constantly falling from high in the air. The dozens of Mo Feng figures that had just killed over toward Chen Changsheng's figure, they were actually all chopped up in the next instant. Chen Changsheng's figure then slowly rose into the air amidst the rain of blood. He was fully clothed, with no trace of blood. Can't tell you how ethereal and transcendent it is. Sure enough, it's this one. Ha ha, there's this invincible one, heavenly outsider. Wait for death you! The living beings in the world saw Chen Shangxing's figure. A tsunami of cheers erupted. They had all seen Chen Shangxing's invincible appearance across the board, even if Mo Feng was unusually terrifying. From beyond the heavens, they were also confident in Chen Shangxing. It was believed that Chen Shangxing would inevitably be able to suppress Mo Feng, the heavenly beyond. Ha! Meanwhile, Mo Feng's main body slightly raised his eyebrows, watching Chen Shangxing's figure. Is this the one that the lowly natives speak of? It does have some power, but what's the point of being more capable? After all, limited by the lower realms, it's hard to achieve great things. He stretched his eyebrows and withdrew his gaze. A lowly lower realm being, especially since it's still just a figure, not a body. It wasn't even worth the attention he was giving it. That would be beneath him. Kill him. He spoke indifferently. The principal body has not moved. The countless figures that stand all over the world blast off the ground and fly high. From all directions, they blasted towards the figure of Chen Shangxing. Holy, that's scary. The outer heavenly beings are too terrifying. I'm afraid that a strong person who has broken free from the shackles of the 9 human worlds won't be able to stop such a bombardment. Strong people who are hiding all over the world and have gotten weird powers. After seeing this scene, hearts all pounded. No wonder the heavenly beyonders were so arrogant and so disregarded the living beings of this side of the world. Come up and let the living beings of this world kneel in submission to him. The outsiders are truly terrifying. Does it really possess such arrogant capital? They all sensed it very clearly. The heavenly outsider figures, one more terrifying than the other. All the heavenly outsiders figures came out in unison. It was absolutely possible to easily exterminate a living powerhouse that had broken free of the 9 shackles of the human world. This guy is disrespectful to Guile and even wants to make an enemy of Guile. If it's possible, it's better to let the outer heaven people kill him. Right, this guy will always be a threat to us if he doesn't die. Whereas, the words of the heavenly outsider are not that much of a threat to us. They talk to themselves. All of them hoped that the outer heaven people would kill Chen Shangxing, then the outer heavenly beings. They were even more afraid of Chen Shangxing. The weird forces are laid out in all the worlds. Most of the people outside of heaven wouldn't dare to do anything to them. Not so with Chen Shangxing. Chen Shangxing had no fear of their bizarre power. It was a real kill when you caught a being like them who had gotten a weird power. The Wei clan and the ancestral crocodile in front of them were other terrifying powerhouses that had gotten weird powers. Is the best example. They were all exterminated by Chen Shangxing. Countless terrifying figures that were larger than the heavens. All together, they killed towards Chen Shangxing's figure. The scene was horrible. Amazing. There was not a single light left in heaven and earth, and it was all blocked by Mo Feng's figure. Terrifying power fluctuations swept across the entire world. The whole world seems to be on the verge of a devastating moment. The world was all horrified to the core. Will this one be able to go on being invincible? Chapter 47 The Laws of Order from the Top 100 of the Upper Realm. Crushed with one hand. Bad content. Chapter 48 Immortal Dao World Clan. Wearing immortal armor. Wielding immortal spears. A single vanguard of the Mo clan is so terrifying and horrifying. When the clansmen of the Mo clan descended over in full force, it's bound to push across everything. The worldly powerhouses who had gained the weird power were each smiling splendidly. They are born and live in this world though, but not much affection for this side of the world. The world is occupied by the Mo. All living beings in the world became slaves of the Mo. They don't feel it either. Wouldn't say anything about sadness, anger, etc. They would be even less likely to make an enemy of the Mo clan. Fight for this side of the world. As far as they are concerned, they have long since ceased to be of this world. Instead, it's the creepy people. In the future, he will go with creepy to the front of the conquest. Occupy the fairy realm. The eyes of the world were on top of Chen Shangxing's figure. They couldn't be sure if Chen Shangxing would fight again. After all, the entire Mo clan will be there. It would be a force of unimaginable terror. Whatever decision Chen Shangxing made was not surprising. At the same time, they can all understand. You rats, things that are no better than mole crickets, and you still dare to make Lord Everlasting submit. You see if Lord Eternal is hitching a ride. Stop being so funny. You Mo clan aren't even qualified to be slaves to Lord Everlasting. The 9-headed lion snorted, knowing full well how terrifying Lord Eternal is. Even the terrifying and unpredictable hell. Lord Nagisa came and went as he pleased, even brought out the Li clan from hell. The Mo clan wants to subjugate Lord Nagisa. It's ridiculous. The elder ancestor is invincible. Li Ruoxue blinked her big eyes and said firmly. In the meantime, it was just as the 9-headed lion had said it would be. Chen Shangxing's figure stood calmly in place, not bothering with Mo Feng. Terrifying cold lightning shot out from Mo Feng's dark eyes. Is he even being ignored? At such a level, the reflected figure would also possess consciousness. The Chen Shangxing figure ignored him, obviously ignoring what he said. This was unbearable to him, and anger soared in his heart. Coming from the top 100 realms of the upper realm, to be ignored by someone from the lower realms? He stormed out, feeling heavenly insulted. Shameless dog, if you want to die, then I'll fulfill you. Mo Fang's eyes were filled with a fierce aura. He moved to kill, no longer thinking about making Chen Changsheng submit to anything, to decapitate Chen Changsheng. Swish, 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 a brilliant haze bursts forth. A golden armor appeared on him. As the golden armor appeared, his aura skyrocketed. Just a lowly lower realm half-immortal. How dare you be so arrogant? Today I will destroy you. His eyes were cold. Inside, there are even the sun, moon and stars collapse. The vastness of the universe collapsed and other terrifying visions emerged. At the same time, he stretched out his palm. A spear made of immortal gold appeared in his hand. Immortal light shines and amazes the world. Wisps after wisps of immortal aura spread, overpowering everything in the world. This is a real immortal soldier, with fairy powers. The upper world is different from the lower world. It was difficult to become immortal in the lower realms, and almost no examples of immortality had ever appeared. Becoming immortal was even considered an unrealistic fantasy by the beings of the lower realms. Lower world beings believe that immortality may not exist, but it is different in the upper world. In the upper realm, there are immortal forming substances, immortal medicines, and immortal level creations such as immortal gold. Becoming immortal is not a fantasy in the upper world. It can be literally touched. Many examples of becoming immortal exist in the upper realms. There have been many fairy trails left behind, and there are many more immortals living just within the upper realm. Then to become immortal, it's even harder to enter the immortal realm. The immortal realm was not something you could enter after becoming an immortal. The path into the immortal realm was exceptionally treacherous and arduous. At every turn, there are incidents of immortal fall. Only a supreme immortal can enter the immortal realm securely. In the upper world, 90% of the immortals can't even enter the immortal realm. Only a small portion of the top immortals could enter the immortal realm. The Mo clan was a large clan in the Red Yang realm. There have been fairies within it, and there's more than one, with multiple. The Mo clan has a very deep heritage. The golden armor that Mo Fong was wearing nowadays, as well as the immortal gold spear that he was holding, all for the current head of the Mo clan. The purpose was so that Mo Fong could scout the path better, be a pioneer. It was also because of the immortal armor and the immortal gold spear. It was only then that Mo Fong dared to directly shout out the words to exterminate Chen Changsheng. Without the immortal armor and the immortal gold spear, he simply didn't have the backbone or strength to exterminate Chen Changsheng. Although it was only a lower realm half-immortal, but it also completely broke free from the shackles of the human world and touched the realm of the immortal realm. Not his kind of breaking free from the shackles of the 7 human worlds can be killed. To kill such a lower realm half-immortal, the least he could do was to break free of one more human yoke. You can't kill until you break free from the 8 human shackles. Sure, with the immortal armor and the immortal gold spear added to it, he could kill lower realm half-immortals right now. Oh my god, what kind of scent is this? Far above the breath of the human world. Is this the immortal Tao breath? Immortal armor and immortal soldiers? The world was shaken. All the living beings were shocked by the immortal armor and immortal gold spear that Mo Fong had offered up. They know very little about the way of the immortal. To be precise, they have little to no knowledge of Sento. I don't know what kind of scent the immortal breath is, but when the immortal armor and the immortal gold spear were sacrificed by Mo Fong, they all associate it with immortal objects. It was because the aura emanating from the immortal armor and the immortal gold spear was too different. This is an aura that goes far beyond being above the human world. The two are not at all on the same level. It would be strange if they didn't associate it with immortal objects above. Are there fairies in the upper world? Immortal armor, immortal soldiers. Is the Mo clan an immortal Tao lineage that has produced an immortal within? Or, there are immortals within? The more the world thinks about it, the more it panics. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. The appearance of the immortal armor and the immortal gold spear completely exceeded their imagination. Immortal armor and immortal soldiers? The Mo clan is surprisingly so fierce. Scary. The worldly powerhouse who got the weird power. All of them were also intimidated by the immortal armor and immortal soldiers. Again, this is much more than they expected. They have not left this side of the world. I don't know what's going on within the upper world. I don't know that there have been many examples of people becoming immortal in the upper realms. I don't know that there exist in the upper realm substances for becoming immortal. All kinds of immortal level creations, and so on. Immortal armor and immortal soldiers. Ha, that's quite alright. There's no need for the entire Mo clan to descend over here. This fellow has to die. No matter how fierce he is, he's not destined to be able to fight against immortal armor and immortal soldiers. They laughed out loud. Mo Fong, who had immortal armor in his body and immortal soldiers in his hands, was destined to easily subdue and kill Chen Changsheng. They didn't believe that Chen Changsheng could fight against immortal armor and immortal soldiers. Wearing immortal armor and holding an immortal gold spear, Mo Feng's body was surrounded by immortal light, just like a real banished immortal descending into the world. he dazzles and sparkles like no other. It seems to be the only one in the world. Mighty pressure on the heavens of the ages. No one can match him. It's just a half immortal, nothing powerful. I'll kill it when I say so, and destroy it when I say so. He stood high above the sky, looking disdainfully at Chen Changqing's figure. The immortal armor and the immortal gold spear bloomed with even more blazing immortal auras, reflecting him in a more terrifying and invincible way. Meet your death. He spoke coldly. The super terrifying aura locked onto Chen Changqing's figure. Prepare to suppress the Chen Changqing figure. Then, they followed Chen Changqing's figure and sought out Chen Changqing's main body to kill it. Chapter 49. A palm slaps the immortal armor. Chen Changqing's figure's power is immeasurable. The immortal Tao roared, and immortal power rushed to the sky. Fluctuations of power far beyond the level of the human world spread. The heavenly Tao of this world is suppressed. In an instant, all the cultivating beings in the world had problems with the operation of the Tao power in their bodies. Not as smooth. It even appeared to be non-functional. The immortal armor and the immortal gold spear glowed, and the immortal Tao laws leaped. These are two truly immortal objects. After being fully activated by Mo Feng, he displayed supreme immortal might. Worldly beings cultivate the heavenly way of this world. The world's heavenly ways were pressed. How can the living beings in this world not be affected? All of them have been greatly affected. Boom! Mo Feng's immortal light dazzled like a true immortal as he launched a formal attack on Chen Changqing's figure. The immortal gold spear pointed at Chen Changqing's figure. Peerless immortal ons flew out. People saw in a trance that the heavenly Tao of this world was roaring in hideous pain, seemingly unable to withstand such immortal Tao power. The rushing river of time and space has a major dike. This strike seemed to run through the ages, the present and the future. People's souls trembled and their bodies shook like chaff. Was this the power of an immortal? It's horrible. Chen Changqing's figure stood calmly in place. There was a sense that he would stand firm while the storm raged on and on. The matchless immortal aura attacked, across heaven and earth and the void. The only thing left in the world seemed to be this matchless immortal aura. Mo Feng saw how calm Chen Changqing's figure was. Fierce anger continued to well up in his dark eyes. Damn lowly lower realm beings. To the present day, are they still so arrogant? He felt contempt. Swish! Just as the matchless immortal aura was about to blast onto Chen Changqing's figure, Chen Changqing's figure moved. He held out one hand. It actually directly grasped the peerless immortal aura in its hands. Close by, people saw that the matchless immortal aura was crushed by him and completely dissipated. People's hearts beat wildly. How strong is this one? Kill! Mo Feng's black eyes flashed with anger, and his long hair danced about. He descended as if he were a true battle immortal, wearing immortal armor and holding an immortal spear. Between the boundless immortal aura reflections, it ferociously killed towards Chen Changqing's figure's side. People's hearts were in their throats. Scared souls fly away from their bodies. Can this one still block? Rumble! The void resounded with a series of terrifying big explosions. Mo Feng killed. The scene was astounding. The immortal gold spear carried supreme immortal power. A spear stabbed towards Chen Changqing's figure. This is an immortal soldier. How do the unimmortalized block it? Many people closed their eyes in disbelief. Fear of seeing the sight of Chen Changqing's figure being stabbed by the immortal gold spear, splattering blood on the spot. However, what everyone didn't expect was this. Only the figure of Chen Changqing was seen. The palm of the hand gently reached forward. Bang! It actually grabbed the immortal gold spear with one hand. Ha! Mo Feng's pupils shrunk. Obviously, he did not expect Chen Changqing to be able to grab the immortal gold spear with his bare hands. At the same time, before he could react, a huge force followed the immortal gold spear and violently yanked him over. Then he saw the Chen Changqing figure. A slap to his chest. He almost laughed out loud. What does the Chen Changqing figure want? He's wearing immortal armor. It was hard to believe that Chen Changqing's silhouette was still trying to hit him hard in his immortal armor. Funny, isn't it? Boom! The next instant, under his incredulous expression, the immortal armor on him, it actually exploded in an instant, busted by the whole thing, and his body and soul, even more so. Under this palm, it comprehensively crumbled and cracked. His life force was rapidly draining away. Death came to him. Attention! Before he died, he tried his best to contact his clan with a secret treasure, trying to be a reminder to the clan, but he was simply too late. Died on the spot. Silence. The whole world was silent. All silent. Mo Feng, who was wearing immortal armor and holding an immortal gold spear, just get killed? The world's throats rolled. Too shaken to speak. The worldly powerhouse who got the weird power. All silent at the moment. Immortal armor in his body. Immortal spear in his hand. And this can be killed? Especially since the other person wasn't even a principal. It's just a figure. Their fear of Chen Changqing reached the extreme. Should they give up their weird power and submit to Chen Changqing? For a while they all lost faith in the weird power. Invincible. Truly invincible. The silence was followed by loud cheers. The world is all shouting in excitement. The excitement was overwhelming. If it wasn't for the manifestation of Chen Changxing's figure, this side of the world was bound to be suppressed by Mo Feng. All living beings on earth will become lowly slaves. Let Mo Feng and the Mo clan slaughter them. It's only right that Lord Eternal is invincible. The nine-headed lion grinned. From the beginning to now, it was never the least bit worried. It's clear that Mo Feng is a joke. It's impossible to be a match for Lord Eternal. Elder Ancestor Everlasting is so powerful. When will I be as powerful as Elder Ancestor Everlasting? Li Ruoxu's big, clear eyes were filled with anticipation and yearning. She also wanted to become as powerful as the Elder Ancestor. I'm messing with my mind. She's too daring to think about it. He even wanted to become like the Elder Ancestor in the future. It would be great for her to be half as powerful as the Elder Ancestor in the future. The unknown way. Chen Changxing was leading the blood demon to the land of heavenly punishment. The trees want to stop, but the wind won't stop. Chen Changxing whispered, already aware of what is happening on the world side. No harm done. The wind doesn't want to stop. Just extinguish it. He looked indifferent. Whatever the wind, if you don't want to stop, then extinguish it. The vastness of the starry sky. The stars are countless, withering and gorgeous. A huge bronze ancient ship with dragons and phoenixes carved on it. The whole body flows with supreme greatness, is traveling quickly through the stars. The people of the Mo clan are on this ancient bronze ship. They received Mo Feng's previous message. Learning that Mo Feng had arrived inside a lower realm on one side, they picked up speed. The bronze ancient ship was like plowing through the sky, rumbling through the starry sky at extreme speed. As the ancient bronze ship passes through, the stars around them were trembling violently. A middle-aged man with a majestic figure stood at the bow of the boat. Deep gazes look out at the stars. I don't know what I'm thinking. He is the patriarch of the Mo clan. Patriarch, Mo Feng has sent another message. At that moment, a white-haired old man quickly walked over, reported to the Mo clan patriarch. What did Mo Feng say? The Mo clan patriarch's voice was low and did not turn back to look at the white-haired old man. The eyes were still gazing at the infinite stars, leaving the white-haired old man with a backstory. The message Mo Feng sent back was only the word pay attention, and then it ended abruptly. In addition, Mo Feng's soul lamp has also gone out. The white-haired old man quickly returned. Mo Feng had an accident. Only then did the Mo clan patriarch turn back, his eyes cold and piercing. Only the word attention came back, and then it came to an abrupt end. Mo Feng's soul light was still out. This meant that Mo Feng had an accident inside that inferior realm and died. According to the information Mo Feng left behind earlier, have Mo Kong lead the team and go forward to that inferior realm to ascertain the situation. He gave the order with a cold look on his face. Chapter 50, Immortal Realm Humans. Robbing Chen Changxing's head. Bad content. Chapter 51, Little Blackie Don't Be Afraid. The heavenly chopper can open all roads. The black flag on the ancient chariot hunted, printed with a bloody skull. The blood demon was lost in thought for a moment. How could it be that he had not expected to encounter a robbery incident within the immortal realm's starry sky? Directly in front, scarred strong man carrying two plate axes, fierce and compelling. On top of the other ancient chariots, there were also ferocious beings standing on top of each of them, not to be messed with at first glance. The smell of blood was strong all over his body, obviously used to the blood on the knife's edge of the ruthless stubble. The blood demon looked around, more disoriented. Are these fairies? It doesn't look like it in any way. Gentlemen, make way, Chen Changxing said. Not shedding foreign objects? Do you want to lay down your lives? Above an ancient chariot, the dog-headed humongous bandit ferociously coldly drank. It's a Tengu. It's nothing inside the immortal realm, but in the midst of its former realm, it has a fierce reputation. It is the No. One ferocious beast in the realm where it is located, pushing across the entire realm of invincibility. It came from a realm among the upper realms. Since embarking on the practice, invincible all the way, the fault crushed all cultivator beings in the realm plane. Later it even broke records. Become the youngest person to become an immortal in this side of the boundary realm plane. Cultivation is just over 2,000 years. It then steps into Wonderland, break through the immortal way barrier and enter the immortal realm of stars. It was spirited at the time. Incredible confidence. I believe that after entering the immortal realm, it will be even more brilliant and radiant. But wait until it enters the immortal realm. It just realized, there are as many as it is within the immortal realm. Those who are more powerful than it are even more numerous. It pushes across a realm invincible. How could it be otherwise for others who entered the immortal realm? They are within their respective realms. All of them are powerful men of the world, the protagonist of heaven and earth, with endless legends and myths. But to the immortal realm, one by one, they all lost their halos. The immortal realm is full of stronger people. It was also because it was difficult to survive within the immortal realm. Before joining this humongous organization, become a Hummer. Are you all not going to make way? Well, Koroko, go up and open the road. Chen Chongqing calmly said. Little Blackie? Who is this shouting at? Shout it? The blood demon was confused. When did it become a little black man? This lord is really random with his names, but that's not the point. The point is, my lord, let it open up ahead? It barely cried out. Drive? Where does it have the strength to open the road? This is a group of immortal domain humans. Far from it being comparable. The heaven-cutting sword given to it by His Excellency was still in its hands instead. But the Sky Chopper is even fiercer. You can't decapitate this group of bruisers in the immortal domain either, right? However, it did not dare to disobey Chen Chongqing's orders. One could only stiffly offer up the heaven-slashing sword. Step forward, Scar the Strong, Tengu and other strong men. Seeing that the blood demon was carrying the heaven-slashing sword, prepared to go up and open the road. One almost didn't die laughing. Are you serious? A guy who hasn't become an immortal, carrying a broken sword, dares to go up and open the way? Tengu said, showing his big mouth. Are you kidding me? The blood demon doesn't say he didn't become immortal. It hasn't even broken free of its shackles yet. All 9 shackles are on it. How dare you step forward to open the road? As for the sky-splitting sword in the blood demon's hand, it's quite a bit stronger than blood demon. Putting it inside the worlds of the heavens, it could be of some value. But here in the fairy realm, the chopper is a piece of, not even an immortal soldier. But it's not just rags. Immortal soldiers are rotten inside the immortal realm. Not to mention the magic soldiers under the immortal soldiers. The blood demon shivered, and the sky-splitting sword in his hand was about to fall to the ground as he couldn't even hold it. It looks like this. Let's not talk about going up for a fight. There's a gust of wind blowing. Both could blow it right off the ground. Blackie, what are you afraid of? Sky Chopper in hand. All paths may be opened. Don't be afraid. Chen Chongqing lightly drank. As his voice landed, the blood demon sensed a change in the sky slasher in its hand. There was a vast and unimaginable amount of extra power within, but even so, it had no bottom in its heart and remained scared. After all, this was a group of immortal domain humans. Dare to the humans inside the immortal realm. Can it be an ordinary fairy? It doesn't take much thought to realize that. This group of brigands is bound to possess very terrifying strength. Man, yeah, go out on a limb. Left and right are both dead. Instead of harboring a death, might as well die pugnacious. It said viciously in its mind, trying to open up. Then it stopped being afraid. Straighten up, spicy chickens, robbing to the head of Lord Eternal. You guys really want to die. It carried the Sky Chopper. Puma cursed. It's especially imposing. Ma, scarred strongman is grumpy. Can't stand a little. Immediately swung up the board axe in his hand. Tossed it towards the blood demon. The board axe is very scary. Breaking the void. Fluctuations of heavenly immortal level power flowed. This was a top heavenly immortal level weapon. The power was extremely terrifying. Dare to be a humongous bandit inside the immortal realm. Not an ordinary immortal indeed. Scarstout and the other brigands, all of them were above the heavenly immortal realm. Especially that Tengu, more powerful. Above the heavenly immortal realm is the immortal king realm. The board axe shattered the void and killed. The blood demon was so scared that his face turned white. The earlier pugnacity had long since disappeared. The body couldn't stop wincing. Dying, when death comes to the head. It's really not a joke. It simply can't do pugnacity to meet death. There's just endless fear. Just when it thought it was sure to die and be decapitated by the border, the Sky Chopper in its hand, it was actually slashing itself forward. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. Terrifying fluctuations rushed skyward. The blazing aura illuminates this side of heaven and earth. It was as if a great sun had exploded. A scene that Rintengu and the other group of bruisers didn't expect happened. Top-grade heavenly immortal weapon. Plate axe. It was actually no match for a chop from the heavenly cleaver. It was chopped to pieces by the heaven-slashing blade. Holy! The blood demon's eyes widened. Eyes were glaring out of their sockets. It was equally unexpected. The heaven-slashing blade was surprisingly so terrifying. Hey! Ha! Jia. It laughed out loud. Instant bottom line. Get out of the way, or I'll slaughter you all. It carried the heaven-slashing sword and had no more fear. The heaven-slashing blade was pointed straight at Tengu and the other bruisers. Quite majestic and dominant. Mother ****** her. I'll kill you. The scarred burly man stormed into a rage. Carrying his remaining slate axe on the spot, he killed towards the blood demon. 2 slate axes were destroyed by one of the blood demons. The blood demon is still this rampant. Of course he couldn't tolerate such a violent temper. He's going to use the one remaining slattern, cut the blood demon to pieces. He's very fierce in strength, not the heavenly fairy that just became one. He had been settling in the heavenly immortal territory for a long time. Nowadays, they had all cultivated to the 7th realm of heavenly immortals, the realm above the immortal realm. It's too vast. There can be a world of difference in the same realm. Kill me? I'll kill you. The blood devil rebuked. Carrying the heaven-slashing sword, he clashed fiercely with the scarred strongman. An appalling battle erupts. Chapter 52, Kill the Humans. Humans leader Fire Phoenix King kills out the strong man with a scar who had cultivated to the 7th realm of heavenly immortals. The strength is absolutely ferocious and terrifying, especially since he was still outraged. It's even more terrifying, the slat axe that he carried in his hand. Billions of immortal auras erupted. It was even more dazzling and brilliant than the great sun of the 9 heavens. He had a sneer on his lips. The eyes were fierce. What kind of tough guy doesn't kill people? Anyone who kills less doesn't deserve to be called a tough guy. His hands were stained with immortal blood. It was already unknown how many immortals had been killed. At this point, he struck out in fury. The long years of blood fury were in full force. He was as if he had transformed into a bloodthirsty Shura. Only the blood fury that erupted. It would be enough to make an immortal go insane and have a total collapse of his Tao. Kill. The blood demon was undaunted. The slash that the heaven slashing blade had cut out earlier gave it great confidence. Make it bottom line, not a hint of fear. Of course, if it was only the chopping heavenly sword's previous slash that had shattered the plate axe, it doesn't give it that much confidence either. It has so much confidence. Mainly, it was still. When the heaven slashing blade chopped out that slash earlier, it senses very clearly the power contained in that blade. It was far from being the full power within the sky chopper. Not even 1 in a million. Not even a millionth of the power. It just easily chopped up the board axe. What does it have to fear? It is not afraid anymore since. Bottom line. Boom. The heaven slashing blade had previously chopped over. Everything was as expected of the blood demon. The scarred strong man struck out in fury, using his strongest power. The might of the board axe was fully catalyzed out. Even the board axe exploded with superhuman strength, but it still doesn't work either. Couldn't resist a slash from the sky chopper. When the sky chopper chopped through, everything fell apart under this blade. The board axe was chopped into powder. The scarred strongman was also chopped into a bloody mist. His heavenly immortal body, fragile and unworthy of mentioning in front of the sky-splitting sword. It all happened so fast. In a flash of lightning, even the Tengu, who was in the immortal king realm, did not react. Too late to come to the rescue. And when the sky dog reacted, the board axe had been chopped into powder. The scarred strongman was also chopped into a bloody mist. Roar! Tengu threw back his head and growled. The immortal king's aura swept across this side of the starry sky. The vibrating stars trembled chaotically. Die for me! It let out a long whistle. The terrifying immortal king power was like a giant wave, locking onto the blood demon, blasted over to the blood demon's side. The other humans reacted. All of them sacrificed their respective top-tier heavenly immortal weapons at the first opportunity. Between the various terrifying immortal auras bursting out, they fully activated the top-tier heavenly immortal weapons that each of them had sacrificed. Chopping towards the blood demon, the chopper blade was powerful, and blood splattered everywhere. It's just a knife. Tengu and the other bruisers all fell down. All of them were chopped into blood mist. Neither can the immortal king. The gap is huge. Swish! Just then, a red aura shook the stars, with a super terrifying and frightening power fluctuation, blasted towards the blood demon. The red on dazzled the absolute immortal king's laws. It was so fast that the blood demon couldn't even react. The blood demon doesn't know anything yet. The red aura had then blasted over. No doubt about it. When this red aura landed on the blood demon will definitely be blown to smithereens and won't survive. Swish! Just as the red on was about to blast onto the blood demon, the heavenly sword automatically chopped out a blade, chopping the red mango into smithereens. Holy! The blood demon reacted with hindsight. Only now. It is too low in the realm. Can't even notice or react. Even if they were killed by the red mantle blast, it doesn't know what's going on either. Hot damn. It was distraught and cursing. Just now, it was almost killed by the red mantle blast, but it also makes it more fearless. The chopper will automatically protect it. What else is scary about it? Lord Eternal is invincible. It chanted loudly in its mind. The heavenly cleaver would be so horrible and terrifying. It's very clear. It's all from Lord Eternal Life. If Lord Eternal Life hadn't bestowed the power of the sky-splitting knife, it was impossible for the heaven-slashing blade to be so terrifying and horrifying. Where did this little rat come from? How dare he sneak up on you, blood? Ah no, Master Black, get your black ass out here. It carried the heaven-slashing sword and its killing intent rolled. Originally it wanted to say Master Blood, but to think that Lord Eternal Life called it Little Blackie. It was quickly changed to Master Black. Unbridled, an extremely majestic cold voice resounded through the universe. It caused the blood demon's heart to tremble. Luckily, the heaven-slashing blade flowed with secret power, sheltering it fully. It's just fine. Otherwise, its soul could never withstand it. It would be shaken to pieces by the cold drink. Wow! A monstrous sea of fire suddenly appeared, burning the starry sky of the immortal world. One immortal level star after another, quickly burned clean by the sea of fire. The blood demon looked shocked. What kind of power is this? The immortal level stars were surprisingly all burned through in an instant. The secret power of the heaven-slashing blade flowed. It is unharmed through and through. Let the sea of fire burn even more violently. It is also unharmed. It can't even feel the heat. It was as if the monstrous and terrifying sea of fire did not exist. Chen Changxing sighed. It is much more unharmed. A monstrous sea of horrible fire that burned fiercely, super crazily surging towards Chen Changxing's side. It seems like a hideous and horrible big demon, wanting to devour Chen Changxing. However, the sea of fire couldn't even come close to Chen Changxing's side. When it was super far away from Chen Changxing, it could no longer spread over to Chen Changxing's side. Boom! Just then, two terrifying flame lances rushed out from the monstrous sea of fire, carrying the power of a super terrifying Jedi Immortal King. They chopped towards Chen Changxing and Blood Demon's side respectively. Bold! The Blood Demon shouted angrily, carrying the chopper. The first time, the two flaming lances were chopped to pieces, not allowing the flaming lance to get close to Chen Changxing's side. A bit of skill, but it's no use. You're doomed to perish here. A cold and piercing chilling sound rang out. A fire phoenix with feathers as red as blood bathes in the fire and come out. It's too scary. The wings unfolded. It hides the starry sky from view. It is the leader of this group of brigands, the Fire Phoenix King, a Jedi Immortal King. The realm was at the peak of the late stage of the Immortal King 9 realm, and on it. Then the great difference between the same realm above the realm of immortality is best represented. Tengu is also an Immortal King, but it was far from being able to compare to the Fire Phoenix King. A feather casually fell off the Fire Phoenix King. All of them could easily exterminate Tengu hundreds of times. What's the point of pretending? Let's see Master Black decapitate you. The Blood Demon carried the heaven-slashing sword and killed the Fire Phoenix King. What a Jedi Immortal King. Bull asterisk 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 isn't. Chopper in hand. The Blood Demon felt that it would have an easy time beheading even immortal emperors. Seek death. The Fire Phoenix King spread his wings. Terrifying immortal power rushed out. This side of the starry sky is rapidly collapsing. One immortal level star after another was even more quickly annihilated. Unable to withstand the power that the Fire Phoenix King had erupted. Kill! The Fire Phoenix King's eyes were cold. The innate divine ability originating from the bloodline was evolved to the extreme by it and then struck out. A split second, an even more terrifying sea of fire appeared. One weight after another. It's as if it's alive and unending, madly burning towards the Blood Demon. Chapter 53, Suppressing the Fire Phoenix King. Ignoring the Emperor Slayer's mansion and the world-destroying Immortal Emperor. Terrifying waves of fire, from the vault of heaven above, one after another, tilting down, as if it were endless, and one weight is more terrible and appalling than the other. The Fire Phoenix King is fierce and powerful. At this moment, the might of a supreme immortal king was displayed to the fullest. Its terrible, terrifying waves of fire, even a random drop of sparks bursting out. It was also enough to destroy hundreds of realms in the lower realm, if not more. Where had Blood Demon ever seen such a battle? It would be a lie to say I'm not scared. After all, it was just an Ultra Sky Emperor. But, along with the horrible waves of fire, one after the other, it slammed into it ferociously. It didn't even lose a single hair of sweat. Not even a hint of heat was felt. The waves of the sea of fire, which were more terrifying than one another, fell onto it just like a breeze brushing against its face. It couldn't hurt it in the slightest. It began to grow more and more arrogant. Boom! Terrifying explosions resounded through the starry sky of the immortal world. The Blood Demon carried the heavenly cleaver, crisscrossing the raging waves of fire. The heaven-slashing blade flowed with secret power. A knife cuts out. The sea of fire waves that seemed to be endless were actually destroyed by a single slash. Put! The Fire Phoenix King spat out more blood from his mouth. The phoenix body shook violently. The waves of the sea of fire were decimated, and it followed and was greatly implicated and injured. How? It hissed and growled, steadying the violently trembling phoenix body. The phoenix eyes were full of incredulity. An ultra-celestial emperor who hadn't even broken free from one of his shackles, carrying a broken sword that isn't even an immortal sword. It was actually a direct slash that destroyed its bloodline aptitude. How does that make it believable? And how to believe it? Need to know the strength of its bloodline aptitude. Even a Jedi immortal king could be killed, and immortal emperors could be hit hard, and as a result, now it's just been decimated with a single slash? Roar! It roared and whistled long and furiously. Can't accept that, nor are they willing to accept such an outcome. The starry sky of this side of the immortal universe trembled chaotically with its long roar. A sense of collapse occurs. It opened its mouth and spat out a luscious pagoda. Fully catapulted. It's used to suppress blood demons. The Linglong Pagoda is hazy with mist. The entire body blossomed with immeasurable light, and there were earth-shattering immortal Dao laws jumping around its perimeter. It looks so mysterious and shocking. It's a real pagoda. The grade is very high. It belongs to the immortal domain ancient treasure, with unmeasurable super terrifying power. With this Linglong Pagoda, the Fire Phoenix King had once subdued an immortal emperor. At this moment, the Fire Phoenix King's entire body burned violently and crazily. The Linglong Pagoda was terrifyingly powerful. It tried its best to catalyze the Linglong Pagoda. Boom! Under its full power, the Linglong Pagoda bloomed with a world-shattering immortal radiance. It seemed to illuminate the time and space of 10,000 ancient years. Give it to me. To suppress. Its roar shook the world. The Linglong Pagoda bloomed with an even more terrifying immortal radiance. A waterfall of fairy power hanging downward like a Milky Way. Kill the blood devil. The scene was astounding. A hanging waterfall of immortal energy that looked like a galaxy blasted down. The immortal emperor was also destined to be unable to carry it. Will be instantly subdued. Jun kill a hair. The blood demon was undaunted. Carrying the heaven-slashing sword, he rushed over. Boom! It raises the knife and cuts vertically. One slash seemed to cut through the entire starry sky of the immortal universe. The blade awnings illuminated the starry sky of this immortal universe. White out. There is no other color. It was enough to easily kill the immortal emperor's hanging waterfall of immortal power that looked like a galaxy. Under this knife, all of them fell apart and were completely decimated. Ka-chow! A crisp shattering sound followed. Dazzling and dazzling lingering pagoda. First, a crack appeared that was barely visible to the naked eye, smaller than a hairline. This was followed by a large, thicker crack. It spread to the entire Linglong Pagoda. Finally, with a bang, the Linglong Pagoda fully collapsed and turned into powder. The Fire Phoenix King spat out blood in large gulps. Crimson, hot blood spilled all over the starry sky of the immortal universe. As if it were raining blood, its phoenix body shook and trembled fiercely. There wasn't a shine on his whole body. The breath was weak to the core. Aha, this can't be happening. It let out a miserable hiss, bordering on insanity. The Linglong Pagoda is an ancient treasure of the immortal realm, with unfathomable power. How could it be chopped into powder with such a slash? Not even a supreme immortal emperor could have done this. Nothing's impossible. The blood demon carried the heaven-slashing sword towards the Fire Phoenix King's side. Prepare to kill the Fire Phoenix King with a single slash. Koroko, stop. At this moment, Chen Changsheng spoke. Tell the blood demon to stop. Yes, Lord Eternal. The blood devil quickly stopped his hand and respectfully returned. Chen Changsheng's figure flashed. The next instant appeared in front of the Fire Phoenix King. Save your life and become my mount. Would you like to? He said softly. The Fire Phoenix King gritted his teeth. It knew very well that the blood demon was nothing more than Chen Changsheng's slave. The reason why the blood demon is so horrible and terrifying, it was all because Chen Changsheng had bestowed unimaginable power on the sky-splitting blade. Chen Changsheng appeared to possess an unfathomable supreme realm. But, even so, it didn't want to become Chen Changsheng's mount either. I've come to the Suicide Emperor's mansion. My master is one of the lords of the Emperor Slayer mansion, the immortal Emperor of Extinction. It said through gritted teeth. Kill the Emperor's mansion, the top dark organization within the immortal realm, and its master, the immortal Emperor of Destruction. It was more of a top powerhouse in the immortal realm. Exactly. Even if Chen Changsheng was unfathomable and his realm was super high, it doesn't want to submit either. Didn't want to become Chen Changsheng's mount. You mean you don't want to? Chen Changsheng's eyebrows gently raised, directly ignoring what the Fire Phoenix King had said about the killing Emperor's mansion and the world-destroying immortal Emperor. He need not care. The killing Emperor's mansion and the world-destroying immortal Emperor were even more terrifying and horrifying. In front of him, and nothing counts, the Fire Phoenix King was cold. Are the killing Emperor's house and the world-destroying immortal Emperor not placed in the eyes of this one in front of me? It winced, inwardly horrified. It had wanted to talk about how terrifying and horrifying the killing Emperor's mansion and its master, the world-destroying immortal Emperor, were, but after hearing Chen Changsheng's indifferent words, lightly raised eyebrows, it was scared and instantly all dared not speak. I will submit. Become your mount, it said hastily. It is clear that if it does not respond on the spot, the next moment it will be dead. Aha! Chen Changsheng nodded slightly. He didn't think that highly of the Fire Phoenix King either. It was just an impromptu desire for a mount to carry him to the land of heavenly punishment. If the Fire Phoenix King is unwilling, straight up slaughter. Finding another ride is. Swish, Chen Chongqing gently waved his hand. In an instant, there was an infinite amount of power flowing into the Fire Phoenix King. The Fire Phoenix King no longer felt weak. The aura even instantly soared to an extremely terrifying level. Chen Chongqing flashed onto the back of the Fire Phoenix King. Gone. He spoke softly. The Fire Phoenix King was shocked beyond measure. The infinite power that flowed into it just now. It made it feel like it could easily tear apart an immortal emperor even now. It's time to suppress the immortal emperor above the immortal emperor. It was heart-stopping. How terrifyingly powerful is this one? An invincible immortal emperor? A million shocks later, it reacted quickly. Where are you going, my lord? It hurriedly asked Chen Chongqing. The land of divine punishment. Chen Chongqing said softly. The land of divine punishment? That's a familiar name. Seems like I've heard it somewhere. The Fire Phoenix King thought in his heart. Yes, my lord. It returned quickly. Not impressed with the land of divine punishment. This lord is so horrible and terrible. It doesn't matter where you go. But, just then, its face instantly changed drastically. It suddenly occurred to me what the land of heavenly punishment was. Chapter 54, Fire Phoenix King as a mount. Immortal region is shaken. Who is so terrifying? Bad content. Chapter 55, the super fast-moving killing emperor house. A supreme killing emperor kills arrives. Bad content. Chapter 56, 18 absolute killing exalted. Quasi-killing emperor stretching the bowstring. The terror of this blade. It made a large number of immortals in the immortal region tremble with fear. Cold fall. A supreme killing emperor. None of them were hit by this chop. It was only grazed. The whole body was then crushed and turned into a mist of blood. If you are chopped in, what's wrong with that? Lang Qiu would definitely be decapitated and die completely. How could he possibly slash out such a terrifying slash? Not even a single shackle has been broken free. And the blade in his hand is not an immortal blade. Yet he was able to deliver a blade that could instantly kill a Jedi immortal emperor. The immortals sucked in cold breaths in rapid succession. All of their gazes involuntarily shifted to Chen Chongqing, who was sitting on the back of the Fire Phoenix King with a calm expression on his face. No doubt about it. All of this must have something to do with Chen Chongqing. Otherwise, a blood demon that hadn't even broken free from a single shackle, and a sword that wasn't even an immortal sword. There was no way that such a terrifying slash could have been cut out. This one is a bit unfathomable. The Emperor Killing Palace has already launched an operation, and this one is still so calm and so old. Could it be that this one is really able to arm wrestle with the Emperor Killing Palace and compete? They whispered to themselves. The more he felt that Chen Chongqing was mysterious, there was a possibility that they might actually have the strength to touch base with the House of the Killing Emperor, the immortal emperors who were looking across the stars. It did not have such a big mood swing like those immortals. They fell back on some surprise, but it was only slightly alarming. After a short time it was back to calm, only to that extent. Far from a big surprise to them, much less to the point where they felt that Chen Chongqing could go toe-to-toe with the House of the Slaying Emperor. But, they instead became more and more interested in Chen Chongqing, because even as powerful as they are, after all, he couldn't see through Chen Chongqing either. It was unknown what realm and strength Chen Chongqing actually possessed. Rumble. The starry sky of the immortal universe shook violently. One terrifying figure after another descended. There are 8 of them, side by side, either with a lance, or a long sword, or an immortal emperor's tower, etc. The eyes were all cold. The killing intent surged. Lang Qiu didn't die. A new body was remade in the mist of blood. He was strung up though, but ultimately avoided the pounding. It was only grazed by the blade's awnings. The traces of life have not completely dissipated. He quickly flew over to the 8 figures, side by side with the 8 figures. 9 supreme killing emperors. The killing emperor's mansion is determined to get this one killed. The immortals who were watching from across the sky were inwardly aghast. 9 supreme killing emperors. One is more terrifying than the other. Join forces then. Even an immortal exalt can't eat or carry it off. Not even 100 of them. The blood demon carried the heaven-slashing sword with a strong bottom. The main reason was that the power within the heaven-beheading sword was too vast. It would be hard for it not to bottom out. Kill. It kills forward, very aware of its own responsibilities. Responsible for driving ahead. Swish. The Fire Phoenix King lifted his wings. A monstrous wave of fiery flames, followed by the blood demon. Chen Chongqing closed his eyes and rested his mind. Never opened his eyes since the beginning. Whether it's a cold fall, or the newly descended 8 supreme killing emperors, he didn't even look at it. A bunch of insignificant little characters. What's there to see? Swish. The newly descended 8 supreme killing emperors and Lang Qiu do it at once. They spread out their stations. There was even a special formation pattern spreading out at the first moment under his feet, and with a boom, connected together, forming a super terrifying great killing formation. Kill, they hissed, inserting all of the top-tier Immortal Emperor weapons in his hands into the Great Killing Formation. Boom! The Great Killing Formation erupted with an extremely terrifying power. Blasted forward. The Emperor Killing Formation of the Emperor Killing Mansion. This Emperor Killing Formation can kill immortal emperors. Of course, the Emperor Killing Grand Formation they've rehearsed can't kill immortal emperors, but it certainly won't be a problem to blast away top immortal exalts. The immortals watching from across the sky had their scalps tingling violently. 9 supreme killing emperors striking together was terrifying enough. Who would have thought? The 9 Supreme Emperor Slayers had also rehearsed the Emperor Slayer Grand Formation. This was really not wanting to give Chen Changxing and the others the slightest chance. Light flames boiled from the 9 Supreme Slayer Emperors. They have no reservations. Fully activate the Emperor Killing Grand Formation. A split second. The cold light reflected the entire CNU starry sky. Infinite killing intent spread. It caused the immortals who were looking away from the sky to shudder. Feel the piercing coldness. Useless. Blood demon slashes across the room. The terrifying blade awnings ran through the universe. Boom. This resembles a knife that cuts through the sky. It's too horrible and scary. The Emperor Slaying Formation, the 9 Supreme Emperor Slayers, were all completely chopped to pieces under this blade. The blood of the immortal emperor was spilled all over the stars. The 9 Supreme Killing Emperors died on the spot, their life breath completely gone. The immortals looking on from a distance had their heads exploding from watching. Is it that scary? Is a slave who drives in front so fierce? They once again converged their gazes on Chen Changsheng, seeing that Chen Changsheng was still resting with his eyes closed, without ever opening his eyes. Very light and calm. Their hearts and minds trembled. Just how terrifyingly strong must Chen Changsheng be? The gazes of the immortal emperors were deeper and more complicated than one another. Strange-faced Chen Changsheng. Who the hell is it? From where? They were all silent and began to think deeply. The blood demon is in front. The Fire Phoenix King carried Chen Changsheng in the back, one before the other, rapidly flying through the starry sky of the immortal universe. And all is not lost. The pursuit of the killing emperor's house did not stop. In a horrible roar, between the violent trembling of the CNU starry sky, 18 peerless Slayer Zuns, their mighty pressure covered the world as they forcefully killed out. The scene was astounding. The frightened immortals watching from across the sky couldn't help their bodies from violently wobbling. Infinite horror appeared on all of one's faces. 18 absolute Slayer Zuns. All of them have a great reputation for killing within the immortal realm. For the top general in the house of the killing emperor, except for the immortal emperor, anyone who encountered the 18 absolute Slayer Zuns would also have to be terrified. Even a quasi-immortal emperor was the same. 18 supreme killing fathers joined forces. The immortal emperor-to-be also had to weigh it up and was filled with scorn. I'd like to see how capable you are. Inside a distant megalife star, a terrifying figure, a sneer played at the corners of his mouth. Rise slowly. He was a quasi-killer emperor. It had already touched the immortal emperor realm, mastered part of the immortal emperor's way. When he truly stepped into the immortal emperor realm, he would also be able to become a true immortal emperor in the Emperor Slayer's mansion. No one can provoke the majesty of the house of the killing emperor. Even more so, no one has managed to stay alive after messing with the Emperor Killer House. His voice was cold and piercing. The immortal emperor laws flowed from his eyes. Extraordinarily scary and horrible. Kill. He took out the immortal emperor bow. This was a true immortal emperor's bow, named Killing Bow, cast from the materials of the top immortal emperors. Not some quasi-immortal emperor bow, for a solid immortal emperor level bow, possessing unimaginable and inexplicable power. He drew the bowstring full. A large arrow that flowed with immortal emperor Dao rhythms throughout its body and flashed with blinding light appeared. Whatever, there is no one alive under the killing bow. He sneered and adjusted the direction of the killing bow. Charged the killing bow at Chen Changsheng's head. Prepare to shoot Chen Changsheng in the head with an arrow. Kill Chen Changsheng. Chapter 57. Various great killing weapons were sacrificed. Blasting at Chen Changsheng. 18 supreme killing honors. The flames of anger are overwhelming. This side of the immortal world starry sky was like a big earthquake. It shook more than violently. Kill. 18 supreme killing fathers made their move. There are no extra words. The surging killing aura then flooded the entire CNU starry sky. An immortal level star was even more so because of their strikes. Cracks appear quickly. Then it exploded with a thump. 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 Like a blooming firework. The hearts of the immortals who were watching from across the sky were alarmed. The sight of 18 Supreme Slayer exalted striking was too terrifying. What about that one? Open your eyes? The immortals hurriedly looked at Chen Changsheng, who was sitting on the back of the Fire Phoenix King. Wanted to see if Chen Changsheng had opened his eyes. Hiss. He still hasn't opened his eyes after all. No way. 18 Supreme Slayer Zuns joining hands and not being taken seriously and ignored by him? The fairies were trembling with fear. How scary does this one have to be? Not even the 18 Supreme Slaying Exalted join hands to strike without caring. Just ignore it. The 18 Supreme Slayer Zuns who had struck out. One was more murderous than the other. Are they being ignored here? It's crazy. Their attention was all on Chen Changsheng. Seeing that Chen Changsheng didn't even open his eyes, he didn't make a move, they all felt contempt. It's intolerable for them to know. All of them are absolute killing honors, ranked at the top of the immortal dignity realm. Every one of them would definitely cause panic among the living beings of the immortal realm whenever they showed up in the immortal realm. Their hands, all stained with the blood of the powerful, and all of them are famous and powerful. They are not killed by non-famous and powerful people. However, it's just so horrible for them. And still, 18 of them descended together and joined forces. But it was ignored. How can they stand it? 18 joined forces. Even a quasi-immortal emperor would have to turn around and run. Didn't dare to fight them at all. Kill. Their individual eyes were cold and piercing. The killing intent is infinite. One by one, they stared Chen Changsheng to death, vow to kill Chen Changsheng. As for the blood demon at the very front, none of them had any regard for it. Not even they cast a single glance at the blood demon, a lowly slave. It's not likely to be in their sights, even if the blood demon had just chopped out a terrifying enough slash. And so it is. It wasn't worth the attention of their 18 supreme immortal exalts. Their true opponent was Chen Changsheng, a blood demon. They attacked the remnants of Chen Changsheng's power. It would be easy to wipe out the blood demon. Swish! The terrifying sword aura illuminated the entire starry sky of the immortal universe. The sword inscription clanks. Thousands of terrifying killing swords were rehearsed by a supreme killing father. It's like this place has turned into a land of swords. Thousands and thousands of terrifying killing swords with astonishing power. The blast killed Chen Changsheng on the back of the Fire Phoenix King. Boom! A Jedi killing exalt spread out his palms. There was a small ray of regal black fire that appeared in the palm of his hand. He struck the small black flame out. A split second, the small black flames evolved into a boundless sea of fire, engulfing the entire CNU starry sky. Black flames pulsed between them. One immortal level star after another was instantly and completely incinerated. Even the starry sky of this side of the immortal universe showed signs of being burned away. There is a Jedi within the immortal realm. The name is Fallen Immortal Ridge. The inside is terrifying and dangerous. Even immortal emperors who entered would be hard-pressed to come out alive in peace. And this little black flame came from the Fallen Immortal Ridge, with unimaginably terrifying might. A quasi-immortal emperor would also have an incomparable headache when encountered and would not dare to fight against it easily. Roar! The starry sky of the immortal universe trembled chaotically. Terrifyingly monstrous ferocious aura spread throughout the entire immortal universe starry sky. All of the immortals' physical bodies and immortal souls trembled uncontrollably. A terrifying ferocious beast that only existed in the ancient history of the immortal realm. It was actually rehearsed. Stepping out from the ancient history, tragic killing intent swept through the starry sky of the immortal universe. Bang! 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 An immortal couldn't withstand such a tragic killing intent. All of them fell to the ground involuntarily. Thrills take over inside. Clank! A terrifying halberd cast in black metal, sacrificed by a supreme killing father. The black halberd, hostile and shocking, was infinite. Can't help but be creepy. What? The Killing Emperor Palace's top immortal emperor weapon, the Black Sky Halberd, have all been brought over? Some immortal emperors exclaimed in shock, almost not being scared to death. Black Sky Halberd. The immortal realm is famous for its top-notch ferocious weapons, but whenever the Black Sky Halberd is present, all immortal emperors couldn't help but tremble. The heart is nervous, because the Black Sky Halberd is now in existence. It only kills immortal emperors. Don't yell so much, it's not that dramatic. This isn't the real Black Sky Halberd, it's just a replica. However, even if it's an imitation, it's still terrifying. Killing a quasi-immortal emperor won't be a problem. A paramount immortal emperor spoke in a deep voice, seeing that the Black Halberd was not the true Black Sky Halberd, but as he said, this is no ordinary imitation, cast with all kinds of top-grade immortal treasures. It is a top-notch imitation. Quasi-immortal emperors would also have a death crisis when they encountered it. Rumble! The starry sky of the immortal world erupted into even more intense vibrations. An ancient cauldron appeared. It was sacrificed by a supreme slayer exalt and urged with all his might. The great cauldron intertwined unimaginable Tao and Dharma. Billions of Haori fall down. With supreme power, it seems to be able to suppress all enemies in the immortal realm. Immortal Meteor Cauldron. Another top-notch imitation. The immortal realm shook. The great cauldron was extraordinary. The same top-tier immortal emperor soldier in the slaying emperor's mansion. It has an infinite number of bad names. Of course, it's also a replica, not the real thing, but even so, still horribly scary too. An imitation of a top-tier immortal emperor soldier, especially such a superior top-tier imitation. It's definitely not to be underestimated. With inexplicable power. Boom boom boom. The starry sky of the immortal universe collapsed in large swathes. All sorts of terrifying forces surged. 18 Supreme Slayer Zuns, all prepared. Each comes with a big kill. fully sacrificed at this time. The scene can be described in more than one sentence of horror. The immortals were all looking at it with numbness and trepidation. The house of the killing emperor was truly terrifying to the extreme. No wonder he still managed to stand tall and strong even after making many enemies in the immortal realm. Also, they all looked at Chen Changsheng again once more. It was actually seen that Chen Changsheng was still resting with his eyes closed, his expression indifferent. There's no movement. They sucked in more than a few cold breaths. How much terrifying power does this one have to possess to be so blasé? Inside a distant life immortal level star. So trusting? Okay. I'd like to see if you can block an arrow from the life-killing bow. Quasi-kill emperor of the Kill Emperor house. The eyes were cold. Facing the killing attack of 18 Supreme Slayer Zuns carrying great killing weapons, Chen Changsheng was actually still so braggadocious. The 18 Supreme Slaying Exalted were not placed in the eyes of the 18 Supreme Slaying Exalted. He gripped the killing bow tightly. Prepare to make Chen Changsheng pay the price in blood. 18 Supreme Killing Fathers arrived with great killing weapons. He drew his killing bow full again. So much for the case. Chen Changsheng is categorically going to be ambushed, being completely blasted to death. It's impossible to survive again. Chapter 58. An outrageous scene occurs. The killing arrow shoots back. The quasi-killing emperor had a cold smile on his lips. It did not directly shoot the killing arrow out. He was still gathering power for the killing arrow, to shoot the strongest, most terrifying arrow. To make this arrow shoot out the might of the killing emperor's mansion. To make this arrow shoot out the fear of the immortal realm's living beings towards the Emperor Slayer's mansion. Rumble. The 18 Jedi Slayer Zun's entire body was boiling with power. The might of the great killing weapons that each of them had sacrificed was catalyzed to the extreme, blasting towards Chen Changsheng's side. My God! The Fire Phoenix King was scared out of his wits. It is tempted to shout, brothers under the life. Take it easy I am still there. Chen Changsheng is on its back. It couldn't run away when these big killers came blasting over. Not being an important disciple just doesn't work. It was anxious. Deep down, he knew that the 18 supreme immortal dignitaries were not here to save it. It was mainly to kill Chen Changsheng, maintain the majesty of the house of the killing emperor. It was not false that it was a disciple of the world-destroying immortal emperor though, but not an important disciple under the immortal emperor of perdition. Immortal Emperor Perdition had many disciples. It is just one of the insignificant disciples. If it was simply just it and did not involve the majesty of the killing emperor's mansion, the killing emperor's mansion wouldn't have made such a big move at all. Now is the best proof. 18 supreme killing honors. Obviously no thought was given to its well-being. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to maneuver such a large killing weapon and directly blast it over. Blasted over like this, it's going to die. It's all up to this one. It placed all of its hopes on Chen Changsheng. Hopefully, Chen Changsheng would be able to carry this wave of bombardment, or it will have to die with it. However, when it turned its head to look at Chen Changsheng, it was discovered that Chen Changsheng was still sitting peacefully, not opening his eyes. It was so scared it didn't nearly fall head over heels. My lord, let's not be so bold. My little heart can't take it, it wailed inside. It didn't think that the blood demon could deal with so many great killers. Even if the heaven-slashing sword in the blood demon's hand had been bestowed with superhuman strength by Chen Changsheng, that won't work either. These mass murderers are horrible. It thought that it had to be Chen Changsheng himself. Grandma Lee's. A good dog doesn't get in the way. And it's not a good dog that gets in the way. His Excellency put me in charge of the open road. How dare you bad dogs get in the way? Slaughter them all. The blood demon carried the heaven-slashing sword, not scared at all. Immediately, he rushed forward carrying the heaven-slashing sword. It is impossible for it to freak out. It was because the power within the sky-splitting blade was too vast. It moved in front of it when it used the sky chopper. Not even 1,000th of his power has been utilized yet. This situation, how could it possibly be terrified? Holy, you really dare to go on. The Fire Phoenix King in the back, seeing that the blood demon was carrying the heaven-slashing sword, he rushed over. It was so scared it almost didn't cry out. So many terrifying mass murderers blasted over. It was truly surprised that the blood demon would be so brave and still dare to rush over. The 18 Supreme Slayer Zuns didn't care about blood demon at all. Not even a glance. Contempt to the core. Their gazes and attention were still all on Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng closed his eyes and rested his mind. Still old-fashioned. It was as if everything that happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Boom boom boom. A terrifying explosion that sounded as if it could shake and tread on the heavens of the ages rang out. The blood demon was holding the heavenly cleaver. It clashed fiercely with the many great killing weapons that bombarded Gulai. But no one is paying attention. It wasn't just the 18 Supreme Slayer Zuns who weren't concerned. The immortals watching from across the sky were not concerned. What's the concern about a guy who runs over to get killed? In their opinion, this was by no means an attack that a slave like a blood demon could deal with. The blood demon rushed over. It's nothing but a death sentence or a death sentence. It couldn't have ended any other way. 18 Supreme Slayer Zuns, and the immortals of the immortal domain. The attention was all on Chen Changsheng, and just then, the immortal realm's immortals all stared wide-eyed, full of horror. "What's that? It's horrible, isn't it?" they cried out in alarm. Only a dazzling arrow of light was seen, flying at extreme speed from the far reaches of the Xianyu starry sky. It blasted towards Chen Changsheng. This rod of light arrow was terrifying to the point of being unimaginable, shooting over when all the stars along the way exploded with a bang. The starry sky was even roaring, with terrifying big explosions occurring one after another, as if it was going to blow up fully. This is a life-killing arrow. Another imitation? No, this arrow carries an endless killing aura that extinguishes all life. It's definitely not an imitation. This is a real life-killing arrow, an arrow shot by a true top-tier immortal emperor weapon, the life-slaying bow. The immortal region shook tremendously up and down, and their scalps all tingled violently. No one was expecting it. As the 18 supreme killing fathers came with many great killing weapons, there was actually a strong person from the Emperor Killing House. Shot the killing arrow. The quasi-immortal emperor of the Emperor Killing Mansion has struck. There's no suspense anymore. He'll definitely die for sure. A prospective immortal emperor within the immortal realm. Look in the direction from which the killing arrows came. He saw the killing emperor house quasi-immortal emperor who was holding the killing bow with a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, shooting over with life-killing arrows, clearly imbued with power. Even the immortal emperor. It doesn't look like it can be carried off easily either. They feel that Chen Changsheng will end up there, killed by a killing arrow. Boom boom boom. The killing arrow shook with waves of terrifying light, but in an instant it killed from the far reaches of the stars. The endless killing aura that extinguished all life spread, sweeping through the entire immortal realm. All the immortals were affected, their vitality greatly diminished, and their life essence was severely lost. The end is horrible to the core. But, even so, Chen Changsheng remained motionless, without ever opening his eyes, still with eyes closed, sitting peacefully on the back of the Fire Phoenix King. "It's over. Dying." The Fire Phoenix King was so scared that his face turned pale. There was despair in his eyes. How it didn't think. There were even quasi-immortal emperors who shot life-killing arrows. It really doesn't care if it dies. Boom. The life-killing arrow killed in an instant. And just as it was about to shoot into Chen Changsheng's head, the life-killing arrow actually stopped suddenly. Stuck. What's the situation? How did the life-killing arrows suddenly stop? 18 Supreme Slayers, the Immortal Domain's immortals, all confused. I don't know what happened. Boom. An outrageous scene occurs. Stop the killing arrows. An even more terrifying wave of power suddenly erupted, reversing direction, shaking up an even more terrifying wave of light. It was actually in the direction from which it had been shot. Extreme speed shot past. Ein Yet, quasi-immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor House on a distant life immortal level star. Seeing the life-killing arrow actually shoot back towards him, his face instantly changed drastically. He shot himself back over the top of the killing arrow. A deadly threat was felt. It was by no means an arrow he could fight against. He didn't have time to think about it much. Don't dare hesitate. Rapidly tearing open an opening in the void. A headlong rush. Escape from this life immortal level star, shooting back the life-killing arrows. It didn't stop there. Straight through into the void, chasing after the quasi-immortal emperor of the Killing Emperor's mansion who was carrying out his escape. He shot him. Chapter 59 Chen Changsheng killed a quasi-immortal emperor in reverse without making a single half-hearted move. Bad content. Chapter 60 Killing Emperor House's Temptation. Great palm shatters starry sky and slaps. The wind is calm. After the 18 Supreme Slayer Zuns were killed by the Blood Demon with a single slash, the Blood Demon is in front. The Fire Phoenix King carried Chen Changsheng in the back. A long time passed without incident. No one from the Emperor Killer's mansion had ever killed out. It was as if the Killing Emperor's mansion had already given up on pursuing Chen Changsheng anymore. Really give up? The Killing Emperor mansion's face has been severely damaged this time. I don't quite believe they'll give up just like that. Quite a few immortals still felt that the Emperor Killer House hadn't given up. No movement for a long time. Just the calm before the storm. When the quiet passes, a terrifyingly violent storm is bound to erupt. Rumble. The stars of the immortal universe trembled chaotically. One immortal level star after another exploded. Sure enough, no movement for a long time. Just the calm before the storm. The Killing Emperor's house had not given up on hunting down Chen Changsheng. Do it at this time. A huge golden palm. From beyond the heavens, in an instant, it enveloped the entire Xianyu starry sky. Terror knows no bounds. When this huge golden palm appeared, the hearts of all living beings in the immortal region trembled. All of them felt an extremely strong threat of death in an instant. They couldn't help but cry out in pain. It was as if they were really dying a miserable death. The immortal emperor's faces all changed. Strong as they are, a strong crisis was also felt above this huge golden palm. This huge golden palm. It definitely has the power to wipe out immortal emperors. A supreme immortal emperor from the Emperor Killing Mansion strikes? No, although this palm is terrifying, it doesn't have the aura of a supreme immortal emperor. If that's right, it should be the immortal emperor of the emperor-killing mansion who is striking with the power of the top-tier immortal emperor soldier. The immortal emperors spoke. It was quick to determine who was striking, manifesting a palm to slap him to death. The emperor-slaying mansion obviously still wants to show off their strength. However, there is a saying that the house of the killing emperor is both strong and cautious. The emperor-slayer mansion is conducting a test run. Jedi immortal emperors don't come out. Absolute immortal emperor soldiers don't come out either. Even this palm that manifested, the source is untraceable. The emperor-killing mansion is obviously still full of scorn for this unknown immortal emperor. The immortal emperor's gazes were deep. See it very thoroughly. An unknown immortal emperor. The details are unknown. This unknown immortal emperor, in particular, had such a high profile. There's no cover-up. It was clear that he was going to fight hard against the killing emperor's mansion. Even if it's as terrifying as the killing emperor's mansion, one has to think deeply about that too. Of course, obviously the killing emperor's mansion was still unwilling to give up on this compromise, still want to try one last wave. The reason why it was identified as a test. Then it was just as the immortal emperors had said. The kill emperor's house Jedi immortal emperor does not come out. The Jedi immortal emperor soldier doesn't come out either. Even the large palm that manifested to strongly slap Qin Changxing to death. It's also been treated. The source is obscured. It cannot be traced back to the past. This was clearly the work of the killing emperor's mansion for fear of further losses. It's not the fear of having losses. It's not a trial. The house of the killing emperor wouldn't be like that at all. Not that a Jedi immortal emperor would walk out. It was that there would be a Jedi immortal emperor soldier forcefully blasting over. Rumble. Huge golden palms, dazzling terrifying immortal emperor laws, covering the entire immortal universe and starry sky, pressing down towards Chen Changsheng. It's too scary. Spare the blood demon who wielded the heavenly cleaver. Couldn't help but tremble with fear either. But, still clenching its teeth, it carried the heavenly chopper and rushed forward, over and over again. It's never ending, is it? Chen Changsheng rebuked, opened his eyes. Before the blood demon could rush over, he looked towards the huge golden palm that slapped over. Long dark hair fluttered in the wind. Horrified beams of light shot out of his eyes. Boom! When the lurid beam of light blasted onto that huge golden palm, it's just like paper mache. It was instantly shattered into pieces by the appalling beam. Wipe out all power. The immortal realm beings all looked dumbfounded, inwardly horrified. Chen Changsheng is also too scary. Could two glances shatter the terrifying palm that could overthrow the entire immortal realm? The immortal emperor's faces all changed as well. It had never occurred to him that Chen Changsheng's strength would be so terrifying and horrifying. They thought that Chen Changsheng would have to use the backhand that he had prepared in advance to be able to fight against this palm. Who knew? Chen Changsheng crushed the palm with his eyes open. They were alarmed in their hearts. Chen Changsheng's strength was just beyond their imagination. Is this one invincible? Under Chen Changsheng's seat, the Fire Phoenix King was so frightened that his soul trembled more than a little. Terrifyingly invincible this is. It's full of afterthoughts. Thinking about how it actually dared to rob Chen Changsheng in front of it. This is really not knowing what to do and hitting a stone with an egg. At the same time, it is also full of celebration. Thankfully it reacted quickly enough at the time. There was no thought of using the name of the Emperor Killing House and its master to die to the end, quickly agreeing to be Chen Changsheng's mount. Not in that case. It must have been dead as a doornail at the time. What realm is Lord Eternal Life in? The blood demon was inwardly shaken. Lord Everlasting's cultivation realm was like a bottomless pit, always bursting with invincible power. It really couldn't imagine what realm Lord Everlasting was actually in. In the meantime, crushing the two lurid beams of light from the golden palms, it didn't dissipate. Instead, it quickly cut through the starry sky of the immortal universe, blasting away in a certain direction. No, is it hard for him to find the source? Is this an attempt to strike down the person who made the shot? The immortal emperors trembled. Is Chen Changsheng so scary? The source of that palm, treated. There is absolutely no possibility of tracing it back to the source. Chen Changsheng didn't even make a move to project. In the moment of opening his eyes, just break the cover of that palm. Did you find the source? The immortal emperors couldn't believe it. Even if Chen Changsheng could really seek out the source of that palm, Chen Changsheng has to have projected moves too, right? There wasn't even a move to project. That's if we can find the source of that palm. That's outrageous. Inside a distant, lifeless dead star, can seek out my location? A great and terrifying figure with a terrifying aura emanating from his body. Seeing two lurid beams of light being shot rapidly towards his side, his face instantly changed drastically. How is that possible? The location where he was covered with one big concealment formation after another. Even he had brought with him the ancient immortal treasure that concealed his breath. There's no way it could have been located. But look at the two lurid beams of light, shooting straight towards his side. He had to believe it even if he couldn't. Chen Changsheng must have sought out his location. It's okay, it's not a big problem. I've been prepared for this for a long time, he sneered and laughed, doing things very carefully and cautiously. Even if he had previously thought that it was impossible for Chen Changxing to seek out his location, he's still laying down a series of backstops for that. 2. Go away. He opened a teleportation spell and walked up, and then, teleportation spell activated. His figure disappeared into thin air. The entire star was even after his figure disappeared into thin air. It exploded. Erase all traces of him. Trying to kill me? No way. He spoke in a cold voice, confident beyond measure. Chapter 61, a series of backstabs. Xian Yuan banishment. Kill this immortal emperor of the imperial mansion. Very confident. He had many backhanders laid out, fearing that Chen Changsheng would come back with a counterattack. After teleporting away from that Death Star, he appeared on another Death Star. There was a teleportation spell array arranged here as well. He stepped into the teleportation spell. The figure disappeared again. A close second. This Death Star likewise exploded in an instant. Erase all traces of him. Cut off the possibility of being traced. Same operation. He made several quick passes. An unknown immortal emperor. The bottom line, etc., is not clear. So much for the case. It is not too much to ask for even a little more caution. The house of the killing emperor was very strong though. In the past history, never been afraid of anyone. Who dares to provoke the majesty of the house of the killing emperor? Kill the emperor's house must be high profile and strong to suppress it. But, such a high profile and strong. It was all based on the vast and precise information network of the killing emperor's mansion. The house of the killing emperor is high profile and strong every time. All based on a clear understanding of each other's information. There is absolute certainty that it will be killed strongly. Not in that case. The killing emperor's house wouldn't have been so high profile and strong in the past. Today is the best example and illustration. After knowing that Chen Changsheng was an immortal emperor, they no longer act recklessly. The trial began. Slap out the big one. Showing off the majesty of the house of the killing emperor was secondary. Most of all, it was to probe Chen Changsheng's strength. And what kind of backhandedness Chen Changsheng has. Boom! The vastness of the starry sky of the immortal universe. 2 lurid beams of light ferociously blasted through the immortal universe starry sky. Along the way the stars trembled chaotically. The scene was horribly appalling. Inside the fairy realm, from the immortal emperor down to the immortals, eyes all moved with the 2 horrifying beams of light. They all want to know, has Chen Changsheng ever been so horribly outrageous? Really seek out the immortal emperor who killed the emperor's mansion, and kill it. 2 lurid beams of light killed the Death Star that was the earliest of the immortal emperors of the Emperor Slayer's mansion. The Kill Emperor House immortal emperor figure was long gone. The entire Death Star blew up into powder as well. There's not a trace left. This one is indeed powerful. It seems that he has truly sought out the location of the immortal emperor of the Emperor Slaying mansion. However, it's obvious that the Kill Emperor House Immortal Emperor has long been prepared and ran away in advance. There was a lot of talk in the immortal realm, sighing at Chen Changxing's power. Another sigh of relief at the prudence with which the House of the Killing Emperor had acted. Leave things to chance. But, just when everyone thought it was all over, 2 lurid beams of light. It was actually a quick reorientation. In the other direction, flying at breakneck speed. That good? Is it hard to continue locking onto the location of that immortal emperor from the emperor killing mansion? The immortal domain shook up and down. All were taken aback. Kill the immortal emperor of the imperial mansion. It's already running early, and also destroyed all traces of it. This is all still locked down? They were a little disbelieving, even the immortal emperors, and a bit of disbelief, because in this case, when there was really no possibility of locking down and killing that immortal emperor of the imperial mansion again, boom, 2 lurid beams of light. In an instant, he came to the second blown-up Death Star. Here the traces were likewise eliminated. The immortals watched in awe. The killing emperor's mansion was really too cautious, laying down too many backhanders, and to make them even more alarmed, 2 lurid beams of light. Surprisingly, he returned his direction and set off. They were frightened. Can this continue to be locked? Boom! 2 lurid beams of light shook waves of horrible light. It's like the light of extinction, rampaging through the stars of the immortal universe. This is definitely an extremely shocking scene. Immortal domain ever. There has never been a scene like this before. Immortals stare, all moving quickly with the 2 lurid beams of light. They were getting more and more surprised. Kill that immortal emperor of the imperial mansion. How many backstops have been laid? That's 6 times now. At the same time, they were also even more shocked by Chen Changxing's terror. 6 teleportations and re-teleportations. Erase the trace and erase it again. It's amazing that this even continues to lock. It's really scary. The star didn't blow up. It's still there. The immortal emperor of the emperor killing mansion doesn't have a backhand? There should be no backhanders. Come to think of it, that's 6 times, and no amount of caution is too much to ask. I wonder if the immortal emperor of the Emperor Slayer mansion can resist the blast of these 2 beams. The fairies once again erupted into hot debate. This time 2 lurid beams killed a star that hadn't blown up and was still there. Boom! 2 lurid beams of light. A strong and incomparable blast went over. However, what all the immortals did not expect was this. After the 2 lurid beams of light blasted past, it actually disappeared suddenly. That star showed no damage. The 2 lurid beams of light just inexplicably and suddenly disappeared into thin air. Exhausted? After all, 2 lurid beams of light chasing after each other like this is extremely power-consuming. Quite a few immortals opened their mouths. Consider the 2 lurid beams of light exhausted. That's why it suddenly disappeared. But they soon learned they thought wrong. One can only see extremely special and complex supreme rune patterns appearing on that star, interweaving unimaginable Tao rules. It's not exhaustion. Rather, the Killing Emperor's mansion still has an arrangement on that star. All the immortals were shocked beyond belief. Jesus, the Kill Emperor's mansion was also too cautious. 6 teleports and then teleports again. Erase the trace and erase it again. I can't believe it's not even over. And the backhand. This is the Immortal Abyss banishment. Damn, the Emperor Killing Mansion is really ruthless. The Immortal Emperor's faces changed drastically. They are different from those immortals, clearly seeing through the tactics of the Kill Emperor house. Fairy Abyss banishment. The house of the Killing Emperor was indeed ruthless enough. A connection spell was laid on that star. Stepping in will result in being transported directly inside the Immortal Abyss. Fairy Abyss. This is an absolutely ferocious place in the immortal realm. Enter certain death. Since ancient times, there had never been an example of someone who had entered the Immortal Abyss and still managed to come out alive. Even immortal emperors were like that. No one knows what's really inside the Immortal Abyss. In the meantime, inside a lifeless star in the super distant beyond, you're still a bit young to fight me. The Killing Emperor of the Killing Emperor's mansion. Cold smiles all around. His laugh was tinged with amusement, delighted with the series of backstops he had laid down. But he couldn't help but be shocked in his mind. What's Chen Changxing's story? Just how terrifying is it? Just 2 glances. It's possible to lock him all the way in. Chased all the way here. 6 teleports and then teleports again. Erase the trace and erase it again. By the way, how should we not come after them again? Yet the 2 beams of light still chased them all the way. In the end, if he hadn't laid down the Immortal Abyss banishment, direct the 2 gazes to teleport into the Immortal Abyss, it's really hard to say what will happen to him. But, just the next instant, a smug smile solidified on his face. What turned up was an expression of infinite horror. How is this possible? He lost his voice and yelled, scared to the point where his body was swinging around. The whole face was ghastly white. The heart is filled with infinite fear. Only the 2 beams of light that disappeared and were supposed to be guided and transported into the Immortal Abyss. It actually appeared again, and with an even more terrifying wave of light, killing towards his side at extreme speed. Chapter 62, The Cold-Blooded and Ruthless Killing Emperor's House. Cautious and decisive. Bad content. Chapter 63, Demonic Endless Dark Abyss. Grave of the Immortal Region's top great clans and powerful people. Bad content. Chapter 64, The Wind Doesn't Want to Stop. Just destroy it. Bad content. Chapter 65, Chen Changxing arrived at the land of heavenly punishment, and a large magnificent world was presented before his eyes. Somehow, when Chen Changxing's figure looked toward them, Emokong and the rest of them all couldn't control the trembling in their hearts, as if gazed upon by death. It's like there's going to be death coming to them. We're not scared. Kill! Emokong and the others shouted in a cold voice. From the top 100 realms of the upper realm they were. How can you just be intimidated like that? No way! In a horrible roar, they forcefully killed towards Chen Changxing. Immense amounts of immortal light erupted. Terrifying immortal power shook heaven and earth. They're strong enough. The realms are all above the half-immortal. Especially Makon. The realm is higher. A quasi-immortal realm above the half-immortal. The terrifying depths of the top 100 realms' top great clans in the upper realm. It was on full display at this moment. They all carried immortal soldiers. There exists in the upper realm an immortal substance. There also existed immortal medicines and materials. However, none of this is working. They were in front of Chen Changxing's figure. Too small and insignificant. The Chen Changxing figure's eyes opened and closed. There are endless forces bursting forth. Emokong and the others all exploded. It spilled a large rain of blood. They sacrificed immortal soldiers. They all exploded and crumbled at the same time. So scary. It's horrible. All the living beings in the world were looking at it with their scalps tingling and shocked. This one is truly invincible. I don't know exactly what kind of high level it has. Only a figure left behind. The eyes also possessed invincible power when they opened and closed, easily killing super terrifying celestial outsiders like Emokong in seconds. There goes the extinguishing wind. The Chen Changxing figure was expressionless. He is clearly different from the front. He never spoke before. Now he, on the other hand, speaks in succession. This was because he had received a message from the side of Chen Changxing's main body. Going to put out the wind that doesn't want to stop. Swish! Chen Changxing's figure disappeared in place. When he reappears, he had come to the stars of Zeus beyond the world. He came to a bronze ancient ship that was traveling rapidly within the Zeus' starry sky. The bronze ancient ship was immense. It was more massive than the stars within Zeus. The entire body flowed with transcendent immortal radiance, dazzling immortal laws. This is a top-notch immortal ship. When Chen Changxing's figure appeared in front of the bronze ancient ship, the people on the boat were all alarmed. Unexpectedly, someone would suddenly appear in front of their ship. Not a person. It's just a figure. On the bow, the Emoplan Patriarch's eyes bloomed with cold electricity. Watching the figure of Chen Changxing, no breath of life was felt on the Chen Changxing figure. Make sure it's not a real person. Just a figure. A figure dares to act recklessly in front of our Emoplan? Whatever for you. Daring to appear in front of our Emoplan ship. Blast it straight through. The Emoplan Patriarch waved his hand with a cold expression. The Emo elders at the bottom led the way. Immediately, he urged the bronze ancient ship with all his might. A bombardment was launched against Chen Changxing's figure. Boom! The stars of Zeus trembled chaotically. The bronze ancient ship was under full force. A lurid beam of light shot out. The lurid beam of light contained a vast amount of immortal power. Immortals must die if they are grazed. True immortals above immortals can't carry it either. If you are hit by a blast, you must die. Destroy the wind. The Chen Changxing figure's face was calm. Speak softly, and as his voice fell, the invisible force instantly locked onto the bronze ancient ship. With a roar, the bronze ancient ship instantly disintegrated and crumbled. The Emoplan's people were also fully blown up. In a pft sound, it turned into a cloud of blood mist. Total death. Chen Changxing's figure also disappeared afterwards. Who is this? It's horrible, isn't it? The stars of Zeus. There are many fairy ships traveling. They all fled down from the upper world, saw the scene of the Emoplan's immortal ship disintegrating and crumbling. They were all terrified. I can't believe it. The top Great Clan immortal ships from the top 100 realms of the upper realm. Just like that, they were exterminated? They recognized the origin of the Emoplan's immortal ship. Knowing where the Emoplan is coming from, they sucked in cold breaths in rapid succession, deeply afraid. How does this lower world feel even more terrifying and menacing than the upper world? The abyss of endless darkness, terror unknown. There were extremely chaotic and terrifying forces everywhere, even the immortal emperor. Nor is it possible herein as good as it gets. Feel free to walk through it. It's going to be tough. Can't even walk very far. It would be possible to be obliterated by the extremely chaotic and terrifying power of this place. This is in no way nonsense. Instead, there are real examples. There were many corpses of immortal emperors floating right here. They are long gone. All that was left were the bones of a corpse with 1,000 holes and no shape. Not that all beings who enter the abyss of endless darkness, the bodies all floated away. There are a lot of bodies that haven't floated out. Take these immortal emperor corpses for example. The Fire Phoenix King watched all the way as his eyes danced. If it wasn't for the Chen Changxing power sheltering it, stabilized its Taoist heart, it's afraid it's going to be scared alive right now. These are all immortal emperors, standing at the top of the immortal way, possessing unimaginably terrifying power. The sky is extinguished. No immortal emperor will ever die. Now it's piling up dead over here. Tell the truth. If it hadn't been for Chen Changxing power stabilizing its Tao, it's really going to be a living hell. The same is true for the blood demon. Immortal emperor corpses were floating in piles. Where had it ever seen such a horrible sight? If he hadn't been sheltered by the power of Chen Changxing, it has to be scared alive too. And Chen Changxing, who was sitting on the back of the Fire Phoenix King, and the face is calm, not a ripple. Boom! As they go deeper, the terrifying power also became more and more chaotic. There was an extremely terrifying force blasting towards Chen Changxing and the others. Chen Changxing's face did not change. Between the long black hair flowing in the wind, the invisible force instantly tore apart the attacks that were blasting towards them. The Fire Phoenix King and the Blood Demon were all shocked as they watched. What kind of supremacy does this one possess? Into the middle of the endless dark abyss, it can also be as invincible as possible. They continue to go deeper, approaching the land of heavenly punishment. There is not just one place of heavenly punishment. Instead, it has multiple locations. There are big and small. All of them were enveloped by endless heavenly thunder. Heavenly thunder unceasingly bombarded these heavenly punishment places. The scene was horribly appalling. Where do these heavenly thunders originate? Fire Phoenix King and Blood Demon. All of them tilted their heads to look upwards at the heavenly thunderbolt coming down, but they can't see anything. Heavenly thunder above. The chaos was misty and far beyond their prying eyes. Chen Changxing also looked above the heavenly thunder. The eyes went straight through the chaotic mist. He saw a magnificent sight of a big radiant world. It looks great, he whispered softly, took an interest. Later on, it would be a good idea to go for a walk in this magnificent sparkling great world. As for this magnificent radiant great world, why do they keep sending down heavenly thunderbolts to bombard the land of heavenly punishment? He's not interested, don't want to go deeper. None of this has anything to do with him. Roar! Just then, there was a terrible roar, a smaller side of the land of heavenly punishment. There were tons of terrifying figures standing. They are not human. The eyes were all scarlet and demonic. In unison, they stared at Chen Changsheng. A creepy sound came out of his mouth. "Give your lives for the Lord. Your lives," they all repeated over and over again with their mouths. The scene is very lurid and creepy. Chapter 66. Move your arms and legs and give you this honor. One terrifyingly creepy figure after another. It stands next to the smaller place of heavenly punishment. There are hundreds and hundreds of them. They are huge. Human body with a cow's head. Each body exceeded the stars. The infinite ferocious aura and strange aura emanating from his body mixed together. Extraordinarily horrifyingly appalling. It's no exaggeration to say, even the immortal emperor. Nor could it withstand this infinite ferocious aura mixed with a strange aura. The immortal emperor's Tao heart would instantly crumble. Completely insane. The Hercules Bull Demon Clan, the Fire Phoenix King exclaimed. Recognize the origin of these horribly creepy figures. Powerful Bull Demon Clan, the top ferocious beast clans within the immortal region. It belonged to one of the most terrifying giant clans within the immortal region. They possess a terrifying bloodline of ferocious beasts, born with great strength. Far better than any other race of beings. Some time ago, the powerful Bull Demon Clan, for some reason, suddenly the clan was raised to break into the middle of the endless dark abyss. At that time, it caused a huge stir inside the immortal region. How come they aren't locked by the heavenly thunder? Encountering a blast of heavenly lightning, the blood demon's pupils shrunk. Member of the powerful Bull Demon Clan, all immediately adjacent to that smaller place of heavenly punishment. Normally, the members of the powerful Bull Demon Clan are so close to the land of heavenly punishment, it's sure to be locked by the heavenly thunder. Encountered a heavenly thunderbolt and killed. Results: the sight of the members of the powerful Bull Demon Clan. There wasn't even a single piece of heavenly thunder falling. Obviously not locked by the heavenly thunder. This is really weird. Unexpected. That's what? The Fire Phoenix King looked behind the members of the vigorous Bull Demon Clan in horror. Inside that smaller place of heavenly punishment, it saw a terrifying figure, was hugging and gnawing on the corpse of a powerful bull demon. It couldn't see exactly what this terrifying figure looked like. All that could be seen was the bloody maw of this terrifying figure. Next to this terrifying figure, it was full of corpses of members of the Herculean Bull Demon Clan whose flesh and blood had been gnawed clean. It was horrified, suddenly associating it with the bones of those immortal emperors that he had seen along the way. Those immortal emperor corpses, each is full of holes. It's not a good look. At that time it also said that these immortal emperor corpses and bones, it was blasted to death like that by the terrifying chaotic power of the endless dark abyss. Looking back now, those immortal emperor corpses had 1,000 holes in their bodies. It's clearly a bite mark. It wasn't blasted into shape at all. Those immortal emperors couldn't have all been gnawed to death by this terrifying creature. Its heart was beating fiercely, also associated with those top great clans that had somehow suddenly raised their clans into the dark abyss. And then there are the overwhelmingly powerful people who come in alone. It couldn't be that it was this horrible creature that was drawn into the dark abyss with some kind of demonic power, and then it was all chewed up by this horrible creature. That's a big possibility. It's creepy. The heart beat more violently. Those top great clans that raised their clans to enter the dark abyss. And then there's the Jedi who came in alone. As their bodies floated out of the dark abyss, flesh and blood are all gone. All that floated out were the bones of corpses, and the top of the corpse is full of holes. It's not a good look. It was just like those immortal emperor corpses we saw earlier. One time. It almost certainly is. Those top powerful clans that raised their clans to come in. And then there's the Jedi who came in alone. It was this horrible creature that was drawn into the dark abyss with some kind of demonic power. It was all chewed up by this horrible creature. How terrifyingly strong does one have to be able to do this? It is simply unthinkable. To know, over endless years, there were too many top great clans and overwhelmingly powerful people who had entered the dark abyss. And the scariest part is, this horrible creature, it's still inside the land of heavenly punishment. All of this could lure countless top-tier clans and overwhelmingly powerful people to the dark abyss, eaten whole by it, the power possessed by terrible creatures. It must have reached an extremely unfathomable level. Ho 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 ho, a horrible and terrifying bull roar resounded. Endless ferocious and strange auras spread, one after another. There was a vigorous bull demon with scarlet eyes, bordering on insanity, charging towards Chen Changsheng and their side. They are too scary. Only their roars. It would be enough to shatter an immortal emperor into smithereens. The powerful Bull Demon Clan is the immortal domain's top giant clan. Ben's strength is horrible, plus the demonic power added. They are undoubtedly more terrifying. Then let's dig the earth from this place of heavenly punishment. Chen Changsheng slowly got up, with a calm face. He stepped down from the back of the Fire Phoenix King. He took a step in the void. Step forward. As he moved forward, all the Herculean bull demons, no matter how horrible, even the powerful bull demon that could easily tear apart immortal emperors, all of them were also immobilized. There wasn't a hint of movement. These vigorous bull demons erupted with power. It was also wiped out in a moment, dissipated completely. The terrifying creature that was hugging and gnawing on a powerful bull demon, and that's why it stopped moving, revealing a pair of eyes as huge and creepy as a blood moon, looking towards Chen Shangsheng, who was slowly walking towards it. "You look delicious." It grinned a big bloody grin, let out an eerie laugh. "It's unnerving and gut-wrenching to watch. You look like you're in for a beating." Chen Shangsheng ventured such a sentence. "Ha ha." The horrible creature grinned its bloody maw, laughing without anger. "Not lured here. Rather, it decided on its own to come over here and explore. You sure are full of confidence. But this is nothing more than foolish confidence after all. You don't know who I am. Before you dare to be so arrogant in front of me, if you know who I am, you'll see how stupid and small you are." The horrible creatures spoke a very odd language, not a language spoken within the fairy realm. Its language carries its sense of spiritual thought. Even if you can't understand it, it also understands what it means by what it says. "Oh, like that? It's been a while since I've moved my arms and legs properly. Seeing as you're so beat up, I'll give you that honor today. Beat the hell out of you," Chen Shangsheng said. He had killed his enemies with invisible power all ahead of him. "It's true that I haven't moved my arms and legs much." As he said, he'd give the scary creatures the honor this time. "Move your arms and legs well." Punch this horrible creature in the face, bursting with confidence. "Yes, I love it. The more confident you are, the better you eat. Okay, come here. Come over here and kick my ass. Of course, provided you can come over and break through the blast of heavenly thunder." The horrible creature grinned. Those vigorous bull demons were close to the place of heavenly punishment and were not bombarded by the heavenly thunderlock. All because it is with great power and some kind of secret technique. It was only then that those vigorous bull demons were not bombarded by the heavenly thunderlock. Other beings certainly can't. When you approach the land of heavenly punishment, you will be bombarded by the heavenly thunderlock. Chapter 67, 33 Heavens. You and the others are nothing but frogs in the bottom of a well. Oh, Chen Shangsheng's face was calm. There was no terror flowing from the self. There was also no Tao light or precious radiance on his body. In addition to being more handsome in appearance, the rest looks mediocre. Doesn't look like any kind of master at all. He took a step in the void. Clothes fluttered in the wind, approaching the smaller place of heaven's punishment where the terrible creature was located. Blood Demon and Fire Phoenix King. All of them were incredibly nervous. The heart was in his throat. Even though this lord went all the way, showed too much invincibility, but now they can't help but be nervous and worried. After all, this was no ordinary heavenly thunder, obviously from higher realms and realms. Extraordinarily horrible and terrifying. "How dare you come over here? Hee hee, ha ha, not bad. Bombard it with heavenly thunder and roast it. It's even better." Crunch! The horrible creature grinned its bloody mouth, laughing out loud again. It blithely did not place Chen Shangsheng in its eyes. As it says, Chen Shangsheng, this is not knowing who it is. If you know who it is, where it comes from. Chen Shangsheng had to be scared to death even if he was scared. It has extremely terrifying strength and background. Rumble! A terrifying thunderclap resounded. Chen Shangsheng had just approached when he was locked by the heavenly thunder. Then there was a terrifying heavenly thunderstorm. Is this heavenly thunder? It was almost like a giant dragon. It was thick like an unbroken mountain range. The thunderous light that burst out was even more astonishing. Blood Demon and Fire Phoenix King. Cold sweat all over his body. They're pretty sure. The terrifying power that this heavenly thunder has. It could definitely blast the entire immortal realm to smithereens. Chen Shangsheng's face did not have a single ripple. No invisible power was ever used. When this heavenly thunder was about to strike him, he threw a violent punch. In front of this extremely thick heavenly thunder that looked like a giant dragon, he was pitifully small. The fist is even more negligible. However, it's the fist that's so small that it's almost negligible. Yet, it erupted with unparalleled and terrifying power. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the world. Chen Shangsheng blasted the heavenly thunder into smithereens with a single punch. In the shattered light of heavenly thunder that exploded open, he looked so godlike and superb, bright and dazzling. "Nyo Ben, your excellency is invincible as always." The Blood Demon and the Fire Phoenix King couldn't help but exclaim in shock. So terrifyingly heavenly thunder. Lord Eldritch blew it with a single punch. They realized in an instant. Just now they're worried and nervous. Most likely redundant. After Chen Shangsheng punched out the heavenly thunder, the terrifying creatures within the land of heavenly punishment also stopped grinning. It had a pair of eyes as huge and terrifying as a blood moon. It's starting to get deep. How can you break the thunder in the sky? This is really out of its expectation. Boom boom boom. After this heavenly thunder was broken, in an instant, more terrifying heavenly thunderbolts blasted towards Chen Shangsheng. At the same time there were also Tao rules that manifested at a higher level than the immortal Tao laws. The scene was extremely appalling. Immortal Emperor level battle power. Under these heavenly thunders that blasted over, it's simply not enough. it would be completely blasted to death in a matter of moments. There can be no suspense. Boom! Chen Chongsheng blasted his fist. When really want to move your arms and legs properly, he was in the midst of dense heavenly thunder. The fist was hard against the heavenly thunder, bursting with unimaginable fist prints. It shook the heavens of the ages. Dense heavenly thunder, one after another. His fists burst. He fought his way strongly into the land of heavenly punishment. Both feet landed on top of the land of heaven's punishment. Swish! Just as his feet had just landed on top of the land of heaven's punishment, a big blood-red flag. The flag was like a blood-colored heavenly sword. It came chopping at him with a bang. Dreadful creatures manifested themselves. The first blast was launched against Chen Chongsheng. It's too scary. The body was immense. The stars were as small as grains of rice in front of it. Before entering the land of heavenly punishment, can't see what it really looks like. And I don't know how huge it really is. Coming in then allows for a full view. It has a human upper body. The lower half of the body is serpentine. The snake's body parts were covered in shiny golden scales, flowing with a strong metallic texture. It was as if it was cast in supreme heavenly gold. Its upper body, though in person, but it is different from a normal person. It's at the forehead. There are 3 blood-red vertical eyes. There is no pupil inside. In each of the 3 blood-red vertical eyes, there were 3 different pitch-black symbols, and these 3 different pitch-black symbols, extremely scary and terrifying. In the blood-red vertical eye, quick turn, there is a terrible and appalling vision of annihilation. As the 3 pitch-black symbols turned and floated out, it's on both sides of the chest. Each has 18 arms. There are 36 arms. 36 arms in hand. All of them hold different Taoist weapons. Each type of Tao weapon exuded a Tao rhythm that was far higher than the immortal Tao laws. The end is horribly scary. The blood-red banner chopped towards Chen Chongsheng. The flag is sharp as attack. Blood and light filled the air. It can easily chop up everything. Chen Chongsheng struck out. With one hand, he grabbed the face of the blood-red flag that was chopping towards him. The blood-red flag faced that everything can be chopped up. And yet, he couldn't even cut off a single hair on his head. His palms flicked. Bang! The blood-red flag face crumbled in response. Crisp as window paper. It breaks at the drop of a hat. Boom! An infinite amount of precious light flickered. A higher Tao jump beyond the laws of immortality. An ancient monument. It slammed towards Chen Chongsheng with a loud bang. The ancient and simple giant monument was engraved with strange words and rune patterns. When smashing towards Chen Chongsheng, weird words and rune patterns on the ancient giant monument, all glittering. A super blazing aura blossomed. Every word and rune lit up with a blazing aura. All of them exceeded the light of the great sun in the 9 heavens. Chen Chongsheng's face was calm, long hair flowing in the wind. His palm, facing the ancient giant monument that came crashing down, a slap to the face. Ka-chow. The sound of crumbling rang out. The monumental monument that can suppress everything. In Chen Chongsheng's light palm, it exploded. It crumbles into powder. The terrifying creature's pupils plummeted. It really didn't expect Chen Chongsheng to be so strong. It actually blew up 2 of its immortal Tao armaments one after the other. But, it quickly grinned. Good. Such a strong man. Eating it will allow me to carry through the heavenly thunderbolts for a longer period of time. It struck the remaining 34 immortal Tao armaments. Suppressed Chen Chongsheng. Even if Chen Chongsheng was strong, he was ultimately limited. The realm plane under the 33 heavens. It's all locked up. The highest way is the way of immortality. Unable to step into the higher levels of the way above the immortal way. So, even if Chen Chongsheng was stronger, it is also destined to be limited. Beyond the realm of immortality, there is no threat to it. Chen Chongsheng blew up 2 immortal Tao armaments. That was also because of these immortal Tao soldiers. It has been defending it from the heavenly thunderbolts. Wear and tear and consumption is huge. If the 2 immortal Tao soldiers were at their peak state, even if it exhausts Chen Chongsha alive, it also categorically couldn't hurt the 2 immortal Tao armaments in the slightest. Stupid ignorant humans. One needs to know that there are people beyond the sky. You and the others are just a bunch of frogs in the bottom of a well. Just sit around and watch. I don't know what the real heaven and earth look like. The horrible creature let out a sneer. Chapter 68. The 3 worlds descend. Their might is terrifyingly boundless. Bad content. Chapter 69. Evolving the wonders of the vast heaven and earth. Pulling Chen Changsheng to join forces with it. Bad content. Chapter 70. Digging up some dirt to take away? It's too much trouble to take the whole thing away. Bad content. Chapter 71. Collecting that place of heavenly punishment. The vast heavens and earth side sense the change. Rumble. A raging and terrifying sea of thunder. One weight after another. sweeping across the entire land of heavenly punishment. Other creatures within the land of heavenly punishment, all of them looked up sharply. A look of horror crossed his face. What happened? That's too much movement. Something big seems to have happened in the land of heavenly punishment. Unfortunately, they were limited. Plus the sea of thunder that appeared one after another was too terrifying, causing them all to be unable to see or sense the scene outside. I don't know what happened. Boom! The sea of thunder was even more ferocious. There were higher-level laws pulsating in it that far exceeded the immortal way. A random drop splashes out a drop of thunder seawater. It was also enough to kill immortal emperors hundreds or thousands of times. The blood demon and the fire phoenix king were so scared that they were trembling all over. It's really close to being a shock. Let's not say they've ever seen such a horrific scene, even if they are dreaming. They couldn't imagine such a terrifying sea of thunder either. Swish! Chen Qianxing's eyes were deep. There were terrifying Dao rules flowing in his eyes. As the terrifying Dao flowed in his eyes, a raging and terrifying sea of thunder framed on the spot. The scene was like a pause in time. A raging sea of thunder. All were set high in the sky. It can be seen, above the sea of thunder, there were higher-level Dao rules that far exceeded the immortal Dao roaring and stirring, trying to break the power of framing. But it didn't work at all. Next, in just a few moments, these higher-level Dao rules that far exceeded the immortal Dao were also framed. Full fixation. The blood demon and the fire phoenix king's hearts were pounding as they watched. Jesus, Lord Nagisa is also too scary. I'll look over. A raging and terrifying sea of thunder, along with the higher-level Dao rules on it that far exceeded the immortal Dao. All are framed. Boom! The freeze frame was followed by a terrifyingly loud explosion. One after another raging and terrifying sea of thunder, fully disintegrated into pieces. A higher level of Dao on it far beyond the immortal Dao, also close behind. Total disintegration. Swish! This place of heavenly punishment was also rapidly shrinking afterward. It was put away by Chen Qianxing. Chen Qianxing's clothes fluttered, landing on the back of the fire phoenix king. Gone. He spoke softly, to return to the human world. Help the Li clan to change the state of the Yin spirit, with the most masculine and rigid earth of the land of heavenly punishment. Make the Li people alive again. Fire Phoenix King and Blood Demon, all of them are in a state of utter confusion. It was still after Chen Qianxing spoke out. Just reacted. Yes, my lord. The Fire Phoenix King lifted his wings, raising a large area of blazing flames, swaying in the dark abyss, the way it was meant to be. In the meantime, that wider world, within the 33rd heaven, hidden in a giant palace in the middle of the infinite Xiaorue, there's been a change in the land of heavenly punishment? A white-haired old man with furrowed brows, sensing a change of heart within the land of heavenly punishment, he quickly arrived inside a palace of ancient vicissitudes. Come to a small, four-sided pool. He waved his hand. There was light falling into the small pools of the four directions. A split second, the clear pool water within the small four-sided pool began to surge violently, and there were all sorts of transcendent runic patterns jumping out, as the various transcendental runes jumped to their fiercest. Inside the small pool in the quad, revealed a picture. The image was clearly the very same land of heavenly punishment. The white-haired old man gazed carefully at the heavenly punishment land in the picture. 1, 2, 3, 16, 17. He counted. There is not just one place of heavenly punishment, with multiple locations. Each place is labeled accordingly. When the white-haired old man counted to the end, his face changed suddenly. The 76th place of heavenly punishment is gone. His pupils snapped. Wrinkled old face. All incredible. How could the 76th place of heavenly punishment disappear? It's just completely impossible. Need to know. The side of the land of heavenly punishment, all of them were enveloped by the 33 heavens Tao rules. It was simply not a place that living beings under the 33 heavens could approach and shake. Even the 76th place of heavenly punishment, very small. For one of the weakest places of heavenly punishment, it was also by no means something that beings under the 33 heavens could approach and shake. The 76th heavenly punishment land is holding Snake Tim of the demonic Snake Clan. It got out of the trap by some means, and took away the 76th place of heavenly punishment? The white-haired old man's gaze was deep and cold. The beings under the 33 heavens. It is absolutely impossible to take away the 76th place of heavenly punishment. He thought it was Snake Tim of the Devil Snake Clan who was imprisoned in the 76th heavenly punishment land. Get out of it by some means, and took away the 76th place of heavenly punishment. Want to get out of the trap? It's not that easy. The white-haired old man whisked his sleeve and snorted coldly. It was never possible to free a creature imprisoned within the land of heavenly punishment. Cold sun. He spoke softly. Then a pretty figure appeared here. The pretty figure wore a black veil over her face though, but it's hard to hide its stunningly beautiful face. She was wearing black battle armor that shimmered with metallic coldness, valiant at the same time. Another glimpse of her flawless, golden proportioned body. She looked cold, temperament like a name, like a snow lotus in an iceberg. An icy chill emanated from his body. Lord Xiaoshan. She bent to the white-haired old man and bowed. The white-haired old man known as Lord Xiaoshan. Hands behind your back. The god looked indifferently at the black-armored Li Yan. There's been a change of heart over in the land of heavenly punishment. It is suspected that the snake Tim of the demonic serpent race imprisoned in the 76th heavenly punishment land is out of the trap, and even the 76th place of heavenly punishment is gone. You go down and look. Let's see what's going on. Xiaoshan Shan spoke in a cold voice. There's been a change over at the heavenly punishment land? A black-armored beauty that looked like a snow lotus in an ice mountain. Qinglong's face changed, showing a surprised expression. She rarely does. Hardly ever had such a surprised expression appeared. It was really the thing that the white-haired old man had said. It's amazing. She knew well what was going on over there in the land of heavenly punishment. The land of divine punishment is a prison for prisoners. It is heavily set up within. There is no possibility of accidents. But what did she just hear? There are prisoners off the hook. Even the 76th place of heavenly punishment where this prisoner was held disappeared. This news is so surprising and unexpected. Getting out of trouble is unforgivable. Taking away the 76th place of heavenly punishment is even more unforgivable. Snake Tim is totally looking for death. Xiaoshan Shan's gaze grew colder and colder. There was even a strong killing intent erupting from his body. Snake Tim has committed a capital offense. Can't live anymore. After you go down and find out what's going on, bring it over to the land of heavenly punishment. Public execution. Let the other prisoners held within the land of heavenly punishment know. Trying to get out of the trap will only lead to death. He said coldly. Give the black-armored Lilliputians the order to execute Snake Tim. Yes. The black-armored Lil man regained his composure, bending to take orders. The 33 heavens beings cannot go down easily. I'll go speak with the temple master. Let the hall master open the ancient path. You go down the ancient path, understand the situation, and kill Snake Tim. Xiaoshan said again. Chapter 72. Shen Changsheng manifests in the immortal world starry sky. The immortal realm is once again greatly shaken. The 33 heavens are isolated from the outside. The living beings below it cannot enter the 33rd heaven. The living beings within it were also unable to leave the 33 heavens. Go to the realm plane below the 33 heavens. But that's just scratching the surface. There were some hidden, unknown ancient paths within the 33 heavens. One can leave the 33 heavens in peace, traveling to the boundary realm plane under the 33 heavens. Of course, such hidden, unknown ancient paths, only mastered by the Supreme Tao. Unusual beings simply didn't know that there was such a hidden ancient path. The other side. When Shen Changsheng rode the Fire Phoenix King, leave the dark abyss, when he appeared in the starry sky of the immortal universe, a monstrous wave of sound was immediately raised within the immortal region. No one had thought that Shen Changsheng would actually be able to leave the dark abyss alive. All of them thought that Shen Changsheng would die within the dark abyss. This included the house of the killing emperor as well. Shen Changsheng had killed so many members within their organization. It even killed one of their immortal emperor members. They hated Shen Changsheng to the bone. There was a unanimous decision. Anyway, they all want to kill Shen Changsheng, to make Shen Changsheng pay the price in blood, to let the immortal realm know the terror of the emperor-killing mansion, knowing that the house of the killing emperor is not to be provoked. Even they have started a series of setups and plans for this. But, after Shen Changsheng and the others entered the dark abyss, they immediately retracted all their arrangements and plans, no longer studying how to deal with Shen Changsheng. For entering the dark abyss, it means dead. It couldn't have been any other way. For endless years, but any immortal realm being that entered the dark abyss, no matter how powerful, none of the examples ended up coming out alive. Some were just cold, disembodied corpses floating out of the dark abyss. Shen Changsheng was also destined to end up like this. It's impossible to come out of the dark abyss alive, so they no longer studied how to deal with Shen Changsheng. Yet at this moment, a scene that shocked the entire immortal region was staged. Shen Chang lived and came out of the dark abyss, and along with it, his mount, the Fire Phoenix King. Follower slave, blood demon. He actually came out alive and unharmed. How is this possible? Fake it. I'm looking at this the wrong way. Incredible cries of shock resounded all around the immortal region. All the immortal realm beings who saw Shen Changsheng, they were all incredulous, suspecting that they were looking at it wrong and hallucinating. But, no matter how much they can't believe it, they all saw it clearly. Shen Changsheng and the others appeared within the immortal universe starry sky unharmed in the slightest. No being has ever come out of the dark abyss alive since the beginning of time. Now there are actually examples of people coming out alive. It was certainly earth-shattering. It would be hard for the immortal realm not to collectively stir. Swish, 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 wisps after wisps of terrifying aura filled the various parts of the immortal region. Many sleeping ancient great figures of the immortal realm woke up one after another as a result. Throwing a glance at Chen Changsheng, come out of the dark abyss alive. This thing is too shocking. Then the previous face of Chen Changsheng was invincible across the immortal universe starry sky, strongly suppressing a string of members of the Emperor Killer House. It's even more shocking. They were all ancient existences at the level of old ancestors and ancient ancestors. Easily won't be alarmed. Up front they would not have been alarmed, without ever casting a glance over to Chen Changsheng. Now because Chen Changsheng came out of the dark abyss alive, they were all startled. One by one, they awoke from their slumber. Gaze up at Chen Changsheng. All of them were curious about the dark abyss, curious as to what actually exists in the middle of the dark abyss. It's a wonder they don't wonder. Endless years. There are always the top great clans and powerhouses of the immortal domain. Somehow, all like a moth to a flame. Don't kill yourself to explore the dark abyss. Honestly, they've always had everyone at risk, fearing that they too are like those top great clans and powerful people, attracted by the demonic power of the dark abyss, like a moth to a flame. Don't kill yourself to explore the dark abyss. After all, they were strong enough. The realm is high enough. There's no telling when it will be their turn. They say it's slumber. In fact, all of them are in a state of self-enclosure. The purpose was to prevent them from being uncontrollably attracted to the demonic power of the dark abyss, and then don't die to explore the dark abyss. That old bull from the Hercules Bull Demon clan, it just doesn't believe in that. Consider yourself strong enough to be fierce. It will not be attracted to the demonic power of the dark abyss. How did it turn out? In the end, it wasn't attracted by the demonic power of the dark abyss. The lifted clan went inside the dark abyss. An ancient great man whispered to himself. The gaze that looked at Chen Changsheng became more and more grave. Though they are slumbering, it is in a self-enclosed position, but all of them also have an eye on what's going on in the outside world. That old bull from the powerful Bull Demon clan, Kung Fu refers to the creation of the world. The cultivation realm was unfathomable, the same unimaginably ancient great man, and that's exactly why. This old bull of the powerful Bull Demon clan is the one who is this confident, fearless of the demonic power of the dark abyss, not ever slumbering and self-sealing. And something ended up happening. The entire Herculean Bull Demon clan did not escape. Lift the clan inside the dark abyss. No one has heard anything since. This incident was also a wake-up call for them. Makes them even more fearful. Each and every one of them did not dare to end their slumber easily. Get out of self-sealing. For endless years, he was the first person to come out of the dark abyss alive. But does he know the specifics in the dark abyss? It is understood. He didn't go in long before he came out. An ancient great man spoke. The eyes were deep. It was as deep as an endless abyss. With a single thought, he learned from the immortal realm beings about the time Chen Changsheng had entered the dark abyss. The time is very short. It's less than a day old. In such a short time, what could Chen Changsheng explore in the dark abyss? I'm afraid that even Chen Changsheng hadn't really entered inside the dark abyss. I might as well wait. He spoke in a hushed voice, dispel out of the self-imposed state. The thought of traveling to talk to Chen Changsheng. Originally, he wanted to have a good talk with Chen Changsheng, talk about what's going on in the dark abyss, but it's as he said it would be. Time is too short. It was impossible for Chen Changsheng to gain insight into the secrets of the dark abyss, mostly without actually entering the dark abyss. Just walked around the edge of the dark abyss and quit. Therefore, he dismissed the idea of talking to Chen Changsheng. Don't want to unseal yourself and walk out. Lift the self-imposed status and go out. That's a very dangerous thing to do. It's not good to say that the dark abyss demonic forces will take advantage of the situation. Led them inside the dark abyss. Other ancient greats, and all of them think the same way. Thinking about it, Chen Changsheng shouldn't have actually gone inside the dark abyss either. Don't dare to lift the self-sealed state, walking out to talk to Chen Changsheng. But he walked in after all, even if it's only teetering on the edge. Should also know something we don't. Many ancient greats do not withdraw their gaze, still gazing at Chen Changsheng, thinking of going through another way. The way to go out without lifting the self-imposed status. Talk to Chen Changsheng. Chapter 73. The Slaying Emperor Mansion hesitated, and the old mansion masters were all very disappointed. Bad content. Chapter 74. A large number of immortal emperors gathered towards Chen Changsheng, and the Emperor Slayer mansion waited to see what would happen. The old mansion masters' disappointed words resounded. The house masters of the day sweated. More shame. They really didn't think of that aspect. But this was mainly because Chen Changsha was living to come out of the dark abyss. Overly shocking and amazing. They didn't react for a moment. It's too late to think about it. If they were given a little more time, wait for them to react. They are bound to be able to think of that aspect as well. Perceive something fishy and problematic about it. The old mansion master was so right. What is the Dark Abyss? No matter what top great clans and supreme powerhouses, but whenever you enter the Dark Abyss, it hasn't come back out since. Could Chun Changsheng alone still terrorize those top great clans and supreme powerhouses? How is that possible? This is certainly very unrealistic, as the old mansion master said it would be. Chen Changsheng clearly didn't go inside the Dark Abyss. Not even the fringes of the Dark Abyss were ventured into. We got it. One of the house masters looked up. The words were firm. Please don't worry, old mansion masters, we will definitely dispose of him. We'll never let the majesty of the killing emperor mansion be damaged in this way. His eyes were regal. Terrible visions surfaced within. He's genuinely angered. It was also true that he was determined to kill Chen Changsheng. You guys see to it. I hope you won't let us down again. Remember, that little bird that has disgraced the majesty of our Emperor Slayer house and has been reduced to a mount. Thou shalt not stay, an old mansion master said majestically. The little bird he was talking about was precisely the said Fire Phoenix King. For whatever reason, it was a fact that the Fire Phoenix King was reduced to a mount. It had already disgraced the face of their emperor-slaying mansion. He would never allow the Fire Phoenix King to live. Yes, the group of house masters respectfully returned. List the Fire Phoenix King as a must-kill as well. We are inconvenienced. When you kill this man, remember to find out if he went into the Dark Abyss or not first. There's no way he's going in there, though, but it's always good to be cautious. Well, you guys take care of it. The old house lords stopped speaking out. Continue to slumber. They are also each in danger of themselves. Fear of the Dark Abyss. Don't dare lift the self-sealing state and walk out. The vastness of the starry sky of the immortal universe. An immortal level star that flowed with immortal light and Haori was dotted among them. The images are magnificent. The Fire Phoenix King lifted his wings, raising large swathes of blazing flames. In the starry sky of the immortal universe, fly by quickly. This time, it had a particularly high phoenix head, almost on the verge of angling into the sky. There was even a look of pride and triumph on his face. Up front, it carried Chen Changsheng to the Dark Abyss. While flying through the stars of Xianyu, it barely lifted its head, always flying with his head down, reduced to a sitting duck, carrying someone else in flight. What a shame this is. It hated to find a crack in the ground, doubly humiliated. Thinks it's the biggest joke inside the fairy realm, but now it's completely different. Now it is. Incredibly proud and smug. Proud and pleased that it could become Chen Changsheng's mount. Joke. He saw it with his own eyes. Chen Changsheng casually dangled terrifying creatures that were far beyond the immortal Dao level. And see, with a wave of his hand, Chen Changsheng collected an entire heavenly punishment land. Even higher level Dao rules that far exceeded the immortal Dao could not help Chen Changsheng. Couldn't resist a single look from Chen Changsheng. So much for the case. It's a wonder it's not proud and smug. It can become Chen Changsheng's mount. It is truly the greatest honor of its life, the greatest creation, the blood demon next to the Fire Phoenix King. And so it is. It was even more exaggerated than the Fire Phoenix King. Nostrils facing the sky. The head is angled super high. There was a strong contrast from earlier when he went before the Dark Abyss. It wasn't like that at the time. The whole thing was on edge. Even though he has the sky chopper in his hand, it also has no peace of mind at all and is always worried about dying. After all, the House of the Killing Emperor was the top dark organization in the immortal domain. The horror is beyond compare. The Dark Abyss is even more terrifying and dangerous to the point of being unimaginable. Now, it completely lost all semblance of worry. The horror of Lord Everlasting. It was far from comparable to the House of the Killing Emperor. Even though the House of the Killing Emperor had come out in full force, there was also no way that it could pose half a threat to Lord Eternal. Lord Eternal can destroy them all with a single look. It was different from the proud and complacent Fire Phoenix King and Blood Demon. Chen Changsheng sat on the back of the Fire Phoenix King. As always, it was bland and calm. Eyes closed, there was no ripple in his expression. How arrogant. He's really thinking he's scaring us. Kill the current lords of the Imperial Mansion. Looking across the sky at Chen Changsheng's figure, the eyes grew colder and colder. The eyes were all cold. A million eyes. Just the perfect time to kill him. Do it. We just want to let everyone know that the majesty of our emperor-slaying mansion is not to be desecrated. They sneered and laughed. Prepare for the moment of truth. Kill Chen Changsheng. At this time, all the living beings within the immortal realm, definitely all paying full attention to Chen Changsheng. Kill Emperor out. All hands on deck. This time I will make sure he dies without a burial place. They give orders. Gather all the immortal emperors within the emperor-killing mansion. To have all immortal emperors go forward to kill Chen Changsheng, and they will more than likely be overseeing the entire battle. Be ready to strike at any time. This time, They didn't care what Chen Changsheng's origins and backhanders were. They all want to kill Chen Changsheng. But, just as they had just finished gathering all the immortal emperors, prepare to kill the past time, one of the house masters called a halt to the action. Can't move. Many immortal emperors are closing in on him. His eyes were deep. A very large number of immortal emperors were seen flying towards Chen Changsheng's side. There was no shortage of supreme immortal emperors among them. This situation, they are clearly not fit for further action. After all, they didn't know what these immortal emperors were trying to do. If these immortal emperors were to stand with Chen Changsheng, that's a problem. After they kill it, the end is doomed to be unthinkable. Although the killing emperor's mansion was terrifying and had no fear of any power within the immortal region, however, they were not strong enough to sweep across the entire immortal realm. Making enemies with so many immortal emperors, they will surely end up very badly. Damn! I feel as if they're going to show him favor. A housemaster's face was gloomy. The Perdition and other housemasters felt the same way. The face was equally unpleasant. These guys probably watched him come out of the dark abyss alive, so trying to make a pass at him. Learn from him what goes on in the dark abyss. The dark abyss is a knife hanging over the heads of all the top great clans and supreme powerhouses in the immortal region. They all want to know something about the dark abyss, but any opportunity to learn a little bit more about it, they'll never miss it either. Some of the prefects' voices sank. If these immortal emperors were truly showing favor to Chen Changsheng, the situation will be very unfavorable for them. Okay, let's not think about it too much. Let's wait and see what happens first, a housemaster said with deep eyes. The best way for them to handle it now, it is to press on and wait and see what happens. Chapter 75, The hearts of people are unpredictable. The immortal emperors are on guard against each other. Bad content. Chapter 76, It doesn't matter on the road. You can't be remotely concerned when you get back. So endowed. Take them. How could the immortal emperors possibly endure? It's not like they're some insignificant little player. Later I'm going to make him get down on his knees and call out to his grandpa. Death by 1,000 cuts, skin and sinew. It's hard for him to die well. You really think you're some kind of big shot? Ridiculous. People who don't know what's right won't have a good ending. The immortal emperors secretly sneered in their hearts. One by one, they all thought about waiting for Chen Changsheng to be useless. What price to make Chen Changsheng pay? Their silhouettes dissipated from the starry sky of the immortal world. Leave this way with anger. They would approach Chen Changsheng alone later, talking to Chen Changsheng about the dark abyss. Behind them is the old, ancient ancestor. Gave them a death order. No matter what, we have to get to the details of what happened after Chen Changsheng entered the dark abyss. This one. It's really hard to judge. The immortal realm being's jaws dropped. No idea what to say at all. This one is so unexpected. He didn't give the immortal emperors any face at all. Isn't he afraid of angering the immortal emperors? Retaliation from the immortal emperors? The side of the killing emperor's mansion. They really did find him because of the dark abyss. However, he really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, and is excessively pretending to be big, so much so that he doesn't even give the immortal emperors the slightest bit of face. He cut the living daylights out of himself. Kill a few lords of the emperor's mansion. Take in everything that's going on over there. They laughed at Chen Changsheng's lack of self-importance. He actually didn't give the immortal emperors any face at all. But, for them, this is certainly a good thing. If Chen Changsheng didn't die like this, standing with the immortal emperors, it was not really good for them to kill Chen Changsheng. All is not lost. Let's keep waiting and talking. The immortal emperors have not completely broken with him, and will find him again later. We're still not a good shot right now. A few of the housemasters opened their mouths. Continue to stay put and wait and see what happens. As they say, they're killing it now. The immortal emperors were still very much a possibility. Standing on Chen Changsheng's side, help Chen Changsheng to relieve himself and deal with them. The Fire Phoenix King traversed the starry sky of the immortal universe, leaving the Xinyu starry sky, come to the heavens and the stars of Zeus. The flight. Its mind was full of questions. What is Lord Eternal Life doing here in the heavens below the immortal realm? The realms of the heavens below the immortal realm. Not even the tip of the iceberg in the immortal realm compares. Is there anything that would interest Lord Nagisa? But, it didn't dare to ask more than half a question. It just followed the direction that Lord Eternal Life had shown it and flew in a bored manner. Inside the fairy realm, the immortal emperors and the several lords of the Emperor Slayer's mansion, seeing that Chen Changsheng had actually gone to the heavens and the worlds below the immortal realm, all are puzzled. I don't know what Chen Changsheng wants. All of them were paying attention to Chen Changsheng through the air. Wait and talk to Chen Changsheng alone later. The blazing flames were monstrous. The Fire Phoenix King quickly crossed the realms of the heavens, enter the same world that Chen Changsheng woke up in. Before coming in, Chen Changsheng had the Fire Phoenix King collect his aura. This side of the world is too fragile. It simply couldn't withstand the breath of the Fire Phoenix King. If the Fire Phoenix King was allowed to release his breath recklessly, this world will collapse and shatter in an instant. At the same time, before entering this world, Chen Shangsheng used his invisible power to block the gazes that came towards him distantly through the air. The road doesn't matter. Casual distant gazing. He doesn't care. When he came back he didn't want to. Immortal domain. What's the situation? How did a thick fog suddenly appear in that lower realm, blocking my gaze? The immortal emperors and the housemasters of the emperor-slaying mansion who were looking at each other from a distance. The eyes all stared, eyebrows furrowed. Everything would have been fine. Who knew? When Chen Shangsheng entered that lower realm even suddenly appeared with thick fog, blocking their gaze. They can't be trusted. A lower realm is just a lower realm. How could it possibly block their gazes? But they have to believe it even if they don't. Let them strengthen their power however they want. What kind of celestial secret magic powers, etc., are used? Their gaze. None of them could penetrate the dense fog that shrouded that lower realm. He must have done it. He used some kind of means to make this thick fog that blocks the distant gaze. What's in that lower realm? Why is he doing this? Let's go. Check out that lower world. The immortal emperors moved in succession, traveling to that lower realm where Chen Shangsheng was. They vaguely felt that there might be some great secret hidden in that lower realm. In addition, even if that lower realm didn't harbor any great secrets, they'll have to go over there and walk. 2. Thick fog obscures. They lost track of Chen Shangsheng. That's not good. They all still had to learn the information they wanted to get from Chen Shangsheng's side, and then theirs. They wanted to make Chen Shangsheng pay for pretending to be big in front of him. Go over there. The lords of the house of the killing emperor led the way. Lead the assembled members of the immortal emperor, traveling to that lower realm where Chen Shangsheng was, that wider world, within the 33rd heaven. The hall master has opened the ancient path. Cold seal, you go down the ancient path. Find out what's going on over there in the land of heavenly punishment. Find the 76th place of heavenly punishment. Execute Tim the snake who got out of the trap. White-haired old man Joe Mountain said to a black-armored lil man. Yes, the black-armored lil man, Cold Sun, leads the way, setting foot on the ancient path to leave the 33rd heaven. In the meantime, Chen Shangsheng and the others landed in what was once the Wei clan's clanlands, the present-day land of the Li clan. Elder ancestor everlasting, the lovely Li Ruoxue. A sweet smile was plastered on the small, crystalline jade-like face. The first time I ran over, Chen Shangsheng leapt off the back of the Fire Phoenix King. Reaching out, he took the running Li Ruoxue into his arms. The eyes were gentle and doting. Back, he rubbed Li Ruoxue's smooth and dark hair. Woof, woof, woof. The nine-headed lion also quickly ran over. Excitedly, it rushed at Chen Shangsheng and kept wagging its tail. It's still in dog form, a big yellow dog with golden fur. Well, Chen Shangsheng smiled and patted the nine-headed lion's head. It made the 9 lions happy and excited. The Fire Phoenix King saw the scene. It's almost as if my jaw dropped. What's going on here? How is it that these lower realm beings are so close to Lord Eternal? It killed the thought, greatly out of its league. What a horror Lord Eternal life is. Normally, the beings of the lower realms simply didn't have any possibility of coming into contact with such a terrifying eldritch lord. It was even more unlikely that he had such a close relationship with Lord Eternal. It really is. Can't get my head around it. Can't even figure it out. Lord Nagisa, my lord. The people of the Li clan respectfully saluted and greeted Chen Shangsheng. Chen Shangsheng nodded slightly. The earth from the land of heavenly punishment has been brought back. You may become truly alive again. He spoke softly, to help turn the Li back to the living. Chapter 77, Reversing Yin and Yang, Life and Death. The power of the laws of the highest order descends. The earth from the land of heavenly punishment was brought back. The words came out. The people of the Li clan, all of them were greatly shaken inwardly. They knew that Lord Eternal Life was unfathomable. But I really didn't expect Lord Eternal Life to be so unfathomable. How long has it been? Lord Everlasting had actually brought back the earth of the heavenly punishment land. When the king of the 10 halls of hell told of the situation in the land of heavenly punishment, they were all present, deeply aware of how terrifying and menacing the heavenly punishment land was. That's a place where even immortal emperors can't go. Proximity is death. The shock in their hearts. There are really no words to describe it. Swish, Chen Shangsheng extended a hand. Spread your palms. Between flashes of inexplicable light, a pocket-sized complete land of heavenly punishment appeared in the palm of his hand. This was the very same place of heavenly punishment that he had taken away. Let him shrink it with great power. The Li clan's people all looked dumbfounded. This is a whole place of heavenly punishment? Jesus! Their scalps were numb. It was as if a million waves had risen inside, shocked to the core. They had thought that Lord Everlasting had said that he had brought back the earth from the land of heavenly punishment, just digging some dirt back from within the land of heavenly punishment. Who knew? Lord Eternal Life had actually brought back an entire heavenly punishment land. How fierce does it have to be to do that? It's unthinkable. At the same time, Chen Shangsheng waved his hand. A large amount of dirt immediately fell from the land of heavenly punishment. Chen Shangsheng took matters into his own hands. In the mold of the Li people, kneading and molding flesh from the clay of the land of heavenly punishment. Not much longer. One after another exquisite flesh body was kneaded and molded by him, identical to the likeness of the Li. You guys go inside. He spoke softly. Let the Li get into these pinched flesh. The people of the Li clan looked at the pinched flesh that looked exactly like theirs. The excitement was overwhelming. Once they get into these flesh, they can then become truly alive again. But they were excited to be excited. But neither made any moves. Not ever into these pinched flesh. Their faces were full of hesitation. Is this really okay, my lord? There's been a rumor in hell. Rumor has it that when a shadowy spirit turns back into a living being, it triggers something horrible and unknown. They are worried. Fear that this rumor is true. This rumor has been circulating in hell for a long time, but no one knows the truth. After all, no such example has ever come up. No shadowy spirit has ever become a living being. But they still can't help but worry. What if this rumor is true? What about the true horror of unknown perils to come? They were afraid that Chen Shangsheng would be implicated as a result. No harm done. Out of the way. You guys just go in. Chen Shangsheng spoke calmly, fearless of such and such so-called rumors. If the rumors are true, there really is some horrible unknown menace coming. Just wipe it out straight away. There's nothing to care about. The people of the Li clan were still uneasy, hesitant to go in. After all, think about it. The shadowy spirit wants to turn back into a living being. How can it be that easy? This is part of the reversal of yin and yang in life and death. The likelihood of a horrible unknown danger coming down is really very high. They're not much. The big deal is that it's completely dissipated. They've already died once anyway. They are so indecisive. Or are they afraid of involving Lord Nagisa, who has been so kind to them? Enter. No need to think much. Everything is with me. There will never be an accident. Chen Shangsheng opened his mouth. The sound is like the sound of the word. Within it lies the power to stabilize the mind. The Li clan's people instantly stopped being afraid. One by one, they walked into the flesh. When they come into the flesh, at first there was nothing, but as they begin to merge with the flesh, the heavens and earth immediately changed color. The lightning and thunder were constant. It's like the end is near. The heavens and the earth were dimly lit. Creepy and terrifying inexplicable fluctuations flowed. The world is disturbed. The heart is born of infinite fear. Chen Shangsheng's face was calm. Slowly looking up, looked to the dome of the sky where lightning and thunder continue to roar. Is there really a horrible unknown danger coming? My lord, you just rest. Let me. The Fire Phoenix King volunteered. Pretty confident. How could it not be confident? Though it was completely unintelligible and didn't know what it meant for a shadowy spirit to transform into a living being. But this is just a small lower world. How much more terrifying could it be? It is a Jedi immortal king. Not to mention after becoming Chen Shangsheng's mount. Chen Shangsheng waved his hand and bestowed a power upon it. Let it easily tear apart even an immortal. This to still not be confident. That's weird. Damn red-headed bird. Robbing me of my words. The blood demon glared hatefully at the Fire Phoenix King. Said in his mind, it was going to volunteer itself, put on a good show in front of Lord Nagisa. As a result, it was preempted by the Fire Phoenix King. The Fire Phoenix King obviously wanted to put on a good show in front of Lord Shangsheng as well. Ugh, when will I be able to volunteer like this and grab a good performance in front of Lord Nagisa? The nine-headed lion looked at the Fire Phoenix King enviously. Mentally, he wailed. It would also like to volunteer itself like this and perform well in front of Lord Eternal. Unfortunately, it's not strong enough. Although Lord Eternal Life had given it many of the world's strange methods and medicines, but ultimately, it takes time to cultivate and refine. It boosts fast enough. From the original quasi-emperor realm, it had been elevated to the emperor realm, but in the face of the horrific unknown menace that is about to befall us, its strength in the emperor realm was clearly not enough. This side of the world is within the hell. This is the fluctuation of law power that maintains the order of heaven and earth. How? It's not the power of the laws of order from the heavens, nor is it the power of the laws of order from the immortal realm. This is above the immortal realm, the power of the laws of the highest order spreading over. The 10 halls of hell were shaken in their hearts, a face full of horror and disbelief. This is just one side of the lower realm. How is it possible to invoke the power of the law of the highest order? All of their instants are unfathomable, although they were only projected avatars, but they could also determine that it was a power fluctuation originating from the laws of the supreme order. It freaked them out, the power of the law of the highest order. But even the immortal realm can easily be pierced through. As they say, this was above the immortal realm, the most supreme law of order. Wait, It couldn't be that that person really brought back the soil from the heavenly punishment land. Help the Li clan's Yin spirit pinch out a physical body. The Yin spirits of the Li clan are being made to turn back into true living beings. King Qin Guang's face changed drastically. If that's the case, then it all makes sense. The shadowy spirits want to turn back into the living. It is a reversal of yin and yang and life and death. This is something that is grossly disallowed by the law of order. But whenever something like this happens, it will surely attract the dissent and obliteration of the highest law of order. They hadn't told Chen Changsheng about this matter in the first place. It was mainly because they felt that it was simply impossible for Chen Changsheng to bring back the soil from the heavenly punishment land. But from the present day, Chen Changsheng should have succeeded. Chapter 78, Fire Phoenix King, Lord Eternal Life Save Me. Bad content. Chapter 79. A sound shattered billions of golden giant swords, and the laws of the highest order descended in full force. Above the vault of heaven, wisps after wisps of an aura far beyond the world's imagination slowly filled the air. At the same time, with this aura pervading the air, there was an infinite amount of blazing golden radiance that appeared. In an instant it illuminates the whole world. This moment was like countless rounds of great suns crossing the sky. The infinite golden radiance blazed so fiercely that one could not even look directly at it. Not even the ultra-heavenly emperor. It's just that it didn't have time to retract its gaze in the first place. Both eyes were as good as going blind. There was crimson blood flowing down. Lord Everlasting, save me. The Fire Phoenix King once again called out for help in a hurry. It's completely locked. Can't move in the slightest. It scared the hell out of me. What the hell? Little lower world. How could it lead to such a horrible cataclysm? It has no doubt. Immortal emperors weren't enough in such a great calamity. It was completely impossible to have the slightest resistance. The great calamity could easily kill an immortal emperor. The blood demon saw this scene. First, he froze, and then there was an unkind laugh. It was fortunate that the Fire Phoenix King had preempted it just now, or else it would be the one to make a fool of itself right now. Ah, this? The nine-headed lion shrunk his head resentfully, and no more envy. The world listened to the Fire Phoenix King's urgent cries for help. The hearts were all in a state of shock. Such a terrifying, ferocious bird that far exceeded their imagination. Can't you? A desperate cry for help before the Great Tribulation has even officially begun. Lord Eternal? Is it the Eternal Lord who is invincible with just a single figure? The world is talking. Who is this Lord Eternal? Boom! An incomparably thick golden thunder boomed down. It was even more gigantic than the golden dragon. The thunder light carried unimaginably terrifying power fluctuations. The Fire Phoenix King was scared less. It felt like death had come to it. Moment of truth. Just as the golden thunder was about to blast the Fire Phoenix King, light shot out from Chen Changsheng's eyes. Boom! The thick golden thunder was shattered on the spot. Swish! Chen Changsheng took a single step to reach high above the sky. Clothes hunted. Long dark hair danced lightly. Out of this world and beyond. He waved his hand gently. The Fire Phoenix King immediately regained his freedom. No more feeling of being locked in. Thank you, Lord Nagisa. It hurriedly thanked Chen Changsheng repeatedly. This time it's really about to die of fright. Cold sweat ran down his body. The feathers were soaked through and through. Go down. Chen Changsheng spoke softly. Yes, my lord. The Fire Phoenix King responded respectfully, and then it flew down in a hurry. Its heart was beating fiercely. I'm still scared to death. It vowed never to volunteer like that again behind it. It's easy to die when you volunteer like that. Rumble. A sea of golden thunder rushed in. The scene was astounding. The laws of supreme order spread and locked onto Chen Changsheng. Clank. A giant golden sword. A billion sword strokes. Rushing out from the golden sea of thunder. Carrying the world's incomprehensible, higher-level sword path that transcends the level of immortal Tao. It chopped toward Chen Changsheng with a loud bang. Chen Changsheng's face was calm, one hand outstretched. The palm of the hand instantly became infinite. Bang! Grasping the golden giant sword into the palm of his hand. The world is terrified. The heart trembled enormously. This one is really scary. Out of the gate, he was as invincible as he could be. In the meantime, this side of the world is within the hell. The 10 Hades kings were all anxious. There's too much commotion out there. Apparently the power of the laws of the Supreme Order had spread. Unfolded the obliteration. They scratched their ears. One was very eager to go and watch the battle. But they don't even dare to cast a glance that way. They are only projected avatars after all. Too weak. If they were native, there's no problem watching the battle up close. And it's easy to cast a glance past them all. There was a chance that the laws of the Supreme Order would lock along and obliterate it. It's so fierce and scary. It feels like Lord Creepy isn't even as fierce and scary as him, hiding all over the world. The living powerhouse who got the weird power. one was gagging hard. All of them were severely frightened by Chen Changqing's ferocity and frightfulness. The huge golden sword that rushed out from the golden thunder sea, let alone chopping at them. Even if it was just the golden giant sword bursting out a sword aura, even if it didn't hit them, just rub them in, they are certain they will die without a trace as well. One time, none of them had much faith in Lord Creepy anymore. Previously they had all put a lot of faith in Lord Creepy. Chen Changqing repeatedly went against the bizarre power. They had been thinking about waiting for Lord Creepy to summon them. What about requesting Lord Creepy to wipe out Chen Changsheng? Now all of them had no such thoughts. Lord Creepy himself doesn't have to be a match for Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng is too scary. Ka chow. The sound of breaking resounded through the world. Chen Changsheng's palm gently exerted force. The giant golden sword that was caught in the palm of his hand. It crumpled on the spot in response. Whoa! The golden sea of thunder rolled fiercely. Suspiciously enraged, there were actually billions of super terrifying golden giant swords rushing out. Holy! The Fire Phoenix King exclaimed. The scene directly paralyzed it to the ground. Billions of golden giant swords came out in unison. This scene is so scary, it was beyond certain. A Jedi Immortal Emperor would definitely not be able to carry it. It will be decimated in a matter of moments. Holy! It blanched. In his eyes was an endless afterthought. It's something. Before that, he was so arrogant. Saying something like little big heist, take it, you don't even look for death like this. Swish, 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 billions of giant golden swords, with an uncountable number of endless swords, all together. They chopped towards Chen Changsheng. The scene was too appalling. Billions of golden giant swords were enough to easily destroy the entire immortal realm. Chen Changsheng's face was expressionless. The eyes were calm. There were no waves. Get out! He issued a rebuke. The voice carried endless Tao power. Billions of golden giant swords all crumbled in this rebuke from him, and that golden sea of thunder above the dome of the sky, it also exploded fully, completely obliterated. Hiss! The sound of sucking in cold air resounded everywhere in the world like waves. The world was shocked beyond belief. Just how terrifying was Chen Changsheng? All is not lost. One could even say it's just getting started. The golden sea of thunder exploded and dissipated. There are laws of the highest order beginning to manifest. Supreme Tao rhythm flowed. This was a supreme Tao rhythm that not even a supreme immortal emperor could understand or comprehend. Rumble. Terrifying explosions continuously emanated from the sky dome. An unimaginably terrifying aura spread. The highest law of order that manifested itself actually condensed into a figure. The figure, the person, can't see the face clearly. The whole body was covered in chaotic mist. It was only roughly apparent that he was a human being. He held out a palm. Immediately there was a manifestation of the law of the highest order. And then it quickly condensed into a golden lance. He carried a golden lance. Mighty pressure for ages. It was as if he was the most supreme lord. It can suppress everything. Those who violate the laws of order die. He actually spoke. The voice was cold. Chapter 80. Cold and arrogant golden long-haired woman. Griffin should have self-knowledge. Bad content. Chapter 81. Chen Changsheng. Griffin has no qualifications to question me. The woman with the long golden hair, beautiful as a dream. It gives a strong sense of unreality. How can anyone be so beautiful? Especially her aura, ethereal and transcendent. Not a speck of red dust. It's even more surreal. So perfect that you can't pick out a single flaw. Those stunning fairies in the fairy realm. Can't help but feel ashamed of myself too. Compare that to the woman with the long golden hair. They were ordinary as passers-by. Not pretty at all. But it wasn't the beauty of the woman with the long golden hair that shocked all the living beings. Rather, they heard a voice. Well, that's that. Griffin, hello? This voice clearly resounded in the 10,000 realms of the heavens and the immortal realm. All living beings heard it. Who is this? Who is this talking? It's too bold. He even called the woman with the long golden hair a mole. The 10,000 realms of the heavens and the immortal realm were greatly shaken. All living beings moved. An infinite thrill was born within. Although they did not know where the woman with the long golden hair came from. I don't know what the 33 heavens are, but they know very well. The woman with the long golden hair was far above them, the 33 heavens in her mouth. It was just as if it was also a supreme transcendent place that was not something they could imagine, but that's just it. There was even someone who rebuked the woman with the long golden hair as an ant. That's really bold. It's really scary. What kind of a big shot is that? The one who obliterated the hazy figure? Who is he? With what kind of origin? The heavenly realms and the immortal realms were sensationalized. It's all in the heat of the moment. To the one who rebuked the woman with the long golden hair as an ant. Incredibly curious. Very curious to know the identity of this one. Some Jedi Immortal Emperors did not hold back. Really want to know who this one is. They used supreme secret techniques, trying to follow the sound and probe through. Let's see what kind of big shot this one is. But they failed without exception. The voice was untraceable and projectable. They were completely unable to follow the voice back. The ancient great figures of the immortal realm and the various immortal ancestors. They didn't move, not daring to step out of the self-imposed state. At the same time, and they know it well, even if they unseal themselves, traceability and extrapolation at full strength, they're not likely to get results either. The one who could erase the hazy figure in an instant. He even dared to directly call the woman with long golden hair a mole. Obviously not something they can trace and project back to. Killing aura swept through. The woman with long golden hair in a pair of beautiful golden eyes. It's all about killing, an existence she regarded as a mole. How dare you call her a mole in return? How could she possibly stand this? Die. She gulped softly. A split second. A terrifying sea of supreme order laws surged fiercely. A wave billions of feet high. This world, and even the heavens, and the immortal realm, all of them appear to be small. The wave could easily engulf all. Roar! The dragon roared, tumbling out of the billions of feet of waves. It was a five-clawed golden dragon, coalesced from the laws of the supreme order. The dragon's eyes were cold. The golden dragon scales were as if they were made of poured metal, with a strong metallic texture. Between the gentle swings of its dragon's tail, it then smashed countless stars. It's too scary. The immortal ancestor coming over isn't even enough for it to stuff its teeth. Chen Shangsheng stretched his arms and legs. Meet the giant dragon. Kill to the stars. He carries no luster on him. There was even less of a horrible and frightening pressure and aura. The body was even more insignificant in front of the five-clawed golden dragon. Smaller than dust, but that's just the way he is. The strength was so terrifying that it far exceeded anyone's imagination. He slashed forward with his palm. As scary and strong as it can be, the five-clawed golden dragon was split under this palm. There's nothing left. The supreme laws of order that formed it were all completely erased in an instant. Somewhat competent. It's rare for a mole to be able to cultivate to your level. The golden beauty of the woman with long golden hair flickered with a strange aura in her golden eyes. It really didn't expect Chen Shangsheng, a mole cricket, to be so fierce. From the five-clawed golden dragon condensed by the laws of order of the 33 heavens, it was actually split by Chen Shangsheng with a palm just like that. The five-clawed golden dragon could be different from the previous hazy figure, the hazy figure from earlier, although it was also condensed from the laws of order from the 33 heavens, but it was only condensed from part of the 33 heavens order laws. The five-clawed golden dragon was different. It was condensed from all 33 heavens of the laws of order. It's all so overwhelming. The woman with the long golden hair really didn't think about it. Griffin, how did you cultivate to this level? 33 heavens down. The path to upward cultivation is all locked and broken. How exactly did you transcend the immortal Tao level? The woman with the long golden hair asked in a cold voice, still not putting Chen Shangsheng in his eyes. It's still molehill between open mouths, without ever lowering his stance one iota. She wasn't half as collected as she should have been. These words clearly resounded through the 10,000 realms of the heavens and the immortal realm. What? The path of upward cultivation is all locked and broken? All living beings were shocked and furious. They didn't think. It's amazing that the immortal way isn't the end. And what made them think even less? The path above the immortal way was surprisingly all locked up and broken. They were shocked for a second, and angry as hell at the same time. Why should they be locked up and cut off from the path and way of upward cultivation? In addition, they are also doubly sad. The path and way of upward spiritualization is locked and cut off. It is amazing that they know nothing about it. How sad and tragic is this? Have they really become ants to be taken at random? No wonder I always feel that there are higher paths and roads above the immortal path. And yet how it can't be touched. Is the truth even like this? An immortal ancestor spoke with hatred. He had settled at the peak of the immortal Tao for endless years, perceived that there are higher paths and ways above the immortal way. But no matter how hard he tried with his ideas, he was also never able to touch the Tao and path above the immortal way. Originally he couldn't figure it out. Now he knew the answer. It turned out to be the way and path above the immortal path that was locked and broken. When I was 100 feet away, I was extremely sublimated. It looks like it's about to transcend the immortal Tao level, step into the path and way above the immortal way. It turned out to be at the most critical moment. Ring out a sinking bell, directly shattered away all upward paths and roads. I thought at that time that some hater had done it. The truth turns out, an immortal ancestor gritted his teeth. Teeth are clenched. The efforts and fruits of his endless years, all of them were broken in the sound of that sinking bell. He was nearly completely insane. Hate to kill all enemies with blood. Now he knows the truth. The sound of that sinking bell did not come from the enemy. Rather, it was a blockade from the laws of order of the 33 heavens. In the meantime, facing the golden long-haired woman's cold and arrogant questioning, Chen Shangsheng only calmly replied back, "Griffins have no qualifications to question me." The words came out. It instantly shocked all the living beings within the 10,000 realms of the heavens and the immortal realm. This one really has no inhibitions. He didn't put the woman with the long golden hair in his eyes. Ah, Chapter 82. What's the point of pretending? If you're capable of really smashing my main body, again and again, repeatedly calling the woman with the long golden hair a mole, all living beings were greatly alarmed. How strong is this one? How confident? Even the woman with long golden hair from the 33 heavens was not in his eyes. The words were contemptuous. Boom! The golden eyes of the woman with long golden hair were like cold knives. A head full of long, radiant golden hair danced about fiercely. Her anger spread. All the living beings were too frightened to take a breath. It was as if there was a knife up to their necks, ready to cut off their heads. It's hard for you to die well. The woman with the long golden hair struck out. The golden eyes opened and closed. There were devastatingly terrifying golden beams shooting out. It can strike across eternity, the past and the future. The end is horrible. Chen Chongqing's face was calm. Didn't the other side call him by the name of Griffin? Then he would deal with the other side the way he would deal with an ant. He ignored the golden beams of light blasting towards him. A direct slap towards the woman with long golden hair. A terrifying golden beam of light. It didn't even touch his palm. It was shattered by the palm wind brought up by his palm. What? The woman with the long golden hair was alarmed. The golden eyes were full of incredulity. Is this the true strength of Chen Chongqing? The palm of his hand lifted the palm wind. Surprisingly, all of them were able to shatter the beams of light shooting out of her golden eyes. Need to know. Her golden pupils are natural. It has supreme killing power. Even if she is just a reflected body, the golden pupil shoots out a beam of light. It could also easily kill warcasters in the Awakening 2 and 3 realms, the realm above the immortal way. It was called the Awakening realm by them. It means awakening to a new path of transcendental cultivation. Under the 33 heavens, the way and the path above the immortal way, all are fully locked and disconnected. Even if Chen Chongqing managed to make a breakthrough by a fluke, she also didn't believe that Chen Chongqing could make much of a breakthrough. At most, Chen Chongqing would be able to cultivate to the Awakening 2 and 3 realms, and from what I've seen so far, Chen Chongqing had just surpassed the Awakening 2 and 3 realms. Otherwise, there was no way that Chen Chongqing would be able to shatter the golden pupil's attack with just the wind of his palm. These are her spiritual thoughts and feelings. Turned on a dime appeared in her mind. It was all in the blink of an eye. She didn't have time to think much about anything at all. This was because Chen Chongqing's slap had already swiped towards her. Seek death. She struck out with anger. No one has dared to slap her yet, especially since the other party was still just a small mole under the 33 heavens. Swish! She offered up a large seal. It slammed into the palm that Chen Chongqing had drawn over. The Great Seal of Terror is boundless. The entire body blossomed with infinite Tao aura. When it's forged, it was mixed with a little bit of the top-tier exotic treasure within the 33rd heavens, the Great Luo Silver Essence, with unrivaled power. The Awakening 5th realm could also blast and smash into serious injuries. This Great Seal is not a reflection. It belongs to a true immortal treasure weapon. Give this reflective body for her own body. Help her manage the laws of order under the 33 heavens. Die for me. Her eyes were cold, constantly blossoming with a chilling aura. She was genuinely angry. It also really wanted to blast and smash Chen Chongqing into a pulp, kill it off completely, and she offered up the Dala Seal. It definitely had the power to easily suppress Chen Chongqing. To know, the Dala Seal is not only laced with Dala Silver Essence, its seal still had the rune pattern engraved by her master's hand. What kind of person is her master? A famous powerhouse within the 33 heavens. The Great Luo Seal would surely be able to easily suppress Chen Chongqing. However, out of her expectation, when the Great Luo Seal collided with Chen Chongqing's palm, the Dala Seal was as brittle as paper mache. Chen Chongqing's palm directly exploded. It couldn't even stop Chen Chongqing's palm for a moment in time. The woman with the long golden hair saw this scene. Flesh panicked, beautiful as a dreamy, crystalline face, all horrified expressions. You, if you dare to whip my face, my true form will not let you go, she exclaimed, knowing that she no longer had the means and power to resist this slap from Chen Chongqing. The terror of Chen Chongqing was terrifying. It had already far exceeded the means and power of this reflected incarnation of hers. She could only move out of her own body, deter Chen Chongqing from stopping. Being smacked in the face by a big slap from a mole under 33 heavens, it was definitely something she could not tolerate. Even if this reflected incarnation was directly destroyed by Chen Chongqing, but never gets smacked in the face, that will be a stain on her life. Oh yeah? Chen Chongqing opened his mouth. The palm that was about to whip into the face of the woman with the long golden hair, it actually stopped. The woman with the long golden hair saw this scene. Instantly, he breathed a sigh of relief. She mentally sneered. In the end, they were still ants under the 33 heavens, the ultimate fear of the 33 heavens. And then, she straightened her back. The horror on the crystalline jade face was all but gone, turning to become as cold and arrogant as he was when he first descended. The law of order set by the 33 heavens. No provocation. but remember you're a first offender. I'm willing to give you a chance to repent. Immediately stop reversing yin and yang in life and death, and apologize to me on my knees. Piously express your remorse. I will be able to forget about it and let you off this time. She spoke in a cold voice. It was back to the high-profile attitude of treating Chen Changxing as an ant. She thought that Chen Changxing stopped his palm because he was afraid. Of course, what she said about forgetting the past, it's a complete falsehood. There was no way she would let go of this mole cricket. Chen Changxing, wait for the back. She will report everything to her essence. Let her original body suppress and kill Chen Changxing. A mole that dares to disrespect her will never live. She told Chen Changxing to forget about it. It was also just to stabilize Chen Changxing for the time being, getting her face back, and told Chen Changxing to stop reversing yin and yang in life and death. After all, if they didn't stabilize this mole cricket Chen Changxing first, it was highly likely that this mole cricket, Chen Changxing, would jump over the wall in a hurry. You think I stopped because I was scared? Chen Changxing glanced at the woman with long golden hair. The glance was soul-crushing for the woman with the long golden hair. The guts are busting out. A bad feeling instantly arose in her heart. Hadn't Chen Changxing stopped because he was afraid? Would I be afraid of molehills? I just wanted to show you your real body being smoked by me. Chen Changxing said calmly. What? The woman with long golden hair shook her body violently. Chen Changxing stopped because he wanted her to watch her essence being smashed with her own eyes? She was shocked. But she calmed down quickly. Thinks she's just a little bit of a shocker. A little bit of a joke. How could she be intimidated by such utterly impossible words? To know, her original body could be in the 33rd heaven. Chen Changxing and other ants under the 33 heavens. How can you touch her being? Chen Changxing couldn't even enter within the 33 heavens. What a load. I'd like to see how a mole like you can whip my main body. Come on, let's get started. Smoke my own body. She looked at Chen Changxing with cold eyes. No matter what, there wasn't even the slightest possibility of Chen Changxing touching her essence. Chapter 83. The golden long-haired woman's main body was disturbed in her heart, and it was suspected that heavenly karma had descended on her head. The transcendent barrier exists in the 33 heavens. The beings below it cannot go up. The living beings within it can't get down either. Such as her belonged to a special case, as she was responsible for managing the laws of order under the 33 heavens. This is what can be reflected under the 33 heavens. Under normal circumstances, the living beings within the 33 heavens, it couldn't even reflect toward the 33 heavens below. It would be stopped by the transcendent barrier that enveloped the 33 heavens. Chen Changxing actually said that he would smoke her essence. This is a big joke. Her main body was within the 33 heavens. What does Chen Changxing take to smoke pops? The joke of jokes. In the meantime, Chen Changxing's face was calm. Nothing more was said. He held out a hand. The palm of the hand extends past infinity upwards. The woman with the long golden hair saw this. The heart inexplicably thumped violently. Chen Changxing shouldn't be trying to reach his palm inside the 33 heavens. Grab her native body straight down, right? But, she then smiled to herself. Why is she doing it again? So capable of rambling. Scare yourself. Chen Changxing put his best foot forward and used all his means. None of them had the slightest possibility of entering the 33 heavens. Still want to reach into the 33 heavens with one palm? Are you kidding me? In the meantime, the 10,000 realms of the heavens and the immortal realm were all greatly shaken. It's a sensation. Really? This one still wants to reach his hand inside the 33 heavens and bring down the golden long-haired woman proper? It can't be that outrageously horrible. All the living beings were wide-eyed. Can't believe this one can be so outrageous and scary. After all, it's just too unrealistic, as impractical as pie in the sky. The paths and ways of upward cultivation are all locked up and cut off. This one is destined to be limited even if he's fierce. Within the 33rd heaven, within one side of the net, the scenery is picturesque and peaceful. It's like a paradise, purple bamboo forest, next to the creek, under a fine old pavilion. There was a man and a woman sitting on a stone chair. Tea and gossip. The stone table was set with a variety of transcendental fruits. Each fruit exuded a majestic life essence. It was even more intertwined with laws and Tao rhythms that far surpassed the immortal Tao. Immortal emperor medicine compared to these transcendental fruits. Not even a roadside weed. The woman looked exactly like the woman with the long golden hair. The long blonde hair was radiant. The body was proudly perfect. Skin like jade and snow. The face is absolutely flawless. The style is overwhelming. The man sitting across from her. It's also very uncomplicated. Dressed in a light blue treasure coat. Handsome and handsome looking. The demeanor and mannerisms show nobility and elegance. The temperament is outstanding. Ben was having a nice conversation with the man in blue. The long-haired woman with golden hair whose stunning face was filled with a bright smile. A sudden tight frown. What's wrong, senior sister Lin? The man in blue noticed the change in the expression of the woman with the long golden hair. Snap, closed the folding fan in his hand, asked the yellow-clothed, long-haired woman, the senior sister Lin in his words. For some reason, I am very disturbed in my mind. There's a bad feeling of being tainted with heavenly karma. Senior Sister Lin's slender willow leaf brows frowned tighter. Tainted with heavenly karma? The man in blue also frowned. Aha! Senior Sister Lin nodded. But, it's weird. This kind of heavenly karma seems to come from under the 33 heavens. She couldn't understand. What heavenly karma can there be under the 33 heavens? But, that's what she felt in her heart. It felt like there was a heavenly karma from beneath the 33 heavens, descended upon her head. From beneath the 33 heavens? The man in blue heard it. The eyebrows, furrowed together, instantly stretched. Laughing, Senior Sister Lin must be tired from her recent cultivation. All under the 33 heavens are ants. What heavenly karma can a bunch of mole crickets produce? He opened the folding fan again, gently fanning. The expression was light and calm. Senior Wen is right. It must be because I've been too tired from practicing lately, which has caused me to be so rambunctious. Senior Sister Lin smiled. Griffin under the 33 heavens. How can there be no heavenly karma? She was really too tired. Ha ha. This also shows that Senior Sister Lin is dedicated to her own duties. Always think about managing the law of order under the 33 heavens. Exactly. It's only then that Senior Sister Lin associates it with the 33 heavens below. The man in blue, Senior Brother One, laughed lightly. There was a burst of praise for Senior Sister Lin, complimenting Sister Lin for being too dedicated to her duties. This is what will be associated with the 33 heavens below. Senior Sister Lin smiled back, did not speak. Dedicated? She didn't. In addition to splitting out after a reflective incarnation, she then didn't care anymore. Now she didn't even know what was going on over at the reflection incarnation. Damn it! Why is this feeling stronger? Senior Sister Lin's eyebrows furrowed. Somehow, her mind grew more and more uneasy. That feeling of heavenly karma from beneath the 33 heavens. It is also getting stronger. Her whole face went bad. It seemed she wasn't suffering from a delusion caused by being too tired. Such a strong feeling. Definitely not an illusion. There is truly a heavenly karma from beneath the 33 heavens, descended upon her head. Senior Sister, don't be afraid. Even if there really is karma from beneath the 33 heavens, and how great can it be? 33 heavens down. The paths and ways of upward cultivation are all locked up and cut off. There can't be any great karma. Senior Wen shook his folding fan in his hand. Quite calm, laughing softly, he comforted Senior Sister Lin. In his opinion, Senior Sister Lin is really being overly imaginative. As he said, under the 33 heavens, upwardly practicing the way and the path, all locked and disconnected. It's full of insignificant molehills inside. What kind of karma can that produce? Maybe. Senior Sister Lin was distracted. The response was somewhat perfunctory. Mostly, she became more uneasy in her mind. It was as if that heavenly karma was about to befall her. She's going to be in big trouble, and she's going to end up miserable. Sister, all else aside, there is a senior brother. You wouldn't be half as bad. Senior Sister, Elder Brother Wink spoke up. Senior Brother just broke through the great realm, not to mention, the master also bestowed the heavy treasure of the sect, the Taiching Bagua diagram, to Senior Brother. Speak for yourself. Senior Sister, are you still going to be okay? Senior Brother Wen smiled confidently. What? Senior Brother, you broke through the great realm? Master also gave the Taiching Bagua diagram to Senior Brother? Senior Sister Lin heard that. First it was a big surprise, the latter was all smiles. No more half-assed worries. In that case, then Senior Sister indeed has nothing to worry about. Elder Brother can definitely protect Elder Sister safely. She smiled and opened her mouth, deeply aware that Senior Brother Wen broke through the great realm. There's also the Taiching Bagua map in hand. Meaning, in that case, don't talk about karma from below the 33 heavens. Even if there was karma from within the 33rd heaven, and she'll be absolutely fine. Elder Brother Wen could help her to fully respond. That's right, Elder Brother is here. No surprises. Senior Wen laughed. Chapter 84. Ignoring the 33 heavens barrier. Chen Chongqing's large hand directly pierced through. Senior Brother Wen himself was a famous celestial pride within the 33rd heavenly hall. The strength is horribly powerful. Not only do they override and crush their peers, even more so, even many of the middle-aged and older generation could not compare to Senior Wen. And now Senior Wen has actually broken through another great realm. The strength had undoubtedly become more terrifying. The Taiching Bagua diagram given to Brother Wen by his master. Then there is even less need to say anything more. It's a great treasure within their religion. It was also a famous top-tier supreme treasure within the 33rd heaven, breaking through the great realm. There was also a top-tier supreme treasure such as the Taiching Bagua diagram in his hands. Senior Brother Wen can really do a great job of being invincible. If that was all she was still worried about, then she's totally worrying about nothing and worrying blindly. Thank you, Elder Brother. let's get on with the tea. Senior sister Lin guffawed. The slender jade hand picked up the treasure jade teacup, clinked glasses gently with brother wink. It reverted back to its earlier state of blandly sipping tea. There's no need to be so polite between you and me. It's only right for senior brother to protect you. Besides, it's not much of a thing. It's just an insignificant little thing. Senior one was calm and collected. Elegantly, he took a gentle sip of tea. In the end, Sister Lin is a woman, overly timid. He, on the other hand, is completely different. From the beginning until now there has not been the slightest worry. The 33 heavens of the world are all mole crickets. What's there to worry about? Let it not be said that karma comes from beneath the 33 heavens. So what if it comes from within the 33rd heaven? He still will not fear. It will still stay subdued with such grace. In the meantime, senior sister Lin's reflected incarnation, on the other hand, was about to die of fright. What did she see? Chen Chongqing's poem. It actually ignored the power barrier of the 33 heavens. It directly penetrated into the 33rd heaven. How is this possible? She was white as a sheet, without an ounce of breath or blood. It was more of an ass-kicking. Her body was shaking like a sieve. The eyes were full of horror. It's outrageous. So outrageous that she simply couldn't believe it. How could any ant below the 33rd heavenly plane be able to find where the 33rd heavenly plane was? Not since the beginning of time. 33 heavens. Transcendental. The mole crickets underneath it could not sense the location of the 33 heavens at all. Chen Chongqing was able to seek out where the 33 heavens were. It's already outrageously sick enough. Who knew? It's amazing how much more outrageous and perverted things are yet to come. The power barrier of the 33 heavens. In front of the palm that Chen Chongqing reached over. It's like it doesn't exist. The palm of Chen Chongqing's hand, all without a single pause. It went right through. She was scared to the point of skepticism. How could there be such a terrifying and outrageous existence under the 33 heavens? I've caused trouble for the being. She shivered. This time it really got the instance in trouble. Originally, she was fine in her own body and would not be implicated. She favors a streak of death, constantly provoking Chen Chongqing. It is even more arrogantly clamoring without any concern if you have the ability to whip my own body. There you go. She was really going to get smoked in her own body. Chen Chongqing's poem. It could ignore the 33 heavens power barrier, straight through. Obviously it wasn't something she could fight in her own body. She couldn't do that in her own body. The other side. Senior sister Lin was blandly drinking tea and chatting with senior brother one. They chatted and talk about life aspirations. Later on, they chatted about the realms beneath the 33 heavens. I wonder what the grown-ups think. That is to say, it has locked up and broken off the way and path of those ants. Don't want those mole crickets to enter the 33rd heaven. Why do we still need to maintain the laws of order in the realm planes where those mole crickets are located? These mole crickets are useless again. Take away the law of order. Wouldn't it be better to directly make these mole crickets unable to cultivate from the root? Senior one said. He felt it was better to completely cut off the cultivation path of the mole. Let there be 33 heavens below. There is not the slightest hint of a cultivated civilization. Let the mole have no way of practicing from the beginning. When ordinary mortals. Indeed. Senior sister Lin nodded with a light smile. Agree with brother wink. She wasn't trying to pander to please senior one. Rather, she agreed with senior one from the bottom of her heart. She felt that elder brother one was right. To have a senior sister say, there's no need for those mole crickets to exist at all. The realm they are in is also poor as hell. The same doesn't have to exist. It would not be better to wipe out all of those ants. Destroy all those realms where the mole is located. Senior sister Lin is even more ruthless than senior brother one. It was actually thinking of directly obliterating all living beings under the 33 heavens. Destroy all the realms under the 33 heavens. Ha ha, we're really like-minded. Brother one laughed out loud. Ugh. Senior sister really doesn't want to manage the laws of order of the realm dimensions where those mole crickets are located. Hopefully someday, adults are able to think outside the box. Put me in charge of exterminating those molehills. Destroy the realms where those mole crickets are. Anticipation glowed in senior sister Lin's eyes. Well, she obviously really wants to do this. There will be a day. Later on, senior brother will mention this matter to the master. Let the master communicate with those adults. There is really no need for those mole crickets to exist with the realms they are in. Senior brother one lightly shook his folding fan and said with a smile. Senior brother remembered to recommend senior sister to go then. Senior sister Lin said with a bright smile. But, she had just finished her sentence. The bright smile on his face froze. The uneasiness in her heart reached an extreme. It simply can't be controlled or suppressed. She shuddered in her soul. A feeling of being about to die appeared. She was too scared to help herself. The body shivered. Senior brother. She spoke with difficulty. The whole face was pale. The original bright red lips had lost their color. She was panicked to the core. It was as if he saw her dying. What's wrong with you, senior sister? Senior Wen's face changed drastically. I can see that senior sister Lin is in a very bad state. Stabilize the Tao, he bellowed in a deep voice. The sound has a dawdling sound in it, helping senior sister Lin to stabilize her Tao heart, which had completely collapsed. It didn't work. I feel like I'm going to die. Senior sister Lin opened her mouth in a trembling voice. Tears were even coming out of one pair of eyes. That feeling of dying was too strong. She really felt like she was going to die. It can't be useless. With elder brother here, you'll never be alright. Elder brother Wink bellowed. The surface of the body blossomed with immeasurable precious radiance. He prepared to cast a secret art to stabilize senior sister Lin's collapsed Tao heart. Boom! Just then, over their heads, suddenly there was a loud bang. The dome of the sky broke apart in large swathes, and the turbulent power of the void flowed uncontrollably. A large hand from the crumbling vault of heaven stretched out, grabbing towards senior sister Lin's side. Bold! Senior brother Win's eyes showed a ferocious aura. The aura soared. The entire person became incomparably terrifying and compelling. Something that doesn't know how to die. I don't care who you are. If you want to touch senior sister Lin, I'll make you pay the price in blood. He drew out a large sword with a chilling blade. He met the large hand that grabbed towards senior sister Lin and chopped it. Chapter 85, Return of the Great Hand. Bringing back senior sister Lin's original body. A big hand, directly tearing through the small world of the Pure Land, to take sister Lin away. How rampant and arrogant is this? Need to know. This was the Pure Land small world that their master teacher had given to senior sister Lin for her cultivation. And most importantly, their dawning is nearby. Besides their still and besides senior sister Lin, he was a famous celestial pride within the 33 heavens. The older generation met him, and don't dare to belittle him. Elder brother Wen stormed into a rage. Master Big Hands didn't put him or their Tao lineage in his eyes at all. Seek death. He had a head full of long hair that danced about, and his eyes bloomed with an endless cold aura. The previous elegance was all gone. It turned into a furious killing emperor. Boom! The large sword chopped forward. Scary as hell. Terrifying Tao rules accompanied the roar of the blade, which could easily decimate the worlds. His heavenly name. It's by no means a waste of time. Instead, he fought his way out of it with pugilistic battle after pugilistic battle. He was among his peers, faulting and crushing. In the same rank, it was hard to find an enemy. He had risen another large realm not long ago. The strength is even soared. This knife cuts out. It was enough to decimate most of the older generation figures within the 33rd Heavenly Hall. Unfortunately, this knife is even more terrifying. In front of the big hand that pressed down, it's not worth mentioning either. The large knife had not yet touched the large hand. The entire blade then collapsed fully, accompanied by the terrifying Tao rules around the blade. It was also obliterated in an instant. Senior Wen's pupils shrunk. A look of surprise crossed his face. Master Big Hands is still really something. Obviously a tough one. No matter who you are, you can't be reckless today. He looked indifferent. With a wave of his hand, he offered up the Tai Ching Bagua diagram, a heavy treasure given to him by his master. Infinite Rue Xia bloomed, and supreme Tao rhythms flowed. The Tai Ching Bagua diagram was not only a heavy treasure within their sect, it was even a famous top-tier supreme treasure within the 33rd heaven, with inexplicable power. Suppress! He roared and whistled long and furiously, and his whole body seemed to ignite. Blazing flames of light continued to erupt. He redirected his entire body's power and fully urged the Tai Ching Bagua diagram. The Tai Ching Bagua diagram is in full force. The 8 trigrams on it looked as if they had come to life. It was accompanied by a supreme precious radiance and turned quickly, and between the octograms turning, wave after wave of super terrifying power fluctuations flowed out. Every wisp of power fluctuates. It was as if they could all suppress the invincible. Senior brother is mighty. Senior sister Lin shouted. After the Tai Ching Bagua diagram was offered, she was much more at peace within herself. Something that doesn't know how to die. Do you really think you can act recklessly and do whatever you want? Let Senior Wen teach you a good lesson today, to make you understand. You're nothing, she drank in a cold voice. Senior brother Wen broke through the great realm. There was also the Tai Ching Bagua diagram, which was the supreme treasure within the 33rd heavens. In his hands, the master of the great hand is destined to be undefeated. It's impossible to be a rival. The Tai Ching Bagua diagram was worthy of being an overwhelmingly supreme treasure within the 33rd heavenly hall. The Bagua diagram is so profound that it is far beyond comprehension and understanding. Every turn, both had even more terrifying power fluctuations flowing out of them. But, it's still not working. Big hands pressed down. Everything falls apart in an instant. The 8 trigrams of Tai Ching also cracked fully and shattered. It was no match for the big hand that pressed down. Put! Senior Wen spat out a large amount of blood from his mouth. His body shook so violently that he almost didn't fall headfirst to the ground. The 8 trigrams of Tai Ching were destroyed. He followed and was heavily implicated. What? Senior sister Lin was scared out of her wits. The eyes were full of despair. Heavy treasures within the church. A top-tier supreme treasure within the 33rd heaven. Just destroyed? How come? Her body shook in disarray and her face went white. Can't really figure out why that is. How did she mess with the owner of the big hand? For a long time, she had been practicing in this Pure Land small world. Hardly ever go out at all. Even more so, she had never come into contact with such a terrifyingly great person as the master of the great hand. Senior, you'll help me to the end, right? It was as if she had grabbed a lifeline, looking to senior brother one with high expectations. Don't worry, senior sister. Senior brother will definitely protect senior sister to the end. Brother Wink shouted. The tone of his eyes was of the unquestionable kind. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The eyes were fierce. It looked like it was going to fight to the death with the big hand that was pressing down. However, in the midst of Lin Shermai's full of expectations, Senior One actually turned around and ran away, running faster than even lightning. Sister Ranger in the end? Are you kidding me? The large hand that pressed down easily destroyed the Tai Ching 8 trigrams. He's become a cutie. Only then will he continue to bail out Sister Lin. It's really important to keep bailing out Sister Lin, fighting against the large hand that pressed down. There won't be any other endings coming up. He would inevitably be obliterated by the large hand that pressed down in an instant. Elder brother. You. Senior sister Lin was completely desperate. She really thought in front of her that elder brother one was going to protect her to the end. Who knew that brother Wink turned around and ran away? Don't be afraid, senior sister. I'm going to find my master within the Taoist system to rescue me. Hang in there, senior sister. Senior Win's figure disappeared. Holding up? What's holding it up? Senior sister Lin had no more illusions. It was clear to her that she wouldn't last long enough for her master to come and rescue her. Big hands pressed in. One grabbed her in his hand, and then disappeared from this place. I'm really going to get insta-killed. Sister Lin mirrors the incarnation. Seeing Chen Changxing's large hand grabbing her essence, and utter despair, Chen Changxing's large hand returned. In his hand, he grasped the body of senior sister Lin. The heavens and the immortal realms all clearly saw the scene. They're freaking out, even more shocked beyond belief. Who the hell is this? Is it really from the realm of the heavens or the realm of the immortals? Inside the realm of the heavens or the realm of the immortals, to be able to give birth to such a horrible character? Even the golden long-haired woman's main body within the 33 heavens said to grab it. The other side, senior sister Lin's main body was even more shocked. How she hadn't thought about it. Those feelings she had earlier were surprisingly correct. The heavenly karma that befell her. It actually really came from the Griffin realm under the 33 heavens. How is that possible? Griffin under the 33 heavens. How can you fix it to such a horrible degree? She couldn't believe it at all. Previously, it had been thought that the master of the great hand came from the 33 heavens. Or what about the transcendent heaven and earth from above the 33rd heaven? Because of you? She met her reflected incarnation. He also met the owner of the big hand, Chen Changsheng. Her reflected incarnation then collapsed in front of Chen Changsheng. The answer is obvious. Because of her reflected incarnation, she's the one who's tainted with this heavenly karma. It broke her down instantly. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that one day she'd be killed by her reflection incarnation. I'm sorry for you. Sister Lin mirrored the incarnation and cried nonstop. She also really didn't think that there would be such a terrifying existence under the 33 heavens. Ignoring the power barrier of the 33 heavens, straight away, she insta-grabbed her. Chapter 86 Elder Huanghe, do you take me for an old fool? Senior sister Lin's main body was impatient. All because of her reflected incarnation? She repented. Had I known that, she should never have said anything in the first place about granting the reflection incarnation an independent consciousness just to save trouble. At first she was trying to save her ass, to mirror the incarnation to better fulfill her duties. She gave the reflection incarnation a sense of independence. I didn't realize that she had lifted a rock and smashed it into her own foot. Reflecting the incarnation brought her heavenly karma and woe. You listen to me, though she is my reflected incarnation no less, but it wasn't my consciousness that was dominating. I gave her a sense of independence. It is not that I have provoked you. I don't even know what she's done. It's all her fault. You can do whatever you want with her. Death by 1,000 cuts and pulverized bones. As long as you're happy. All I ask is that you spare innocent me. Senior sister Lin's original body pleaded to Chen Changsheng. Innocent? You're not trying to wipe out all living beings under the 33 heavens. Not trying to destroy all the realms under the 33 heavens? You're not innocent. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth. There was an invisible force bursting out of his palm. It completely strangled senior sister Lin's main body on the spot. After the death of the body, as the reflected body of the self. And naturally, you can't live. Senior sister Lin's reflected body completely dissipated with the death of her own body. Chen Changsheng returns, falling to the side of the Li clan. The Li clan's people are still reversing yin and yang in life and death. It did not completely change back into a true living being, but there will be no subsequent emergence of any supreme law of order. The power of the supreme law of order has been completely resolved. Lord Eternal Life is terrifying. The Fire Phoenix King's neck shrank violently as he watched. Can there be an existence more terrifying than Lord Eternal? No one from the 33 heavens could be in front of Lord Eternal. Creepy shall perish, the blood demon said firmly in his heart, which is weird and scary. It felt that there was only one way for Creepy to end up, that is to be rooted out by Lord Eternal. Killing up within the clan of Lord Everlasting's best friend. Strike hard at Lord Nagisa's best friend. It led to the destruction of the clan that Lord Nagisa's best friend was a member of. It would be weird if Creepy didn't end up getting rooted out by Lord Eternal. This side of the world is within the reflected earth. This is the end? It's horrible. The 10 Hades were shocked beyond belief. The 4 judges proper haven't arrived yet, and it's all over. That's too soon. The total time before and after was only about an hour. They gulped furiously. The eyes of each were filled with incredulity. This one is really too invincible. Not to mention the law of supreme order. Even the main body that was responsible for administering the supreme law of order and was within the 33 heavens, all of them were just grabbed and killed. This one once said, something can be done to him, and he can help us out once. King Qin Guang said with a trembling voice. At that time, they don't give a damn what this one says. Not a care in the world. What horrors in hell. The worlds of the heavens, the realms of the immortals, all of them are mirrored in their hell. They need help? No way. Now they realize how stupid they were. This one struck gold once, definitely high enough to be beyond their imagination. Within the 33rd heaven, Brother Wink stumbled and ran back into the church. Found his master. You said that someone with a large hand ripped open the small world of the Pure Land where Lin Xin was. Captured Lin Xin? You were there. Sacrificed the 8 trigrams of Tai Ching to fight with it. As a result, the Tai Ching Bagua diagram was directly destroyed by this big hand? And you also said that the owner of this big hand is likely to come from under the 33 heavens? Because Lin Xin said that she sensed a heavenly karma descending upon her from beneath the 33 heavens? Senior sister Lin and senior brother Wen's teacher Elder Huang He. Seriously, he looked at senior one, repeated what senior brother one had just said to him. Aha, that's it. Senior brother one nodded his head repeatedly. That's it, my ass. Elder Huanghe was kind and would not get angry easily. He was known to be good-natured, but he couldn't hold back at this point. A slap directly hit senior brother Wen's face. Senior Wen fell heavily to the ground. Came in for a dogfight. His face was swollen and he had several teeth taken out. Why are you hitting me, master? Senior brother Wen was aggrieved. I hit you? I even kicked you. Elder Huang he slapped senior brother Wen, but he was still not relieved. Walking over to Brother Wink, a kick was thrown at Brother Wink. You think I'm senile? Run this way to fool me so? How could a being under the 33rd Heavenly Hall reach its hand inside the 33rd Heavenly Hall? Even if it's really possible, it's impossible to remain motionless. And Lin Xin's Pure Land small world is nearby. It was really torn apart and broken into by someone strong. I can't not know. There's no way it can't be sensed. The Tai Ching Bagua diagram. That's a top-tier supreme treasure. The 8 trigrams are ever-changing, with inexplicable power. A supreme powerhouse within the 33rd heaven. At most, it can suppress the Tai Ching 8 trigrams. It is absolutely impossible to destroy the Tai Ching 8 trigrams. The more Elder Huang he spoke, the more angry he became. The kicks are also getting harder. Master Wink got his ass kicked. It was a bloody mess. Miserable. Elder Huang he was truly angry. There is no exception to any of these things that Senior Brother Wen said. All of them are impossible. Elder Brother Wen is really treating him like an old fool. Master, stop kicking. What the apprentice said is all true. If you don't believe me, you can go and take a look within Senior Sister's Pure Land small world. Brother Wink cried. He's too miserable too. Not a word of falsehood. All the truth. Only to be brutally beaten by his master like this. He's going to cry his eyes out. Is there anyone worse off than him? Okay, I'll just go over and take a look. If it's okay there, I'll whip you and skin you. Elder Huang he said in a cold voice. He thought he used to be too good-tempered. So much so that Senior Wen dared to treat him like a little cutie, like fooling around with him. Having said that, he whisked his sleeve away, traveling to the small world of the Pure Land where Lin Xiao was. Lin Xin is the name of Lin Shiwei. Senior Brother Wen rose from the ground in a sorry state, rushing after them, following behind Elder Huang He's ass. Upon arriving at the Pure Land small world where Lin Xiao was, Elder Huang He's face clouded over on the spot. There was really someone who had forcefully torn open Lin Xiao's Pure Land small world. Lin Xin's Pure Land small world. It's a mess. The marks of being forcefully torn apart are still there. Tai Ching Bagua diagram. His pupils snapped, saw the destroyed Tai Ching Bagua diagram. Fragments of the Tai Ching Bagua diagram spilled out onto the ground. All the Taoist rhythms are completely eliminated. It's been completely destroyed. Who did this? I'm going to make your life hell. His eyes were cold. The killing intent was monstrous. Such a top-tier supreme treasure was destroyed just like that. Can't even fix it anymore. He was angry to the core. Chapter 87 The Only Clue. Proceeding to investigate from beneath the 33 heavens. Tai Ching Bagua diagram. Heavy treasures within the church. A top-tier supreme treasure within the 33rd heaven. It was actually destroyed so cleanly and completely. Elder Huang He looked at the Tai Ching Bagua diagram fragments all over the ground. The whole heart was dripping blood like crazy. He was surging with murderous intent. I've never wanted to kill anyone so badly. All he wanted to do was to slaughter the person who had destroyed the Tai Ching 8 trigrams. As for Lin Xin, who was taken by force, it was all ignored by him at the moment. Lin Xiao was not as important as the Tai Ching Bagua diagram in his heart. He turned around, coldly looking at Senior Brother One. No, not going to beat me up again? Senior One looked at Elder Huang He's icy gaze that was looking towards him. Gutted, he said in his mind. His body shivered in fear. I really don't want to get my ass kicked again. Elder Huang He punched too hard. Unfortunately, everything is not by him. He was just about to open his mouth and beg for forgiveness from his master. As a result, he only saw Elder Huang He waving his hand. An invisible force instantly sealed his mouth. Holy, this is finished. Senior Wen's face turned pale. Almost pissed myself. Patch STH. Not even allowed to beg for mercy. Jesus, how badly will he get his ass kicked? It's unimaginable. I just gave you the Tai Ching Bagua map a few days ago. You let someone destroy the Tai Ching Bagua diagram? Asterisk. See if I can't beat you to death. The good old Elder Huang He cursed profusely. All that good humor disappeared. The 8 trigrams of Tai Ching were destroyed. He was completely enraged. Run! Senior Wen shouted in his heart. Scattered wildly. Running wild. Good old boys don't usually get angry. But where the good old man is angry, that will undoubtedly be a very scary thing. Run? Where to run? Elder Huang He coldly shouted. With a wave of his hand there was a terrifying power that enveloped Senior One. Forcibly detained Senior Brother One. Spicy chicken. Do you realize? Elder Lillian of the Mixed Yuan Palace is begging to take a look at the Tai Ching Bagua diagram. I didn't even show it. You just let someone destroy the Tai Ching 8 trigrams. I really can't even relieve my anger without beating you to death. Elder Huang He carried a sandbag-sized fist, punching Brother Wink in the face. He was really pissed off. Senior Wen was beaten to a pig's head in less than a moment. Miserable. Next, Elder Huang He violently punched other parts of Senior Brother Wen's body, until Brother Wink is dying. He just stopped, throwing Brother Wen aside. Beaten to death is gaslighting. He would not really beat up Senior Brother Wen to death since Senior Wen was his most honored disciple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bestowed the Tai Ching Bagua diagram to Senior Brother Wen. That's when he remembered the captured Lin Xin. His eyes were deep. The expression is serious and grave. There were supreme Tao rules flowing and intertwining in his eyes. He was casting a traceability secret art. It could bring back what was once a sight here. Ha! His brows furrowed. The traceback surprisingly failed. Couldn't make the place look like it once did. Prepared? He sneered and laughed. The eyes bloomed with endless coldness. Obviously, the owner of the large hand was prepared. Some kind of means or secret treasure was used to make it impossible to trace back. He turned around. Another look was given to Senior One. Not going to beat him up again? Dying Brother One. Seeing Elder Huanhe looking at him again. Scared out of my mind. Open up your soul memory. I want to see who this man really is. Elder Huang He was prepared to go through Elder Brother Wen's soul memories. Project who the owner of the big hand is. And then, a soul light erupted from his forehead and flew into Senior Brother Wen's soul. Senior Wen hurriedly dropped all soul defenses, allowing Elder Huang He to view his soul's memories. Elder Huanghe saw that memory. With this he launched his projections, but nothing was projected. Premeditated. His eyes were cold. Master Big Hands must have thought of this a long time ago. Prepared in advance. Makes it impossible to project against it. Something to do with the 33 heavens below? He whispered. It's the only known, traceable lead at this point. Hayoshino before the accident had very strong feelings. It felt like there was a heavenly karma from beneath the 33 heavens descending on her head. How is this possible? His brows furrowed. The people under the 33 heavens. How is it possible to reach inside the 33rd heaven? Capture Lin Xiao? It's not going to happen. A power barrier existed in the 33 heavens. The living beings below it cannot enter the 33 heavens. Even the living beings within the 33 heavens. It was also impossible to leave the 33 heavens because of this power barrier. Can't get down. But, currently trying to find out who the big hand owner is. There's only so much you can do from this side of the fence. After all, except for this aspect, no more clues. Is it really related to the 33 heavens below? Lin Xin is responsible for managing the laws of order under the 33 heavens. If it is said that there are karmic consequences under the 33 heavens that have descended upon Lin Zhao's head, that's reasonable. Of course, the prerequisite is that those under the 33 heavens can reach their hands inside the 33 heavens, and that is an impossible thing. Elder Huanghe's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. There's no one possibility. Karma does come from beneath the 33 heavens, but it wasn't someone under the 33 heavens who made the move. Rather, it was someone within the 33 heavens who made the move? His eyes grew brighter. Think there's a good chance that this conjecture is the truth. Good. Then let's start under the 33 heavens. He spoke in a cold voice. Whoever the big hand owner is, he couldn't even just let it go. It is imperative that the owner of the big hand be uncovered. Make the owner of the big hand pay dearly. Tearing apart the Lin Shirao Pure Land Small World, strongly grabbing Lin Xin, and also completely destroyed the Tai Ching 8 trigrams. Master Big Hand, this was a blatant failure to place their Dao lineage in his eyes. Even if it's not to save Lin Xiao, everything can't just be left alone either. He's outta here. Went to the headmaster. He was going to report this matter to the sect leader. Let the palmist make the arrangements. Proceed to start the investigation from below the 33 heavens. It's over? So fast? A creature of unknown horror, rapidly traveling through the stars of the heavens. It stopped abruptly. There was an incredulous look on his face. The power of the supreme law of order descending down was resolved by hell just like that? It had a great deal of incredulity in its voice. This is too soon. That was the power of the law of the highest order descending down. How could it have been taken care of so quickly? It seems that the Hellmouth is prepared for this and has the means to deal with the laws of the highest order. Yes, speed up. Let's see what the hell is going on over there in hell. Let's see what Earth's means of dealing with the supreme law of order are. It sneered and laughed. Speed it up, passing through the heavens at great speed. It was none other than the terrifying creature that came from beyond the stars of the immortal universe. From an unknown land. Chapter 88, The Underworld Emperor. You guys say it's related to Lord Everlasting just because it's related? Unknown horrible creatures, along the residual traces of the law of the highest order. A quick chase, have to say. It's really scary. Extraordinary indeed. Traces of the law of the highest order remain, hidden and hard to find. Not just anyone can sense it. Even those ancient great figures of the immortal domain, immortal ancestors from all walks of life. It is also impossible to sense it. It was even more unlikely that they would have been able to follow the residual traces of the laws of the highest order and chase after them. Terrible unknown creatures, but it was easy to follow the remaining traces. It's really not that simple. Li Clan Land. At this time, everyone in the Li Clan has completed the fusion, completely transformed back into real living beings of flesh and blood. No more shadowy spirits. They were thrilled beyond belief. It feels like a dream. It's amazing that they actually turned back into living beings. At the same time, they could clearly feel how terrifyingly transcendent the new flesh was. Not only is the blood as vigorous as an endless sea of vastness, unimaginable supreme Tao rhythms still existed in all parts of the physical body. There's such a thing as flesh. No need for any doubt. Their future path of cultivation. It is bound to be incredibly easy and simple. The peak of cultivation that can be reached. It is also destined to be unthinkable. Thank you, Lord Nagisa, for doing this for us. Thank you, Lord Nagisa. They poofed. All of them knelt to the ground and heavily kowtowed to Chen Chongsheng to thank him. If it wasn't for Chen Chongsheng, none of them are likely to leave hell, much less turn back into a living, breathing being. Chen Chongsheng is their recreated parent. It's okay. Chen Chongsheng waved his hand. With an invisible force, he lifted up all the people of the Li clan. In his heart, Li Sun's people are his people. He has been in charge since the end. Terrible unknown creatures move very fast. It took less than a moment to enter this world. Of course, the main thing is that the power of the laws of the supreme order dissipates and ceases to exist. It's what makes it so fast. That's not it. It categorically can't be that fast, because before the power of the laws of supreme order dissipated, it didn't dare to be as bold as it was now, chasing along the remaining traces without a care in the world. Previously it had been incredibly careful, slow as a turtle. Fear of being sensed by the power of the laws of supreme order. Actually, it's also a in spirit, the same as the nether spirits in hell, not permitted by the laws of the supreme order, but where its presence is detected by the law of supreme order. It is all locked and blasted by the highest laws of order. That's exactly why it's as slow as it needs to be up front. What? I can't believe it wasn't the work of hell. Upon entering this side of the world, it was shocked beyond belief. The eyes were full of incredulity. Previously, it had always believed that the one who fought against the law of the highest order was the hell. Now it realizes, it's not. The one who fought against the laws of supreme order was a supreme being named Chen Chongsheng. This supreme being called Chen Chongsheng, terrifying in the extreme. With a wave of his hand, He extinguished all the power blasts that came down from the laws of supreme order. Even the administrator proper, who was in charge of the law of supreme order and was within the 33 heavens, it's all been captured, extinguished. Living beings everywhere in the world are talking about it everywhere. It just came in and heard the voices. It's horrible. It trembles with fear, scared wildly and shrinking his neck more than just a little. Was there such a terrifying and frightening supreme being within this tiny lower realm? It dared not cast a glance over to the supreme law of order. The scene of Chen Changsheng waving his hand to obliterate the power of the supreme laws of order was not seen. Nor did he ever see Chen Changsheng reach his hand inside the 33 heavens, capture back the administrators in charge of the supreme law of order proper. It has been assumed earlier that it is some unknown means used by the hell. The supreme law of order that resolves away descends. Gone. After knowing that it has nothing to do with hell, it's ready to leave. And just as it was about to leave, it had actually sensed the aura of the 4 judges proper. Okay, not a wasted trip. It grinned eerily. Think about it. It's all coming over. How can there be no movement on the hell side? I think this side of the world's hell. The first thing that went up was this. No go. I can squat and hunt here. It's not a good idea to hunt down all the 10 Hades king of hell's main body. It disappeared. This side of the world is within the hell. The 4 judges' main bodies descended over along the secret path of the reflections of hell. They were about to visit Chen Changsheng just after they arrived. Go. The 10 kings of hell reflected the body walking ahead. Prepare to visit Chen Changsheng with the 4 judges proper. They hadn't seen the process of Chen Changsheng fighting against the power of the supreme laws of order. None of them dared to cast a glance over there. Rumble. Just as they were about to leave hell, the entire hell suddenly shook loudly. Huge cracks appeared in the ground and spread rapidly. There are signs of a great collapse in the entire hell. Ha ha ha. Jia. Where are you guys going? An eerie, creepy voice rang out. The terrifying unknown creature figure appeared, stopping the 4 judges' main bodies and the 10 kings of hell's reflected bodies. The underworld emperor. The 4 judges' main body and the 10 great kings of hell's reflected bodies. After seeing the terrible unknown creature, their faces all changed drastically. It was actually their sworn enemy coming over. Converting dead living beings into nether spirits is not something that only hell can do. Terrible creatures, the emperor of the underworld. The underworld behind them. It can be done too. Hades is just like hell. The same was born without being permitted by the law of the highest order. All of them have the means to transform the dead living into in spirits. Hell and Hades. It is also a result of the conflict. Great wars often break out, grabbing the turf. Currently, the hell and the underworld are equal in terms of territory. Almost all of them occupied half of the 10,000 realms of the heavens and the immortal realm. The 4 judges' main body and the 10 great kings of hell's reflected bodies. The color of his face was gloomy. The first thing they realized was why the underworld emperor had appeared here. Obviously, the spectral emperor was also attracted by the laws of supreme order. They were in an unbelievably bad mood. The strength of the underworld emperor was about the same as the strength of the 10 Hades king himself. For the top powerhouse in the underworld, far beyond what they could fight against. They're clearly in trouble this time. The underworld emperor was bound to exterminate them. Hungry. Let's eat first. The spectral emperor grinned widely. A split second. There is an irresistible and immense suction force that appears. Countless spirits within the hell were sucked into its mouth. It sucks and chews, feeding on the spirits of the netherworld. It's creepy to look at people's scalps and insides. Stop. You're looking for death. Emperor Spectre, do you know that? Did you know that we are on very good terms with that Lord Eternal? The 10 kings of hell reflected the body angrily shouted. Moved out Chen Changsheng. The underworld emperor froze, surprised by the words of the 10 kings of hell reflecting their bodies. But, it then gave a dismissive laugh. Scare me? You guys really think I'm easy to fool? It sneered and laughed. It's not just going to be a shock. The 10 kings of hell reflect the body and say that there is a relationship, and it says it's related to that Lord Eternal. Chapter 89. The underworld emperor suppresses the hellmouth and lures the king of hell's original body over. You want to scare it off with one word? Are you kidding me? It's not that timid. The underworld emperor's expression was cold. It's impossible to be deterred just like that. Don't talk so much. If it really matters, you will call that eternal lord. It grinned its big mouth again. The irresistible and terrifying suction force recovered the entire hellmouth. No, please help us. Countless nether spirits cried for help. Huge suction like a tornado swept them up. It was sucked into the mouth of the spectral emperor. Then at the sound of the spectral emperor's chewing, they were all bitten alive and eaten. The underworld emperor. The 4 great judges' main bodies and the 10 great kings of hell reflective bodies were furious. One's teeth were chattering. The phantom emperor was only 2 bites away. It had already eaten at least tens of thousands of spirits. Don't bother me with my food. Don't worry. I'm not going to eat you guys just yet. After all, good food is saved for last. The underworld emperor laughed eerily. He did not put the 4 judges' main bodies and the 10 great kings of hell's reflected bodies in his eyes. The 4 judges' main body and the 10 great kings of hell's reflected bodies. The strength is too weak, totally bring no threat to it. The terror of its strength. Even the 10 great Yamas' main body could be destroyed. The 4 judges' main bodies and the 10 kings of hell reflected bodies. It was naturally impossible to bring any threat to it. It proceeded to grin widely. There was an even more terrifying suction force that appeared. This time, over 100,000 spirits were directly sucked into its mouth. It keeps chewing, eating all of the over 100,000 spirits. The brutality and horror is unparalleled. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The 4 judges' main bodies and the 10 kings of hell reflected bodies strike at the same time, blasting towards the spectral emperor's side. There's no way they're just going to sit around and wait for it to happen, even if they were aware that there was a huge gap between them and the underworld emperor. Not a match for the underworld emperor, and there's no way they're just going to fold, allowed to be slaughtered and devoured by the underworld emperor. What kind of thing dares to make a move on me? I don't know how to die, the underworld emperor said disdainfully. It's too scary. The strength is unfathomable. The 4 judges' instants were immensely powerful. After the Yin force unfolds, not even a Jedi immortal emperor could carry it. It will be greatly affected and disturbed in an instant. In addition, they also all came with the greatest treasure of hell, even those ancient great figures and various immortal ancestors of the immortal domain. It can also be a battle. But, in front of the spectral emperor, they are just too weak to fight. The spectral emperor's eyes were nothing more than 2 bloody auras shooting out. Immediately, it struck down the earthly supreme treasure that the 4 judges' instants had urged with all their might. It even swept away the 4 judges' main bodies and the 10 great kings of hell's reflected bodies, spit out more than just cloudy blood from the mouth, losing the ability to fight again on the spot. Eat! The spectral emperor grinned, eating again. Another large number of Yin spirits were sucked into its mouth. Eat it all. Shall we ask for help from that elder lord? King Qin Guang reflected his body and gritted his teeth. Asked the 4 great judges' main body and the other Yama King reflection bodies. Nowadays, this was the only way left for them to ask for help from that elder lord. Over at the General Hall of Hell, it must be too late for a rescue. Also, they were also unable to ask for help from the side of the General Hall of Hell. The Underworld Emperor blocked off the entire Hellmouth. There's no way they're going to pass out information. This situation, they could only deposit their hopes on that eternal lord, that elder lord, strength to an unimaginable degree. Even though the Underworld Emperor had blocked off the entire Hellmouth, as soon as they call for help, that elder lord can also surely know about it, descending over in an instant. But, they didn't want to just waste the opportunity to ask that elder lord to make a move. That Lord Eternal Life's work is a great example of creation, the supreme figure within the 33 heavens. It can also be easily subdued. Ask that Lord Eternal Life to come and save them. Kill the spectral emperor. It's really a waste. After all, you only get one chance. That Lord Everlasting had only promised to help them out once. The 4 judges proper also knew about this matter. They just arrived. The 10 kings of hell reflecting their bodies then spoke to them. There was a hesitant look in their eyes. Indeed, I don't want to waste the opportunity to ask that elder lord to make a move just like that. Save it for the chance to ask that elder lord to make a move. You can do bigger things in the future. Act it on? Want to keep scaring me like that? The Underworld Emperor heard the words of King Qin Guang's reflected body. Snicker after snicker. Even more certain that Qin Guang Wang mirrors body they have nothing to do with that eternal lord, if it really matters. And a good relationship if you will. Qin Guang Wang reflected body they still need to be so hesitant? Must have asked for help from that elder lord long ago. No, I don't want to be eaten. Between the countless cries of the shadowy spirits, the Underworld Emperor grinned again and ate countless Yin spirits. It wiped the nether blood from the corner of its mouth. A pair of eyes flowed with special power as they looked towards King Qin Guang's reflected body. Moment. Qin Guang Wang reflected the body's eyes became mesmerized, and his gaze became dull. He was controlled by the Underworld Emperor's consciousness. Under the control of the Spectral Emperor, King Qin Guang's reflective body cast a secret technique to contact his original body. The 4 judges proper saw this. His face instantly changed drastically. They guessed what the Underworld Emperor wanted. The Underworld Emperor was trying to victimize the 10 great Yama King's essence. Sure enough, when King Qin Guang's reflected body contacted his original body, King Qin Guang's reflection body then spoke. That Lord Eternal Life would like to invite this body over for a visit. The 4 great judges' main bodies and the other Yama King's reflected bodies hurriedly opened their mouths, trying to tell Qin Guang Wang's main body, this is a trap for the Underworld Emperor. Don't ever come over. But just as they opened their mouths, a terrifying Yin force sealed their mouths, make it impossible for them to make a sound, nor could it transmit any mental fluctuations. The fluctuations in the power of the laws of supreme order suddenly dissipated. Is this settled by him? King Qin Guang's main body asked. Unknown to him, his reflected body was controlled by the Spectral Emperor's consciousness. Yes, this one is super scary. In an exceedingly short period of time, the power of the supreme law of order descended was resolved. Even, this one has also extended his hand within the 33 heavens, the administrator who will be responsible for the supreme law of order, directly captured and obliterated from within the 33 heavens, King Qin Guang said as he reflected his body. What? A huge cry of shock came from the side of King Qin Guang's main body. Obviously, he didn't expect this Lord Eternal Life to be so terrifying and horrifying. Surprisingly, he was able to extend his hand inside the 33 heavens. Wait for me, I'll be right there. He no longer hesitates. Even if he had important matters to attend to, he decided to come over and meet this Lord Eternal Life in person. Good. King Qin Guangwang mirrored his body to end the call. He, ha ha, waiting to eat Hades. The spectral emperor grinned widely. When King Qin Guang's main body came over, it ate King Qin Guang's main body. It utilizes the same approach again later. Lure the other Yama instants one by one and eat them. The 4 judges' main bodies and the other Yama King reflections all panicked. They're clear. If King Qin Guang's main body came over, it would definitely be fierce. The other Yama instants will most likely be killed one after another in this manner as well. They no longer hesitate. Make eye contact with each other. The other Yama King reflected his body ready to ask for help from that Lord of Eternal Life. Chapter 90, Kneeling and Begging for Forgiveness. The Underworld Emperor moved out the Underworld Lord behind him. Bad content. Chapter 91, Obliterating the Underworld Emperor. Ignoring the Underworld Lord's threat. Bad content. Chapter 92, Li Sun's Great Power from the Heavenly Temple. Bad content. Chapter 93, A Strange Blowing of the Horn of the Great War. The starry sky was dyed red with blood. Bad content. Chapter 94, The starry sky is filled with the bodies of bizarre creatures, killing them all the way to the rendezvous. Bad content. Chapter 95, Creepy gray-haired creature. That creepy lord appears. The number of creepy creatures is just too high, and the strength is too terrifying. The beings of the heavens and the worlds in the starry sky hadn't held out much hope. Think sitting on top of a bird or fowl. The old servant's master. It's hard to save the day. Cross-push creepy creatures. Who knew? Everything was so beyond their expectations. The old servant master sitting on top of the bird and fowl didn't even make a move. Only an old servant and a sword. Just killed a collection of bizarre creatures. It's just too scary. Hopefully, there is. This one dares to kill directly to the collection of bizarre creatures. No doubt that this one has a strong bottom line. There's a sure way to get rid of all the weird creatures in one swoop. The countless living beings in the heavens and the worlds were agitated. A sheen of hope rose in his eyes. If this one wasn't sure about taking out the creepy creatures in one swarm, how dare you kill directly to a collection of bizarre creatures like that? That's impossible. Bane of creepy creatures. There's a good chance this one will be given a straight across the board push. Inside an unknown realm. The eerie aura was so thick that it almost materialized and was visible to the naked eye. It's a collection of weird creatures, a realm previously unknown to the beings of the heavens and the worlds. It belongs to one of the layers of the weird forces. Before that, this nesting realm, it's always in a state of hiding, never exposed. Even if a living being passed by this nest realm, couldn't find out either. Nowadays, eerie forces blow the horn of the Great War. This nesting realm is no longer hidden either. Fully visible, into a gathering place for bizarre creatures. It was densely packed with weird red-haired monsters, heavenly, underground, everywhere. An endless number of creepy red-haired monsters have arrived here. Where's the unknowing thing from? Dare to provoke shenanigans, enemy of the bizarre. Some weird red-haired monster rebuked in a cold voice. It's extremely scary. The bizarre aura on his body was far thicker than the other bizarre red-haired monsters. It comes from the Heavenly Nine Realms, a famous and powerful person in the Heavenly Nine Realms. The strength is horrible. The realms were all cultivated to the Immortal King realm. Immortals, true immortals, golden immortals, and heavenly immortals. It's the Immortal King in the back. It's really, really scary. Need to know. Immortal kings were not rare in the immortal realm either. It's not something you can just fix. The 9 realms of heaven. Below the immortal realm, the most supreme of the 9 realms of the heavens, the immortal way substance within it was even denser. There are also more fairy objects. The number of powerhouses above immortals that were born was also the highest. Beyond the realm where the weird creatures gather, Chen Shangsheng sat on top of the Fire Phoenix King. The face was calm. Blood Demon, on the other hand, stood at the front carrying the heaven-slashing sword. None of them have been restored to their original appearance. It's still the same as it was when I walked the earth. It looks mediocre. There are no surprises, not a single one. Exterminate clean. Chen Chongsheng looked indifferent against such a minor character. Naturally, there was no need for him to make a move. And these weird forces, weird creatures, one counts. He won't even let it go. it is bound to be completely obliterated. Yes, my lord, the blood demon led the way. Carrying the heaven-slashing sword, he killed forward. Bold, do you really think you can still be reckless when you get here? A bizarre red-haired monster from the heavenly 9 realms with a realm at the immortal king realm. Eyes of terror. Give the order to kill. Hey, ha ha, kill. Eerie laughter rang out one after another. Thousands of bizarre red-haired monsters lunged forward. The gazes of the living beings of the heavens and the worlds were all over this side. They were all nervous. The heart was in his throat, though they all thought that if the old servant master was unsure. Don't dare to kill up the collection of bizarre creatures. But when the Great War officially broke out at this moment, they all couldn't help but be on edge again. Worry about it. Kill. The blood demon was fearless. Kill into the thousands of weird red-haired monsters that pounced over. It's like nobody's business. The heaven-slashing blade erupted with unimaginable power. Even among these thousands of weird red-haired monsters, there were most of the weird red-haired monsters that could easily kill a heavenly immortal combatant. But under the blade awnings chopped out by the sky chopper, all of them are also weak to the point of no return. They were all decimated in a matter of moments. The starry sky was completely colored red. Large swathes of tainted blood spilled down. Thousands of weird red-haired monsters. In less than a moment, they were all cut down by the heaven-beheading sword. The bodies are like dumplings that don't cost anything, falling down like crazy. Rumble. Terrifying explosions rang out. A weird red-haired monster from the heavenly 9 realms, all killed out. Have to say, the bizarre power when really laid out too long and too deep. The heavenly 9 realms had also been infiltrated by bizarre forces to a very deep degree. There were very many powerful beings of the heavenly 9 realms who had fallen, become one of the weird forces. At this moment, after they all kill, the scene is too shocking. Immortal king level weird red-haired monster. The number surprisingly reaches hundreds as well. Heavenly immortal level creepy creature monsters. The numbers are much higher. There are at least hundreds or thousands of them. Hiss. The sound of cold air being sucked backward resounded all around the starry sky. All the living beings of all the heavens and worlds looked numb. The weird power is really too scary. Surprisingly, there were so many bizarre red-haired monsters with terrifying strength. Useless. The blood demon carried the heaven-slashing sword, brave and invincible. Between the foul odor and the splattering of blood, all the weird red-haired creatures were killed as much as possible. Neither could those weird red-haired creatures at the immortal king level. Not a match at all. The blade of the heaven-slashing blade fell. All of them were chopped into pieces, completely dead. Terrible. It's too strong. The living beings of the heavens and the worlds looked dumbfounded. Could it be any more violent? They couldn't help but look at Chen Chongqing again. The old servant's master. A servant is so terrifying as this. How horrible the master must be again. It's really unthinkable. Envious. That's what I was volunteering for. The Fire Phoenix King howled chaotically in his heart. Be as envious as you want. Swish. A wisp of eerie gray mist floated out. There were creepy creatures that were different from the other creepy red-haired monsters that walked out. It was covered in long, eerie gray hair. Not a single stray color. Everything else that grows on the body is long red hair. The creepy gray-haired creature stepped out after, a puzzled look in his eyes. It stared at the blood demon. Looked and looked. You have weird power inside you. Belong to one of us. Why go against us? Against us? And, if I remember correctly, it should have been the weird power I bestowed on you then. The eerie gray-haired creature opened its mouth. It was the same creepy lord who had given the blood demon creepy power in the first place, at that time when the blood demon's weird power was bestowed. Creepy gray-haired creatures are not this. Blood demon didn't recognize it for a moment. After hearing the weird gray-haired creature say this later, it just recognized it. Sure enough, it had the same scent as the bizarre lord who had given it bizarre power at that time. My lord, it's the one that gave me the weird power. Kill the creepy creatures of the upperly. It should have something to do with it too. It bowed. With incomparable respect, he said to Chen Chongsheng. Chapter 96. The one who extended his hand within the 33 heavens was not a bizarre opponent either. Bad content. Chapter 97. The devouring Fae intervened and killed. Spooky and unfathomable. The power presented by creepy today. But it's just the surface. It doesn't even scratch the surface. Real spooky. Super scary, terrifying beyond anyone's expectations. The bizarre creatures within the bizarre lairs in all the worlds rushed to support them. The creepy gray-haired creature turned hard at once, calling out, provoking, defying, undaunted by the immediate danger. Spicy chicken. Still not honest. The blood demon was furious, carrying the heaven-slashing sword and chopping horizontally and vertically, decapitating the head of the bizarre gray-haired creature left only a mouth. Seek death. I'm waiting to come over, and you dare to show off. I'll chop you to pieces now. Dozens of bizarre creatures killed them. Creepy eerie aura and monstrous killing intent intertwined and swept. The end is horrible. They were all covered with long, weird gray hair, including all over the face. Not a single stray long hair. They are all terrifying, possessing the strength to easily kill an immortal exalt, or even a Jedi immortal exalt. The starry sky roars on and on. A terrifyingly bizarre power enveloped the entire starry sky of the heavens. The beings of the heavens and the worlds under the stars. All of them were as if they had been viciously strangled. Can't breathe. Feel the death threat. Kill them all. The blood demon carried the heaven-slashing sword, meeting dozens of bizarre gray-furred creatures to kill them. The heaven-slashing blade chopped out. The infinite blade awnings reflected the starry sky. The starry sky was all taken over by the white blade awnings. Dozens of weird gray-furred creatures. The one head is more terrifying than the other. Together, it was enough to easily kill a quasi-immortal emperor battle power. It was even a threat to the immortal emperor's war power. But under the chopper, they are as weak as dirt. They were all decimated in a matter of moments. The scene was like a tornado. It swept through the hearts of the living beings of the heavens and the worlds. All the living beings of all the heavens and worlds were shaken to the point of no return. A knife cuts out. The limitless blade-ons instantly cut through dozens of terrifyingly bizarre gray-furred creatures. What a shocking scene! Their hearts beat fiercely, like beating drums. Thump, thump, thump. Thump jumped out of his body. Again, they all couldn't help but look at Chen Changsheng. The eyes were filled with infinite awe. They are very clear. The old servant with the knife. Nothing at all. The Great One is still the old servant master. The bizarre gray-furred creature that was decapitated with only its mouth left. There was a constant sound of alarm. It was also not expecting the dozens of bizarre creatures that rushed over to support it. Surprisingly, they would all be killed by a direct slash. But it is also fearless. A cold grunt even escaped his lips. Hoof, rampant arrogance. You'll have time to cry later. Let me just say this. Creepy unbeatable. It spoke in a cold voice, knowing full well that weirdness is invincible. Nothing counts for anything in front of you. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you clamor now? The blood demon was furious, carrying the sky chopper. He was ready to give the weird gray-furred creature a few more slashes. However, just then, there were terrifying beast roars that rang out one after another. The vibrations shook the heavens and the worlds with a huge tremor. It's scarier than a major earthquake. It was as if the heavens and the worlds were about to fall apart in a great crash. All the living beings in the heavens and the worlds were startled. Is there another big scary move on the creepy side? No, not spooky. Instead, the devouring Fae are here. The beings of the heavens and the worlds exclaimed in astonishment. The devouring Fae had actually come over. Come and stick your nose in, too. The stars of the heavens. It was all filled with devouring alien figures. They are physically huge. When charging this way, it covered the entire starry sky. The living beings of the heavens and the world shivered more than a little in fear. Compare that to the fear the weirdness brought them. The fear brought to them by devouring the Fae was even heavier, because they are deeply victimized by the devouring foreigners. The home realm where it is located. All of them were destroyed by the devouring Fae. And spooky though it is also scary as hell. But ultimately, it's only just emerging. The conflagration caused was far less deep than the devouring of the Fae. Ho 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 ho. The roar of the horrible beast became even more intense. Countless devouring Fae killed over. The goal is precise and clear. Rushing towards Chen Changsheng and the others. Kill. Chen Changsheng's face was calm. Give the order. He doesn't go after the devouring Fae. The devouring Fae still dared to come over to trouble him? Well, that is to say, then it's a total wipeout by the way. Boom. The blood demon led the way. Carrying the heaven-slashing sword, he killed the sight of the devouring Fae that rushed over. The number of devouring aliens is countless, and each body is still huge. The blood demon charged in. It's like an ant charging into a giant elephant herd. Even the blood demon is no better than an ant. But it was not the blood demon who bled to death. Instead, large swaths of the alien race were devoured. The blazing blade covered. The horror is monstrous. A devouring Fae with a huge body and terrifying strength. It's like a lamb to the slaughter. Weak and untouchable, but it's only a matter of moments. It was then killed by the blood demon to kill them all. Roar! An even more terrifying beast roar rang out. A head of devouring Fae with a body size far exceeding that of other devouring Fae by 100 times and 1,000 times huge appeared. The stars all appear small in front of it, between the gentle swaying of its body. Then countless stars exploded and crumbled into powder. It was an old ancestor among the devouring Fae. Got a more terrifying and vast dark power. On its forehead, there were terrifying dark marks manifesting. It is controlled by dark forces. Hit on Chen Changsheng and their ideas. It was going to devour Chen Changsheng and the others. It exploded with power. Definitely at the immortal emperor level. Bite after bite of huge devouring vortexes appeared. Nothing is swallowed. The stars, the paths and laws of the heavens, and so on, all of them were swallowed up by the devouring vortex. This is the natural aptitude of devouring foreigners. Swallow the sky and the earth and all things. After being strengthened by dark forces, then it becomes even more horrible and terrifying. The blood demon was enveloped by the devouring vortex. Irresistible and terrifying devouring power surged towards it. To devour it. Swish! The blood blood demon swung his sword, as invincible as it can be. The sky-splitting sword erupted with a world-shattering blade aura. All the devouring vortexes were all chopped up under this blade. Kill! The blood demon looked towards the devouring Fey ancestor. Cutting across the board, the devouring Fey ancestor let out a terrifying hiss, sacrificing one darkness supreme treasure after another, against the slash that was coming towards it. These darkest treasures, all from the power of darkness. It has an unfathomable and terrifying power. Absolute immortal emperor artifacts were no match for these dark supreme treasures. These darkest treasures, take out a random piece. All of them could easily shatter a Jedi immortal emperor artifact. Rumble. Several pieces of darkness supreme treasure were in power. The sight was appalling in the extreme. Boundless dark power surged. All the light was swallowed up as much as it could be. Only infinite darkness remains. What's going on here? All I can think about right now is killing people. Boundless darkness shrouds the heavens and the worlds. All living beings within the 10,000 realms of the heavens felt doubly oppressed. Negative emotions in the mind are ignited. The only thing left in one's mind was the thought of killing. Chapter 98. You want to run away just because you've interfered? All gone. Bad content. Chapter 99. The bizarre creature that killed the Upperly clan came from the 33 heavens. Bad content. Chapter 100. Let go of the helping complex and respect the destiny of others. Bad content. Chapter 101. A sword cuts through, and the thrill spreads. More than 10 ancient great figures of the immortal domain and more than 10 immortal ancestors. A total of more than 30 immortal realms' top combatants joined forces. It was actually ignored. They can't stand it since all of them were holding back a fierce energy. Saying anything, he had to cut Chen Changsheng and the others off by 1,000 cuts. Otherwise it is really difficult to vent the anger in their hearts. Thud! A horrible sinking bell rang out. The sound of the bell destroys the sky and the earth, the way and the law of the heavens. It collapsed fully in an instant. Even the Tao and law of the immortal realm. It also suffered tremendously. Appears unstable. Signs of collapse, and that's just the beginning. With the bells ringing, there are 10,000 Dharma manifestations. Each of these laws can sweep through the immortal realm, kill the group of enemies. It represents the most supreme method of the immortal way. This is the manifestation clock, a top-notch supreme treasure within the immortal realm, possessing supreme unfathomable might. Since its emergence, never lost a battle. The 10,000 laws clock was sacrificed. No enemy can carry it. All of them would perish in the attack of the manifestation bell. The manifestation clock was also called the death knell of the powerful. Whoa! A horribly creepy clash of chains sounded. Chaos is misty. Several chains that were thicker and longer than a giant dragon appeared, piercing the void, intertwined the web. Forward lock trapped over. On these chains, all of them have the flow of supreme immortal rules. It was refined from the immortal domain's top-grade ancestral gold. Indestructible. No one has ever been able to damage these chains. These chain locks come, terrible beyond belief. Only the sound of chains clashing against each other. It's just a pain in the ear. The soul and head seem to explode. Ding 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 ding. The crisp ringing bell rang. Immortal light is infinite, illuminating the 10,000 realms of the heavens and the stars of the immortal realm. These immortal lights even transformed into a heavenly sword, carrying an irresistible force, chopping down in unison. Clank! A golden mace killed. Chaos rages, dissecting time and space and the stars, drawing out an eternal and indestructible immortal aura. Astonishingly regal. Boom! An old stone tower. Just after it was sacrificed, it trembled and stepped on the 10,000 realms of the heavens and the stars of the immortal realm. It carries the endless vicissitudes of ancient meaning. There are also the incomprehensible and incomprehensible laws of the supreme immortal way. The terror came in a boundless suppression. One supreme immortal armament after another that was invincible in the immortal realm. All were sacrificed. These ancient great figures of the immortal realm and various immortal ancestors. None of them are reserved. Up came the strongest means in power. The scene was shocking in the extreme. Let's not talk about the beings of the heavens and the worlds, even the beings within the immortal realm. And all of them were scared to death. Scared beyond belief. The mind was gripped by infinite horror. All of them are famous invincible supreme immortal armaments in the immortal realm. When have they ever seen such a battle? Never. Previously one such invincible supreme immortal soldier had appeared. It was all enough to shake the entire immortal realm. Not to mention the simultaneous appearance of so many peerless supreme immortal armaments. Is it all going to end? No. They were beyond distraught. All of them were praying that Chen Changsheng would not lose. They're all well aware of it. Once Chen Changsheng was defeated, then the butcher's knife will be on their heads. They will be slaughtered clean by creepy. But they all prayed frantically in their hearts though. Pray that Chen Changsheng doesn't lose. But they are also very clear. Facing the bombardment of so many invincible supreme immortal armaments, it was really hard for Chen Changsheng to carry it off. It's really hard to go undefeated. There's a wind blowing. Chen Changsheng's long black hair fluttered gently. Can't tell you how ethereal and dusty it is. He stood still on the back of the Fire Phoenix King. The face was calm and bland. It creates a strong sense of contrast. all living beings do not expect. Under the bombardment of so many invincible supreme immortal armaments, Chen Chongsheng could still be so calm. This included the ancient great figures of the immortal realm and the various immortal ancestors who had struck out. They also did not expect it. The hearts all couldn't help but thump violently. Chen Chongsheng was also too confident. Is it hard to believe that the old servant can really fight them? What an unload. Then let's see what kind of strength you have. The creepy creature sneered and laughed. I haven't seen one who can pretend like Chen Chongsheng. Boom! The blood demon strikes. The heaven-slashing blade slashed horizontally. The slash didn't reveal any terrifying sights. No terrifying supreme Dao rules ever surfaced. Not even the blade awnings appeared. It was like an unusual swing out. Doesn't come with any transcendent powers. Compared to those supreme immortal soldiers, there is simply no comparability. However, it was such an unusual cut. However, it chopped out an effect that was unexpected to all living beings. All the supreme immortal soldiers, all of them were chopped to pieces with a single slash. Lose all the word and the law. Completely destroyed. What? How is this possible? The ancient great figures of the immortal realm and the various immortal ancestors who struck out, all of them were shocked. There was incredulity in his eyes. A chop! What is this power? They were horrified. Panic was in the air. All of them realized that they might have to fall this time. You know, the master of the other old servant hasn't even made a move yet. Insult the Lord. By yourselves. Kill. The blood demon carried the sky-splitting sword. Bravery is unmatched, directly killing towards these ancient great figures of the immortal realm and the various immortal ancestors. To decimate these ancient great figures of the immortal realm and the various immortal ancestors. Ancient great figures of the immortal domain and various immortal ancestors. Their faces all changed drastically. Help us. Please help us. They lost their voices and cried out. One by one, they ran for their lives, and asked the creepy creatures to rescue them. One slash shattered the supreme immortal armament they had sacrificed. It was certainly not something they could fight against. If the creepy creatures didn't step in to save them, they are doomed. Death at the hands of a blood demon. Rumble. The bizarre creature struck out. There was no watching these ancient great figures of the immortal realm and the various immortal ancestors being hunted down and killed without caring. They are truly terrifying. It was far more powerful than these ancient great figures of the immortal realm and the various immortal ancestors. The weird power supercharged their battle power. Among them, not counting the green-haired creepy creatures, only black and white furry creepy creatures, it then all surpassed the immortal domain's ancient great figures and various immortal ancestors. The green-haired bizarre creature possessed the most intense bizarre power. They are undoubtedly fiercer in strength. No exaggeration, they are very close to the awakening realm. It could be considered a half-awakened realm. The bizarre creature with black and white long hair stepped in to stop the blood demon. The green-haired bizarre creature then set its sights on Chen Chongsheng. Towards Chen Chongsheng. He killed. They really couldn't stand looking at Chen Chongsheng. What's it loaded with? Not a shot since the beginning. Only one old servant was allowed to make a move. They have a sneer on their lips. In his hand, he carried the soldier of Creepy that he had gotten from Creepy's side. A bombardment was unleashed on Chen Chongsheng from all directions. They couldn't look at Chen Chongsheng though, but they are by no means careless. The first time, he used all the power in his body. The might of the weird weapon in his hand was pushed to the extreme. Let the soldier of trickery explode with the strongest power. Chapter 102. A single look was all it took to scare the weirdness and darkness into full hiding. Under the stars, creepy creatures are out in full force. Red hairs, gray hairs, black hairs, white hairs, green hairs, various colors of weird long hairs fluttered fiercely. It covered the entire starry sky. Eerie creatures that have descended from the immortal realm. The numbers are just too high. The starry sky was transformed into a land of bizarre creatures. It's a head-scratcher to watch. Gutted. Red hairs, gray hairs, black hairs, white hairs. Four colors have the highest number of creepy creatures. They flooded the blood demon. Frantically, he launched a bombardment against the blood demon. Green-haired creepy creatures are the least numerous, but there were more than 20 heads. They have the most terrifying strength. The bizarre power possessed is completely unmeasurable. The entire power of the other creepy creatures combined can't beat them either. In particular, they also hold heavy treasures given to them by Creepy. The strength was even more terrifying. They have a grim smile on their lips, pushing the weird heavy treasure's might to the extreme. Lock on Chen Chongsheng. A fierce bombardment was unleashed on Chen Chongsheng, the immortal realm. The hearts of the living beings within it were all in their throats. Not a breath of air. Nervous as hell. Outside the starry sky of the immortal universe, one unknown place after another. A dense, eerie aura hangs over it. Showing up, long, weird purple hairs fluttered within these unknown lands, streams of higher levels of bizarre power. One purple-furred creepy creature after another, standing within these unknown lands, looking at the stars, watching Chen Chongsheng's side. They have horrible eyes. All of them have unimaginable power. far from comparable to other creepy creatures. Even the green-haired creepy creatures, it's nowhere near comparable to them either. Only the light of their eyes. It would easily kill the green-haired creepy creature. The blood demon was flooded by countless bizarre creatures. Terribly creepy soldier, under the full power of the green-haired creepy creature's manipulation, rapidly blasting towards Chen Qianxing's side. This was definitely not an attack that could be countered by immortal Dao power. It's no exaggeration to say, the ancient great figures of the immortal realm and the various immortal ancestors who stood at the apex of the immortal Dao, under such an attack, not even a mole, don't even need these attacks to fall. Just the power fluctuations that erupted from these attacks, it would be enough to blast the immortal domain's ancient great figures and various immortal ancestors to death hundreds or thousands of times. Chen Qianxing's face was unperturbed, calm and breezy as always. For him, these attacks are not even mosquito attacks. Too weak, he didn't even move. It's just a look, all is still, framed, and then, a huge explosion boomed through the starry sky. All the creepy soldiers, green-haired creepy creatures, all of them exploded fully and crumbled into fragments and flesh. The realm of the heavens and the realm of the immortals, all of them were in an uproar. The shock resonated throughout the world. All living beings were all severely shaken. Is this the strength of this one? Just one look, just destroy all the weird soldiers, destroyed all green-haired creepy creatures. Their jaws dropped. One was shocked into speechlessness. What kind of strength is this? It's horrible, isn't it? This one's strength has definitely surpassed the immortal way. Above the immortal way, could it be that this is the one who has extended his hand into the 33 heavens? A being couldn't help but say, how could supreme existences that transcended the immortal Tao appear one after another? Unlikely and unrealistic. There was a high probability that this one was the one who had extended his hand within the 33 heavens. I think so. How can so many supreme existences that transcend the immortal Tao suddenly appear? The many living beings also thought that this one was the one who had extended his hand within the 33 heavens. They then became overwhelmed and excited. If it was truly the one who had extended his hand within the 33 heavens, everything would not have to be a concern anymore. That one can reach into the 33 heavens, sweep away the chaos of weirdness and darkness. It is just as if it is not a problem. It will be very easy and simple. Kill them all with one look? Oh my god, is he the one? Delegate to the weird immortal realm powerhouse, trembling all over. There wasn't even a trace of air in his face at the moment. The whiteness was unmistakable, and they all realized, this one is most likely the one. They want to cry. Regrets in the gut. Up front they thought they were choosing a path to live by defecting to creepy. Now they realize it. They chose to defect to creepy. It is a dead end that has been chosen. Peak to peak. Ha. Immortal domain powerhouses who had not chosen to defect to Guile and insisted on fighting Guile to the end in a bloody battle. Laughing out loud. I can't tell you how much it hurts in my heart. This one turned out to be the one. Ha. Everything is hard to measure. The original dead end. Now it becomes alive. Outside the starry sky of the immortal universe. Those weird purple-haired creatures standing within the unknown land. The expressions were all grave. He's the one? Things are getting a little dicey, though we're not scared of that one either. But it's a bit of a losing proposition to fight him to the end now. Never mind, let's avoid him for now. They have deep eyes. Gather up all your weird vibes. Erase all traces. Make it impossible to find and seek them out. The unknown land where they are. It also disappeared again. The same immortal realm beyond the stars. Same with the land of the unknown. Darkness shrouds the interior. There wasn't a single ray of light. If that's right, this should be the one. Being able to reach inside the 33 heavens. He's just as bad as it gets. Let's avoid it for now. Order. Have all the devouring Fae go into hiding. Don't show your head again. Voices kept coming out of the darkness. They also realized that Chen Qianxing should be the one. Thus it becomes valued. Not bad. They are the very same dark forces that devoured the Fae behind them. The other side. Several devouring Fae ancestors surrounded the nine-headed lion. Prepare to hunt the 9 lions. The 9-headed lion was ordered by Chen Qianxing. Come and exterminate them. They are naturally not spoiled. The 9 lions haven't found it yet. They then actively seek it out. Surround the 9-headed lion. Joke. It would be fine if Chen Qianxing personally came over to hunt them down. Chen Qianxing actually allowed the 9-headed lion to come after them. They are certainly not spoiled, and was also furious about it. To hunt down the 9-headed lions and vent the anger in their hearts. Chen Qianxing made this move. It's too much to leave them out of the equation. After rounding up the 9-headed lion, they don't go straight for the kill. Instead, he taunted the 9 lions for being so stupid. Mocking the 9-headed lion really thinks its master is invincible? Its master told it to come after them. Just come over? This is funny as hell. In their eyes, the 9-headed lion is a complete joke. Just a little cutie. Too much blind confidence in his master. Although Chen Qianxing was powerful, but not quite invincible, it was impossible to just bestow a weapon. Just exterminate them. The 9-headed lion, however, was convinced. With the bestowed weapons he came after them. when really, it's a fool's errand. However, they've only just finished taunting the 9 lions, and they see, Chen Changsheng only gave a single look. Just exterminate all the green-haired creepy creatures. Immediately after, they then received the order to go into full hiding on the dark side of the force. It's just a moment. They are all stupid, one-winded, panicked to death. Chapter 103, Creepy issued a threat, trying to make Chen Changsheng stop. Bad content. Chapter 104, fleeing to seek refuge with his lord and master. Bad content. Chapter 105, exterminating the brown man. The prisoner beings dare not make another move. The stunning beauty had tears in her eyes. The pathetic look was even more unbearable. The Fire Phoenix King and Blood Demon saw this scene. The heart couldn't be more broken. But, they are then heartbroken. And then the heartache. And don't dare to just open your mouth. Intercede on behalf of absolutely beautiful people, requesting Chen Changsheng to step in and save the Jedi beauty. They still maintain a shred of sanity. Each knows exactly what status they have. Their status, not quite at the point where you can plead for someone else. They fall into the category of dispensable, slightly displeasing to Lord Nagisa. They then risk losing their lives, wiped out by Lord Everlasting. I'm sorry, brother really can't help. Can't help you, beauty. They cast apologetic glances at the stunning beauty. I can't afford to help absolutely beautiful people. Beauty is good though, but their lives are more important. Chen Changsheng hadn't even glanced at the absolute beauty since the beginning. Even more so, he simply ignored the words spoken by the absolutely beautiful people. Seeing that Chen Changsheng was unmoved, it's about to go away. The Jedi beauty raged. Dick, what can you do by looking at me? She snarled and growled. The voice was no longer soft and pitiful. Some of it was just a voice that was rougher than a man's. Ha? What? Ghosts? The Fire Phoenix King and the Blood Demon heard a voice that was rougher than a man's. All stupid. A stunningly delicate beauty. How could it make such a rough sound? It's almost heavier than a strong man's voice. Asterisk. You are not a man. I'm like this and you don't even stop to take a step or look? The Jedi beauty growled hideously. The disguise was completely torn. She was surprisingly not a woman. Instead, it was a burly man covered in body hair. He revealed his true form. The whole thing looks like a chimpanzee. The body is covered with lush and dense body hair. A living, breathing, brown man. Holy, a fraud. The Fire Phoenix King and Blood Demon cried on the spot. They've been tricked so badly. It was amazing how many times my heart had been broken for such a brown guy earlier. Okay, moment of truth. They keep their sanity. There was no loss of reason to plead with Lord Nagisa, if they hadn't kept their sanity. Pleading with Lord Nagisa for such a brown man, it even caused displeasure in Lord Nagisa. If you are obliterated by Lord Eternal Life, then they really can't die in peace. This time, Chen Changsheng stopped, looking over toward the brown man. Asterisk. What are you looking at? Earlier I told you to look and you didn't. Now you're looking at. The brown man's eyes were fierce. The cussing went on and on. But, when his eyes met Chen Changsheng's gaze, he almost didn't piss himself. The body couldn't help but thump backwards. What kind of gaze is that? As if gazed upon by the master of death. It was as if death had really come to him. He was cold, as if falling into an ice cellar, turned into a cold, dead body. Asterisk. You. What are you doing here? Scaring me? Come and kill me if you can. He cursed. The swearing was very dirty and unpleasant. It was mainly because he had just been startled by Chen Changsheng's eyes. It's too much of a mess and a disgrace. It made him unacceptable. There was a violent reaction. Of course, the most important thing was that he was in the middle of the land of heavenly punishment. There is the protection of the land of heavenly punishment. If there was no protection from the land of heavenly punishment, if he came face to face with Chen Changsheng, beat him to death, he wouldn't dare to swear so dirty. Nope, to be precise, he didn't even dare to open his mouth to scold Chen Changsheng. Unfortunately, he thinks too highly of the land of heavenly punishment. It was also too belittling of Chen Changsheng. The land of heavenly punishment couldn't protect him at all. Chen Changsheng didn't say a word, but it's just the opening and closing of the eyes. This place of heavenly punishment then exploded. It crumbles into powder. The brown man inside, even more so, it shattered together with this place of heavenly punishment, died on the spot. Hiss, the sound of cold air being sucked backward, one after another. They resounded within the various heavenly punishment lands. The prisoner beings within were all frightened by Chen Changsheng's terror. Chen Changsheng was able to walk as if he were in the middle of the heavenly punishment land. It occurred to them that Chen Changsheng was not simple, powerful. However, it never expected Chen Changsheng to be so terrifying and horrifying. A place of heavenly punishment was extinguished between the opening and closing of his eyes. And that's not even the scariest part. The scariest thing is, the power of heavenly punishment was surprisingly unmoving. There was no bombardment descending on Chen Changsheng. How did this happen? I can't believe it's shielded to this extent. They were doubly horrified inside. It was only at this moment that he truly felt the terror of Chunchangshan, a place of heavenly punishment destroyed. It's amazing that this can even be shielded from the past, not to be detected by heavenly punishment. What a horrible strength it would take to do that. It's unthinkable. They were trembling all over. Scalps are tingling violently. This time, an unimaginable supreme being had really come over. They swallowed up their saliva. The eyes were filled with awe and fear. Many of the prisoner beings didn't dare to open their mouths to ask Chen Changxing for help, afraid of causing Chen Changxing to be dissatisfied, appear to end up like the brown guy. But there are also bold prisoner beings. Never give up. It also wanted Chen Changxing to save them from going out. My name, Black Feather. Behind them is the giant clan within the 33rd heavenly sky, the Black Rock clan. If you can get me out of here, the Black Rock clan will surely be grateful to you. Countless treasures for you. A huge black rock. Sincerely and immensely. It shows what it is. Call it an important member of the Black Rock clan. If saved, the Black Rock clan would certainly do everything in their power to repay. Hello, I had a chance. Got a rare piece of material. Immortal eternal supreme soldier can be forged. You get me out of here. I repay you with this rare gem, a colorful python. The same attitude pleaded sincerely. The ancient religion behind me. There are ancient scriptures originating from above the 10 heavens. Crippled though, only part of the scriptures, but the value remains inestimable. An old Taoist in rags and bones said. This statement was made. All the prisoner beings were stunned. The 10 heavens reign supreme, far above and beyond the other heavy heavens, not comparable to other heavy days. The other heavens together were no better than the tip of the iceberg within the 10 heavens. Ancient scriptures originating from the 10 heavens, although mutilated, only some of the verses, but it was also definitely as the old Taoist had said, the value remains inestimable. It's no exaggeration to say, if such ancient scriptures were to flow outside, it's bound to cause a huge stir. There would be countless strong people swarming to it, desperate to grab it to the death. The evil old man is stable. Who can resist the temptation originating from the 10 heavens ancient scripture? Many prisoner beings said with envy in their hearts. The 10 heavens ancient scripture broken no one can resist. Even if it was as terrifying as Chen Changsheng, it's also impossible to resist. Chen Changsheng would definitely agree to it. Help save the evil old man. Chapter 106, Chen Changsheng, are you guys sure you want to see me dance? 10 heavens ancient scriptures. Even if it was just an ordinary method within the 10 heavens, its value is also absolutely unimaginably high. Need to know. The Tao practiced above the 10 heavens. Beyond overrides its lower heavens too much. It's not above a level at all. The 10 heavens ordinary law contains the Tao intent that there is. It was also definitely far beyond the top level of its lower heavens. Prisoner after prisoner of life. All of them thought that evil old Tao was stable. There is no chance of any accidents. Chen Changsheng was bound to agree. Help free the evil old man. They cast envious glances at the evil old Taoist. The evil old man will finally leave the prison. Freedom is regained. They also want to get out of their cells. Freedom again. Unfortunately, they couldn't take something of super high value such as the 10 heavens ancient scripture. At the same time, the evil old man himself thought it was stable. It was even as if he had seen him leave the land of heavenly punishment, reclaiming freedom seen now, and he giggled. But what he, as well as the other prisoner beings, did not expect was this. Surprisingly, Chen Changsheng did not stop, and didn't even look at the evil old Tao, directly ignoring the evil old Tao. What? Can't even the 10 heavens ancient scripture tempt him? There was an outcry. The other prisoners were all shocked. What's the story with Chen Changsheng? It was actually not even putting the 10 heavens ancient scripture in his eyes. Not interested. It can't be from the 10th heaven, right? Their hearts beat fiercely. Couldn't help but have that thought. It was really because they couldn't imagine that there were still people under the 10 heavens. It can ignore the 10 heavens ancient scripture. But they quickly shook up their heads. Negate them out of this too impractical idea. How could a character from the 10 heavens come down so easily? No way. Long endless years have passed. A character of the 10 heavens. The number of times it comes down are limited. You can count them on a slap on the wrist. The beings of its lower heavens. It was easy to not see a character from the 10 heavens. Even most lifetimes don't see it yet. Evil old Tao was dumbfounded. The eyes were full of incredulity. How is this possible? The 10 heavens ancient scripture was a must-have. It was impossible for anyone under the 10 heavens to resist the temptation of the 10 heavens ancient scripture. My lord, this is not an ordinary ancient scripture of the 10 heavens. It's a big deal. Ancient scriptures from a famous great sect in the 10 heavens. He shouted. Confidence flowed from his brow again. Speak the name of that 10 heavens famous great sect, the returning ruined sect. Hiss, the sound of cold air being sucked backward. It resounded within place after place of heavenly punishment. All the prisoner beings within it stared in disbelief, a look of disbelief. All of them seriously suspected that they had misheard themselves. How could it be the ancient scriptures of the ruined sect? The returning ruined sect was a famous 10 heavens great sect. How could its scriptures have strayed to the heavens below the 10 heavens? It's almost impossible. Need to know. Not to mention the returning ruined sect, which was a famous great sect in the 10 heavens, even if it's a small sect within the 10 heavens, or even the religion of the nameless. Few scriptures have also come down to us. At first, they all thought that the 10 heavens ancient scripture that evil old Tao was talking about. What about the kind of scripture that is a minor or nameless religion? Who knew? Surprisingly, it was the scripture of a famous great sect like the returning ruined sect. They were breathing heavily. If it is truly the scripture of the returning church, that's just going to be anticlimactic. If the news gets out, no need for any doubt. All the heavens below the 10 heavens, surely all of them will go completely crazy. However, what the evil old Taoist and these prisoner beings once again did not expect happened again. Ancient scriptures originating from the cult of the returned ruins. Surprisingly, it was also ignored by Qin Changsheng. Chen Changsheng's face remained unperturbed, without ever looking at the evil old Taoist. Fake it. This can't be right. None of the prisoner beings could believe it. It could not be believed that even the ancient scriptures of the Guihui sect could not tempt Chen Changsheng. Pretend. It must be faked, they have said. Evil old Dao also thought that Chen Changsheng was feigning indifference. It was not believed that Chen Changsheng truly did not care about the returning ruins sect ancient scriptures. Chen Changsheng definitely had other plans, even though Chen Changsheng's figure had already disappeared from his sight. He still thinks so, too. It was thought that Chen Changsheng was inevitably trying to escape. In his heart, he must be thinking of the ancient scriptures of the returning ruins sect. In fact, Chen Changsheng really didn't care. Don't say it's just scraps of scripture, even if it's a full scripture chapter, and he couldn't possibly care less. The system will give him rewards later on. He has no shortage of them. And, even if the system doesn't give out rewards later, he still has no shortage of them either. It's a joke. He has been invincible. Is there anything else missing? They went all the way in deep. The further back, the atmosphere became more and more terrifying and depressing. Fire Phoenix King and Blood Demon. The whole time there was an uncontrollable heartbeat. Even if they firmly believe that Lord Everlasting is invincible, they still can't be controlled either. It's just too horrible and scary back there. Prisoner beings held in the back. The number is significantly less, but they're obviously all tough. Even if they were in the heavenly punishment prison, one can still feel their super scary aura on the outside. The Fire Phoenix King and the Blood Demon didn't dare to breathe even more. The heart couldn't stop rising in his throat. Really afraid of these ruthless prisoner beings suddenly rushing out. Rip them to shreds. Hey, ha ha, GGG. Prisoner beings on this side. There was no crying and begging for Chen Changsheng to save them out like those prisoner beings in front of them. Instead, each of them stared at Chen Changsheng with eerie eyes, let out a creepy laugh. It seemed that Chen Changsheng was not taken seriously at all. Hey, kid, seeing as you're long and white, it should look good when you dance. Come, dance for the old man. A ferocious beast of unparalleled size, with eyeballs that were bigger than the stars, grinned a big grin. It really didn't take Chen Changsheng seriously. The words were full of banter and scorn, without a hint of disguise. Ha ha, yes, have a dance. The other prisoner beings roared with laughter. Again, he didn't take Chen Changsheng seriously. They're all tough. All of them have fearsome reputations. The end is horrible and terrifying. That what? Take off your clothes and dance. I'd forgotten how long it's been since I've seen such a fine-looking man do a lap dance. A creepy-looking old man. There's not even a few hairs left on the top of his head. A mouthful of old yellow teeth covered with disgusting dirt. The dried-out body was as good as skin and bones. The eye sockets are deep. The whole thing looks like a dry corpse. He obviously has some sort of special fetish. It actually wanted Chen Changsheng to strip naked and do a lap dance. The Fire Phoenix King and the Blood Demon were furious to the point of exhaustion. They finally understood why these guys were imprisoned in the Heaven's Punishment Prison. There's not a single good guy out there. Chen Changsheng stopped. The eyes swept over each of these prisoner beings. Are you guys sure you want to see me dance? He said calmly. Chapter 107 Dancing in the Splatter of Blood. Killing to the hilt. Bad content. Chapter 108 Not only are they of the same origin, they are also master brothers. 6 heavenly punishment prisons, in 6 different directions, very far away from each other, mutually invisible. But, for a being of their caliber, the distance is nothing. Even if there was still the power of heavenly punishment in between, even less visible, it's also more non-communicable, but it still doesn't get in their way, waiting as if it were close at hand, adjacent to each other. Communication is as good as face-to-face. and through the environment within the 6 heavenly punishment prisons, it can be seen very clearly. Prisoners in the 6 heavenly punishment prisons. Extraordinary, extremely scary and horrible. No comparison can be made with the previous inmates, those prisoners in the front, the prison where it is located. The circumstances are one more miserable than the other. It's not a good look, totally dismal to say the least. They are bombarded by the power of heavenly punishment day and night. The prison where it was located had long since been blasted into ruins. There's not an inch of intact area left. And here are the 6 heavenly punishment prisons. The environments, on the other hand, are one better than the other. It's a world away, pure land beyond the heavens. Even some of them are within the heavenly punishment prison. There are also magnificent and stunningly beautiful celestial maidens who dance, serve, etc. It doesn't look like a prison cell at all. At the same time, it was even more difficult to see half a trace of the heavenly punishment having bombarded the area. It was as if this place was out of the range of the heavenly punishment bombardment. From the beginning to the end, he had never suffered a heavenly punishment bombardment. Is that really true? Are the 6 heavenly punishment prisons really out of the range of the heavenly punishment bombardment? Never been blasted by heavenly punishment? How is that possible? The 6 heavenly punishment prisons are the top priority, the area where the focus of heavenly punishment falls. How could it not be within the range of the heavenly punishment bombardment? It was even more impossible not to be bombarded by heavenly punishment. In fact, the situation is even worse in the 6 heavenly punishment prisons. Being bombarded by heaven's punishment is even harder. But the prisoners in the 6 heavenly punishment cells, overly scary and horrible. Even against the suppression of the 633 heaven's heavy treasures, they are still terrifying. Hardly the power of a heavenly punishment blast. Out of the way. The heavenly punishment prisoner that will be itself. Make it a paradise. Pure land beyond the heavens. Not letting the power of heavenly punishment blast in. The self is enjoying itself in it. Hello, my lord. Inside a heavenly punishment prison, there was an old man with a kind face and white hair. After seeing Chen Shangsheng come over here, rise at once, reflecting out figures, incomparably polite, he greeted Chen Shangsheng. He is the Lord of Hell who is being held here. It had been making overtures to Chen Shangsheng before. Aha! Chen Shangsheng nodded slightly in response, not impressed with hell. The phrase hell is his friend had also been said earlier. Old thing, you're betting on the wrong one. He can't help you. He can't protect himself. We'll die here today. A cold, piercing voice. It came from within another heavenly punishment prison. An extremely oppressive and super terrifying figure. Reflected. It's like death incarnate. The figure was just reflected. There was just a rolling and monstrous aura of death sweeping and spreading. But, understandable. After all, you old thing, limited intelligence, often betting on the wrong thing. Not the first time I've done something stupid like this. It spoke again. The words were full of contempt and provocation towards the Lord of Hell. When? I'll let you join forces with me. Go my way together. And you don't have to use your worthless, pathetic compassion. Go down your impassable Thai road. How did it turn out? You're a long way from getting out of the trap and regaining your freedom. And I'm looking at getting out of it. Freedom regained. It's not someone else. It is the same source as the Lord of Hell, the Lord of the Underworld, the Lord of the Underworld, who practiced the same path. They are both homologous. Practice has the same way. Supposed to be the best partner. But it is different because of the conceptual mindset. And there is disagreement. Going out on a different limb. The Lord of the Underworld divided his power and started the Underworld. The living who will die, transformed into a shadowy spirit. And then the Een spirit will be devoured. Get power enhancements and boosts. The power of the Lord of the Hellmouth split off to start the Hellmouth. Though also the living who will die, transformed into a shadowy spirit. But a mutually beneficial approach is taken. Let the Een spirit cultivate the secret art it created. The Een spirit cultivates the secret art to become stronger at the same time. It can follow suit and become stronger. This kind of compares to the simple and brutal methods of the Lord of the Underworld. Much worse indeed. The Lord of the Underworld is indeed close to getting out of the trap because of this. The Lord of Hell, on the other hand, is still really far away. I don't know when I'll get out of it. Shidoshi, have you forgotten what Master taught us? We are enlightened by the Master. Death is followed by an alternative rebirth. Master had told us that more than once. We are different from normal beings though, but also another life that belongs to the true and true. The Master always taught us do no evil, to do more good. How could you forget everything Master said? The Lord of Hell let out a long sigh. He is not only of the same origin as the Undertaker, or the Master's brother, from the same division. Shidoshi, you didn't used to be like this. Stop it. He looked to the Undertaker. There was a thirst in his eyes. Hopefully, the Undertaker will hang back to the way it used to be. As he said, this was not the case with the Undertaker before. Not this cold-blooded and indifferent to life. the Lord of the Underworld never used to do evil. Great respect for life. Afterwards, he was imprisoned here. It was only then that there was a change of heart. Start disregarding life and doing whatever it takes, just to get out of here. Are you bored, old man? For a long time. How many times have you said those words? Master, open mouth. Shut up, master. How many years have you and I been held here? He's minded us? Want to find a way to save us? In my heart, he's long since ceased to be my master. The Underworld Lord's eyes were cold. As for what you call disregard for life, even more ridiculous. Griffins are nothing, and be worthy to be called life? Don't be funny here. They're worse than dust, unworthy of being called life. It then spoke. Instead, he taught the Lord of Hell a lesson. Senior, the Lord of Hell sighed again. I don't know what to say. For endless years, he'd told the Undertaker that too many times. The Undertaker never realized the error. Instead, the more I feel like I'm doing the right thing. Wait for me to get out of it. Behind me, I will definitely kill my way back to the 33 heavens again. And even more so, I will personally slaughter the master you speak of. The disciple has been wronged, imprisoned, being a master and not doing anything about it. Whatever, this stuff is not as good, not worthy to live, the Underworld Lord said with a grudge. The words were full of unstoppable killing intent. It is behind if it gets out of the way. Necessary to do what it says. Chapter 109, Three-Colored Strange Creature. Suspecting Chen Changsheng as an enemy of the 33 heavens. Bad content. Chapter 110, Scrambling on. All-seeing Chen Changsheng as prey. Bad content. Chapter 111, Chen Changsheng. Who is the prey? Bad content. Chapter 112, Excessiveness and Rampant Insolence. Chen Changsheng. What are you going to fight with? Bad content. Chapter 113, Terrifying sixth prison creature that can leave the prison at will. Bad content. Chapter 114, Lord at Large. Realm of the free and easy. Unexpected. None of the Underworld Lords and the others had thought about the creatures within the sixth heavenly punishment prison. It was actually possible to leave the heavenly punishment prison at will. What? The Lord of Hell also stared wide-eyed. Didn't think so. Who would have thought it? No one else would have guessed. After all, they were all able to leave the heavens punishment prison at will. What's the point of staying in the heavenly punishment prison? How strong is he? The Lord of Hell's complexion was incomparably grave. The sixth heavens punishment prisoner creature has strength. Apparently it reached an extremely frightening level. He couldn't help but worrying that Chen Changsheng was no match for the sixth heavenly punishment prisoner. The sixth heavens punishment prison creature. Middle-aged look. The body is upright and strong. The blood is strong. A pair of eyes were oppressive. The hands and feet have the kind of supreme demeanor that can dominate everything in the world. He is clearly extraordinary. The realm of strength is super high. For endless years, I never moved my arms and legs. The body is on the verge of decay. You look good to me. Seems to allow me to move my arms and legs. I hope you won't let me down. Don't die on me before I can move my arms and legs. He looked at Chen Changsheng with an indifferent expression. Speak slowly. Oh, Chen Changsheng's expression became even more bland. There will be casualties when I strike. You figure it out. He spoke softly. That's crazy. After the Underworld Lord and the others heard what Chen Changsheng said, all of them felt that Chen Changsheng was crazy to the heavens. The middle-aged man in the sixth heavenly punishment prison was able to walk out of the heavenly punishment prison at will. How dare Chen Changsheng be so mad? The middle-aged man froze. Some did not expect Chen Changsheng to dare to speak to him like this. He then let out a laugh. For endless years, you're the first person to talk to me like that. He spoke calmly. Nothing else. One point alone could prove how terrifying and frightening he was. Lord of Hell. Lord of the Underworld. Heavenly winds. Creepy. Dark. All of them are trapped inside the heavenly punishment prison. Couldn't even get out if I wanted to. He, on the other hand, is completely different. From the beginning to now, the heavenly punishment prison couldn't even trap him. He can even come and go as he pleases. Even that heaven's punishment prison where he was. Extremely scary. It was far beyond the heavenly punishment prison where the Underworld Lord and the others were. The same is true. Couldn't trap him from the start. Don't let me down. Don't just mouth off, he said again. And then, his eyes opened and closed. There were extremely frightening visions revealed. He went straight for it. The extermination of Chen Changsheng was launched. This side of heaven and earth changed color. The terrifying vision instantly swept Chen Changsheng inside. The law of time jumps. A true demonstration of the phrase age is like a knife. Time to turn the knife. It chopped towards Chen Changsheng. To chop Chen Changsheng into a newborn infant. Lord Easy. This is the aura fluctuation of Lord Easy. The Undertaker and the others exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man was terrifying to such an extent. Grounded to the realm of the free. For a Lord at Large, beyond the immortal way. Start a new path of cultivation. then it is the realm of awakening, and above the awakening realm, it is the realm of the free, the realm of the prosperous. Its realm is as the name. Those who stepped into this realm could be called lords at large, getting away with it. But, wanting to step from the awakening realm to the prosperity realm, extremely tough. Above the awakening realm is the new transcendent grand realm. Not like its lower realms, that is. There are only 9 weights. Above the awakening realm, there are a total of 15 weights. That is, 15 realms. Only the awakening of the 15 realms is complete. It is only then that you can make an impact on the prosperity realm, an awakening to the 15 realms. One realm is more vast than the other. One realm is more transcendent than the other. Within the entire 33rd heaven, those who can cultivate to the 15th realm of awakening, the quantity is very rare. As for the prosperous lord above the awakened 15th realm, it's even rarer, barely visible. They're fierce enough and mean enough. One could almost walk horizontally within the 33rd heaven, but it was only the awakening 14th realm. They originally thought that the middle-aged man's realm was in the awakening 15th realm. Who knew that the middle-aged man was actually a lord at large? No wonder the heavens punishment prison couldn't trap the middle-aged man, the lord at large. Getting away with it, trying to trap the lord at large. It's really not an easy task. It's actually Lord Easy. The Lord of Hell trembled. Big surprise. The Lord of Prosperity is not to be fought against. It has the power to crush, let alone within the 33rd heaven. This was true even within the 32nd heavens. It's over. His face was beyond ugly. Lord Easy is too scary. There was no hope in sight of being able to fight it off. He was full of bitterness. And in the end it still doesn't work? Boom boom boom. The years are like knives. The blade chopped at Chen Changxing's body. A knife does not fall. The face of the Lord of Hell became even more ugly. Couldn't even bear to close his eyes any further. Cut after cut. All of them chopped at Chen Changxing's body. Chen Changxing is destined for certain death. Thought I wouldn't be disappointed. Not a mouthy guy. Someone will show up who can move my arms and legs a little, and in the end. Or am I overthinking it? Boring, boring, just boring. The middle-aged man slowly shook his head. Chen Changxing was much worse than he had imagined. Surprisingly, he couldn't even block a single slash. He turned and prepared to go back. None of them cared to look at Chen Changxing one more time. It was chopped all the way through by the age blade. Chen Changxing is dead. No need to read anything more. However, just as he had turned his body, he blushed slightly. A light eyebrow was raised. Surprisingly, Chen Changxing didn't die. The breath of life had not diminished in the slightest. Resisted the full chop of the age blade? Kind of funny. He turned back around. Chen Changxing, who had thought that he had been chopped by all of the yearning blade. Certain death. Who knew there would be an accident? Not only did Chen Changxing not die, still safe and sound. It was as if the age knife had not chopped into Chen Changxing at all. What? It's not even dead? The Lord of the Underworld and other jaws dropped. All of them were scared. They all thought Chen Changxing was dead too. At this moment, they were as heavy-hearted as they needed to be. What's Chen Changxing's story? What kind of realm does it possess? Could it be that Chen Changxing was also a prosperous lord? They were breathing heavily. The odds are it's up. Not the words of the Lord at large. How could it be with all of the yearning blades cuts? Still safe and sound. Their hearts were pounding. Afterthought. Cold sweat was pouring down his body. They actually went up against a lord at large in front of them, and there were all sorts of mocking and humiliating, not being able to look at Chen Changxing and so on. They're really looking for death. Thankfully, the middle-aged man inside the 6th heavenly punishment prisoner walked out. Otherwise they really don't even know how to die. So strong? The Lord of Hell let go of the hand covering his eyes. The heart shook inexplicably. Chen Changxing was actually a prosperous lord as well? No wonder this one was calm and collected from start to finish. Not a ripple on his face. Lord Easy, totally possessed of such a bland bottom. Everything makes sense now. His eyes glowed. Finding the truth of why Chen Changxing was so calm and bland from start to finish. Chen Changxing wasn't being deliberately arrogant. Rather, it really possesses this kind of airy and bland strength. Chapter 115, Chen Changxing, I'll let you do your tricks. The Lord of Hell grinned. He's shallow after all. After all, it's still sinking in. Seeing that the middle-aged man was a lord at large, he then thought that Chen Changxing was finished. I don't know. Chen Changxing is also a lord at large. Settle down. Don't be one of those fickle brats, he said in his mind. Thinks he's too subdued. It's just like the floozy brat. He can't say anything back there to sink your teeth into it. Be a stoic. Here we go again. The classic scene all over again. Still, as in the past, no matter how powerful the enemy that appears, Lord Eternal always manages to cover his bases. The Fire Phoenix King and the Blood Demon said with great emotion in their hearts, emerging middle-aged people. It was clearly too much more terrifying than the Underworld Lord and the like. But Lord Everlasting still pedals. No falling off the wagon. That's a great thing to say. Is that all you've got? No way. Chen Changxing carried his hands behind his back, eyes indifferent to the middle-aged man. You've broken a lot of firsts for me. First time anyone has dared to talk to like that. More like the first time someone said I couldn't. The middle-aged man spoke. Who is he? A free and easy master of the free and easy, sweeping across the hegemony within the 33rd heaven, even if they are imprisoned within the heavenly punishment prison, and of his own free will, not suppressed. Forcibly imprisoned in the heavenly punishment prison. Rumble, terrifying explosions rang out. The laws of the free realm pulsed, and the runic patterns intertwined into a sea. The middle-aged man struck again. Perform a great art. A split second. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. The entire heavenly punishment land seemed to be about to explode. Countless stars appeared, with unimaginable power fluctuations. It blasted and smashed towards Chen Changxing's side. That's mean. Aren't you afraid of alerting the administrator in charge of the heavenly punishment prison? The heart of the lord of the underworld and the others jumped. The middle-aged man made too much of a move this time. They were very worried about alerting the administrators in charge of the heavenly punishment prison. There's a real shock. There are managers down. All their previous efforts will be undone. Managers will zero in on their efforts, reinforce the ceiling of them. But they dared not say more even if they were worried, afraid of causing middle-aged people to get upset. Inviting murder. Rumble. A super terrifying star. Dense. It came crashing down. The center was filled with the laws of the free realm pulsing. Such an attack, even if it's an easy realm powerhouse, and definitely not to be underestimated, will go all out against it. Could be. I'll let you do your tricks. Chen Changxing's expression was indifferent. Still no movement. Standing still, hands behind your back, allowing countless stars to blast towards him. No, brother, you're not even going to make a move here? The Lord of Hell saw that Chen Changxing showed no signs of making a move. The face changed drastically. The whole thing was in a hurry. He said no matter what, he's all about staying calm and not acting like a flamboyant brat. But now, he really can't keep his composure. Such a super scary and horrible attack. Chen Changxing actually didn't make a move yet, allowing countless stars to blast towards it. How's he supposed to keep his composure? He stated, that's something he really can't do. It's so ing loaded. Fine, pretend and you'll die. The underworld lord and the others laughed coldly. Boom boom boom. One super scary star after another, carrying a power that could exterminate the prosperity realm. One after another, they bombarded Chen Changxing's body. The fiery aura from the explosion flooded everything. Chen Changxing's figure was also submerged, deadly pretending to be dead. That's what they say. Actually really didn't make a move. Who will die if he doesn't? The underworld lord and the others all thought that Chen Changxing had been killed by Boom. Ugh. The Lord of Hell sighed long and hard. It was also thought that Chen Changxing was in dire straits, mostly already hung up. A real man never looks back at an explosion. The middle-aged man laughed softly. Turn around. Prepare to return to the heavenly punishment prison. However, just as he had just turned around, when you first lift your legs, Chen Changxing's voice came from behind him. That's it? Chen Changxing's voice was indifferent. The middle-aged man heard Chen Changxing's voice. It's almost maddening. Chen Changxing, this is not even dead? He grimaced. Still can't go back? Twice now. He had just turned around when something more than he expected happened. Holy, is it ever that scary? The Lord of the Underworld and others were scared out of their wits. Countless super terrifying stars bombarded and smashed into Chen Changxing. Chen Changxing surprisingly remained unharmed. Not even a strand of hair fell out. This is too strong. Niu Ben. The Lord of Hell sent the most awesome praise for Chen Changxing. He genuinely did not expect Chen Changxing to be so fierce. It was actually able to resist such a terrifying attack without injury. Fuss. Gross. Why can't you sink your teeth in at all? That's not good, he said in his mind. Vow to never fuss and fret like that again back there. It must sink in. I can't get you. The middle-aged man turned around. The eyes were cold and fierce. Chen Changxing managed to provoke his anger. It made him all but explode. Kill. He made a seal with both hands. The whole thing was as if it was on fire. The terrifying light flames pulsed continuously. He's pissed. Contained anger strikes. All the power in the body was transferred out. Strike his strongest blow. The cultivation realm had reached a level like his. Avatar spells are all instantaneous. It's easy to hit it with a wave of your hand. There is no need for any advance preparation, etc. And he is at this point, not instantaneous. After all, both hands continuously made complex and supreme seals. Don't even think about it. This strike of his will definitely be extremely terrifying. And indeed it is. He hadn't finished sealing, just in the process of sealing. Then an unimaginable super terrifying power surged wildly. The scene was astounding. Extremely scary. Lord of the Underworld, Skywind, creepy, dark, Lord of Hell. All of them can't handle it. One by one, they all planted themselves on the ground out of control. Even on the surface of their bodies, there are also rapid cracks. There are signs of a major crash appearing. Is this the angry lord at large? It's horrible. They were horrified. All felt the threat of death. fuming lord at large. It's so horrible that it's unimaginable. They simply couldn't withstand the power that erupted from the enraged Easy Lord. At this rate, it doesn't take a moment, and they will be dead. Completely dead. They were anxious beyond measure. None of them want to die like this. One tried desperately to make a sound, ask the middle-aged man to take care of them for a while, don't follow and kill them, but they couldn't make a sound at all. Even the mental fluctuations couldn't be sent out. The middle-aged man's ceiling set off a wave of power. Crush them to death. This is true for both body and soul. They have nothing to do but wait for death. Can't do anything. They were disheartened to the core. At this moment clearly felt their smallness and unbearable. Not even a mole. Not even close to a speck of dust. Chapter 116, the Wind Clan from the 10 Heavens Hegemony Clan is also useless. Kill it. Bad content. Chapter 117, Black-Armored Lilliputian Hanshi, Enforcer of the Heavenly Court of Order. Bad content. Chapter 118, your duty calls for it. And I don't blame you, but just this once. Skywind's miserable cries resounded. Miserable. Those female immortal emperors. One is tougher than the other. Something about a meteor hammer with barbs, all over his mouth and ass. He really wanted to die. Even these female immortal emperors, just this is not enough. It actually manifested hundreds of large boars with its power. What do you want? Skywind was scared to death. It's all over the place. What's with all the big boars? It can't be for him to eat? An extremely bad feeling had already appeared in his heart. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Since you like to jolly so much, let's have a good jolly time. These big boars will serve you well. A group of female immortal emperors sneered. Pull back. Make room for the big boars. The bad feeling came true. These female immortal emperors got so many big boars. Surprisingly, it was really what he thought it would be. Tian Feng's eyes were filled with fear. But these big boars are all males. He hissed hysterically. Male is right. Wouldn't it be cheaper to replace it with a sow? A group of female immortal emperors waved their hands. Hundreds of big boars. Uttering and uttering, they all pounced on Tian Feng. No! Amatsuke's cried until his voice was hoarse, but not a single ounce of power could be used. He could only let these big boars pounce on him in a frenzy. The miserable screams resounded again. The Lord of the Underworld and the others were all scared and gulped wildly. I thought that when a woman is ruthless, there is really nothing for a man to do. At the same time, the black-armored Lian looked at Chen Changsheng with a cold expression. Disturbing the land of heavenly punishment. Kill the prisoners in the heavens punishment prison. This is a great and unforgivable sin. The Lord of Hell's heart was in his throat. The heavenly court of order was responsible for maintaining the rules of order in the 33 heavens. The beings and forces within the 33 heavens. None of them dare to mess with the orderly heavenly court. The orderly heavenly court belonged to the most terrifying and top-tier forces out there. He sighed heavily. The heart said that when Chen Changsheng killed Feng Wuhan, not prepared, shield everything from the orderly heavenly court? Now the enforcers of the orderly heavenly court have come down. Chen Changsheng's fate is not optimistic. I'll say it again. The matter is none of your business. Don't interfere. Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. Another warning was given to the black-armored Lilliputian. Arrogant. Facing the orderly heavenly enforcers. And you have such an attitude. Is the might of the orderly heavenly court so out of your sight? The black-armored Lil man made a direct move. Round, white, slender thighs drive black combat boots. A foot stomped towards Chen Changsheng. She was cold and domineering. It wanted to stomp on Chen Changsheng with one foot, and she has the backbone and strength to be such a bully. Black combat boots as they stomped downward. Spatial confinement. Frozen in time. The powerful and uncontestable easy-level Dao rule spread out to lock onto Chen Changsheng. She was far more powerful than Feng Wuhan, and indeed it does. Windless is the Lord at large. She's also the Lord at large. However, Feng Wuhan's strength was worlds apart from hers. Feng Wuhan didn't even have the qualifications to lift her shoes. Same as the Awakening Realm. The Prosperity Realm is equally vast. There are 15 realms in total. Windless was only at the Easy 1 realm. She, on the other hand, was grounded in the Easy 2nd realm. Don't look at the difference of only one realm, but that's a realm away. Definitely belongs to the unbridgeable gap of the sky. The more vast the greater the realm. The greater the difference between one of these realms. No exaggeration. The realm was at the prosperous 2nd realm for her. Thousands of prompt one-realm combatants could be trampled to death with a single foot. It's no different than stepping on a bunch of ants. Put. Crimson. Hot blood spurted. Chen Changsheng's expression was indifferent. Eyes open and close. There was a surge of invisible power. Instantly, the black-armored beauty's round and slender thighs were twisted into pieces. It all happened so fast. Too sudden. The black-armored Lil man didn't notice ahead of time at all. It was also too late to react. And when she responded, her thighs had been completely strung out. The thighs were violently crushed. The drilling pain caused the black-armored Lil man to stifle an agonized moan. Her delicate body shook unsteadily, almost didn't fall head over heels. Luckily the moment of truth. She runs the power. steady the swaying body. That's what kept it from planting itself. Hiss, sounds of cold air being sucked in backward rang out one after another. The lord of the underworld, the black, white and gray bizarre shaggy creature, the dark ancient Buddha, all of them looked numb. Cold sweat. It's not. Chen Changsheng is also too terrifying. Eyes open and close. Just strangle the black-armored Lilliputian's thigh? This scene seriously exceeded their expectations. Let them not think about it in any way. In addition, they admired Chen Changsheng's boldness in doing whatever he wanted even more. The enforcers of the orderly heavenly court dared to lay such a harsh hand on them? That's too scary. They began to panic. Originally, they thought that the enforcers of the orderly heavenly court were their saviors. Nowadays it seems, the enforcers of the orderly heavenly court couldn't steadily suppress Chen Changsheng. They were emboldened. All of them were praying that the black-armoredly man would be able to suppress Chen Changsheng. Otherwise they'll be dead next. The Lord of Hell's pupils shrunk. The heart went into cardiac arrest. He marveled at the terror of Chen Changsheng's strength. Even the black-armored Lillian came up and suffered such a big loss. At the same time, he was worried for Chen Changsheng. To lay such a harsh hand on the orderly heavenly court enforcers. What about the back? The orderly heavenly court's anger was extremely terrifying. My invincible elder lord is really fierce. It's so exciting to follow Lord Eternal. The Fire Phoenix King and Blood Demon exclaimed in shock in their hearts. Lord Nagisa is truly synonymous with invincibility. No one can do it. Swish, swish, swish. The black-armored beauty's delicate and seductive body emitted a soft glow. Slender thighs that were thoroughly strung out. Flesh and blood regenerate. A new slender thigh grows in an instant. But, strangled black combat boots. No recovery followed. The black combat boots were completely destroyed. She was barefoot. Jade feet are crystal clear. It's like the most outstanding work of the heavens. Flawless, the fullness of her breasts rose and fell fiercely. The cold aura in the beautiful eyes grew even more. She had never suffered so much. Slender thighs were suddenly strung up. It caught her off guard and unexpected. She resumed her examination of Chen Changsheng. There's no doubt, Chen Changsheng was not as simple as she had previously thought. It is a great enemy. I know it's your duty. You took a shot at me. I don't blame you. But, just this once. Below you proceed to strike words. It is necessary to pay for this. Chen Changsheng spoke indifferently. Long hair without wind. It's ethereal and dusty without being intimidating. The underworld lord and the others were shocked beyond measure. Chen Changsheng was still a fierce mess. And this threatens the enforcers of the heavenly order? The Lord of Hell was also shocked in his heart. Just how strong is this Lord Eternal? Chapter 119, in front of Chen Changsheng. The black-armored Lian couldn't even die if she wanted to. Bad content. Chapter 120, how could the black-armored Lilliputian not expect that Chen Changsheng would just walk away like this? Bad content. Chapter 121, a charitable and amiable elder speaks out and reveals his philandering. Bad content. Chapter 122, elder brother when they descended over. The investigation process was super smooth and easy. Brother Wang, Sister Lin, Lin Xiao's senior brother, and this Sister Lin. It was the person responsible for managing the laws of order under the 33 heavens. By Chen Changsheng a large hand reached inside the 33rd heavenly hall, caught and killed. At that time, Senior One was beside Senior Sister Lin. When Chen Changsheng grabbed over with his big hand, Senior One began to disdain Chen Changsheng's large hands. Results: he offered up the heavy treasure within the sect given to him by his master, the Taiching Bagua diagram. Nor is it a match. It was easily torn into pieces by Chen Changsheng's large hand. Frightened, he directly discarded Senior Sister Lin, escaped alone. He reported the matter in detail to his master. He was later sent over by his master to conduct an investigation. Spicy chicken. After uncovering you guys, I'm sure I'm going to have to beat the living daylights out of you, Senior One said viciously. In his heart, he resented Chen Changsheng to the extreme. How could he not resent it? You know, he was thinking about Senior Sister Lin's body. It has been on my mind for a super long time. In order to take Sister Lin's body, he had even gone to great lengths to chase after Senior Sister Lin for a long time. Finally, he looked like he was going to get it, taking down Sister Lin's body now. But Senior Sister Lin was captured and killed by Chen Changsheng. He hates it so much, even if he took Senior Sister Lin's body. It's fine for Chen Changsheng to capture and kill Senior Sister Lin again. And that wasn't even what he resented most about Chen Changsheng. What makes him resent Chen Changsheng the most is, Chen Changsheng's large hand tore apart the Taiching Bagua diagram that his master had just given him. Taiching Bagua diagram. Heavy treasures within their religion. After it came into his hands, he hasn't even warmed it up yet. It was then completely destroyed by Chen Changsheng's large hand. His master's father was even more furious because of it. Caught him in a good fight. He looks back on it now. It also felt like my whole body ached. Master punched him too hard. It created a super serious shadow in his mind. He'll have trouble erasing that shadow for the rest of his life. Go! He picked up speed. Couldn't wait to bring out Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng walked alone within the immortal region. Enjoy the view of the fairy realm. He's come to fulfill a dream. Ever. He dreamed of becoming immortal. Enter the fairy realm. People who share this dream with him. And then there's Lee Sun. He remembers it well now. That time, he laughed and told Lee Sun, "Don't look at the fact that he was only an insignificant little cultivator now, but the future is his. You will be able to embark on the path to immortality, achieve the immortal position, enter the transcendent and supreme immortal realm." Lee Sun flirted with him for being a fool. "You can't. Too much difference. It's impossible to step onto the path to immortality. It's also impossible to achieve immortal status, even less likely to enter the immortal realm. Everything still depends on your brother me. Your brother, I'm the one who can really step onto the path to immortality, achieve immortal status, enter the supreme immortal realm." Lee Sun dejectedly said to him, "Hurry, be nice to your brother me. This way when your brother and I enter the immortal realm in the future, brother, I'll bring you into the immortal realm as well." Lee Sun's expression at that time was as cheap as it could be, and he fought back defiantly. Let Lee Sun curry favor with him, claiming that he was the one who was sure to get inside the immortal realm. Thinking about it, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Chen Changxing's mouth. These memories are all too good. Lee Sun, what's all involved behind you? That's okay. When I see you again, whatever is involved behind you, I can set it all up for you. Of course, only if you call me father. He smiled and opened his mouth. The figure wandered among the great landscapes of the immortal region. The black-armored Lilliputian Cold Hay followed the Fire Phoenix King and the Blood Demon. Back to the Lee clan's clan lands. Brother Lion, handsome, just go back. The Fire Phoenix King then surrounded the nine-headed lion. Crazy to curry favor with the nine-headed lion. Called the nine-headed lion with the golden lance sweeping across the devouring fey. Couldn't be more handsome. Sloppy. The nine-headed lion pretended to be deep, but the upturned corners of its mouth that it couldn't even suppress betrayed it. The corners of its mouth were rising to the back of its ears. Brother Lion, lend me the golden gun to play with. The Fire Phoenix King eyed the nine-headed lion, pitifully pleaded. Ha, you've been following Lord Nagisa. Didn't Lord Nagisa give you a weapon? The nine-headed lion opened his mouth in confusion. That said, it's poking directly into King Fire Phoenix's lung tube. The Fire Phoenix King couldn't mention how depressed he was. Both the nine-headed lion and the blood demon were given weapons by Lord Eternal Life. It's the only one that doesn't. Nope, Brother Lion, just lend me a hand. Brother Lion, the Fire Phoenix King once again pleaded pitifully. Okay, you and I are both mounts of Lord Eternal. Naturally it's just like a brother. Lend you the golden gun. Of course there's no problem. The nine-headed lion smiled and spoke. Sacrifice the golden spear. It was given to the Fire Phoenix King. Thank you, Brother Lion. The Fire Phoenix King took the golden gun. Can't tell you how thrilled and excited I am. Golden gun in hand. It could also finally be like the nine-headed lion and the blood demon. Experience the thrill of invincibility now. The only thing that's a shame is, there's no enemy at the moment. Take the golden gun. It can't sweep the pack either. Enjoy a storming moment of invincibility. I wish so much for an enemy to come down from within the 33 heavens. Let the world see my vertical invincibility. It said in its mind. There was an incomparable hope that an enemy within the 33 heavens would come down, so that it can make a big kill. Wow, what a beautiful big sister. Li Ruoshua ran over. Big clear eyes looked at the black-armored Lil man after. There was a big light. She hadn't seen such a beautiful big sister. Love it. A quick run to pounce on the black-armored Lil man, hanging onto the black-armored Lilliputian like a wombat. The black-armored Lilliputian's hand made no move. She hadn't been this close to anyone yet. As an enforcer of the Heavenly Court of Order, she is cold in nature, no different from an iceberg during the day, never close to anyone. After Li Ruoshua hung onto her, she subconsciously tried to get Li Ruoshua off of her, but when she saw Li Ruoshua's big clear eyes, when the cute little face of a child, her heart immediately softened. Okay, then let the little guy hang on me for a while. She hugged Li Ruoshua, said in his mind, a great road of golden light and ancient vicissitudes, rip through the void. It spreads to this Zeus star field. Brother Wen and the others have arrived. Along the old main road, descend upon this Zeusian starfield. Start investigating. They started investigating. It was the only lead they could start investigating. Senior Sister Lin had said that there was a great karma under the 33 heavens that had befallen her. Therefore they came to investigate under the 33 heavens. Investigated. Everything went so smoothly that it took them by surprise. They would have thought it would have been difficult to come down and investigate the truth. After all, the man certainly doesn't leave too many clues. Who knew? The survey process was smooth and simple as hell. They just came down. Haven't started much of an investigation yet. Just investigate the truth. Chen Shang. Senior brother Wen gritted his teeth and uttered the name. A pair of eyes all but spitting fire. Chapter 123, An Unquiet World. There will be super chaos. Chen Shang. Senior brother Wen's eyes erupted with fire. Hate's back teeth were on the verge of crunching. He finally knew the name of the man he hated so much. The investigation went too well. It went so well that they didn't even have to make a special effort to investigate. Chen Changsheng was the reddest and most popular person within this zoo's starfield. Everywhere there were voices talking about Chen Changsheng. They descended over, just spreading out their spiritual thoughts and feelings. Then he heard all sorts of things about Chen Changsheng. It was certain that Chen Changsheng was the person they were looking for. Chen Changsheng's boldness, completely beyond their expectations. There was actually no cover-up. Under the watchful eyes of all the living beings in this zoo's starfield, just reach inside the 33 heavens, catch out Hayoshino. Killed. Was this Chen Changsheng's way of thinking they wouldn't come down to investigate? Yes, the truth must be this. He thinks we can't associate us under the 33 heavens in any way. That's why it's so bold. It's so reckless. No cover-up at all. The crane-haired and child-faced elder laughed coldly. He was as vigorous as the vast sea. Mighty pressure on heaven and earth. Not an ordinary character at first glance. Possessing unimaginable super-terrifying strength. In fact, indeed, he is indeed uncomplicated. Not just any character. The cultivation realm was unfathomable. It's Wen's senior uncle. Elders of high standing within the church. This guy sure is cocky enough. The hand that came out after coming down from within the 33 heavens. If not for the feeling in Lin Shin's heart, it's really fooled this guy. After all, no one is going to make associations and investigations under the 33 heavens. An elder with a head full of long crimson hair spoke. Under the 33 heavens, the path of upward mobility. All of them are blocked and disconnected. It was absolutely impossible to give birth to a super-standard powerhouse above the awakening realm. Seriously, if it wasn't for Lin Shin's premonition that it had something to do with the 33 heavens below, they really wouldn't associate it with the 33 heavens below, much less come down and conduct an investigation. Hey, that's his biggest failing. Elder Crane, Elder Stone. The eyes were cold. A horrifying cold aura constantly bloomed, stretching his sense of spiritual thought. Enter the land of heavenly punishment. Prepare to lock down Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng's final movement was into the heavenly punishment land. There's no movement behind it. This Zeus astral domain being saw Chen Changsheng enter the heavenly punishment land, but there was no sign of Chen Changsheng coming out. The crane-haired Shirlao frowned, and didn't find Chen Changsheng. He only saw the side of the land of heavenly punishment. It's a mess. It's full of signs of the Great War. There are also the shattered bodies of overpopulated prisoner beings. This includes the situation over there in the deepest part of the heavenly punishment land. There was broken flesh and blood everywhere. The other elders saw Shirlao's expression. All realized something was wrong. It also all extends past their spiritual thoughts and feelings. Explore the situation over at the land of heavenly punishment. What's this guy's background and origin? What a recklessness, not only against us, and this arrogantly provoking the majesty of the orderly heavenly court. One of the elders said with furrowed brows. Chen Changsheng, just as if he had an unimaginably terrifying background and origin. Otherwise, Chen Changsheng categorically did not dare to provoke them and the orderly heavenly court in this manner. Strike down the disciples within their sect, disturbing the land of heavenly punishment, slaying in the land of heavenly punishment. This was a serious provocation against them and the threat of order heaven. There's no terrorist background to back it up. Who would dare do that? The adults had said. This life will be the most chaotic of all. Sure enough, this world is indeed about to erupt into pandemonium. A lot of unexpected things have happened, Shirlao said with deep and complex eyes. Their Taoist system was no ordinary Taoist system. Rather, they are members of the Taoist League. The Tao Alliance is within the 33 heavens, even within the most transcendent supremacy of the 10 heavens. It's also super dominant. No power or being dared to easily mess with the Tao Alliance, and the terror of the orderly heavenly court. Not to mention, Chen Changsheng had the audacity to carry out provocations one after another. This is a sure sign of pandemonium. There is a good chance that previously unknown forces of terror will pop up. Shirlao realized that this matter was unusual. Immediately take out the communication spell, contacting his senior brother, Elder Wen Sr., Elder Huang He, after provoking us, and to provoke the orderly heavenly court? Yes, I know. Elder Huang He's voice was heavy, apparently also realized that this matter was not simple. Do you guys want to come back first? Elder Huang He was afraid that something would happen to Elder Shir and the others, trying to get Shirlao and others to come back first. Then we'll think long and hard about it. After all, it was now almost confirmed that Chen Changsheng had a terrifying background and origin behind him. No, on the contrary, I think this is a very rare opportunity. If only we could take advantage of this opportunity, we have a good chance of turning things around, breaking the passive. Take the initiative. Shirlao refused to go back, speak out his views and suggestions. From the looks of it, the other side obviously didn't think we'd come down to investigate. After all, if the other side had thought about it, and it wouldn't have struck out with such uncovered recklessness down there. So, the other side is mostly defenseless right now. we can take this opportunity to take the other side, and then learn from him the background behind him. Elder Stone said, if they go back now, there is a good chance that this rare opportunity will be missed. The other party is killing so much within the land of heavenly punishment. Obviously it won't be down there for too long. After all, it's too dangerous to stay down there. The orderly heavenly court knows about the situation on this side of the heavenly punishment land. Surely strong men will be sent over to investigate. There's no way the other side won't run away. We can't go back. Instead, get a grip, before the other guy makes a run for it. Bring out the other side. Elder Sure said one after another. Elder Huang He on the other side thought about it. Think Elder Stone is right. Yes, you guys remember to be careful. If anything goes wrong, remember to retreat at the first opportunity. He commanded. It's not too much of a problem. I don't think the other side will be too good. I'm with a couple of brothers from my division. Should be able to take him. Sure Lao returned. End of communication. He was still confident in his own strength and that of his several brothers and sisters. Go. Let's go to the realm plane where that guy first came out. They left. Started working on tracking down Chen Changsheng, the clan land of the Li tribe. The Fire Phoenix King continuously rubbed the brilliant and dazzling golden spear with his phoenix feathers, holding the invincible weapon. And yet there is no enemy to be swept away. This taste is so hard. Hurry up with some powerful enemies for me to kill and kill. It shouted in its mind, desperate for a powerful enemy to descend upon them. Make it a good kill. Chapter 124, The Unfathomable Tao Alliance, which the orderly heavenly court was all wary of. Bad content. Chapter 125, The Fire Phoenix King cries in pain. Is there no invincible moment in its life? Brother smells anticlimax and awesomeness. No doubt about it. However, the help and cultivation of the Tao Alliance was certainly not lacking in it. The environment within the 33rd heaven was too bad, relying solely on Brother One himself. There was no way that he could have become such a young lord at large. Dogs? Barking? Hearing Senior One say it like this, the Fire Phoenix King's eyes went cold on the spot, golden gun in hand. How dare Brother One humiliated like this? I'm looking for death. Don't know how to die. Let's see how I'm going to chop you up. The Fire Phoenix King droned in a cold voice. Chop him up? Brother Wink smiled. This is simply the inverse of the Big Dipper. Where did the immortal Wei level get the strength to behead him? In front of a lord at large like him, the immortal Tao level wasn't even a molehill. Slaughter the dog, he spoke in a cold voice. Terrifying beams of light blossomed from his eyes, blasting towards the Fire Phoenix King's side. He had his hands behind his back, neither bothered to move his hands, obliterating an immortal Tao-level mole cricket like the Fire Phoenix King, and to use his hands if he has to. It's a disgrace. Invincibility begins with beheading you. The Fire Phoenix King was bursting with confidence, catalyzed the golden gun, chopping forward. It grinned broadly. It was as if he had already seen the scene of the golden gun easily decapitating Senior Brother One, laughing with his mouth grinning behind his ears. Senior One saw that the Fire Phoenix King looked like he was eating him to death. The heart couldn't help but thump a little. Could the Fire Phoenix King really be able to fight him? He was actually a little out of breath. Boom! The golden gun that shook with dazzling golden splendor. The two terrifying beams of light that shot out from Senior Brother One's eyes clashed fiercely with each other. A blazing aura that drowned out everything exploded. It shook the entire world in a chaotic manner. See, I am this invincible, the Fire Phoenix King shouted. The Phoenix head is high. The results of the collision are still pending, and it fooled on. Senior One tensed up, his two eyes. It's not like you can't beat the golden gun, is it? Boom! A huge explosion rang out. Two eyes blasted out of the blazing awnings. The golden gun then fell from the blazing mane. The results of the collision are obvious. The golden gun was no match for the two eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Almost got you, dog. Senior One cursed profusely. The Fire Phoenix King is such a great pretender. It caused him to be unable to resist a moment of worry just now. Ha! How? The Fire Phoenix King's eyes widened. Can't be trusted. This is an invincible weapon given by Lord Eternal Life. How can we not be defeated? That's impossible. Rumble. The two eyes were extremely terrifying and frightening. In an instant, he killed the Fire Phoenix King close to him. The Fire Phoenix King was scared out of his wits. The two-eye rays were simply not something it could fight against. Lord Everlasting, save me, it cried out lamely. I hope Lord Nagisa hears its cries. Step in and save it. Swish. Moment of truth. The blood demon struck. Strike the sky chopper out. The heaven-slashing blade cut through the two-eye rays with a single slash. The Fire Phoenix King is saved. No, how come I'm the only one who's so screwed up? The Fire Phoenix King cried. Tears were streaming down his face. It just couldn't figure it out. Why is it so unlucky? Back and forth strikes end in woe. There are no invincible moments. Roar! The nine-headed lion threw back its head and roared. The golden gun that fell down. Immediately, a more blazing golden aura lit up. It illuminated the entire Zeus star field in a golden color. The golden gun flew to its side. An extremely terrifying power fluctuation flowed out. Dude, no way. This is the weapon given to me by Lord Eternal Life. Brother, you can't utilize its power. The nine-headed lion rushed at the Fire Phoenix King. This was the reason why the golden gun was not able to defeat the two eye rays. The Fire Phoenix King wailed, crying and shouting at the same time. Is it so hard for me to just want to sweep away strong enemies and manifest an invincible figure? It cried out in sadness. Maybe, Blood Demon said seriously. The Fire Phoenix King ended up in a sorry state time and time again. Maybe this is the life of the Fire Phoenix King. There is no invincible moment in the life of the Fire Phoenix King that sweeps away powerful enemies. Kill! The nine-headed lion roared, manipulating the golden gun to chop forward. It can be very obvious to see. The golden gun was in the hands of the nine-headed lion following in the hands of the Fire Phoenix King. It's really not the same. The golden gun at the moment. It was 100 times more powerful than before, bursting with power. Even Senior Brother Wen didn't dare to underestimate it. The color of his face became incomparably grave. Kill me! The blood demon also struck the heavenly cleaver out. The heaven-slashing blade and the golden lance together ferociously and incomparably killed Senior Brother Wen. Senior Wen's face was gloomy. What's going on here? The blood demon and the nine-headed lion. One was lower than the other in realm. The two weren't even at the immortal way level. Beat over the chopper and golden gun. Yet one is more terrifying than the other. Even he was palpitating and felt a great threat. Rumble. He renders the top great arts of the Xiantian sect, resisting the blasts from the sky chopper and the golden gun. And he succeeded. The top-tier grand art suppressed down the heaven-slashing sword and the golden gun. The chopper and the golden gun were given power, ultimately limited. No invincible power was given down. It was no match for Elder Brother Wen, who had erupted at full strength. Who else? Senior Wen shouted. Pride and dominance. Both the nine-headed lion and the blood demon retreated. Is the incoming enemy that scary? Especially since those old men behind Senior Wen hadn't even made a move yet. Those old men were obviously not simple. To be even more terrifying. I'll give you one last chance. Take the initiative to tell where Chen Changsheng is going, or I'll just cut open your souls. Check your soul memories. Senior Wen said coldly. You're so mean. Li Ruoxue jumped down from Han Shi's arms. You surrender. Don't make an enemy of the old ancestor. Maybe that will save your life. I'll tell you what, oh dash. The old man is super awesome. Li Ruoxue blinked her big eyes and said in a serious and incomparable manner. Where's the girly girl? There's no place for you to talk here. Old ancestor? You're his descendant? Senior Wen looked at Li Ruoxue with a pair of eyes. It was followed by a hearty laugh. I didn't realize there was such a windfall. His descendants. Yes, I'm going to do it to his face. Tear his descendants to pieces. He hit on Li Ruoxue. You want to move her? You can think about it. The blood demon and the nine-headed lion said. Dare to touch Li Ruoxue. Brother Wen is destined to die a good death. What's there to think about? Ridiculous. Elder Brother Wen was disdainful. After all is said and done, he held out a palm, grabbing towards Li Ruoxue's side. All right, you chose a path for yourself that you couldn't even die if you wanted to. Blood demon and nine-headed lion, lighten up beyond belief. Not at all worried about Li Ruoxue's safety. You dogs, no other skills. Is that the only way to make blind threats? It's a wonder I'm afraid. Senior Wen snorted coldly. The words of the blood demon and the nine-headed lion were not taken into account, mainly because there was the example of the Fire Phoenix King in front of them. The real thing is not there. All you do is make blind cockamamie threats and act big. Chapter 126. The Heavenly Court of Order is rotten, and the members within are one more rotten than the other. Senior Wen's big hand grabbed towards Li Ruoxue. It didn't care about those threats that the nine-headed lion and blood demon had said. Coldseeker's eyebrows furrowed. A hesitant expression appeared on her delicate and stunning face. Is she going to strike? Chen Changsheng, of the Xiantian sect. She doesn't like any of it. Both sides, no matter who has casualties. She's all happy. But, tiny Li Ruoxue, cute indeed. It's very appealing to her. I didn't strike out for Chen Changsheng. I'm out for this cute little girl. She no longer hesitated, decided to take a shot. Boom! Just as Senior Wen's big hand was about to grab Li Ruoxue, Coldseeker struck out. Her slender hand stretched out. It's so fast it's uncatchable. Strong as Brother Wen, and didn't notice it ahead of time. Cold Haze Jade hand, a slap to Brother Wing's face. Bang! The delicate hands looked soft and boneless. No power, but the truth is horrible. Senior Wen was jerked away on the spot. Half of his face was smoked. Broken bones and flesh mixed with blood flew across his face. Miserable. Boom! Senior Wen planted himself on the ground, as if a meteorite had smashed into the ground. The world was shaken. It smashed out a huge abyss with no bottom. Senior Wen's entire body was falling apart. Wow! Big sister, you're amazing. Li Ruoxue widened her small eyes, full of admiration. He looked at Cold Hay. Chilaxi, what do you want? The crane-haired Shirlao. Cold Eyes looked at Cold Sun. He came up and called out Cold Sun's name, obviously recognizing Cold Hay. Not bad. He does know Cold Seeker. On just getting here, he then saw as well as recognized Cold Sun, enforcer of the 33rd Heavenly Division of the Orderly Heavenly Court. So did the other elders, ditto recognizing Cold Sun. After all, they all came from the 33rd Heaven. It's inevitable that there will be a crossover. Not for anything. You guys do your thing. But, you can't touch her. Cold Seeker opened his mouth, indicating that she would only stand up for Li Ruoxue. She pointed at the Fire Phoenix King, the Blood Demon, and the Nine-Headed Lion. You can kill as many of these guys as you want. She said, hey, what's going on? How come they can just kill them? The Fire Phoenix King and the others all bellyached in their hearts. Are their lives not lives? Ha! Who do you think you are? Who we're going to kill and who we're not going to kill? And listen to you? Shirlao sneered. Swish! The surface of Cold Hay's body glowed. Raising his hand, he offered a war spear. She stopped talking. Represent her attitude by her actions. Standing next to Li Ruoxue, indifferent expression, battle armor that shimmers with cold, a war spear of ferocious might. She reincarnated as a female general. Elder Shur and the others were going to make a move against Li Ruoxue. She would definitely not hesitate to attack. Senior Wen climbed out of the abyss in a sorry state. A pair of eyes were scarlet. He hadn't been in such a mess. Nope. Last time, Chen Shangxing's large hand had left him in a very sorry state. Okay, it was the second time he'd been in such a mess. He stared viciously at Cold Sun. He couldn't wait to eat Cold Sun alive. Elder, take revenge for me, he said through gritted teeth, clearly aware of the gap between him and Cold Hay. He doesn't recognize Cold Seeker. I don't know who Cold Hay is and what his background and strength is, but the power of Cold Hay when he struck just now, it made him feel the gap deeply. That was the strength of the Easy Second Realm. It was by no means comparable to someone like him who had just stepped into the Easy One Realm. She hit you. Naturally, this matter can't just be left alone. Shirlao laughed coldly. Actually, Cold Seeker struck out just now, and he sensed it. In terms of his cultivation realm, it's even easier to stop Cold Sun, but he didn't make a move. Instead, he let Cold Hay slap Senior One, for no other reason. All because he needed a reason to step in and teach Cold Hay a lesson. Brother Wink doesn't get that slap. It was not good for him to make a move to teach Cold Hay a lesson. Just now, the most he could do was to make a move to stop Cold Hay. Brother Wink took this slap. He would have had justification. You can teach Cold Hay all the lessons you want. The Taoist League is powerful. Fear not the Orderly Heavenly Court. There was even the idea of replacing the Orderly Heavenly Court. But, the Tao Alliance wasn't at war with the Orderly Heavenly Court yet. There was no tearing of faces on the surface either. They couldn't just strike out at the people of the Orderly Heavenly Court either. Chen Shangshang has disturbed the Heavenly Punishment Land in such a manner, slaying in the land of Heavenly Punishment, ignoring the majesty of the Orderly Heavenly Court. As an enforcer of the Heavenly Court of Order, you don't talk about capturing and suppressing Chen Shangshang, this madman, and stood with him, protect his descendants. Ha, the Orderly Heavenly Court is really rotten now. The members within are more rotten than one another, Shirlao said coldly. He did not intentionally disparage the Orderly Heavenly Court. Long years passed. The Orderly Heavenly Court had long since ceased to be the upright and strictly law-enforcing Orderly Heavenly Court, as he said it would be. The Orderly Celestial Court sucks on the inside. Many members and managers have had a change of heart. No longer upright. No more strict enforcement of the law. Now within the 33 heavens, there are too many wrongful convictions. There were also too many instances of ferocious disciples violating the rules of the 33 heavens order, and yet nothing happened. The Orderly Heavenly Court had long since lost its former prestige. The Taoist League can grow up fast. It even reached a level that made even the Orderly Heavenly Court fearful. It has very much to do with the fact that the Orderly Heavenly Court is rotten and has no more prestige than it used to have. If the Order of Heaven is as it has always been, there's no rot, still has the old prestige. It is almost impossible for the Tao Alliance to have developed to the extent that it has. Cold Seeker's eyes dimmed. How could she not know that the inner workings of the Orderly Heavenly Court had long been rotten? As an enforcer of the Heavenly Court of Order, she knew better than anyone. For example, the Heavenly Winds who were imprisoned in the Heavenly Punishment Land, forcibly taking the body of a female member of the Order's Heavenly Court. It also killed the female members of the Order Celestial Court afterward. destroy the body. It's an undisputed capital offense. But what's the result? Tianfeng, however, was merely imprisoned into the heavenly punishment land. If she hadn't come down this time, Tianfeng was even on the verge of escaping from within the heavenly punishment land. It's continuing to get away with it out there. She abhorred such behavior, and have fought it tooth and nail, but none of it worked. The orderly celestial court sucks on the inside. Not she alone can change it, and the result of her resistance is suppression. From the 30 heavens, sent down to the 33rd heaven. Normal. She was supposed to stay within the 30th heaven, or enter the heavens above the 30 heavens. These are matters within your orderly heavenly court. It's out of our hands, and don't want to care, but you hit our disciple. There's just no way this is going to end well. Sure, Lao sneered. Can our disciples be casually beaten by you like this? You're going to pay dearly for that slap. He spoke again. Prepare to strike to teach Cold Hay a lesson. Is his real purpose to teach Cold Hay a lesson? No. He was trying to slap the orderly heavenly court in the face. Chapter 127, Exceeding Expectations, Breaking Perceptions, Bad Content. Chapter 128, If you dare to touch Ruoxue, you will be executed even though you are far away. Bad Content. Chapter 129, Chen Shansheng bestows reward. Cold Hay can't contact Xiaoshan. Chansey's jaw dropped. Inside, how could I not believe it? It feels more fantastical than dreamy and unrealistic. When was realm advancement so easy? This is the realm of the free. It's not that kind of anything small realm. The elevation between realms. It's harder than getting to the top. It's no exaggeration to say. Many of the living powerhouses of the prosperity realm. It's hard to take it to the next level in your life. Elevate one level of the realm. Because, trying to raise a level of realm, it requires the accumulation of an infinite vastness of power, and such infinite and vast power, it's hard to accumulate. Also, that's not even the hardest part. Infinite vastness of power is hard to accumulate though, but the living powerhouses of the realm of the free, all have endless life and time. By virtue of endless life and time, it is still possible to slowly build up an infinite vastness of power. Realm enhancement. The hardest part is the realm barrier. Many easy realm living powerhouses. It's that step that fell. No matter what, you can't break the realm barrier. Step into a higher realm. She had only broken through to the easy second realm not long ago. It's still a long way from breaking through to the easy third realm. The difference in power is too much. However, Chen Shangshang was merely waving his hand. Just let her have the power of infinite vastness. The conditions for ascending to the easy third realm were met, and she also experienced the simple and brutal power of one. What an unbreakable realm barrier. In the face of absolute power, it was as simple as an autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, vast enough and overpowered. It directly broke down the realm barrier. It allowed her to step into the easy third realm. And that's not even the worst of it. The scariest thing is the power within her. Surprisingly, it's still in the midst of a crazy spike, all the way to the edge of breaking through to the profound fourth realm. Her heart skipped a beat. I can't believe it. Even. Speak from the heart. She couldn't even dream of such a dream. Boom. A roar like the opening of the heavens and the earth resounded within her. The surface of his body continuously blossomed with a blazing aura. Crazy soaring power. Again, the barrier of the realm for breaking through the profound fourth realm was directly collapsed. It allowed her to step into the easy four realm. Still soaring, she cried out in alarm. The eyes were full of incredulity. After stepping into the easy four realm, the power within her was surprisingly still soaring. He was about to break through to the profound fifth realm. Boom! Once again, a rumbling sound resounded within her, breaking through the realm barrier of the easy five realms. Again, it was flushed right down the drain with no suspense. She stepped into the easy five realm. This is the easy five realms? She froze in shock. The whole thing is in a state of serious skepticism. Jesus, it was only a few breaths. She then elevated from the easy 2 realm to the easy 5 realm. One time, she had mixed emotions to the core. It was simply too much to imagine just how strong Chen Changxing was, how high the realm is. It was certainly 100 times more terrifying than she had previously expected. Anyway, no wonder he didn't care. After suppressing me, no restraints were ever placed on me. He obviously has absolute confidence. Fearless, I'll contact the orderly heavenly courtside. And he definitely has the capital and strength to be this confident, she said in her mind with regret, regretting her behavior of contacting Xiao Shan earlier. She feels it now. Anyone who comes this way is going to die. Not a match for Chen Changsheng. Notify them and tell them to stay away, she thought in her mind. Hate the rot in the ordered heavens, though, but they also couldn't bear to see people from the orderly heavenly courtside come over to die. Of course, she won't be contacting Zhou Hill now. Chen Changxing is right next to him. How dare she contact Xiao Shan? Wait for a chance later. She then contacted Xiao Shan to inform Chen Changxing how terrifying he was. Tell Joey Mountain to call off the operation. After breaking through to the easy 5 realm, the power inside her stopped growing. There are rewards and penalties. It's a reward for standing up for Ruoxue. Chen Changxing calmly said to Han Shi. He looked to the nine-headed lion, gesturing for the 9 lions to come over to his side. Woof! The 9-headed lion ran over excitedly. It complied with Chen Changxing's request to it as always. Nowadays it's still a big yellow dog. You've been following Wakayuki around. It's doing pretty well, too. Credit where credit is due. He reached out, touching the 9-headed lion's head. Infinite and vast power. Follow his palm. It flowed into the 9-headed lion. Rumble. The 9-headed lion's body roared continuously. The surface of his body was constantly blossoming with a terrifying blazing aura. Its breath soared wildly. The self-realm soared all the way up. In less than a moment, it then transcends the immortal way level, and complete a full awakening, stepping into the realm of the free. Thank you, my lord. The 9-headed lion was thrilled beyond measure. It used to be a tiny quasi-emperor beast. Now it had actually come to the realm of the free. It never dreamed it could be so blessed. Meet such a nice Nagisa-sama. Follow Ruashua well. There will be a commendation for you later. Chen Changsheng said to the 9-headed lion. Don't worry, my lord. I will definitely follow little Lord Ruashua's side well. The 9-headed lion patted his chest and assured him repeatedly. Chopping creepy. Remove obstacles and enemies. You get credit for that too. Chen Changxing pointed at the blood demon. The same vast and infinite power flowed into the blood demon's body. The blood demon's realm also got a crazy spike. All the way to the promised land. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Blood demon thanked him repeatedly. Inside, it was full of celebration. I'm glad it wasn't obliterated by Lord Eternal in the first place. Stayed around. Next to it, the Fire Phoenix King was unusually agitated and excited. It was as if it had also received a commendation from Chen Changsheng. Cold Sun, Blood Demon, 9-headed Lion. All of them were honored by Lord Nagisa. It is certainly no exception. I'm sure I'll be honored by Lord Nagisa. However, just as it was waiting for Lord Eternal to commend it, Lord Everlasting's figure, however, disappeared. Carrying Ruashue, he left the place. Ha! It cried instantly. It's not. There are kudos anyhow. And it didn't. It's too unlucky. Dude, you still want kudos. Ha! Think about the possibilities? When have you not ended up in a mess? How could this possibly receive a commendation from Lord Eternal? It's good enough that Lord Nagisa didn't chastise you. The blood demon laughed. Wow. You can't blame me for that. The Fire Phoenix King cried even harder. The wolf ended up in a mess. You can't really blame it. You can only blame it on its bad luck. There are always unexpected and unforeseen situations. The other side. After Han Shi saw Chen Changsheng leave with Li Ruoxue in his arms, immediately, he contacted Xiao Shan in the dark, trying to get Xiao Shan to cancel his plans to come. However, to her surprise, she couldn't even contact Xiao Shan. It's not her side of the story. Rather, it's a problem on Zhou Hill's side. Xiao Shan cut off the means of contact with him, sealed the interconnected communication spells. Apparently, Xiao Shan was afraid that something would go wrong because of the communication spells. Therefore, the communication spell was sealed. No further contact with her. Bad. This is bad. She was worried. It was likely that Xiao Shan had already brought people to kill them. Chapter 130, Unexpectedly. The array is a bit big. Cold Seeker side. Xiao Shan is really smart. Fear of problems with the interconnected communication spells severed the connection. This time Xiao Shan was destined to suffer a great loss. What kind of strength did the 33 halls of the orderly heavenly court within the 33rd heavenly heavens have? She knew it very well. The strongest within the 33 halls was the Hall Master. The realm is in the 7 realms of impunity, the 7 realms of prosperity. Honestly, it's strong and awesome, but it was also destined to be an impossible match for Chen Changsheng. Are you kidding me? With a wave of his hand, Chen Changsheng raised her cultivation realm to the profound 5th realm. How could a sub-palace master of the 7 realms of prosperity be a match for Chen Changsheng? There is not the slightest possibility, not to mention the fact that the branch master would definitely not come over to save her, come to her rescue. At most, it would be just a few elders such as Xiao Shan. This made it even more impossible to be Chen Changsheng's opponent. Unfortunately, she couldn't reach Xiao Shan. There was no way to inform Xiao Shan of Chen Changsheng's terror. She shook her head helplessly. One can only wait and see what happens. Cold Haze hunch was not wrong. Xiao Shan had indeed brought people to kill. They move very fast. Along the ancient path downward from the 33rd heaven. Quickly leave the 33rd heaven, all the way to this side of the Zeus star field. And, they are still in the first place. Enter the realm plane where the Li clan is located. Come to the front of the Li clan's land. At that time, when Cold Seeker contacted Xiao Shan, had informed gave Xiao Shan the location of the Li clan's land, claimed she would go to the Li tribe land. Let Xiao Ruoshan go forward to the Li tribe land to rescue her. But, Cold Seeker's hunch was right though. But the number of members who came was wrongly anticipated. Number of members who came over this time, far more than she expected. She thought ahead to the fact that the master of the subtemple would definitely not come over. However, not only did the lord of the subtemple come over, he also brought over all the elder powerhouses in the branch temple. Rumble, heaven and earth change color. Terrifying roars continued. The lord of the subtemple and others. There's no covering up or hiding. It's even very high profile. The terrifying aura spread and swept unchecked. In an instant, it spread and swept through the entire Zeus starfield. This side of the world of the heavens, immortal domain. All beings within it cannot have peace of mind, born of infinite fear. Inside the Leaklands land. How? Coldseeker exclaimed. The body couldn't stop trembling. The beautiful eyes were full of incredulity. How could it be expected that not only did the lord of the subtemple come over, he also brought over all the elder powerhouses in the branch temple? How is it possible? She can't believe it. Twice as dreamy. She's self-aware, knowing full well what her status is. It's clear she's not that important yet. It's impossible to have the sub-palace master there in person. It was even more unlikely that the branch hall master would bring all the elder powerhouses within the branch hall over to save her. Soon, she found the answer. Rune C. Her face became incredibly cold. In the sight of the lord of the subtemple and others, a figure was seen that was doubly repulsive to her. It was a young figure, handsome and handsome. The body is slender and perfect, with an aura of divine and martial transcendence, and the man was truly divine and superb, extremely uncomplicated. The man's name, Fu Hai, for the son of the master of the 30 points hall of the orderly heavenly court within the 30th heavens. His talent is extremely high, extraordinary, out of the ordinary. The fault crushed the peer beings within the 30 heavens, even most of the older generation within the 30 heavens. It's no better than him, crushed by him. This man is on the practice side, impeccable. It can be said to be bright and dazzling to the extreme. What will be accomplished in the future? It is also destined to be unlimited. But the man is seriously failing in other areas. He was brutal and bloody, not observing a bit of the rules of order within the 33 heavens. More than that, he had hit on her, with the great strength and exalted status he possesses, forcing her to offer her body. She'd rather die than obey, but in front of Fu Hai's strength that mightily crushed her, her resistance didn't help a bit. Thankfully, her master's father saved her, let her escape the clutches of the Rune Sea, but she was also targeted and suppressed by Fu Hai behind her. Transferred out of the 31st temple and assigned to the 33rd temple, the light of her eyes grew colder and colder. Upon seeing the sea of runes, it was all clear to her at once. Understand why this is such a big deal. Apparently it all had to do with the Rune Sea. The lord of the subtemple and others were not here to save her. Rather, it was to flatter and please Fu Hai. Came over to give Fu Hai some company. Rumble. Even more terrifying roars continued to ring out. Fu Hai, etc. Standing high in the sky above. The terrifying pressure spread wildly. The scene was horribly appalling. Could be. Chili is fine. Fu Hai saw cold hay. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. My good sister. Brother to the rescue. He let out a loud laugh. The eyes looked wistfully at cold sun. The upper and lower constantly masked the cold sun. The dirty and lewd look is not hidden in any way. I don't need you to save me. Move, Cold Seal said in disgust. The eyes were cold to the core. Is Fu Hai here to save her? It is clear that they come to fulfill the desires of their hearts. Wanted to possess her body. She was hateful and angry. The orderly heavenly court is really rotten inside nowadays, as an organization that maintains the rules of order in the 33 heavens. Instead, the members within ignore the rules of order. Wantonness. This situation. It's hard for the Tao Alliance not to grow. Within the 33 heavens, there were too many living forces that were dissatisfied with the orderly heavenly court. My good sister, don't be so cold to your brother. Brother came all this way, came specially to rescue you. How you have to be touched at heart, isn't it? Brother tell you ah. In the meantime, brother missed you, thinking of you day and night, even in dreams. Dreams are full of you. Fu Hai said without feeling the least bit disgusted. His gaze was fiery. This time he was finally going to get what he wanted. Get cold hay body now. He didn't tell a lie. Though, indeed, I think about cold sun day and night, including in dreams. It's not. He hurriedly came down from within the 30 heavens as soon as he had the chance. Come down to Coldseeker, to fulfill the indescribably beautiful dreams he has of cold sun every night. Sexy and seductive cold sun. It's been hooking him all along. Of course, mostly, he didn't get his way up front. If we get our way, he wouldn't be thinking about cold hay like this. That's his character. The woman who wants it, must have it. Otherwise it will always be on your mind. Down after him, to the 33rd temple. Learned that cold hay had actually been captured. He was enraged on the spot. Spicy chicken. The woman he hasn't gotten his hands on yet. Only to be caught by another man. What's going on here? He was furious. Immediately, the sub-palace master was told to count the troops, gathering all the strong elders within the sub-temple together. Then follow him. Killed it. Woof. Wicked or not, you get as far away as you can. You're disgusting. The nine-headed lion couldn't bear it. I've never seen anyone so disgusting. Instantly, he rushed out, rebuked at Fu Hai. Chapter 131, Imposing the Sin of Mutiny, Despicable and Shameless to the Core. Bad Content. Chapter 132 Chun Changsheng. I've seen a lot of disgusting ones, but such a disgusting one is rare. Bad Content. Chapter 133 Flying and Fluttering Long Hair, Directly Shattering the Golden Arrow Feathers. Bad Content. Chapter 134 Completing the 9 steps of the extreme Tao allows one to form an extinction kill. Bad Content. Chapter 135 Bastard. Bastard? Who says I don't have a killer weapon or a card? Bad Content. Chapter 136 The Sub-Temple Master was surprised by the Fu Hai killer, thinking that it was impossible to miss another misjudgment. Bad Content. Chapter 137 I'll let you guys come out and see how powerful you are. Bad Content. Chapter 138 Shen Changsheng. The tower door is open. Why don't you guys come out? Bad Content. Chapter 139 Professional Matters. Leave them to the professionals. Bad Content. Chapter 140 Dark Currents Surge. Pulling a hairpin to move the whole body. The small tower was a means of preserving his life that he had given to Fu Hai. Now the little tower is destroyed. There's no doubt. Something must have happened to his son Fu Hai. The 30 Points Hall Master's gaze was grim to the extreme. His body was filled with unstoppable killing intent. Okay, Hire is fine and not dead. He breathed a small sigh of relief. Fu Hai is his own son. There is a strong blood connection with him. He can tell if his son Fu Hai is dead or not. If his son Fu Hai dies, by virtue of a close bloodline connection, he could sense it in the first place. What happened? Opposite. The middle-aged man who drank tea against the 30 Points Hall Master. The expression also turned grave, closed the wooden folding fan in his hand. He's got an elegant demeanor, dressed in a luxurious white dress. There were quite a few light blue Dao patterns embroidered on top of the white clothes. Obviously not an ordinary white coat. Pale blue dawning. All of them contain supreme and transcendent vastness of Taoist intent. This is undoubtedly a treasured garment. It's not a vanilla product. The grade is very high. His name, Cloud Peak. It was the same sect as the 30 Points Hall Master, having a common master. All of them are disciples of the 20-Point Temple Master. The 20-Point Hall Master has taken in a lot of disciples. He was initiated earlier than the 30 Points Hall Master. It's the elder brother of the 30 Points Hall Master. He came down from the 29 heavens, due to the boredom of staying in the 29 heavens, then down within the 30 heavens. Seek out the master of the Temple of 30 Points, his senior, for tea and gossip. This is undoubtedly another serious violation. 33 heavens. It is forbidden for the beings of the higher heavens to descend into the lower heavens. This was the number 1 ranked rule of order within the 33 heavens, and one of the most important rules of order. The living beings within the 33 heavens, all of them need to be strictly adhered to, even the orderly heavenly court, which was responsible for maintaining the rules of order. It also needs to be strictly adhered to. One may not go from the high heavens to the low heavens, but obviously, such is the rule of order today. It had long since been ignored by the members within the orderly heavenly court. If it is not ignored, also strictly adhere to the words. Yunfeng wouldn't have come down from within the 29 heavens into the 30 heavens. For them now, the rules of order in the 33 heavens were a joke, binding and restricting other beings. They don't have to comply. They are the administrators responsible for the rules of order. What else is there to comply with? Everything is up to them. Something's happened to Hire. The 30 Points Hall Master had a sullen face. Tell us in detail what happened. The Tao Alliance did this? Yunfeng's eyes were cold. The first thing that came to mind was the Taoist League. The Taoist League is now as strong as ever. The momentum is very strong. The dissatisfaction with the orderly heavenly court is also the strongest. Although right now, the Tao Alliance and the orderly heavenly court didn't have any major explicit conflicts, but the secret skirmishes are always going on. The Tao Alliance and the orderly heavenly court. Eventually a big battle is sure to break out. In this case, he didn't want to go above the Taoist League. That's weird. Is the Tao Alliance finally going to break out into a great war with the orderly heavenly court? How dare you touch senior brother's son, if it's really the work of the Tao Alliance? Don't say anything. The orderly heavenly court will definitely fight the Tao Alliance to the end. Yunfeng then said in a cold voice, dare to move the Rune Sea. That's an explicit declaration of war. The orderly heavenly court would definitely not shy away from battle. We'll go to war head-on with the Tao Alliance. The Taoist League is as good as it gets. The orderly heavenly court was also wary of the Tao Alliance, but it was only scorn. It's not fear. It's really going to be this explicit provocation, a frontal declaration of war. The orderly heavenly court would never fear or retreat. The battle will be fought to the end. It's possible that someone from the Tao Alliance did this, but it could have been done by someone else, except for the Taoist League. There are still quite a few secret forces that are dissatisfied with the orderly heavenly court. They're not so unlikely, the 30 Points Hall Master said grimly. For a long time, the orderly heavenly court always stands at the top. It was above all the living beings and forces of the 33 heavens. Many forces and beings had long been dissatisfied with the orderly heavenly court, trying to overthrow the orderly heavenly court. Only these forces and beings. It didn't come out into the open like the Taoist League, all hidden in the shadows. You're right. Yunfeng nodded. Ditto for clarity on these situations. Dark currents surged within the 33 heavens. The water gets murkier and murkier. Who knows what will happen back there? This was the key reason why the orderly heavenly court never went to war with the Tao Alliance. I'm afraid of pulling one hair and moving the whole body. It triggers all sorts of unpredictable and unexpected appearances. These things that don't know what they're doing dare to provoke the orderly heavenly court, trying to overthrow the orderly heavenly court. It's just delusional. Once the orderly heavenly court is truly angry, by no means can they resist. Yunfeng laughed coldly. Bottom line, the orderly heavenly court would definitely not be overthrown that easily. Possesses an unfathomable undercurrent. They're killing themselves. When the orderly heavens are angry they're all going to perish. Yunfeng said firmly once again. Nice. They're all looking for death. The 30 points hall master sneered. The same confidence in the orderly heavenly court. The depths of the orderly heavenly court were absolutely unfathomable. This was also the reason why even nowadays, there were many forces and beings that were dissatisfied with the orderly heavenly court, trying to overthrow the orderly heavenly court. There was a reason why the members within the orderly heavenly court didn't panic either. Whoever the other guy is, dare to touch my son. He's absolutely dead. The 30 points hall master's eyes were fierce, calling in the elders who often followed Fu Hai. Ask Runhide where he went. Young master went down. The elders reported truthfully, claiming that Rune Si went to the 33rd heaven, looking for Chili to go. Cold Sun? The 30 points hall master raised an eyebrow. The name Cold Seeker rings a bell, but for a moment it didn't occur to him who Cold Sun was. Come to think of it, Ling Qing, her disciple, lowered to the 33rd heaven for making a big mistake. The 30 points hall master had a deep gaze. It was still him who gave the order at the time. He still remembers. Ling Qing, for her disciples, had been constantly pleading with him. I hope he doesn't lower Cold Sun to the 33rd heavenly hall. The environment of the 33rd heaven. It's no better than the 30 heavens. What can be achieved is also destined to be limited. Ling Qing didn't want Cold Hay to be sent down to the 33rd heavenly hall, fearing that Cold Seal would be delayed within the 33rd heavenly hall. But he didn't end up agreeing. Still, Cold Hay was lowered to the 33rd heaven. The main thing is that his son Fu Hai is looking for him, saying that Cold Sun has disrespected him. Tell him how not to let go of Cold Hay. Make sure to lower Cold Sun to the 33rd heaven. He loves his son the most. He was almost obedient to his son. Naturally, he then gave the order to lower Cold Sun to the 33rd heavenly hall. Did something happen to my son within the 33rd heaven? No, I'm going to walk within the 33rd heaven. He decided to take a trip within the 33rd heavenly hall himself. Find out what happened to his son Fu Hai. Chapter 141, A Storm is Coming. All forces take action. Bad content. Chapter 142, Underwater Predators. All terrifying and unpredictable. Hall of Joy. Underwater predators. Incredibly cryptic. Only its members are aware of its existence. The beings outside knew nothing about the Hall of Joy. This organization is absolutely terrifying and horrible. It's not much less than the Tao Alliance. They were founded earlier than the Taoist League. The secret layout has also been in place for much longer. 33 heavens. No matter which heavens, even above the 10 heavens of transcendent infinity, there's a layout for them too. For a long time, they are always dormant, never showed his head. No one knows who their creator was. This includes the members within the Hall of Joy as well. The creator of the Temple of Joy is mysterious, never revealed his true form, always in a false body. Yes, the Joy Palace Master's beloved led the way. Quietly leave the Palace of Joy. Go down the secret path. Go to the investigation. They also have secret paths to their lower realms, opened up by their hard work. Strong men of the Tao Alliance cut off the path downward. Want to go down? You can only carve your own path downward in this way. Of course, not just anyone can blaze such a downward path. The only forces that are strong enough. It's the only way to open it up. Not to mention the downward path is very difficult to blaze. Non-powerful forces can't do it. The single said that the League would not allow it to go down. Weak forces would not dare to open up such a path. But wherever the Taoist Alliance finds out, it's all big trouble. The TDU will impose severe penalties and heavy fines. In a way, the Tao Alliance is becoming more and more like the orderly heavenly court. Start making rules. Let the living beings within the 33 heavens comply. Out of the rafters first. Tao Alliance, you guys have no problem trying to replace the orderly heavenly court. But you're too eager and too high-strung. The final victory cannot be yours. The palace master of the Joy Palace laughed coldly. the Tao Alliance was now the highest profile force rebelling against the orderly heavenly court. In that case, the Tao Alliance would undoubtedly have a hard time replacing the orderly heavenly court. After all, there are too many underwater predators. They rejoice that the temple is one of them. But, there's one to say, this was rather the reason why the Tao Alliance was able to develop so rapidly. Compared to these underwater predators, the Taoist League was formed and laid out too late, and it is because of this high profile of the Tao Alliance. The Taoist Alliance is the only way to quickly attract a large number of forces to join. Development is flying. If the Taoist League is not so high profile, stay low and hidden like these underwater predators, the Taoist League was not destined for its present achievements, and it will certainly still be very far off. The forces and beings within the 33 heavens, the bitter order of heaven has been around for a long time. In this case, the Taoist League appeared on a high note. Raise your arms. It's hard not to grow rapidly. 10 heavens, clouds of mist and chaos erupted. One tall and magnificent heavenly palace after another. Hidden among the clouds, the celestial pools within it are in patches, the heavenly lotus blooms. Inside, there are various brightly colored skyfish swimming around. Under the gazebo, someone is enjoying the fish. She is graceful and elegant. The body is exquisite. The face is absolutely beautiful. Ma'am, Wuchen is dead. A young maid approached, bending over to report to the noblewoman who was enjoying the fish. Traceless is dead? The noblewoman's mouth and forehead. The style is magnificent. Who's got the nerve? Dare to kill Traceless? Though he is an outcast of our Wind Clan, but it's still our Wind Clan after all. Bleeds the blood of our Wind Clan. Her voice chilled. The temperature plummeted all around them. The water inside the heavenly pond all seemed to freeze. The speed of the celestial fish swimming inside was slowed down. No traces. Windless. Not bad. This was none other than the Wind Clan, the hegemonic clan within the 10 heavens. Feng Wuhan was precisely that sixth prisoner in the depths of the self-imposed heavens punishment land, killed by Chen Chongsheng. At that time, he blew his own cover. He said that he was from the Wind Clan, the 10 heavens hegemony clan, but that didn't save his life. Afterward, he was still killed by Chen Chongsheng. Today it is confirmed. Wind Wushu didn't lie at that time. He was indeed a member of the Wind Clan, the hegemonic clan within the 10 heavens. Go on. Send someone to investigate. Let's see who really killed Traceless, even if it's an outcast of my Wind Clan. Dare to kill. It is also necessary to pay a heavy price. The noblewoman's red lips flicked out. Give the order. This was the hegemony of the 10 heavens hegemony clan. An outcast cannot be left to be killed. Yes, ma'am. The maid respectfully retreated. Communicate the noblewoman's orders now. The clan land of the Li tribe. The Lord of Hell is here. Came to visit Chen Chongsheng. Something wrong? Chen Chongsheng spoke softly. Duke, after the last rescue, I contacted the master. I asked for master's help in investigating the matter of Li's son. The master should be. I came over to talk to you, my lord, the Lord of Hell said. It indicated that his master had an amazing background behind him. It should be possible to investigate the truth very quickly. After he was rescued, the first thing he did was contact his master, and will be the case of Chen Chongsheng. It was reported in detail to his master. His master's father listened, thinking that Chen Chongsheng was unfathomable, and there is good karma with them. Then he told him to make sure to maintain a good relationship with Chen Chongsheng. As he said, the power behind his master's father. It's also extremely uncomplicated, very scary. At that time, he also mentioned his senior brother, the Lord of the Underworld, claims that the Lord of the Underworld is not saving him because he resents his master, and the darkness consumes the mind. Going astray, his master sighed, feeling sorry for the Lord of the Underworld, indicating that he liked the Underworld Lord as a disciple. The reason why they were not saved, rather, the forces behind it cannot be exposed at this time. If they are rescued by force, make an enemy of the orderly heavens, the forces behind them will lose all their previous layouts. Good. Say thank you to your master for me. Chen Chongsheng said, My lord, do you still want to continue to hunt down Creepy? The Lord of Hell asked. Aha. Chen Chongsheng nodded. I'll enter the 33 heavens behind me. At that time I will uproot the bazaar and destroy them all, he said breezily. It was as if he was talking about a very trivial matter. My lord, that's what I'm talking about. Master told me, creepy and extremely scary. For the hidden underwater predator within the 33 heavens, if the male wants to uproot the bazaar and exterminate them all, it must be discreet and discreet and discreet. He knew that Chen Chongsheng had a grudge against Guile, trying to exterminate Creepy, contacting his master's father. He talked about it too, and his master's father told him, Creepy super creepy, the strength is not weaker than the Tao Alliance at all. It's just that it's been hiding its strength all along. Master said. If your excellency insists on destroying Creepy, Master can offer help to the male. But, Master, he says he has limited strength of his own. The forces behind us are not good for a big fight at the moment, so there is limited help that can be offered to the male. I beg your understanding, sir, the Lord of Hell said one after another. His master teacher wasn't asking him to say anything polite to Chen Chongsheng. Rather, he really wanted to maintain good karma with Chen Chongsheng. Help Chen Chongsheng. Currently his master's father was already compiling bizarre information. Chapter 143, the Dao Alliance's support arrived, and the Wind Clan's people hit the road. Bad content. Chapter 144, Natural Contempt. Yunfeng arrives at the Li Clan. The Wind Clan's black-clad teenager Wind Valley, catching up downward from the Ten Heavens. A Ten Heavens hegemony clan such as the Wind Clan. The strength is unfathomable. The rules of order within the 33 heavens. For them, it's completely null and void, as if it didn't exist. They don't care. Non-compliance. It was common for members to travel within the heavens at will. Orderly heaven to them. Always turn a blind eye, even if it's found, and pretend you didn't notice. The Ten Heavens hegemony clan. This one has a very high gold content. After all, above the 10 heavens, heaven's pride is everywhere. There are as many strong men as dogs. If it's not strong enough, it's not going to be a hegemonic clan at all. The orderly heavenly court wouldn't dare to treat the 10 heavens hegemony race casually. There is little restraint on the 10 heavens hegemony clan. The beloved of the palace master of the Palace of Joy. It's on its way at the moment. 2. His cultivation realm was very high. It far exceeded the highest realm of the 33rd Heavenly Hall of Fame on the surface. He's also very secretive. Never threw my weight around. No one knows his background and strength. He was responsible for helping the Joy Palace master in the shadows. Lots of headless cases within the 33rd heaven. He did it all. He was the true beloved of the Joy Palace's palace master. Know that behind the Palace of Joy is the Hall of Joy. At the same time, with the help of the Lord of the Palace of Joy, he also became a member of the Hall of Joy. The Hall of Joy isn't something anyone can just join. The whole Pleasure Palace, except for him and the Palace Master of the Palace of Joy. No more Jubilee Hall members. It hadn't even been aware of the existence of the Hall of Joy. I don't know that behind the Palace of Joy is the Palace of Joy. This also included the son of the Joy Palace's Palace Master, Sky Wind. It's also unaware of the existence of the Hall of Joy. The Hall of Joy is hidden very deeply. It is strictly forbidden for outsiders to know about the existence of the Hall of Joy. Every member of the Hall of Joy all need to go through the layers of scrutiny and testing of the Joyful Hall. The only way to pass all of them is after. It is only then that you can become a member of the Hall of Joy. And the members of the Hall of Joy, all of them were also forbidden by His Highness the Rejoicer. As soon as there is a leakage of the Hall of Rejoicing, then they will be obliterated by the prohibition. Of course, Tianfeng was definitely going to join the Hall of Joy later on as well. Unfortunately, Tianfeng hadn't joined the Hall of Joy yet, and it was killed. The young master is dead. Whoever the killer is, all will pay for this in blood. And the orderly heavenly court is also destined to run away. A bunch of people are going to die. His eyes were cold. Killing intent was rampant on his body. This time he wasn't just in charge of the investigation. He's also going to kill people. The murderer he's going to kill. The people of the orderly heavenly court. He had to kill them as well, taking money and not doing anything. The order of heaven was supposed to protect the young master. As a result, the young master died. The same thing can't just be left alone. He was going to ruthlessly kill a group of people from the orderly heavenly court in the dark. In the meantime, Yunfeng descended from within the 33rd heaven, Fu Hai and the subtemple master and others. There were many traces and scents left along the way. He sensed these lingering traces and scents with ease. Follow these lingering traces and scents, all the way to the front of the Li clan's clanland. The traces and scents left behind by the Rune Sea and the subtemple master and the others. It eventually stopped here. He walked slowly. The expression was calm. There was no oppressive aura, nor was there the slightest hint of terror. But even then, it also shows how unusual he is. Not just anyone. Do you need something? In front of the Li clan's clanland, there are members who guard the gates of the clanlands. After they saw Yunfeng walk over, a polite and courteous inquiry was made. Where is the Rune Sea? Yunfeng spoke softly. Open the door. There's no cover-up. Hearing the name Fu Hai, the faces of the Li clan members all changed drastically. They naturally knew about the Rune Sea. From the 33 heavens of transcendental supremacy, the front led the troops to press the Li tribe's land, quite arrogant and rampant. Afterwards, he was strongly suppressed by the elder ancestor of eternal life. It was collected inside the order cage. Thud. They didn't hesitate for a second. A quick wake-up call. It didn't matter why Yunfeng had come. A sea of runes is involved. undoubtedly a big deal, not something they can handle. In the process, Yunfeng's expression was indifferent to the extreme. There has been no movement since the beginning. Leave it to the members of the Li Nation to sound the alarm. He bottomed out. No fear of anything happening. There is absolute certainty that you can sweep away all enemies, suppressing the entire field. After the alarm bells went off, Nine-Headed Lion, Blood Demon, Fire Phoenix King. The first time he came to the front of the clan. Cold Sun is here too, close behind. Nowadays the mindset has long since shifted. Never again think of serving the orderly heavenly court. Nowadays, he only wanted to follow Chen Changsheng single-mindedly. Take a life for Chen Chan. This was not because Chen Changsheng had raised her realm to the profound fifth realm. Rather, it was because she was completely chilled to the orderly heavenly court. The orderly celestial court is rotten beyond redemption. She no longer had the slightest hope for the orderly heavenly court. At the same time, she was also completely convinced by Chen Changsheng's strength. There was a great deal of admiration for Chen Changsheng. Wanted to follow Chen Changsheng's side. Follow Chen Changsheng's orders. Fight the corrupt order of heaven to the end. Who are you? Cold Seeker stepped to the forefront. Both eyes gazed at Yunfeng. An incomparably grave expression was all over the cool face. Who is this man? How come she hasn't seen it before? Come for the Sea of Runes. This person was clearly sent here by Fu Hai's father, the 30 points Hall Master. But, how come she didn't have the slightest memory of it? Normally it shouldn't. She has been doing this for a long time in the Hall of 30 points. 30 minutes inside the temple. She knew and had seen almost all of them. And this man in front of me, she hasn't seen it. The faces are very unfamiliar. See you for the first time. It dared her to be careless, even rather more scornful. Such unknown and unfamiliar faces, undoubtedly not good to deal with. It's more dangerous. Your Cold Seal? Yunfeng knew the details, knowing that Fu Hai came down just for Cold Hay. He had also seen Cold Sun's portrait. Therefore coming up he recognized Cold Sun. Where is the Rune Sea? His expression remained indifferent, questioning Cold Seeker. First you say who you are, Cold Hay asked loudly. Wanted to get to the bottom of Yunfeng first. She was from Yunfeng, feeling very threatened. She suspected that Yunfeng had come from the higher heavens above the 30 heavens. If that's the case, that's a problem. 33 heavens. The further up the heavy sky you go, the more terrifying. The powerful men of the high heavens came down, with absolute crushing power. Who are you to ask about my identity? Insignificant molecule, don't deserve to know my name. Yunfeng opened his mouth expressionlessly. The words were full of contempt for Cold Sun. That wasn't something he did on purpose. Rather, it is natural behavior. He was not only from the 29 heavens, it was even a famous powerhouse within the 29 heavens, the younger generation within the 29 heavens. Neither is qualified to inquire about his name and identity in this way, not to mention Cold Hay. Even if it was Cold Sun's master, still nothing in front of him either. Not worthy to know his name and identity. Chapter 145, The Fire Phoenix King came to a sudden realization and started behaving again. Bad content. Chapter 146, What's the point of going over there? We haven't finished playing chess yet. After being reminded by Brother Magic's son, the Fire Phoenix King came to a sudden realization. Completely all understood. Its phoenix head is high. It's all up in the air. Particularly spirited. One could even say it was a bit arrogant. It's ended up in a mess so many times. Now it's finally its turn to be invincible. Sweeping the field now. It's a wonder it's not so spirited. Just now, it learns from those master cup fillers. There was a deliberate cough. Pretend to clear your throat, to attract the attention of the audience. However, Yunfeng simply ignored it, didn't even look at it. Even out of the corner of my eye it wasn't there. It burst into a rage. The heart says, Grandma T. Drops. So much for the old man not being qualified to fill the cup. Now qualified to fill cups. And dared to ignore it like that. What a nerve. Hey, are you deaf? Didn't you hear the old man cough just now? It rebuked loudly. Cold Hay was alarmed. I thought to myself, has the Fire Phoenix King always been so brave? How dare you talk to Yunfeng like this? She was badly shocked. Previously, the attention had been on Yunfeng. It didn't hear the conversation between the Fire Phoenix King and the Blood Demon. You're talking to me? Yunfeng raised his eyebrows, squinting his eyes. He looked at the Fire Phoenix King. Where's Chicken Little? But it's still at the Immortal Way level. Just dare to be so wanton and arrogant in front of him. Sure enough, the weaker the strength the more ignorant, the more fearless. Good as Cold Sun. The realm was much higher than the Fire Phoenix King. Just know that he's horrible and scary. Not daring to show the slightest bit of licentiousness and disrespect in front of him again. And the Immortal Tao level Fire Phoenix King, obviously unaware of how terrifying he is. That's why he dared to be so unbridled and arrogant. Crap. Of course I'm talking about you. The Fire Phoenix King drank coldly. Swish, sacrificing the magical weapon given to it by Lord Eternal Life. The Star Pattern Stick. The Starburst Stick flowed with special secret power, far beyond the Immortal Wei level. A ray of amazement flashed in the depths of Yunfeng's eyes. Immortal Wei level guys. How could one catalyze such a powerful magic weapon? The secret power flowing out of the star pattern stick. At the Prosperity Realm level. Normally, Immortal Wei level beings, it simply couldn't catalyze the promised realm level magic weapon at all. Don't even talk about the Prosperity Realm level. Even the Awakening Realm level below the Profound Realm couldn't catalyze it. Tai, eat a stick from my old fire. The Fire Phoenix King confidently shouted, completely brainwashed by the words of Brother Miko. Think Lord Eternal Life gave it the Starburst stick. It was for it to be used to suppress Yunfeng. So, it's incredibly confident. It was believed that the star pattern stick would be able to suppress and kill Yunfeng. It was not something Yunfeng could resist. You are ignorantly arrogant. Yunfeng looked indifferent. Between the opening and closing of the eyes, there were horrible beams of light shooting out. Only a boom was heard. The star pattern stick was blasted backward by the terrifying beam of light. No! How is this possible? The Fire Phoenix King's face changed drastically. Tears were falling from his eyes. It's not that Lord Everlasting gave it the Starburst stick. Is that what it was told to suppress Yunfeng? How come the Starburst stick is so unbeatable? Not even a single glance from Yunfeng could withstand it. Holy Blood Demon, Brother Demon Z, was alarmed. Did it guess wrong? The truth is not what it seems. Lord Chongqing didn't even think of letting the Fire Phoenix King suppress Yunfeng. It was too late to think much about it. Hurry up and hit the chopper. Resisting the star pattern stick that flew backward towards the Fire Phoenix King. If this can't be stopped, the Fire Phoenix King would surely be given a blow by the star pattern stick. Immortal Dao level Fire Phoenix King. It was destined to not be able to block the hammering of the Starburst stick. If you get grazed, you die. Woof! The nine-headed lion roared and bellowed. Also hit the golden gun in the first place. Resist the Starburst stick. Cold Seal didn't have any hesitation either. Quick strike. The strength of the Easy 5 realms exploded in full force. Hit a heavy treasure. Blocking towards the Starburst stick. Boom, boom, boom. The Starburst stick was blocked. However, the heaven-slashing sword and the golden gun were all shaken out as well. The heavy treasure that Coldseeker fought out, even more so, it crumbled into smithereens. Put, crimson, hot blood splattered in all directions. The Starburst stick wasn't blocked across the board. There were still aftershocks that impacted the Fire Phoenix King's side. The Fire Phoenix King's body exploded on the spot. It crumbled into a mist of blood. Thankfully, the power of the aftermath of the impact was not strong. It remade its new body in a mist of blood. Not dead. It wailed. It was a terrible cry, eyes incomparably resentful. He stared at Brother Demon Z. He couldn't wait to eat Demon Zigo alive. It's really been screwed over by Brother Miko. It was that close and it was dead. Brother Devilson lowered his head sheepishly. He didn't dare to meet the eyes of the Flame Phoenix King as he looked over. It also knew that it had screwed over the Fire Phoenix King, but you really can't blame it all on it. As the saying goes, a slap in the face is not a good idea. What it says, does the Fire Phoenix King believe in anything? Brother Miko's words cannot be trusted. I take back my earlier adoration of Brother Miko, the nine-headed lion said in his mind. Brother Miko is a real animal. A few words nearly caused the Fire Phoenix King to lose his life. In the meantime, deep within the Leeklands land, the top of the beautiful backcountry with a great view, there are forests of purple bamboos here, red maple in patches, leaning against the side of a cliff under a fine pavilion. Chen Shangshang was playing a leisurely game of chess with the Lord of Hell. Actually, a so-called leisurely game of chess. There was only Chen Shangshang alone. The Lord of Hell, on the other hand, was not at all leisurely. Inside creepy, incredibly nervous and scared. His mind was not on the chess game at all. It's all on Yunfeng. Yunfeng had just descended over. He then sensed that Yunfeng was not simple, or extreme terror, and just now Yunfeng's strike. It also made him certain that Yunfeng was really not simple, extremely scary and terrifying. Lord of Creation. He sensed the aura fluctuations of the creation realm, and it was still that very high level of aura fluctuation of the creation realm. This undoubtedly indicated that Yunfeng was a high-level master of creation. At the very least, it was above the 6th or 7th realm of creation. The 6th and 7th realms of creation. Jesus, what kind of invincible and terrifying existence is this? He hadn't even seen a strong person with such a high realm. His master's realm was high enough. It far exceeded the highest realm level of the 33rd Heavenly Hall of Fame on the surface. But compared to such a high-level Lord of Creation, that's just not comparable. It's not even close. He had no doubt. His master teacher couldn't even block a single glance from Yunfeng. Yunfeng could completely exterminate his master teacher between the opening and closing of his eyes. His heart was beating fiercely. It's all about to jump out of your body. Which heaven is Yunfeng from? He felt that the heavy heaven that Yunfeng came from was bound to be very high. Gong, Gongzi, aren't you going over there? Looking at Chen Changsheng, who was leisurely and comfortable, not caring in the slightest, the Lord of Hell couldn't help but remind, such a strong enemy is coming. You can't treat it sloppily. The slightest carelessness could lead to something big and fall to the point of no return. Go over there for what? Chess isn't done yet. Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. The Lord of Hell was shocked beyond belief. Is this one so confident? True didn't put Yunfeng in his eyes at all. Chapter 147, Pieces Falling. Completely killed. Chen Changsheng's calm, while leaving the Lord of Hell shocked beyond belief, and can't be trusted. This was a high-level creation lord who was at the very least in the 6th or 7th realm of creation. Couldn't even cause Chen Changsheng to care in the slightest? How strong is Chen Changsheng? It was hard not to be able to snap his fingers and suppress a high-level lord of creation like Yunfeng. No, it can't be that horrible. The Lord of Hell couldn't believe it. Just play chess properly. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth, eyes all over the board. It was as if Yunfeng was some insignificant bug. It didn't attract his attention in the slightest. And play chess? The Lord of Hell was on the verge of tears. The terror of Cloud Peak makes him want to just run away now. Where is the Sea of Runes? Yunfeng's eyes were terrifying. Once again, he pressed cold hay. There was something strange in his mind, the residual aura of Yunfeng and the 33rd Hallmaster and the others. Ultimately that's where it stops. Why had he not sensed where Yunfeng and the 33rd Hallmaster were? It shouldn't. Very strange. In terms of his strength, he should have been able to sense where Rune C and the 33rd Hallmaster were in a matter of moments. It caused a flicker of attention in his mind. This place may have the presence of a powerful enemy with terrifying strength. I don't know. Cold Hay looked indifferent. Facing Yunfeng's cold rebuke, she didn't flinch or chicken out in the slightest. Even if she knew that Yunfeng in front of her, she could be completely obliterated with the lift of a hand. Good. Yunfeng laughed without anger, long hair flying. Think I won't kill someone? He put away his smile. The eyes flashed cold. That strong enemy of this place. So far it hasn't shown up. That's not taking him seriously? That is to say, then he will kill until this powerful enemy shows his face. Boom! He went straight for it. Big slaps swept across the sky and the earth. It enveloped the entire Li Clan's clanlands. To slap the entire Li Clan's clanland to pieces. Shoot to kill everyone in the Li clanland. He's pretty sure that strong enemy was inside the Li Clan's clanlands. High-level Lord of Creation laws stirred. The scene was horribly appalling. Cold Hay's Dao heart instantly collapsed. Can't afford it at all. She was a delicate mess. The jade hands holding the mace were shaking fiercely. There was a final bang. The mace in her hand fell to the ground. Facing a high-level Lord of Creation like Yunfeng, even if she is fearless inside, dared to engage in a battle, she was also powerless to fight. Between the stirring of the high-level Lord of Creation's laws, all the power inside her stopped working. Couldn't crank up an ounce of power. My God! The Lord of Hell exclaimed in his heart, jumped straight up from his chair. Dying, that slap down. Let's not talk about shooting at him. Even if you can't shoot him, he's bound to die. 2. It was a power that absolutely crushed him. Under this power, he's less than dust. Tick-tock. On his forehead, on his body, cold sweat, soaked to the bone. Cold sweat was splattered on the floor in crazy drops just like rain. He glanced at Chen Changsheng. It was discovered that Chen Changsheng was surprisingly still incredibly calm. There wasn't a ripple on his face, eyes still on the board, not caring in the slightest about the large hand that was about to slap down. He's really going to cry. It's tempting to say, brother, can we stop playing chess? The slap fell. We're all going to die. Unfortunately, he couldn't even make a sound. Even the spiritual thought sense could not be released. The high-level Lord of Creation laws driven by the Great Hand were too terrifying. What the hell? He was dumbfounded. A look of hell. Only Chen Changsheng slowly raised the hand holding the chess piece. The suppression brought to him by the laws of the high-level Lord of Creation. Surprisingly, they all disappeared in an instant. No. His mouth rolled open. Jaws dropped to the floor in shock. The heart was shaken beyond belief. Could Chen Changsheng really be able to suppress a high-level creation lord like Yunfeng with his hands? Chen Changsheng's long and perfect fingers lightly clip a chess piece, slowly place it towards the board. A split second, he clamped his fingers on the chess piece. Infinite amplification. Surprisingly, it was reflected above Yunfeng's head. Fingers clamped on the chess piece, pressing towards Yunfeng's body. To put the pieces on Yunfeng's body. Seek death. Yunfeng shouted angrily. Endless fierce auras appeared in his eyes. He held out his big hand to slap the Li Clan's clanland. The opponent then held out the finger holding the piece to press him to death with a chess piece. Is this a case of doing unto others what he did unto himself? He was murderous. Something on the other side. How dare you scorn him like that? He had contempt for his opponent. The other man had no right to scorn him, much less the strength to return the favor in his way. Kill. He came out strong. The large hand slapped violently towards the top. High-level Lord of Creation laws swirled. He had no more reservations. Move out of true strength. What creation of 6 or 7 realms? Lower. His true realm level was at the 9th realm of creation. From the 29 heavens he came. The cultivation realm was absolutely terrifying and powerful. Within the 29 heavens, if the realm was only in the 6th or 7th realm of creation, can't become a strong party at all. Can't suppress the group of enemies. Who the hell is this? Cold Hay's face went white. Being severely intimidated by the cultivation realm Yunfeng had displayed. The 9 realms of creation. This realm is too high. It was far too powerful than the 3010th Hallmaster. The 30 points Hallmaster was categorically not at such a high realm. Hiss. The Lord of Hell sucked in a breath of cold air, inwardly horrified. It was actually a world-defying powerhouse of the 9th realm of creation. This was far too terrifying than the realm he had just guessed. His heart thumped intensely, like beating drums. Words can't even begin to describe the shock inside. Chen Changsheng clamped his fingers on the chess piece. Fell. With unrivaled super-terrorist power, Yunfeng slapped his large hand over with all his might. It's no match at all. Even Yunfeng's large hand didn't even collide with Chen Changsheng's fingers holding the chess piece. The crimson, hot blood then splattered in all directions. Yunfeng's large hand began to crumble. No! Yunfeng hissed. The eyes were full of incredulity. How can the other side be so horrible and scary? The large hand that holds the chess piece, totally out of his league. Boom boom boom. He was not resigned to his fate. Completely insane. Place the heavy treasure on your body. All of them were sacrificed in one go. And he also began a blood sacrifice of his flesh, burning the life essence. Get more powerful and terrifying power. However, all of this, none of it worked. Chen Changsheng's large hand that was holding the chess piece completely fell. Chess pressed into cloud peak. Put. Yunfeng's body exploded. Even the soul completely crumbled into powder. And then it dissipates cleanly. Calm was restored to heaven and earth, as if nothing had happened. The pieces fall. Yunfeng was completely killed. The body is dead. Not even a chance to remake a new body to fight again. A high-level creation lord of the 9th realm of creation. It was just straight up completely obliterated. Chapter 148 leaks. One crop after another. Chen Changsheng didn't even come over. It just mirrored the fingers holding the pieces. Then he killed Yunfeng. How? How is this possible? Coldseeker's heart trembled. The beautiful eyes were full of shock and incredulity. A high-level creation lord of the 9th realm of creation. Just die? Her delicate body shook like a sieve. It's soft all over. She could never have dreamed of a high-level creation master of the 9th realm of creation. It would be killed off so easily by an exterminator. Just how strong is Chen Changsheng? The shock in her heart was completely beyond words. One didn't dare to imagine what realm Chen Changsheng was actually in. My lord is invincible. That's awesome. Brother Devil Sun and the others were also shocked. Lord Eternal is too strong. Strength is always so unfathomable. Always easy to quell strong enemies. The Lord of Hell's heart was so shocked that it went into cardiac arrest. How could he not expect Chen Changsheng to be so terrifying? No wonder Chen Changsheng was not the least bit concerned about Yunfeng's descent before. Chen Changsheng was truly terrifying. Yunfeng was truly as small as dust in front of Chen Changsheng. There's no doubt. Chen Changsheng was bound to be above the Lord of Creation, on top of a realm higher than the realm of creation. Otherwise, there was no way that Chen Changsheng would be able to exterminate Yunfeng so easily. He was shivering all over. The eyes were filled with a dense and intense light of amazement. He was flattered. How did it not occur to me before? One day, he was actually able to play chess with this supreme being. For him, Chen Changsheng was the true supreme being, because he didn't even know what realm was above the creation realm. The realm above the realm of creation. It was too far away from him. Let's not even talk about the realm above the realm of creation. Even if it's the realm of creation, it was also incredibly far away from him. He had no confidence that he could touch the threshold of the realm of creation even in his entire life. The realm above the immortal way level. Awakening realm, easy realm, creation realm. None of it can be built up over the years. These realms are too difficult to cultivate. If it's not stunning enough, even if one cultivates for endless years, it's also difficult to make improvements and breakthroughs. It's your turn to get off. Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. Yes, the Lord of Hell was obsequious. The eyes were filled with awe. The hand that picked up the chess piece was shaking. Couldn't calm down at all. Don't think about it. Concentrate on playing chess properly. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth. The sound is like the sound of the word. Only then did the Lord of Hell's mood calm down. Can play chess properly. On the chess path, Chen Changsheng is a pure novice. He hadn't played chess before. On the contrary, Li Sun enjoyed playing chess. He had pulled him many times before to play chess with him. He refused them all. The old him, just a little friar. All day long, you're busy practicing and surviving. Recreation such as chess. He never had one. It looks like you're pretty good at chess. Teach me well. I want to learn to play chess. He smiled and said to the Lord of Hell, when he learns to play chess, he wants to compete with Li Sun. 33 heavens, the large force of Dao Alliance support has arrived. The great Mongolian Iron Horse, the elite of all races and religions, one after another. They all arrived in the Xiantian sect. Among them, the great Mongolian Iron Horsemen were the most terrifying. Each Iron Rider carried a terrifying killing aura. Shock and awe. Our Iron Horse, 1,000 hammers. Through countless great battles, one can be invincible even within the 29th heaven, suppress an entire heavy sky. Meng Lai looked proud. The great Mongolian Iron Horseman was introduced with all the pride in his brow. These words he spoke, it doesn't carry the slightest bit of moisture. It's all true. The great Mongolian Iron Horse, within the 29th heaven, possessing absolute deterrence and dominance. The great Mongolian kingdom's Iron Horse moved. There are no forces that are not afraid. Even the orderly heavenly quartz branch temple in the 29th heaven. It is also scornful of the great Mongolian Iron Horse. A slight movement of the Iron Horse of the great Mongolian kingdom. The 29 divisions of the temple would all be incredibly nervous and worried. Defense will be mounted immediately. The orderly heavenly court wants to fight. Then fight. Depart. Meng Lai's gaze was fiery. Lead the Iron Horsemen of the great Mongolian kingdom and the elite of all religions and tribes. Travel to the realm below it. Their cultivation realms were all very high. It didn't take long to arrive at the boundary plane below it. It's better than when it was cold hay. It's too much faster. There you go. We're waiting in the shadows for backup. Meng Lai opened his mouth. Let the Xiantian sect master lead the people there first, and they hide in the shadows. The situation today is unknown. They didn't know the bottom line on the orderly heaven side. Naturally, you can't just rush through with a brain. If you really want to just rush over there with your head, they will undoubtedly be very passive. It's easy to take a big loss. It would be best for the Xiantian sect master to lead his men over to test the waters first, feeling out the bottom line on the orderly heaven side, and then they wait for an opportunity to act. Yes, the Xiantian sect master led the order, taking Huang He and a group of other elders to the Li clan's clanland. When Elder Shi came down with Senior Wen in front of him, had been constantly sending messages to their side. They knew that Elder Shi and Senior Wen, among others, it's something that happened in the Li tribe land. They're very fast. It didn't take long to arrive at the Li clan's clanlands, the head sect of the Xiantian sect and a group of elders, standing high in the sky, looking down on the entire Li clan land underneath. No, what's going on here? Leaks, one crop after another. It's not over. The Lord of Hell stared. The first time he sensed the descent of the Xiantian sect master and the others. The Cloud Peak fiasco has just ended. It's only been a day. The Xiantian sect master and the others were here again. Seeing how the Xian heavenly sect master and the others were coming on strong. Obviously here for trouble. Looking for trouble? I think it's here to die. The Lord of Hell shook his head, said in his mind, stop it. Yunfeng is so terrifying. Or were they outright exterminated? Not to mention the Xiantian sect master and the others. He knew the strength of the Xiantian sect master and the others. Much worse with Cloud Peak. This time come over here looking for trouble. It's a pure death wish. Nine-headed lion, brother demon Z, Fire Phoenix King, and Cold Hay. They were also the first to sense the descent of the Xiantian sect master and the others. Then they all came to the front of the Li clan's land. Firechild, here comes the chance to be invincible. Catch the performance. These guys all look weak. You can surely kill them easily by sweeping through the town. Brother Devil's Son said to the Fire Phoenix King. Let the Fire Phoenix King cherish this opportunity. The difference is too obvious. They could all easily tell that the Xiantian sect master and the others were far inferior to the previous Yunfeng. It wasn't even worthy of lifting Yunfeng's shoes. The Fire Phoenix King also saw this. It's stupid, trying to make a move. If nothing else, it could definitely easily sweep across and kill the Xiantian sect master and the others. Chapter 149. Sure enough, no surprises are about to happen. The Fire Phoenix King was very heartfelt. The Xiantian sect master and others. Don't say you can't compare to Yunfeng. Even Fu Hai and the others couldn't compare. It had the star pattern stick given to it by Lord Eternal Life in its hand. Sweeping away the Xiantian sect master and the others was simply no big deal. It had a fiery gaze, more and more heartfelt. No surprises this time. It's sure to make a clean sweep and fulfill its dream moment of vertical invincibility. But, soon the fiery glow in its eyes dimmed. For it, no surprise there. That's a surefire way to have an accident. The front is full of examples of this. Accidents happen every time. Furthermore, it had been pitched by Brother Miko only earlier. There's nothing to say now that I can't listen to Brother Miko again. Don't. It's better for you to go. Brother Miko. It shook its head. Rejected. Brother Miko is too pitiful. Even if there are no surprises, there are surprises. Forenza, I know you still hate me, but surely there won't be any accidents this time. Brother Devil's Son said bitterly. Really don't want King Fire Phoenix to miss this opportunity. Trying to get the Fire Phoenix King up there for a good big kill. The main reason was that the Fire Phoenix King had been pitted by it too much earlier. Granted, it didn't mean to pit the Fire Phoenix King, but it still had a lot on its mind, trying to make up for the Fire Phoenix King. Forget it, I'm not going. The Fire Phoenix King was unmoved. Ironically, he didn't want to trust Miko. You've made the right decision. I also think Brother Miko is overly unreliable. It's better not to believe it. The nine-headed lion said to the Fire Phoenix King. What do you mean I'm too unreliable? Brother Devil's son was furious. Okay, that is, none of you do anything. Let's see if I can make a killing or not. Let's see if I'm a big pitbull or not, it said angrily, to do it justice to itself. Cold Sun, go get the people behind you. It's long past the time when the orderly heavenly court could do whatever it wanted, killing my Xiantian sex people for no reason. Even your orderly heavenly court will have to pay for this. The Xiantian sex master spoke in a cold voice, ditto recognizing Cold Sun, knowing the identity of Cold Hay, the man behind me, not for you to see. And, don't say anything about killing your people for no reason. Your men were killed, all for a reason, Cold Hay said with a cold expression. She didn't say that she was now irrelevant to the ordered heavens, nor did he speak of the deaths of Brother Wen and the others. It has nothing to do with orderly heaven either. She had become completely chilled to the orderly heavenly court. Even, more than anything, she wanted to topple the rotten order heaven, and it made the Xiantian sect master and the others think that the deaths of senior brother Wen and the others had something to do with the orderly heavenly court. Then it is more favorable to overthrow the orderly heavenly court. She knew that behind the Xiantian sect was the Dao Alliance, trying to get the Dao Alliance to go to full-scale war with the orderly heavenly court. That's wild. The Xiantian sect master sneered. The eyes were fierce. If Meng Lai and the others weren't in the dark, and that's okay, Meng Lai and others in the dark, Cold Hay still dares to be so wild. It's simply a death wish. The man behind you won't come out. Then I'll kill him until he comes out. I'm not just going to kill him until he comes out, and take off his head for a ball, he said in a murderous voice. There are people like Meng Lai. He's fearless. Bottom line, kill me. He spoke in a cold voice. Let Huang He and the other elders do it. Huang He and the other elders led the way. Immediately, he was about to kill forward. Slow down. Just then, a voice that was cold to the core rang out. Subsequently, an old man dressed in gray plainclothes appeared. He looked indifferent. The eyes were deep. Special Taoist rhythms flowed from his body. It is scandalous. You guys go. Their lives are mine, he said to the Xiantian sect master and the others. Let the Xiantian sect master and the others leave this place. What do you mean? The Xiantian sect master frowned. I don't know what this person in front of me wants. Who are you? He asked in a hushed voice, trying to get to the bottom of this one. It doesn't matter who I am. The important thing is, don't mess with me. Get out of here fast. The gray-clothed old man spoke in a cold voice. I'm in a very murderous mood right now. Came here to kill. If you don't leave, I'll kill even you. Even if you have the Dao Alliance behind you, I'll kill you too. In his deep eyes, a terrifying and horrifying light blossomed. The mighty pressure is oppressive. The Xiantian sect master and the others were all shocked, inwardly terrified. A very great threat was felt from the gray-clothed old man. Even with the Dao Alliance behind you? Far off in the dark, Meng Lai's eyes were cold, staring at the gray-clothed old man. Great, you're a dead man. He shall kill the gray-clothed old man. It didn't matter what the gray-clothed old man had to offer. He's going to kill them all. Daring to treat the Dao Alliance this way, the gray-clothed old man already had a sure way to die. Retreat, the head sect of the Xiantian sect ordered. Exit this side with Huang He and the other elders. The old man in gray came for the kill. There was no need for them to start a conflict with the gray-clothed old man. Just let the gray-clothed old man start the killing though. It was just the right time for the gray-clothed old man to test the waters for them. After seeing the Xiantian sect master and the others exit this side, the gray-clothed old man looked coldly at Cold Sun and the others. Say it. What kind of death do you want? He had his hands behind his back. The gesture is very high, looking towards Cold Hay and the others, as if looking at a mole cricket. He was in the easy 15 realm. Cold Hay and the others in his eyes. But it's not just a molehill. Not bad. He's no one else. It was none other than the beloved of the palace master of the Palace of Joy. The real cultivation realm was horrifyingly scary. At the easy 15 realm, such a realm, within the 33rd heaven, undoubtedly, it was the absolute invincible strength that crushed to the point where it could not be crushed anymore. It was far too much beyond the explicit realm within the 33rd heavenly hall. Exactly. It was he who didn't place the Xiantian sect master and the others in his eyes. Feel free to reprimand. At the same time, and that's exactly why. That's why he's so bossy. There's no semblance of a cover-up. The strength of the realm of the 15 realms of prosperity. There is no need for any cover-up. You can be as bossy as you want to be. Members of the Hall of Joy, none of them are weak. The strength of the Joy Palace master was even more terrifying. For a lord of creation, of course, the beings within the 33rd heaven. None of them knew that the palace master of the Joy Palace was actually a lord of creation. The Joy Palace master had been hiding his strength all along. He's with the lord of the Palace of Joy. All of them have been cultivated and rewarded from the side of the Hall of Joy. That's why they all have such powerful and terrifying cultivation strength. If you don't get the cultivation and reward from the side of the Hall of Joy, none of them could be that strong. The environment within the 33rd heaven. There was simply no way to give birth to a strong person of this level of cultivation. Sure enough, no surprises are going to be surprises. Good thing I'm not on it, the Fire Phoenix King said with an incomparable sense of celebration. Even though the gray-clothed old man was not as strong as Yun Feng, but the appearance of the gray-clothed old man, definitely not a good sign. It represents a constant stream of surprises. Chapter 150 Brother Devil Sunstrikes. A slash shatters the gray-clothed old man's arrogance. Bad content. Chapter 151 Brotherly Love. If you come, you come. Bad content. Chapter 152 Miserable on again. Not having a life of indulging in invincibility. Bad content. Chapter 153 Beyond Imagination. The chessboard is endowed with terrifying power. The Zhou clan's old ancestor had an ancient beast diagram above his head. The killing intent surged like a tide. Getting ready for a big kill here. The gray-clothed old man's heart was cold. What's all this? Could it get any worse than him? He had obviously blundered into the middle of a terrifying battle. Both sides of the Great War were prepared, and he doesn't even know it. Busted in headfirst, and it was so arrogant and domineering at the very beginning. Not putting both sides in perspective. Now that I think about it, he's more than a jumper. I am dead. It's a shame I can't get the message back here. He had a bad taste in his mouth. It would be nice to have what happened here on my deathbed. Pass it back. That's okay, but it's as he said it would be. He passes not back. Nowadays, I can't turn up a single power. Weren't you mean earlier? I'll kill you first. The Zhou clan's oldest ancestor had his eyes on Brother Demon Z. Straight to the point. The beast figure above his head reflected a terrifying beast shadow. Toward the Demon Z brother swallowed and killed. Apparently, he's very cautious. There was not the slightest hint of carelessness. The ancient beast figure above his head, connected to his original life. For the killer in his hands, he directly moved out without the slightest hesitation or procrastination. Swish! Just then, a huge chessboard appeared, caged the whole place. The shadow of the beast reflected from the ancient beast map, strung up on the spot. Immediately after, the figures of Chen Changsheng and the Lord of Hell appears on both sides of the chess game. Both of them, one with black and one with white, was concentrating on chess. Ha! The Zhou clan ancestor's eyebrows furrowed. A great threat was felt from Chen Changsheng's figure. It was as if the opposite side was an unimaginable supreme power. For a moment, he didn't even move anymore. No offense was ever launched. Far away in the dark, Manglai's eyebrows were also furrowed together. He stared at Chen Changsheng's figure. The eyes were unmistakable. Do any of you know him? He spoke in a hushed voice. The same was incredibly jealous of Chen Changsheng's figure. His eyes were deep and complex. It was actually impossible to see through Chen Changsheng's figure at all. I don't know what kind of strength Chen Changsheng actually possessed. No recognition. Never seen it before. The powerful men around him shook their heads. All of them were very unfamiliar with Chen Changsheng. I'm afraid that the Zhou clan's ancestor is not his opponent. You guys go over there too. Meng Lai opened his mouth. Send a strong person over to assist the Zhou family ancestor. Several powerful men led the way. In the next instant, he appeared beside the Zhou clan's ancestor. The gray-clothed old man sucked in more than a few cold breaths. What kind of a war is he involved in? How many terrifyingly unknown powerhouses are there on both sides? Several strong men appeared this time. The cultivation realms are all above the 5 realms of creation. And there were also 2 6-realm creation masters, the Dao Alliance, the orderly heavenly court. It can't be that their 2 forces are about to start a complete war. The gray-clothed old man's heart was shocked into sudden stoppage. If that's the case, that will definitely be a historic moment. It will affect the post-apocalyptic landscape. It will be recorded, passed on in future generations, remembered. But let it not be such a historic moment. That way future generations will know me as the clown of clowns. He cried out in his mind. Especially not a historic moment like this. After all, if it's true, then he will be recorded as well. By then, future generations will know him as the Clown King. How dare you get involved in a fight like this without even thinking about it? And they also mocked both the orderly heavenly court and the Dao Alliance with extreme contempt. In the meantime, facing the descent of several powerful men from the Dao Alliance, Chen Changsheng and the Lord of Hell were still very calm, still concentrating on chess. The The figure reflected over, not a ripple appearing on his face. Chen Shangxing didn't need to say much. Naturally, there will be no ripples. The Lord of Hell had experienced the previous Cloud Peak incident. It was also quite calm and collected at the moment. A high-level 9th realm creation lord like Yun Feng. All of them were nothing in front of Chen Shangsheng, not to mention these Dao Alliance powerhouses. These Dao Alliance powerhouses were destined to die. It was impossible to be a match for Chen Shangsheng. Playing God, seek death. 2 6-realm creation Lord Dao Alliance powerhouses. Seeing that Chen Shangsheng and the Lord of Hell were actually still playing chess, they were not in their eyes. Boundless hostility was born. It's so arrogant. They've never been ignored like this before. Kill. They struck out in fury. Sacrificed the strongest Dao weapon, bringing out the full might of the Dao soldier. Blasted forward. Rumble. The Zhou family ancestor and the other 5 realm creation masters also went all out. Each of them struck the strongest Dao weapon. Great Mongolian Iron Horseman, be ready to rescue at any time. In the darkness of the distance, Meng Lai spoke in a deep voice. He was disturbed. It felt like the past Dao Alliance powerhouses might not be opponents either. He told the Great Mongolian Iron Horse to be ready for rescue. He was afraid that something would happen to the Zhou family ancestor and other strong members of the Dao Alliance. Uncountable blazing on shot out. All sorts of terrifying Dao soldiers rushed over. The world's starry realm trembles chaotically. The scene was horribly appalling in the extreme. But, even so, Chen Shangsheng was still playing chess with the Lord of Hell at ease. There were no waves. Chen Shangsheng holds the black disc. The Lord of Hell holds the white sun. That the Lord of Hell is down. The Lord of Hell didn't think much of anything. It was natural and normal to place the white pieces in his hand on the board. And just moments after he placed the white pieces on the board, an incredible scene far beyond his imagination occurred. Those strong men of the Dao Alliance who made a move. Surprisingly, one by one, they all exploded, reduced to a mist of blood, and they had no breath of life. All traces were even more completely dissipated. It actually died outright. What? The Lord of Hell was shaken in his heart, full of incredulity. He looked at the palm of his hand holding the white sun. When did he get so scary? It was actually able to directly obliterate those Dao Alliance 5th and 6th realm masters of creation. What are you fooling around with? How can any of this have anything to do with you? It must be Lord Eternal's tactics. He reacted in the next instant, said in his mind, what a realm he's in. How could it be possible to obliterate a 5th or 6th realm master of creation? Don't say obliterate. The Lord of creation of the 5th and 6th realms. Any random spit could have drowned him straight away. Don't even think about. This must be the tactics of Lord Eternal Life. Gives the board an unimaginable, super terrifying power. Damn it. Far away in the shadows, Meng Lai gritted his teeth. A pair of eyes were filled with anger. He's all ready for the Great Mongolian Iron Horseman. But in the end, surprisingly, it didn't work out. The Great Mongolian Iron Horseman hasn't struck yet. The Zhou family ancestor and other Dao Alliance powerhouses were then completely obliterated. I'm going to let you die without a burial. The light of his eyes was terrifyingly regal, moved to great anger. On his watch, surprisingly, he even allowed the other party to kill the Zhou family ancestor and other Dao Alliance powerhouses. It was unbearable and unacceptable to him. He looked cold. Prepare to meet Chen Shangsheng in person. Chapter 154, a great army presses in, and a truly great war breaks out. Bad content. Chapter 155, the Iron Cavalry of the Great Mongolian Kingdom goes on a campaign, and all enemies shall be put to death. Bad content. Chapter 156, the Iron Horseman's most terrifying killer weapon. Laying out formations to kill the enemy. Bad content. Chapter 157, through 3 heavens. Absolute terror. Man Lai, who was riding on top of the flaming beast. The prestige is undiminished, still powerful and confident. The words claimed that Chen Shangsheng could die under the Great Mongolian Kingdom's Iron Horseman's deployment. It was the supreme honor of Chen Shangsheng. He looked cold and proud. The Great Mongolian Iron Horseman set up to kill the enemy. It is an irresistible, absolutely crushing force. He didn't believe it would still fail. Couldn't suppress Chen Shangsheng. This time he had absolute confidence. The Great Mongolian Iron Horseman can not only break through the reflective chessboard, it can also strongly suppress and kill Chen Shangsheng. Kill! Kill! Hundreds of Great Mongolian Iron Horsemen hissed. The shouts of murder shook the world. It even spread to the 33rd heaven, the 32nd heaven, and within the 31 heavens. What happened? Where's that sound coming from? The living beings within these 3 heavy heavens, none of them were horrified. Cold chills were running down his spine. This shouting and killing, it resounded directly into the depths of their souls. How can they not be afraid? All felt the threat of death in an instant, like a dying man. It's horrible. Has a big war broken out anywhere? They spoke with trembling voices. Fear spreads, even the strongest within these 3 heavy heavens. And so it is. Fear thrills all. I didn't even dare to follow the shouts of murder to make a probe. I'm afraid of inviting murder. Wiped out on that. As the hundreds of Great Mongolian Iron Horsemen shouted and killed louder and louder, Their aura also soared to the extreme. It's so horrible that it makes the heart tremble. Let's crash. If you look down from a high altitude, it can be seen. They are very deliberate in their standing. It was organized into an extremely complex and terrifying great killing formation. Formations jumped among them. There is a special light that appears, tying them to each other. In the midst of this there is a constant interflow of horrible forces. Boom! They struck out. The forces come together. Under the vibration of the Jedi Great Killing Formation, that power gets an insane increase in power by tens of times. Approaching, this power condensed into an incomparably huge heavenly sword, chopping forward horizontally. This heavenly sword is too big. It directly pierced through the Huanyu star field, all the way to within the 31st heaven. In the process, within the 33rd heaven, the 32nd heaven, and the 31st heaven, there was a constant rain of blood. Many unlucky powerhouses happened to be right where the heavenly sword ran through. They were obliterated by the penetrating heavenly sword in an instant, without ever noticing it ahead of time, nor ever had the strength to resist. Hiss! Voices sucking in cold air backward resounded frantically within the three heavens. All living beings were scared out of their wits. They looked along the heavenly sword. The heavenly sword was actually seen running through three heavy heavens. What kind of heavenly sword is this? It was actually able to penetrate three heavy heavens. Their scalps were numb. It's soft all over. Not to say they've never seen anything like it, even inside the records of all time. Nor has there ever been a scene like this. At the same time, what horrified them even more as well as what they couldn't believe was, who is this heavenly sword going to cut? Who's so scary? Surprisingly, it was worth using such a terrifying heavenly sword. The heavenly sword slashed across. Unparalleled power sprawled across the landscape. The great Mongolian kingdom's iron horsemen set up their positions afterward. It can really kill all enemies. The power of the heavenly sword chopping out. Even a 13-realm creation lord was destined to not be able to carry it, to be decimated cleanly. 13 realms of the Lord of Creation. What a powerful and terrifying existence this was. It was rare within the entire 29 heavens. All of them were ancient ancestor-level existences within the various races and religions. In the meantime, the Lord of Hell is tormented again. He was starting to run out of ideas again in his mind. And again, in my mind, I'm screaming regret. Regretting that he had stayed by Chen Changsheng's side on his own, opposite Chen Changsheng. On the other hand, there are still no waves. Calm and bland. Chess pieces were cupped in his hand, and the wind was clear, as if nothing happened. There was a breeze blowing over the top of the mountain. His long hair danced lightly in the wind. Can't tell you how elegant and ethereal it is. He didn't fall, but reflect the past on the board. Still has unimaginably terrifying power. It penetrated the heavenly swords that chopped over from the three heavy heavens, just chopped onto the board. The heavenly sword then fully collapsed in a big way, and the fragments were sprinkled all over like light debris. Meng Lai's face changed on the spot. The various powerhouses of the Tao Alliance even looked like they had seen a ghost. The living beings within the three heavens, seeing the heavenly sword that crumbled into smithereens. Even more so, he was paralyzed to the ground with fear. There were even a large number of living beings who were scared to death. There is a yellow fluid coming from between the legs. Such a terrifying heavenly sword crumbled into smithereens. Just what realm is that one in? Within 3 heavy days, there was this overwhelming sound of shock everywhere. Such a horrible heavenly sword. They all had thought that the heavenly sword could easily decimate the enemy. As a result, the heavenly sword crumbled into pieces. Should it feel real? This one really comes from above the 20th heaven? Cold Hay was shocked beyond words, thinking that what she felt earlier might be true. The Lord of Hell stared wide-eyed. This was followed by a giggle. Once again, he forgot the thoughts that he had just regretted staying by Chen Changsheng's side. Turning to the other side, an overwhelming sense of gratitude began to emerge. He was glad that he stayed by Chen Changsheng's side on his own. Kill! Meng Lai looked indifferent, boldly bellowing. A silver-white battle armor immediately appeared on his body. A war spear appeared in his hand. He stopped watching the battle, decided to take matters into my own hands. The great Mongolian Iron Cavalry, which had been built into the Great Killing Formation with the same group, launched a bombardment together. Terrifying Tao rules floated around the perimeter of his body surface. The aura of a super high-level Lord of Creation swept and spread crazily. He's really a pervert against all odds. So young. Surprisingly, he was already a 14th realm Lord of Creation. It definitely scares the living daylights out of people. Such a young 14th realm creation master, even within the heavens above the 20 heavens. It's definitely not rare either. Few in number, of course. Above the 20th heaven then there is an additional restriction to be added. That is under the 10 heavens. Counting the words above the 10 heavens, then Mondu won't be able to. 10 heavens above. The perverted reverse demonic cloud. Even if Meng Lai was stunning enough, put it above the 10 heavens then. Still not enough to see either. Couldn't get into the column of the ultimate celestial pride. Let's not even talk about the column of the ultimate celestial pride. Even if it's the best of the best, Mon Lu doesn't count either. It's still a lot worse. the outstanding best above the 10 heavens. If it comes down, absolutely all of them could easily sweep any heavens below the 10 heavens. All of them were invincible existences under the 10 heavens. Ha, no! Looking at such a terrifying Manhwa, the Lord of Hell was seething with fear in his heart. He couldn't help but fry on again. Die for me. Manhwa rides a flaming beast, carrying a war spear in his hand. Charge forward. Hundreds of great Mongolian iron horsemen. Quick change of station. The great killing formation also changed. There were even more terrifying formation diagrams that appeared, enveloping the sky above their heads. Kill, kill. They hissed loudly again. Explode to full strength. Converge all your strength into the killing formation diagram. The killing formation diagram shot out an incomparably blazing light. Blasted forward to kill. Chapter 158, a small episode. Manhwa's powerful image damaged. Bad content. Chapter 159, soul-eating lamp. Fault Crusher's one-of-a-kind treasure weapon. Bad content. Chapter 160, Feng Ming, dude, you already have a way to get killed like this. Bad content. Chapter 161, The Way of Taking Death Brother. Claiming that Chen Changsheng already has a way of taking death. Bad content. Chapter 162, Knowing and not knowing are two different concepts altogether. The Wind Clan, Brother Devilson and the Fire Phoenix King's faces instantly changed drastically. Thinking of that prisoner number 6 in the heavenly punishment land, Feng Wushang. At that time, Windless then said, it said that he came from the 10 Heavens hegemony clan, the Wind Clan, trying to deter Lord Nagisa with this. Let Lord Eternal not dare to kill him, thus sparing him. For his part, Lord Eternal Life didn't care about any 10 Heavens hegemony clan at all. It obliterated Feng Wuhan on the spot. Nowadays, the Wind Clan killed him. There's no doubt about everything. Wind Wushu really didn't lie at that time. Tells the whole truth. They throb inside. Can't help but get worried and scared. While in the land of heavenly punishment, they had no concept of how terrifying and frightening the 10 heavens were. Completely unaware of how horrible and terrifying the 10 heavens were. Not now. They all had a clear concept of the terror of the 10 heavens, knowing how terrifying and frightening the 10 heavens were. In this case, it's a wonder they're not scared. The 10 heavens are the highest heavens. The living beings within were completely not comparable to the living beings within its lower heavens. There is a world of difference. It's not the same thing at all. You guys know where he's coming from? Cold Hay noticed the change in the faces of Brother Demon Z and the Fire Phoenix King. Unable to resist, he asked, what's going on? It can make Brother Demon Z and the Fire Phoenix King so afraid? You know, Chen Changsheng had just displayed unrivaled and invincible power. She was looking from above the change in the faces of Brother Demon Z and the Fire Phoenix King. Guess the visitor will be very scary. You don't know? Brother Demon Z's eyes looked at Cold Hay in astonishment. Feng Wuhan was imprisoned by the orderly heavenly court within the heavenly punishment land. Does Cold Hay not know what's in store for Windless? Know what? Cold Seeker shook his head, not knowing what Brother Miko was talking about. You really don't know, do you? Just before you descended into the land of heavenly punishment, Lord Everlasting killed Windless. Feng Wuhan said that he came from the Wind Clan, the hegemonic clan of the 10 heavens. You don't know where Wind Wushu comes from? Brother Devil's Son said. It followed Lord Everlasting to the land of heavenly punishment. Remember very well. Lord Eternal Life had just decapitated Wind Wushang. Cold Hay descended to the land of heavenly punishment on his hind feet. What? He's from the 10 Heavens hegemony clan? Chansey was terrified. Almost didn't get scared enough to fall on his ass to the floor. She knew who Windless was, but did not know what kind of origin Feng Wuhan had. Feng Wuhan never said that he was a member of the Wind Clan of the 10 Heavens hegemony clan. Her delicate body trembled in disarray, really close to being scared to death. The visitor had unexpectedly come from the 10 worlds, especially since the visitor was also a member of the 10 Heavens hegemony clan. She blanched. There was not a trace of blood at all. Compared to Brother Demon Z and the Fire Phoenix King, she was even more aware of what the 10 Heavens hegemony clan meant. The 10 Heavens hegemony clan. This is a truly unbeatable behemoth. Within all the heavens, all can stand at the top, looking down on billions and billions of countless living beings. Spare the orderly heaven. It was also scornful of such a 10 Heavens hegemony clan. There was no over-restraint on the 10 Heavens hegemony clan. Various privileges were given to the 10 Heavens hegemony clan. The 10 Heavens hegemony clan can do whatever they want. There is no such thing as a violation. Holy, the Lord of Hell just sat his ass down. Can't sit still again. A jump. The time to kill Windless. He was there. At that time, Feng Wuhan said that it came from the 10 Heavens hegemony clan. He also persuaded Chen Changsheng. Persuade Chen Changsheng to let Feng Wuhan off the hook. Don't kill Wendigo. It was because he clearly knew what the 10 Heavens hegemony clan meant. Fear that after Chen Changsheng killed Feng Wuhan, tainted with unimaginably horrible and great karma, listed as an enemy by the Wind Clan, the Ten Heavens Hegemony Clan. He didn't think. It was surprising that the Wind Clan moved so quickly. A member killed it so quickly. My goodness gracious. He wanted to cry. He just said he went through such a series of tosses. The Taoist heart is stable enough. No matter what happens again, any more strong enemies coming through, he must also be steady as an old dog. There will be no more fuss. The heart of the Wei is unstable. But now, he really can't stabilize it. Panicked as hell. No wonder Feng Ming killed Meng Lai with a single point of his finger. Feng Ming came from the Ten Heavens Hegemony Clan. Meng Lai in front of it. Nature is nothing. It's nothing like a molehill. Another ordeal. He laughed bitterly inside. It also said that looking at Chen Changxing's face was calm and indifferent. Not a ripple. It's going to be another solid as hell fight. Chen Changxing could easily sweep across and suppress Feng Ming. But now, he was completely free of such thoughts. Even if he now saw that Chen Changxing's face was still so calm and indifferent, he didn't have a clue. Inwardly apprehensive. Aren't you tired? Always such a shock. Chen Changxing looked toward the Lord of Hell. The Lord of Hell wanted to cry. It's tempting to say, brother, I'm tired, but it's really not up to me either. Overcame one enemy after another. It's horrible and scary. My lord, the ones outside are members of the Wind Clan of the Ten Heavens Hegemony Clan. Won't you insta-descend over there? He said carefully. Why did you have to descend into the past in your own body? No need. Mo said he was the only one, even if they raised their clans. Nor do I need to. Chen Changxing calmly said, brother, do you want to hear what you're saying? That's just wildly out of line. The Lord of Hell wanted to cry even more. He did not believe that Chen Changxing alone could deal with the entire Ten Heavens Hegemony Clan. Is that possible? Not at all. That's the Ten Heavens Hegemony Clan. He didn't even believe that anyone could be so horrible as to fighting against the entire Ten Heavens Hegemony Clan with the power of one person. Calm down. Don't keep jumping up and down like that, practicing and playing chess. How can you do that without a stable mind? Chen Changxing spoke again. What did you say? Feng Ming raised his eyebrows. What did he hear? Feng Wuhan said that he came from the Wind Clan, the Ten Heavens Hegemony Clan. Or was it killed? His gaze was haunted. No thoughts at all on this. Chen Changxing is so bold. Previously, he thought that Chen Changxing didn't know where Feng Wuhan came from. I didn't know that Windless was a member of the Wind Clan. Who knew? Chen Changxing unexpectedly knew where Feng Wuhan came from. Knowing that Feng Wuhan was a member of the Wind Clan. Knowing and not knowing. These are two different concepts altogether. His eyes began to grow cold. Was this Chen Changxing's complete disregard for the Wind Clan? Originally, I thought you were the Wind Wave Rider that ignorance killed. And you're surprisingly under the knowledge of Feng Wuhan's bottom line. Killed Windless. This is even more inexcusable. Say dash. Who else is behind you? All who have anything to do with you. He shouted coldly. The killing intent spread. Not only is Chen Changxing dead this time, even those related to Chen Changxing could not possibly live. Even if it was someone who had only spoken a single word to Chen Changxing, or even a random dog on the side of the road that had been petted by Chen Changxing, nor can it live. Chapter 163, Breaking the Extreme Realm. Exploratory Dharma. Exploratory Realm. Bad content. Chapter 164, It's useless to be decisive. Reflecting the chessboard like a shadow. The ultimate realm. The ultimate method. This is a realm in Tao that is difficult to put into words. The realm and law of that. It is truly breaking the limits. On the 100-foot pole. Boom. The giant of heaven and earth that killed out of the All Souls map. A punch is thrown. A perfect illustration of what it meant to be a punch that transcended the realm of extremes. The punch destroys the body. What time? Laws, etc. All of them were completely annihilated under this punch. The giant golden crow chirps. Only its chirps just shows its super scary side, reflecting the power of the board to shelter the world. There is nothing going on in the world, but those heavy heavens outside the world. It would be hard to be spared. Within the 33rd to 29th heavens, the blood-colored fireworks kept blooming. Countless living beings exploded and died in its chirps, turned into a mist of blood. Ah! An ancient sect ancestor within the 31 heavens. Fight to the death. The power within his body boiled. Even he went so far as to ignite his life essence, gain more power. But it still can't be stopped. It exploded at the sound of the golden crow chirping. Total death. I don't want to die. Within the 30 heavens, a world-defying ferocious beast that overwhelmed the entire 30 heavens without a match. Hissing and growling. Use all your means and power. But it was still like a flatboat in a storm. In an instant it was overturned and swallowed by the raging storm. Completely dead. Breaking the limits of the mangy bull rampage. Madly charging towards the reflective chessboard. It gallops to its feet. It was actually synchronized within those heavy heavens outside the universe. A split second. Within these heavy heavens, the sky is falling. The mountains burst into pieces. Even the avenues within these heavy heavens. It also received a huge shock. A crumbling trend appears. The rest of the beings who broke the limit, even more horribly appalling. Each and every one of them all showed their ultimate power. Not with a reflective chessboard shelter, The world has long been reduced to ashes, long gone are the days. Within the 33rd to 29th heavens, it was like a post-apocalyptic scene. It's crumbling everywhere. Massive numbers of living beings are dying everywhere. Endless blood flowed within these heavy heavens, and the 33rd heaven to the 29th heaven. It's still just a shock, reflecting the board as the primary target for breaking the limit of all souls attack. The center of the storm of the power of all spirits. Don't even think about it. How intimidating must be the pressure of force it is subjected to. But, reflecting the board is unusually stable. Not even a wobble appeared, allowing the attacks struck by the 10,000 spirits to frantically bombard onto the reflective chessboard. The reflection of the chessboard is also silky smooth. There were no waves. The Lord of Hell saw this scene. The mind gradually became less afraid. It seemed that this Feng Ming who came from the Ten Heavens hegemony clan, it doesn't work either. It couldn't threaten Chen Chongsheng, playing the animerecap. Can't even shake the reflective chessboard. He started playing chess. The chess piece in his hand landed on top of the board. Boom boom boom. Just the moment the piece in his hand landed on the board, reflecting the chessboard, there were boundless blazing auras sweeping out. What a fall wind. What is small as dust? It's all perfectly presented at the moment. In the blazing aura that swirled out from the reflected chessboard, the all souls that break the polar realm, like falling leaves, like dust, it was all swept away in an instant, completely dissipated, not even the slightest ability to resist. What? Feng Ming's heart was shaken, surprised, no thoughts at all on this. I didn't expect the other party to be so terrifying and horrible. He struck the ultimate law. Surprisingly, he was just swept away and exterminated. He looked grave. No wonder the other party dared to know Wind Wushu's bottom line. He also dared to kill Feng Wushang. The other party was not as simple as he had previously thought, not to mention terrifying to the core. But it's definitely not that good either. Swish, the light shimmered. He didn't hesitate for a second. Very decisive. The figure disappeared from the original spot in an instant. Stay away from here. No more fighting with Chen Chongsheng. Chen Chongsheng's main body didn't even appear. Only the reflected figure and the chessboard. It just easily swept away the inquisitive law he had struck. He wasn't scared though. There are stronger killers on hand. But Chen Chongsheng's bottom line is unknown. Strength unknown. Plus, he felt that Chen Chongsheng did not kill Feng Wuhan for no reason. Instead, they're coming for the Wind Clan. Or there are other preparations and backstops. In that case, he thought it would be better to leave first. Otherwise he will be very passive. Swish, swish, swish. His realm is too high, but it's only a matter of moments. And he left the world. Across several heavy heavens, came within the 29th heaven. He stopped, removed the communication spell, contact the clan. There existed a terrifyingly powerful force separating each of the heavy heavens. The further up, the more terrifying the power of isolation becomes, even if he is the inquisitive lord. It was also impossible to directly transmit the sound within the 10 heavens Wind Clan. And don't talk about him, even those in higher realms than the inquisitive realm. Nor could the sound be transmitted within the 10 heavens. The only thing he could do was to use this communication spell in his hand. It is only then that the power of isolation between heavy heavens can be crossed. Connect to the clan. What's wrong? Communication spells over there. Came the cool, melodious voice of the lady's maid. He was dispatched down by the lady-in-waiting. This communication spell in his hand was also given to him by the lady-in-waiting. A magic weapon that can ignore the power of the heavens' isolation to communicate at will. Absolutely extraordinary. If he hadn't been sent down to do something by the lady-in-waiting, he wasn't even qualified to possess such a transcendent communication spell. Feng Ming opened his mouth. Just now, he wanted to report Chen Chongsheng's situation to the lady-in-waiting. As a result, he just opened his mouth. Only then did the word "I" come out. And his face changed instantly. What the hell? Reflective chessboard surprisingly followed him over, just above his head. Go! He did not care to make a report to the lady-in-waiting. Dodge out of here. He had crossed several heavens in an instant again, coming within the 25 heavens. However, before he could catch his breath, the attack that mirrored the board fell. Put! Crimson! Hot blood splattered in all directions. Feng Ming suffered a heavy blow. The whole body cracked, bloody, revealing the creepy white bones within it. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His eyes were cold. The killing intent is infinite. The other side is really a bit scary. Between the attacks falling, he hadn't even noticed it in the slightest. Go! He didn't hesitate. Run for your life again. As much as he wanted to stop and fight Chen Chongsheng, but he didn't dare. A very bad feeling appeared in his heart. It felt like stopping would kill me. Blood spurted more than a few times, spraying all the way, reflecting the board as a shadow, followed closely with a lock on Feng Ming, and kept blasting away at Feng Ming. Feng Ming was blown to pieces all over his body, a bloody mess, without a good piece of meat. Miserable cries kept coming out of his mouth. What happened? There is no interruption in the communication mage. The lady-in-waiting heard Feng Ming's constant miserable cries. Her eyes went cold on the spot. Who was so unaware of death? Dare to make a move against a child member of the Wind Clan? Chapter 165. In a few moments, the Wind Clan rescue members came over. The Winds, the 10 Heavens Hegemony Clan. What is the hegemony? A real giant, behemoth, a child member of the Wind Clan. Wherever you go, none of the beings dared to be disrespectful. Don't even dare to have the slightest slack. But wherever the children of the Wind Clan descend, there is no lack of respect. We'll be the first to go over and greet them. But, what does she hear now? The members of the Wind Clan's official sons and daughters shouted miserably. Someone is pounding members of the Wind Clan's official children. The lady-in-waiting's eyes grew colder and colder. This guy is crazy. I don't know what I'm doing. Provoking the majesty of the Wind Clan. Ah! Feng Ming growled in pain. It's rotting all over the body. Incredibly wretched and miserable. Die for me, he roared with hideous fury. The eyes were fierce. As a child member of the Wind Clan, he had never been so wretched and miserable. Really think you can wreak havoc and eat me to death? He was murderous. No more running away. The killer apps are out in full force. Blast the reflective chessboard that loomed above his head. Boom! A black speck of light appeared. It's pitch black. At first it wasn't as big as a grain of rice. Afterward it becomes infinite in the twinkling of an eye. Devour everything. Interweaving the shadowy forces that transcend the polar realm. This was the shadowy power that he had condensed and refined in a sinisterine land in the 10 heavens. For one of his killers, that sinister netherworld. The end is horrible. It had an endless fierce reputation within the 10 heavens. Of course he couldn't get in. The realm is too low. The inquisitive lord wasn't even enough to look at in that sinister netherworld. A random strand of power from that sinister netherworld could easily obliterate an inquisitorial lord. He also got lucky in the first place. Followed by the outstanding sons of the clan, took a turn at the edge of that menacing netherworld. At the same time, he was also helped by this outstanding son of the clan. Only then was it possible to condense and refine the shadowy power of the Netherlands. If not, by his own words alone, he doesn't get such shadowy powers at all. Even he couldn't get close to that netherworld. Get close and you'll be obliterated by the power of that netherworld. Except for the black spots made by the cohesive distillation of shadowy forces, he has other killers. All of them hit the whole thing with a brain. Swish! Strange light bloomed. A multicolored streamer appeared. This is the 5-color streamer, given to him by a sister of the clan. Push up with all your might. It was equivalent to the full force of a second realm inquisitorial lord. And, he spat a crystal round bead out of his mouth. It's the hybrid bead, a one-time killer. After the offering, the hybrid beads will blow up fully. Not to say that it could steadily kill a second realm inquisitive lord, but it could also definitely take half the life of a second realm inquisitorial lord. It was given to him by a clan brother. He was well liked within the clan, specializing in the human condition, a favorite of many clan brothers and sisters. He's got a killer on him. Most of it was given to him by these clan brothers and sisters, except for the hybrid beads. There was also a large flag that intertwined the most powerful inquisitive textures, a flaming gourd, etc. He's completely out of it, without the slightest reservation, and after knocking those killers out of the park, he immediately launched his escape. He didn't expect these killers to destroy the reflective chessboard. I just hope these killers can block the reflective chessboard, even if it can only block the reflective chessboard for a few moments. A few moments would be enough for him to return within the 10 heavens. As long as he can return to the 10 heavens, he'll be safe. Let Chen Shangsheng be even more terrifying. Chen Shangsheng was also destined to not be able to reach within the 10 heavens. At the same time, the lady-in-waiting also heard his miserable cries. Knowing that his side is in bad shape, the lady squire will surely send someone to rescue him. So, as long as those killers can block the reflective board a little, he'll be fine. In fact, Feng Ming thought right. The lady-in-waiting, after hearing Feng Ming's miserable cries, just immediately sent people to rescue Feng Ming. Don't panic, backup is on the way. The lady attendant's voice came out of the communication spell. Yes. Feng Ming didn't hesitate. Quickly report Chen Changxing's situation to the lady-in-waiting. He directly transmitted his spiritual thought sense. This would allow the situation of Chen Changxing to be reported to the lady attendant in a split second. It comes much faster than talking and other tellings. You know what's going on and you're still killing? The strength is horribly powerful. The lady squire's eyes were half narrowed. The eyes were deep. It looks like he's coming for the Wind Clan, trying to provoke the majesty of the Wind Clan. She spoke in a cold voice. Make that judgment too. Not knowing is okay. Knowledge also killed Windless. This was a clear attempt to provoke the majesty of the Wind Clan. In particular, from the spiritual thoughts and feelings transmitted from Fengming. She also learned, before Windless was killed, didn't say anything about his outcast status, claiming that he is the son member of the Wind Clan. Chen Changsheng just this also killed Feng Wuan. This undoubtedly further confirmed that Chen Changsheng was trying to provoke the majesty of the Wind Clan. For endless years, no one has dared to provoke the majesty of the Wind Clan yet. It is true that the world is about to come into chaos today. Even the guy who dared to provoke the majesty of the Wind Clan has appeared. She sneered and laughed. But this guy ended up where he ended up. Only death, along with the guys behind him. And so it will be, she said again. The words show confidence and dominance. She was only a maid though, not a member of the Wind Clan's children. But she was deeply loved and trusted by Mrs. The lady controls the power of the Wind Clan, possessing a mojo. She is also in a lofty position because of it. Even those outstanding child members within the Wind Clan see her, and don't dare to disrespect her, being incredibly polite to her. Her ladyship leaves a lot of things to her. She was certain that there was someone else behind Chen Changsheng, and the number is not less. It should be a very scary shadowy force. After all, no one could fight against the entire Wind Clan with their own strength, and forces that want to provoke the majesty of the Wind Clan. The strength will undoubtedly be terrifying as well. Not enough terrifying forces. It didn't dare to provoke the majesty of the Wind Clan at all. But, even so, she also had absolute confidence in the Wind Clan. It didn't matter what kind of terrifying forces were behind Chen Changsheng. She believed that the Wind Clan would also be able to be destroyed. In the meantime, Windy Ming played all sorts of killer tricks. It collided with the reflective chessboard. He also moves very fast. In an instant, he had crossed several heavy heavens again. In addition, a member of the Wind Clan sent to rescue him. It moves very fast too. He saw the members of the Wind Clan who had come to his rescue. Ha ha, and to try to kill me. That's ridiculous. He laughed madly. No more half-assed worries. The members of the Wind Clan who came to his rescue were very powerful. He will be in no further danger. Will be peacefully picked up and returned to Wind Clan. However, just the next instant, his face suddenly changed drastically. The smile froze across the board. The terror of the reflective chessboard was far beyond his imagination. Chapter 166, The Conceited and Arrogant Fengyu. Not following orders. Bad content. Chapter 167, 10 Heavens Hegemony Clan. Hegemony, come on man. The lady-in-waiting opened her mouth, ordered to go ahead and meet Kazukoshi. She was inwardly disturbed. It always seems like if you don't send someone to pick up Kazukoshi, the more wind there is, the more likely it is that something will happen. In the meantime, Fengyu struck out the Dao. It fell on top of the reflective chessboard. The reflection of the chessboard is faint, pale, almost transparent. The power of the Dao rule constrains a faint reflection of the chessboard, not letting the reflective chessboard dissipate. And just as the power of the Dao began to detain the reflective chessboard, the reflection board suddenly glows. No more faint and faded hair. Next, with a boom, the Dao on top of it collapsed completely. Want to fight me? Yes. Fengyu drank coldly. The reflective board shows no sign of dissipating. Apparently the owner of the reflective board changed his mind. Don't want to take back the reflection board. Trying to deal with him by mirroring the board. What's the point of fighting across the room? It's better for your original body to come over and fight me. Fengyu drank coldly. The eyes bloomed with cold electricity. The terror was no longer collected. Pervasive, sweeping enveloped the entire heavy heaven. A split second, the sky and the earth changed color, and the lightning and thunder continued. Mountains and rivers collapsed. The sun and moon are not shining. Who's in the big fight? All the living beings within that heavy heaven were startled. All of them cast a glance this way. Rumble, the void exploded. Several terrifying and incomparable figures appeared out of the cracked void. Bold, do you not know the rules of order within the 33 heavens? How dare you violate the rules and break out into a great war? Several figures shouted coldly. The power is compelling. They were the enforcers of the orderly heavenly court within this heavy heaven, responsible for maintaining rules of order. The establishment of rules of order. The purpose was to make the 33 heavens better, existed for a much longer period of time. So, in the rules of order in the 33 heavens, one of the rules of order is that no great war is allowed to break out. Sure, this rule of order is not a strict ban on fighting. It's not allowed to be a big war. It is this kind of great battle that does not collect its breath and affects the heavy heavens. As long as it doesn't affect the heavy sky, it doesn't matter how you engage. It won't violate the rules of order. It is because of this rule of order in place. When the living beings within the heavy heavens are at war, both will be very attentive. Even a bloody battle between life and death. Circumvention will also take place. It will not affect and damage the heavy sky in the slightest. Fengyu just violated the rules at the moment. Unbridled release of its breath. There's no point in covering up or circumventing, affecting that one heavens. Here it is, 20 heavens. The strong realm within was very high. Many strong people's realms surpass the inquisitive realm, the realm above the inquisitive realm. The Lord of the Inquisition is within the 20 heavens. I can't call you honored. These orderly heavenly court enforcers that came over at this time. The realm is just above the realm of the inquisitive realm. It was because they were in a high enough realm. That's why they're coming straight down here. If they are not in a high realm, lower than the wind eclipses, they're definitely not coming over. Just play dead, pretend you didn't see it. The orderly heavenly court is indeed rotten to the core nowadays. No more of that desperate bloodlust. Basically all the members just want to be comfortable, don't want to risk doing anything, get out of the way. I'm from the Wind clan of the 10th heaven, Feng Yu rebuked, showing off the hegemony of the 10 heavens hegemony clan, even in the face of the enforcers of the orderly heavenly court, and he was nothing if not polite, a direct rebuke. After all is said and done, he sacrificed the symbol of his Wind clan membership, the Wind clan's special token. These enforcers of the orderly heavenly court changed color. I didn't expect Feng Yu to be a member of the 10 heavens hegemony clan. The information of the various heavy heavenly subtemples within the orderly heavenly court was shared. They knew what position the Wind clan had within the 10 heavens. Feng Yu offered the Wind clan token, interwoven with special Dao rules unique to the Wind clan. There needn't be any doubt about Feng Yu's identity. Excuse me, go! Their figures disappeared. The 10 heavens hegemony clan has privileges. One may act as one pleases within the 33 heavens, the ability to ignore the rules of order. This was mainly because the 10 heavens hegemony clan was too terrifying and powerful. The orderly heavenly court also didn't want to casually go to war with the 10 heavens hegemony clan. Therefore, they completely let loose on the 10 heavens hegemony clan. It becomes a privilege over time. Damn it! When ordinary beings slightly violate the rules, the orderly heavenly court will seize on them. It's not blackmail while it lasts, just all kinds of abuse and torture. The members of the hegemony clan of the 10 heavens are all violating the rules like this nowadays. There's not even a semblance of respect for the enforcers. And the enforcers don't say anything about making a move on him. Many beings gritted their teeth and cursed in their hearts. All of them hated the orderly heavenly court. They are basically all ordinary beings without privileges, had suffered greatly from the order's heavenly court, hated the orderly heavenly court. What about the Taoist League? Isn't it true that the word League is of one mind with us and stands with us? Some beings called up the Taoist Alliance. The Taoist League has always claimed to be of one mind and stand with them. They wanted the strongest person from the Tao Alliance to step in and stop Feng Yu. Feng Yu struck out recklessly. It will definitely bring great destruction to the 20 heavens. They will certainly be greatly affected as well. Other than that, let's just say that Feng Yu fully releases his aura, and they were greatly affected. Many beings of a lower realm, for not being able to withstand the full release of Feng Yu's breath, and the body burst into pieces and died. Of course we are with you. The orderly heavenly court doesn't care about you. We do. The powerful man from the Tao Alliance stepped forward, but did not go forward to stop Feng Yu. There was no way they were going to stop Feng Yu. The hegemonic clan of the 10 heavens, all are neutral today, not ever joining the Taoist League, nor did they ever stand with the orderly heaven. If they go forward to stop Feng Yu, it's likely that this will put them on the wrong side of the Wind clan, become an enemy of the Wind clan. It was more likely that the Wind clan would be pushed to the side of the orderly heavenly court. The Wind clan stood with the orderly heavenly court. This would undoubtedly work against them. Of course they wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The strength of the 10 heavens hegemony clan, definitely not to be underestimated. If you side with the orderly heavenly court, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble for their Tao Alliance. Of course, they can't play dead and not come out either. In that case, the beings within this heavens would be disappointed in their Tao Alliance. The same is very unfavorable to their Tao Alliance. Therefore, they stepped up. With their power, they enveloped and sheltered the entire heavy heaven. Do not allow the wind to cross to cause damage and impact on this heavy sky. This will neither offend the Wind clan, and yet, they could not let the beings within this heavens be disappointed in them. Rumble, terrifying explosions rang out. Feng Yu struck out recklessly, not caring at all about what kind of destruction and impact it would bring to this heavens. He didn't even care within the 10 heavens, not to mention within these 20 heavens. Even if the 20 heavens were directly destroyed by him, he wouldn't care a bit. Get your ass over here and fight, Feng Yu shouted in a domineering manner. The aura soared. He's going to blow up the reflective chessboard. Let the reflective chessboard master's main body come over to fight him. Chapter 168, Terrifying Tao and Dharma. Forcibly taking the power of the great Tao. Bad content. Chapter 169, The Power of the Fifth Realm's Ultimate Level. It doesn't work either. Bad content. Chapter 170, Weighing the Pros and Cons. Stronger members of the Tao Alliance strike. There's a taller one to hold the sky when it's falling. What are they worrying about? In particular, they're just 20-cent halls, above the hall of 20 points. Much more powerful subtemples. And there's the main hall too. They don't need to blindly worry about anything at all. The general hall and the more powerful subhalls can just worry about these. In addition, The most important point is still insecurity, mirroring the strength or extreme unfathomability of the board master. Step in to rescue Kazukoshi. It could cost them their lives. This situation, members of the Temple of the 20th Cent. Naturally, he didn't want to go out and rescue Fengyu. They don't want to lose their lives, not to mention these members within the Hall of 20 points, even if it's the subdivision master of the 20 points hall. And so it is. Don't want to take any chances, even if you don't have to risk it. I don't want to save this ING guy either. The branch hall master's eyes were grim as he said, winds up ahead of the attitude. It's just too strong and rude. There is not a single ounce of respect for the orderly heavenly court. Seriously, if we hadn't killed Fengyu, too much trouble. He would have stepped in front of him and slaughtered Fengyu. What's the point of pretending? Just a tiny young member of the Wind Clan. Ha, reflect the board master slammed it. Just slaughter the damned guy who doesn't know how to die. Let this guy never go wild again. He spoke in a cold voice. Can't wait to mirror the board master's slaughter of Kazukoshi. Swish, swish, swish. Terrifying incandescent auras continuously lit up. Terrible scent spreads. The powerful men of the Tao Alliance struck out. They weigh the pros and cons. It was felt that it was still more favorable for them to appear to the Tao Alliance. They descended to Fengyu's side. Protected Fengyu. Fellow Daoist, there's no hatred that can't be resolved. The old saying goes, many friends, many ways. Please also look at the face of the Tao Alliance. Let him go. Of course, it's not for nothing that we're letting you. Taoist, spare him. What are the conditions of the Taoist friends? Feel free to mention it. We shall surely fulfill them all. A powerful member of the Tao Alliance spoke. It didn't make a direct move towards the reflective chessboard. They are not cuties. The orderly celestial court comes to mind as a place. They also thought of it, reflecting the master of the chessboard, ignoring the majesty of the Wind Clan. He was about to behead Fengyu in public. There's no doubt. Reflecting the chessboard master must have a remarkable background and origin behind him. Otherwise, reflecting the board master would never have dared to act like this. This situation, they naturally didn't dare to make a rash move, setting up a strong enemy for the Tao Alliance. It's best if you can save Fengyu amicably without making a move. If you can't, then say it again. Get out of the way. A calm and indifferent voice came out from the reflective chessboard. Chen Changxing opened his mouth to speak. He did not reflect over the figure. Only the chessboard was reflected. The powerful men of the Tao Alliance furrowed their brows. Is the other party not going to give face to the Tao Alliance? Discontent appeared in all of their hearts. The Taoist League is now as strong as ever, not to mention the most terrifying force within all the heavens, but it's also definitely among the strongest. Reflecting on the chessboard master, this does not give face to the Tao Alliance. They were naturally upset in their hearts. Making an enemy of the Wind Clan doesn't give face to the Tao Alliance yet. Why? Does the power behind you still want to sweep all the heavens? Fengyu rebuked in a cold voice. After the Tao Alliance powerhouse shielded him, he is no longer afraid and worried. He didn't believe that the reflective chessboard master could be in a situation where a powerful person from the Tao Alliance was sheltering him. What else can be done to him? Gentlemen, what more to say to him? Directly through the reflective chessboard. How good it is to suppress and detain his main body over here, he said to the powerful men of the Tao Alliance. Wanted to let the strong men of the Tao Alliance to step in to suppress and detain over to reflect the master of the chessboard. Don't worry, gentlemen. As long as you can suppress and detain him, I promise, you will always be friends of our Wind Clan. He spoke again. It was clear what these Tao Alliance powerhouses wanted. In this way, he tempted the strongest members of the Tao Alliance to make a move. The Tao Alliance powerhouse didn't make a move. They're still hesitating, hesitant to make an enemy of the reflective chessboard master or not. Fight to the end. Gentlemen, don't hesitate any longer. He's got a great background behind him again. It's also destined to be no match for our Wind Clan. Why else would he be afraid to even show his face? Obviously, the power behind him is no match for our Wind Clan. That's why I'm afraid to show my face. Only dare to strike in the dark. Fengyu said again. Urge the strongest members of the Tao Alliance to hurry up and do something. Only the strongest of the Tao Alliance made a move. He's only completely safe. I'll say it one last time. Get out of the way, or kill without pardon. Chen Changxing's cold and clear voice came out from the reflected chessboard. A cold aura flickered in the eyes of the Tao Alliance powerhouse. Chen Changxing said those words. It upsets them even more. This was truly not putting their Tao Alliance in their eyes. Not going to give their Tao Alliance any face. Gentlemen, this is too crazy for him. Can these gentlemen endure? And he was so disrespectful to the Tao Alliance. In the future, it will most likely launch an attack on the Tao Alliance as well. Fengyu added to the conversation. The cold aura in the eyes of the Tao Alliance powerhouse grew even more intense. What Feng Yu said was not unreasonable. The reflective chessboard master has no respect for the Taoist alliance. Most can't avoid a war in the future, even if there isn't a battle later, mirroring the forces behind the master of the board. Nor can you become a friend of the Taoist League. Offer no help to the Taoist League. There were even more terrifying incandescent auras shooting from their body surface. The aura that flows from the body. It's also getting scarier. They've decided to take a shot. A friend who can't do the Taoist League. A friend who can be a friend of the Taoist League. Decisions like this aren't hard to make. Making a move to save Feng Yu would undoubtedly be more favorable to their Tao Alliance. No matter what kind of power you have behind you, you can't even be so dismissive of the Tao Alliance. More or less give face to the Tao Alliance. A powerful member of the Tao Alliance spoke. I'm going to ask you one last time. Give face to the Tao Alliance or not. Let him go? He looked indifferent. Reflecting the board master would have been fine if he had just retreated. If it is not retired. Not giving face to the Tao League. If you insist on killing Feng Yu, they, in turn, would simply strike out to shatter the reflective chessboard. Chen Chongsheng stopped talking. There is an intense glow that illuminates the board. Killing intent pervades. Yes, in that case, there's nothing more to say. The Tao Alliance powerhouse shouted coldly. The eyes blossomed with ferocity. Reflecting the chessboard are shedding killing intent. Its attitude is clearly self-evident. The reflective chessboard master does not give face to the Taoist alliance. Still hell-bent on killing Feng Yu. Rumble. Terrifying explosions rang out. The powerful men of the Tao Alliance, no longer collecting their breath and power, all of them were fully released. Since the other side wants to fight, then fight, kill. Their killing intent rolled like a tide. All together, all sorts of terrifying power blasted towards the reflective chessboard, to pulverize the entire reflective chessboard. Chapter 171, Beautiful as a Dream. The red-haired girl descends to the 20 heavens. Bad content. Chapter 172, 10 Heavens Hegemony Clan's underpinnings, each of them strong and domineering beyond compare. The girl in red descended into the 20 heavens, like the protagonist of Heaven and Earth, bright and dazzling. It overshadows all light. All the eyes of all the living beings were on her, couldn't move a bit at all. She stood tall, bare, crystal clear. Flawless jade feet. Jade feet are white and translucent, like the most perfect work of art in the world. The feet are perfectly shaped and beautiful. Seriously, if there really is a protagonist of Heaven and Earth in the world, that must be her like that. She's too dazzling and perfect. All the living beings within the 20th heavens looked dumbfounded. I never thought that there could be such a dazzling and perfect person in the world. It's certainly very impressive. Need to know. This is the 20th heaven of heavens. It counts as high heavens, not the kind of small countryside where there's nothing. The people inside have no insight. The living beings within the 20 heavens, it's no exaggeration to say, all of them have great insights. All of them have lived for a long, long time. It could make them all feel incredibly bright and dazzling. It could be said that the red-haired girl was really perfect to the extreme. The red-haired girl had a very nice name. The name is Windjammer. She's as human as her name. There was no semblance of red dust on his body. Transcendental nobility. She was none other than the member of the Wind Clan who had been sent over by the lady's servant to receive Feng Yu. Among the younger generation of the Wind Clan, the status is high. It's one of those young members who stands out. Attention! She just stands out. Not one of those heavenly members of the strongest column. She was compared to the strongest column of Heaven's Pride members of the Wind Clan. The gap is wide. It's not even the same day at all. She couldn't even compare to 1/10,000th of the strongest line of Heaven's Pride members of the Wind Clan. The Wind Clan's strongest row of Heavenly Pride members. All of them belonged to the kind of heaven-defying and stunning generation that was rare to see in all ages. After Feng Yu met Feng Yu, there was no semblance of glee. There's just fear and trepidation. Don't look at Feng Yu's stunning looks. The name also carries the word Ya, but the windy character, and yet it has nothing to do with elegance at all. Feng Yu was a famous little pepper within the Wind Clan. Hot and ruthless nature. Anyone who messes with Feng Yu, it's bound to be a pain in the ass. The moment Feng Yu saw Feng Yu, just know that Feng Yu must have been sent here by the lady's maid. It's a wonder he's not scared and intimidated by this. He disobeyed the orders of the lady-in-waiting, did not return to the clan as ordered by the lady squire. Even more so, he had forcefully shut down the communication spells between him and the lady's maid. The lady-in-waiting in the back sent Feng Yu, a little pepper, over. Obviously, Lady Squire was trying to get Feng Yu, the little pepper, to teach him a lesson. He screamed in his mind, Feng Yu, this little pepper can be ruthless. It fell into Feng Yu's hands. He's in for a treat. He reacted quickly, hurriedly ending the ramblings in his head. With a smile on his face, he greeted the girl in red. Sister Ya, what brings you here? He postures very low, even brought up the honorifics. Bend over, extremely pleasing to the wind and elegance. I hope Feng Yu will be merciful. Don't be too hard on him. The 20 heavens living spirit looked at Feng Yu's groveling appearance. I thought to myself that this guy really has several faces. It's just so bratty and wild when you face them, totally disregarding them, extremely contemptuous and despised. When confronted by the red-headed girl, there's no more bratty and wild at all, humble as a dog. The Wind Clan. Ha! The 20 points hall master muttered to himself with slight disappointment. The redhead was so beautiful that it moved him to think, trying to keep the redhead by his side, serve him, warm up his bed, but not anymore. The red-haired girl is from the Wind Clan. It's not good for him to make a move, really take a shot, forcefully subduing the red-headed girl to warm his bed. The aftermath will surely lead to great trouble. He was dying to get the red-headed girl, but think of the consequences. Forget it. He was only the 20-point temple master of the orderly heavenly court. Not too important to be honest. The orderly heavens gave up on him when they said they wouldn't go out of my way to defend him. In fact, within the orderly heavenly court, except for those subtemple masters above the 10 heavens, the remaining subtemple masters are unimportant. Over at the general hall of the orderly heavenly court, anyone who pulls out a random person will be too much stronger than the 10 heavens under the 10 heavens branch temple master. They kind of put it bluntly, it's just doing hard labor, nothing noble about it, all because of the strong men on the general hall side, too lazy to manage within the various heavens. That's why they were allowed to be the subtemplars of the various heavens. It's not that, they simply couldn't be the subdivision masters within the various heavy heavens. At the same time, those powerful people from the Tao Alliance also saluted the red-haired girl in greeting. Sure, they weren't as humble as Fengyu. The Wind Clan is terrifying though, but their Tao Alliance was definitely not weak either. And even if there really was a collision, the Tao Alliance could definitely secure a head start over the Wind Clan. After all, the Tao Alliance is now as strong as ever. There were too many horrifyingly powerful forces and big names in the Tao Alliance among them. The forces of the Tao Alliance are spread throughout the heavens. The strength was definitely a bit fiercer than the Wind Clan. Aha! Fengyu nodded slightly to the Tao Alliance powerhouse, in response to, honestly, according to her character, she wouldn't pay any attention to these Tao Alliance powerhouses. The 20 heavens. What's the point of bothering? Even if the other party was from the Tao Alliance, and there's nothing to pay attention to, the only people who could make her pay attention and heed were those above the 10 heavens. But, these Tao Alliance powerhouses no matter what. Still, he stepped in and helped Kazukoshi. If she ignores it, there is a loss of poise in the Wind Clan. And then, she glanced at Fengyu, but didn't say much with lecturing Fengyu. The people of the Wind Clan can't lose face outside. She's going to teach Fengyu a lesson, also when no one is around. Fengyu was looked at by Fengyu in his heart, extremely apprehensive. I wonder how Fengyu will teach him a lesson. Fengyu glanced at Fengyu after, and withdrew his gaze. There's no need for the powerhouses within this heavens to continue living. She looked indifferent. To say such a thing, the living beings within the 20th heavenly hall all changed color, especially the strong ones within it. The face changed even more. What does the phrase sassy mean? The Wind Clan's people are in danger within your heavens. I can't believe you guys aren't going to help each other out. This is disrespectful to the Wind Clan. It shows that you don't have the Wind Clan in your eyes at all. And what happens when you disrespect the Wind Clan dash? Only death. Fengyu spoke again. It was much more domineering than when Fengyu first descended, directly raising an accusation to the strongest person within this heavens, to decimate all the powerful people within this heavy heaven who hadn't made a move to help each other. The living beings within the 20 heavens, all of them were in an uproar. No one expected. So stunningly beautiful and stunningly beautiful. Can't see half the flaws. Perfect to the point of sartorial elegance. It was so vicious, with his mouth open. He was going to kill all the strong people within this heavy heaven who hadn't come out to help. There was a huge shock in their hearts. Is this a member of the 10 Heavens Hegemony clan? The bottom line is too much. One is more bossy than the other. One is stronger than the other. Chapter 173 The Woe of the Weak. And humility without a bottom line cannot be exchanged for a living. Bad content. Chapter 174 gave face, but not all of it. Bad content. Chapter 175. It's almost time for the clowns to curtain up and retire. Bad content. Chapter 176 Red hot blood spilled wildly. The fall begins. The atmosphere within the 20 heavens was incomparably heavy. Those strong people who hadn't made a move to help Fengyu all stood out from the shadows. A horrible, horrible breath spread to strike out and kill the overbearing and strong Windjammer. And the elegance, standing high in the sky, the killing intent emanating from his body also reached its peak. Same ready to strike, to make a big kill. Kill all the powerful people who had not made a move to help Fengyu. Other beings within the 20 heavens. It's more like being too nervous to breathe. An unimaginably horrific battle is destined to break out next. However, just when the atmosphere was heavy to the core, the moment of the great battle, reflecting the chessboard however, this sound came out. It's time for the jumpers to fall and retire. There was an uproar within the 20 heavens. No one expected. Reflecting the chessboard master was surprisingly more domineering and strong than Fengyu. He called Fengyu and the others clowns. No doubt about it. mirroring what the board master said about the jumpers. Definitely talking about Fengya, Feng Yu and those powerhouses from the Tao Alliance. There was a huge shock in their hearts. All were surprised. Is the master of the reflective chessboard so confident? The words clearly didn't put Fengya and the others in their eyes. So wild? Don't ever be the lord who only talks big. The 20 points hall master of the orderly heavenly court whispered. Kill them all. It's best not to kill Windjammer. Though, such a contrasting woman. Thought it would make it more joyful. He grinned. Instead, I hope that the reflective chessboard master isn't just a master of big words. Rather, they have the strength to absolutely crush the entire field. He couldn't wait for the reflective chessboard master to kill Fengyu and those guys from the Tao Alliance. Windjammer is the exception. The more he looked at Fengya, the more he liked it. It was tempting to keep Fengya by his side and serve him. Depends. His eyes were on fire. Also made up for it. As the sublord of the 20 points hall, he has the same killer app. If the reflective chessboard master really had the power to subdue the entire field, even Fengya was no match. To be killed when? He couldn't say that he would make a move in the dark to save Fengya, and then forcefully imprison Fengya to his side, taking in female slaves. Of course, that's just what he's thinking for now for the time being. Will he make a move in the end? It's not certain yet. Mostly there are no such moments. Those guys from the Tao Alliance deserve to die, though they're abominable. But none of them are weak. And there's still Fengya who dares to be this overbearing and strong. There is also bound to be a terrifying bottom card pinched in his hand. The master of the reflective chessboard wants to subdue the entire field. It's hard. He opened his mouth. It's time for the jumpers to fall and retire. Such a voice rang out afterward. Fengya's cold eyes immediately landed on top of the reflective chessboard. Do you have to be in such a hurry to get killed? It's not that. To keep you until the end to kill. She spoke in a chilling voice. The killing intent was even more intense and surging. From the Wind Clan she is. It was also a member of the young and outstanding children within the Wind Clan. Who dares to call her a jumper? Never had one. Anger surged fiercely in her heart. Brainstorming how to make the reflective chessboard master experience endless pain? Do not let the reflective chessboard master experience endless pain. It doesn't remove the anger in her heart at all. The real jumpers are starting to jump up and down. Windoshi was ironic. Ironically mirroring the board master is the real jumping off point. Provoking the Wind Clan. Disrespectful to the Taoist Alliance. What power behind you dares you to be so arrogant? A Tao Alliance powerhouse said in a cold voice. No one can protect you. You will die today, or even the forces behind you, and pay the price of annihilation for it. Another Tao Alliance powerhouse spoke up. Not only do you have to kill the reflective chessboard master, and to overthrow the forces behind the reflective chessboard master. Noisy. Shut up. A reprimanding voice from Chen Changsheng came from the reflected chessboard. His voice was not loud. It's light, but it is extremely majestic. As if the Lord of all things opened his mouth. One can't help but feel panicked and horrified. The heart grows infinitely timid. Fengya, Fengyu, and those powerful people from the Tao Alliance. All of them, Chen Changsheng softly rebuked. It made their hearts flutter violently. It was as if a heavenly hammer had blasted into their hearts. Seek death. Kill. Some Tao Alliance powerhouses were annoyed. Terror spreads. The ferocious and incomparable killed forward. None of them are weak. The cultivation realm is high. All 8 realms of the ultimate lord. And it wasn't the kind of existence that had just become an 8th realm inquisitorial lord. Rather, he had been immersed in the 8 realms of the inquisitorial lord for a long time. A super strong 8th realm inquisitorial lord. Rumble. Terrifying explosions rang out. The 20th heaven shook super violently. The earth cracked. The mountains crumble. The Tao Alliance powerhouse withdrew the power to fully shelter the 20 heavens. They think, the living beings within the 20 heavens, lessons should be learned. Otherwise, they wouldn't even think of their Tao Alliance. For example, earlier, they all fought for half a chance to live. The strongest person in the 20th heaven was ungrateful. Even the other beings within the 20 heavens were the same. Not only do they not miss their Taoist alliance, instead, they complained about their Tao Alliance. It pisses them off. Also very disgruntled. Wanted to teach the living beings within the 20 heavens a lesson, and then they would step in to shelter the living beings within the 20 heavens. Such beings within the 20 heavens just know that they're good in the Taoist League. Unfortunately, they counted very well, but the actual result was nothing like what they thought. Several 8th realm inquisitorial lords struck out furiously. It turned out to be a momentary dud. Reflecting the chessboard swirls a soft light. A split second. Several 8th realm inquisitorial lords erupted with attacks in power, all fully erased by the soft light, and these 8th realm inquisitorial lords were also in the swirling soft light. One by one, they crumbled and exploded. Crimson, hot blood spilled wildly, like a rain of blood, full and complete death. What? So strong? The other powerhouses of the Tao Alliance changed color. The pupils were filled with shock. Several exceedingly powerful 8th realm inquisitorial lords were completely obliterated just like that? They can't be trusted. When did the lord of the 8 realms of inquiry become a weed on the side of the road? reaping the rewards at will? The living beings within the 20 heavens were also fully startled. Reflecting the board master is also too fierce. They couldn't help but have an absurd and incomparable thought in their hearts. It feels like the reflective board master is likely to start a killing spree. Kill the whole field. This can't be. It's so impractical. They shook their heads. Think they are just too daring, nothing else. With Fengya around, it would be difficult for the reflective chessboard master to subdue the entire field, though they were incredibly hopeful that the reflective board master would subdue the entire field, but it's really not as easy as wishing for it. Windjammer's dominance and strength, undoubtedly proving that she held an unimaginable super terrifying undercard in her hands, reflecting the board master when it is really difficult to kill the whole field. Let the curtain fall and retire. Chen Chongqing's calm voice. Once again, it came out of the reflective chessboard. It's time for the clowns to drop out. Chapter 177. The Tao Alliance's old ancestor level couldn't sit still either and was about to make a move. Calm and breezy words. It doesn't come with any kind of intimidation. It's as casual as a breeze on your face, but one cannot help but feel a wild shiver in one's heart. The living beings within the 20 heavens, even more so, it gave rise to the same absurd thoughts as before. Feelings mirrored the board master. It can really make the wind and other things fall away and retire. But, how is that possible? Hardly the slightest possibility. Feng Yu also couldn't help but feel his heart trembling furiously. Inexplicably scared. Sister, why don't we go back to the clan first? He didn't know why himself. I can't believe I'm saying this out of the blue. When he finished speaking he responded. Inside, he was sorry and scared. What kind of assholes he's talking about? How can you grow others' ambition and destroy your own? He's such a wimp, cowardly as a mouse. One word was all it took to get him. He looked cautiously at Fengya, scared to death. Just now he said such words as growing others' morale and destroying his own. It's sure to cause Windjammer to be displeased. He was on the verge of tears. The mind screams in agony. Originally, Fengya, the little pepper, would not let him off easily. It's okay now. Fengya wouldn't let him off the hook even more easily. Sure enough, he saw that Fengya's face was colder than an iceberg. The eyes were like knives. It was almost as if they wanted to cut him off by 1,000 cuts. His legs went weak with fear, almost didn't fall head over heels. Fengya took into account the majesty of the Wind Clan. After all, he didn't say anything to Fengyu, nor did he make a move to teach Fengyu a lesson. She withdrew her gaze, no longer paying attention to Fengyu. However, in his heart, he despised Fengyu to the extreme. Could there be a more wimpy man than Fengyu? One word was about to scare Fengyu to death. Lost all guts and courage. It is indeed time for the curtain to fall and retire. But, it will only be you who will fall and retire. She looked coldly at the reflective chessboard. A chilling voice spoke. She's fearless. There was not the slightest worry. Any reflection of the board master behaves even more horribly and frighteningly. In the end, it's also destined to be just a waste. In front of the killer that the lady-in-waiting had bestowed upon her, reflecting the board master couldn't be more impressive. Indeed, you're the one who should have fallen and retired, and it will only be you. The Tao Alliance powerhouse's eyes were fierce. Killing intent said to the reflective chessboard. Several 8 realms exploratory lords. Just like that, he was killed by the reflective board master. This was for the forces of the Tao Alliance within their heavens. Undoubtedly a great loss. 8 realm inquisitorial lords were not numerous within the 20 heavens. It's a precious warhorse now. Fall back and retire you. Kill. Terror spread and swept. Several 9th realm inquisitorial masters were active, killing forward, to mirror the board along. Pull Chen Chongqing over and kill him. The ultimate such realm. The gap between realms is even greater. An 8th realm inquisitorial lord simply couldn't be compared to a 9th realm inquisitorial lord. In particular, the 9 realms inquisitive lord who struck out at this time. It was even more of a violent outburst. Up came the strongest means in power, without the slightest reservation. Boom boom boom. Super terrifying explosions that sounded like the opening of the heavens and the earth resounded one after another. The entire 20 heavens seemed like it was about to be overturned. Several 9th realm inquisitorial lords frantically struck out. Various top-tier inquisitive artifacts were even fully activated by them, locked to mirror the board, to forcefully detain Chen Chongqing over. How good are you? Invincible? Rampant to the point of being blind to everything and nothing. The strongest members of the Tao Alliance also dare to kill at will. The stunningly beautiful and elegantly elegant snorted. It seemed as if she didn't have to do anything about it. The Tao Alliance powerhouse was completely enraged. It looks like he is determined to pull Chen Chongqing over and kill him. The strongest members of the Tao Alliance in this heavens. Not a vegetarian. She mostly didn't have to make a move. Swish, the reflective chessboard once again had a soft light rippling out. Chen Chongqing never fights with words, always respond with practical actions. 9 realms of inquiry lord. Terrifying and scary enough indeed, especially since this was a joint strike by several people together. Undoubtedly more terrifying. Destroying the entire 20 heavens was very simple, but in front of the soft light reflecting the board stirring out, still small as dust. After the soft light stirred past, all of the top-tier inquisitorial artifacts collapsed comprehensively. Several 9 extreme inquisitorial lords were also in the swirling soft light, ashes to ashes, completely dissipated and dead. The living beings within the 20th heavens were once again strongly shocked. Several 8th realm inquisitorial lords were easily obliterated by the soft light. Several 9th realm inquisitorial lords were surprisingly the same. Jesus, they were trembling all over. Scalp numbness. The inner horror was immense. They swore they had never seen such a frightening scene, not even seen in ancient historical records. For a long time now, many 9th realm inquisitorial lords had died within the 20 heavens, but without exception, the 9 realms inquisitorial lord had never been wiped out as easily as dust like this. The scene was just too shocking, breaking the perception in theirs. They genuinely didn't expect it. One day, the 9 realms of inquiry lord would actually be as insignificant as dust. Unbeatable. Ah, damn you. The remaining Tao Alliance powerhouses roared and growled in anger. Their eyes were all scarlet. The deaths of those 8th realm inquisitorial lords in front of them had caused them a lot of heartache. Can't take it and put up with it. Not to mention the deaths of these 9th realm inquisitorial lords. The 9th realm inquisitorial lord was undoubtedly an even more precious battle power. Ah, boom boom boom. Terrifying explosions resounded all around the 20th heaven. An unimaginably terrifying aura crazily stirred and spread across the 20 heavens. The Tao Alliance is completely enraged. An existence at the level of an old ancestor can't sit still and is going to make a move. The living beings within the 20 heavens were alarmed. A truly unprecedented war is about to break out. The number of powerful people killed in the Tao Alliance was too high. The damage was too severe. An existence at the level of an old ancestor was also about to make a move against the reflective chessboard master. They were trembling all over. It's really time to witness history. These Tao Alliance's ancestor-level existences, no exceptions, all of them are tough as nails. Endless years ago was the battle power of the ceiling within the 20 heavens. Now it is even more unfathomable. I don't know what kind of scary and frightening realm it has reached. Heaven and earth change color. It's like the end is near. The aura that erupted from the Tao Alliance's ancestor level grew stronger. Within the 20 heavy heavens, it was wildly agitated and vertical. All living beings were extremely disturbed. Infinite horror appeared in the mind. None of them dared to make a sound, not even a breath of air. Fear of being obliterated by the madly stirring and indulging terrifying aura. Really think the Tao Alliance is nothing. May you be allowed to kill at will? You're dead. The powerful men of the Tao Alliance roared and growled once again, and the only thing that responds to them is the soft light swirling from the reflected board. Blood rains down. These Taoist League powerhouses, no exceptions, regardless of the realm, all of them were exterminated by the soft light, ashes to ashes. All traces of life were completely eliminated. The scene scared everyone, including those Tao Alliance ancestor-level existences. Surprisingly, none of them dared to show their heads, cut off everything associated with the outside. Full and complete concealment. Chapter 178, Unbelievable. The lady-in-waiting actually bestowed this supreme treasure. Bad content. Chapter 179, Man, you don't want to be told by a woman that you can't either. Bad content. Chapter 180, Not knowing when you're dying. A jumper is a jumper. Bad content. Chapter 181, Soft light swirls. Everything is like dust. Copper pieces are scary, mysterious, and terrifying, possessing unfathomable power. It was only then that the 20 points hall master bottomed out. Only then did he dare to forcibly take Fengya, whom Chen Shangsheng wanted to kill, captive. If you don't have a brass piece in your hand, lend him 1,000,000 guts, and he certainly wouldn't dare. Reflecting the soft light that swirled from the board this time, it's horrible. It brought him an overwhelming sense of threat. He felt that if he were to go up against Chen Shangsheng, he didn't stand a chance of winning, and people like him who value their lives and stability, self would not take such a risk. All because the copper piece is so horrible that it can absolutely keep him safe. He dared to act this way. It was only then that he dared to let the copper piece take Fengya by force. At the same time, the green smoke that floated out of the copper piece and disappeared into thin air at this location. It appeared in front of Fengya's body. Sis, come with me. Someone's got their eye on you. An eerie laugh came from the green smoke. At the moment, the soft light that reflected the chessboard had not yet rippled to this side. Where's the dog that doesn't know how to die? Get out! Fengya rebuked in a cold voice. Anger surged in her beautiful eyes. What kind of shady old pervert is hitting on her? What a hot girl. Green smoke was in no hurry. Hot girl. You're putting too much faith in that void pearl you're carrying. There is power in soft light. By no means can that void bead on you block it. It spoke again. It was actually known that Fonya carried the void pearl on his body. Fonya's face changed drastically. How did Xinyan know about the void pearl? Did the green smoke also come from the 10 heavens? In addition, what was even more unexpected to her were the words that green smoke said later. The void bead can't block the soft light's attack? Her beautiful eyes blossomed with an intense foreign aura. Confidence is shaken. Since Xinyan knew about the void pearl, then surely you know what kind of might and power the void bead has. Green smoke knows and still says so. Soft light has power, or it could really be more than she thought. But soon her faltering confidence became firm. She didn't know what green smoke's background was, or the green smoke was deliberately intimidating her and using it to take her away. And then there's this. How could the void pearl not be able to block it? Need to know. The terror of the void bead. Even the attacks of strong people within the 10 heavens could give way to nothingness. How much stronger could Chen Changsheng be than a 10 heaven strong man? She doesn't believe it. What nonsense. Get out. Fonya rebuked again. Hair is long and short. Boobs. Hot girl. You've got both. Your realm is too low. It is impossible to detect what kind of power is contained in the soft light. The void pearl can nullify power, but it also depends on the power that is in the soft light. It has long since surpassed the realm of what the void pearl can nullify. I'm saving you by asking you to come with me. Understand? Green smoke said without haste. Windjammer really doesn't know what's good for him. Have no idea how horrible the soft light is. It's pretty sure, without it out of the way, style and elegance will surely die in soft light. Get out. Fenya didn't believe what Xinyan said at all. An old pervert who wants to take her. How could she believe it? Not at all. Good. Let's wait and see then. Green smoke was in no hurry to take Windjammer away. Windjammer doesn't know what's good for him. It deserves a little bit of suffering. At this point, soft light swings rippled this way. Fenya's body was straight. The beautiful and flawless face was filled with a confident look. She took it upon herself to meet the soft light that swirled and rippled over. It was believed that the void bead on his body could nullify the power of the soft light, and then it becomes a real power controlled by her. However, just the next instant, her stunningly beautiful face was pale, lost all blood color. The beautiful eyes were full of horror and panic. How is this possible? She lost her voice and screamed. Totally unbelievable. It was surprising that everything really made green smoke's point. The void bead cannot void the power of the soft light. Moments before the soft agitated wave of light reached her side, the void bead completely and utterly disintegrated into powder across the board. Help me! Take me away! She cried out sharply, asked for help from green smoke and tried to get green smoke to take her away. Though the green smoke was obviously not a good thing, there must have been something wrong with her, but it's better than her dying here. She doesn't want to die, even if they are taken away by old perverts to be tempered, become a slave girl to be played with by a horny old man, and she's willing. Take me too. Fonyu also shouted with a pale face. Hopefully the green smoke will take him too. It's horrible. The void bead unexpectedly collapsed in an instant. If green smoke doesn't take him, he's destined to die here. Take me away. I play better. It's also much more maneuverable. Play whatever you want, he shouted sharply. Same as not wanting to die. No backbone at all, as long as it keeps him alive, even if it means becoming a male slave to be played with at will. And he's willing, of course. All of this was predicated on Green Smoke's willingness to toy with him as a male slave. There are manipulative, playful male slaves who want to do whatever they want. It's really nice to think about. It will bring a different kind of coolness. But, sorry about that, my mission is to take her alone, Green Smoke said with a tone of regret. I can see that. It has a special hobby. Still want a wantonly playful male slave. No, take me away, please, Kazukoshi cried out. But Green Smoke didn't pay any attention to Fengyu at all. Gone, Xinyan said to Fengyu, to take away the elegance. What? The next instant it panicked. Out of its expectation happens. It's surprising that it can't take away the elegance of the wind. Let it use as much power as it wants. It doesn't take away the elegance of the wind at all. Windjammer was covered by the soft waves of light that swirled around it. No! Windia struggled and growled. She doesn't want to die here, but her struggles were all but useless. It didn't help a bit at all. Her flesh and soul rapidly crumbled. The loss of vital essence is severe. Less than a split second, her flesh and soul were completely annihilated. The traces of life, etc., are fully dissipated. Die here. Go! Green Smoke made an immediate decision. Very fruitful. Realizing that Chen Changshan was extremely terrifying and frightening. Not something it can fight against nowadays. It fled at the first opportunity. Returned to inside the copper sheet. Move. Back to the brass piece moment. It swept through the 20 points of the Temple Lord with power. Frantic escape. Fear that Chen Shangshang would come after him. However, it can't escape at all. It hit the top of the invisible wall with a thud. It was imprisoned by invisible forces. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It growled angrily. A super bad feeling grew in his heart. Chen Shangsheng did not seem to intend to let it go, to be driven to extinction against it. How? The 20 points hall master pissed himself in fear. Right, he was literally pissed off. Super yellow liquid ran down between his legs. He went limp to the floor at once. The look was dismal. There wasn't an ounce of strength left in his body. Chapter 182, Scary. This is an underwater super predator. The 20 heavens were silent. All the living beings were fixed on the spot as if they were petrified. How is this possible? Chen Shangsheng is also too terrifying. They hadn't seen the killer weapon on Fengya show its power though. But they are not cuties. It's all very clear. The killer weapon on Fengya was bound to be terrifyingly monstrous. Otherwise, Fengya definitely wouldn't have killed all of the Tao Alliance's ancestor-level existences after Chen Shangsheng instantly killed them. It also provoked and taunted Chen Shangsheng in that unbridled manner. In addition, there was the wisp of green smoke that appeared behind it. Apparently it's also extremely scary and terrifying, with unfathomable power. However, in the soft light that reflects the swirling past of the chessboard, Windjammer's killer and the wisp of smoke, totally inadequate. It's not even on the same level. They were shocked beyond belief. It was hard to imagine just how strong Chen Shangsheng was. Could he be an underwater predator? A living being set in horror, water within the 33 heavens, deeper than the bottom. There are many unknown predators hidden under its waters. This has been an open secret for a long time. The heavy heavenly beings didn't know who all these underwater predators were though, but all are aware of the presence of underwater predators. The terror of Chen Shangsheng reminds this being of the underwater predator above. Suspected that Chen Shangsheng was an underwater predator. Underwater predators? I think he's an underwater super predator. Kill the strongest members of the Tao Alliance and behead the members of the Wind Clan's children. And now, to kill the orderly Heavenly Court's 20 points hall master. Underwater predators aren't this fierce. Don't dare do that. A living being answered the mouth. Shivering, with a trill, he said, Chen Shangsheng is also too fierce and scary. He was actually at war with the Tao Alliance, the Wind Clan, and the orderly Heavenly Court at the same time. This is a fierce mess. It can scare the living daylights out of people. The Taoist League needs no introduction. Most terrifying alliance power in plain sight today. There isn't one. There is even less to say about the orderly Heavenly Court. For endless years, from the existence of the heavens to the present, the orderly Heavenly Court was always in charge of the rules of order in the heavens. All the heavy heavenly beings, all of them are subject to the control of the Heavenly Court of Order. Even if the present orderly Heavenly Court is rotten inside, the members within it are uninspired. It's just a gluttony. That's also the behemoth of behemoths, even the Taoist Alliance, which is as good as it gets. Nor did they dare to go to war with the orderly Heavenly Court at will. A fight breaks out. It's also done in the dark, and it's still a very small kind of fight. There were no major fights. The Wind Clan was compared to the Tao Alliance and the orderly Heavenly Court. Be inferior, but it was also extremely scary and terrifying. For the hegemonic clan within the 10 heavens, with superb strength. I didn't see that the Tao Alliance and the orderly Heavenly Court didn't dare to easily cross paths with Wind Clan. All of them were trying their best to pull in the Wind Clan. However, Chen Shangsheng, did not care at all. Kill strong members of the Tao Alliance and members of the Wind Clan's children. It's as casual as killing a chicken or a dog. He didn't put the Tao Alliance and the Wind Clan in his eyes. Even now Chen Shangsheng was going to kill the 20 points hall master of the orderly Heavenly Court again. Their hearts were pounding. It's really close to being scared alive. Tell the truth. Even those underwater predators. It also categorically didn't dare to arbitrarily cross paths with the Tao Alliance, the Wind Clan, and the orderly Heavenly Court at the same time. Feel free to kill people from the Tao Alliance, the Wind Clan, and the orderly Heavenly Court. Chen Shangsheng, however, dared. Obviously Chen Shangsheng was going to be even more terrifying and frightening than the underwater predator. Must be an underwater super predator. The heavens are about to change. I have a premonition that the heavens will see an unprecedented and overwhelming chaos. Many beings couldn't help but say, an underwater super predator emerges from the water. It was difficult for the heavens of the heavens to remain unchanged. This time, it is destined to erupt into an unprecedented and overwhelming chaos. Space is confined. The smell of urine was so pervasive that it stank beyond belief. The 20 points hall master was even more paralyzed in urine, but he didn't care. Nope, it should be blissfully unaware. To be precise, he was nothing but scared now. The inner horror was immense. You're so good. Can't you handle him? He asked the copper piece with a shudder. All hope rests on the top of the brass piece. Calm down. Don't panic. The copper piece came out in a somber voice. Calm down and don't panic? That's easy for you to say. The 20 points hall master cursed more than a few times in his heart. Copper Chip took him on a wild goose chase when he failed to strike. It turned out that he couldn't even run away. Confined here. Finish the brass piece and tell him there's no need to panic? It's a wonder he didn't panic. At the same time, Feng Yu begged frantically for mercy, pleading with Chen Changxing to spare him. As long as you can spare me, anything you want me to do, he cried out for mercy. Oh, do anything? Chen Changxing's voice came out from within the reflective chessboard. A light of hope lit up in Feng Yu's eyes. Listening to Chen Changxing's tone, appearances are in play. Right, I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you let me go. He rushed back. Fine then, I'll let you off the hook and you blow yourself up. Chen Changxing's calm words rang out. Feng Yu's face changed drastically. The light of hope that had just lit up in his eyes was instantly extinguished. Chen Changxing, this is not playing him? Looks like you won't be able to do it. Then I'll just have to send you on your way. Chen Changxing's voice rang out. Then a soft light swept over toward Feng Yu. Feng Yu didn't even have time to scream. Wiped out on the spot by the soft light, completely dead. Under the watchful eyes of the 20 heavy heavenly beings, reflective chessboard flew to the side of the 20 points hall master. All living beings were shaken in their hearts. Does Chen Changxing really want to kill even the 20 points hall master? In addition, they are just now reacting. The 20 points hall master is hiding so well. Its true strength was clearly beyond the horror of imagination. Otherwise, how could the 20 points hall master dare to want to take away the Feng Yu that Chen Changxing wanted to kill? This was clearly a provocative behavior towards Chen Changxing. Undoubtedly, it would enrage Chen Changxing. It caused Chen Changxing to be dissatisfied. It's not. Chen Changxing imprisoned the 20 points hall master who was about to flee on the spot. It was clear that he did not intend to let the 20 points hall master off easily. There's a good chance it's going to be a killer. Wipe out the 20 points hall master. Those members of the Hall of 20 points. At this moment it has long escaped. None of them said anything at all about going to save their temple master. Are you kidding me? If they went over to rescue the hall master, they were just sending them to their deaths. One of them is more desperate than the other. Wouldn't do such a death-defying thing, unfortunately, which they have long since gotten away with, nor survive. Chen Changxing had no intention of letting them go. They're on the run. One by one, they turned into blood-colored fireworks. It exploded, wiped out by invisible forces. Chen Changxing originally didn't want to pay any attention to the members of the 20 points hall here. But who let the 20 points hall master meddle without knowing what to do? Then it's not his fault. What an underwater super predator. All the members of the 20 points hall were exterminated by him. He really didn't put the orderly heavenly court in his eyes. There's no need to wonder now. The 20 points hall master is definitely dead as well. The living beings within the 20 heavens. There was a flurry of words. Chapter 183, do not kill the confused ghosts, so that you will understand why you are dying. Bad content. Chapter 184, Beyond the Heavens. Beyond the path of the true way. The moment the soft light came on, the artifact spirit within the copper piece and the 20-point hall master, their faces all changed drastically. I don't want to die. The Lord of the 20-point temple cried out. An extremely terrifying and frightening power was felt from above this soft light. It was never a power he could resist. He had no doubt. Don't say the soft light fell on him. Even if the soft light grazed him, he won't even survive. He will die in a moment. Complete annihilation. The artifact spirit within the copper piece was more than able to feel how terrifying and frightening the soft light was. It grimaced. Inside, it was extremely upsetting. Is it going to reveal its true strength after all? Honestly, it really didn't want to expose its true strength until it was absolutely necessary. Once it exposes its true strength, there's going to be a lot of trouble. That's exactly why. It was only then that it never revealed its full strength. It was only then that he was so stifled in front of Chen Changxing. Boom! Rusted and tattered copper surfaces, bloomed with an infinite amount of incandescent awnings. Thousands of great sun rays added together. It was no match for such a hint of blazing aura. In the instant that the infinite blazing mansion bloomed, it has surface rust. Full shedding, revealing its true surface. It truly surfaces. It was engraved with obscure and complicated Dao patterns. There are also all sorts of incomprehensible drawings of avenues. The 20 points hall master's eyes widened. This was the first time he had seen the copper piece for real. For the first time, he saw these great Dao patterns and great Dao drawings. His heart was beating fiercely. Boom boom kept on going. What kind of great Dao patterns and great Dao drawings are these? It was actually far beyond his understanding. He couldn't even understand and comprehend a single bit of it. Even as he understands and participates, he also felt a mortal threat. Those great Dao lines and great Dao drawings were actually strangling his soul consciousness. Frightened, he immediately stopped comprehending, and also close your eyes quickly, not even daring to look at these great Dao lines and great Dao drawings anymore. He was in a cold sweat. It's all wet. What kind of great Dao patterns and great Dao drawings are these? It's horrible and scary. Need to know. He wasn't some minor friar. Rather, he had cultivated all the realms above the realm of the inquisitive, the realm of the true Dao. breaking all kinds of limits. After being perfected in the midst of the ultimate, then you will be able to see the path of a brand new avenue. This new avenue path, it is called the path of the true way. This realm was thus called the true Tao realm. Strong people who have stepped into this realm. It is also called Allah. However, it is the presence of Allah like him. In understanding and comprehending these great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings, it was actually a deadly threat that was felt. This is really scary. It's really scary. That's impossible. He was shaken to his core, full of unbelief and incredulity. He was also an existence that had stepped onto the path of the true way. Though he hadn't traveled too far on the path of the true way, it was still in the true Tao One realm, but he also still had an understanding and appreciation of the true way. Even an existence that is cultivated to the apex of the true path, after unfolding its way, he can still have some understanding too. Not so confused as this, can't understand even a tiny bit of it. Are these great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings beyond the range of the true Tao? But how? He can't be trusted. It feels too unbelievable. How can there be a great Tao that transcends the scope of the true Tao? It's just not possible. You know, the true way is immense. Far more than all previous tracks can be compared. All previous tracks combined, none of it compares to the tip of the iceberg of the true path, the upper limit of the true path. It's even more terrifying to the point of being unimaginable. Even those powerhouses within the first heavens, also still on the path of the true way, not having crossed over from the path of truth. Nowadays, those great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings on the copper pieces, surprisingly, it surpassed the true way, above the true path. How dare he believe that? And how to believe it? Wait, could it be that it came from beyond the heavens? The 20 points hall master was about to die of fright, associated with the rumored out of heaven. Rumor, above the heavens of the heavens. There is also the existence of the heavenly beyond. That's where it's beyond the true path, possessing the Tao and the law that are above the true Tao. But such rumors are considered nonsense. All the living beings within the heavens did not think that there was such an existence as the heavenly beyond. The true way is even considered by the beings of the heavens to be the only supreme way. There is no higher path or law than the true path upwards, for no other reason. All because such rumors are so old. The heavens just appeared. That's all the rumors there are. And by now, nor did any living being find their way to the heavenly beyond. Even fewer living beings have broken through to the true way, stepped into the path of cultivation above the true path. From the appearance of the heavens to the present, billions of years have passed. If there really is a heaven beyond the heavens, there are true paths and laws that transcend the true path. There can't be no signs and symptoms. In particular, those supreme beings who had cultivated to the apex of the true way. It was even said that they could not enter. There are no higher paths or dharmas upwards. They said outright, the so-called sky beyond the sky, the so-called Tao and Dharma beyond the true path. All of them are a kind of beautiful fantasy of the cultivator beings. Cultivator beings believe that the Tao has no limits, always thinking about climbing upwards, cultivate to a higher realm, master the more powerful Tao and law. But the truth is that the path has a stopping point. There is a ceiling and an end. They have practiced to the end of the path. Is the cultivation path beyond the heavens and beyond the true path going to be confirmed? The 20 points hall master's mind trembled tremendously. Those great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings on top of the copper piece, clearly beyond the scope of the true way, above the true path. The shock in his heart was simply beyond words. The copper piece that had been inside him, surprisingly, it came from beyond the heavens, possessing the way and the law that transcends the true way. Jesus, he felt it was more unrealistic than a dream. But he quickly became overwhelmed with excitement and thrill. Copper pieces come from beyond the sky. It is good to have the way and the law that transcends the true way. This allowed Qin Changxing to be even more terrifying and powerful. It was also destined to be no match for the copper pieces. It will be subdued by the copper pieces, and he would have no fear for his life. It's completely safe. You told me you were from beyond the heavens, possessing Tao and Dharma that transcends the true way. Ah, does that still make me pee after pee? The 20 points hall master grumbled in his heart. Copper Bottom just wants to see him make a fool of himself. Just said to tell him to calm down and not to panic. Not to say it's from beyond the heavens, possessing the things of the word and the law that transcend the true way. As he said, if the copper piece had told him that, show him those great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings, he'd certainly be more calm than anyone. There won't be the slightest panic or fear. Ha ha, the light boat has crossed 10,000 mountains. He laughed aloud. The body is not soft anymore. There's strength in it. 2. Got straight up from the floor. The one who should be crying now is Qin Changxing. He no longer had to have the slightest worry or fear. The one who should be worried and scared is Qin Changxing. Chapter 185, Ancient Rumors Confirmed. How chaotic will the future really be? Bad content. Chapter 186, Qin Changxing. Is there any karma I can't bear? A twist. Nope. What happened today was nothing short of a flurry of events. The 20 points hall master's face was ashen. Inside, complete despair. There is no longer any hope to speak of. What? The 20 heavens and the heavens above and below were all seriously startled. No one expected. It was surprising that Chen Qiansheng would be terrifying to such an extent. It's still just a soft light. There is no other means. And yet, as always, it's indulgent and invincible. Irresistible. He's an underwater super predator? No, it's a giant crocodile from beyond the heavens. A living being exclaimed. Changed his name to Chen Qiansheng. In the front, they all referred to Chen Qiansheng as an underwater super predator. And now the designation clearly doesn't fit. Chen Qiansheng was clearly a giant predator from the heavenly beyond. Even the Great Tao ripples and Great Tao pictures that overrode and transcended the true Tao were no match. It was easily suppressed by the soft sweep of light. They were certain that Chen Qiansheng wasn't a heavens of the heavens being. Instead, it came from the heavenly beyond above the heavens. Is it really a supergiant crocodile from beyond the heavens? How do I get the feeling it isn't? A fossil-level elder spoke up. Speak his mind. The copper piece is obviously not intact. Cripplingly awesome. The Tao lines and Tao drawings it exhibits are not complete either. There was simply no outbreak of true power that overrides beyond the true Tao. He felt that Chen Qiansheng was not a giant crocodile from beyond the heavens. It was still the strength of a supergiant crocodile under the water of the heavens. As he said, the copper pieces are badly mutilated. Underwater super gator strength. Totally easy to suppress the copper. It wasn't that it was only non-extraterrestrial giant crocodiles that could be suppressed with such ease. Fair enough, the copper pieces are indeed too badly mutilated. Many beings agreed. The copper piece clearly looks incomplete, more like a corner of some artifact. This situation, the copper piece just couldn't explode into an absolutely terrifying power that transcended the true Tao, not to mention the strength of the underwater superpowers. Let's just say non-super underwater predators. Mostly, you can easily suppress the copper pieces as well. They also feel like they don't even need the strength of an underwater predator. A strong person of the 10 heavens, or both can easily suppress the copper. They should be overthinking it. Chen Qiansheng was not a giant predator from the heavenly beyond. Aha! The copper slice artifact spirit cried out miserably. It's falling apart fast, rapidly dissipating. It's about to die out completely. In the process, it struggled and fought as hard as it could, but it's all useless. It doesn't help at all. The power of the soft light was far beyond its ability to fight. You won't be able to bear this great karma. One day, you will pay dearly for this, it growled at last, and after it finished roaring, it also completely dissipated and perished. Is there any karma I can't handle? Chen Qiansheng spoke softly. If there really is such karma that he can't afford, he would like to see it. Invincibility can be lonely sometimes. Swish, a soft light swirled out from the reflective chessboard once again. Wipe out the 20 points hall master who had long since been soaked up by the super yellow liquid. Piss so much. Sure you won't die from too much pee? Chen Qiansheng whispered to himself. The 20 points hall master was about to piss himself. But, there's one way to say it. This piss is too yellow, too much fire. Chen Qiansheng said again. The reflective chessboard disappeared completely. At the same time, there were strange movements in many places in the land of heavy heaven. What's the situation? Old 15 has actually been destroyed. Someone from beyond the heavens or something? Damn it! With the old 15 exterminated, how can we still be united in the future and kill our way back to the heavenly beyond? Such voices appeared in many places in the land of heavy heavens. They're the same as copper sheets. All of them were engraved with great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that were above and beyond the true Tao. They look as if they are split as one. Pieced together is the complete oneness. In fact, they do belong together, divided into 15 pieces, scattered among the heavy heavens. The old 15 they speak of. It was precisely the piece of copper that had just been completely destroyed by Chen Qiansheng. They are also indeed things from beyond the heavens, falling from beyond the sky, to escape the senses and pursuit of the enemies from beyond the sky. They are intentionally split into 15 pieces, that way the outer heaven enemies can't sense them. And that's why Copper Slice didn't dare to go all out, worried about going all out after. It will be sensed by the heavenly hatred. One is missing from the merge. How else can we merge if the old 15th is destroyed? They communicate with each other in secret. We who can't merge are doomed to not have the strength to kill our way back to the outer heaven. Even if we kill our way back to the heavens beyond, we're just sending them to their deaths. Just who destroyed old 15? They are angry beyond measure. The old 15 were exterminated. There is a good chance that their long-planned plans will come to naught. Old 15 was missing from the ensemble. They are destined to be incomplete. Now is not the time to think about that. No matter who destroys old 15, the situation will be very unfavorable for us. That means we've been exposed. Follow-up will not be guaranteed safe. One larger piece of copper said, it's obviously much more powerful, very large overall, and judging from the great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings on it, it appears to be the centerpiece of the overall artifact. Well, let's stay out of touch for a while. All fall completely silent. It spoke again, indicating that they are in for a very difficult time next. Got it. Yes, copper pieces in other parts. All reacted. Everything indeed. whoever exterminated the old 15. The situation is all very much against them, because, if it's the old 15 that the Outer Heaven haters exterminated, they are obviously in a situation that needs no explanation. The Outer Heaven haters will inevitably destroy them all next, if it wasn't done by the Outer Heaven haters. Rather, it is the old 15th of all the heavy heavenly beings who have perished. They are also in a bad situation. Old 15 was dying, bursting out in full force. It was highly likely that this would be sensed by the heavens beyond enemies, thus drawing down the heavenly haters from beyond the heavens. Once the outer heavenly haters come down, they are not destined to have good days. The slightest carelessness would likely result in all of the heavens beyond enemies seeking them out. All of them were exterminated. So, these years are some of their hardest. They are bound to hide well to do so. Otherwise all that awaits them is death. Old 15 didn't send us any messages before he died, but I have a feeling in my heart. It doesn't feel like it's the work of an out-of-this-world enemy. Rather, it is the work of the beings of the heavens. This matter can never be left alone. After we get through the hardest part of this, we are bound to liquidate this man. Copper piece in the core. Coldly. Chapter 187, Professional Matters. Leave them to the professionals. Bad content. Chapter 188, Beyond the Heavens. Land of Decay. Bad content. Chapter 189, Wujio, no one is going. I'll go. A place of decay, a place of putrid odors, a place of dirt. This was the consensus of the beings of the heavenly beyond on their lower realms. No matter how great the temptation, none of the beyond the heavens beings wanted to travel to its lower realms. It would be fine if the environment was only dirty and disorganized. The main thing is still going down to the living body and soul, cultivation and so on. All of them will be seriously defiled in a way that cannot be washed away. Affect the subsequent path of cultivation. For those of them who are practicing beings, this is undoubtedly fatal. No one would joke about their path to cultivation. Taking that kind of risk, sensing this man of the furnace's scent, is the best example. He hated the furnace most of all and had a mortal grudge against it, but he was also terrified of going down there. How not to go down there yourself? Just want to send someone down to put out that damn furnace. This revenge must be avenged. This damned furnace must also be completely exterminated. He rose to his feet. Gather the members of the clan. Get this message out. I hope a clan member volunteers to go down there. Same as he expected. The clansmen all fell silent for the first time. None of them volunteered. He even offered a high and lucrative reward, and promised to go down there and finish the job and completely exterminate the Furnace's clan upon their return. It will be hailed as a hero by the clan. Pour out everything you can to remove the effects of its presence in the land of decay. Still no one answered either. No one ever volunteered. Doesn't anyone go? Dash. If that's the case, then I'm honored to take on this task. Just then, a little fat man actually volunteered to come forward. He's not very old, looks very young, slightly comedic looking and a great personality at first glance. Who is it? The whole clan changed color. No one expected. It's amazing that anyone would volunteer. Even the man said it was an honor. That's a familiar sound. It can't be the young master. The crowd hurriedly followed the sound. Upon seeing that it was the little fat man, they shuddered. Sure enough, it was their young master, Wujio. They looked odd. It feels normal and surprising at the same time. Because, this young master of theirs, it's been out of the ordinary since I was a kid, maverick since childhood. From a young age, it was different, off the beaten path, so they fell back on feeling normal, and to their surprise, well, this time it's different. That's a rotten place. What a place that can spoil the body, the soul, the practice, and everything else. The young master dares to travel on this. They genuinely have been taken aback by the big surprise. Young master must not. You can do anything you want, young master, but this is the only thing that won't work. Right, there is no room for negotiation in this matter. Young master, don't think any more about it. Hurry up and dispel such thoughts. The strongest members of the clan stepped forward to stop them, categorically did not dare to promise Wujio. Wujio did what he said he would do. If they agreed to do so, Wujio would really travel to the land of decay. There was no way they could let Wujio travel to the land of decay by saying anything. Are you kidding me? This is the patriarch's son. If they let Wujio go to the land of decay, the matriarch peeled their skins and smoked their tendons, and that was light. In addition, even if Wujio wasn't their young master, not the patriarch's son, they would also definitely not let Wujio travel to the land of decay. Wujio was unusually stunningly radiant, far beyond crushing the same age generation. For one of their Wu clan's top most outstanding heavenly pride, how could they possibly let such a top outstanding heavenly pride travel to the land of decay? What about cutting your own throat? That's absolutely impossible. Even if they went, they couldn't let Wujio go. Don't get excited, uncles. This was not an impulsive move on my part. Rather, it has been well thought out by me. I was going to head to the land of decay to sharpen myself, just in time to help the clan get rid of that damn furnace this time, Wujio said with a smile. What? Wu Jiao had originally planned to head to the land of decay to sharpen his body? The faces of the entire room changed once again. Their family's young master is really out of the ordinary. Who would think of going to a place of decay to sharpen themselves? There's no one at all. The land of decay is no place to sharpen yourself. Not only do you go and fail to sharpen yourself, instead, they will let themselves fall into an abyss from which they cannot extricate themselves, cut off the future path of cultivation. No, young master, don't say such things again. We definitely won't agree. There are more than enough places to sharpen yourself outside of heaven. There are also more than enough strong enemies and rivals. Why does young master have to travel to the land of decay? No, this will never work. The heads of the clan's powerhouses shook like rattlesnakes. Beat them to death. They would also definitely not let Wu Jiao travel to the land of decay. Nonetheless, I don't think the uncles are right. It seems to me unbreakable. There are certainly many places to sharpen your skills in the heavenly beyond, but all these places are different from the land of decay. It brings a very different sharpening effect. The path of the strong is never the same. I aspire to be the strongest. So, the land of decay I must go. Wu Jiao said with a straight face. He has big ambitions, wanting to become the strongest person ever in heavens beyond. Travel to the land of decay to sharpen yourself. On the other hand, it was his first step towards becoming the strongest person ever in heavens beyond. Young master, you are destroying yourself. After going to the land of decay, young master, you don't say that you became the strongest person ever. All future accomplishments that can be achieved are destined to be limited. The back will just die out. The strongest members of the clan spoke in unison. The attitude is very firm. If Wu Jiao doesn't listen to them, still going to get bent out of shape. If you insist on traveling to the land of decay, they don't hesitate to go against the rules of the clan. He also wanted to stop Wu Jiao, not allowing Wu Jiao to travel to the land of decay. The path of the strong is solitary, lonely and unappreciated. I understand why the uncles had to stop me from going, but my mind is made up. I will go to the land of decay to sharpen myself. Wu Jiao Tong said with a firm attitude. Seeing that Wu Jiao had such a firm attitude and would not change his mind, the strongest members of the clan had surrounded Wu Su. Young master, please also forgive us for disrespecting you. We can never allow you to travel to the land of decay. They opened their mouths, trying to forcefully imprison Wu Jiao. That is, until Wu Zhuo dismissed the idea of traveling to the land of decay. There is never a lack of resistance in the path of the strong. Of this I have long thought. Wu Jiao was calm and relaxed, not panicking at all. The faces of the clan's powerhouses instantly changed drastically. The young master of their family. Ghosts have the most ideas. It's simply defensible. What the hell is their young master up to this time? They took a look at Wu Jiao's appearance. It was known that they would more than likely not be able to stop Wu Jiao this time. Chapter 190, Chen Chongsheng, expecting on. Bad content. Chapter 191, don't make any moves and wait for the people above you. Chen Chongsheng did not move to the 33 heavens, waiting to transform this side of the world. The purpose was to want to give Li Sun a surprise. This side of the world carries all the memories of him and Li Sun. When Li Sun saw the remodeled this side of the world, thought it would be very pleasing. Will I scare him if I say I'm already invincible? Chen Chongsheng smiled, said in his mind. Li Sun knew that he had been invincible then. The expressions are sure to be exceptional. He expects the same. 33 heavens, inside the Palace of Joy. Who the hell is this guy? It's horrible too. The Joy Palace master shrunk his head violently. There was horror and fear on his face and in his eyes. How he hadn't thought about it. The murderer of his son, Chen Chongsheng. It was so terrifying and frightening. His son was killed. He died in the middle of the heavenly punishment prison under the heavy heaven. He burst into a rage. The orderly celestial court was approached for a statement but received no reply. He can't take it. Then he sent his inner circle down to investigate, said anything to get to the bottom of his son's death. After his minders went down, it was easy to investigate the truth about his son's death. The person who killed his son is called Chen Chongsheng. Incredibly arrogant. There was no cover-up when he killed his son. The realms of the heavy world are known to all living beings, so he went down after his beloved. Didn't even have to investigate to know the truth. His minders reported all this to him. He was greatly enraged, ordering his beloved to bring Chen Chongsheng back to him no matter what. He wants to avenge his son, to cut Chen Chongsheng off by 1,000 cuts. Who knew? He hadn't waited to hear from his beloved in the back. A super terrifying battle erupted in the realm plane just below the heavy heaven. The aftershocks of the great battle all impacted this side of the 33 heavens. It even impacted the higher heavens. He cast a glance over to the great war, saw the murderer of his son, Chen Chongsheng. A large number of powerful people from the Tao Alliance, such as the great Mongolian kingdom's Iron Horsemen, were also seen. He hastily contacted his minders, trying to get his minders to pull back in a hurry. The terror of Chen Chongsheng. It was as if it was no longer something he could deal with, but he didn't make it. failed to reach his minders. He had a hunch that something had probably happened to his beloved, and he then saw a scene that almost didn't scare him to death. A large number of Dao Alliance powerhouses such as the Great Mongolian Kingdom's Iron Horsemen. It was actually a chessboard that was mirrored by Chen Chongsheng. All of them were easily swept away and killed. He was really close to not being scared alive. The heart stopped beating. Who knew? Surprisingly, that's not even the most horrifying and scary. Something even more horrifying and frightening came immediately afterward. The hegemonic clan of the 10 Heavens. A member actually came down to kill Chen Chongsheng. He had thought that Chen Chongsheng was going to be ambushed and killed by members of the 10 Heavens Hegemony clan. Results: the members of the 10 Heavens Hegemony clan couldn't do the same in front of Chen Chongsheng. Small as dust, weak and untouchable, the same was easily swept away and destroyed by Chen Chongsheng. That's too mean. Killing the strongest members of the Dao Alliance and exterminating the Wind Clan's children members. What kind of terrifying background does he have? His heart was pounding, scared to death, deeply aware that he himself had severely underestimated Chen Chongsheng. He Pleasure Palace is backed by the underwater predator, the Hall of Joy, behind Chen Chongsheng. It must also have the terror of an underwater predator. Report. He contacts the Hall of Joy behind him. Reported all of this. It's not trivial. He'll have to report it to the Hall of Joy for that to happen. The underwater predators are all extremely mysterious and unpredictable. Being able to learn more about some of the underwater predators, it will undoubtedly be of great help in controlling the situation in the future. In addition, he's still thinking about revenge. 2. He wanted the strongest person from the Hall of Joy to help him kill Chen Chongsheng, to avenge his dead son. My lord, you must do it for me. My son died a horrible death. I also request that your excellency make a move to kill this Chen Chongsheng, he cried, asking the powerful men of the Hall of Joy to help him avenge his death. Kill Chen Chongsheng. Hot damn, do you really think that our Joy Palace is easy to bully? Don't worry, I'll definitely take this revenge for you. If I can't help you get your revenge, I'll call you daddy. The Joyous Hall powerhouse returned. Very strong. Thank you, my lord. The Joy Palace master was excited and thrilled beyond measure. There were these words from the strong man of the Hall of Joy. I'm sure he'll be able to avenge his son's death. I will first report this information to the top, and after that it's over to your side. Take your revenge, the Joyous Hall powerhouse said. He was not a member of the General Hall side of the Hall of Joy. Rather, they were members of the Joyous Hall's subtemple in the 27 Heavens. The status of the Joy Palace's palace master is too low, not yet qualified to contact the General Hall side. At most, he could only contact the powerhouses of the 27th Heavenly Subdivision. Not for long. The Joy Palace master's communication spell lit up. The 27 Heavens subtemple powerhouse contacted him. He was full of joy, thinking that the 27 Heavens Division Hall powerhouse was going to come over and take him to take revenge. Although Chen Chongsheng is strong, however, he didn't believe that he could be stronger than a 27 Heavens branch palace powerhouse. He believed that after the 27 Heavens sub-hall powerhouses came over, it will be able to easily suppress Chen Chongsheng. Who knew? The first words spoken by the 27 Heavens Sublime Heavenly Hall powerhouse left him dumbfounded. Dad, huh? The Joy Palace master's eyes widened. Silly on the spot. The 27 Heavens Subdivision Hall powerhouse came up and called out to his father. What's going on here? No, I can't help you get your revenge. That's a super tough one. It's all killing over in the 20th Heavens. We've been told not to make any moves, and someone will be sent down from above later. The 27 Heavens Subdivision Hall powerhouse said quickly, when he reports to the top. Learned about this thing that shocked him beyond belief. The reflective chessboard appeared in the 20th Heaven, killing through the entire 20 Heavens. The strongest members of the Dao Alliance within the 20th Heavens and the members of the Orderly Heavenly Court's 20 Points Hall. All of them were obliterated by the reflective chessboard. Members of the children who came from behind the Wind Clan. It's been wiped out too. What? The Joy Palace master paralyzed to the ground in fear. The 20th Heaven was too far away from them. None of them knew what was happening within the 20 Heavens. I didn't know that Chen Chongsheng was actually terrifying and horrifying to such an extent. 30 Heavens. Inside the 30 Points Hall of the Heavenly Court of Order. At this moment, the 30 Points Hall master was with his senior sister. Brother Yunfeng went down to investigate the truth of his son's death. It turned out to be lost in the back. At the same time, another terrifying aftermath of the great battle impacted the 30 Heavens side. He realized that something had most likely happened to senior brother Yunfeng. Then he hurriedly contacted his senior sister. Seek the help of his senior sister. This is his big sister. The cultivation realm is extremely high. From the 23rd Heaven, his senior sister came over at the first opportunity, but no action has been initiated. It was because his senior sister felt a great threat from the aftermath of the great battle. His elder sister claimed that she was not sure either. Seek the help of the master. Eldest senior sister spoke in a cold voice, to seek the help of their master's father, the 20 Points Hall master. she came over too soon. I don't know what happened within the 20 heavens, nor did they know that their master, the 20 points hall master, had already been obliterated by Chen Changsheng. Chapter 192, The Orderly Heavenly Court blows the horn of all-out war. Great chaos is coming. Bad content. Chapter 193, Making an example out of the others. The Orderly Heavenly Court is getting real. Bad content. Chapter 194, To Fight or Not to Fight. The Supreme Ruler of the Tao Alliance gathers. The Tao Alliance is too strong, Velodia believes. Even those predators hidden under the water. Nor did they dare to collide with the Tao Alliance alone. He had a high degree of certainty that a terrorist alliance existed behind Chen Changsheng. You have a point. There are indeed many forces staring at our Tao Alliance, especially those hidden underwater predators. An old crone spoke. She is Granny Thousand Flowers. The same person was one of the highest power holders of the Tao Alliance, also one of the founders of the Taoist League. The forces behind them are even more terrifying and powerful. What else does that say? Just go straight to war. Beat them until they're afraid to show their heads. Beat them until they fall to their knees at the feet of our Tao Alliance. The pugilistic voice rang out. The old patriarch of the mixed devil-ape clan. An old demonic ape. It's a direct call to war. It was likewise one of the highest power holders in the Tao Alliance. Cultivation strength is unfathomable. Spicy chicken. My old ox thinks the same as the monkey. Fight. Hit it hard. Beat these bastards until they are on their knees begging for mercy. My old ox doesn't care about conspiracies or young conspiracies. My old cow just knows. This group of them killed an entire heavy heaven of our Tao Alliance's members. I, old ox, will exterminate this group of turtle grandchildren no matter what I say. A black bull said with a big grin. It is the old patriarch of the Open Sky Black Bull clan. The same person was one of the highest power holders of the Tao Alliance. Old Black Bull, you're looking for death, aren't you? Who the is a monkey? You're the monkey. Your clan are all monkeys. I'm an ape, not a monkey. The old clan leader of the mixed devil ape cursed with a murderous rage. This is also the old patriarch of the Open Sky Black Bull clan, right? If it were anyone else, it must have slapped it on the wrist a long time ago, slapped the other guy into a pulp. It hates it when people don't distinguish between apes and monkeys. Mostly it hates monkeys more. It has a dead ringer. It's the monkey, fighting each other for endless years. And that's not even the reason it hates monkeys the most. The reason it hates monkeys the most is, this dead monkey's son abducted its daughter. It pissed it off so much that it almost didn't die alive. It's been fighting with dead monkeys for endless years. There was never a split. In the end, his daughter was abducted by the dead monkey's son. It will never forget when the dead monkey's son got his way. That mocking look the dead monkey gave it. This has become the biggest pain in its heart. But wherever it is, if a monkey appears, it shall kill without mercy. Some people even mention monkeys in front of it. It kills them all. The old patriarch of the Open Sky Black Bull clan. Like it is the highest authority in the Taoist League. It's not good to roll over and do it. Tell the truth. If it were anyone else, not a member of the Taoist League, even if this person was on the same level of power as the old patriarch of the heaven-opening Black Bull clan, and it definitely won't just let it go. It's bound to go on forever. Hey, my old ox was wrong. Don't be angry, brother ape. Wait until you meet that dead monkey back there. My old ox will definitely join you, brother ape, in decapitating that dead monkey. The old patriarch of the heaven-opening Black Bull clan hurriedly apologized. The feud between the old patriarch of the mixed devil ape clan and that dead monkey, it is known to all. It had forgotten about that earlier as well. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have called out to the old patriarch monkey of the mixed demon ape clan. No, I'll slaughter the dead monkey myself. The old patriarch of the mixed devil ape clan said coldly, a being of its caliber. Definitely not going to kill that dead monkey with the help of someone else's power. It's really going to happen. Even if you end up killing the dead monkey, it won't be happy either. It only looks down on itself, the power of others for it. Undoubtedly a disgrace. It's just a little episode. Back to the point. The orderly heavenly courtside has already blown the horn of the Great War. It even beheaded the fifth branch lord. They are just about to get real. I feel like we can wait and see. There's no need to break out into a big battle with that person and the forces behind him now. A bone-thin old Taoist spoke. He is the immortal Taoist. The power behind it is immortal ridge. The force is equally terrifying. One of the strongest forces for the Tao Alliance. All the heavy heavenly beings knew that the orderly heavenly court had blown the horn of the Great War. The beheading of the fifth branch lord. They were more than ready to know in the first place. The orderly heavens blew the horn of the Great War because of that man. A great battle will inevitably break out with that person first. I do think we can wait and sit back and watch. Wait until the two of them fight to the death. We'll strike again. Clean them both up. He speaks his mind. Many people in power agree with him. The same people want to sit back and take advantage of the situation. Is it so easy to collect the fisherman's money? I don't think so. Elder Fu opened his mouth. That man killed an entire heavy heaven of our Tao Alliance's members. We're not making any moves. What will others think of our Tao Alliance? And what will the members within the Taoist League think? The orderly heavenly court is all in action. And we didn't. This will lower our prestige of the Tao Alliance to the freezing point. Members on the inside will be frustrated with us as a result. After all, so many members of the Tao Alliance died, and we were indifferent. How else can members on the inside believe and trust us? Elder Fu said in a deep voice. As I said before that, the Taoist League has been in existence for too short a period of time. The pace of development is too fast again. There is an extreme lack of trust and unity within. A slight gap appeared. The Tao Alliance is then likely to face a collapsing and disintegrating situation. Elder Fu continued. And that person dared to massacre the people of the Tao Alliance and the orderly heavenly court with such impunity. It just shows that the man was prepared. The heavenly court of order even blew the horn of the Great War, but for the sake of its excessive internal decay, most likely it won't be able to suppress that person and the alliance of forces behind him either. This situation, if we do nothing, undoubtedly it gave the man and the alliance of forces behind him the opportunity. All that man and the coalition of forces behind him have to do is raise their arms. It's sure to get tons of support and advocacy. At that time, it's very likely that our Tao Alliance will be replaced by such a move. Elder Fu said one after another with a grave expression. This was the reason why he had said at the very beginning that this time was the biggest crisis for their Tao Alliance. If they didn't handle it well this time in the Taoist League, there is a real possibility that the ship may be capsized, completely down. My suggestion is to go to war with that man and the coalition of forces behind him. Stabilize the majesty and prestige of the Tao Alliance. Don't give that person and the alliance of forces behind him a chance to replace our Tao Alliance, Elder Fu said coldly. The eyes were fierce. He thought that going to war was the best option for their Tao Alliance at the moment. Chapter 195, Chen Shangsheng, if you want to die, just fulfill it. Bad content. Chapter 196, I thought it was so powerful. That's all. The forces behind the Master of Hell's Master. Extremely uncomplicated and terrifying. For the underwater predator-level forces hidden within the heavens that are not known to anyone. But even so, they made such a decision. Firmly, he wanted to stand with Chen Shangsheng. Together, they fought against the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance. It is also undoubtedly an extremely risky thing to do. After all, this was the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance that were going to use all of their power. They were on Chen Shangsheng's side. It's just unbelievably menacing. It was not likely that they would be completely destroyed by the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance along with Chen Shangsheng. Of course, they didn't make the decision blindly. In their opinion, Chen Shangsheng was very much worth the risky, big gamble they were taking. The reason is simple. This was because they all felt that Chen Shangsheng could not possibly be fighting alone. Behind Chen Shangsheng, there must be an extremely terrifying and frightening force present. They don't believe Chen Shangsheng alone dared to make such a killing spree against the orderly heavenly court and the members of the Tao Alliance. No one would dare to go on a killing spree like this alone against members of the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance. Your kindness is appreciated. But, indeed, I need not trouble you. They can't make any waves yet. Chen Shangsheng smiled and said to the master teacher of the Hellmouth. Sure enough, Chen Shangsheng was indeed not fighting alone, backed by a super-terrorist force. Otherwise, Chen Shangsheng categorically would not refuse their help. After all, Chen Shangsheng was even more terrifying and powerful. Individual power is also ultimately limited. There was absolutely no chance that it would be able to fight against the fully mobilized Order Heavenly Court and Tao Alliance. The master teacher of the Earth's Hades thought in his heart. In addition, he was also shocked inside. What kind of power is behind Chen Shangsheng? It was actually able to make Chen Shangsheng so confident. Could the forces behind Chen Shangsheng stand against a fully mobilized Order Heavenly Court and Tao Alliance? There's no need to be polite with us, Your Excellency, as the prince said to us earlier. We're friends. It's natural for friends to throw their weight around. His voice came out from the communication spell. A fully mobilized Order Heavenly Court and Tao Alliance should never be underestimated. It's bound to be beyond horrible and terrifying. When the Great War broke out, anything can happen by accident. It's better if we're ready to provide support at any time, he said again. The forces behind them had already decided to fully stand with Chen Shangsheng. No need for backup, and there won't be any surprises. Chen Shangsheng said, "What's an accident?" In front of him, there is absolutely no such thing as an accident. Communication spells over there. The master teacher of the Hellmouth was once again shocked for a long time. Is the power behind Chen Shangsheng really that terrifying? Could it really fight against a fully mobilized Order Heavenly Court and Tao Alliance? He didn't quite dare believe it. Did there really exist forces within the heavens that could stand up to the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance? By the way, Speaking of helping, I do have something I need your help with, Chen Changsheng said. After the master teacher of the Hellmouth heard what Chen Changsheng said, there was a smirking expression on his face. Yeah, right. He then said which power could stand up to the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance. Chen Changsheng still had to need their help. Your Excellency, by all means, he returned. It felt that Chen Changsheng was trying to get them to fight alongside him. Those rejections from Chen Changsheng in the front, it's all just padding. Chen Changsheng had thought of having them fight alongside him from the start, just too embarrassed to say yes straight away. You guys live within the heavens of the heavens and have a better understanding of the situation within the heavens of the heavens. I want you guys to help me find some characters who are good at chess. Play chess with me, Chen Changsheng said. Ha! The master teacher of the Hellmouth was instantly dumbfounded. Stay where you are. He seriously doubted he'd heard wrong. There were hallucinations. What the hell? Chen Changsheng was not trying to get them to fight alongside him. Instead, you want them to help find some people who are good at chess? Say that again. Sir, I didn't hear you. He couldn't help himself. Find some people who are good at chess, Chen Changsheng repeated. What a situation. And really want them to help find some people who are good at chess? The master teacher of the Hellmouth was filled with incredulity. Chen Changsheng said those words. It was completely out of his expectation. If it's a bother, forget it. I'll find it myself when the time comes, Chen Changsheng said. No trouble, no trouble. The master teacher of the Hellmouth hurriedly returned, indicating that they will definitely help get the best chess player. And then, he ended the communication in a dazed state. What did he say? Just then, another communication spell on his body lit up. The voices of the powerful men behind him came from inside. Ask him about the conversation between him and Chen Changsheng. He said he wanted us to help find some people who are better at chess. The master teacher, the Lord of Hell, returned to God. A fully mobilized Order Heavenly Court and Tao Alliance is absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Naturally he needs our help. Well, we're ready too, and are gathering all the strongest men. Wait, what did you say? What does he need from us? The powerhouse on the side of the communication spell was also confused. At first he thought the master of the Hellmouth was talking about Chen Changsheng needed them to fight together side by side. Speaking of which he responded, that's not it at all. He said he didn't need us to fight side by side. Just let's find some people who are better at chess. The Lord of Hell said in a confused voice. Nowadays he still finds it very unbelievable. The same was true for the strong men on the side of the communication spells. Full of confusion. Li Clan Land. The Lord of Hell was winded. The same face was full of confusion. How did it not occur to? Chen Changsheng did not allow the forces behind his master to come over and fight alongside him, and to have the forces behind his master help find someone who was better at chess. That's too unexpected. Just then, the heavens and the earth suddenly became dim and dark. The Lord of Hell felt dizzy straight away. The scene in front of him changed madly and rapidly. After he stopped getting dizzy and the scene in front of him stopped changing, he realized with dismay. He seemed to have been stowed away in some kind of magic weapon. Duke! His face changed drastically as he hurriedly searched for Chen Changsheng's figure. When he saw Chen Changsheng, he then breathed a sigh of relief. The heart felt a lot safer. But, he then got back on his toes. No, that's not right. Chen Changsheng was all collected into the magic weapon. Is there any safety left? He was on the verge of tears. Did the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance move so quickly? So quick to kill. It's not as hard to deal with as I thought it would be. Thought it was much better. That's it. The tiny gourd took care of him and put him right back in. Didn't even move the killer. Voices rang out from outside the spell. It was he who manipulated the magic weapon, collecting Chen Changsheng and the Lord of Hell into the Jed. Chapter 197. The succession of those who struck was overwhelming. Bad content. Chapter 198. A means beyond imagination, forcibly changing the destination of teleportation. Bad content. Chapter 199. Posing and pretending to be big. What does Chen Changsheng have? Members of the failed Dead Silence Organization. None of it survived. The Dead Silence Organization is cold-blooded and ruthless, but any member who does not complete the task, all will be obliterated. Ah! The prohibition in my body has erupted. I'm going to die. Ah! My flesh, my soul, everything about me is burning like crazy. It's too painful. The ugly old man, the three-headed ferocious dog, and the strongest true king of the third realm, suddenly full of scorn, he rolled wildly on the ground, a constant roar of agony, the deadly silence, through the restraints in their bodies. Understand the situation on their side, know that they failed. It was tackled and suppressed by Chen Changsheng. Then he opened the restrictions inside the ugly old man and the other members, to obliterate members such as the ugly old man. Ah! I can't stand it. Come on, kill me now, please. The ugly old man and other members are becoming more and more unbearable. Crying, he begged Chen Changsheng to hurry up and kill them. prohibit the process of obliterating them. Incredible pain and suffering. It's not that straightforward and simple and thorough. They'll be in excruciating pain. Little by little, it was obliterated by the ban. This was done deliberately by the Dead Silence Organization. The purpose is to let members of the organization know, members who have not completed their assignments, it's hard to die well. At the same time, it was also a way for the Dead Silence Organization to warn their targets. Let their targets know the horrors of their Dead Silence Organization. Thus, the fear of the Dead Silence Organization. I haven't gotten the answer I wanted yet. Chen Changsheng calmly waved his hand. There was soft light falling on the ugly old man and others. A split second. The prohibitions within the ugly old man and others, all of them were completely obliterated by the soft light. The ugly old man and the others also stopped roaring in pain. They were shocked to the core. None of it can be trusted at all. How? How is this possible? The Dead Silence Organization put a ban on their bodies. Just like that, it was erased by Chen Changsheng with a wave of his hand? Jesus, just how terrifying and frightening is Chen Changsheng? It's simply beyond their imagination. Need to know. The Dead Silence Organization placed a ban within its members. There's never been an instance where it's been erased by an outsider yet. Who are you? Where are you from? Chen Changsheng opened his mouth, and then, in an uncontrolled manner, ugly old men and others tell where they come from. We are members of the Dead Silence Organization, ordered to come and get you, and also to investigate all the details of you. They are incredibly detailed, putting themselves out there, and knowledge of the Dead Silence Organization. It all came out without reservation. In the process, they were all terrified, inwardly horrified. They are obviously very conscious, and the mouth says everything uncontrollably. What kind of tactic is this? They're really about to be scared alive. Got it. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. Between the soft light swirls, the ugly old man and the others were all completely obliterated in an instant. The Dead Silence Organization, right? When you go to the heavens of the heavens, destroy them all together in one go. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. Take the Lord of Hell. Get out of here. Back within the Li Clan's clan lands. The Lord of Hell's heart pounded violently. Smoothly give it a go. Does this one really have invincible power? Too confident and overbearing. It wasn't long after Chen Changsheng returned to the Li Clan's land. The group arrived in front of the Li Clan's clan land. We have come to visit fellow Daoist Chen, and please pass the word. Among these pedestrians, one person walks to the front of the line. Politely, he said to the sons of the Li clan who were guarding the clan land. One moment, the Li clan son who was guarding the clan land responded, and then ran back to the clan lands. Make a pass-through endowment. I don't want visitors right now. Send them back, Chen Changsheng said. The disciple who had enlisted left. Convey Chen Changsheng's words to this pedestrian. What a big score. Among these pedestrians, a man with a young-looking appearance grunted coldly. The face shows displeasure. Chen Changsheng was also too capable of posing. What do you take them for? Being insignificant little fishes and shrimps now? It went so far as to turn them away. Don't even see them. The others traveling with him also looked unhappy. Is Chen Changsheng giving them a hard time? Yes, it's for the best. It would have been better if we could have been a little more wild and posed a little more. Among these pedestrians, one was not only not half upset about it. Instead, he was overwhelmed with joy. Even more so, he hoped that Chen Changsheng could be a bit more wild and could put up a bigger fight. He's no one else. It was none other than the palace master of the Palace of Joy. Those who traveled with him were powerful people from the Joy Palace. Chen Changsheng was killing his way through the 20 heavens. It made the Hall of Joy feel that Chen Changsheng must have an extraordinary power and background behind him. They wanted to get in touch with Chen Changsheng, find out what kind of power and background Chen Changsheng has behind him. It also wanted to understand what the forces and background behind Chen Changsheng actually wanted to do, if it is possible. They wanted to ally with the forces behind Chen Changsheng. Unified front, the water within the heavens, deep and scary. And now the heavens of the heavens are about to experience unprecedented chaos again. In the midst of such pandemonium, anyone who does is destined to be hard-pressed to do it alone, either active or passive. All will be swept away. So, they then thought of an alliance. Unified front. This is the only way to better survive the pandemonium. They thought that the forces behind Chen Changsheng, there is a lot of potential. After all, if the forces behind Chen Changsheng were not terrifying and frightening enough, and how dare they be within the 20 heavens, to kill members of the orderly heavenly court and the Dao Alliance like this? Of course, they were also only tentatively going to ally with the forces behind Chen Changsheng. It hadn't really been determined yet that it was going to ally with the forces behind Chen Changsheng. They had to know what kind of strength the forces behind Chen Changsheng possessed after. Only then would they determine whether or not to ally with the forces behind Chen Changsheng. Making alliances is no small thing, especially aligning with the forces behind Chen Changsheng. More than that, it's not trivial. One bad move and they could be doomed. It was completely erased on that account. The wrath of the orderly heavenly court and the Dao Alliance. It's really not that easy to bear. The Joy Palace's side wanted to ally with the forces behind Chen Changsheng. This was naturally not what the Joy Palace master wanted to see. His son was killed by Chen Changsheng. He naturally preferred to see the Hall of Joy and Chen Changsheng come to a confrontation, so that his son's revenge can be avenged. By his own words alone, there's no way in hell he's ever going to avenge his son's death in his life. Chen Changsheng was too much stronger than him. It simply wasn't something he could shake into place. Posing and acting big. The power behind him may indeed be remarkable, but that's no capital for him to pose and act big. He was thrust into the light by the forces behind him. What does that mean? The answer is obviously self-evident. Doubtless it shows that he is not an important member. It's just a member of the dispensable, the young man said coldly. Chapter 200, Brother Devil Son, Fire Son, up, it's time for you to perform. The young man carried himself with pride, obviously not looking at Chen Changsheng. The words carried contempt for Chen Changsheng, for no other reason. He is more honored. He was the favorite personal grandson of one of the elders of the Joy Palace, and Chen Changsheng in his opinion, just an insignificant cannon fodder. Naturally, it would not be in his sights, being pushed into the open by the forces behind him to make enemies of the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance. What is this if not cannon fodder? The orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance were not ones to be messed with. Openly making enemies of the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance in this way, undoubtedly an act of sending death. It will never end well. If it is an important member, it would never be pushed into the open like that. Only those who were used as cannon fodder. That's what pushed it out into the open like that. So, the young man did not look at Chen Changsheng at all. It was thought that Chen Changsheng had absolutely no capital to pose and act big. The rest of the Jubilee Hall, pretty much the same view as the youngsters. All of them felt that Chen Changsheng wouldn't be a powerful character, just cannon fodder first-class characters. There is no capital to pose and act big in front of them like this. Yes, that's it, don't spoil him, just go to war. The Joy Palace master shouted in excitement in his heart, most happy to see such a scene. He is in the Hall of Joy. The status is very low. No words at all. The young man Tan Kai was a different story. Tan Kai has an unusual status. If Chen Kai went to war with Chen Changsheng, then the Hall of Joy would more than likely go on the opposite side of the fence from Chen Changsheng. By then, it was hard for Chen Changsheng not to die. All visitors come from afar. Turning away guests like that, don't even see one. It's so rude, isn't it? A joyous hall powerhouse suppressed the dissatisfaction in his heart, opened his mouth. This time, he didn't need the Li clan's children to pass through for him anymore. The voice was directly augmented with his power, sent within the clan lands of the Li clan. It resounded throughout the entire Li clan land. Another unknowing person coming to cause trouble? Blood Demon, Brother Demon Z, heard the shouts of the strongest members of the Joy Palace outside, realized immediately that something else was going on. From the shouts of the mighty men of the Hall of Joy, it can be clear, Lord Nagisa doesn't want to see anyone outside, and the people outside forced their way to see Lord Nagisa. Impudent fellow, what do you take Lord Eternal for? Does the Elder Lord not yet have the right to not see them? Must he? It grimaced. Firechild, it's time for you to perform. Hurry up and get rid of these impudents. It will certainly be a credit when the time comes. It turned to the Fire Phoenix King. Honestly, it was still haunted by the fact that the Fire Phoenix King had been punked by it earlier, always thinking about making up for the Fire Phoenix King. What a great opportunity to perform. It would all give way to the Fire Phoenix King to do it. It has done this before, but the results? Not really. The Fire Phoenix King doesn't seem to have the life to perform well. Clearly a great opportunity to perform. The Fire Phoenix King ended up in a sorry state. The Fire Phoenix King's gaze was fiery, heartened by what Brother Miko said, trying to get rid of the people out there. But think of all those moments when it was pitched by Damanko. Its fiery gaze dimmed again. Or, forget it. It shook its head like a rattle. The suggestion of Brother Miko was rejected. It resigned itself to its fate. No more illusions. It didn't do well. It didn't have a big kill. It didn't have a vertical life. Such as it is, there was only watching Brother Demon Z and the nine-headed lion as they slayed their way across the land. Gee, what's with the math? Think about it. You're working for Lord Eternal. Can the Elder Lord leave you alone? You don't have the strength to drive out those guys out there. Surely the Elder Lord will not sit idly by. Shall give thee power to help thee. Brother Devilson looked like he hated it. It was highly recommended that the Fire Phoenix King step in to drive away those guys outside. The Fire Phoenix King hesitated, starting to get heartburn again. It felt that Brother Devilson had a point. Brother Miko is extremely unreliable though, but this time I do think Brother Miko is right. Go on. This time it's really a good chance to perform. The nine-headed lion said to the Fire Phoenix King. The Fire Phoenix King was too miserable. There was not a single time that it didn't end badly and miserably. It sincerely hoped that the Fire Phoenix King would come to a turnaround battle, breaking the misery. You can make a good showing, make a big kill, and run through the world. Okay, Then, at your service. The Fire Phoenix King gritted his teeth. With his heart in his mouth, he took a big step toward the outside, to get rid of the people out there. It believed that Lord Eternal would not leave it alone. If it is not defeated, can't chase away the people outside, the Elder Lord will grant it power strong enough. Let it drive out the people outside. Good. It's your turn for a big kill this time. Fire Child. Brother Devil's Son joyfully followed. The time has come to raise your eyebrows and break your miserable fate. 9 lions shouted and followed. They all felt that the Fire Phoenix King was stable. This time it will surely be possible to be invincible and no longer end up in a sorry state. The Fire Phoenix King was also in the affirmation of the Demon Z Brother and the 9-headed lion, getting more and more confident. Watch me perform. It raised its phoenix head, stride towards the outside. Unfortunately, what they don't know is this. While they are discussing these, Chen Changsheng had already made arrangements. He didn't bother to pay attention to the shouting members of the Hall of Joy outside. A black and white piece was given to the Lord of Hell. Let the Lord of Hell go out and finish off the members of the Hall of Joy. Instead, he came over to Li Ruoshue's side, took Li Ruoshue out fishing. Your old ancestor, Li Sun, likes to go fishing when he's not doing anything. I don't know what's so fun about this fishing either. Go, let's go out fishing and see what fun this fishing is. Chen Changsheng hugged Li Ruoshue and said with a smile, Li Sun likes to go fishing when he has nothing to do, and like to drag him along, but he's never been there. At that time, he was just a small cultivator, full of practicing, enhance his own strength. Can't really be bothered to go fishing with Li Sun. So, Li Sun dragged him to go fishing, all of which he turned down. In the meantime, King Fire Phoenix, Brother Devil's Son, 9-headed lion, came over to the mountain gate of the clanland. They did not know that Chen Changsheng had already made arrangements. What's more, he didn't know that Chen Changsheng had already left the Li clan's clanlands. Tai, what are you doing? Lord Nagisa has made it clear that he will not see you. You're not leaving yet. What are you still yelling for? The Fire Phoenix King walked at the front. The phoenix head is high. Leave quickly if you are sensible. Don't ask for trouble. It bellowed. Yes, beautiful, classy. The 9-headed lion and Brother Demon Z all gave the Fire Phoenix King a thumbs up. Thought the Fire Phoenix King was particularly spot on. The Fire Phoenix King saw the thumbs up from the 9-headed lion and Brother Demon Z. The phoenix head raised higher. It itself thought it was particularly spot on. This time it's bound to kill big time and run the gamut. Chapter 201. As smart as I am, the Gongzi is asking me to be a backstabber. The Fire Phoenix King looked disdainfully at the members of the Joy Palace outside, confident with anticipation. Brother Miko is the pits though. But this time, what was said made sense. It works for Lord Eternal. How could Lord Eternal not care about it? It's not possible. It made up its mind. This time it would show Lord Nagisa its attitude, even if it's been beaten up, even if it means losing your life. It also definitely wouldn't cry out, Lord Eternal, life help. Say whatever it takes to get to the end. This time, it's going to war against fate, break its dismal fate, ushering in its brand new life. What the hell? Really think you're somebody? Shin Kai's face was grim. There was a horrible fury flowing out of his body. A pair of eyes even had a terrifyingly ferocious aura flashing up. Chen Changsheng at cannon fodder that was pushed into the open. The score is really all set in the sky. Don't even see them. They were even sent to drive them away. It's almost as if you don't know any better. The faces of the other members of the joyous hall were also gloomy. Chen Changsheng really didn't put them in his eyes. Don't even say you'll see them. And, were the Fire Phoenix King Few sent out by Chen Changsheng to drive them away? Anger surged fiercely in their hearts. Can't stand a bit of it at all. Are they some kind of insignificant minions? Send someone out to drive them away. You're just sending the Fire Phoenix King? Chen Changsheng really didn't treat them as human beings at all. Fire Phoenix King of these, one realm is lower than the other. In front of them, not even dust. How much did Chen Changsheng look down on them before he sent a few of the Fire Phoenix Kings out to drive them away? If only they could stand for that. That's weird. It's even better than anything I expected. Send these guys out. Isn't this further enraging Shin Kai and the others? Well, it doesn't get any better than this. The Joy Palace Master laughed madly in his heart. The Fire Phoenix King of few, let alone comparing it to members of the Hall of Joy such as Shin Kai, even in his presence. It's also a molehill existence. Chen Changsheng sent a few of the Fire Phoenix Kings out to drive Shin Kai and the others away. Isn't this an obvious way to humiliate Shin Kai and the others? No one can stand to be humiliated like that. In particular, Tankai and other members of the Hall of Joy. Originally, he couldn't look at Chen Changsheng. He couldn't stop laughing inside. Already saw the scene of the great battle that was going to break out next. An alliance is unlikely. Chen Changsheng will go on the opposite side of the road from the Hall of Joy. Become an enemy of the Hall of Joy. You're not leaving yet? Do I have to be rude to you guys? The Fire Phoenix King once again rebuked. A mole thing, and dare to cry out against them? Tankai and other members of the Hall of Rejoicing. Lungs are about to explode. This is simply inverting the Big Dipper. they haven't been this stifled yet. In the meantime, the Lord of Hell came this way. He took it in stride. Come up and head for the very front. Chen Changxing gave him a black and a white piece. Let him take care of Qin Kai and other members of the Hall of Joy. He carries one black and one white piece. It was about to go up and finish off Qin Kai and the other members of the Hall of Joy. But he hasn't taken 2 steps yet. It was then stopped by Brother Demon Son. Dude, you don't have to go over there. Firechild can take care of them, Brother Devil Son said to the Lord of Hell. It did not know that Chen Changxing had given the Lord of Hell black and white pieces. Let the Lord of Hell come over and finish off Qin Kai and the others. It thought that the Lord of Hell was also trying to take this opportunity to perform, thus getting compliments from Chen Changxing yet. This it certainly can't let the Lord of Hell go over there. It has to make up for the Fire Phoenix King. He couldn't let the Lord of Hell steal the Fire Phoenix King's chance to perform. The Lord of Hell was a bit confused. Can the Fire Phoenix King take care of Qin Kai and the others? Qin Kai and the others looked bad to deal with. They must possess extremely terrifying strength. But he thought it over well. The Fire Phoenix King had been following Chen Changxing around. Naturally, you can't just take it at face value. It was thought that the Fire Phoenix King must have been bestowed with many heavy treasures by Chen Changxing. It could easily take care of Qin Kai and the others, and so on. That's when something else occurred to him. It's not. Since the Fire Phoenix King could easily take care of Qin Kai and the others, why did Chen Changxing still give him black and white chess pieces and let him come over? It kind of doesn't make sense. It's a contradiction in terms. Oops, is the incoming enemy only Qin Kai and the others? There are no strong enemies in the dark? As if the front dash. Then there is a strong enemy hiding in the shadows and striking, he thought in his mind. Thinking of the member of the Dead Silence organization in front of him who was hiding in the shadows and shooting cold arrows. My lord gave me black and white pieces. It is for my backhandedness against a strong enemy hidden in the shadows. Ha ha, clever as I am, clever as I am. He laughed inwardly, finally figured it all out. Okay, I'm not going over there. He smiled and said to the demonic son of a brother, stand aside, secretly making preparations. Always be ready to sacrifice the black and white pieces against a strong enemy hiding in the shadows. Okay, thanks man. Brother Devil Son thanked the Lord of Hell, and then it looked towards the back of the Fire Phoenix King. Silent words were spoken in his mind. Firechild, Firechild, you'll have to thank me afterward. I'm really worried about you. Not my words. This time your chance to perform was taken away from you, Brother Miko said in his mind. Swish, the Fire Phoenix King spread his wings. Terrifying blazing awns rushed into the sky. If you guys don't leave yet, then you'll have to blame me for not being polite. It rebuked loudly. Extremely majestic and dominant. It's so anticlimactic. Griffin is going to make a move on them again. The fury on Qin Kai and the other members of the Hall of Joy was even heavier. The ferocious aura in his eyes also grew even more intense. Come, come, come. I'd like to see how you can be rude to us, Qin Kai rebuked in a cold voice. Well, you asked for it. The Fire Phoenix King lifted his wings and moved forward. Not a hint of fear. It had already made up its mind to show Chen Changxing its fearless attitude. Steady, steady. This kind of fearlessness will surely be loved by Lord Nagisa. Brother Demon Z and the nine-headed lion saw the Fire Phoenix King fearlessly killing forward. In their hearts, they all felt that the Fire Phoenix King had been stabilized this time. Lord Everlasting saw that the Fire Phoenix King was this fearless. It will surely grant the Fire Phoenix King the power to suppress the entire scene. Indeed, if Chen Changxing saw it, praise would surely be offered for such a fearless Fire Phoenix King. Give the power to suppress the whole field. But the point is, Chen Changxing isn't here. He's gone fishing. Not paying any attention to this side. Can't see this fearless Fire Phoenix King. Good. His Excellency did ask me to come as a backstabber. The Lord of Hell's eyes glowed, said in his mind. The Fire Phoenix King charged forward without the slightest fear. It was bound to be able to easily suppress Qin Kai and the other members of the Hall of Joy. How else would the Fire Phoenix King dare to charge over like this? Definitely not. And he stopped doubting because of it. Determined that there must be a strong hidden enemy present in the shadows. The black and white pieces given to him by the Duke. The purpose is for him to deal with such strong enemies who hide in the shadows. Chapter 202. What a joke. The Gongzi went out fishing long ago. The Fire Phoenix King killed with a ferocious aura. Engaging Qin Kai couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart. It was doubtful that the Fire Phoenix King was hiding some kind of terrifying killer weapon. Otherwise, how could the Fire Phoenix King dare to kill over with such ferocity? A look of eating them to death? He was a little weak. Fear of falling in the gutter and falling into the hands of the Fire Phoenix King. Of course, how could he not just back out? Just bow out? Wouldn't he be a big joke? And he's not intimidated either. Especially this visit. His grandfather was trying to prevent any accidents from happening to him. He was purposely given some undercurrents and killers. It will keep him alive, fearless of any surprises. Boom. he was very cautious and not the least bit careless. Tentative strike. Powerful forces coalesced into a large hand. Shake the world. Boom grabbed towards the Fire Phoenix King. He looked grave and a little nervous. Exactly what kind of killer? But the Fire Phoenix King, who makes no more than a mole cricket, so ferociously they came at them to kill, acting like you're eating them to death? He'd love to know. The same was true for the other strongest members of the joyous hall. The look was grave and a little nervous at the same time. All of them wanted to know what exactly the Fire Phoenix King's killer weapon was. As far as they're concerned, this killer should be extremely uncomplicated. Otherwise Griffin King of Fire Phoenix. Categorically not this raw and fearless. However, the next instant, they were all stupid. Ha! Fake it! All of them couldn't believe their images. Rubbing his eyes frantically. Seriously doubt they're looking at it wrong. What did they see? Only Chin Kai could see the large hand that he had condensed into with his power. With ease, he grabbed the Fire Phoenix King inside his hand. Simple as catching a chickadee. How is this possible? Doesn't the Fire Phoenix King have a killer weapon in his hands? It can't be. Without a killer weapon, the Fire Phoenix King would dare to be this raw and fearless? What situation? Kai was also dumbfounded. He is just testing the waters, wanting to test out what kind of killer weapon the Fire Phoenix King had in his hands, and then he would think of a way to deal with the Fire Phoenix King's killer. Who knew? He tested the power. He actually clutched the Fire Phoenix King into his hand. Is he falling for this? King Fire Phoenix doesn't have a killer weapon in his hand? His nose was on the line. Mostly, it's a scam. The Fire Phoenix King's hand was pressed without a killer weapon. Otherwise he coalesced into a large hand with his power. There was no way that the Fire Phoenix King could be clutched into his hand with such ease. What? The Lord of Hell stared. No thoughts at all on this. How could the fearless Fire Phoenix King be this weak? Shouldn't they have easily suppressed Chin Kai and the others? I want more. He looked odd. Seems like he's overthinking himself. The Fire Phoenix King didn't have the strength to suppress Chin Kai and the others. The black and white pieces given to him by the Duke. It was meant for him to use against Chin Kai and other members of the Hall of Joy. There are no hidden strong enemies in the dark. Strike! He stepped forward, prepare to sacrifice the black and white pieces, against Chin Kai and the others. Dude, wait! Brother Devil's son hurriedly stopped the Lord of Hell. Dude, stay out of this for a second. Just let Firechild take care of himself. It said to the Lord of Hell. Let the Fire Phoenix King take care of himself? It's spitting blood, the Lord of Hell said. The Fire Phoenix King was clutched into his hand, obviously took a nasty hit. Blood was constantly spewing out of his mouth. The feathers on his body were red with blood. The Lord of Hell was filled with suspicion. Seriously doubt that Brother Demon Z has any beef with the Fire Phoenix King. You want to intentionally harm King Fire Phoenix? This Flame Phoenix King is clearly not a match for Chin Kai. The difference is too great. If he doesn't make another move, the Fire Phoenix King would be clutched alive behind him. Dude, did you hear Firechild's cry for help? No. Dude, you don't need to worry. Just wait and see what happens, Brother Devil's son said with an old-fashioned air, not at all worried about the safety of the Fire Phoenix King. Aha! Dude, hold your hand for a second. The Fire Phoenix King is too miserable. Just give it one of those chances. The nine-headed lion also said to the Lord of Hell, discouraged the Lord of Hell from making a move. It pitted the miserable fate of the Fire Phoenix King. Hopefully, the Fire Phoenix King can break the miserable fate. Welcome to a brand new life. Ha, okay. The Lord of Hell couldn't figure out what Brother Demon Z and the nine-headed lion wanted to do though, but it was promised. After all, Brother Demon Z and the nine-headed lion couldn't both be trying to victimize the Fire Phoenix King. Could they? There must be a reason for this that exists that he doesn't understand. He doesn't understand but respects. Hot damn, a little chickadee dares to act big like this. I'll make it hard for you to die today. Chin Kai's eyes were cold. He had actually been bluffed by a little chicklet like the Fire Phoenix King just now. It was intolerable to him. Exasperated. Saying nothing could not easily let go of the Fire Phoenix King. Blood sprayed like rain. Chin Kai struck out viciously, violently plucking out the feathers on the Fire Phoenix King one by one. The Fire Phoenix King couldn't help himself with the pain. Feel the pain of the drill. But, even then, it was still clenching its teeth. Hardly a cry of pain. It was determined to let Chen Changxing see its fearlessness, bravery, toughness, etc. Say nothing to show an ounce of cowardice. It's had enough of misery. Vow to break this dismal fate, ushering in its new life. No, still won't let me make a move? It's dying here. The Lord of Hell looked on in dismay. The Fire Phoenix King was violently plucked. When each feather is violently plucked, it all brings out large swaths of blood. It hurt him to look at it. Calm down. It's okay. Fiery didn't even scream. Brother Devilson remained old-fashioned. There was not the slightest worry, or even the opposite. And it grinned. Firechild showed so much fearlessness. bravery, resilience, etc. It's bound to be loved by Lord Nagisa. It felt sure that Firechild was going to succeed this time. It is unlikely that there will be any other surprises. Next, Lord Eternal Life would grant Firechild the power to suppress the entire scene, and then Firechild will be able to break the miserable fate. It's time to start the path of great killing and invincibility. But, as more and more feathers were violently plucked from the Fire Phoenix King, Brother Miko couldn't help but mutter as well. How come Lord Eternal Life hasn't granted Fire Sun the power of vertical and horizontal invincibility yet? Firechild did quite okay this time. The feathers were almost all plucked from his body, and he didn't cry out in pain, showed enough fearlessness, bravery, and tenacity. Brother Devilson was filled with doubt. It's only logical that Firechild should have been given the power of vertical and horizontal invincibility by Lord Eternal. How come there's no movement now? What did you say? Waiting for the prince to grant it power? Are you kidding me? Gongzi is not in the clan land at all. He went out fishing long ago, the Lord of Hell said. Lord Eternal is not here? Out fishing? Brother Demon Z and the nine-headed lion were dumbfounded on the spot. The king of the Fire Phoenix who was plucked bare of feathers and bald. It was also instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 203, Both Sides Test the Waters. Great War Breaks Out. Bad Content. Chapter 204, Two Pieces Pushed Across. No Power to Stop. Terrifying and frighteningly intense killing intent. Sweeping spread 18 heavy heavens. The hearts of all living beings trembled violently, like being hit hard by a heavenly hammer. Then they were all plunged into infinite horror and panic. They could not withstand such killing intent at all. One by one, the heart of the Tao collapsed, bordering on insanity. Tuankai strikes with reckless abandon. There's not the slightest hint of a cover-up, allowing the killing intent emanating from himself to sweep and spread across the 18 heavy heavens. Now the prelude to the great chaos has been drawn out within the heavens. There was no need for him to cover anything up. That's what his grandfather told him. No need to worry about anything like exposure anymore. The Hall of Joy is about to burst out from under the hidden water. No more being a hidden underwater predator, to come out into the open. It became a shocking predator known to all the living beings in the heavy heavens. This is the strategy of the Hall of Joy. From the moment they began to decide to contact Shen Changsheng, they then decided to stop hiding. It's going to come out into the open. In their opinion, the Pandemonium prologue just kicked off when it came out into the open. The pros outweigh the cons. After all, there is about to be an unprecedented outbreak of absolute chaos. All the forces and beings within the heavens could not escape. It's all going to be swept away. There are too many hidden underwater predators in the heavens. Even they don't know exactly how many hidden underwater predators there are. They come out into the open. The goal is to make their presence known to other underwater predators. From there, come over and engage with them. Such unprecedented and overwhelming chaos. They don't have a bottom either. Trying to ally with other underwater predator powers. Most of the other underwater predator powers would also have such an alliance in mind. It's an absolute mess like never before. No one can see through it. I don't know exactly what will happen in the future. No one can have a bottom. Definitely both would have wanted the league. It's not that. Qin Kai would never have struck out so recklessly. Definitely a cover-up will take place. It will not expose the Hall of Joy to the light of day. Rumble. A violent and terrifying collision set off. Tenkai went all out. There's not a hint of reservation. Execute the supreme killing art. The same black and white pieces collide together. What is a true king? It means that one may reign in the truth. There is no doubt about the horror of it. Especially since Qin Kai was still a sixth realm true king. It's even more terrifying. He struck a great killing art. Without exaggeration, the 18 heavens could all be given a direct and easy destruction. Unfortunately, in front of the flat black and white pieces, the absolute killing art was weak beyond recognition. The black and white pieces were given a straight flush. Put. Crimson. Hot blood splattered in all directions. The black and white pieces are in the process of being pushed through flat. There were also black and white rays of light sweeping towards Chinkai's side. The speed of it. Tenkai didn't react at all. It was swept by the black and white light on the spot. The physical body and soul fully crumbled and exploded in the black and white light. What? How is this possible? The faces of the members of the Joyous Hall in the arena all changed drastically. No one expected this to happen. That's too scary. The battle was over just before it started? All of this is faster than the spread between spiritual thoughts and feelings. They haven't even reacted yet. The black and white pieces then completed the horizontal push and crushed away Qin Kai's body and soul. The Joy Palace Master was shocked and jumped straight up from his spot. Qin Kai, the true king of the six realms, and just be instantly killed straight away? He couldn't believe it. When did a six-realm true king become so fragile and so unbeatable? He shivered. It felt very bad. They're not all going to die here, are they? Don't! He cried out in his mind, though he did want to see bloodshed. After all, there was bloodshed afterward. The probability is that both sides will become mortal enemies and go on opposite sides. But he didn't want the bleeding to be on their side. He was covered in a cold sweat. The clothes are all wet. It's just two pieces. It's so horrible and scary. You can instantly kill Qin Kai. How terrifying and frightening should Chun Changsheng be? It's unthinkable. He realized that this time it was really going to be a big deal. Yes, the Lord of Hell's eyes glowed. The black and white pieces really possessed the power to subdue the entire field. This is not he manipulates the black and white pieces to kill the enemy. Haven't moved the black and white pieces much yet. The black and white pieces then easily killed Qin Kai instantly. Kill. He scanned the other members of the Jubilee Hall. Manipulate the black and white pieces to kill them. These members of the Hall of Joy were all like enemies. Each one of them has no reservations. All of them were desperately trying to meet the black and white pieces. You can't do it without fighting for your life. Although they were in a higher realm than Qin Kai, the highest ones were even 9th realm true kings. But they didn't dare not put up a fight. For no other reason. All because the scene where the black and white pieces instantly kill Qin Kai is too scary. Strong as the 9 realms true king didn't even react. This just goes to show the power of the black and white pieces. Beyond the horror of their imagination. A 9th realm true king wouldn't necessarily be a match. Otherwise, just now, the 9 realms true king could inevitably react. Step in to block the 2 rays of light swept out by the black and white pieces. Rumble. Just then, a horrible and terrifying explosion rang out. A sealing station cast in jade, suddenly killed. Crush over toward the black and white pieces. Die for me. A roar of rage resounded. Qin Kai is actually not dead. The figure actually reappeared. The jade seal stage was also the one he punched out. This is the seal of destruction. One of the killers his grandfather gave him, and the reason he didn't die. On the other hand, he was saved by the means of preserving his life given by his grandfather. His grandfather gave him 6 scapegoats, may die in his place. A head is a scapegoat to die in his place. The scapegoat is immensely treasured. There weren't many sheets in the entire Hall of Joy. His grandfather only had 8 in total. 8 scapegoats. Gave him 6. Enough to know how much his grandfather loved him. I want you all to die here. Tuan Kai was annoyed. The black and white pieces exploded with power. Far more than he could have imagined. It caused him to be completely unresponsive just now. Failed to deliver the killer punch his grandfather gave him. If he had just offered up the killer weapon his grandfather gave him, he wouldn't have depleted a scapegoat. His grandfather gave him the killer. Any powerhouse beyond the true king realm could be killed. Exterminating 2 pawns must have been easy and simple to the point where it couldn't have been any easier or simpler. Young Master Qin Kai is mighty. The Joy Palace Master cheered excitedly for Qin Kai. He had thought it was going to be the end. Who would have known that the peaks would turn? It's amazing that Tan Kai isn't dead. A super terrifying heaven-destroying seal was also sacrificed. Everything will surely be rewritten. It is the Lord of Hell and others who should be finished. Chen Changsheng was also destined not to escape. Can't you see Qin Kai's eyes are red? There's no doubt. It would be hard for Chen Changsheng to die well this time. Chapter 205. Why make peace with such an ally? Kill. When the seal of heavenly destruction came out, the might instantly overpowered all the members of the Hall of Joy. The members of the Hall of Joy erupted with power. Under the seal of destruction. It's exactly like a child's fight. It's not even close to the same day. It is just not on the same level. This was power that fully surpassed the true king level. It's no exaggeration to say, the seal of heavenly destruction casually spilled out a strand of power. All of them can kill members of the Hall of Joy thousands of times. The interweaving of laws beyond the level of a true king. The horror was appalling in the extreme. Even the 16 heavens were affected. The heaven-destroying seal intertwined laws that transcended the true king level. It is reflected within the 16 heavens. The frightened beings of the 16 heavens could not have peace of mind. Born of horror and panic. A time of great turmoil. There really aren't any rules anymore. The living beings within the 16 heavens, including the beings within its lower heavens, all of them gave birth to 1,000 sighs. It also became clearer to realize that the footsteps of pandemonium were closer to them. As they say, where are the rules of order now? One after another. Strong people appeared who had no qualms about striking out. Don't care at all about the damage and impact on heavy heaven. There was no restraint in the strikes, allowing the power that erupted to recklessly make an impact on the heavens of heavens. This is certainly a sign that pandemonium is getting closer. The heavens will no longer be able to remain calm. All sorts of bullies, underwater predators, etc. All will jump out one after another. Unprecedented war breaks out. Rumble. The seal of destruction carried the power of destroying the heavens. The blast slammed violently into the black and white pieces. This was an absolute true emperor-level magic weapon. The inside was even filled with power by Grandpa Qin Kai. Qin Kai didn't even have to use his own power. Then the power of the seal of heavenly destruction could be utilized to the extreme. Above the true king is the true emperor. as the true king realm represents. The true king realm can be claimed as king in the true path. The true emperor realm, on the other hand, could be called an emperor in the true Tao. Tankai had a cold smile on his lips. It was not believed that Chen Changsheng, a cannon fodder who had been thrust into the open, could be so terrifying, especially at this moment. The one in front of him was not Chen Changsheng. It was just 2 pieces bestowed by Chen Changsheng. There was no reason for him not to believe in the Sky Destruction Seal. The seal of heavenly destruction could certainly blast the black and white pieces to smithereens. However, just as the heaven-destroying seal and the black and white pieces collided together, a shocking scene occurs, terrifying as the seal of the destroyer of heaven. Jedi True Emperor level magic weapon. It can also explode to its full power, but in front of the black and white pieces, fragile like paper mache, unbearable to the extreme. The black and white pieces easily crushed the heaven-destroying seal. How is this possible? Tankai was as if he had been struck by a blow. The face was white. The body couldn't help but thump, thump, thump backward furiously. Such a result, totally unexpected. A cannon fodder bestowed with just 2 pieces. How can it be so horrible? A split second, he realized that his earlier judgment might have been wrong. It was likely that Chen Changsheng was not the kind of cannon fodder he thought he was. It's just 2 pieces that were given. It has such a horrible power. Chen Changsheng was just as extraordinary. The strength is extremely terrifying. It was most likely a high realm true emperor. It was even possible that they were absolute true emperors, cultivated to the peak of the true emperor realm. How is this cannon fodder? If it's inside any camp power, or within which heavy heaven, high realm true emperors all belong to a rare battle force. As for the Jedi true emperor, then it is even more precious, categorically impossible to use as cannon fodder. After realizing this, he didn't want to fight anymore. Stop, this is all a misunderstanding. We have no enmity with you, or even the opposite. We came over this time in order to help you. The Orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance have declared full war on you. We're trying to help you out against the Orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance together. He shouted. Explain where they came from. We come from the Hall of Joy, an unknown underwater predator level power. With our help, it's bound to be a great help to you. He spoke one after another. The scorn and underestimation mentality towards Chen Changsheng was completely put away. It began to square up to Chen Changsheng, lower his stance. Damn, how is this even a bright identity? Why don't you dare to fight them to the bloody end? The Joy Palace Master said hatefully in his heart. The last scene he wanted to see happened. Tankai identified himself. Also lower your posture. That's certainly a peacemaking rhythm. He who had a blood feud with Chen Changsheng. Naturally, I don't want to see such a scene. More than anything, I want Tankai to be here for the bloodbath. Although from what I can see, Tankai has the underhooks. The black and white pieces have a sweeping, invincible power. But he was the head of a palace after all. There is an overabundance of experience. It was clear that Shin Kai was bound to have an even more terrifying killer weapon in his hands. Definitely has the power to fight. Otherwise, Tankai has been running wild for a long time. There is no way that peacemaking can still take place over here. It's no use you're saying that. I can't make the call. My lord gave me the task of killing all of you. So sorry. Please, all of you, be on your way. The Lord of Hell spoke. He was aware of how terrifying the underwater predator forces were. Make an enemy of the underwater predator forces. Definitely a very scary thing. But as he said so, he can't make the call. Chen Changsheng clearly told him all kill. Most of all, Chen Changsheng didn't care about this so-called underwater predator power at all. He knows this very well. This was not even his master's father who offered. The forces behind him to come over and help were rejected by Chen Changsheng. Although he didn't know just how terrifying Chen Changsheng was. Can you sweep unbeatable to the end? But he now trusted Chen Changsheng very much. Firmly carry out any task that Chen Changsheng explained to him. If you can't do it, you'll just pass these words on. We come in good faith. Besides, I can also tell you very clearly, the Hall of Joy is by no means an ordinary underwater predator force. Definitely stronger than most underwater predator forces. And then there's, the Hall of Joy is not a separate camp either. We have allies. Tankai spoke one after the other. A time of great turmoil. It's easy for a single force to get into trouble. What he said was true. The Hall of Joy did have allies in existence. The alliance came together long before that. The Lord of Hell changed color. An underwater predator is scary and terrifying enough. I can't believe there are allies? Should we report this to the prince? He thought in his mind. The threat of the Orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance was big enough. If there are more unfathomably strong enemies, the situation on the Gongzi side will undoubtedly be even more dangerous. Who are your allies? He opened his mouth to ask, decided to ask and convey it to the male. I'm afraid that your son won't be able to deal with so many strong enemies and something will happen again. Our allies are scary. You should know. This definitely belongs to a super underwater predator level power, Tankai said. The Lord of Hell's heart thumped. Were the allies of the Hall of Joy so terrifying? He was more than eager to convey it to the male. Which of your allies specifically? He asked. Creepy power. Tankai named their allies. Kill. As soon as the Lord of Hell heard this, immediately any thoughts were gone, directly manipulating the black and white pieces to blast forward. Chapter 206. It's not good to ally with anyone but creepy. Put. Crimson. Hot blood spilled all over the sky. Shredded flesh and bones flew across the room. Before Chin Kai and the other members of the Hall of Joy were completely surprised, there was also a complete lack of reaction to the situation. The Lord of Hell suddenly stormed out as a killer. Manipulate the black and white pieces to kill Chin Kai. Blood and broken flesh and bones splattered the other members of the Joy Palace. That's when they reacted. Huh? What the hell? They were wide-eyed and all confused. What's going on? Didn't the Lord of Hell have a very good talk with Tankai? And the Lord of Hell has shown a desire to convey it. What's with the sudden outburst of murder against Tankai? Holy, how did you get killed again? The palace master of the Palace of Joy glared. He didn't care why the Lord of Hell had suddenly stormed out on Shinkai. All he cares about is how Tankai got killed again. It's not. What about the even more terrifying cards and killer moves that he imagined Shinkai had in his hands? It can't be nothing. No, you're still here talking. He cursed in his mind. There you go. They will all be hard to escape death. In fact, it wasn't that Shinkai didn't have a more terrifying undercard and killer weapon in his hand. He has, and there are quite a few of them. In addition, these undercards and killer apps are exceptionally terrifying and frightening. If all of them are used, an existence at the level of a Jedi True Emperor couldn't even help Shinkai. Unfortunately, he let his guard down and didn't go on the defensive. Without having the time to offer up these cards and killers, he was killed. Swish, 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 glorious light flickers. Shinkai's figure reappeared out. He's not dead. Another scapegoat died in his place once more. Ah! He was furious, his eyes red. How can the other Lord of Hell be so unmartial? Suddenly it's coming down on him. It made him lose another scapegoat. His heart was dripping blood. A scapegoat is equivalent to a life. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're ing nuts. Talking pretty good. And then all of a sudden, you're killing me. He cursed profusely. He really didn't expect the Lord of Hell to suddenly strike at him. After all, he had explained where he was coming from, and say it out loud that they have allies. And he also made a point of stating their ally. Creepy, extremely scary and terrifying. It is a power that belongs to a super underwater predator. This and more. The Lord of Hell should be full of scorn, and even more afraid to make a move against him. So did he. Only then did he let his guard down and stop defending himself. Who knew that the Lord of Hell was not following the rules? Like a madman, all of a sudden it stormed out on him. Put a hit out on him. Am I crazy? You're the one who's crazy. Kill. The Lord of Hell didn't say anything more. Once again, the black and white pieces were manipulated to kill towards Shinkai. It's not good for the Hall of Joy to align itself with anyone. Had to ally with Creepy. It's not a death wish. Even if the Hall of Joy was allied with the Tao Alliance or the Orderly Heavenly Court, Shinkai and other members of the Hall of Joy all still might have a chance to live. The Temple of Joy and the Creepy Alliance. Oh, the only way to end up is dead. He doesn't know anything else. But one thing was very clear to him. That's what the Duke did with the shenanigans. The Duke had only one attitude toward Creepy: kill. There's no escape from being associated with the spooky. It's also an attitude: kill. Hot damn, you really think you're going to eat me to death? For your face, Tankai stormed out. Well, his grandfather gave him the bottom card and the killer app. All of them were sacrificed in one brain. Crazy one. I'm going to make your crazy ass kneel down and cry out for Grandpa. His eyes were fierce. It's just not possible to talk to the madman that is the Lord of Hell. He manipulates all his cards and killers. Blasted forward and killed it. It would be fine if the other party was Chun Changsheng. The Lord of Hell was merely one of Chun Changsheng's subordinates. A slave. How dare you call him a murderer? He really gave the face of the Lord of Hell. Rumble. The power of these undercards and killer apps. It was fully catalyzed by Shinkai. Spare the Jedi True Emperor from facing the bombardment of these undercards and killer weapons. It was also destined to be unpalatable. Can't carry it. But, in front of the black and white pieces, these undercards and killers are nothing. The black and white pieces easily destroyed these undercurrents and killers. And with a poof, Shinkai was once again subdued. My god, is it that scary? The other members of the Hall of Joy's faces changed drastically. One by one, they all planted themselves on the ground with a thump. Thump. Thump sound. Can't believe the images they're seeing. It's over. The Joy Palace Master also planted himself on the ground with a bang. Being scared out of my wits. No need to have any doubts this time. They're all definitely all going to die here. Swish. Glorious light flickers. Shinkai's figure appeared once again. He's still not dead. There's a scapegoat on it. Another scapegoat died once in his place. Ha, so hard to kill you. I can't believe I didn't kill you completely one after another. Okay. I'd like to see how many times you can come back to life. The Lord of Hell said, "Brother, don't kill it. Have been honest and begged to be spared." Tankai cried out for mercy. He no longer had the power or means to fight against it. Put, crimson, hot blood was once again splattered all over the sky. Once again, Shinkai was killed by the black and white chess piece powers. Brother, I didn't lie a word just now. Our Hall of Joy is indeed not an unusual underwater predator power. And our ally, Creepy, it's also really the power of a super underwater predator. Brother, if you don't believe me it's possible to view my soul's memories directly. Shinkai figure reappeared once more. You really don't know why I killed you. How dare you mention Creepy? I'll tell you what your Hall of Joy can ally with any power. But the only thing you can't do is ally yourself with Creepy. The Duke has only one attitude toward Creepy that's, kill. The Lord of Hell said. Ha! Tankai was dumbfounded on the spot. He names Creepy as an ally. The purpose was to deter the Lord of Hell, and it turned out that he actually sent himself to his death? At the moment he understood why the Lord of Hell had suddenly stormed out at him, put a hit on him. It's not sudden, all because he named Creepy as an ally. It was only when the Lord of Hell stormed out at him that he laid hands on him. He regrets it. Repentance is in the bowels. Had he known this, even if it killed him, he wouldn't have said he was allied with Creepy. Unfortunately, there are no ifs about anything. Everything can't be started over either. Under the successive suppression of the black and white pieces, the scapegoat talisman on him was depleted, and he was completely subdued and killed by the black and white pieces, never to live again. The other members of the Hall of Joy were also killed by the black and white pieces immediately afterward. In the meantime, the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance also completed their assembly. Separately, they were prepared to kill on Chen Changxing's side. Chapter 207 Superiority is full of sense of superiority, and there is a sense of casualness and condescension everywhere. The orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance, it's all real. All of them wanted to completely eradicate Chen Changxing and the forces behind him. They didn't have much information on Chen Changxing, but the information they have, all of them pointed to the realms under the heavens. Both of them were also led by their respective strongmen. Rush to the realms below the heavens, over at the Leaklands land. The Great War is over. Actually, I shouldn't say the Great War. Exactly, because from start to finish, it was a battle of total and complete crushing. The entire time it was the Lord of Hell crushing Shinkai and other members of the Hall of Joy with black and white pieces. Such a crushing battle. Naturally, it doesn't count as a big battle. It's all life. The Fire Phoenix King looked at the figure of the Lord of Hell. It hurts to cry like a thief. Tears were falling as if they didn't need money. Everything is fate. Half of it is not by Phoenix. Everyone followed Lord Eternal, but it didn't matter if it was Brother Demon Z, or the Nine-Headed Lion, or the Lord of Hell. In the event of an enemy attack, all of them are invincible. Big kill. It's the only one, and it has nothing to do with vertical invincibility or big kills. There was just misery and wretchedness. It's a perfect example of what it means to. There is no worst. There is even worse. Is there really no moment to change one's destiny against all odds? It cried out in pain, nearly desperate. All kinds of miserable experiences tell it. This seems to be its destiny, which cannot be reversed or changed. Brother Miko sighed, then wanted to speak out and comfort Firechild for a few moments, but the words came. Again, he didn't know what to say. There's no way. It's really too hard to change this life of Firechild. Repeatedly, it has ended in failure. I'm so miserable with fire. The Nine-Headed Lion sighed in his heart as he shook his head one after another. Is Firechild some kind of moldy body? It's so unlucky and tragic. It also tried to make a noise to comfort Forenza, but it's also the same as Brother Miko. I really don't know how to comfort Firechild. No need to be so pessimistic. Don't you just want to be nice? More opportunities like this. The Duke has too many enemies. There's plenty of opportunity for you to show off. The Lord of Hell walked over. Here, I'll give you the black and white pieces. The next time another enemy comes by, you'll use these two black and white pieces to subdue the incoming enemy. The Lord of Hell sent the black and white pieces to the Fire Phoenix King's side. It won't work, the Fire Phoenix King cried. This had been done by Brother Devil Sun and the Nine-Headed Lion back in the day. Brother Demon Z and the Nine-Headed Lion will be the precious soldiers given to them by Lord Eternal Life. Gave it away. Let it use to kill the enemy. As a result, these precious soldiers could not exert their power at all in its hands. The precious weapon given by Lord Eternal Life. Its power can only be realized in the hands of those who give it. Is fellow Daoist Chen here? Just then, several figures descended to this side. They are both male and female. All are middle-aged looking. The man was majestic and the woman was stunningly beautiful, especially a woman in red among them. It's even more bright and colorful. You can't take your eyes off it. They're no one else. It was the pursuit of the Great Tao runes and Great Tao drawings that transcended the true Tao above. They're with the master behind them. All of them believe in the existence of Tao and Dharma beyond the true way. Actually, they've been here for a long time. saw the entire battle between the Lord of Hell and Shinkai. It's just that they never showed up. The Lord of Hell saw these people. There was no expression of surprise on his face. He knows very well. Now Gongzi's side has just become the center of the storm. Anyone could come looking at any time. He was also prepared for it. Think about meeting all kinds of people. But, I just don't know what this pedestrian is doing here. Is it coming with good intentions? Or is it coming with malice? I'm sorry, the male is away, out fishing. Gentlemen, please return. He smiled and responded politely. His Excellency explained to him before he left. Won't see anyone. He could only invite these people back, no matter what purpose they had come with. Fishing? This pedestrian clearly did not believe such an answer. Chen Shangsheng may or may not be here, but there's no way it could have been a fishing trip. Stop it. Nowadays, Chen Shangsheng had enemies everywhere. On the bright side, there were the two terrifying forces of the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance. It was even more unknown how many forces and beings wanted to deal with Chen Shangsheng in the dark. Where else could Chen Shangsheng, and where else would he dare to go fishing? This is undoubtedly just a way of saying you don't want to see them. We're not like those guys from the Hall of Joy, just trying to find fellow Taoist Chen to understand something. Of course, we won't let fellow Taoist Chen suffer either. Fellow Taoist Chen just needs to tell us what we want to know. We will definitely give fellow Taoist Chen a satisfactory reward. The stunningly beautiful woman in red laughed softly. The smile is sweet and inviting. One can't help but fall into her sweet smile. It's not. When this sweet and seductive smile appeared on the face of the stunningly beautiful red-clothed woman, the Lord of Hell, Brother Devil's Son, Firechild, and the nine-headed lion, all of them couldn't hold it. The face and eyes changed at every turn. The eyes were all unable to move away from the stunningly beautiful woman in red, and it's in their eyes, and as addicted as you can be. Well, I'll contact the Duke and inform him of your arrival. The Lord of Hell giggled dementedly. It was as if he had been bewitched by the stunningly beautiful woman in red. It was actually necessary to take out the communication spell that Chen Changxing had given him. Contact Changxing Chen. Swish. Just then, black and white rays of light flowed, and the asylum enveloped the Lord of Hell and the others. It's just a moment. The Lord of Hell and all of them recovered. The face and eyes were no longer infatuated. The Lord of Hell was filled with rage. How can you not know what's going on? The stunningly beautiful woman in red mouth that Qin Kai and the others were different. But it's really exactly the same. Earlier the stunningly beautiful woman in red was in the middle of speaking. Must have used the means and power of seduction. They were all seduced, obviously. The other guy didn't come with good intentions. Even if they come with good intentions, they come with limited good intentions. If you really come with pure good intentions, there was no way that the other party would use such underhanded means and power as charm. Kind of interesting. These two pieces are a bit out of my league. The stunningly beautiful woman in red looked towards the black and white pieces. A ray of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. My tactics were actually broken by these two pieces that are nothing? Chen Shangsheng is really a bit extraordinary. Not easy nah. Let two pieces that are nothing have such and such power. Surprise flickered in the eyes of the stunning red-clothed woman. It then returned to normal. But, those don't tell us anything either. She smiled, her brow full of confidence and pride. Chen Shangsheng, come out. We have given you the utmost respect. Make a house call, and still address you as a dog. You should be self-aware and not think highly of yourself. And don't hold back from coming out to see us. I'm telling you, if you do, the consequences will be very serious. Oh, the stunningly beautiful woman in red casually laughed softly. Superiority. Chapter 208. Invincible mouths. Only mouths, not hands. Breezy, casual, superior. Everything is so natural. Obviously this was emanating from the bones of the stunningly beautiful red-clothed woman. It's not an act, a pretense, or anything like that. And, she obviously has real skills on her side as well, seeing straight through the nature of the black and white pieces. Not bad. The black and white pieces really are nothing. It's not that kind of top-notch exotic treasure that's some kind of horrifyingly transcendent. It wasn't some kind of terrifying supreme Dao weapon either. The two chess pieces are in fact what members of the Li clan used to play chess for fun on weekdays. Nothing half as rare as that. Very ordinary and unusual. In addition, the stunningly beautiful woman in red, Luo Cheng, saw the whole process of the black and white pieces crushing Qin Kai. And such disbelief. No black and white pieces are put in the eye of the beholder. More proof that she is very uncomplicated. Cultivation strength is extraordinary. Brother Devil's Son, the nine-headed lion, the Lord of Hell. They saw that the woman in red was this arrogant and this superior, not putting Lord Eternal in his eyes. Just when he was about to utter a rebuke to the woman in red, who knew that it was actually preempted by the Fire Phoenix King? No, why are all of you guys so superior? The Fire Phoenix King drank. There was Qin Kai in front of him, and now the woman in red, all high and mighty. Superiority. thinks he's great and doesn't put Lord Eternal in his eyes. You guys think you're so great, not realizing that in the end, you're all just clowns. The Fire Phoenix King majestically rebuked again. Brother Devil's son, the nine-headed lion, and the Lord of Hell saw this. All of them were taken aback. The woman in red so and so belittled Lord Eternal. Superiority. It does need to be heckled, but it can't be Firechild who's heckling. Doesn't Firechild himself know what's going on? So and so out of the way to rebuke. It's going to end very badly for Firechild later. Firechild, you're not crazy with excitement, are you? Firechild, we mustn't break the mold. Yes, think about it, we mustn't do this. They rushed to discourage it. Fear of Firechild repeating the same mistake. After all, Firechild's life was too hard to change. If they don't stop it, waiting for the Firechild will surely end miserably. It's okay, don't worry about me. I'll just go through the motions and never put up a fight. The Fire Phoenix King grinned. I want to open up. Since fate won't let me strike out invincible and subdue the enemies, then I'll just move my mouth. Not my hands. I'm invincible with my mouth, so it's always okay to have a good time. The Fire Phoenix King said. It decided to open another way of invincibility. The way of the invincible mouth. This way it moves its mouth only, not its hands. It would have avoided its dismal fate. Brother Demon Z, the nine-headed lion, and the Lord of the Hellmouth stared straight up as they listened. Still, they looked odd. It always felt that this approach of the Fire Phoenix King was unreliable. All mouth and no hands. Will it be enough to circumvent a miserable fate? Gentlemen, how about it? I'm smart, right? Ha ha, gentlemen, let me be from now on. I'll move my mouth. All of you move your hands, the Fire Phoenix King said proudly. Thinks it's simply too witty for its own good. It's invincible to be invincible with your mouth. It kind of fulfills its dream of invincibility. Brother Magic and the others all felt that this approach was unreliable. But, they also just don't feel reliable. Can't tell you exactly how it's not reliable. Okay, from now on, you move your mouth. We'll move our hands. They agreed to do it. What are you guys doing? Juggling? Across the room, Luo Chang smiled. I'll admit you guys are pretty good at juggling. Very funny, but that's as far as it goes. We didn't come over here to watch you guys juggle. She spoke softly. The sense of superiority remained strong. And then, she withdrew her gaze, no longer looking at the Lord of Hell and the others. Place your eyes deep into the Li Clan's land. Chan Chong Sheng, whether you're in there or not, I know all about it. You must be watching this place. Know the situation here. Her face was calm. I can stand here and call you Taoist friend in peace. Let's get you out for a talk. It's already giving you face. If I don't give you face, I could have stood here and told you so much. Wherever you are, we can all detain you with a wave of our hands. Let's get you down on your knees and talk in front of us. So, Chen Chongsheng. To give you face? Just take it. Hurry over here. We'll leave after we learn what we want to know, and it won't be a loss. If you don't know better, give face, then we will also not give you any more half face. She laughed and let out a scathing comment. Give Chen Changsheng his last chance. If Chen Changsheng did not cherish this last chance, don't show yourself out yet, then she won't move her mouth. She'll do it, as she said it would be, whether it's who she is, or her cultivation realm. To be able to stand here and call out to Taoist Chen Changsheng in a calm and peaceful manner, it was already very much giving face to Chen Changsheng. Who is most interested in finding the way and the Dharma beyond the true way? The answer is obviously very obvious. Naturally, they were those ancestors of the true path who had cultivated to the apex of the true path and were beyond advancement. They undoubtedly wanted most to obtain the Tao and Dharma that transcended above the true Tao. From there, it's 100 feet to the next level. Transcendence from the realm of the true path. Not bad. Luo Cheng, their master teacher. It was such an ancestor of the true way. Cultivate to the apex of the true way. As a disciple of the ancestor of the true way, their identity and strength. Apparently there is no doubt about it. Even if they were only the weakest disciples, they also possessed lofty status and extreme strength. Detaining over Lord Nagisa with a wave of your hand? That's real juggling and hilarity for you. Sensei, no matter what your status or strength is, I still say that, in front of Lord Eternal, you're all just clowns. The Fire Phoenix King rebuked loudly. Long ago, I had a firm faith in Lord Eternal life, no matter how powerful the incoming enemy is. It was also convinced that it couldn't possibly be a match for Lord Everlasting. Go, take this presumptuous twat. Let this presumptuous twat know dash how unbeatable she is. Not to mention Lord Everlasting, even if they are two unusual pieces given by Lord Eternal Life, she can also be easily suppressed as a presumptuous twat. King Fire Phoenix does his best to be invincible with his mouth. The mouth is on fire, directly addressing Luo Cheng as presumptuous twat. After all is said and done, it retreated gracefully to the rear. Strict adherence to the principle of just move your mouth, not your hands. Brother Demon Z, the nine-headed lion, and the Lord of the Earth's mansion, they looked more odd than one another, especially the Lord of Hell. The the look was even more odd. He knew how terrifying the black and white pieces the Duke had given him were, and he had faith in the black and white pieces. It was absolutely believed that the black and white pieces would be able to suppress Luo Cheng and the others. But, I don't know why, he was in a panic now, always feeling like something was going to happen. It felt like he might have to be dragged down by the Fire Phoenix King's miserable fate. Chapter 209 Miserable Fate Escalation. Still really sanctioned. Somehow, the Lord of Hell was in a panic. It always felt like he was going to be dragged down by the Fire Phoenix King and have some kind of accident. Couldn't the black and white pieces suppress Luo Cheng and the others? No way. Previously, the black and white pieces suppressed Qin Kaishi, but not even 1/10,000th of his power had been utilized. He was absolutely convinced that the black and white pieces could still hold down the fort. Kill, he bellowed. Clear your mind of nonsense. Manipulating the black and white pieces towards Luo Qing's side of the town. The power within the black and white pieces. It was all catalyzed by him. Stupid thing that doesn't know how to die. I said, none of your masters are anything before me. Not to mention you. Luo Cheng lightly drank. Excessively scary and terrifying. She stretched out a long, thin, crystalline jade-like finger. Point to the black and white pieces. A split second. A blazing aura shot out. Set the black and white pieces in midair. Erase all the power erupted from the black and white pieces. What? The Lord of Hell's face turned pale. The body thumped backwards. Nearly fell to the ground. Something's wrong. The premonition in his mind ahead of him came true. An accident really happened. The black and white pieces were no match for Luo Cheng at all. He couldn't help but look at the Fire Phoenix King. Was this being dragged down by the miserable fate of the Fire Phoenix King? Is the Fire Phoenix King even allowed to have a mouth invincible? Can invincibility of the mouth be sanctioned by a miserable fate? No, can't even be invincible with your mouth. The Fire Phoenix King cried. Is fate so hard on it? It's not okay to be a mouthy, invincible powerhouse when you're all mouth and no hands. I told you you were unreliable like that. Brother Firechild, let's be honest from now on. Invincibility has no chance with you, and don't even think about being invincible with your mouth. Brother Devilson and the nine-headed lion said, that's the life of a Firechild. Irreversible and broken destiny. They even think. Probably because Firechild wants to reverse and break the miserable fate in front of him. Pissed off to destiny. So Firechild's miserable fate escalates. Fiery mouth invincibility is also not allowed and will be sanctioned. Swish, swish, swish. Luo Cheng gently waved her jade hand. Several chains immediately bound the Lord of Hell in them, hanging upside down high in the air. Immediately after, several iron whips appeared, whipping madly at the Lord of Hell and the rest of them. They wailed in pain from the Lord of Hell. Among them, Firechild screamed the loudest, because it had a full 6 iron whips on its side that were frantically beating it, and the Lord of Hell on their side. Then it was all just an iron whip lashing. Aha, you're making a difference. Why are you whipping me with so many iron whips? Forenza cried. It's a real tragedy, no doubt about it. Is this the special sanction of a miserable fate for it? Make it much worse than the Lords of Hell and theirs, because you have the worst mouth. Luo Cheng waved his hand. There were 9 iron whips that had reappeared, joining in smacking the Fire Phoenix King. The Fire Phoenix King was instantly smacked in the skin. Don't mention how bad it is. I will not kill you now. I want you to see for yourselves. Look at your master. How insignificant and untouchable it really is in front of me. And then I'll get in your master's face. Kill you all one by one. Luo Cheng said with a smile. Chen Chongsheng giving you face you don't follow. Then don't blame me for being merciless. Come on, kneel before me like a dog. Luo Cheng struck out, to forcefully detain Chen Chongsheng over. Let Chen Chongsheng kneel down in front of her like a dog. She unfolded her senses. A split second. The heavens and the worlds, the stars of the universe, and even the heavens below the 10 heavens, all were swept and enveloped by her senses. She's going to use her senses. Find out about Chen Chongsheng, and then forcefully detain Chen Chongsheng to her side. But, just the next instant, her face changed slightly, her beautiful eyes scrunching together lightly. Not found? She said with slight surprise, under the shroud and sweep of her senses. There is nothing to hide, however, and she didn't find Chen Chongsheng. There wasn't even a shadow of Chen Chongsheng in sight. No way. She didn't believe that she couldn't find Chen Chongsheng. Strengthen her senses. Who knew? She had strengthened her senses to the strongest level. Still haven't found Chen Chongsheng either. The sweet smile that had always been on her face before was gone, turned down incredibly somber. For her, it was undoubtedly a heavenly shame that sense had failed to find Chen Chongsheng. Senior sister need not be like this. He dared to come out into the open like that and be at the center of the storm. Definitely early. There is also bound to be some sort of secret treasure carried on his body that can block out senses. It's only natural that senior sister can't find him. A middle-aged man with deep eyes comforted Luo Cheng. His name, Genji. It's Luo Cheng's senior brother. Hearing Yuanji's comforting words, Luo Qing's face gradually eased a bit. Yeah, if Chen Changsheng hadn't been a little prepared, how could one dare to come out into the open like this and kill the orderly Heavenly Court and the Dao Alliance? Obviously Chen Changsheng was fully prepared. That's what dared to come into the open so recklessly. Senior sister, it's better for senior brother to come. Elder brother can't do anything else, but finding someone is definitely easy plus simple, Genji said with a smile. Yeah, with senior brother taking action, he's doomed to fail even if he's prepared. Elder brother's way of projection has already reached the supreme level of the peak, even among our group of disciples. There are also definitely not many people who can outperform senior brother in the way of projection, Luo Chang said with a smile. The sweet smile appeared on her face again. She was definitely not intentionally complimenting and pleasing Yuan Ji. Rather, it was the way of projection of the Yuan Shrine. When it's really, really awesome, no one can escape the projections of the Yuan Shrine, no matter where the other party was and what kind of supreme treasure they carried. It will also be projected by the Yuan Shrine. Giving face, he is really taking himself as a character. If it were not for the fact that we are in pursuit of the Tao and the Dharma beyond the true way, he's not even qualified to see us. Genji opened his mouth. Same superiority complex. He did not place Chen Changsheng in his eyes. In their opinion, Chen Changsheng was categorically not a powerful character. Can a powerful character destroy the great Tao patterns and great Tao pictures that transcend the true Tao? It is just not possible. The great characters will be known to be above the true path. There are Tao and Dharma that exist beyond the true way. Under my way of projection, you're doomed with whatever you're prepared for. Come on, let's see where you've been hiding. The Yuan Shrine strikes. Sacrifice several heavy treasures used for projections. Although he couldn't look at Chen Changsheng, thinking that Chen Changsheng was not a powerful character, but he wasn't the least bit careless. Up came his strongest means of projection, to project out where Chen Changsheng's location is. Chapter 210 Fishline attached to a fishhook, dangling over out of thin air. Bad content. Chapter 211, True Body Unrevealed. Fishing through the air. Bad content. Chapter 212, Fate is Irresistible. Another miserable moment. Bad content. Chapter 213, Mouthing the Name of the Master. All beings are ants. The Fire Phoenix King is crying like a little cutie. It's all over. How is it possible? Today its dismal fate. Has it been enhanced to such a horrible, perverted, and impractical point? Even Lord Everlasting, who had always been invincible and easily crushed any strong enemy, can't even fight its miserable fate? Lord Nagisa flung over the hook. It was actually shattered by Luo Cheng's and the others' killer moves. It simply cannot be believed. It was all too unexpected. In its mind, Lord Everlasting was a truly invincible existence. There was absolutely no enemy that could shake Lord Eternal Life in the slightest. Lord Everlasting strikes, even a more casual strike. It is also by no means something the enemy can fight against. Who knew that now? The fishhooks are surprisingly broken. Broken. Me, your mom. Firechild. You. In the future, if you ever talk out of your ass again, I'll be the first to rip your mouth off. Brother Demon Z, the nine-headed lion, and the Lord of Hell were all dumbfounded as well. Crazy roared towards the Fire Phoenix King. The Fire Phoenix King's miserable fate was just too horrible. Surprisingly, even Lord Nagisa missed. The hooks thrown over were shattered. They couldn't believe it and were horrified at the same time. What kind of miserable fate is the Fire Phoenix King carrying? It's unthinkable. It's so scary. Why don't you keep fooling around and keep shouting? What the is a jumper? Luo Chang and the others swept their gazes eerily over the Fire Phoenix King, Demon Z brother and the others. Brothers and sisters, is it okay if I'm a jumper? The Fire Phoenix King cried out. Brother Demon Z and the others were also swept away by Luo Chang and the others' sinister gazes. Gentlemen, there's always a cause for grievances. It's been Firechild shouting all along. It has nothing to do with us. We didn't talk the whole time. All of you seem to be reasonable people. You can't take action against innocent people, they said hastily. Now you know you're a jumper? Too late. We've never been reasonable. And you guys say we're reasonable dash. This is an unadulterated slander against us. It's simply a great and unforgivable sin. Luo Chang and the others smiled grimly. With a wave of his hand, he hoisted up the Fire Phoenix King, Demon Sun brother and all of them again. A hard whipping with an iron whip. Brother Demon Z and the others were screaming in their hearts. Fire sub is so pitiful. They were all brought down by Firechild. But, Luo Chang and the others are really something too. They said it's reasonable, but they were called slanderous. That's really no shame at all. The mountains and forests. Chen Changsheng's fishing rod shook for a moment. causing Chen Changsheng to raise his eyebrows lightly. He looked towards the reflected image of the Li clan side of the land, seeing that the Fire Phoenix King and the others had been hung up and whipped by Luo Cheng and the others again. What a way to leave yourselves out of this. He spoke in a cold voice. The front because Li Ruoxue caught the fish. He came over to look at the fish that Li Ruoxue had caught and let go of the fishing rod. It causes the rod, along with the hook, to lose its power. Let Luo Cheng and the others shatter the hook on this. And then, Luo Cheng they don't say hurry up and run. Instead, they hung up and whipped the Fire Phoenix King. Is this Luo Cheng and the others thinking they can do it on their own again? Deliberately hanging Fire Phoenix King and the others to continue to whip them to him? To humiliate him? The Fire Phoenix King and the others are his people. Luo Cheng and the others hung and whipped the Fire Phoenix King and the others like this, obviously humiliating him and mocking him. Swish! Chen Changsheng did not speak again. Reach for the rod flew inside his hand, and the moment he gripped the rod in his palm, the shattered fishhook reappears, and the hooks also turned out to be extra large this time. It's not even half bad for catching giant sharks. Watch as the hooks reappear and have become oversized. Luo Cheng and the others didn't have the slightest bit of fear on their faces. Even the corners of their mouths also rose up slightly, revealing expressions of disdain and derision. Useless. Next you are destined to become our prey and be hunted by us. Kill. They are very confident in their killer apps. No matter how powerful Chen Changsheng was, he was destined to be no match for their killer. Master Eternal Immortality can suppress all enemies. Who is the peak on the path of cultivation? The moment I see my master, it's all in vain. He who believes in Master Teacher will achieve invincibility. Mouth the name of the Master. All beings are ants. They mouth the words. All are mouthing the name of their master. This is their killer. Chanting the name of the master. Then you can borrow greater power from the underworld. Their master teacher, cultivated to the peak of the true Tao realm as the ancestor of the true Tao. The true way can be trampled underfoot. The heavens, etc., wherever they may be, all of them left traces of their master, the burning sky Tao ancestor. Just mouth the name of their master. Even ordinary mortals. You can also gain hundreds or thousands of years of life. Practicing beings chant the name of their master. Then you can be blessed by the true way and gain greater power, and they being disciples of their master. The effect of reciting the name of the master by mouth is far beyond comparison with other beings. Other beings receive an enhancement of power that comes from the true way. They, on the other hand, are completely different. The enhancement of power gained by mouthing the name of the master comes from their master. This is a qualitative difference. It's no exaggeration to say, it's not the same thing at all. The true way was stepped on by their master. Their master is above the true way. How else could the power of the true way compare to the power of their master? The difference since is so great as to be incomparable. Rumble. Terrifying explosions resounded continuously. An increasingly terrifying aura swept and spread. They mouthed the name of their master with immense devotion. In the underworld there was a steady stream of power falling on them. Kill, they yelled. All the power in his body came together. It coalesced into the likeness of their master, the burning sky Tao ancestor. Is this the realm of the Tao Father? Returning to the basics, the way of nature. Their master, the burning sky Tao ancestor. It looks like a plain old centenarian. It was completely impossible to see that this was actually a Tao ancestor. There are still some great characters in the land of decay. Wu Jiu, who was walking within the heavens of the heavens, the eyes were deep, looking away from the burning sky Tao ancestor's silhouette. To be able to cultivate to this level in such a rotten place, genuinely uncomplicated. Call it what it is, awesome. If he was born in the heavenly beyond, he was born to cultivate in the heavenly beyond. The accomplishments he possesses will surely be unimaginable. There's bound to be a place for him in the seats of the famous powerhouses in the heavens beyond. Unfortunately, he was born in the land of decay, and everything will stop there. It's impossible to achieve anything great again, even if he is brought to the heavenly beyond. His soul and body, etc., are all thoroughly defiled. There is no longer a cure, no way to change or reverse it. Wu Jiu shook his head one after another. Chapter 214, The decay and dirtiness of the land of decay is beyond imagination. It wasn't that Wu Jiao looked down on the heavy heavenly beings. It wasn't that Wu Jiu looked down on the burning sky Tao ancestor. On the contrary, Wu Jiu to the heavy heavenly beings and the burning heavenly Tao ancestor, and special respect. The heavy heavenly beings and the burning heavenly Tao ancestor definitely deserves this respect from him. The degree of decay and filth in the heavens of the heavens was far beyond his imagination. Honestly, before that, he actually didn't really recognize the outer heavenly beings' evaluation of the heavens. In his opinion, the outer heaven beings were somewhat exaggerating in their assessment of the heavens. The reason, on the other hand, is that the environment outside the sky is too good. There is no semblance of decay or dirt. So after the beings from the heavenly beyond came to the heavens where the environment was much inferior to the heavenly beyond, then it is particularly intolerable, claiming that the heavens are really rotten and filthy to the extreme. As for those who have been to the heavens, back in the sky beyond the sky, the body and soul, etc., are subjected to unpurifiable purification and cleansing, beings whose later cultivation could not lead to any further great achievements. His view, on the other hand, is that these out-of-the-sky beings are psychologically manipulative. These extraterrestrial beings consider themselves to be seriously defiled in a way that cannot be purified or washed away, and then the seed was completely planted in the mind. This is what caused these outer heaven beings to be unable to achieve any great success in their cultivation later on. In fact, these extraterrestrial beings were not tainted that badly at all. The heaven beyond heaven environment is transcendent. How could a being born within the heavenly beyond heaven be so easily tainted that badly? What kind of rotten dirt could defile the beyond the heavens beings so badly? Are the beyond the sky beings papier-mâché? Is practice all for nothing? He found them too unrealistic. It is thought that it is still the case that these extraterrestrial beings are born in greenhouses. There has been no storm or danger. The word is not as strong as it should be. After a bit of walking around the slightly rotten and dirty land, and the heart was set on it, and then it was like they couldn't. Big problems in the flesh and soul, etc. But the current Wu Jiao, on the other hand, didn't have a bit of such thoughts. The beings beyond the heavens commented on the heavens of the heavens. No half-assed exaggeration. The heavens are indeed rotten and filthy to the core. He experienced this firsthand. Think of him, Wu Jiao. The heavens beyond heaven was famous for its stunning heavenly pride, crushing a generation of his age. Even many of the middle-aged and older generation were too much for him, cultivating the realm of cultivation to a very high level. However, after he came down, he is also overwhelmed and unable to top it, has not resisted the decay and filth of the heavens. The body and soul, etc., are defiled. Not too badly tarnished though, but it's a real tarnish. His physical body and soul, etc., were not as pure as they were when he was in the heavenly beyond. It certainly reflects badly on him. The cultivation path behind him was destined to become bumpy and difficult as a result. There's one to say, he's regretting it now, regretting that he was overconfident in himself. The main body came down in person. He should never have come down in the first place, should have just let his immaculate conception body come down. He even entertained the thought of turning around and running away, returning to the heavenly beyond, fearing that his main body would remain within the heavens like this for much longer. The back is then completely destroyed. But he didn't do that after all. He is Wu Jiao, have a heart that aspires to be the strongest person standing at the top. If he returns to the heavenly beyond just like that, he can be pretty sure, in the future, he was not destined to become the strongest person standing at the peak, unbreakable. Only by experiencing the most perilous journey is it possible to ask for the pinnacle, become the strongest. He gritted his teeth and held on. No matter how badly he was tainted and affected within the heavens, he wouldn't even return to the heavenly beyond. The only way to be reborn is to bathe in fire. After the defilement and influence on oneself is completely worn away within the heavens of the heavens, only then will he return to the heavenly beyond. By then, he believed that he himself would thus usher in the path of the strongest man to the top. Sure, it's never as simple as talking about it. Walking within the heavens of such decay and filth, he was destined to be incredibly dangerous. There is a high probability that it will be too deep to get out of it, completely overwhelmed and swallowed up by rot and filth. But he stayed, firm down his resolve. It's all or nothing. At the same time, it was also because he had personally experienced how rotten and filthy the heavens were. It was only then that he treated the heavens of heavens beings and the burning sky Tao ancestor with such respect. To be able to live in such a rotten and filthy environment, and keep practicing, cultivate to one higher height of cultivation after another, the heavy heavenly beings and the burning heavenly Tao ancestor, definitely worthy of this respect from him. This burning sky Tao ancestor is certainly powerful, but the owner of the fish hook, on the other hand, is going to be even better. It's amazing that even I can't follow the hook and see where his position is. See what a man he is, he whispered to himself. The gaze that looked into the hook was extremely deep and complex. I am because of my own defilement and influence. Before you couldn't see him along the hook? Or does he possess a power that far exceeds mine? Even if I myself am not tainted and affected, and unable to see him along the hook, the light of his eyes became deeper. It can't be the latter. He shook his head, negate the idea behind him. In terms of his cultivation realm, in this place of decay, where does a character exist that he can't see through? Not at all. He had long since transcended the level of the true Tao and stood in the realm above it. It really wasn't that he was belittling the heavy heavens beings. Rather, it is even in the midst of the heavenly beyond, wanting to transcend the level of the true way and gain a foothold in the realm above the true way. It's not an easy task either. Only a handful of outer heaven beings could do it. How could an existence beyond the level of the true Tao appear in the heavens of heavens? It's categorically not even remotely possible. It seems to be the cause of my own defilement after all. There is too much decay on this side. Even if I was only slightly tainted, I was still greatly affected. Problems have arisen on all fronts, etc. He spoke to himself again. Think it's still a problem with him in his own right. Strength and other aspects are damaged. one can go and meet him and see what kind of man he is. Even if I have problems in all areas, etc., he can make me look away, and definitely not an ordinary character. He opened his mouth. There was the thought of wanting to meet and make contact with Chen Changsheng. In his opinion, coming into contact with the more powerful Zhuge heavenly beings such as Chen Changsheng, it might give him some help. At the same time, Luo Chang and the others mouthed the name of the master. Their master had borrowed a powerful force from the underworld. It coalesced into the figure of their master. And the figure of their master. It was also a grab towards the hook that turned into an oversized fish, trying to crush oversized fish hooks to smithereens. Even more to follow the line. Forcefully dragged Chen Changsheng over. Repression. Chapter 215. Like the sands of the wind, it easily collapsed. Bad content. Chapter 216. The orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance army, descending over in great numbers. Bad content. Chapter 217. Covered by a thick fog, unaware that he is sending himself to his death. Bad content. Chapter 218. The true sage is all hung up. Who dares not to wimp out? The 15th Temple Advocate is wildly overbearing. Threatened that he would kill Chen Changsheng first. It would never allow the Tao Alliance powerhouse to kill Chen Changsheng before him. Get out of here. It's only right that Chen Changsheng is destined to die in my hands, the leader of the Tao Alliance shouted. The same dominance is unparalleled. Threatened that Chen Changsheng would die in his hands. Both of them. All of them regarded Chen Changsheng as a fish on a plate that could be slaughtered by them. He did not place Chen Changsheng in his eyes. Didn't think that Chen Changsheng was any kind of threat. In the face of such words from the leader of the Tao Alliance, the 15th branch hallmaster would not endure them. Immediately, he wanted to dislike it back. But, just as he was about to open his mouth to dislike the past in return, his face suddenly changed drastically. Miserable. Almost didn't survive. Jesus. He actually felt the aura of a true saint. Then he followed the true saint's aura and sensed it. All 7 souls are about to be scared apart. An extremely horrifying scene was seen. What did he see? It was actually a sight to see several true saints being hoisted up by fishhooks, is being whipped wildly with an iron whip. He pissed himself. There was a large amount of yellow liquid running down between her legs. You're great. You're awesome. Chen Changsheng for you to go kill. He shouted, fleeing frantically with the orderly heavenly court army. How could he dare to stay here when the true saints had all been fished out? Though he didn't know who true sage had been trolled by, but he could be sure that it had nothing to do with Chen Changsheng. Ha, it's not bad that you have the self-awareness to know that you're not as good as me and can't rob me. The leader of the Tao Alliance laughed out loud. It was thought that the 15 points hall master was afraid of him. Yeah, you're the best. I can't beat you. Go kill Chen Changsheng. The 15th Temple Lord shouted. Run faster. Chen Changsheng, you killed those guys from the Tao Alliance, so you can't kill us. He muttered inwardly. He wanted to let those guys from the Tao Alliance send them to their deaths and drag Chen Changsheng down in the process, so that they can have a chance to escape. The orderly heavenly court is blowing the horn of the Great War in full force, and beheaded the 5th branch lord. It was expected that it would move to the real thing and that the members within it would stop rotting, will bathe in blood, and in the end, the lord of the 5th branch was killed for nothing, and its members are still rotting inside. Not if it's really going to start a big war. The Taoist Alliance leader was not impressed. It also taunted the 15 points hall master. The satirical order heaven has rotted beyond redemption. All of its members are afraid to fight. It's only for show, not daring to engage in a truly great battle. The battle to kill the enemy still depends on us. Brothers, follow me to behead Chen Changsheng, the leader of the Tao Alliance shouted. Prepare to lead the Tao Alliance army to kill Chen Changsheng. They won't be afraid to fight. It won't be like the 15-point hall master. It's a wimpy thing to really start a big fight. He wanted to kill off Chen Changsheng. Brother, why don't we back off too? Just then, a strong member of the Tao Alliance pulled on the corner of their leader's coat. Trembling, the leader of the Tao Alliance was furious. Assholes, how are they as wimpy as the orderly celestial court? My Tao Alliance will never have such a goon. On my command, come forward with me to kill Chen Changsheng. Anyone who says anything else about retreating will be chopped off without mercy. He bellowed. Brother, run, the true saints are being all hung up. This Tao Alliance powerhouse said quickly. The true saints are all hung up? Fart, are you an undercover agent sent to my Tao Alliance from the side of the orderly heavenly court? Come to disturb us within the Tao Alliance? The leader of the Tao Alliance shouted angrily. Don't you dare say another ing word. I'll kill you on the spot. Today, I said I wouldn't back down. The people from the Tao Alliance also said they wouldn't back down for anything. He bellowed angrily again, exasperated by this Tao Alliance powerhouse. The true saint is hung up? How is that possible? How terrifyingly powerful true saints are. How could it have been hoisted? He hadn't even seen a terrifyingly powerful existence like a true saint yet. Ugh, this Tao Alliance powerhouse said no more. Run on the spot. Dare to run? I'll kill you. The leader of the Tao Alliance was furious. However, just as he was about to make a move to slaughter the fleeing Tao Alliance powerhouse, his face changed suddenly. The aura of a true saint was felt. He sensed along with the true saint's aura and his soul was scared apart. Oh my god, true sage is really hung up. And it wasn't even a true saint who was hung up. The number of true saints who were hanged. There are more than a few. Run! He ran frantically, never daring to linger again. Run faster than anyone. The armies of the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance. It was just a mad dash back and forth. Ha! What the hell? Didn't they go to kill Chen Changsheng? Why do they act as if they're being hunted down? The concerned beings of the heavy heavens all looked dumbfounded. The armies of the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance, like lost dogs, one ran faster than the other. They didn't expect this result at all. I had thought that Chen Changsheng would be killed by the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance army. Who knew? The armies of the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance would actually escape back like this. What's underneath all the heavens? Anyway, what has happened to the armies of the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance? Ha! They were heartbroken. Why did it feel like the heavens below the heavens were even more terrifying and menacing than the heavens within the heavens? Aren't you brave? Aren't you better than us? Didn't you want to kill Chen Changsheng? Why run away like us? The 15 points Hall Master snorted, mocking the Tao Alliance leader. After escaping back to the heavens, he wasn't as scared. The leader of the Tao Alliance blushed, tried to speak to taunt back with a counter-taunt, but had nothing to say. Swish, the terrifying figure descended. One grabbed the neck collar of the leader of the Tao Alliance. The entirety of the Tao Alliance leader was lifted upside down. Shame on you for letting you lead people to kill Chen Changsheng. Good for you. Ran back like a lost dog. The terrifying figure shouted angrily. Can't stand the bereaved dog behavior of the Taoist Alliance leaders. He is a true emperor, also a member of the Taoist League. Seeing the Tao Alliance leader fleeing back like a lost dog, descended at once. This time, the Taoist Alliance is for the maintenance and enhancement of their prestige. Who knew that the person who killed Chen Changsheng in the past, but fled back like a lost dog, that he certainly couldn't stand? Such bereaved dog behavior undoubtedly lowered the prestige of their Tao Alliance. The accomplished asshole, he rebuked angrily once again. Subsequently, he proceeded to bellow angrily. There are no goons in the Tao Alliance. Follow me and go forward to kill Chen Changsheng. He rushed directly under the heavens of the heavens. Don't! The leader of the Tao Alliance shouted, and it was too late to dissuade him. This true emperor had disappeared from his sight. The true saints are all hung up. Who dares not be a wimp? He shivered. Don't even dare to follow the rush. Chapter 219. Both sides are brave. The army of the Tao Alliance went in great numbers to kill Chen Changsheng. As a result, the army fled back frantically like lost dogs. That's not to say that it's standing up for authority. It's simply become the biggest joke. The true emperor of the Tao Alliance couldn't stand it and charged under the heavens of the heavens without explanation. To uphold the prestige of the Tao Alliance. It's still your Tao Alliance. It's really just one word, courage. We can't help but be impressed. The 15th Temple Lord grinned broadly at the Tao Alliance leader, and also gave a thumbs up, mocking the leader of the Tao Alliance with the word courage. He is aware of the details. It was clear that the heavens below were even more terrifying and treacherous than the dragon's pool and tiger's den. The true emperor is powerful though, but it was not destined to make waves when it went down. Stop it. The true saints are all hung up. What can the real emperor do down there? It's nothing but a death sentence or a death sentence. You, the leader of the Tao Alliance, was furious. One eye reddened at the taunt, but he couldn't refute it. Who made the true emperor of their Tao Alliance truly brave? Slap. Crisp. Loud slaps rang out. A large slap violently slapped the 15th Temple Master's face. The 15th Temple Master was jerked away on the spot. Half of his face was smoked. A bloody mess. Is there really no cure for bone rot? How dare you have no shame at all? Disgraced and still mocking others and gloating here. The 14 subtemplars of the orderly heavenly court descended. With a grim face, he coldly rebuked the 15th branch hall master. He was really going to be infuriated by the 15 points hall master. The 15 subtemple masters represented the orderly heavenly court in a battle of faces, and in the end it fell away. It even shamelessly mocked the side of the Tao Alliance. There's really no shame at all. No, my lord, let me explain. The 15th temple master wanted to explain the reason. As it turned out, he hadn't finished his sentence. The 14th temple master slapped him in the face again. He was jerked off again. This time the whole face was smashed. A mouthful of teeth was also all jerked away. And what sophistry! Shame on you. I'll punish you severely when I get back. The 14th branch hall master coldly glanced at the 15th branch hall master. The figure disappeared into thin air. Enter under the heavens of the heavens. Ha ha, laughing my ass off. Compared to our Tao Alliance, your orderly heavenly court is no less impressive. Equally brave. The leader of the Tao Alliance laughed out loud. Finally, I can taunt back with a counter-taunt. The 15th branch hall master's heart and lungs were about to explode with anger. Retribution can't come soon enough. He had just finished mocking the leader of the Tao Alliance when retribution fell upon him. The 14th branch hall masters also headed under the heavens of the heavens without a second thought. The point is, he's worse than the Taoist League leader. The leader of the Tao Alliance was the one who received a reprimand. For his part, he was slapped twice so hard that his whole face was smashed. The two true emperors went in. This time the dense fog that shrouds the heavens below the heavens will finally disperse. The heavy heavenly beings said one after another. Two true emperors. The existence that is called the emperor in the true way. The fog that now hangs beneath the heavens is destined to be dispersed. They will also be able to clearly see the scene under the heavens. Ha! How is this possible? Their faces suddenly changed drastically, and cries of alarm resounded through the heavens. What the hell? Should the heavens below really be even more terrifying and treacherous than the heavens within? Two true emperors who had entered under the heavens of the heavens. Surprisingly, he also ran back in desperation after an instant. That creepy look. It was as if he had seen the most horrible thing in the world. They were cold and prickly. Doubly creepy. What kind of horrible place has the heavens become now? Holy, I'm going to get you killed. The two true emperors who had run back from the dead. They grabbed the leader of the Tao Alliance and the 15 sub-temple master respectively and beat them up. Spicy chicken. They're really going to be scared to death. Just after entering under the heavens of the heavens, they saw several true saints hanging high in the air. It's taking a crazy whipping. They were so scared that their legs went weak. It took a desperate effort to run back strong. That's a true saint. He was actually hung up and whipped like crazy. They had never seen such a horrible and frightening image in their lives. I can't get you dead if you're harboring evil. You just want to hurt me. How dare you not tell me the details? They were furious. Caught the Tao Alliance leader and the 15 points hallmaster beating them up even more. The Tao Alliance leader and the 15 points hallmaster were punched to the point of skepticism. They couldn't even open their mouths to explain. Haven't even opened my mouth yet. Big slaps and iron fists then blasted them in the mouth. They cried out in pain. Have they ever been so miserable? They were not given a chance to speak before, and they are still not given a chance to speak now. It doesn't get any worse than them. Swish, 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 both the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance. Separately, even more terrifying figures descended. Stop fighting. What the hell happened? They realized something was wrong. Questioned their people separately about the details of it. What? Are you guys telling the truth? Details were given out. Stonebreaker. Everyone's faces were covered in shock and disbelief. They were trembling all over. Shivering. The most horrifying event ever to occur in the heavy heavens had happened. Several true saints were actually hung up and whipped. It's something that's never happened before. So holy, the most powerful one who sat above the clouds of the heavens and looked down on the multitudes of the heavens. How dare you get hung up and whipped? Spare a thought for the Tao Alliance leader and the 15th temple master to speak in unison. Incredibly determined. They can't believe it either. Doubly unrealistic. My God, the heavens of the heavens are truly going to be overturned. The true saints have all turned into fish to be slaughtered. Shocked voices erupted wildly like a tsunami within the heavens. All the living beings were taken aback. Twice the thrill and scalp. They never thought. Chen Changsheng was unexpectedly terrifying to this extent, turning the heavens below into a place of superb evil. Even true saints can't go down there, being slaughtered at will. True saints don't have nameless people. Say, who were those true saints who were hung up and whipped? The orderly heavenly court and Tao Alliance powerhouses shouted. Wanted to know where these hanged true saints came from. We don't know who they are. Don't recognize. The leader of the Tao Alliance and the 15 sub-hall masters returned. It was true that they didn't know the identity of Luo Cheng and the other true saints. Luo Cheng and the other true saints came from above the 10 heavens, not accessible to them. They used their power to condense the likeness of Luo Cheng and other true saints. For the strongest members of the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance who drank them in to watch, drinking in their order heavenly court and Tao Alliance powerhouses, staring at the portraits of Luo Cheng and the other true saints. He looked and looked, all very strange, never seen or known, not even half an impression. They weren't from the powerhouses above the 10 heavens either. Neither was it a true saint-level powerhouse. The saint can't reach true saints like Luo Cheng. They're disciples of the burning sky Tao ancestor. Good. Even the disciple of a Tao ancestor dares to treat him like this? An ice-cold voice came down from above the 10 heavens. Speak out about the identity of Luo Cheng and other true saints. Chapter 220, Excessive Terrorism. All parties suspend action. Bad content. Chapter 221, Chen Changsheng. Don't mess with me. Bad content. Chapter 222, Fantastic. Unbelievable. Has something changed? Chen Changsheng's voice came from beneath the heavens of the heavens. The living beings within the heavens were in an incomparable uproar, all wide-eyed. Chen Changsheng's response was unexpected to all of them. That's an overbearing response. It's a direct warning. But they were soon back to normal. Actually, think about it. It's only normal to respond to this kind of bullying. It would be unusual if they didn't respond with such bullying. It's weird, after all. from the beginning until now. Chen Shangsheng has always been so fierce and has never been a wimp. Really wimp out and give in to the Tao ancestor disciples. Instead, they thought there was something odd in it. Senior sister Yan frowned, very dissatisfied with Chen Shangsheng's response. She admitted that Chen Shangsheng and the forces behind him were quite something. Not good to deal with, but they're just simple and easy to deal with? Her eyes were cold. A very strong sense of indifference was felt. It was unbearable for her. It was tempting to rush over and fight Chen Shangsheng for hundreds of rounds on the spot, trampling Chen Shangsheng under her feet. With her feet, she stomped hard on Chen Shangsheng's face. It was the only way to extinguish the anger in her heart. That's crazy. Senior sister, let us go over and tear him to pieces. The other disciples were even more intolerable. One is more murderous than the other. All of them wanted to cut Chen Shangsheng off by 1,000 cuts. But, senior sister Yan didn't let them pass. She waved her hand, silence the group of junior siblings and keep quiet. Although she also wanted to tear Chen Shangsheng into pieces. But the situation today, she's not allowed to do that. The overwhelming chaos that is about to erupt in the heavens. The writing is on the wall. Strong as their master's ancestor, the burning sky Tao ancestor. You also have to plan and prepare early. It is impossible to act with impunity, without any intention or preparation. It was impossible for Daozu to say that it was absolutely safe. Their master teacher told them earlier, with this outbreak of absolute chaos, the ancestral fall event will definitely occur. There will be Tao ancestors who will fall in the midst of this overwhelming chaos. Therefore, they also can't act recklessly and do whatever they want. Retain strength as well, in order to cope with the absolute chaos that is about to erupt. And their master did not show up this time. And again, because of that, it wasn't that they were trying to retain their strength to deal with this overwhelming chaos that was about to erupt. It is categorically impossible for them to put up with this. Surely, he would have killed over and ripped Chen Shangsheng into pieces long ago. Likewise, their master will also show up within the first hour. It's impossible to say there's no movement at all. No room for negotiation? Senior sister Yan opened her mouth, asked Chen Shangsheng. No. Chen Shangsheng's voice came out blandly. Yes. Senior sister Yan looked indifferent. No more. She looked over to the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance. You guys aren't going to make a move yet? Just going to watch and reap the benefits? She opened her mouth, wanting to join forces with the orderly heavenly court and the people from the Tao Alliance to strike. Current status. All forces are in absolute chaos due to the outbreak that is about to take place, and want to have some conservation of strength. She was well aware of the reason why the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance had suspended their movements, so she came up with the idea of joining forces under the heavens. Obviously it wasn't just Chen Shangsheng. The powerhouses within the forces behind Chen Shangsheng were definitely there as well. Any individual power wanted to settle Chen Shangsheng and the others. Undoubtedly not an easy task. All will surely have to pay a heavy price. After all, from all indications, the forces behind Chen Shangsheng were just not that simple. It's going to be absolutely horrible. So now they are striking out in a three-way coalition. Undoubtedly the best. This way they can all cut their losses and save their strength. The members of the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance here were silent, waiting for orders from their respective senior sides. This matter is not for them to decide. Not for long. Orders came over from the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance side. Agree to join forces. The orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance each had even more terrifyingly powerful members to send this way. Live long and prosper. The orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance will actually join forces to fight one day. The heavy heavenly beings stared. Doubly dreamy and unrealistic. The Tao Alliance was established and developed under the slogan of overthrowing the orderly heavenly court. In addition, the orderly heavenly court is even more self-important. Consider it to hold the heavens. All the heavens are under their control. All the forces and living beings were not in their eyes, feeling inferior to them. Now these two forces have actually decided to join forces. This is really out of their expectation. There's one to say, seriously, before this, to their death, they hadn't expected the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance to join forces. The situation is changing, and the previously impossible will become possible. Unprecedented and absolute chaos is going to come out. The orderly heavenly court, which thinks highly of itself, also had to lower their noble heads. The Tao Alliance will also have to temporarily put aside the hatred in their hearts. Being said, as he said it would be. The situation is changing and everything will follow. There's no way around it. It is also an inevitable phenomenon. And the things he said, it also causes a great number of beings to think deeply and fearfully. Even the unlikely orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance had joined forces. What kind of pandemonium will actually break out in the future? They were emboldened. I can't even imagine it. Yes, let's do it. Senior sister Yen opened her mouth and said. Actually, she was doubly surprised by this as well. I really didn't expect the orderly heavenly court and the Tao Alliance to agree so readily. But, come to think of it, joining forces is the best option today. In front of the absolute chaos that was about to erupt, any behavior that preserves strength, all of them are going to have to be fought for. In addition, she was also very curious. After resolving Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him, will a great war still break out between the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance? Look at this now. It's unlikely that a big war will break out between the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance. Wait, something suddenly occurred to her. Think there may be something fishy going on. Both the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance agreed too painfully. This really doesn't make sense. She had a vague feeling that there must be something fishy and shifty going on. Otherwise, the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance wouldn't agree so painfully. After all, the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance were both showing signs of a full-scale war. How did it suddenly change so quickly? She's got a smart mind. Quickly realizing something fishy and shifty came up that she didn't know about. So the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance who were going to have a full-blown war. The idea of an all-out war was cancelled, and both agreed painfully to join forces. What kind of tricks and changes exist in it? She couldn't help but mull it over in her mind. Very curious about this. There is absolutely no small amount of cat and change like this. Otherwise, the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance wouldn't have agreed to join forces so painfully. After all, there was a joint effort between the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance. Doubtless it will have no small effect on their respective prestige. Chapter 223, An Unprecedented Great Change. Everything changes and reverses as a result. The orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance, whatever the reason for joining forces, it will all inevitably have an impact and diminish their prestige. It will all be a laughingstock for everyone to laugh at afterward. This time, the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance acted in a high-profile manner with great fanfare, all for the purpose of enhancing their respective prestige. Nowadays, the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance, however, agreed to it so painfully. The more senior sister Yen thought about it, the more wrong it became. The more I think about it, the more I realize that there must be something fishy and shifty about it. Surely it wasn't as simple as she had first thought. The orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance promised to join forces. It wasn't simply a desire to preserve strength. There was bound to be an important reason for it that she didn't know about. Soon, she knew the answer. Knowing why the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance had agreed so readily, everything was as she had suspected it would be. There is indeed a great deal of variation in it. Her master's father contacted her. Just in this short period of time, there's a shocking turn of events. Her master's father told her, the sky beyond the sky is real. There is no need to have the slightest doubt anymore. Tao and Dharma that transcends the true way, also due to the existence of the heaven beyond the heaven. And it was thoroughly confirmed. Again, there need not be the slightest doubt. The sky beyond the sky has manifested. Her beautiful eyes were filled with incredulity and shock. Though she had always believed in the existence of Tao and Dharma that transcended the true way, the sky beyond the sky is also real. But when these are confirmed, she still couldn't help but be seriously shocked. Her master's father told her, just now, a corner of the sky is revealed beyond the sky. There was even the path to the heavenly beyond that was faintly revealed. The news has not yet spread. Not many people know about it. Only in existence of her master's level knew about it. Saw a corner of the heavenly beyond and the hidden path to the heavenly beyond. Her master's father told her, let her make sure to find a way to take down Chen Changsheng. Those great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcended the true Tao appeared previously. There's a good chance that's true. If one could obtain those great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcended the true Tao from Chen Changsheng, it would undoubtedly help them greatly in entering the heavenly beyond. Her master's father also told her, tell her not to rush into anything for a while. Chen Changsheng had now become a target and a key player. More people would come over to deal with Chen Changsheng. This state of affairs today, no one should try to control those great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings alone. A corner of the sky beyond the sky is revealed. All forces and beings will fight to the death to get into the heavenly beyond. Here comes the big change that has never been seen before. Everything that has been going on before is going to be reversed and drastically changed as a result of this. You must never again judge the situation at hand by the previous situation. Her master's father reminded her. Got it, she responded. So far figured it all out. The sky is revealed beyond the sky. Everything has changed. What hostile forces, what overthrow of the order heaven, etc. None of it is left. It was as her master's father had said it would be. All forces and beings, all with one goal in mind. That's a fight to get into the sky beyond the sky. With such a goal and premise, it was no surprise that the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance had painfully agreed to join forces. Good. Wait before you strike. She opened her mouth, quietly waiting for other powerful forces to come over here. Swish, swish, swish. Not long after, several terrifying and frightening figures descended over here. Stronger people from the orderly Heavenly Court and the Tao Alliance came over. They nodded slightly to senior sister Yen. There was no rush to say do it. Obviously they all know the details. It was clear that there would be other forces and powerhouses coming this way. Heaven beyond heaven manifested and was thoroughly confirmed. Chen Shangsheng had just become the key. The forces and powerhouses that wanted to enter the heavenly beyond definitely all wanted to know from Chen Shangsheng those great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings related to the great Tao that transcended the true Tao. After all, there's a lot at stake. It can effectively help with raising their hopes of entering the heavenly beyond. Only the tip of the sky is revealed beyond the sky. The path to the heaven beyond the heavens also loomed large, not real and clear enough. It is not possible to conduct a trace, much less step on the path. The forces and powerhouses that wanted to enter the heavenly beyond. Undoubtedly, he would hit his thoughts on Chen Shangsheng's body. Now this situation. It is very clear to everyone. It was impossible for anyone to monopolize the information of those great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcended the true Tao. In addition, there are no forces and beings who would think of monopolizing it, trying to get into the heavenly beyond. It's going to take a concerted effort to do that. A single power and strong person should not even think about being able to enter the heavenly beyond. That's beyond the sky, the heavens beyond the heavens above the heavens. Everyone working together doesn't even see the possibility of entering the heavenly beyond, not to mention a single force and powerhouse. In the meantime, Wu Jiao, who was struggling to walk in the heavens of the heavens, the look was unmistakable. How could the sky beyond the sky be revealed? He said incredulously, saw the revealed corner of the sky beyond. It was doubly unbelievable and shocking to him. Common sense is broken. It is not possible to reveal the sky beyond the sky. It is also absolutely impossible for all the heavy heavenly beings to see beyond the heavens. And yet now, a corner of the heaven beyond heaven was surprisingly revealed. Although the revealed corner of the outer heaven was not visible to all living beings within the heavens, only existences that had cultivated to the level of Tao ancestor could see and sense it. But it's also definitely something that shouldn't and can't happen for that to happen. And, more than that, he couldn't believe it. Accompanied by the revealed corner of the sky beyond the sky, surprisingly, there is still a road leading to the heavenly beyond appearing. How is this possible? There are no alien beings within the sky beyond the sky. Where's the road to the sky beyond the sky? Beings within the heavens beyond the heavens. No exceptions. All of them were born and raised in the outer heaven. Since the beginning of time, there has never been an instance of an alien being appearing. It's amazing that such a path is now emerging. Doesn't this mean that an alien being has entered the heavenly beyond? This path to the heavenly beyond was the path that this being had once traveled? An alien being enters the heavenly beyond, and the beings within the heavenly beyond know nothing about it? His eyes widened. Can't believe it anyhow. Which alien being could silently enter the heavenly beyond without being detected? That's never going to happen. Other than that, it is said alone that under the heavens beyond the heavens there is all rotten dirt, etc. When an alien being enters the heavenly beyond, it will inevitably be rejected by the heavenly beyond. There is no way that there is no movement at all, and such a commotion is not a little smaller. If there were truly an alien being entering the heavenly beyond, it would never go unnoticed. Did that stove screw up? He stared at the hidden road. Think of their enemies, the furnace that hid here from the sky beyond. He came down this time. 1 is to sharpen oneself. 2 is to completely obliterate the damn furnace. It can't be it. It doesn't have it yet. He shook his head, dismissing the thought instantly. The hidden road. It is connected to the corner of the sky beyond the sky and is revealed at the same time. That stove doesn't do that. It can make the sky beyond the sky visible, even if all that is revealed is a corner of the heaven beyond the heavens. And it was never something that could be done with that stove. Chapter 224 Accidental Suddenly. Can't go back. Bad content. Chapter 225 I am not alone in my ways, but all those who are on the same path. The winking behavior of the sultry man. It caused goosebumps to rise wildly on the bodies of all the living beings in the room. He couldn't wait to rush up and tear the demonic man into pieces. They've seen disgusting. They've never seen anything so disgusting. The demonic man was a man even if he didn't want to be. It's okay to be a woman. With the demonic man's cultivation realm, it was simply not too easy to completely turn into a woman. Results. It is not appropriate for a demonic man to be a man or a woman, preferring to be the yin-yang man in the middle. And ing come over here and discuss them. Seriously, if they didn't have to look at the big picture, they would absolutely all rush over and tear the demonic man into pieces. Humph. Master, you're going to argue with them? What about me? A scene that all the beings in the arena did not expect happened. The demonic man's mount, the 5-colored foreign deer. It actually spoke, and the tone was still so sultry and vinegar sour. Oh, my God. It's killing me. The goosebumps that had risen on the living beings in the field had not yet gone down. Straight away another thick layer has risen. Demon men are so perverted. It's he-she it all the way. Not one of them. They pulled away quickly. Stay as far away from demonic men as you can. Be good. Ironblood dear, don't get jealous. Naturally, the master will not abandon you. And when discussing the Tao with all of your fellow Taoists come over here, too, together. The demonic man smiled and spoke, constantly stroking the antlers of the 5-colored alien deer with his hand. He comforted the 5-colored alien deer. The faces of the beings in the field changed again. Iron-blooded deer? It's a ing. Buck? They served. The voice, posture, etc. When this deer speaks, totally a doe look. It turned out to be as male and female and yin and yang as its master. Also a yin and yang deer, and so on. Just then, their faces changed again. What is the sultry man doing? Hey, just touch the antlers. Why are you going up and down? And what's with the expression on this shadowy deer's face? Why are you still squinting, breathing heavily and enjoying yourself? They were convinced, truly convinced. It's true that what kind of master has what kind of mount. Once again, they moved quickly away. The demonic man and the yin-yang deer. One is more perverted than the other. Swish! Just then, heaven and earth changed color and the light was blocked. It became dimly lit. What's that? The living beings in the field gazed and actually saw a human skin flying over. In the next instant, the human skin descended over. It's a wrinkled old leather, wet through and through. It was as if it had been immersed in water for endless years. Its head is covered with long, withered hair. It's also wet. The whole body was dripping water onto the ground when it descended this way. It's creepy to watch. The years have been long, and this is my first public manifestation. Hello fellow Taoists. Old Pai's voice was mellifluous as he greeted the beings in the field. The beings in the field stepped back once again. The old skin is too creepy. None of them wanted to have any contact with the old skin. Master, we haven't discussed with Pai yet, have we? The whole room retreated. Only the demonic man and the yin-yang deer didn't retreat. On the contrary, it's amazing how both of their eyes are still glowing. Is this a hit on old skin? Want to argue with old Pete? The living beings in the arena were doubly diabolized. Could the demonic man and the yin-yang deer be any more perverted? It's so anticlimactic. Ha ha, it's still Ironblood who has my heart. Not bad, not bad. We haven't argued with Pai yet. We can try. After all, you have to try everything in life. The demonic man grinned, really hitting on old Pai and trying to argue with him. Wait, why does it look like it has some familiarity to me? A strong man stared at old skin with furrowed brows. The more I look at it, the more I think the old skin looks familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere before. Leaving fire, true father, he exclaimed, finally thinking, but his eyes and face were all full of unbelief and shock. How could the true father of the leaving fire have turned into an old skin? What? The true enchanter of the leaving flame? Is that the true ancestor who was reputed to have the qualifications of a Tao ancestor? No way! Shout after shriek rang out. The departing flame true father was clearly not a nameless person. Fame is great. Almost all of the strongest people in the arena had heard of the name of Zenith of Lee Fire. All of them let out gasps of disbelief. The true father of the leaving fire, a famous heavenly talent within the heavens. Since embarking on the path of cultivation, it has always been stunning, crushing cultivator beings of the same generation. In its era, no cultivator being of the same generation could compete with the true father of the departing flame. He couldn't even touch the shadow of the leaving fire true father. The true father of departing fire is riding high. Fault crushes all of its contemporaries in its era. At that time, everyone said the true Lord Lihua had the potential to achieve Tao Ancestor. Even the Tao Ancestor was no exception. It was said that Jinzuan Lihua would be able to cultivate to the end of the true Tao realm, achievement of the position of Taoist Ancestor. But, in the years that followed, the true Lord of the departing flame had lost the news and trail. Never again was it manifested within the heavens. Above the true sage is the realm of the true way supreme. It is also called true dignity. The true father of the leaving fire? What a familiar and unfamiliar name. Old Pai laughed. Oh, come to think of it, that's my pre-freshman name. It said again. What do you mean? The faces of the beings in the field changed again. Old skin has replaced the true father of the leaving fire? They looked odd. Fake it. How can human skin do this? Hatchet the true father of the departing fire and take his place? This is simply the inverse of the Big Dipper. Cold chills ran straight up and down their entire body. Doubly creepy. This is just too weird and unbelievable. Fellow Taoists, don't address me as the true honor of the leaving fire anymore. It's a passing name. It has not the slightest thing to do with the present day me. Old Pai said, the path of cultivation is about uniqueness. Only speak of the one and practice the one way. Before you can achieve great things, only then can we break the limits and create possibilities out of the impossible. It said again. What the hell? The expressions of the powerful people in the arena became even more odd. The true father of separate flame was doing this to speak of uniqueness. Have you lost your blood and flesh, your soul and bones? Fellow Taoists, still the only way to get to the true meaning of cultivation, the end of visible practice. If you fellow Taoists want to, I can discuss the unique Tao with you all to your heart's content. Help all of you to step onto the path of the one way. Old Pai said with a smile. The only way? The only one so far as to fix itself up and be nothing but a skin? The strongest people in the field waved their hands one after another and refused, expressed no interest. What's the point of fixing yourself? All of you, this is not yet enlightened. But, I believe that you all will be enlightened later. I am not alone in my ways, but all those who are on the same path. All of you will get to see how powerful the only way is later. Old Pai said with a smile. I'm not alone in my ways, I'm surrounded by fellow travelers. What do you mean? Are there many others who practice the one way? The faces of the powerful people in the arena changed and changed. Chapter 226 Sea of Ashes. Strange, the water of the heavens is too deep. Bad content. Chapter 227 As Buddhism descends, so does darkness. Bad content. Chapter 228 Chen Changsheng. Oh, all jumped out? Bad content. Chapter 229 Inzun's descent. Unexpected stand. Chen Changsheng's face was calm. The river in front of him clearly reflected the scene on the other side of the heavens. There was not the slightest ripple within him, completely unconcerned about how many terrifying forces had gathered across the street to deal with him. For him, there's nothing to worry about. Just kill them all. On the contrary, it was the performance of the Lord of Hell, Cold Hay, the nine-headed lion, the blood demon, and the fire phoenix king. It caught his care and attention. Knowing you can't do it? Do you fight to the end knowing you're going to die? He whispered to himself. These people didn't stay by his side for nothing. Ah, old ancestor, what are you talking about? Li Ruoshua blinked her big, soulful eyes and asked. I don't know what Chen Changsheng is talking about. She couldn't see the view over the heavens reflected in the river. It was unknown that a large number of terrifying forces had gathered over in the heavens of the heavens to hunt Chen Changsheng. Nothing. Chen Changsheng smiled. It's just that there are some small fish and shrimp in the river that aren't very honest. He told Li Ruoshua not to care. Some of the smaller fish and shrimp are less than honest? What do you mean? Li Ruoshua didn't understand a thing, but she didn't ask much. Holding a rod more than twice her height, she continued to catch up fish. You have to work hard, old ancestor. I have a feeling I'm going to catch another fish, Li Ruoshua said with a sweet smile. Good, try harder, old ancestor. Chen Changsheng laughed out loud. The heavens are over there, one after another. The strongest of the terrorist forces arrived over here one after another. People think it's almost done. Prepare to take action against Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him. Ugly words. This time, if we really obtain the great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcend the true Tao, only our forces present may watch. No power that has not come may watch. The bizarre creature opened its mouth. Don't want to let the powers that aren't on the spot sit on their hands. It's natural. We're all here and they're not. So of course we can't let them sit on their asses. This time is also just a passing phase. If there are forces that are not even willing to go through, since there is no part for them, not only is there no qualification for them to watch, there's no part for them to play when they enter the heavenly beyond in the future. The other powerhouses said in cold voices. The number of terrorist forces gathered in the field was very high though, but they didn't think all the terrorist forces were there. They think there are still hidden forces of terror that have not revealed themselves, not ever present. There are other calculations and ideas in play. This is all but intolerable for them. So many horrible forces were all present. Solving Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him was simply not too simple. Just go through the motions completely. If there are still hidden forces that don't come, their behavior is really unforgivable. Swish, the wind gusted and the power of the Mostine spread. Chilling. Thrilled, there are several zones appearing, riding the crazy rolling clouds of gloom. Come down this way. But they have not sided with the forces of terror. Instead, they distanced themselves from those terrorist forces. There seems to be a sense of tit-for-tat in going on opposite sides of the fence. What does that mean? The ash sea beings that rode on top of the ancestral dragon. Squinting, looking towards the several zones that descended over, there was early news that someone from the burial earth had followed Chen Changsheng. What? Are you burial earth going to continue to stand with him, Chen Changsheng? Some of the strongest people spoke up, knowing the origins of these several zones. Several zones came from the burial ground. Burial ground. This was likewise an extremely terrifying and mysterious force. It's wandering in the midst of yin and yang. There are very many signs of activity within the heavens. Many beings who died within the heavens of the heavens were transformed into spirits by the burial earth, brought back into the burial ground, became a member within the burial ground. The powerhouses in the arena all knew little about Chen Changsheng though. I don't know what kind of bottom line Chen Changsheng possesses. However, they still more or less knew something about Chen Changsheng. knowing that Chen Changsheng was surrounded by members of the burial earth. Chen Changsheng was closer to the burial earth room. Not bad. Chen Changsheng did have members of the burial ground by his side. Exactly, the Lord of Hell. The burial earth is the power behind the master of the Hellmouth. Sure fu. It was just like the one that the master teacher of the Hellmouth had told Chen Changsheng earlier. Burial earth will stand with Chen Changsheng, side by side. But, this time and that time, the master of the Hellmouth said at the time that the burial earth would stand by Chen Changsheng when he did. The situation is nothing like it is now. At that time, Chen Changsheng's scenery was boundless, displaying an extremely powerful strength. And there aren't that many strong enemies. Burial Earth decided to stand with Chen Changsheng. It's risky, but it's more or less manageable. There is still hope of winning, but not now. Nowadays, almost all the terrifying forces within the heavens had gathered together to work together against Chen Changsheng. At this time, the burial soil also had to walk out and stand with Chen Changsheng. Undoubtedly an act of sending death. Seeing the burial earth powerhouses that descended over and came into confrontation with a group of terrifying forces from the heavens, a look of surprise also appeared on Chen Changsheng's face. Some didn't expect it. So many horrible forces gathered against him, and at the moment came out and stood with him. It's not going to end well. Seriously, it was true that he hadn't expected Burying Earth to come forward at this point, to fight alongside him. Honestly, even if Burial Earth didn't come forward at this point, he wouldn't blame Burial Earth for anything. After all, the number of terrifying forces gathered was simply too great. Without knowing exactly what kind of strength he possesses, there is no excuse for choosing not to stand with him. It's normal. Instead, Burial Earth chose to keep the promise made to him at the time. Stood out. It did seem a little unexpected to him, but that's a step in the right direction for them. On my side, they will never lose, and they will also be rewarded with more than they can imagine. Chen Changsheng whispered to himself, since he would not let Burial Earth, who was on his side at the moment, suffer. Wait for the back. He will give the burial ground a great harvest beyond imagination. Inside the Li clan's land, the Lord of Hell stared in disbelief. He was also not expecting the forces behind his master's father to come forward, side with Chen Changsheng. Honestly, before that, he had even thought about the power behind his master's father. It would be on the opposite side of Chen Changsheng, standing among those terrifying forces of the heavens. As a result, the forces behind his master's father had actually sided with Chen Changsheng. It gave him a huge shock inside. He really didn't expect it. At the same time, inside the burial ground base camp, do you guys think we can win the bet? A burial ancestor said nervously and incomparably. He'd never been as nervous as this. A lot is at stake in this stand. If they lose the bet, on the wrong side, the fate that awaits them in the burial ground is destined to be unimaginable. Chapter 230, Win and you live, lose and you die. It's a big gamble. Winning the bet will give them unimaginable benefits and advantages, but if the bet is lost, they will go to total extinction. There would be no place for them in the heavens or even in any of the lands. Those terrifying forces of the heavens that had gathered together, it would absolutely tear them to pieces without mercy. Speaking of burial ancestors, worried, too nervous to be nervous. Next to him, the other 5 burial ancestors were equally nervous. This was almost making an enemy of the most terrifying power of all the heavens. Who wouldn't be nervous? Without even thinking about it, anyone else would inevitably be incredibly nervous. We have no choice but to take this big gamble. He and the forces behind him is our last hope. If we don't gamble, we'll end up perishing too. A burial ancestor gritted his teeth. The burial master behind them was looking like he couldn't hold out any longer. And once they wait until the burial lord behind them has completely fallen, they will also lose the strength to fight other terrorist forces. By then, they will all be turned into fish on a plate. Will be at the mercy of other terrorist forces. A corner of the sky is revealed beyond the sky. The path to the heavenly beyond was also vaguely revealed. When the path to the heavenly beyond has been completely revealed, no doubt about it, unimaginable absolute chaos will absolutely erupt at the first opportunity. Heavens beyond isn't that easy to get into, even with the path to the heavenly beyond. Who knew that after stepping onto this path to the heavens beyond, what will happen? At that point, blood cleansing and pillaging will inevitably erupt. Not a powerful enough force. It's all going to be blood cleaned. Everything inside, such as the underpinnings, will also be plundered away. Powerful forces will make preparations for entering the heavenly beyond. Their 6 buried ancestors, although all of them were at the level of Tao ancestors. Looking at all the forces within the heavens, they were also definitely a very strong force. But they know very well, they're still not strong enough. There are forces stronger than them out there, and it's not a minority, nothing else. The orderly heavenly court, the Tao Alliance, the Sea of Ashes, the creepy, the dark forces, and so on. It would definitely be only stronger than them. The strength displayed by forces such as the orderly heavenly court today, not even the tip of the iceberg. They are almost certainly behind forces such as the orderly heavenly court. There were existences as powerful as the burial lord behind them. It was also an existence at the level of the most ancient Tao ancestor. The so-called most ancient Tao ancestors were the first existences to achieve the Tao ancestor position, the earliest existence to cultivate to the end of the true Tao realm. They were the true sealing existence within the heavens, the later accomplished Tao ancestor. None of them could be compared to these most ancient Tao ancestors. Unfortunately, the burial master behind their burial soil, endless years ago, for wanting to go 100 feet further, break the shackles of the true Tao realm, step into the realm above the true Tao realm. And there are big problems that are unrecoverable and reversible, leading up to the later years. It's been lingering, barely surviving. Nowadays, the burial lord behind them was utterly going to fail. Life is coming to a great end, will completely fall and dissipate. After losing the burial master, they were destined to become objects of cleansing and plundering by other terrorist forces. So, they had no choice but to open such a big gamble for self-preservation and self-help. They wanted to truly and completely board this great ship behind Chen Changsheng, tied up with the forces behind Chen Changsheng. In their opinion, this large ship behind Chen Changsheng was absolutely terrifying and horrifying. It's not that simple. Otherwise, how could Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him be so reckless? How is it possible to kill the orderly celestial court and others in a big way? Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him. There should be a way out of this crisis. Icing on the cake is not as good as giving it away. The only way for them to truly and completely board the large ship behind Chen Changsheng was to come forward at this time. Of course, all of this is nothing more than speculation on their part. If Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him couldn't survive this crisis, they will follow suit and be targeted. Overwhelmed with it. Aha, that's too bad. If the burial master hadn't been a problem, where would we have been so passive and menacing? There's the burial master sitting in. We fear no one with no fear, and dare to fight any power. It's even more likely that under the leadership of the burial master, he'll enter the heavenly beyond and enjoy the scenery of the heavenly beyond. A burial ancestor said with incomparable regret. Don't say things like that. Further lamentation and futility. We can only look forward, not always backward. Siding with Chen Changsheng is the best choice. None of the other forces are the best choice. Let's hope that Chen Changsheng and the others can survive this crisis. Another burial ancestor said in a deep voice. As he said, Chen Changsheng was undoubtedly their best choice. Chen Changsheng was always kind to them. If they choose other forces, it's hard to say what the outcome will be. It's very likely that they'll just get bloodied on the spot by the other forces. At the same time, all the powerful forces gathered in the heavens. They all looked at the Severoline Zuns as if they were little cuties. They all looked at the Severoline Zuns as if they were looking at a cute little girl. It's not like we're rushing to our deaths. This is not the way to find death. Are you guys sure you want to side with Chen Changsheng? The bizarre creature opened its mouth, trying to get an accurate answer. With an accurate answer, it's time to kill. Yes, the burial ground is with Chen Changsheng. Severoline Zuns responded loudly. They had long been prepared to die. There's no plan to go back alive. Well, even so, there's nothing more to say. Gentlemen, let's kill. The creepy creature said eerily. I'll do it. The demonic man rode the 5-colored yin-yang deer, walked to the front of the line. If any of you like me and want to discuss with me, come see me all the way in the back. He winks and opens his mouth, throwing up winks to the crowd of strong people in the field. The reason why he took the lead and walked out to steal the battle, the purpose is to get the attention of the field. He's well aware. It was unlikely that he would get any more attention when the great battle opened up behind him. At that time, he would also lose the opportunity to discuss with the strongest person in the field. He could be yin or yang, and he could even discuss the Tao of yin and yang in unison for endless years. Know that there are all kinds of beings in the world. He believes there were definitely beings in the field who wanted to discuss with him. It doesn't. There were some strong people who did not avoid the winks he threw over. On the contrary, and gave him a response with a look. The meaning was obvious, wanting to discuss with him afterward. Ha ha ha. He smiled broadly in his heart, with special joy. Discourse can bring help to his practice. If he argued with these powerful people in the arena, it would more than likely allow him to gain heavenly benefits. You want to die? Then I'll fulfill you. Prepare to die. He looked to the Severoline Zuns. A feminine creepy laugh. Chapter 231 Desecration and Defilement of the Lance. Fish death. Sultry men trying to gain attention, so as to argue with the strongest in the field, to fight the first battle, and the yin and yang deer under his seat, and not to be outdone. The head is in a tie position. It's still self-aware, knowing that the strongest people in the field could not see it and would not pay any attention to it. It, in turn, threw up winks to the mounts and such that the strongest people in the arena rode in on. For example, the ancestral dragon ridden by the beings of the Sea of Ashes, creepy creatures riding the Zu Kirin and more. Roar! Deafening dragon roars resounded with monstrous fury. Not only was ancestral dragon not interested in the winks thrown over by the yin yang deer, instead it's also incredibly disgusting. The dragon's eyes were filled with killing intent and anger. If it were not for the fact that it is not free to make its own decisions, got to follow the orders of the gray sea beings, it would instantly pounce towards the yin yang deer, rip this damn disgusting yin and yang deer to shreds. At the same time, the ancestral Qilin also threw back its head and roared. There was shock in the growl. It was also disgusted by the winks thrown over by the yin yang deer. If it can make the call, it would certainly not hesitate to trample the yin yang deer into pieces. But there were also some mounts that were intent on the winks of the yin yang deer. For example, the giant elephant ancient corpses that came from the ancient corpse hall powerhouses rode in. Just give a response to Shady Deer's winks. Even this giant elephant ancient corpse, the eyes were still unusually hot. There was a great urge to immediately rush over to discuss with the yin yang deer. It took the battle-hardened yin yang deer by surprise. The winks were withdrawn immediately. It's too big. It can't take it. Kill, the demonic man bellowed. It was supposed to be a very masculine and dominant bang, but he shouted petulant, not to mention not a little masculine and dominant, but also disgustingly goosebump-inducing. The wind is stirring. Terrifying yin power rolled like a tide. A yin Zun struck out to meet the battle, fighting fiercely with the demonic man riding the yin yang deer. Still really want to side with Chun Changsheng? Hiss, that's a lot of nerve. The heavy heavens beings looked at the yin Zun and the demonic man who were in a fierce battle. All of them couldn't help but exclaim. The most terrifying forces of the heavy heavens had almost all gathered together. Buried earth, this also still dare to side with Chun Changsheng? This was really out of their expectation, making them not think about it in any way. In that case, there shouldn't be any forces that dared to side with Chen Changsheng. After all, it was on Chen Changsheng's side. It was the same as making enemies with all the most terrifying forces of the heavens. This is undoubtedly self-seeking and self-defeating. It seems like that burial master of the burial earth is really about to die. The ancient corpse powerhouse from the ancient corpse hall sneered. Obviously there is a great deal of knowledge about what goes on inside the burial mound. Knowing that the burial master is having problems and is going to fail. The temple of the ancient corpse. The interior is full of unimaginably super scary ancient corpses. The strength is horribly appalling. There was no sign of any previous activity within the heavens. There's been a deep hibernation. Now was the first time they had appeared before the beings of the heavens. Is the Undertaker going to die? It seems like it should be, or burial earth wouldn't have soldiered on like this. Stand on Chen Changsheng's side, the Dark Buddha spoke. Apparently there was also some knowledge of what was going on inside the burial mound. Know the condition of the burial owner. They have quite a sense of crisis, knowing that after the death of the burial master, they will be targeted and will be bloodied and pillaged. That's why it's so desperate to open a big gamble. Unfortunately, they are not destined to get what they want, doomed to end in a crushing defeat, and such a big gamble will only hasten their demise. The ancient corpse hall's ancient corpse powerhouse laughed coldly. They have long been hitting on the burial soil, just waiting for the burial master to fall. Once the burial master falls, they will then kill the burial ground, blooding and plundering it. Entering the sky beyond the sky requires preparation. The burial ground is undoubtedly a huge piece of fat meat. They are impossible to miss. Hey, the Dark Buddha laughed grimly. They had also hit on the idea of the burial soil long ago, just waiting for the burial master to fall. Some of the other terrorist powerhouses. At this moment, he was also sneering, an inexplicable look on his face. They also hit the burial ground early on. Know that something is wrong with the burial master. It turns out that several of the burial ancestors of the burial ground were indeed prescient, choosing to take a big gamble on Chen Changsheng's side. If they don't make a move at this point, not ever opening such a big bet. Afterward, when these horrible forces that have hit on them kill them, they were doomed to be powerless to resist, only to be slaughtered at the whim of these horrible forces. Put. Een blood splattered all over the sky. The Een Zun who had gone out to fight suffered a heavy blow, and his entire Een body was smashed. Obviously not a match for the demonic man. The demonic man held a long spear. It's supposed to be all about the martial arts and valor, but he didn't look the least bit godly or heroic. Even the lance in his hand was not divine and valiant. The lance in his hand, it was actually pink. This is simply an insult and dishonor to the lance. Where's the pink lance? The lance is used to kill the enemy. Moreover, it has the reputation of 100 kinds of weapons. The lance is the king. Sacrifice the lance to a pink color. Undoubtedly an unforgivable insult and dishonor to the lance. However, the demonic man was not amused by this. Instead, He was particularly proud of his pink lance. "Gentlemen, the pink lance I sacrificed is very pretty, isn't it?" He smiled and opened his mouth, showing off to the terrifying powerhouse in the back. And to show off his pink lance, he also stabbed at various parts of the body of the Inzun who fought with him one after another. Inzun's body was pierced into a sieve. There were big, blood-red holes everywhere, and the pubic blood flowed endlessly. "Ah!" Inzun roared and growled, unable to be humiliated. Even more so, it carried the determination to make the demonic man pay even in death. He is extremely sublimated, setting the power and power essence within him on fire in full. He laid down his life, totally don't want to die. After the extreme sublimation, whether he could kill the demonic man or not, he's all but certain to die. "Want to die with me? Ridiculous, stupid, you don't even have the qualifications to die with me." The demonic man snorted, disdain for this Inzun's extreme sublimity, under the crushing weight of absolute power. This extreme sublimation of World War I, it's just like he said it would be. Ridiculous, stupid, fish death will not break the net. Kill. He shook the pink lance in his hand, prepare to completely wipe out this Inzun. But, in the very next instant, his face suddenly changed drastically. The pupils slammed violently. He actually felt the threat of death. It was as if he had been targeted by an unimaginable supreme being. It could kill you at any time. Swish! He didn't hesitate and ran away at breakneck speed. He didn't even care about the most beloved young deer under his seat. Jumped straight up from the deer and fled. Fear of being killed directly and completely like this. Dying here. Chapter 232. This is what a lance is. A lance that kills. Bad content. Chapter 233. How a murderous lance kills. Let me demonstrate. Bad content. Chapter 234. The lance that kills in the hand hasn't killed enough yet. Techniques roared, divine abilities stirred, and magic weapons shattered the ages. The most shocking and terrifying great battle ever seen in the heavy heavens erupted, such as a powerhouse at the level of a true lord. It is barely visible during the weekdays. Most true dignitaries only exist in legends. And like now, there were more than a dozen true lords striking out together. And the minimum was a true exalt of the fourth realm. That's really rare. In the middle of the history of all the heavy heavens ever, it almost never happens. Swish, swish, swish. Brilliant sword light reflected the heavens. Multiple heavens' laws of order were all torn to pieces by the sword light. Senior Sister Yen rushed at the front. The azure-colored long sword in his hand was no different from the real heaven-slashing sword. True dignity-level sword intent swirled. The horror was appalling in the extreme. She is indeed strong and fierce enough. No wonder he dared to rush to the front. An idle fifth realm true lord wouldn't be able to block one of her swords. She was at the level of a five-realm true father. Not to say that it was the strongest, but it could be invincible and sweep away all the five-realm true exalts. But she also definitely touched the threshold of the strongest. At the level of the five realms of true dignity, there are few enemies. Rumble. Behind her, two strong men struck out right behind her. They were likewise fifth realm true exalts. The identity was the same as Senior Sister Yen, a disciple of the two Dao ancestors. Kill. A fifth realm true father offered a crystal jade bowl. A split second, the boundless starry sky descended and countless stars shone. There was even an endless sea of stars whistling and surging. It was going to drown out Chun Changxing's reflected figure. And then it's completely worn out. Go! Another fifth realm true exalt lightly drank. An iron pen carried the power of annihilation as it blasted toward Chen Changxing's reflected figure to point and kill. The iron pen splashes ink on the blast. Write the top true dignity laws in Dao. Strengthen the power of the blast. Boom boom boom. The remaining powerhouses that made their moves were all fourth realm true exalts, but they hit the phalanx of soldiers and spells, and definitely not to be underestimated. They had cold smiles at the corners of their mouths, and they had no reservations in their strikes. Will be able to use the power that can be utilized. All of it was used. In the face of such a collective bombardment, the Jedi Fifth Realm True Exalted could not even be overwhelmed and could not carry it off. Will be defeated in a moment. Chen Changsheng or his strength was terrifying and frightening, but right now it was nothing more than a reflected body of his, the terrifying powerhouse in the field. The eyes were all absent above this reflected figure of Chen Changsheng, all over the fog, waiting for Chen Changsheng's main body to descend. The same was true for all the living beings within the heavens. Eyes converge on the fog, waiting for Chen Changsheng's main body to arrive in person. They did not think that Chen Changsheng's reflected body could block such a collective blast. However, the next instant, their gazes, all of them moved from the thick fog to above Chen Changsheng's reflected figure. Even more so, cries of astonishment that could overturn the heavens erupted. How is this possible? A mere reflected figure. Is this what he said it was, a gun for killing people? Shocked voices abounded. The hearts of all living beings were filled with shock and incredulity. It's horrible. What they originally thought could not happen. It happened. One could only see Chen Changsheng reflecting his figure, carrying a golden lance. Bashfully and calmly, he killed forward. It actually really demonstrates what it means to be a gun that kills. The blood of the true exalted was like no money, crazy spilling down from high in the sky. It's like it's raining blood, in which the true exalted powerhouses that struck out were even more like dumplings. Body after body fell from the rain of blood. Chen Changsheng mirrored the figure, as invincible as it gets. The golden lance in his hand also became a true killing lance, the true father powerhouse who struck out. Even a fifth realm true exalt like senior sister Yen, in front of Chen Changsheng's reflected figure, it was also no different from ordinary mortals. Wherever the golden lance stabbed, there will be bloodshed and the fall of the true lord. Chen Changsheng mirroring his figure to kill a true exalt was simply not too easy and simple. This scene was unexpected by everyone. No one was expecting it. It's just a reflection figure. After all, the gazes of the terrifying powerhouses also all shifted to the top of Chen Changsheng's reflected figure. The eyes all had a strange look in them. Kind of interesting. Is the reflecting body that strong? But, if you think that's going to scare us off, you're mistaken. The Ashsi being riding on top of the ancestral dragon sneered, shocked but not afraid. In terms of his cultivation realm strength, he could do this just as easily. A single figure could easily kill a true exalt such as senior sister Yen. Don't even talk about him. Just the ancestral dragon under his seat could easily do the same. This behavior of yours will only hasten your death. Plus one more. It will also hasten the demise of the forces behind you. The ancient corpse hall powerhouse riding on top of the giant elephant ancient corpse also said in a cold voice. The same as not afraid though scared. Kill. There's nothing to say. The other terrifying powerhouses within the field would likewise not be deterred just like that. Are you kidding me? The most terrifying and frightening forces of the heavens were almost entirely on their side. How could they possibly back away from that? It was just as the ancient corpse hall powerhouse had said. Chen Changsheng's behavior, undoubtedly accelerating the speed of the demise of Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him. A terrible great war broke out. Apart from the limited number of powerful people such as the Ashsi beings, the ancient corpse hall powerhouses, and the bizarre creatures, the rest of the terror force powerhouses all killed over toward Chen Changsheng's reflected figure. The scene was undoubtedly even more horrifyingly appalling. It's not even an exaggeration to say, most heavens of heavens beings couldn't even dream of such a scene. How is it possible to make a scene like that? Most of the terror force powerhouses that had struck out this time were true exalts who had cultivated to a high level. They don't say they've ever seen such a high-level true exalt. They couldn't even imagine what kind of power these high-level true exalts possessed. This kind of high-level true exalt, it's just too far away from them. You kill. I kill. Chen Changsheng reflected the figure's clothes hunting. The golden lance in his hand was so bright and dazzling that it was impossible to look at it directly. As his voice landed, he carried his golden lance forward to meet him. Hiss dash. Sounds of cold breaths being sucked backward resounded frantically within the heavens one after another. Chen Changsheng really dares? It's just a reflected figure. He also dared to go forward to meet the killers like this. The hearts of all the heavy heavenly beings were all startled by this. I really didn't expect that. We're in. Kill. Several Inzuns shouted, to go out and fight side by side with Chen Changsheng's reflected figure. They didn't come over to watch the show, although Chen Changsheng said that there was no need for them to make a move. But the battle at hand. How could they not make a move and still watch the battle from the sidelines? So many high-level true exalts striking together. They really couldn't continue to watch the battle from the sidelines without making a move. But, no sooner had they made a move than a gentle force stopped them. Don't take it from me. The lance in my hand that kills hasn't killed enough yet. Chen Changsheng reflected the figure and said. The golden lance in his hand bloomed with billions of terrifying golden blazing auras. Killing forward. Chapter 235, Heavenly Serpent Scorpion. A super ferocious race that can fight across ranks. Bad content. Chapter 236, I don't know. Chen Changsheng suddenly stabbed himself twice. Invisible scorpion-tailed poisonous needles that cannot be seen or sensed. With extreme speed, it stabbed towards Chen Changsheng's reflected figure. It's no exaggeration to say, unless it was a powerhouse above the 8th realm true exalt, beings below the 8th realm of true exaltation, absolutely all of them will die under this invisible poison needle. It's a lethal massacre. But, for Chen Changsheng to mirror the figure, it wasn't even close to being a killing move, much less lethal. The golden lance merely shook lightly. It then completely shook this invisible poison needle to smithereens. Invisible toxins erupted from invisible poison needles when they were shattered. It was also purified in the golden blazing aura that blossomed from the golden spear. What? The heavenly serpent scorpion lost his voice and exclaimed. How could it not believe the scene it saw? It's the big kill, the pride of their clan. It was just so easily broken and destroyed? Ah! It roared and growled in defiance. How is it not acceptable and tolerable? The other party is not even the original body, just a reflection of the figure. Put. In the midst of its roaring snarl full of resentment, it's the end of its life. The golden lance pierced through its head. Crush all life out of it. It's completely dead. Swish. A small, not very large flag came in for a quick kill. Very strange and amazing. It was no more than the size of a palm and steamed with a reddish haze. The entire body flowed with an indescribable supreme and transcendent special Tao rhythm, with a sense of immortality, like a strange thing that breaks free from the shackles of all things and all Tao and law. This is the law-suppressing flag. It does belong to a curiosity, from an ancient country, a national treasure within this ancient country. It was brought over by a strong 8th realm true exalt within this ancient country. The origin of the Zhenfa flag is very mysterious. Even the ancient kingdom, which was always in control of the Zhenfa flag, did not know its true origin, the name of the town's legal flag. Or was it this ancient country that gave it its name? It has the power as its name suggests. It can suppress all laws. Within the range field of the Zhenfa flag unfolding, all of the laws will be suppressed and will not be able to exert their power. Immortal light shines through the heavens. Special terrifying Tao patterns intertwined and jumped, locking onto the Tao and Dharma that suppressed Chen Changxing's reflected figure. It was necessary to make Chen Changxing's reflecting shadow unable to exert a single ounce of power. However, it's simply ineffective. The flag of law suppression was completely unable to suppress the Tao and law of Chen Changxing's reflected figure. Let's not even talk about suppression. When the power of the Dharma suppression flag covered and suppressed towards Chen Changxing's reflected figure, the whole thing collapsed and destroyed itself. Chen Changxing mirrored the power that the figure had. It was far beyond the realm of what could be suppressed by the Dharma suppression flag. No! The ancient kingdom powerhouse who had sacrificed the flag of Zhenfa hissed. Can't accept that. A national treasure. An unimaginable curiosity of horrific origin. Surprisingly, it just blew itself up and was destroyed. How could he possibly accept such a result? But, the next instant he had no question of whether he could take it or not, because the golden lance pierced through the void. It stabbed straight towards him. The 8th realm true lord was in front of the golden lance, also as ordinary people. This 8th realm true lord tried his best to desperately explode, move out all the arts and means. It didn't help a bit either. The feeling of powerlessness fell deep into his heart. He was directly picked off by the golden lance just like that, bringing up large swathes of true exalted blood. Kill. There are powerful people from the ancient sects practicing the great killing formation of the Absolute, and blessed with all kinds of heavy treasures. Enhance the power of the Absolute Great Killing Formation. The power stirred up by the Absolute Great Killing Formation. Even the Jedi 9 realm true exalts trembled. Panic grew in his heart. Such an overwhelming killing formation possessed the power to kill an overwhelming 9th realm true exalt. But in front of the golden lance, a supreme killing formation that could kill a Jedi 9th realm true lord. It's crispy almost like paper. The golden lance stabbed out, easily pierced through the Jedi Great Killing Formation, completely shattering the entire Jedi Great Killing Formation. And he also killed the ancient sect powerhouse who was practicing the Absolute Great Killing Formation. Swish. In the meantime, there are shocking and overwhelming wonders to be seen. The Wind Clan struck out at the 10 realms of true exalt powerhouses, finished his killer. The wonders reflect the heavens. Every living being within the heavy heavens could clearly see the spectacle. The horror of the spectacle was also felt more deeply. They were emboldened, all very frightened and scared. The heavy heavens were filled with the sound of kneeling everywhere. Untold numbers of living beings were unable to withstand it because they could not. Fall to your knees. Kneel to the reflected wonder. The Wind Clan, the hegemonic clan of the 10 heavens. At this moment, this 10th realm true exalt wind race powerhouse, it truly brought out the terrifying strength of the hegemony clan. The spectacle is shrouded in chaotic mist. Transcendental supremacy. One hazy figure after another slowly stepped out of the chaotic mist, and gradually solidified. They are great and huge in figure. The heavens seem to be unable to withstand their figures, as if they were going to be burst. They are like a juggernaut. Everything is insignificant and small in front of them. This is the Wind Clan's secret technique of wondrous scenery. It could reflect the figure of the supreme powerhouse of the Wind Clan, the depth and terror of the hegemony clan. For the first time it was truly revealed to the world. The heavy heavenly beings also knew what it meant to be a hegemonic race. The figure that came out of the spectacle. All of them are strong within the Wind Clan, and without exception, all are alive today. Do you really think that my Wind Clan is a soft persimmon that you can pinch at will? What is the hegemony? I'll show you a good time today. The Wind Clan's 10-realm true father drank coldly. I was told everything by the lady before I came. Madam told him. Chen Shangsheng seemed to be hitting on their Wind Clan. Let him come over after. No matter what, we must find a way to exterminate Chen Shangsheng, if it is possible. It could even guide a group of terrifying forces to overthrow the forces behind Chen Shangsheng. On the way here, he's still a little guilty of it. A host of terrorist forces are not cuties, each with a heart of gold. Who is more savvy than anyone else? Wanting to guide these terrorist forces to overthrow the forces behind Chen Shangsheng, it is just not an easy thing to do. After all, the signs prove it. The forces behind Chen Shangsheng were undoubtedly not simple and not that easy to deal with. At such an important juncture today, a bunch of terrorist forces will definitely be very cautious. Easily won't just start a big war. He wanted to guide a group of terrifying forces to overthrow the forces behind Chen Shangsheng. Undoubtedly very difficult. However, what he didn't expect in any way, come over here after him. There is no need for any so-called guidance at all. What else is he leading up to? Nice guy. Chen Shangsheng was simply afraid that he and the forces behind him would not be able to die and be overthrown. Not only do they have no respect for a host of forces to speak of, and a big kill on a bunch of forces. That's a lot of chicken to boot. No need to lead. If a group of forces didn't kill Chen Shangsheng, not to exterminate the forces behind Chen Shangsheng, that would be odd. To this, he just wanted to say the last. I don't know. Chen Shangsheng he himself came up and suddenly clunked a knife into himself. I can't. Chapter 237, carrying a golden lance, taking the initiative to kill within the wondrous scene. Madness stabbed itself in the back. Fear that he and the forces behind him will not die or be destroyed. The Wind Clan's 10-realm true exalt powerhouse said. Don't understand but respect. He's going to add one more. That is, special respect and support. Rumble. The heavens trembled chaotically and exploded. The terrifying figure reflected by the spectacle struck out. There are 6 of them. Each one was so terrifying and frightening. The aura emanating from it was unimaginable. One can't help but tremble with fear, panic, and unease. What kind of figures are these? Oh my god, they're horrible too. It feels like true exalted ones are as small as dust in front of these figures. Such shocking sounds resounded everywhere in the heavens. All living beings were seriously frightened. The 6 figures that came out of the spectacle, completely beyond their knowledge. They had never seen such a terrifying figure. Even more so, I dare not imagine that the 6 terrifying figures of the original body. And what a supreme state to be in. They feel it in their hearts. It felt like Zhu Chongtian was like a plaything in front of these 6 figures. If these 6 figures wanted to, they felt that the 6 figures could easily crush all the heavy heavens. Not bad. True dignity compared to the 6-figure masters. Trivial indeed. Small as dust indeed. The cultivation realms of the owners of the 6 figures all exceeded the true exalted realm. All of them were above the true Zun realm, the true emperor realm. True emperor realm. Its realm is as the name. May be called an emperor among the true paths. The end is horrible and terrifying. Putting aside the supreme level of the Tao ancestor and the like, a true emperor is the strongest existence. The 6 figures reflected by the spectacle. It was the figures left behind by the 6 true emperors of the Wind Clan in the realm of true exalt. It was incorporated into the secret art of wonder. May walk out as the secret art of the wonders unfolds. But, this was even if it was just the silhouettes left behind by the 6 true emperors when they were at the true exaltation realm. And definitely not to be underestimated. Extraordinarily horrible and terrifying. After the 6 figures stepped out, it was able to cause the living beings of the heavens to have the feeling that all true elders were as small as dust. Undoubtedly the best proof. No, it can't be. How do I sense the depths of the reflected wonders dash? There are even more terrifying figures yet to come? Some beings cried out in horror. The eyes were full of incredulity and disbelief. He seriously suspected he was delusional. How could there be a figure more terrifying than the 6 figures? In his mind, the 6 figures represented the strongest realms. Where else could a higher realm than the 6 figures exist? What? There really is an even more terrifying figure yet to come out. I feel it too. The terrifying figures that have not come out are even more terrifying than the 6 figures, and are not even above a level at all. Fault crushing. There were constantly living beings shouting out in shock. The cries of shock were all tinged with intense disbelief and incredulity. In their minds, the 6 figures also represented the strongest realm of the heavens. Who knew that there were actually realms that existed higher than the 6 figures? They were on the level of Tao ancestors. There's no semblance of a concept. It was simply unknown that there existed a level of Tao ancestors. The Tao ancestor was too far away from them. It's like the difference between dust and the vastness of Zeus. They were shocked beyond belief. The mind's perceptions are all broken today. One after another supreme realm that they didn't know about began to appear one after another. They were bitter inside. There was a time when they were so spirited, so brash and confident. Think you've seen the highest sky, and now they realize how naive and ignorant they were. Where they have seen the highest sky? Not at all. It has always been nothing more than a frog in a well. watching the world go by. Six figures stood, although it still belonged to a true exalt level figure, but after all, it belonged to the figures left behind by the six true emperors who had been true exalted. It was far from comparable to other true dignitaries. The six figures all exuded supreme might. They looked indifferent. It seems to be scanning the multitudes. They are no different than the true masters of all things. The multitudes are so small and humble in their presence, so insignificant and weak. All the people are under their control. Whenever they want to, they can make the multitudes disappear cleanly and completely with a single thought. Rumble, an unimaginable surge of power. Each of the six figures extended a palm, pressing down towards Chen Shangxing's reflected figure. What contempt this is, merely wanting to slap Chen Shangxing's reflected figure with his palm. But the six figures were also truly terrifying and frightening, pressed down on the six palms, covering the sky. There were unimaginable Tao rules and laws intertwining and stirring. Everything became dim under these six palms. Boom! The sound of a big explosion in the void. An unexpected scene occurs. Chen Shangxing's reflected figure actually lit up with a precious radiance as he met the six palms. To kill in the middle of the spectacle. Hiss! Voices of sucking in cold air resounded one after another in the heavens. All the living beings were taken aback. I didn't expect Chen Shangxing reflected figure to dare to take the initiative to kill inside the spectacle. What a bold act this is. If they were in their place, they would not even dare to think about it. How dare you think that? Being in the middle of a spectacle, one must be suppressed by it. The six figures were again so terrifying and frightening. It's no different than volunteering to die. In particular, there were even more terrifying figures yet to come out of the depths of the spectacle. There's one thing to be said for them. Really, even if they were beaten to death, they wouldn't dare to take the initiative to kill in the middle of the spectacle. Ha! Addicted to stabbing yourself, are you? Clumped yourself on the knife again? The Wind Clan's 10-realm true exalt powerhouse stared. The same person did not expect that Chen Shangxing's reflected figure would dare to take the initiative to kill in the middle of the spectacle. And to that, he just wants to say, no buddy, you are really living a little bit off the beaten path. It's a dead end. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. Chen Shangxing reflected his figure, holding a golden lance. Between the unseeable dazzling golden aura shooting out, the golden lance clashed fiercely with the six palms. A shattering sound was heard. The six palms were no match for the golden lance. In front of the golden lance, it was as fragile as a sheet of paper. It was easily crushed by the power of the golden lance. The six figures were all shaken backward as a result. Chen Shangxing mirrored the figure carrying a golden lance, kill into the middle of the spectacle. Sure enough, it was just like what all the heavy heavenly beings thought. Being in the middle of a spectacle, it would be suppressed by the power within the spectacle. Chen Shangxing's reflected figure had just entered the middle of the spectacle. There was power within the Wonderscape that pressed towards Chen Shangxing's reflected figure. At the same time, the six figures also launched a fierce attack on Chen Shangxing's reflected figure. They struck out their strongest artifacts when they were true exalted. Blast Chen Shangxing's reflected figure. Chapter 238, putting in every effort to awaken the two most terrifying figures within the wondrous landscape. The strongest technique aptitude of the six true emperors within the true exalted territory. Absolutely beyond horrible and terrifying. Need to know. The true emperor realm belonged to the supreme realm. The only way to achieve the true emperor position was to do so by crushing a generation of the same rank. Attention! It's possible. It wasn't that if one could manage to crush a generation of one's class, one would inevitably be able to achieve the true emperor position. Do it to crush a generation of the same class. Just the basic of the basic. The number of true exalts who had managed to crush a generation of their peers in the history of the heavy heavens was too many. However, there were only a few who managed to step into the true emperor realm and achieve the true emperor position in the end, crushing a generation of the same class. It just possessed the opportunity and qualifications to have a sprint to the true emperor realm. As for the words of not even being able to crush a generation of the same rank, then forget it. There was simply no semblance of a possibility of achieving the true emperor position. So, at this moment, the six figures struck out their artistry aptitudes. Absolutely horrible. The figure reflected by the secret art of wonderful scenery, strength and weakness, realm of cultivation, etc., are all related to the caster of the spell. What realm is the caster in? The reflected figure is in whatever realm. The Wind Clan's strongest realm was at the true exalted 10 realm. The six figures that were reflected, their realms were also at the true exalted 10 realm. But they are too scary. All of them belong to the existence of superfaults that crushed the same class. The artifacts that were struck out at this moment, it was completely possible to easily subdue and kill an 11th realm true exalt. The heavy heavens beings looked at the six figures striking out the artistic avatars. The heart was shaken beyond belief. What realm are the six figures in? the technique aptitude that was rehearsed was actually so perfect. It is the ultimate of the Tao and the pinnacle of the arts. True emperors are truly extraordinary. Every true emperor is so amazing, with a level of understanding of the true Tao that exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. This is a great opportunity. Sea of Ashes beings, bizarre creatures, dark Buddhas, and more. All of them were staring intently at the artistic avatars that the six figures were striking out, as they say they do. It's a big chance. If they could gain some enlightenment from this, it would undoubtedly give them a great deal of help when they struck the true emperor position in the future. Unfortunately, they hadn't even begun to participate in it, and it was over. One shot breaks all laws, in the face of absolute power. What the ultimate of the Tao, the ultimate of the law? Uniformly not. The golden lance stabbed out, and the six figures struck out with their technique aptitudes. All of them were all broken in an instant. At the same time, the six figures were also comprehensively crushed by the power that erupted from the golden lance. The Wind Clan's 10-realm Truefather powerhouses were implicated. His body fell backward with an uncontrollable thump, even nearly fell head over heels. His chest rose and fell fiercely. With a pfft sound, a large mouthful of blood snatched out of his mouth, staining the lapel of his chest. The spectacle shook violently, appearing distorted and showing signs of dissipating and crumbling. No! The Wind Clan's 10-realm Truefather roared in hideous fury. Do your best to stabilize the spectacle that's about to fall apart. Not let the spectacle crumble and dissipate. The spectacle stabilized. It didn't just crumble and dissipate. The figures that hadn't come out from among the depths also came out in full force. The Wind Clan is worthy of being the hegemony clan. It's really scary and frightening. Surprisingly, there were also 8 true emperor powerhouses. They walked out. One is scarier than the other. It far exceeded the 6 figures that walked out in front of them. Obviously, they were at the true emperor level, higher and deeper than the 6 figures in front of them. The moment the 8 figures walked out, it then launched a fierce bombardment against Chen Shangxing's reflected figure. They were indeed more terrifying and stronger than the 6 figures that had stepped out earlier, playing out jutsu aptitudes, etc. 100 times stronger, 1,000 times more. Under such a violent bombardment of artistry aptitude, a true exalt of the 12 realms would also be absolutely unable to eat and carry it. Will die under the heavy bombardment. But it doesn't work. The golden lance stabbed out. All of these techniques and aptitudes were like bubbles. One touch and it breaks. The same as not an opponent at all. The 8 figures were also fully shredded by the power of the golden lance at the same time. The Wind Clan's 10-realm true exalt powerhouse suffered another heavy blow. Spit the blood out of your heart. His face was as white as the living dead. Die for me. Invite Tao Ancestor to come out and kill the enemy. He was in a state of madness, awakening the 2 most terrifying figures in the depths of the spectacle. Blast Chen Shangxing's reflected figure. The depths of the wonders. The chaotic mist surged fiercely. The 2 most terrifying figures within it were awakened and slowly walked out of the chaotic mist. These 2 figures, obviously very different from the figure in front of it. The 2 figures had reached the realm of returning to basics, and there was no horrible breath flowing out. But as they step out, the beings who were paying attention to this side all had huge trembles in their hearts, as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his heart. It was doubly depressing and suffocating. And the scariest thing is, the faces of the 2 figures, 1,000 faces. All beings see differently. Some see kindly old men with gray hair. Some saw menacing, burly men. Some see tender toddlers who have just learned to walk. This is the Taoist ancestor. The real face is not visible. Even if these 2 figures were merely the figures left behind by the 2 Tao ancestors when they were at the true exalt realm, and so it is, the true face is equally invisible. Sea of Ashes beings, bizarre creatures, dark Buddhas, and more. All of them became unusually nervous, and he kept saluting the 2 figures, not daring to show the slightest disrespect to the 2 figures. This is the Taoist ancestor. Cultivate to the peak and end of the true way. Even if it was only the figures that the 2 Tao ancestors had once left behind, they also did not dare to be disrespectful. Disrespect to the Taoist ancestors. Definitely a big problem. Holy, this guy is really going to die. Their hearts beat wildly and they lost their voices. Chen Shangsheng reflecting the figure may not be too bold. They didn't even dare to disrespect the 2 Tao ancestors in their hearts. His heart was filled with awe for the 2 Tao ancestors. And what about Chen Shangsheng reflecting the figure? He was actually carrying a golden spear towards the 2 Tao ancestor figures to kill them. They were really shocked. Just how big was Chen Shangsheng's guts? He even dared to move against the 2 Tao ancestors, or even take the initiative. The Wind Clan's 10-realm true exalt spat out more than just blood from his mouth. The heart, liver and lungs simply want to give out. Awakening the 2 Tao ancestor figures within the spectacle was too consuming. He's totally fighting for his life. Under normal circumstances, in terms of his current cultivation realm, It was impossible for him to awaken the two Tao ancestor figures within the depths of the spectacle. Since endless years, which one dares to disrespect us? Which one dares to make a move against us? Never before. A frightening scene occurs. A figure amongst the two Tao ancestor figures. It actually spoke. It's almost impossible to do. How can that be? This was just the true exalted figures that the two Tao ancestors had left behind at one time. It's impossible to have any consciousness at all. Yet now there is awareness. Who says it isn't? Just as well. Let's just move our arms and legs. The other Tao ancestor figure also spoke, apparently equally conscious. Chapter 239. So what if the figure of the Tao ancestor? A gun pierced through the head of. Unbelievable. The two Tao ancestor figures unexpectedly spoke one after another, even if it's a caster. The Wind Clan's 10-realm true exalt powerhouses had never expected it either. The eyes were nothing but shocked. This is a scene beyond common sense, and an absolutely impossible scene. Right now it's playing out for real. The Tao ancestor realm is truly extraordinary, not to be judged by common sense. In response, the Wind Clan's 10-realm true exalt powerhouses could only let out such a sigh. Taoist ancestors can break all the impossible. Chen Changsheng mirrored his figure, carrying a golden lance, killing towards the two Tao ancestor figures. The two Tao ancestor figures were unconcerned about this. None of the looks changed. There wasn't much power flowing out of the body either. Kwanyama, you do it. A Tao ancestor figure laughed softly. Such as they are at this level, how is it possible to join forces against the enemy? Self-imposed impossibility. Taoist ancestor, cultivate to the peak and end of the true way. It's never as simple as talking about it. The true way is vast. It's no exaggeration to say, even after cultivating to the true emperor realm, one still could not yet see the end of the true path. One cannot see the end of the true way, let alone cultivate to the end of the true way. Want to cultivate to the peak and end of the true way? They undoubtedly have a long way to go. The road was more distant than the sum of the paths they had traveled before them. The heavens have been heavy up to now. How many years have passed? Billions and billions of years more. However, it was over such a long, uncountable number of years. There are only a handful of people who have become Tao ancestors. How difficult it was to achieve the position of Tao ancestor could be made clear without much ado. Listen to Big Brother. The figure of the Tao ancestor called Broad Mountain. A big grin answered. He's a late bloomer. The position of Tao ancestor achieved after this Tao ancestor. There was a great deal of respect for this Tao ancestor. He looked towards the reflected figure of Chen Changsheng who was charging over. It was said lightly, "What's the rush? Better slow down you." Words out of the law follow. With a single word, he was about to control Chen Changsheng's reflected figure. To slow down Chen Changsheng's reflected figure. This is in no way a toady. Even if he was only a true exalted figure that had once remained, such words can also be accomplished. Not to mention the 12 realms of true exaltation. Even if it was a 13-realm true father, or even a peak Jedi true exalt who had cultivated to the 13th realm, he can also be easily controlled with a single word. Cross-order combat, etc. For him, completely as simple as eating and drinking. Thinking about him all this way, all come in cross-class combat. High-realm powerhouses had no advantage to speak of in front of him. This is the Taoist ancestor. Breaking the mold and achieving legendary status is completely normal operation at your fingertips. If you can't even do that, don't have any illusions about the Tao ancestor realm at all, because it was destined to be impossible to realize. But, in the very next instant, his face changed. His words were actually not controlling Chen Changsheng's reflected figure. Chen Changsheng's reflected figure did not slow down in the slightest. And, the golden lance held in the hands of Chen Changsheng's reflected figure, and also at an extreme speed that surpassed the extreme realm. A sharp jab came his way. He reacted quickly. The first time, he cast several terrifying techniques to defend against them. Unimaginable Tao rules and laws intertwined to form the strongest defense. But it didn't help at all. The golden spear directly passed through the strongest defense he had formed with various terrifying techniques. A shot through his head. Brain matter mixed with blood erupted. Between his white eyes, he dissipated completely. Was extinguished with a single shot. The pupils of the other Tao ancestor shrunk violently as a look of shock appeared on his face. He obviously didn't expect such a scene. How is that possible? How could the figure of Daozu capsize here? What? The Wind Clan's 10-realm true father fell to the ground on his butt. Tao ancestor's figure was actually pierced through the head with a spear? His face was pale as a sheet, whiter than a dead man's face. The Tao ancestor figure was stabbed through the head, which was probably the first time that had ever happened. Sea of Ashes beings, bizarre creatures, dark Buddhas, and more. All of them are also watching with alarmed hearts. Chen Changsheng has enough fear of death, not to mention being disrespectful to Tao ancestor. He even stabbed Tao ancestor through the head. This is definitely going to go terribly wrong. Even if the forces behind Chen Changsheng wanted to protect Chen Changsheng, they were destined to not be able to do so. The Taoist ancestors are not to be blasphemed. If one disrespected the Taoist ancestor, unimaginable forces would descend from the underworld. Wipe out those who disrespect the Taoist ancestors. If those who are disrespectful to the Taoist ancestor are not obliterated, the underworld, on the other hand, sends down even more terrifying forces to obliterate, until those who disrespect the Taoist ancestors are completely wiped out. Chen Shangsheng mirrored the figure and pierced the Tao ancestor figure's head with a shot. This was undoubtedly a great disrespect to the Tao father. It will never be forgiven. There would be a constant stream of power bombarding Chen Shangsheng in the underworld. Chen Shangsheng absolutely must die. Of course, if a supreme powerhouse at the Tao ancestor level were to step in to shelter Chen Shangsheng, it can also block the bombardment of power descending from the underworld. But, could a supreme powerhouse at the Tao ancestor level always and forever shelter Chen Shangsheng? Chen Shangsheng is immortal. The power to obliterate Chen Shangsheng would not stop descending from the underworld. A supreme powerhouse at the Tao ancestor level. It was also impossible to say that it had been sheltering Chen Shangsheng forever. So, Chen Shangsheng's final end was destined to be a dead end, and they are because of that. Only then did he dare not show any disrespect to the Tao father. Although there were all Tao ancestor level existences sitting within the forces behind them, but such a Tao ancestor level existence couldn't possibly shelter them forever. Once they lost the shelter of a Tao ancestor level existence, the power that can obliterate them will come down from the underworld. Therefore, no matter what happens, you can't disrespect the Tao father, unless they could also achieve the Tao ancestor position. Otherwise, they shall always have respect for the Taoist ancestors. My God, this one is really an emperor killer. Kill whoever stands in the way. The heavy heavenly beings were even more severely frightened. How could he not expect Chen Shangsheng to reflect the figure so fiercely? The figure of the Tao ancestor who had been stabbed through the head. It was so terrifying that it was completely beyond their realm of cognition. The result was still unbeatable. Come up and get stabbed in the head. Their bodies shivered incessantly, saying that they would be suppressed by the spectacle when they entered it. Chen Shangsheng mirrors the figure. Could it be that against the suppressive power of the spectacle, he could still pierce the Tao ancestor figure's head with a single shot? It's horrible. Rumble. One super terrifying technique after another was frantically sacrificed by another Tao ancestor figure. He didn't hold back a bit. All means and power were used. This scene absolutely rocked. The super terrifying techniques all carried unimaginable power and Tao rhythms. Each technique broke the extreme of the Tao and the extreme peak of the law. Under the bombardment of these super terrible arts, the 14 realm true lords were also destined to be ambushed, to be miserably blasted to death. There could not have been any other ending. But, it's still the same. Very sad. The opponent he met was Chen Shangsheng. Chapter 240. It's not like you can leave just because you want to. Capsize. A Tao ancestor figure was actually stabbed in the head with a single shot just like that. Complete annihilation. The other Tao ancestor figure immediately realized that something was wrong. Launch an onslaught with all your might. Wanted to overthrow Chen Shangsheng reflecting the figure, but it was all in vain. It doesn't help at all. The golden lance carries out the way of invincibility, sweeping across all the paths and laws. With this Tao ancestor figure's eyes wide open, the golden spear pierced through the head of this Tao ancestor figure, completely crushed its figure and overthrew it. Crazy. He's really crazy. Gray sea beings, bizarre creatures, and more, all stumbling, speaking with a trill. This was the figure of two Tao ancestors. Surprisingly, they were just shattered one after another by Chen Shangsheng's reflected figure, and in this extremely violent, extremely disrespectful way. They couldn't believe it. Isn't Chen Shangsheng really not afraid of death? The heavy heavens beings were even more terrified and appalled. They swore, when really, I have never seen such a ferocious and terrifying character. Burial ground side. The 6 burial ancestors were all confused in the wind, in a state of serious doubt about in life. It's not. Chen Shangsheng was also too bold. Being at the Tao ancestor level, it was very clear how terrifyingly great karma would befall him for disrespecting the Tao ancestor. This great cause and effect, only those at the same Tao ancestor level were able to carry and cope with it. The rest of the living cannot. However, Chen Shangsheng, did not care at all. One after another, they pierced through the figures of 2 Tao ancestors with their golden spears. They were dumbfounded. The mood was long. A level such as Chen Shangsheng should know what the consequences of disrespecting a Tao ancestor would be. How can you still? No, how can you still dare to be so disrespectful to the Tao father? In addition, even if Chen Shangsheng didn't know, does the power behind Chen Shangsheng also not know? There was actually no stopping it. An adult is always an adult. Right, Your Excellency is always invincible. No one can show off in front of Your Excellency. 9-headed lion. Brother Devil's son said with a lot of emotion. They thought that the adults were going to fail like this, that they were going to have a major crisis, and they are ready to fight to the death with the Lord. Who knew? They still underestimated the strength of the adults too much. The adults themselves didn't even show up. Just a single reflected figure perfectly carried out the way of invincibility, sweeping all the way to extermination. My lord, the Fire Phoenix King opened his mouth and couldn't help but want to make an emotional sound as well, but it had just uttered a lord and the words that followed had not yet been spoken. It went black before my eyes. The nine-headed lion, brother demon Z, the lord of hell, and cold hay, all gathered around, blocking out all the light. Brother, sister, I was wrong. I promise I won't talk anymore. Will you guys stop punching me? The Fire Phoenix King said with incomparable pity and aggression. No, if you don't cut jade, you won't become a weapon. If you don't carve wood, you won't become a material. You don't beat, you don't listen. Brother Devilson and others refused on the spot. Again, he caught the Fire Phoenix King and beat him up. Go! The situation is not quite right. The Ash Sea beings, weird creatures, and the like, all realized that something was wrong. They have chosen to retreat. Don't dare stay here anymore. Joke, this situation is so wrong. Okay, the two Dao ancestor figures were so strong, yet neither of them could block a single shot from Chun Changxing's reflected figure. How strong should Chun Changxing's original body be? If they don't back off again, there's bound to be nothing good for them later. Of course, it's not like they can just walk away if they want to. It had to depend on whether Chen Changxing let them go or not. And Chen Changxing said it long ago, to make them leave their lives behind. Swish, 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 all sorts of haze flickered, carrying terrifying power fluctuations, gray sea beings, weird creatures and more. The figures all disappeared in an instant. All of them beings who didn't put up a fight were all ruthless. One was fiercer than the other, and one was more terrifyingly powerful than the other. All of them are above the 15th realm of true dignity. They can reach any place at the drop of a hat. But, in front of Chen Changsheng, they counted for nothing. Not even a speck of dust so small as to be almost negligible. Bang! A loud crash sounded. The sea of ashes beings that fled on the ancestral dragon. The figure just disappeared into thin air. The next instant was like slamming into a huge invisible wall, being knocked out of nothingness. Immediately after, the bizarre creature riding the ancestral unicorn, the dark Buddha, and other beings whose figures disappeared into thin air. All of them were knocked out of the void one after another. They are without exception. All of them crashed into the invisible giant wall. They grimaced and screamed in pain. It hurts, mostly because they were unprepared and just crashed hard. They had big blisters knocked out of their heads. One by one, they put on a mask of pain. But more than that, they are more concerned about where that invisible wall is coming from. Is this Chen Changxing's main body making a move? Or was it the strongest of the forces behind Chen Changxing who had struck? They were grimacing. The mood was unbelievably heavy. No matter who made the move, their end was not destined to be optimistic. The other side stepped in to stop them. Don't let them leave it at that. The other party's intentions were very clear, and they did not intend to let them go easily. My God, the most terrifying forces of the heavens have almost all gathered together, and as a result, all of the strongest people who came are going to be killed? No way. The heavy heavenly beings all stared wide-eyed. One is more incredible than the other. The most terrifying forces of the heavy heavens had almost all gathered together, only to have them all killed back? Gosh, could there be anything more dreamy? Dude, why don't you slap me so I can see if I'm dreaming? One being said dully to the next being. He seriously doubted he was dreaming. Not awake yet. Being inside a dream world. Bang. The being next to him cooperated, slapping him ferociously on the head, smoked his whole head off. Blood mixed with broken flesh and bones splattered all over the place. Your mom. I told you to slap me. I didn't tell you to blow my brains out. The soul of the being that was jerked apart roared and growled in anger. I'm sorry, but it's the first time anyone has ever begged me for a big smack in the mouth. I didn't hold back for a second. The beings who struck out apologized one after another. I don't think he would, or dare, kill them all. All of these remaining powerhouses have that kind of exceptionally terrifying power behind them. Does he really dare to kill them all and make an irreconcilable and deadly enmity with these unusually terrifying forces? I don't really believe that. A large number of beings shook their heads. They felt that the gray sea beings, the weird creatures, and so on. It was stopped though, but Chen Changxing's side also categorically did not dare to kill them all. Are you kidding me? If we kill them all again, then Chen Changxing and the forces behind him would be tantamount to making enemies of all the terrifying forces within the heavens. Even if Chen Changxing and the forces behind him were terrifying and powerful, it was also impossible to sweep away all the terrifying forces within the heavens, right? Chapter 241, O Ancestor, stop it, don't kill. The heavy heavenly beings were talking. Almost all of them didn't think that Chen Changxing and the forces behind him had so much guts. Dare to exterminate all of the ash sea beings, weird creatures, dark Buddha, etc. as well. You know, sea of ashes beings, bizarre creatures, dark Buddhas, and more. The forces behind them were even more terrifying and frightening. Each one is extremely unfathomable. It would be a real storm if they really dared to kill them all. They didn't believe in Chen Changxing and the forces behind him. there is so much terror and horror. It can single-handedly take on so many extremely unfathomable forces. Crimson, hot blood splattered in all directions. The true exalted powerhouses that had struck out were all killed cleanly by Chen Qianxing's reflected figure. The scene was too terrifying and appalling. A true dignity-level powerhouse was actually like grass. It was easily killed by Chen Qianxing's reflected figure. The only remaining beings that had not been killed were the Ash Sea beings, the bizarre creatures, the Dark Buddha, and other beings. The True Father's blood rained down, dyeing the sky red. Chen Qianxing mirrored his figure, carrying a golden lance, bathed in the midst of the rain of True Father's blood. His clothes were clean, and he was not stained with a trace of blood up and down his body. Long, flowing, smooth black hair fluttered in the wind. Can't tell you how transcendent and out of this world it is. All the heavy heavenly beings looked at Chen Qianxing's reflected figure from a distance. The complexity of the look was extreme. Prior to this, how could they have never imagined that Chen Qianxing would be so terrifying and powerful? It is only a reflected figure. Just follow through with invincibility. In the midst of the many true exalted powerhouses surrounding him, he made a huge kill, crushed all the way to the present. What's more, it scared the Ash Sea beings, weird creatures, and Dark Buddhas into fleeing for their lives in panic. This is really unexpected. How could they not have expected it? Previously, they all thought that Chen Qianxing would die in the midst of a siege of true exalted powerhouses. In retrospect, Chen Qianxing's initial dominance and defiance when he faced a group of true exalted powerhouses, it does have the appropriate qualifications and strengths. It's not the blind arrogance, etc., that they think it is. Ash Sea beings, weird creatures, Dark Buddha and other powerful people. The color of his face was incredibly grave. They also didn't quite believe that Chen Qianxing would dare to drive them to extinction. But from the beginning until now, Chen Qianxing was so out of their expectations. There is not one thing they can predict correctly. This makes them all apprehensive and unable to have peace of mind. Chen Qianxing. No, fellow Taoist Chen, I mean you no harm. I'm only here to learn about the great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcend the true Tao. The only way to old skin, said stiffly, it never made a move in front of it, and the strength it possesses is definitely not to be underestimated. Its predecessor was the leading Fire True Father, who was reputed to have the qualifications of a Tao ancestor. Ben is fierce and powerful. In its predecessor practicing the One Way, after cultivating itself to a mere skin, it is even more terrifyingly powerful, cultivated to the peak of the late 15th realm true exalt stage. Indeed, we don't have a personal vendetta against each other. The Cinder Sea beings also expressed that they just wanted to understand the great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcended the true Tao. There was no intention of making an enemy of Chen Qianxing and the forces behind him. Creepy creatures, Dark Buddhas and other powerful people, one after another. They also opened their mouths in this way, claiming that they had no intention of making enemies of Chen Qianxing and the forces behind him. At this moment they, all trying to save their lives. Gentlemen, be in good spirits and don't lose face. Even if you grovel to him and beg for forgiveness, he will never let you go. The strong man from the Tao Alliance shouted loudly. The grudge between them and Chen Qianxing was so deep that it was already unresolvable. Since he was unwilling to see the only Tao old skin and other powerhouses beg for peace from Chen Qianxing in this manner, they wanted to be bound to strong people like the only way old skin, thus causing Chen Qianxing to be jealous. It made even Chen Qianxing not dare to lay hands on them. If it's not bound together, they are not destined to live. Chen Qianxing would definitely not let them go. Right, don't you all think it's a shame to just bow down to him like that? Which of the forces behind you and me can't be invincible? To bow down to him like this, to compromise, to beg for peace, it's really a disgrace to the forces behind us. The Wind Clan's 15th realm true exalt said quickly. This time, they, the Wind Clan, were determined to exterminate Chen Qianxing and the forces behind him. The number of strong people coming over was high. There are strong people between all levels. In the previous series of battles, their Wind Clan had strong people involved. Chen Qianxing had a similarly deep grudge with their Wind Clan, undissolvable. They also didn't want to see the Ash Sea beings and other powerhouses beg for peace with Chen Qianxing over this. We're allies. How can you not just split it? The 15th realm true exalt of the Hall of Joy said to the weird creature. They're allies with Creepy, and they also had a deep grudge against Chen Qianxing. The same is true to an unresolvable degree. He wanted to get the bizarre creature on his side as an ally. Together, we will fight against Chen Qianxing to the end. However, the bizarre creature simply ignored the 15 realm true exalt powerhouse of the Joyous Hall. Are you kidding me? Heeding it now and standing with the Hall of Joy, That's not looking for death. It wasn't even sure that it could deal with Chen Changxing's reflected figure right now, not to mention Chen Changxing's main body descending over again. It doesn't want to take such a risk. In addition, it's coming over this time. It was also true that there was no intention to exterminate Chen Changxing and the forces behind him. It is indeed as it says it is. It was just a matter of wanting to understand the great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcended the true Tao. Powerful people such as the Grey Sea beings. The same is true. They previously had no grudges against Chen Changxing and the forces behind him. There was no thought of destroying Chen Changxing and the forces behind him before he came. Facing the words spoken by the Tao Alliance and the Wind Clan and other powerhouses, they all turned a deaf ear. There was no intention of siding with the Tao Alliance and the Wind Clan and other powerhouses. Don't you guys want to get the great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcend the true Tao? You guys ask him. Will he inform you of the great Tao patterns and great Tao pictures that transcend the true Tao? The Tao Alliance and other powerhouses said in cold voices one after another. What to think? If he will inform you of the great Tao patterns and great Tao pictures that transcend the true Tao. Told you so, they said again. The Ash Sea beings and other powerhouses still paid no attention to this. They just want to live now. Where else would one want to get beyond the true Tao's great Tao ripples and great Tao picture ideas? Now there was no longer any qualification for Chen Changxing to hand over great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcended the true Tao. Alright, don't argue. I told you earlier, none of you will survive. All of them will leave their lives here. Chen Changxing mirrored the figure carrying a golden lance. God said calmly. When such words came out, they were stone cold. All the heavenly beings were greatly shocked. Chen Changxing really wants to catch up with the whole world. Burial ground side. The 6 burial masters were alarmed at the same time. I didn't realize that Chen Changxing was going to kill all the way to the end. Oh ancestor, stop it. If we even kill them all, it's really going to be the end. A burial master couldn't even help but say this. Chapter 242 One shot to kill the only Tao old skin. True Emperor descends. Bad content. Chapter 243 All the Yin Emperors are out in force. One for the glory and one for the loss. Bad content. Chapter 244 Reducing consumption and casualties and threatening other forces to enter the war. The Yin Emperors within the burial earth came out in unison. The number is very high. There were more than 20 of them, which level is all over the place. There were those who had just been promoted to become Yin Emperors, and there were also those who had cultivated to the top of the late Yin Emperor realm. The burial soil is unusual. The depth is super deep and the strength is super scary. This was a power that had produced the most ancient Tao ancestor. How can the bottom line not be deep? How could the strength not be terrifying? Not at all. If it wasn't for their most ancient Tao ancestor having a big problem, about to fall and die, they were absolutely fearless of any power. Dare to fight any power. The 6 burial masters looked incredibly grave, sitting in the middle of the burial ground, commanding the actions of more than 20 Yin Emperors across the air. More than 20 Yin Emperors. Moves super fast, but it's only a matter of moments. They then reach the battlefield on Chen Changxing's side of the reflected body. You must not show yourselves now. After more true emperors come down dash. Show yourselves to fight again. A burial master gives the order. Tell the Yin Emperors arriving at the battlefield not to make a move. Don't show your face. The number of true emperors who were going to go down for a battle today was not large. Only the true emperor powerhouses behind the only way, the Sea of Ashes, and other forces. And all of these forces had only come over with one true emperor powerhouse. If all 20 or so of their Yin Emperors came out in unison, it's likely to lead to more serious consequences. For example, it would draw more true emperor powerhouses down. The best plan right now is, wait and see what happens. Let's see how the next battle unfolds before we make a decision. Chen Changxing mirrored the body's phrase raucous, amazing all around. The forces such as the Sea of Ashes and other true emperor powerhouses that had manifested, the faces all became somber. In their eyes, all of them had intense ferocious auras flashing out. Chen Changxing was really too bold. Nope, to be precise, Chen Changxing was truly too arrogant. They lowered their stance for the sake of the greater good of getting into the heavenly beyond. Beg Chen Changxing for peace, as long as Chen Changxing informs them. Beyond the true way's great Tao ripples and great Tao pictures, they would then turn around and leave, no longer making enemies of Chen Changxing and the forces behind him behind them. Who knew? Chen Changxing was really crazy to the point of no return. It didn't put them in their eyes, went so far as to rebuke them with raucous. You don't think we're afraid of you, do you? The true emperor manifested from the orderly heavenly court. The eyes were cold. If not for the manifestation of the heavenly beyond, we would have to prepare for entering the heavenly beyond. What are you? And what are the forces behind you? He rebuked in a cold voice. There were terrifying true emperor-level Tao and Dharma manifestations leaping from the depths of his eyes. Swish! A piercingly blazing aura erupted from the surface of his body. What 9 days of great sunlight! It is simply smaller and more insignificant than the light of a firefly. He wore the true emperor's armor and held the true emperor's spear. showing the might of the supreme true emperor to the fullest. The so-called self-inflicted evil. Even if we have to prepare for entering the heavenly beyond, try to avoid attrition and casualties, but there's absolutely no way we're going to let you override us and on our necks, either. Groveling to the point of being at your mercy, the true emperor that manifested from the Tao Alliance shouted. The same terror knows no bounds. Chen Changqing's move had severely angered them. Think of them, the Tao Alliance and the orderly heavenly court. How many members and powerhouses had been killed by Chen Changsheng? It can be described as having a blood feud, but they're looking out for the greater good of getting into outer heaven. Hardly forced himself to endure it. It could stop dealing with Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him. Who knew that Chen Changsheng would be so ungrateful? They can endure even if they can. I can't stand it. Roar. Terrifying dragon roars resounded through the heavens. The true emperor of the Sea of Ashes. The same rode in on an ancestral dragon. It was a quasi-true emperor-level ancestral dragon. Incredibly scary. Just such a dragon's roar. One could easily exterminate a 15th realm true exalt powerhouse. If you don't take the path of life, you'll take the path of death. Then we'll make you whole. The Ash Sea True Emperor said in a cold voice. The killing intent on his body rolled like a tide. Don't watch the drama and wait and see. The next will be a battle to the end dash. To completely exterminate this damned fellow and the forces behind him. It bellowed in a cold voice. Let the other forces also send their true emperor warriors over to participate in the battle. As it says, this battle will continue to the end. Until Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him were exterminated. You guys can stay away. You can continue to watch and save your strength. But you have to think about it. Everything is about cause and effect. And for everything, there is cause and effect. If you don't come, you will suffer the karma of not coming. The creepy true emperor followed up on the words of the Ash Sea true emperor and spoke down. The threat in his words speaks for itself. It's so obvious that it couldn't be more obvious. If the other forces didn't send true emperor warriors over to participate in the battle, then it will offend them. By then, not only were these forces no longer qualified to view the great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcended the true Tao, and will suffer their wrath. Facing their blows, this is definitely not a joke. What kind of power is behind them? No exceptions. All of them are super terrible forces of fault crushing. It belonged to the most terrifying and powerful forces within the heavens. Offend them. It's definitely not going to end well. Nice. Put away the little calculations you have in your minds. Let me put it more bluntly and simply dash. Not coming over to the war now. You guys just don't think about entering the heavenly beyond. Prepare for the overthrow as well. The Dark True Emperor continued. What was said was even simpler and cruder. If the other forces don't come over and join the war, they will be met with their liquidation later. Ha ha, we're giving you a chance here. Don't make the mistake of not knowing what's good for you. The Ancient Corpse True Emperor of the Ancient Corpse Hall grinned eerily. The same threatened other forces to send true Emperor warriors over to participate in the battle. The only way, the Wind Clan, the Hall of Joy, etc. Threats were also issued one after another. Chen Changsheng had acted too openly and recklessly. They are not cuties. It was very clear that Chen Changsheng was bound to have something to look up to and a bottom card. They wanted to exterminate Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him. Surely it can't be that simple. It's going to be a tough battle. Hardball means there will be attrition and casualties. They are trying to avoid too much consumption and casualties. Then it threatens that other terrorist forces must also come over and join the war. This way they could minimize consumption and casualties. Damn it. Shameless. The other terrorist forces are all watching the situation here. Naturally, the voices threatening them were clearly heard. They grit their teeth. One hated his teeth. It's too suffocating, isn't it? To be threatened like that. They were all murderous, trying to fight the super terrible forces that threatened them. But they were angry to be angry. There's still some self-awareness and sanity to be had. They weren't even on the same level as those super terrorist forces. Facing the threat of those super terrible forces, they can only suffer and obey. Chapter 245? We'll see if it's straw later. All the other forces were suffocating, and there's nothing to be done about it. Honestly, a situation like the one at hand, they really don't want to get involved anymore. Compared to those super terrorist forces, their family is so thin and shallow. Keep dabbling like this, there's a chance that all their family money could be folded in. This is also after the killing of the True Dignity members in front of them. The key reason they've been so inactive and motionless. True Emperor level battle power. It's too important to them. They really don't dare to toss it around. It really didn't dare to take a risk with a true Emperor level battle power. Unfortunately, it's not up to them now. Those super terrorist forces have sent them a threat. They have to go to war even if they don't want to. They really couldn't afford to offend those super terrorist forces. It's so hard. It's unbearable to be in a body without sufficient strength. One is nothing, and in the end one must still be at the mercy of more powerful forces at will. Say whatever you want to become stronger. Ascend to the highest peak of cultivation, and never let anyone manipulate you at will again. These threatened terrorist forces. There was a succession of angry roars from within, venting their discontent, and that's all they can shout about. After the shouting, they then sent their true emperor warriors over to participate in the battle. How to get there and how to get back. Can't really stand the mess. They prayed in their hearts, praying that the true emperor warriors they had sent over would return safely. But they know very well, it was expected that these true emperor warriors sent over would find it difficult to return safely, for no other reason. Those super terrible forces that threaten them. Definitely, they would let the true emperor warriors they had sent over to be cannon fodder, fighting at the forefront. Chen Shangxing's side wasn't one to be messed with either. The true emperor warriors they had sent over wanted to return safely. It's really very suspenseful. True emperor speed naturally needed no introduction. These true emperor warriors that were sent over, it's just a split second. Then they all arrived on the other side of the battlefield. The terrifying and frightening aura of a true emperor swept and spread crazily. All the heavens were shrouded and covered by the madly sweeping and spreading aura of true emperors. All the living beings within it were terrified. Extreme inner turmoil. At the same time, they were even more wide-eyed. They are really witnessing history today. The Great War that broke out. One more horrible than the other. One more than the other beyond their cognizance. Seriously, if it wasn't for the series of great battles that broke out today, they really didn't know that there were so many terrifyingly strong people existing within the heavens beyond their imagination. Inside the burial ground, the worst is still to come, a burial master said with an incomparably gloomy face. A great battle at the level of a true emperor broke out in full force. What happens back there? It's even more unpredictable. This is the worst, and the last situation they want. But, they had made their choices long ago. Regardless of the final outcome, they would stand firmly on Chen Shangxing's side. It was the only option they had to gamble with. On my command, emperors at the true emperor 1 realm level, all go out and fight. The rest of the levels of emperors stand by. Don't go out. A burial master gave a quick order. Those true emperors that manifested, none of the realm levels were high. All of them were at the true emperor 1 realm. Naturally, he was not in a good position to let all the emperors over there go out and participate in the battle. For no other reason. It's still the same reason as when it was earlier. The words of all the emperors coming out in unison. It would lead directly to the outbreak of an even more horrific war. At the moment, it was better for the best to be an emperor of the 1st realm level to go to war, though it wouldn't avoid the outbreak of an even more horrific battle. But there's a what if in everything. What if the fight stops? It's better to be steady, one step at a time. Don't come up here and set off an even more horrible war. A realm level emperor. Command received. Instantly, he stepped out of the shadows, coming over to Chen Shangxing's side of the reflected figure. They were heavily armed. Be prepared to die, to fight side by side with Chen Shangxing reflecting his figure to the end. There are quite a few of them, enough for 8 names. In terms of a single power, they had the largest number of true emperor-level warriors, but to speak from the full field, there really aren't enough of them to go around. The number of true emperor-level warriors on the opposite side exceeded them by far too much. What is this? Are you really going to throw your weight around? Also, you guys can only count on his side nowadays. Sick and desperate, grasping at a straw thinking it will save their lives. Ridiculously sad and pathetic. You can't change your destiny. The Sea of Ashes and a host of other super terrifying power true emperors, coldly smiling at these emperors, he said. They all knew exactly what Burial Earth was up to. That most ancient burial ancestor within the burial soil is going to die. Burial Earth can't wait to seek refuge with other powerful forces, in order to survive the crisis of being overthrown. Therefore, Burial Earth firmly stood with Chen Shangxing's side, trying to rely on Chen Shangxing's side, tide over the crisis of being overthrown. But as they say, this move by Burial Ground is completely sick and desperate, grasping at straws and thinking they can save your life. How can a straw save a life? Not at all. Straw is nothing more than straw after all. Neither saves lives, nor can they defend themselves. What we're going to do doesn't need you guys nodding your heads and judging us here. You don't get to say whether we're grasping at straws or not. The 18 emperors responded without showing any weakness. Their eyes were firm. Long ago, I was prepared for the worst. There is no fear in the heart. Sad and pathetic. That's all you'll ever do to fool yourselves. And we don't say anything? What need is there for us to say? You're only 2 forces in total. What? Do you still really presume to want to fight against so many of us? There really is nothing more ridiculous than this. The Ash Sea and other super terrifying power true emperors snorted and laughed. There's one to say. Everything really is as they said earlier. If it were not for the manifestation of the heavenly beyond, they would have to prepare for entering the heavenly beyond. There can't be too much depletion and casualties before entering the heavenly beyond. How could one still allow Chen Shangxing to be this arrogant? They had long since gone out of their way to exterminate Chen Shangxing and the forces behind him. No fear of depletion and casualties then. Chen Shangxing and the forces behind him simply did not have the capital to clamor and flail in front of them. I appreciate the kindness of all of you, but there's no need. Just some insignificant ants. I'll do it myself. There's no need to bother you all to make a move. Chen Shangsheng reflected the figure politely and said to the 18 emperors with a smile, and you all don't need to come over to the people anymore. Genuinely unnecessary. They are no threat to me. Kill them all at the snap of a finger. Chen Shangsheng mirrored the figure and said again, keep the burial ground side from having to come over to help. He doesn't need help. Chapter 246. A great battle breaks out. Dao ancestor level existences cast their gazes over. Bad content. Chapter 247. In front of Chen Shangsheng's reflected figure. All of them were useless. A group of Dao ancestors within the super terrifying forces. All of them cast their eyes toward the battlefield over there. For the great Dao patterns in great Dao drawings that transcend the true Dao, they are imperative. Likewise, they were also set on destroying Chen Shangsheng and the forces behind him. The heavens of the heavens will not allow the existence of such an arrogant force. On the side of the orderly heavenly court, a Dao ancestor said coldly, it's so arrogant. It was even more arrogant than their orderly heavenly court. Is there any justice left? The great war broke out. The battlefield had long since shifted out and was not within the heavens. Beyond the heavens, all the true emperors from all walks of life were all striking violently without the slightest reservation. Boom! Billions of blazing rays of light illuminated the heavens beyond. A true emperor cast a true emperor Dharma body. The stars are as small as dust in front of them. This was his strongest fighting stance. The true emperor's Dharma body allowed him to utilize his own means and power to the utmost. On top of his huge Dharma body, there were all sorts of transcendent and supreme true emperor laws and Tao patterns emerging, blooming with a strange light, flowing out unimaginable Tao rhythms. Even if he was only a realm 1 true emperor, it also demonstrated unrivaled invincibility. He stomped his foot towards Chen Shangsheng's reflected figure. The heavens beyond the heavens roared and trembled. It was a kick that gathered all of his strength to stomp out. Extremely scary. Tao and Dharma intertwined, fully locking onto Chen Shangsheng's reflected figure. This foot shattered the void and the river of ages. It was as if nothing could stop it. Everything is going to be crushed by this kick. Kill. There were Taoist men in tattered robes having seizures, deducing the mysteries of the 5 true paths. It flowed with a regal 5-colored light. The 5 elements true Tao Upanishad was interpreted into 5 light flashes of different colors. Each ray of light carried a corresponding 5 elemental wonders. Towards Chen Shangsheng's reflected figure, he killed. Roar. The giant lion roared. The sound of shackles shattering continuously emanated from within his body. It lifts the restriction of the bloodline shackles in the body, performing the strongest bloodline body. The bloodline aptitude was pushed to its utmost, enacting a horrifying sight. Swish, swish, swish. Countless heavenly swords came out in unison. It was as if it had turned into a world of heavenly swords. Apart from the heavenly sword, there was nothing else. A female true emperor who majored in the way of the sword. Turn your body into a sword. It transformed into the most terrifying heavenly sword. With uncountable heavenly swords, they blasted over toward Chen Shangsheng's reflected figure. The rest of the true emperors were also terrifying in the extreme. All of them have unleashed their big killing moves. With such a group of true emperors frantically blasting away, it was impossible for a realm of true emperors to carry it. Will be killed instantly. There was no way a second realm true emperor could carry it off. Congregational bloodshed, being completely blasted to death. The orderly heavenly court, the Tao Alliance, the Sea of Ashes, the weirdness, the darkness, and other super terrifying true emperors. A tiger's eye. In their hands, they all offered up the strongest true emperor weapons they had. It's all in the cohesion. To strike the strongest blow of the true emperor armor in his hand. The scene was too horribly appalling. Absolutely earth-shattering images for the ages. It's no exaggeration to say, all the living beings within the heavens had never seen such a picture. So many true emperors joining hands to strike. It has never been seen within the heavens. The 18 emperors couldn't stop their bodies from trembling madly. They were ready to die. But, when the opposite true emperors joined forces to strike, they still have uncontrollable fear and panic. How can you not be scared and panic? The number of true emperors on the opposite side was simply too many. In the meantime, Chen Shangsheng reflected the figure, his face unperturbed, calm and breezy as always, his shirt hunched, long black hair fluttered lightly in the wind, carrying a golden lance. Step by step, he killed forward. Compare it to those true emperors on the opposite side who had joined forces to strike. He doesn't look strong at all. There was no blinding light bursting out from his body and the golden lance in his hand, much less any terrifying power flowing through it. It looks very weak. But, not a single living being thought that Chen Shangsheng's reflected figure was truly not strong. It's really weak. Are you kidding me? If it's really not strong, really weak, how could Chen Shangsheng reflect the figure in such a calm and indifferent manner? And how could it still kill forward like that? They all know it well. On the surface it didn't look strong enough for Chen Qianxing to mirror the figure, practically very strong. But, when the Great War broke out completely, Chen Qianxing mirrored the figure after killing it. They were still taken aback by the big surprise. Intense shock and incredulity appeared on every living being's face. It's too strong. Is a reflective figure so terrifying? The heavy heavenly being said in a trembling voice. Even if they had very high expectations of Chen Qianxing's reflected figure strength in their hearts, Chen Qianxing's reflected figure erupted with power. It's still beyond their imagination. The true emperor's blood was spilled all over the sky like no money was spared. One true emperor after another, even more like the following dumplings, fell down crazily, completely dead. The scene during the battle of the true dignitaries. In such a battle of true emperors, it was surprising to see a repeat performance. Chen Qianxing reflected his figure and remained invincible. After killing into the midst of a group of true emperors, it was the same as the scene in front of him when he killed a group of true dignitaries, like a wolf in a flock. The true emperor on the opposite side was no match at all. All of them were easily crushed by Chen Qianxing's reflected figure, that true emperor who had exerted his true emperor dharma body, a kick that gathers all its strength and stomps out. It was easily penetrated by the golden spear in Chen Qianxing's hand, pierced from the soles of his feet all the way to his head, strung up on the spot. Crazy Taoist in tattered robes. The strongest 5 elemental axioms played. The 5-colored light carries the 5 elements of wonders, which can crush all enemies. But in front of Chen Qianxing's reflected figure, but weak as hell, the golden lance in Chen Qianxing's reflective figure's hand stabbed out. The 5-colored light went out on the spot. The golden spear directly pierced through the Taoist's forehead, killing him. The giant lion that lifted all the shackles within his bloodline. The bloodline aptitude that was cast. It could easily wipe out the heavens. However, in front of Chen Qianxing's reflected figure, it was still nothing. When the golden lance stabbed out, it was bound to see blood. The giant lion's head was pierced through, and his body died, completely falling. The female emperor who transformed his body into a sword. Much worse, it collided with the golden lance. Instant total disintegration, crisp as if it were the same as glass. The difference in power was completely off the charts. The rest of the true emperor's killing moves, none of it is worth mentioning either. Chen Qianxing mirrored the figure after killing it. One shot. Nothing could stop Chen Qianxing from mirroring his figure. There was also nothing that could be a match for the golden lance in the hands of Chen Qianxing's reflected figure. The orderly heavenly court, the Tao Alliance, the Sea of Ashes, and a host of other super terrifying power true emperors. The strongest true emperor's weapon that they held in their hands. It all hit the fan. It made these true emperor soldiers erupt with the strongest power and might. Beyond the heavens, there were shadows of these true emperor soldiers everywhere. Everywhere was filled with the terrifying and appalling power that erupted from these true emperor soldiers. The sight is not to mention scary, but it's also useless. Chapter 248, 3 kinds of power. Seemingly of the same origin, the true emperor soldiers came blasting down from the sky. All of them were true Tao imperial armaments forged from top special true emperor grade materials. Many of the materials are so special that they are not documented. Just showed up. There hasn't been any half-assed movement yet. It was just taken away by these super terrible forces, or sourced from the depths of a great evil where no one has ever ventured before. There are even materials from mysterious, untraceable sources. Now it was a true Tao imperial soldier that had been crafted from such top-tier transcendent materials. The might was all pushed out. Unleash the strongest bombardment. How can this scene be described as appalling? Rumble, a true emperor from the orderly heavenly court. The expression was cold and icy. Hit a small pool not quite the size of a palm. After the little pool was knocked out, it became instantly infinite. It covers the heavens. A terrifying sea of thunder surged within, then tilted down. The rolling sea of thunder was like a heavenly flood of surging terror sweeping towards Chen Qianxing's reflected body. It can be clearly seen. This is no ordinary sea of thunder. Inside, unimaginably terrifying rules of order constantly and frantically pulsated. It's the Thunderdome of Order. The Thunder Pool was inscribed with the rules of order of the heavens, for the great killers in the heaven of order. It is used to kill the beings of the heavens who do not follow the rules of order. Swish, the true emperor from the Tao Alliance. It actually hit a seed. It's not a big seed, not even the size of a pinky, with strange waves of light, breaking the speed of 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 the speed, super fast. It shot over towards Chen Qianxing's reflected figure. It's the flesh and blood species. It originated from a place of great evil within the heavens where no one had ever ventured before. The seed is extremely scary. Once struck, it will burrow into the enemy, and then it takes root inside the enemy. Absorb cleanly all the blood and essence of the enemy, and all the power, until the enemy is dead. Kill the true emperor of the Sea of Ashes, riding on top of a quasi-true emperor-level ancestral dragon. Lift your hand and strike a special piece of ash. These ashes, the same horror terrible to the extreme. It's also where the name Sea of Ashes comes from. The Sea of Ashes is a sea of countless piles of ashes, and such ashes are all the products of the burning of the fruit of the Tao, ashes for the fruit of the path. For endless long years, an uncountable number of headless cases have arisen within the heavens. There are countless living beings and powerful people who have inexplicably disappeared and vanished. The truth is still unknown, and these uncountable headless cases, it's not exactly what the Sea of Ashes did, though, but more than half of them were done by the Sea of Ashes. This was the way cultivated by the ancestor of the Sea of Ashes, an ancestor of the most ancient level of Tao. He was also by virtue of the Tao fruit ashes one. Only then did he cultivate to the Tao ancestor realm. Later on, when he becomes a Tao ancestor, he even wanted to break the limit with the Tao fruit ash way, embark on a higher path of cultivation, cultivate to a higher realm, killed countless heavens of the heavens beings and powerhouses. The fruits of the Tao cultivated by these living beings and powerful people will be cultivated, all burned to ashes. Help him get to the next level. Unfortunately, until now he hadn't succeeded, not ever more so, cultivate to a higher realm. But he was also in the middle of it, and reaping the rewards. Battle power has been greatly enhanced. It also gave birth to the Ash Sea lineage, the piece of ash that the true emperor of the Sea of Ashes struck out at this moment. It was the ashes formed when the true emperor Tao fruit was burned away. This piece of true emperor Tao fruit ash was used to kill the enemy. Absolutely horrible and terrifying. After the true emperor of the Sea of Ashes set this piece of true emperor Tao fruit ash ablaze, it was equivalent to a large number of true emperor Tao fruits blowing themselves up. The power of the true emperor Tao fruit's self-detonation, undoubtedly horrifying in the extreme. The other side, the darkness true emperor sacrificed a black lotus flower. A split second, infinite darkness descends, the dreaded dark laws jump. The black lotus flower exuded special power fluctuations, swaying in the dark. Scary, scary. And with the black lotus flower swaying in the darkness, the dark side within all the heavy heavenly beings was all ignited. All of these dark sides became nutrients for the black lotus flower. In less than a moment, the power that the black lotus flower possessed was then enhanced several times. Immediately afterward, the leaves on the black lotus flower fell off in full force. All together, they killed towards the side of Chen Changxing's reflected body. The creepy true emperor struck a blood-stained rag. This blood-stained rag, very weird and creepy. Its blood is not known to be that of any creature. Only one drop. It is also unknown how long it has existed. One can feel the immense vicissitudes of life in it. It was as if this was a drop of the most ancient blood, originating from the most ancient period of the heavens. But, this drop of blood is ancient though, and yet it didn't dry out. On the contrary, the drop of blood still looked very fresh, as if it had just dripped down on top of a rag. It's weird and scary. The blood-stained rags killed over towards Chen Changxing's reflected figure. A terrifying vision then surfaced. The figure of an extremely ancient and bizarre creature appeared, covering the sky, with unimaginable power. It was impacting the Tao ancestor realm and encountered an extremely terrifying and appalling ancestor formation calamity. The power originating from the top-level true Tao blasted against it. It's exceptionally scary. He had actually killed his way into the Tao ancestor realm. Only one drop of blood fell during that time. The drop of blood was the same one that stained the rags. Normally, the true emperor realm was then the pinnacle of the true Tao. The Tao ancestor realm is not allowed. If any true emperor wanted to achieve the Tao ancestor position, then you will encounter the blast of the strongest power of the true way. That's what it is, the Sengoku hijacking. The only way to become a Tao ancestor was to cross the ancestor formation tribulation. It is only then that you can override the true path, trampling all the true paths underfoot. Thud! The heavens beyond the heavens roared and trembled chaotically. The ancient corpse true emperor of the ancient corpse hall. A large bell as bright red as blood was struck out, the Scarlet Death Bell. Scarlet Deathstroke has the power of death. The ringing of the bell signifies that the enemy will die, with super scary powers. The Wind Clan, the Hall of Joy, and the rest of the super terrifying forces true emperors, hit the true emperor's soldier. It's just as horribly appalling. Its killing power was several times more terrifying than the joint strikes of the true emperors in front of it. It's no exaggeration to say, even if a third realm true emperor faced the bombardment of these true emperor soldiers, it can also be a huge headache. There is a high probability of losing one's life. Ha! Walking within the heavens of the heavens, Wu Jiao, eyebrows furrowed. He looked across the space to the weirdness and darkness and the true emperor of the ancient corpse hall. The look of gravity, creepy, dark, dead. These three powers seem to be of the same origin as the harmful substances such as rot and dirt here. He whispered to himself, Perceive the power of the weird, the dark, the dead. Very close to harmful substances like rot and dirt here. It's like the power to separate out harmful substances like rot and dirt here. The water is too deep here, and I was more than a little too arrogant and out of my depth. He shook his head one after the other, full of bitterness. He really is too arrogant and thinks too highly of himself. How dare you come here from beyond the heavens without any self-importance? It even wants to witness the path here. That's just whimsical and self-defeating. Chapter 249, One gun breaks 10,000 soldiers. Invincible crushing. The youthful indiscretions, the past amazing battle results and countless prestigious titles have blinded his eyes. He thought he could. It can be reborn from death to life, from fire to fire, usher in a stronger new self, pursuing the realm of the supreme summit that the beings from beyond the heavens have not reached. However, when the heaven beyond heaven revealed a corner within the heavens of the heavens, he realized how ridiculous he was, how stupid, how insouciant. Along with the outer heaven revealing a corner within the heavens of the heavens, harmful substances such as rot and dirt within the heavens, there was a frantic outburst. The sky beyond the sky before a corner of it was revealed. He can still take it, though body and soul, etc., are still defiled, but it's not serious, and a corner was revealed in the sky beyond. After the rotten dirt and other harmful substances within the heavens exploded like crazy, he instantly fell in full force. Can't afford and resist a bit at all. Body and soul and all other aspects. It's all filled up with decay and dirt and other harmful substances. His cultivation, his Tao fruits, all have been severely eroded. His cultivation strength had dropped greatly, and he was nowhere near as strong as he was at his peak. The scariest thing is, he saw that his path of cultivation was collapsing fully and rapidly. For the understanding of the way and the law, etc., it's also starting to blur. The original letter of the word and the law. Now he couldn't even exert it in any way. It was as if he had never practiced these Tao and Dharma, and even more as if he had never comprehended them, and it's still going backwards fast. The Tao and Dharma of the lower realm levels were also gradually beginning to be impossible for him to understand and perform. He's wasted, even if you can get back into the heavenly beyond, and he has absolutely no more hope to speak of. Those beings from beyond the heavens who are only slightly tainted, it is not yet possible to get saved. There is no more hope. Not to mention he's the equivalent of a hazardous substance right now. He is even more hopeless since, one wrong step, I can't reverse the situation anymore. He heaved one heavy sigh after another, full of bitterness, unheeded and arrogant as he is. After all, there was a heavy price to pay for it. In the meantime, all eyes are on the other side of the battlefield. All sorts of top-notch true emperor soldiers showed off their incredible power and might. Tao ancestors within the orderly heavenly court and other terrifying forces. All of them are sneering. This time, he should be able to meet Chen Qianxing's main body and the forces behind it. They did not believe that Chen Qianxing's reflected figure could still block such a blast. Burial ground side. The 6 burial masters were all watching the same nervously. They also felt that the forces behind Chen Qianxing were about to surface. After all, this time the true emperor's soldier attacked. Very scary and horrible indeed. But, facts, they all thought wrong. The strength of Chen Qianxing's reflected figure far exceeded their prediction. The golden lance stabbed out. One shot breaks 10,000 soldiers. There was no blinding, brilliant blaze. There's no such thing as a super powerful force that's too horrible to contemplate. A mere flick of a jab. Those top-tier true emperor armaments all crumbled under this shot. Crush. Absolutely crushing. What order thunder pools. What flesh and blood seeds. What ashes. What dark lotuses. What blood-stained rags, etc. Not through and through. Under the golden lance. Weak and untouchable. At the same time as these true emperor's soldiers crumbled, the true emperor's blood spilled wildly. A group of true emperors from the orderly heavenly court and other terrifying forces, all were obliterated. Clear out. Is there such a perversion and outrageousness? It's horrible. The heavy heavenly beings lost their voices and cried out. Empty. Completely empty. On the opposite side of Chen Qianxing's reflected body, all the powerful people were killed. They were scared out of their wits. More shocking than anything else, it's just a reflective figure. It was actually able to easily crush it all the way. Vertical and invincible. This was truly perverted and outrageous. Far beyond their imagination. Silence. Nothing but silence or silence. All of the terrorist forces, all of them were silent. There was silence. They had thought that the true emperors who went out to fight would die, but there was no thought that the true emperors who went out to battle would die in such a way. It was easily crushed by a reflective body. They had complicated eyes. This battle can be said to have been lost so miserably that it could not be worse. worse, even Chen Changsheng's original body was not even forced out. Not to mention forcing out the forces behind Chen Changsheng. They were in deep thought. Do we have to keep fighting? Do we need to send more powerful fighters over there? They were originally determined to exterminate Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him, but now, they have faltered in this thinking. Nope, not exactly shaky. To be precise, they still wanted to exterminate Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him. It's just that they want to hold off now. Right, hold off fighting until now. They didn't feel out the bottom of Chen Changsheng's side at all. This gave them a vague not-so-good feeling in their hearts, realizing the power behind Chen Changsheng, or even more terrifying and frightening than they had imagined. Of course, even if the forces behind Chen Changsheng were as terrifying and frightening as they were, and they won't be afraid. All the terrifying forces of the heavens were almost all on their side. How can they be afraid? Not at all. They just couldn't get to the bottom of Chen Changsheng's side. Fear of further such casualties in the back. After all, as much as they wanted to destroy Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him, but they still had to prepare for entering the heavenly beyond after all. This is all erupting into a true emperor-level battle. None of them took advantage of it. Not even a single reflected body was defeated. This cannot help but cause them to think and reconsider. If we can get a breakthrough this time, even if it was only to force out Chen Changsheng's original body, nor would they have entertained such tentative thoughts. We'll continue to send stronger fighters down. Now this situation, they really need to think about it. Damn. It's just not acceptable to end it like this. On the side of the orderly heavenly court, a Tao Ancestor Hall Master's eyes were fierce and vicious. Are you kidding me? Almost all the terrifying forces of the heavens gathered together, worked together to deal with Chen Changsheng's side. As a result, they hadn't even seen Chen Changsheng's original body, being crushed all the way by Chen Changsheng's reflected body. That's the end of it. How could he take it? It is not possible to accept it so easily. No way. One more fight. His eyes were cold. Don't want it to end like this. Want to fight again. Tell those forces that don't have the level of the most ancient Tao ancestor to send their fifth realm true emperors over. He doesn't want it to end. Nor were they willing to have any more casualties on the side of the heavenly court of order. A battle power like the fifth realm true emperor, even if it was as powerful and terrifying as their orderly heavenly court, can't afford random casualties either. In the future, these will be the main force that will enter the heavenly beyond. So, he hit on the idea of those terrifying forces that didn't have a most ancient Tao ancestor level sitting in their midst again. The intention was for these terrifying forces to send their fifth realm true emperor warriors over to continue the engagement. It's not enough for a fifth realm true emperor to kill over there. Then you really need to think about holding off. Chapter 250, Chen Changsheng. You're fighting to win us over. Go to war. The orderly heavenly court Tao ancestor spoke. The sound is very soft, but it resounded through the heavens. Let those terrifying forces that didn't have the most ancient Tao ancestors sitting on their side send fifth realm true emperors over to fight. What? Deception. Those terrifying forces that didn't have the most ancient Tao ancestors sitting in their midst. All of them were furious. One's heart and lungs exploded with anger. Extremely angry growls came from all within. It's so suffocating and humiliating. In the front, they were told to send true emperor warriors over to be cannon fodder. They put up with it. A realm of true emperor's battle power was compromised. They gritted their teeth and were able to take it. But let them send their fifth realm true emperor warriors over to be cannon fodder. They really can't stand it. Compared to super terrifying forces such as the orderly heavenly court, they don't have that thick of a home base. 5 realms of true emperor battle power for them. It is the main battle of the main force. It was truly extremely difficult for them to cultivate a 5th realm true emperor. It cost them countless efforts and savings. If they just let the 5 realm true emperor warrior force suffer a fracture and death, it's tantamount to gutting them. What are you screaming about? Send one from each of your forces. Do you hear me? The Tao Alliance's Tao ancestor rebuked in a cold voice. It coincided with the thoughts of the orderly heavenly court Tao ancestor. Also want to fight again, but don't want casualties and losses on their own side. You guys are going too far. There are horrible forces of Tao ancestors. Tolerance. Like a maddened lion, he roared. Is there such a thing? It's not over? Do you really want to use them as cannon fodder to the end? What? Are you guys so reluctant to do a small favor? Plus, that's not exactly doing us a favor. Don't you also want to see the great Tao patterns and great Tao drawings that transcend the true Tao? The weird Taoist ancestor vocalized. Spicy chicken. After hearing what the weird Taoist ancestor said, the crowd of terrifying power Tao ancestors all jumped up in anger. What kind of bull **** is the creepy Taoist ancestor talking about? You call that a small favor? Did creepy Taoist ancestor have some kind of misunderstanding about tiny favor? This was a 5th realm true emperor battle power. even if it's in the case of these super terrible forces of weirdness. It also definitely did not want to let the 5-realm true Emperor Warrior Force suffer a fracture in death. It's the obvious thing to do. If Creepy and these super terrorist forces give up, the weirdness of these super terrible forces wouldn't have forced their hand. It's time for them to send a 5th realm true Emperor over to fight. Great Dao patterns and great Dao drawings that transcend the true Dao. We're not watching. It's your business if you want to fight again. We're out. A terrifying powered Dao ancestor spoke out, officially announcing his withdrawal from the team dealing with Chen Changxing's side. No further involvement. They just couldn't top it. Folding too much. Seriously, they had definitely not previously expected the situation to come to this. If they had thought of it before, they wouldn't have initially chosen to join the team that dealt with Chen Changxing's side. The family is not that thick they are. When really do not dare to toss. You guys go ahead and we'll quit too. Quit it. All the terrorist forces have announced their withdrawal. No further participation down the line. Are you kidding me? Stay involved as trial fodder? Stop it. Ha, quit? You guys can participate if you want to and quit if you want to? There's no such thing as a good thing in the world. One of the Ancient Corpse Hall's Ancient Corpse Dao ancestors sneered and said, quit? Think about what? It had the same idea as the Orderly Heavenly Court and the Dao Alliance's Dao ancestors. They were still counting on these terrorist forces to send their 5th realm true Emperor warriors over as test fodder. How could these terrorist forces be allowed to just quit? Naturally, it's impossible. Give you decency and you will take it. If you don't want to be decent, we'll help you be decent. The Dark Dao ancestor said in a cold voice. You guys might as well be smart about it. Don't make it so everyone ends up looking bad for everyone. Do you really want to tear your face off? Stop it. The Sea of Ashes, The Only Way, and other remaining super terrifying forces have also spoken out. Let these terrorist forces behave and do as they are told. They couldn't hold Chen Changxing's side. Can't you handle these horrible forces? Just kidding. There were no terrifying forces of the most ancient Dao ancestors sitting around. Let them take it as they please. You guys, I'll fight you. A crowd of terrifying power Dao ancestors roared and growled in anger. They went out on a limb, trying to fight these super terrorist forces. Not without a fight. If this keeps up, they really have become cannon fodder for these super terrorist forces. These super terrorist forces would successively allow them to send strong people over to be cannon fodder. Going to fight us? Yes, I like it. You're welcome to spell us. A horrible voice resounded. A most ancient Dao ancestor spoke up. A split second. The Dao ancestors of those terrifying forces all felt like they had fallen into an ice cellar. His body was cold to the bone. Their souls trembled madly uncontrollably. One creeped out. All of them sensed mortal danger. Cold hairs stood up on his body in fear. That's the gap. Although they were both in the Dao ancestor realm, but the gap is so big that it's not at all comparable. They weren't even on the same level as an existence at the level of the most ancient Dao ancestor. In a nutshell, they were Dao ancestors, and that was because their strength only reached the Dao ancestor realm. The most ancient Taoist ancestor is the Taoist ancestor. That was because the highest realm was only the Dao ancestor realm. If a higher realm exists, these most ancient Dao ancestors, without exception, would all stand above the higher realms. A most ancient Dao ancestor spoke out afterward. Instantly, all of these terrifying forces fell silent. There was no more sound. It's no exaggeration to say, as long as the most ancient Dao ancestor wanted to, the most ancient Dao ancestor could completely overthrow them with a single thought. This and more. How dare they make any noise? To fight for your life? A fish out of water? Don't tease. That's just death. But, are they to be so compromised and submissive? Their faces were full of resignation, unwilling to just compromise and submit. No, what about Chen Changxing's side? Why don't you say to fight for us? If any of the most ancient Dao ancestors on Chen Changxing's side speak out and fight for us, I will immediately side with Chen Changxing. There must be an ancestral most ancient Dao ancestor sitting on his side as well. They shouted in their minds. It was hoped that the most ancient Dao ancestor on Chen Changxing's side would step forward and speak out to fight for them. They really didn't want to be test fodder for these super terrorist forces. More than anything, he wanted to defect to Chen Changxing's side. But, what these terrifying Force Dao ancestors didn't know was that they were purely being whimsical. Fighting? There's something to fight for. Chen Changxing wouldn't make a sound to fight for them. These terrorist forces, especially and most importantly, they had previously taken the initiative to side with super terrorist forces such as the Orderly Heavenly Court, worked together to deal with Chen Changxing. As far as Chen Changxing was concerned, this was an unapologetic enemy. Chen Changxing would be even less likely to make a sound to fight for it. Chapter 251, So Loose and Casual Chen Changxing, Fishing Away. Bad content. Chapter 252 Forenza. Let's listen to the words and not think of changing our fate against the heavens. How could they not be angry? In the front, they had withstood the pressure and rigidly refrained from immediately sending a fifth realm true emperor powerhouse over. It was giving Chen Changxing's side a chance. It gives Chen Changxing's side a chance to make a statement so that he can fight for them. Who knew? On Chen Changxing's side, he actually didn't even bother with them, directly ignored the opportunity they fought against the pressure. Is this not looking at them? Their eyes were fierce. Can't stand a bit of this at all. The orderly heaven side doesn't treat them like human beings. Chen Changxing's side doesn't treat them like human beings either. It's a wonder they're not angry. Kill. Go to war. Their killing intent surged. Each of them sent a fifth realm true emperor over to fight. Rumble. The heavens shook violently one after another. A large number of fifth realm true emperor figures appeared. The terrifying and horrifying aura of a five realm true emperor spread across the landscape. It even carried an extremely strong killing intent. All the heavy heavenly beings did not dare to breathe a single breath. The body shivered. A powerhouse of this caliber. For them, it is the supreme being. How could they dare to talk nonsense? One by one, they all kept their mouths shut. The calm that hadn't lasted long was broken. The Great War was once again kicked off. The five realm true emperors had terrifying auras, and all of them carried supreme true emperor armaments in their hands. The might pressed down on the ages, terrifyingly monstrous. Swish! A piercing golden aura brightly lit up from the dense fog beneath the heavy heavens. The golden lance reappeared. All of the heavens' living beings stared nervously at the dense fog beneath the heavens. Is Chen Changxing reflection figure going to continue to carry the golden lance and kill out again? Not like that. He's really gone fishing and doesn't care about the side. The heavy heavenly beings exclaimed in shock. A scene out of their expectation happened. The golden lance that lit up with a piercing golden aura didn't even kill out. Instead, it landed in a place in the realm plane under the heavens. The golden lance lit up with a piercing golden aura, breaking through the covering fog. They saw what lay beneath it through the dispersing fog, where the golden lance landed. None of them know. The golden lance didn't land anywhere else. The place where it landed was exactly the clan land of the Li clan. Bang! The golden lance was bright and dazzling as it landed straight in front of the nine-headed lion and the others. Nailed to the ground. I'm fishing. Just one of you guys go over there with your lance and kill the enemy. With the golden lance nailed to the ground, Chen Changxing's calm voice also sounded. He really doesn't care about the situation over there anymore. Gotta start concentrating on fishing. He was at least an old ancestor. How could he not even compare to Li Ruoxue? Can't. He was going to rise to the occasion, catch more fish, and surpass Li Ruoxue. Holy! Over here, the Fire Phoenix King was the most excited, because the golden lance was right in front of it. It spreads its wings slightly to touch. The golden lance was closest to it. Thank you, my lord, for reversing. The Fire Phoenix King shouted in excitement. And what about the idea of reversing its tragic fate? But it's not even shouting. Here comes the moment of reversal of fortune after it. It went black before its eyes. It's stupid. What's going on here? Why is it dark? It's not right. If it's dark, it's dark. Why is it still so tasteless? It's all about bad breath. No, lion, what are you doing? It roared and growled. The truth finally dawned on me. Which is dark? It was the nine-headed lion swallowing its head in one gulp. Firechild, I'm sorry, but the miserable fate you're carrying is too creepy and horrible. Let us do it this time, the nine-headed lion said. It's no wonder it operates the way it does. Genuinely, it was afraid of the miserable fate that the Fire Phoenix King carried. The miserable fate carried by the Fire Phoenix King. Extremely scary and creepy, and it's going to keep getting upgraded. There are far too many examples of this up front. They had earned the Fire Phoenix King so many chances to reverse his miserable fate. But in the end there are no exceptions. All of them failed. The tragic fate carried by the Fire Phoenix King would escalate and enhance. Even the adults are affected in the front. His Excellency stepped in. It's always been a no-brainer. No foe can resist a blow from an adult. But when the adults struck out against Luo Chang and other true saints, they were affected. Luo Chang and the other true saints, who hung them up and whipped them in front, drawing the Lord's wrath to strike. Fishing with fishhooks for true saints such as Lo Chang, fishing all of Luo Chang and the other true saints. The Fire Phoenix King saw his lordship striking. Then he became arrogant. Who knew? The Fire Phoenix King had just finished being arrogant. Then there was an accident. Luo Chang and the other true saints actually shattered the fishhooks that had hooked them. It scared the hell out of it along with the likes of Demon Ziggy. The tragic fate carried by the Fire Phoenix King was too sick, too horrible, and too creepy. They are also from this moment. The idea of letting the Fire Phoenix King testify against himself and reverse his miserable fate was completely abandoned. It's more from this moment on. When the Fire Phoenix King made the slightest movement, they caught him and beat him up, not giving the Fire Phoenix King any chance to make any movements or performances. Firechild, Good boy, let's be obedient. And don't think about anything that goes against the heavens and changes our destiny in the future. Yeah, Firechild, let's just resign ourselves to our fate. There's nothing wrong with being resigned to your fate. As long as you don't seek to perform and act big, you won't meet with misery. Brother Devil's son, the Lord of Hell. They spoke up. Swish, the nine-headed lion flings its tail. The tail swept the golden lance around. It loosens its big mouth. With a golden lance, he rushed out of the thick fog. Come to the battlefield beyond the heavens. The same crowd of 5 realm true emperors confronted each other across the air. What the hell? The crowd of 5 realm true emperors looked at the nine-headed lion. The faces were all in a bad mood. There was a horrible and intense baleful aura flowing out of his body. Are you kidding me? Was Chun Changsheng deliberately humiliating them? 9 lions, what a thing. The low realm can be completely ignored. And that's what they sent over to fight them? They all felt intense contempt. A split second, an even more terrifying baleful aura flowed out from their bodies. A fierce aura erupted in the eyes of each and every one of them. Even if it was still Qin Changsheng's reflected body that fought with them, it would be fine. Sending the nine-headed lion, whose realm was so low as to be completely negligible, over to fight them. It's plainly humiliating to them. They can't stand it. There is really nothing more insulting than that. Ha, is this, really? The heavy heavenly beings all stared wide-eyed. Seriously doubt they're looking at it wrong. Fake it. This nine-headed lion's realm wasn't even as high as most of their beings. This can be sent out for a battle? Their faces were filled with intense disbelief. Although the nine-headed lion came with a golden lance to kill, the golden lance had a terrifying and frightening power. But the golden lance couldn't be more powerful. The nine-headed lion realm is too low. This situation, not to mention making the golden lance explode with even more power. Instead, the nine-headed lion would still be dragging down the golden lance yet. It's really going to break out into a big war. The golden lance shall not divide its power to protect the nine-headed lion? If you don't divide your strength to protect the 9 lions, the nine-headed lion was instantly nil. And once the golden lance divided its power to protect the nine-headed lion, the golden lance was bound to be dragged down. Chapter 253, Reversed. The nine-headed lion looked disdainfully at a group of 5 realm true emperors. No one expected Chen Changsheng would actually send the nine-headed lion out to fight. Are you kidding me? The nine-headed lion hadn't even stepped onto the path of the true Tao, not having stepped into the realm of truth. This was compared to a true emperor who had cultivated to the true Tao realm. It was simply the difference between a speck of dust and a vast star. Pay attention to the orderly heavenly court and a host of other super-terrorist forces over here. All of them were furious. What a level of great battle this is. Chen Changsheng had actually sent out this insignificant nine-headed lion to come out and fight. It's almost as if the mockery of them is pulled full circle. Unabashedly, even intensifying their humiliation and contempt. Arrogant to the core. Not at this present juncture. It's not good to make a big deal out of it. I have to punch out. Weigh the strength of Chen Changsheng's side. The orderly heavenly court Tao ancestor hall master said coldly. As he said, Chen Changsheng's side is too damn arrogant. It made even a Tao ancestor like him soar with rage and couldn't endure a bit. The arrogant. There will be a moment when you and the forces behind you cry. The Tao Alliance's Tao ancestor. The eyes were cold and unrelenting. Did Chen Changsheng's side really think that they didn't have to pay a price for being so arrogant? How is that possible? Even if this fight ends up being unsustainable, it was impossible to destroy Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him. But when it came time to go into the outer heaven, Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him would inevitably be besieged and exterminated by them. It was categorically impossible for them to allow Chen Changsheng and the forces behind him to enter the heavenly beyond just like that. Burial ground side. The 6 burial masters were all filled with questions and puzzlement. What is Chen Changsheng doing? A large number of 5th realm true emperors killed over. Chen Changsheng didn't say there wasn't a bit of importance to speak of. Instead, they also sent out the nine-headed lion, who hadn't even cultivated to the true realm, to go out and fight. Such an enigmatic operation. It made them all look silly and confused. Battlefield side. Not a single being in the heavens looked favorably on the nine-headed lion. All of them felt that the nine-headed lion was sent over by Chen Changsheng to send him to his death, designed to mock and humiliate those forces of terror. But the 9 lions thought otherwise. It has a high head in a low realm, yet it is not inferior and fearful, or even the opposite. It was looking disdainfully at the group of 5 realm true emperors across the street. It exuded immense confidence. It was as if it was the 5 realm true emperor. The opposite group of 5th realm true emperors were only dust that hadn't even stepped onto the true Tao. Seeing a scene like this, the heavy heavenly beings looked more odd than one another. This is simply inverting the Big Dipper. The crowd of 5 realm true emperors hadn't even looked out of the corner of their eyes yet, but the nine-headed lion was the first to look out of the corner of their eyes instead. At the same time, the noses of the crowd of 5th realm true emperors were almost askew. Spicy chicken. What's with the nine-headed lion and looking out of the corner of their eye? Woof! The nine-headed lion roared up to the sky. Still a big yellow dog. Tai, what strength and what realm do you have? And where do you have the guts to run here and repeatedly spread wildness? If you and others have some self-awareness, then hurry up and tie your hands. I can give her and the others a hard time. The nine-headed lion bellowed one after another in a majestic manner. Those who didn't know about it should really think that the nine-headed lion was a fifth realm true emperor. The opposite five realm true emperors were insignificant ants now. And yet, a fifth realm true emperor directly couldn't help himself. On the spot, he slapped towards the nine-headed lion. What the hell? And really pretending in front of them? Rumble. The void exploded, and terrifying Tao rhythms stirred. Time crush. This slap was this fifth realm true emperor striking out with anger. The end is horrible. The large palm dazzled with the five realms of true emperor Tao. Unrivaled. All the heavy heavens couldn't withstand the slap. If this slap was aimed at Zhu Chongtian, Xu Chongtian would have been smashed to smithereens by this slap on the spot. How dare you? I haven't even made a move yet, and you're doing it. You really don't know how much weight you have. The nine-headed lion rebuked. Always look down across the room with a high profile. The heavy heavenly beings all looked dumbfounded one by one. It's not. What makes the nine-headed lion such a high profile? There's no reason for that at all. The high profile should be opposite. Swish, a blinding golden aura erupted. The heavy heavenly beings quickly learned what made the nine-headed lion so high profile. The great slap of a five-realm true emperor slapped. The golden lance floating beside the nine-headed lion was sacrificed. The golden lance pierced through the large slap that slapped, bringing up a large amount of blood. This fifth realm true emperor shouted miserably. His palm was pierced throughout. Even his entire arm was still being quickly shredded by the power that erupted from the golden lance. In the end, he reacted faster, broke this arm off himself, and quickly backed up and pulled away. He's the one who's okay. If he didn't have such quick reflexes, didn't cut off this arm by himself, his body and soul, etc., all of them would be completely crushed by the power that erupted from the golden lance. At that time, even if he doesn't die, he'd have to be hit hard and lose half his life. 2. How can this be so horrible? He gritted his teeth. Not a trace of blood in his face. How could I have not expected this outcome? My God, it's horrible, isn't it? The heavy heavens beings lost their voices and exclaimed. Shock runs through their minds. In their minds and thoughts, the nine-headed lion would only drag down the golden lance. The power that erupted from the golden lance would definitely be greatly reduced. It is impossible to present the previous scene of vertical and horizontal, killing the enemy with a single shot. But from what I've seen so far, they obviously both thought wrong. The golden lance is as terrifyingly ferocious as ever. There is no possibility. It's not that we thought wrong rather, we have severely underestimated the power that the golden lance possesses. The golden lance possesses a terrifying super strength that we are far from being able to imagine. Even with a drag like the nine lions, it can still be unaffected, terrifyingly ferocious to the core. A being couldn't help but say, it's not that they thought wrong. Rather, the power that the golden lance possessed was too terrifying. Even if they are dragged, it's still a fierce mess. 2. The faces of the crowd of fifth realm true emperors all changed as well. The gaze towards the nine-headed lion also changed. It was no longer the same kind of gaze that he had earlier used when looking at a mole or a speck of dust. Rather, it's like an enemy. Kill. They struck out. One by one, they quickly adjusted their orientation. A siege was launched against the nine-headed lion. They wanted to take advantage of the fact that they were surrounding the nine-headed lion from all sides to diminish the power of the golden lance. It was a fact that the nine-headed lion's realm was low, facing them on all sides. The power of the golden lance was bound to be weakened. To divide his power to shelter the nine lions, I'll just stand here and see what you can do to me. The nine-headed lion was unafraid. It looked out of the corner of its eye at the group of fifth realm true emperors that surrounded it. It had absolute confidence in the golden lance that Chen Changsheng had bestowed upon it. A group of fifth realm true emperors could never be a match for the golden lance. But, as it swept its afterglow over the Fire Phoenix King's side, it panicked. Chapter 254, Run? Where to run? Bad content. Chapter 255, The world undergoes great changes. Transcending the heavens. The golden lance pursued, bringing up a series of blood splatters. Corpses after corpses of fifth realm true emperors fell down from the sky dome, and then it exploded. Completely dead. The heavy heavenly beings gulped madly as they watched. There are no words to describe the shock inside. The orderly heavenly court, the Tao Alliance, and a host of other super terrifying forces, all were silent. Once again, the results were beyond their expectations. In front of Chen Changsheng reflecting the body big kill even if the nine-headed lion who hadn't even cultivated to the true way now. Can you kill like this too? Killing a fifth realm true emperor was as simple as eating and drinking. They had no more voices. One by one, they were hidden. hold off on plans to deal with Chen Shangsheng. Unlike the orderly heavenly court and a host of other super terrorist forces, the terrifying forces behind the slain five-realm true emperor, monstrous roars of rage erupted from within them all. Every inch of the heavens, it was all filled with their roars. The five-realm true emperor was killed. Such a result is too heartbreaking for them. They had consumed endless years in savings in order to cultivate a fifth-realm true emperor. Now it was just picked off by the Golden Lance with a single shot. How could they not be heartbroken? Without exception, their hearts were dripping blood like crazy. At the same time, their hatred for Chen Shangsheng skyrocketed crazily, reaching the top. But an angry growl passed. They then regained their composure, and there was no more sound. The terror on Chen Shangsheng's side, by no means can they deal with it. They're pretty sure Chen Shangsheng's side definitely had the most ancient level of Dao ancestors in attendance. They can't, and don't have the guts to actively draw war. The most ancient level of Dao ancestors. It's absolutely crushing power. One thought could destroy all their forces. In front of the most ancient level Dao ancestor, there is nothing scary about them. Even if the Dao ancestors within these forces of theirs were added together, there are a lot of them. But in front of the most ancient level Dao ancestor, a greater number of Dao ancestors simply weren't enough. This is a gap in quality that cannot be bridged by quantity. See you at the final battle. What goes around comes around. If we can't deal with the big ones, can't we deal with the little ones? Kill all you little ones when the time comes. They sneered and laughed. There's definitely going to be a final battle. That's the real big fight. Burial ground side. The 6 burial masters were dumbstruck. The whole thing was not expected to turn out this way either. The 9-headed lion that hadn't even cultivated to the true realm, all the way to a crushing blowout? This was really out of their expectation. But none of them were happy about it. Even with all the fighting, it all ended with a big win on Chen Shangsheng's side. They can't be happy about it either. These are just small victories. It's the outcome of the final battle that will be looked at. The result of the final battle. Very unpromising. Honestly, they don't even want to have small wins like that. Such a small victory. Almost all the forces within the heavens had been offended. When the final battle breaks out, Chen Shangsheng's side is bound to be very difficult. It would face a siege from almost all of the heavens forces. The odds are so low as to be negligible. It's hard. Where's the hope? The 6 burial masters sighed one after another. It's even sadder than before. But not for long. Their gazes became resolute again. So what if it's hard? Resign to your fate? Compromise? Nothing? Waiting to be wiped out by a bunch of super terrible forces? No. They can't possibly be resigned to their fate. No compromise is possible, much less nothing. Either way, they're going to have to fight their way through it. Even if the hope is slim, come back, waiting for the final battle to begin. They recalled the Een Emperor over there. Nowadays there is not a single sound from the heavens. The fight should be over. The Een Emperor doesn't have to stay over there anymore. They do not waver. As usual, he firmly chose to stand on Chen Shangsheng's side, to fight side by side with Chen Shangsheng's side to the end. Even if the chances of winning this way are very low, one could even almost say there is no chance of winning at all. But they haven't changed their minds either. The reason is simple. Standing on Chen Shangsheng's side gave them a fighting chance. Not on Chen Shangsheng's side, they didn't have a chance to wrestle at all. Once the most ancient burial ancestor behind them died, a host of super terrible forces would then kill within their burial ground, exterminate their burial grounds, and the most ancient burial ancestors behind them, when there really isn't much time left. At most, it would last a few more days before the most ancient burial ancestor couldn't hold out. It's going to completely dissipate and die. Everything was pulled down for the moment. The 9-headed lion returned to the Li clan land with the golden lance. Too handsome. I'll do it next time, Brother Devilson said enviously to the 9-headed lion. Good. Everyone take turns. The 9-headed lion smiled back, except for Firechild. It saw the Fire Phoenix King leap forward and bubbled with excitement. Hurry up and add this. Chen Shangsheng and Li Ruoxue fishing. Luck of the draw? He actually failed to catch Li Ruoxue, although he also caught a lot of fish. It was still not as much as Li Ruoxue. Ha ha, he laughed as he ended his fishing. Declare that Li Ruoxue is better than him and wins. He brought Li Ruoxue back to the Li clan's clanland. Well, here goes. His figure disappeared into thin air and came above the sky. And then, he waved his hand gently. There are uncountable exotic treasures, supreme medicines and so on, thrown out by him, scattered throughout the world. A split second, this side of the world blossomed with brilliant and eye-catching immeasurable Dao light. It flowed with unimaginable supreme Dao rhythms. Huge changes have occurred. Not bad. System rewards are in place. Chen Shangsheng had obtained countless unimaginable supreme heavenly materials and supreme wonders. The transformation of this side of the world has begun. The majestic and vast essence of life burst out madly in this world. Various transcendental to supreme cultivation substances, dense and rich appearing in every inch of this side of the world. This side of the world has changed forever. in less than a moment. This side of the world transcends past the heavens, even the most transcendent and supreme first heaven within the heavens. Nor is it better than this side of the world at this time. It's so much worse, and that's just the beginning of the changes taking place on this side of the world. Over time, this latter part of the world was destined to be no match even for the heaven beyond the heavens that overrode the heavens, the heavenly materials and wondrous treasures that had been sprinkled all over this world by Chen Changsheng. The extent of its transcendence, it far exceeded the top-grade heavenly materials and wondrous treasures within the heavenly beyond. It's no exaggeration to say, none of it takes too long. It's only a month at most. This side of the world will then fully surpass the heavenly beyond. The heavens beyond the heavens will not even compare to the tip of the iceberg in this side of the world by then. Such a great change has taken place in this side of the world. No one benefits more than the living beings of this world. All of them received heavenly benefits. It was greatly benefited. Chapter 256. All the living beings in this world all receive unimaginable heavenly benefits. The world roars on. The sound of the supreme Tao resounds throughout the world. The Rue Xia is sprinkled all over the world. The mountains, rivers, and all living creatures have all been reborn with a bright and dazzling new life. A high mountain, rapidly rising, it becomes more majestic and spectacular. There were even more unimaginable supreme Tao rhythms flowing within. Random little rocks falling down. It's all superb. A heavenly treasure that surpassed the level of a true king. The river rushes. There was a vast and incomparable life essence erupting from within. It is like turning into a sea of life. A single drop of river water that stirred out was even more transcendent than a true king-level treasure medicine. The earth is even more infinitely expandable. Every inch of land has been turned into a supreme treasure. It can breed all kinds of precious medicines and exotic flowers beyond imagination. Swish, 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 a big tree. Between the flashes of the infinite precious radiance, it turned into a heavenly tree. Like the Optimus Prime, it towered over the others. There's a wind blowing. Large leaves fell from the trees. Each leaf carries the supreme Tao and Dharma. The leaf texture represents the supreme Taoist pattern. All over the world, there is a comprehensive and drastic change, ushering in the supreme and transcendental environment. Even ordinary mortals and living beings, etc., all of them were greatly benefited. White-haired, dying old man, it became alive and well in a matter of moments. It's in better shape than it was in its youth. With ease, he lifted the stone mill weighing hundreds of pounds. Those born sick, even mortals who are terminally ill and about to die, instantly the sickness is all gone, and in better shape than even the best when not sick. Physical fitness is more than a few times better. There is no sickness or disease in the world. All sicknesses and disasters are completely gone. The world becomes a true pure land. It's even better than what people think of as a clean slate. Mortal life expectancy has been substantially increased. You can live through hundreds of years between ease. At the same time, it is also easier for mortals to embark on the path of cultivation. The path of cultivation is devoid of any so-called thresholds of cultivation and qualifications, etc. Like before that, if you want to embark on the path of cultivation, you need to have the appropriate cultivation qualifications and talents, etc. There is no corresponding qualification and talent for cultivation, etc. It is simply impossible to embark on the path of cultivation, and those who have such corresponding cultivation qualifications and talents, the number is very small. The world is full of mortals who cannot practice, but now, this situation is completely gone. All people can embark on the path of cultivation if they want to, all over the world. All common birds and beasts, etc., also usher in the change. They were originally not psychic, now they are all enlightened. It is equally easy to embark on the path of cultivation. Those cultivator beings who had long ago embarked on the path of cultivation, the benefits received are even greater. The rays of the world fell upon them. They were all baptized, body and soul, etc., are cleansed of impurities in every way. They become ethereal. The avenue is more intimate with them at the moment. One by one, they were as if they had become sons of the great Tao and daughters of the great Tao. Cultivation is no longer as difficult as it used to be. What happened? The world has suddenly and dramatically changed into a transcendent pure land, a blessed place of cultivation. Is this the work of the One? Definitely. Who but that one has such greatness? The heat is on all over the world. All living beings became excited and thrilled because of such a huge change in the heavens and earth. Next, they all fell to their knees, kneeling in the direction of where the Li clan's land was. The name Chen Changsheng was shouted under his breath, expressing their respect and gratitude to Chen Changsheng. They're all pretty sure. Definitely this must be Chen Changsheng changing heaven and earth, because apart from Chen Changsheng, there is no one else in this world who can do this. The masking fog is still there, blocking everything. None of the living beings within the heavens were aware of the world where Chen Changsheng was. There has been such a radical and dramatic change. It was even more unknown that there were cultivation substances beyond the heavens that were densely covered in every inch of this world. If only they knew. They will surely go crazy about it. Definitely enter this world to practice no matter what. And within the heavens, there is one exception. The eyes were not obscured by the fog. One can see through the fog the changes taking place in that part of the world. How? How is this possible? The man lost his voice and couldn't believe it. That side of the world appeared to practice matter. It was definitely comparable to the cultivation substances within the heavenly beyond. Even more frightening, and more shocking to him. He clearly felt that these cultivation substances could grow. The present moment is but the initial state of these cultivated substances. Later, as time goes on, these cultivation substances will grow up quickly and undergo qualitative changes. Beyond the cultivated matter within the heaven beyond the sky. As for how far these cultivation substances will grow in the end, he couldn't predict it. These cultivated substances gave him the feeling of, it's as if it could grow endlessly all the time. Geez, what kind of cultivation substance is this? His heart was beating fiercely. The shock inside was more than words can tell. He's seen it all, so to speak, but at the moment it was like a frog in a well. This kind of cultivation substance was beyond his knowledge and imagination. Harmful substances such as rotten dirt were actually all purified. He exclaimed again. This time it was even more shocking. Eyes rolling wide, eyes on the floor. No way, it's never going to happen. He was trembling all over and couldn't believe it. After the beings from beyond the heavens came down, slightly stained with harmful substances such as rotten dirt underneath it, none of it can be purged away. There is a whole square of worldly decay and dirt and other harmful substances over there. It was purified in a matter of moments. It's unbelievable, more than fantastic. Even if he saw it with his own eyes, he couldn't believe it either. I must be dreaming. Either that or it's a hallucination. Right, it must be my dream or hallucination, because I want so badly to purify my body of rotten dirt and other harmful substances. That's why there are such dreams or visions. He kept saying, think it's a dream or hallucination. After all, it's too heavenly and unbelievable. Not bad. He's no one else. It's exactly what comes down from beyond the sky. Afterward, a corner was revealed in the sky beyond. A big explosion of rotten dirt and other harmful substances. Wu Jiao, whose own body and soul and all other aspects had been severely defiled and eroded. Wake up! One cannot dream or hallucinate like that, or else it's really over. He shook off his hand and smacked himself madly in the big mouth, trying to wake himself up from a dream or hallucination. As he said, if he keeps sinking into such dreams and visions, he'll be completely destroyed. There will be no more hope to speak of. Of course, no matter how much he smacks himself in the mouth, even if the whole face is smashed and blown up, nothing will change either, because it's the hard truth, not a dream, much less a hallucination. Chapter 257, Completing the Gift Prepared for Li Sun, Traveling to the Heavens of the Heavens. Bad content. Chapter 258 Chen Shansheng, no need to be so nervous, I'm not a man-eating demon. Bad content. Chapter 259, Chen Shansheng, this kind of hazardous material, is indeed not simple. Bad content. Chapter 260, the calm of the heavens was once again shattered. Bad content. Chapter 261, the burial ground has no reservations, entertaining Chen Shansheng with the highest specifications. Bad content. Chapter 262 Chen Shansheng, what realm am I in? This I really don't know. Bad content. Chapter 263 How could there be no indication of a move to solve the problem on the most ancient burial ancestor? Bad content. Chapter 264 Chen Shansheng, the problem is solved. It's time for me to go do my thing. Shocked. Unbelievable. How is it possible? The 6 burial masters collapsed to the ground. None of them could believe what was happening. How is that to be believed? It is simply more outrageous and unrealistic than a dream. Above the heavenly lotus of life, the most ancient burial ancestor looked up and down his body with confused eyes. Is this still his body? All the problems in the body, all of them were solved. And there was also the unimaginable vastness of power that he could not comprehend, swimming around inside him, nourish and enhance his body and strength. 2. To break through. His eyes widened and he stammered. Previously, he couldn't break through the realm barrier no matter what, even giving his life to try to break through. Now it's actually crumbling fast. The kind of vast supreme power within him that he couldn't comprehend. It was frantically impacting the realm barriers. Boom. Not much longer. It's also a few breaths. A terrifying roar emanated from within him. The realm barrier collapsed completely, strongly swept away by the supreme vastness of power within him that he could not comprehend. He has transcended from the true way. This supreme vastness of power that he could not comprehend. Take him, directly stepping into a brand new cultivation path that overrides the true path. Hiss. He sucked in a cold breath. The mind was shaken to the point of no return. Geez, what kind of power is that? It's also horrible. Horrible. It was actually able to break the realm barrier of the true Tao and bring him directly into the realm above the true Tao. Fake it. His heart was beating fiercely and he couldn't believe it. Eyes and face, all strongly skeptical. Where in all the heavens is there such a horrible power? It easily broke down the true Tao realm barrier. That's not possible. If such a horrible and terrifying power existed in the heavens of the heavens, as a most ancient Tao ancestor level existence, there was no way he could not know, much less even a trace of it. Got it. There's no such thing as a whole new way. Just a fantasy on my deathbed. He gave a self-deprecating laugh. It was all too unbelievable and unrealistic. How can that be true? Apparently dying fantasies are the real truth. I didn't expect that. I can't believe I'm making such ridiculous fantasies before I die. The self-deprecating expression on his face intensified. Looking back on his life, how intent and radiant he was, embarking on the practice at an early age. He then showed the reverse. The breaks crushed a generation of their age. He's even stronger in the back, invincible all the way. There is no one who is his match. All the enemies all fell at his feet. He originated the way of special cultivation, establishment of burial grounds, standing at the pinnacle of cultivation. He also dared to challenge the brand new and unknown way of cultivation in the back, doing what the other most ancient Tao ancestors did not dare to do. Even if the path is all danger and death, can't see any hope, and he hasn't flinched half a step, always keep moving forward. But now what? Instead he made this ridiculous fantasy. Nope, is pathetic. Strong all his life, he couldn't accept that he'd made such a fantasy of himself, not willing to die like this after all? He sighed heavily. Not a fantasy, everything is real. You're okay, and true to form. You've made your breakthrough. With your strength and past experiences, you should have the means to be able to tell fantasy from reality. Chen Shangsheng said softly. The most ancient burial ancestor could not comprehend what was happening. Can't believe it either. Actually, it is very normal to have such results. It would be unusual if it didn't turn out that way. The flower that blended into the body of the most ancient burial ancestor. Extraordinary. Even the topmost transcendent great medicine in the heavenly beyond. It's no better than this flower. And the gap is huge. Nowadays, the medicinal effect of this flower has not yet been fully realized. Later as time goes on, after the medicinal effects are thoroughly realized, the most ancient burial ancestor would receive greater, more unimaginable benefits. Real? The most ancient burial ancestor froze, then stared at Chen Shangsheng again and again. He stopped talking, performed the secret means of discerning illusion from reality. Such as he is at this level, natural mastery has the means to discern between illusion and reality. The 6 burial masters who had collapsed on the floor also stood up in droves. The same means of discerning illusion from reality is performed. They also have such means at their disposal. Illusion and reality can be discerned. What? The most ancient burial ancestor exclaimed. The entire person directly fell off the life heavenly lotus, full of incredulity, shocked to the core. The results he had discerned with his secret arts were surprisingly true. It wasn't just a fantasy he had on his deathbed. I can't believe it's real. How? The 6 burial masters also let out exclamations of shock one after another. The results they discerned are also true. In a flash, they all looked at Chen Shangsheng. The eyes were filled with awe. They also finally realized at this moment, understanding why Chen Shangsheng had said earlier that those forces were not enough to worry about. It's really not a wild statement. Rather, these forces are really not enough to worry about. Chen Shangsheng could easily exterminate those forces. The most ancient burial ancestor also looked at Chen Shangsheng. The eyes were equally full of awe. Thank you. He was about to kneel down for Chen Shangsheng immediately. Thank you to Chen Shangsheng for saving his life. The 6 burial masters also reacted to the situation. In unison, he knelt forward. Thank you for the great kindness of Chen Shangsheng. It doesn't have to be. Didn't I already say that? We're friends. Chen Shangsheng smiled. An invisible soft force appeared, holding up the most ancient burial ancestor and the others, not letting the most ancient burial ancestor and the others kneel down and thank him. Friend. After the most ancient burial ancestor heard such words, shocked beyond belief, how could he not have thought that burying Earth would have such a good relationship with Chen Shangsheng? Chen Shangsheng easily solved the problem within his body. It also allowed him to break through the realm barrier of the true way, stepping into a whole new cultivation path above the true path. And it's much more than that. The power inside him was still increasing rapidly. Behind him he was destined to step into a higher realm. What level of existence must this be? He couldn't even begin to imagine. Ancient ancestor. The thing is, the 6 funeral lords tell of their connection with Chen Shangsheng, and in the telling, their hearts were all full of celebration. Fortunately, they firmly chose to stand on Chen Shangsheng's side. If it weren't for that, where can their most ancient burial ancestors be saved? Where could they become friends with a supreme being like Chen Shangsheng? The most ancient burial ancestor's heart jumped as he listened. The 6 funeral directors really made the best decision ever. Of course, the most important thing is still the Lord of Hell. Without the Lord of Hell, there would be no present. Problem solved. It's time for me to go about my business. Chen Changsheng bid farewell to the most ancient burial ancestor and the others, to leave the burial ground. Unleash the extermination of the bizarre creatures. Chapter 265, Chen Changsheng alone kills the bizarre base camp. The prologue of the Great War kicks off. Bad content. Chapter 266, Firechild is quite indignant, and it even lets it call out to its brother? Bad content. Chapter 267, the heavens were greatly shaken. No one had expected Chen Changsheng to take the initiative to start a war. The Fire Phoenix King made a date with Wu Xiao. It had a magic weapon bestowed by Lord Eternal Life. What right did Wu Jiao have to call its bluff? This time it's set to go against the grain. Let Wu Jiao call it Brother Fire Sun. Swish, starlight flickered, and the wonders of the vast starry sky emerged. Complex and transcendent star symbols dot the landscape. The Fire Phoenix King sacrificed the star pattern stick, the magic weapon given to it by Lord Eternal Life. The starburst stick itself wasn't strong. It wasn't some kind of superbly graded magic weapon. The true grade is placed within the heavens. It's not even close to being in the top tier. But, enhanced by the power bestowed by Chen Changsheng, the star pattern stick possessed an unimaginably terrifying might. A Dao Ancestor level magic weapon was also unbeatable in front of the star pattern stick. Come on, who's the brother and who's the brother? Let's see underhand. The Fire Phoenix King shouted. Bully! The star pattern stick was pointed straight at Wu Jiao, to compete with Wu Jiao. However, the next instant it cried. Wu Zhua hadn't even said anything yet. Only the star pattern stick that was pointed directly at Wu Jiao was seen. Turn the end of the stick. With a bang, it violently struck the Fire Phoenix King's head. Ouch! The Fire Phoenix King grimaced in pain. The head was almost cracked right off. What's this? The star pattern stick given to it by Lord Eternal Life. And it knocks it? It's too miserable. There's no justice. Bang, bang, bang. The star pattern stick, after knocking the Fire Phoenix King, it didn't stop. Caught the Fire Phoenix King in a violent knock. The knockout Fire Phoenix King seriously doubts its entire Phoenix life. Tears were falling like money. Ha ha, Wu Jiao looked at this scene and was about to die laughing all the way. Why don't you think about it? Did Mr. give you magic soldiers to use to fight your own people? It's not at all wrong for you to be knocked around violently like that. Wu Jiao couldn't stop laughing. The magic weapon given by Mr. to King Fire Phoenix. It was for the Fire Phoenix King to use to put down the bizarre creatures. Instead, the Fire Phoenix King used it against him. It's not a joke yet. The Fire Phoenix King was knocked out without a single piece of good flesh on his entire body. Blood is dripping. The skin is open. The mold is dismal. Brother Stick, stop hitting. I'm wrong, the Fire Phoenix King cried out. Only then did the starburst stick stop. I'm so taken by the miserable fate I carry on my back. It cried until it was silent. Fate is irreversible. Misery and bad luck are always with it. No, my destiny is mine, not God's. Fate wants to add to my misery and bad luck. I'm resigned to my fate. Say what you will to break the damn misery. It let out a roar. Still not willing to resign myself to my fate. Get out of here with the starburst stick. Travel to higher heavens. Kill the bizarre creatures within the higher heavens. The starburst stick can't be used against your own people. It's always okay for it to take the starburst stick to kill creepy creatures. It didn't believe in bringing a star pattern stick to kill creepy creatures. There will also be accidents. I don't feel too good about this. Wu Jiao looked at the departing Fire Phoenix King. There was a vague not-so-good feeling in his heart. He didn't hesitate. Followed directly. Playing is fun. Fooling around is fun. There was no way he could watch something happen to the Fire Phoenix King and not care. In the meantime, the heavens and the earth quaked greatly. Various sounds resounded incessantly. All living beings had their hearts pounding and trembling with fear. The premonition they had ahead of them came true. When Chen Changsheng entered the heavens of all heavens in a high profile, they then had a premonition that a great war might break out. Now a big war has really broken out. Several creepy creatures within the heavens. All of them were exterminated by the people brought by Chen Changsheng. Oh my god, it's fake. All the forces have stopped fighting and made no moves, but Chen Changsheng actually didn't intend to stop fighting and directly brought his men to kill. A large number of living beings frantically swallowed up their saliva, even if they had seen the people Chen Changsheng had brought over with their own eyes. Several bizarre creatures within the heavens were exterminated. They still can't, either. They can't believe it. How can this be? How dare I believe it? Chen Changsheng's side is the weaker party. Under normal circumstances, the powers stopped fighting and made no moves. Chen Changsheng's side should be very happy. Happy to see such a truce. After all, if the powers don't stop fighting and want to fight to the end. Chen Changxing's side was destined to be crushed by the forces. This was the most terrifying forces within the heavens all gathered together. There was no way that Chen Changxing's side would be an opponent. Who knew? Chen Changxing's side had actually taken the initiative to break such a truce, high-profile entry into the heavens of the heavens, and also initiated the war. It directly exterminated several bizarre creatures within the heavy sky. This is truly amazing. Out of everyone's expectation. Could it be that Chen Changxing's side is certain of sweeping away all the terrorist forces? A being trembled. As of now, this speculation makes the most sense. If there was no certainty of sweeping away all the terrifying forces, how could Chen Changxing initiate a war? But, again, this speculation is extremely impractical and unrealistic. Think about where's the power to be so terrifying? It could sweep away all the terrifying forces within the heavens. It's simply not possible. Look, what is Chen Changxing doing? One of the beings cried out in alarm. All the heavens above. All of them reflected the scene on Chen Changxing's side. Chen Changxing was walking slowly within the first heaven. This triggered a tsunami of shocked voices. All living beings were seriously given a fright. What was Chen Changxing going to do within the first heavenly hall? They simply can't imagine it. Obviously, Chen Changxing wasn't going to be as simple as taking a stroll within the first heavenly hall. The first heavens were extremely likely to erupt into unimaginable and unprecedented battles. The other side, all the forces of terror and super terror. None of the faces look good. They also did not expect Chen Changxing to take the initiative to start a war at all. When Chen Changxing entered the heavens of the heavens on a high note earlier, they all think. It was thought that Chen Changxing would at most come to show off his power and taunt and humiliate them. It's unlikely to start any big war. Who would have thought? Chen Changxing actually took the initiative to start a war. Damn, it's even if you come to flaunt it, and dare to initiate war? Is this really treating us as soft persimmons to be pinched at his whim? A Tao ancestor from a terrifying force cursed. Chen Changxing is really arrogant to the heavens. But, anger for anger, cursing for cursing, he was all for striking out. All of the other terrorist forces did the same. They didn't want to start the final battle now. The orderly heavenly court and a host of other super terrifying forces. The Tao ancestors within them were all cursing profusely as well. Could Chen Changxing be any more arrogant? Spicy chicken. Chen Changxing entered the heavens of the heavens on a high note. It was obvious that they were flaunting their power and mocking and humiliating them. Turns out they haven't done anything yet. Chen Changxing actually took the initiative to start a war. How could they not be angry? How could they not curse? Each and every one of them were all enraged to the extreme. All of them cursed Chen Changxing to the heavens. Among them, the creepy Tao ancestor was even angrier and cursed even dirtier. It's not. What's Chen Changxing doing? So many super terrorist forces. Why do you have to catch them spooky killing? It can't stand it at all. Chapter 268. A host of super terrifying forces decide to strike, and the final battle breaks out early. Bad content. Chapter 269. The heavy heavenly beings. Finally realizing how deep the waters of the heavens are. Eventually the Great War was in full swing, way ahead of schedule. Originally, such a final battle would not be in full swing until just before entering the heavenly beyond. The situation is changing too fast and too much these days. Chen Changxing took the initiative to start the war. Darkness, temple of the ancient corpse field. They can't help it. They're wrapped up in it, and they can only fully open the final battle. Boom boom boom. Terrifying explosions resounded everywhere in the heavens. Go up to the first heaven, down to the 33rd heaven. All is no longer calm. The strength and depth of almost all the terrifying forces in the heavy heavens. All of them appeared in the eyes of all the heavy heavenly beings at this moment. The orderly heavenly court and a host of other super terrifying forces were at full war. Not to mention those terrorist forces. Same as following the war. They were second-ranking forces and had even less say. One could only follow the orderly heavenly court and a host of other super-terrorist forces into full-scale war. Swish, swish, swish. The true emperor's aura swept and spread crazily, enveloping every inch of the heavens. Full-scale war means no reservations and is very different from the previous. The front powers still have great reservations. All of the heavy heavenly beings were trembling. Don't even dare to gasp at the top of your lungs. The scene is too horrific at the moment. The true emperor, who cannot be seen on weekdays. It's not everywhere these days, but it's close. Everywhere is the figure of the true emperor. Eventually the Great War was in full swing. The true emperor started out. Only true emperors and above were allowed to participate in the battle. Battle power under the true emperor. There is simply no qualification in strength to enter the war. The nine-headed lion in front carried a golden lance bestowed by Chen Changxing. It would be able to kill the five-realm true emperors in a chaotic manner. How could anyone under a true emperor have the qualifications and strength to engage in a battle? not even qualified to be cannon fodder. The orderly heavenly court and other super terrifying forces of the first order. And then there's the second rank of horrible forces. The true emperor warriors all walked out. The heavy heavens beings were also thoroughly aware of just how deep the water in the heavens was. The number of true emperor warriors, more than they can imagine. But think about it. The depths of these forces were all unfathomable. None of the years of existence can be considered. Almost all of them can be traced back to the most ancient times. What a long time, and a long time since the most ancient times. So many true emperor warriors were born. And not surprisingly, it's normal. It's just that these forces are more deeply hidden. True emperor warriors hardly ever show their faces outside and walk around at will, walking out together at the moment. That's what shocked and stunned them so much. Eventually the Great War broke out. After the true emperor warriors all walked out, immediately, the soldiers split in two, all the way to surround and kill Chen Changsheng, who was walking within the first heavenly hall, a way to surround the nine-headed lion and the others. This was definitely the most terrifying battle within the heavens. There's nothing like it. There is no such great battle ahead. There shouldn't be any big battles like this back there either. Kill! Shouting and killing sounds resounded through every inch of the heavy heavens. The true emperor warriors struck. Two ways to strike at the same time. Chen Changsheng's main body arrived in person. They value it immensely. There was not the slightest hint of carelessness. The true emperors along the way who had gone to surround Chen Changsheng. The realm is all above the 15th realm. And the Tao ancestors of all the powers were closely watching Chen Changsheng's side. Be ready to strike at any time. Inside the first heaven, Chen Changsheng's expression was calm. Walk slowly through it. There's no rush. There's nothing to be anxious about. There's no way Creepy could have gotten away with that. Swish, swish, swish. Terror spreads, locking the space where Chen Changsheng was in all directions. Unimaginable power fluctuations swirled. The 15-realm true emperors descended in full force, surrounding Chen Changsheng in a group. Even in this one, there were also quasi-Tao ancestors who had surpassed the true emperor realm and were almost fully stepping into the Tao ancestor realm. They attached immense importance to Chen Changsheng. There was no hint of carelessness. Are you going to get in my way? Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. The scene over here was fully reflected to every inch of the heavens. All living beings were doubly surprised and shocked. Just how strong is Chen Changsheng? Surrounded by so many 15th realm true emperors and Tao ancestors to be. How dare you be so calm? They were emboldened. Could it be that Chen Changsheng was a Tao ancestor? Today they are. It was also learning about many realms and existences that they had not previously known. If it were before, they simply didn't know that there was such an existence as the Tao ancestor. In your way? No, you're wrong. We're here to kill you. Kill! A prospective Tao ancestor spoke in a cold voice. Immediately, he killed over to Chen Changsheng's side. The other 15-realm true emperors and quasi-Tao ancestors also struck at the same time. A fierce bombardment was unleashed on Chen Changsheng. In the meantime, Nine-Headed Lion, Brother Demon Z, Fire Phoenix King, Wu Jiao, Cold Hay, and the Lord of Hell. They were also all surrounded separately. Siege of War. The lowest was at the 6th realm true emperor. The highest was a 14-realm true emperor. Crimson. Hot blood splattered in all directions. Body after body of true emperors fell down. No true emperor was a match for Wu Jiao. All of them were smashed to smithereens by Wu Jiao's slap. Completely obliterated. No, you saved some for me. You've killed it. I've killed what? The Fire Phoenix King shouted. In the front it failed to change its fate against the sky. Miserable star-tattooed stick violently knocked, but it still didn't compromise. It still didn't resign itself to its fate. With a starburst stick, it's just about ready to make a killing and start its journey against the odds once again. Unfortunately, it was again unsuccessful. Not that it has met with another sad fate. Rather, it simply didn't have a chance to strike. Wu Jiao kept following it, and always one step ahead of it. It decimated all the enemies before it did. It didn't even have a chance to strike. You don't want to make a move. I have a hunch. If you make a move, a great disaster may befall you, and you will end up miserable. Wu Jiao returned. Such is his level of existence. The mental premonition was very accurate. That was why he had been grabbing the first shot and not allowing the Fire Phoenix King to make a move. Did you hear my story from the lion and the others? The Fire Phoenix King asked. What's the story? Wu Jiao froze. He didn't hear any stories from the 9 lions and their side. Don't even talk about listening to the story. He hadn't even talked to the 9 lions much. The Fire Phoenix King looked at Wu Jiao. It's not like pretending. It really doesn't seem like I've heard anything about it. All I can say is dash. The premonition in your heart is correct, but I will never compromise and resign myself to this. Go away and stop following me. If you follow me again, you'll be implicated too. The Fire Phoenix King spoke. It didn't want Wu Jiao to be implicated by following it. Its figure quickly dissipated. With the power of the starburst stick, leave this side. It didn't give Wu Jiao a chance to catch up with it. No, what's this operation? Knowing that there is a tiger on the mountain? Wu Jiao glared. No thoughts at all on this. The Fire Phoenix King recognized the premonition in his heart and still favored a strike? What a situation this is. Yes, that succeeded in piquing my interest. The story on the body looks like it's going to be interesting. Wu Jiao smiled, curious about the story on the Fire Phoenix King. Immediately, he gave chase. He was a man who loved stories. Chapter 270 Innocent beings should not be implicated and affected. Loved the story of the Wu Lak, quickly chasing after the Fire Phoenix King's figure, oblivious to what he was about to face. Not to mention that for some stories, but you can't be curious. You can't be involved. Rumble. A full-scale war broke out in the heavens. It's more terrifying than having a major earthquake. It's not even an exaggeration. What with the big earthquakes, etc. It doesn't even compare at this moment. This moment is almost like a moment of extinction. Each of the heavens within the heavens. It's all collapsing like crazy. Mountains, rivers, architectural monuments, etc. Within each of its heavens. Even more so, it burst into pieces fully in a matter of moments. Out came those true emperor warriors. Each and every one of them is reckless to the extreme. It didn't care if the heavens would be destroyed. It didn't even care if the living beings within the heavens would all die along with them. They struck out in a frenzy. Terrifying and frightening true emperor power filled every inch of the heavens. And the lowest realm battle power that came out from their side was also a 6th realm true emperor. This situation, all living beings under the true emperor, absolutely all of them will be dead in no time. It was simply impossible to withstand such a crazily agitated true emperor's power. All under the true emperor are ants. This statement is in no way a joke. In front of the true emperor, the living beings underneath it are really no different from ants. It's not even close to being a mole. But, from the beginning to now, even if the true emperor's power stirred wildly within the heavens of the heavens again, there were also no casualties among the heavy heavenly beings. There are invisible forces sheltering them in the underworld. They don't know what kind of power it is. When the terrifying power of the true emperor stirred over, they would have been resigned to their fate, ready for their deaths. In the face of the power of the true emperor stirring over, everything they did was nothing but futile. It's not destined to work. They can only meet their death. However, what they didn't expect in any way, these terrifying true emperor powers that stirred over, as it swings past them. Surprisingly, it was just like a breeze blowing over them. They weren't hurt in the slightest. Who's protecting us? Ooh-hoo! They cried out in pain. Inside, I was moved beyond belief. How not to understand? This is where they get sheltered. Someone is protecting them. Unfortunately, they don't even know who's protecting them. The invisible force that shelters them, with their cultivation strength, it's simply not traceable. I can't find out where the source is coming from, but the back, they all know the truth. Knowing who is sheltering them, the voices of those true emperors, let them know the truth. How can you think of protecting others when you can't even protect yourself? Ridiculous. More than ridiculous. It's just stupid. Some true emperors snorted and laughed, said to the 9 lions and the others. They could tell that the 9-headed lion and the others had split out their power to shelter the living beings within the heavens. Self-preservation? Ridiculous? Stupid? You're the ones who are really on your own, and ridiculous and stupid. Kill. The 9-headed lion and the others struck out frantically. A great killing of these outgoing true emperors. Innocent beings should not be implicated and affected. That's what Lord Nagisa told them. Every time they strike, they take into account innocent beings. It's them. How many enemies they face. How terrifying. And they're even thinking about us. The great battle within the first heavens was even more terrifying. Yet no power aftermath rippled down, clearly blocked by Chen Changshan. All the heavy heavenly beings were moved. Many living beings were even frantically striking out to help the 9-headed lion and the others. But it didn't work. They fought as hard as they could with great art and power. Couldn't even make a ripple. It dissipated completely before it got there. Make sure you take the final victory. There must be no casualties. They don't have the power to help each other. One can only pray up in one's heart. Pray that Chen Changxing and the others must take the final victory. More than that, there should never be casualties. Roar. A beastly roar that shook the heavens resounded. A gigantic and incomparable ferocious beast that held up the heavy heaven struck towards the 9-headed lion. He bit. It was a ferocious beast at the level of a 10-realm true emperor. The whole body was full of shiny golden scales, as if it was poured out of gold. Fierce and powerful in the world, possessing super terrifying strength. The best thing about it is its mouth, nothing is swallowed. The teeth inside, It is even sharper and can bite everything. Big mouth to bite. It could literally swallow thousands of pieces of the vastness of the universe in one bite. There were even unimaginable true Emperor Dao rules and runic patterns intertwined within. The end is horrible. The nine-headed lion was unafraid, unusually calm. The golden lance was immediately knocked out by it. Kill this 10-realm true emperor fierce beast. But soon, the calmness on its face ceased. Panic pinched his nose. Holy, how long has it been since you brushed your teeth? It stinks worse than a cesspool. Trying to bite me to death is a lie. You're clearly trying to stink me to death. Bite me is the feint. Stink mouth is the main attack. The nine-headed lion cursed. It almost didn't fall over from the stench of the 10 realms true emperor fierce beast's mouth. It's so stinky. You fart. The 10-realm true emperor fierce beast roared. Is his mouth that bad? And then, it sniffed quietly. Good lord, it almost didn't pass out from the stench itself. It does stink. I'll have to brush my teeth when I get back. I can't smell so bad. No, brush your teeth for what? This is another powerful attack. Not only can't you brush your teeth, you have to find a way to get stinkier, into an even more terrifying killer. It thought to itself, very well thought out, and trying to go back and develop its bad breath into an even more horrible killer. But unfortunately, it can't go back. The golden lance swayed with a bright and piercing golden aura, incredibly scary and terrifying. Originally, he wanted to pass through the mouth of the 10-realm true emperor fierce beast, slaying a 10-realm true emperor fierce beast. But it seems to be that the 10 realms true emperor fierce beast has an overly foul mouth. It doesn't want to be tarnished for its own sake. Actually reversed direction. A shot passed through the heart of the 10-realm true emperor fierce beast, bringing up large swaths of ferocious beast's blood. Kill this 10-realm true emperor fierce beast. The other side. Brother Demon Z carried the sky chopper. Big kill. One true emperor battle power after another was cut down under its blade. The heavenly chopper was as tough and fierce as it could be. Creepy as hell. But, there were even more terrifying and powerful true emperor battle forces staring at Brother Demon Z. Killed it. Something that doesn't know how to die. Carrying a broken sword and thinking you're invincible? I'm coming to cut you down. Remember, to die by my hands is a great honor in heaven for you, a thing less than an ant. This true emperor rebuked loudly, between frowns and words. It was all about disdain and contempt for Brother Miko. How could he possibly look at Brother Miko? Brother Devil's son hadn't even stepped onto the true Tao, and his realm was pitifully low. Under normal circumstances, Brother Devil's son is not even qualified to see him. It's not even an exaggeration. Brother Devil's son doesn't even have the qualifications to see Blackie. Who's Blackie? Blackie was in a nest of ants next to his cave. An insignificant little ant. Chapter 271, A Leisurely Stroll Without a Ripple. 11-realm true emperor. His cultivation realm was too high. It's not an exaggeration to say that, even next to his cave, a nest of insignificant ants that he could casually trample to death. Put it outside. That's also the ultimate evil. It can overturn the heavens. Brother Devil's son was really too small in front of him. Tay grandma, you're so arrogant. I'll chop you into meat paste later. I'll see if you're still so arrogant. Brother Demon Z carried the sky chopper. Killed it instantly. Seek death. The 11th realm true emperor rebuked and shouted. The scorn and disdain between his brows did not diminish in the slightest. But, there was no ambiguity between his strikes, not because of his scorn and disdain for Miko, and some carelessness. On the contrary, he was also incredibly attached. Up came his strongest killer weapon. This is him. Scorn and disdain return to scorn and disdain, but never careless against the enemy. All will go all out. Kill. His body surface bloomed with an infinite amount of terrifying blazing aura, reflecting every inch of the heavy heavens in a bright light. At the same time, there were also extremely terrifying power fluctuations that surged wildly like flood waves. He looked cold, stretching out a long, crystalline, jade-like finger. Point the finger at Brother Miko. This was in no way a defiance of the demoniacs. Rather, he was utilizing his strongest killer technique, the heaven-intercepting finger, the heaven-stopping finger, carrying all his ways and laws, the way and the dharma that he practiced throughout his life. It's all in the finger. Even if it was a supreme true emperor of the 11th realm, facing such a heaven-intercepting finger, it was also absolutely impossible to resist it easily. It will be extremely costly. It could even be outright fatal. The terror of the heaven-stopping finger, absolutely beyond belief. Boom! He reached forward with his fingers. All the power in his body fully surged into this finger of his. He struck the heaven-intercepting finger with all his might. In a flash, the sky is falling. Even the great Tao of this heavens was crumbling at extreme speed. He didn't care at all about the lives of the living beings within this heavens and the subsequent path of cultivation. The heaven-intercepting finger was exceptionally terrifying. Miko's life traces are fully locked. This one finger was as if it had become as huge as an Optimus Prime, pressing toward Demon Ziggy. Life traces are fully locked. Miko is destined to be inescapable, no matter where Miko appears. This finger would all follow the traces of Miko's life as he pressed through. But, Brother Devil's Son couldn't care less about that, didn't care that his life traces were fully locked down. He pressed on with no thought of escape. Tay Grandma, kill. Brother Demon Z carried the sky chopper. Charge up against this finger. The heaven-slashing blade was even more terrifying. This finger couldn't even carry all the Tao and Dharma of an 11th realm true emperor. Fragile and unbeatable in front of the chopper. The chopper was like peeling a radish. Chop this finger to pieces. The true emperor's blood rained down. The heaven-slashing blade proceeded to chop this 11th realm true emperor into smithereens. A total knockout. The Lord of Hell sighed, the same as erupting in a horrifying and appalling great battle. He was surrounded by a large number of 11th realm true emperors. The scene was extremely frightening, but the Lord of Hell quickly resolved such a siege. He manipulates the black and white pieces between the black and white beams of light shooting. These 11th realm true emperors were all completely obliterated. The black and white pieces were given to him by Chen Changsheng. The grade is very low. It's just that when Chen Changsheng played chess with him, random pawns that come along. But after being given super strength by Chen Changsheng, the black and white pieces could easily kill even 11 realm true emperors. Not the slightest bit of pressure. Is this still my disciple? The Master of Hell. Watching the battle on the Lord of Hell's side, being shocked, he gulped wildly more than once. The Lord of Hell is too fierce. An 11th realm true emperor killing him was as simple as killing a chicken or a dog. The Lord of the Hellmouth kills 11 realm true emperors. It is as simple as killing a chicken or a dog. His heart was beating fiercely as he watched. Inside, even more infinite emotions appeared. He had never imagined that one day, his disciple could be so terrifying and frightening. In the meantime, the absolutely beautiful and cold sun. It was also with the help of the Dharma soldier that Chen Changsheng had bestowed upon her, vertical and invincible. No true emperor enemy was her opponent. She was dressed in a cold ice battle armor, holding a cold ice lance in his hand. These were all given to her by Chen Changsheng, compared to the magic weapons in the hands of the nine-headed lion and the others. The cold ice battle armor and cold ice lance on her body. Then it is the most special, because of the magic weapons in the hands of the nine-headed lion and the others, all ready-made. This was not the case with the cold ice battle armor and the cold ice lance, not something that is readily available. It was Chen Changsheng who used his power to turn ice, handcrafted for her. The grade of the cold ice battle armor and the cold ice lance were absolutely beyond imagination, with might and power, and absolutely unthinkable. It's not a strike struck by a 12-realm true emperor at full power. It landed on top of her cold ice battle armor. It couldn't even do an ounce of damage. Not even a breeze blowing over it compares. And the cold lance in her hand, equally terrifying. This 12-realm true emperor offered up a crystal shield crafted out of special crystals. It could withstand the full force of a 13-realm true emperor, but the ice lance was like piercing through a thin sheet of paper, directly piercing through this crystal shield with ease. The tip of the spear pierced through the forehead of this 12-realm true emperor. A single shot ended the life of this 12-realm true emperor. So strong. Wishes are coming true. The heavy heavenly beings saw the battle scene on the nine-headed lion and their side, shocked beyond belief, excited and thrilled again. They all hoped that Chen Changsheng's side would be able to obtain the final victory. But they are also very clear. It's not like whatever they wish for comes true. Chen Changsheng's side wanted the final victory, doomed to be exceptionally difficult. One could even say it's slim. Today's victories, not much of a victory at all. A battle between true emperor levels was not destined to determine the outcome of the final victory. Can determine the outcome of the final victory. It was still a battle between Tao ancestor levels. In unison, they turned their gazes to the scene reflected on Chen Changsheng's side. One by one, they all prayed silently in their hearts. Pray for a miracle, turning decay into legend. Let Chen Changsheng's side take the final victory. The first heaven, Chen Changsheng's location. The sight was beyond horrifyingly appalling. Far beyond any place in its lower heavens, several quasi-Daoist ancestors led the way. The rest were all 15-realm true emperors. It is not comparable to the heavy heavens below. Battles erupted in the heavy heavens below. The highest realm was only a 14-realm true emperor. There's no comparison to the fighting here. The powerhouses that surrounded Chen Changsheng, all of them used their strongest means and power. However, Chen Changsheng was unusually calm. There was not the slightest ripple on his face. There was no flash of light on him. There is also no terror flowing out. Facing a siege led by a quasi-Daoist ancestor, he still hadn't stopped in his tracks. Idle hands, slowly walk forward. It was as if none of these quasi-Dao ancestor enemies existed, much less any roundups, etc. Chapter 272. All sorts of terrifying means were used, and none of the prospective Dao ancestors had any reservations. Idle hands, The expression was calm and bland. It's not like it's going through some big battle, some siege. It's more like a walk in the middle of nothing. All living beings were doubly shocked. Just how strong was Chen Changxing to be so bland and calm? Boom! Terrifying explosions resounded through every inch of the heavy heavens. The hearts of all the heavy heavenly beings all trembled violently. They have no doubt. If they are not sheltered, at the moment of this explosion, they will all go up in smoke in an instant. Complete dissipation and death. Several quasi-Daoist ancestors, the remaining super 20 or so 15 realm true emperors, full-blown attacks and means. All of them fell towards Chen Changxing's side, a huge, ancient bronze tripod. Inside, there was boiling hot water that was gurgling and bubbling. The white vapor evolved into all sorts of horrifying spectacles that scared the hell out of people. The end is horrible. The bronze tripod tilted fully, and the whole thing fell over. The boiling water inside falls in full force. It became instantly infinite. Frantically, it flooded towards Chen Changxing. It's not just any boiling water. A single drop spilling out would trigger an extinction catastrophe, even if it is a 15th realm true emperor. When submerged by boiling water, it is also instantly dissolved. All traces are completely eliminated, completely dead. This was the strongest killer weapon of a supreme 15th realm true emperor. It consumes endless years and effort, melt all kinds of top transcendental supreme substances together. Boiling water is formed like this, however, only to see that Chen Changxing had merely lightly waved his hand. The boiling water that came toward him in a frantic flood, full reverse flow, reflow back into the copper cauldron. And then, there is an irresistible and terrifying power. Instantly, this overwhelming 15th realm true emperor was pulled into the copper cauldron. Ah, no! This overwhelming 15th realm true emperor let out a miserable roar in the boiling water. Then it was fully ablated in boiling water, completely dead. Boom! In the next instant, the copper tripod exploded. The boiling water inside splashed out madly. Some 15th realm true emperors immediately let out miserable roars of pain, injured by splashing boiling water, flesh and soul, etc., rotting away fast. Rumble! Terrifying true Dao chains appeared out of thin air, trapped and locked Chen Changxing. Another overwhelming 15th realm true emperor's attack killed. This overwhelming 15th realm true emperor, it's even more terrifying. All the invisible true paths were materialized and melted into chains of true paths that locked up the enemy. Extremely scary and appalling, but equally useless. Chen Changxing slowly raised his head and looked towards the true Dao chains. In an instant the true Dao chains collapsed fully, turned into powder. What kind of power is this? How is it possible? No, the owner of the true Wei chains, that even more terrifying 15th realm supreme true emperor, its body and soul, etc. It also collapsed fully as the true Dao chains crumbled, completely dead. Boom boom boom. Attacks from the remaining 15 realms of overwhelming true emperors also blasted over one after another, all unimaginable ways and laws. The power of the true Dao was pushed to the extreme. It's no exaggeration to say, even if a prospective Dao ancestor encountered such an attack, there has to be bloodshed. 2. Paying with your life. But, between the fluttering of Chen Changxing's clothes, these attacks were all wiped out. One after another 15th realm supreme true emperor fell apart, like grains of sand piled on top of each other, weak to the point of no return. All of them were bloodied in an instant, dead on the spot. The attacks of several quasi-Daoist ancestors came to kill. It was clearly not something that could be compared to a 15th realm true emperor, even if they hadn't truly stepped into the realm of Dao ancestors, but only touched the realm of Dao ancestor. It also makes them incredibly powerful. There was a heavenly difference between the same 15 realm true emperors. Swish, the sword light rushed to the sky. Supreme sword intent stirred. A quasi-Dao ancestor from the Dao Alliance raised his hand and struck a hanging river of swords. It can be seen. The river of swords contained a sea of unimaginably terrifying swords. Each sword captures the creation of heaven and earth and has unfathomable power. In the meantime, a book of stone sparkling and dazzling. There are unimaginable rules of order interwoven. The stone book flipped violently. There are amazing rules of order written on every page. The rules of order are born with all the heavens. All living beings will be limited by the rules of order. No exceptions. The prospective Dao ancestor of the orderly heavenly court roared, "Push the stone book with all your might." This is the book of the rules of the order of the heavens, a supreme treasure that appeared together with the birth of the heavens. It was also the key to the order heavenly court being able to hold the rules of order in the heavens. Of course, it's not authentic. Instead, it's an imitation book, the genuine book of order and rules. He was not yet qualified to hold it. But, even if this is a faux book, it's also incredibly scary. The power of the supreme rules of order that binds the living beings of the heavens. Kill. From the weird quasi-Daoist ancestor creatures, full-on spookification. It was itself covered in long, weird hairs of varying colors, and now the weird long hair on its body skyrocketed. At the same time the breath it releases, it's also spiking like crazy. full-on spookification. This is the strongest fighting stance of their bizarre creatures. Normally they are suppressing the weird power within them, not letting yourself go full bizarro, because after full creepification, they will completely lose their sanity and consciousness. It will become a bloodthirsty creature that only kills. Of course, such total weirdness, it would also give them a several-fold, or even a dozen-fold spike in their battle power. GGG. A quasi-Daoist ancestor from the darkness, let out an eerie laugh. It wasn't human, nor was it any foreign race or ferocious beast, etc. Strictly speaking, it's not a creature. Rather, it is a product of pure darkness born from the power of darkness. It has no specific form. There's no specific look, can change into all forms for one battle. Swish, the black saber on cut through the void. The long river of space and time also collapsed greatly in such a black blade. Past, present, future, all of space and time were greatly affected and fluctuated. Uncountable beings and countless things. It all dimmed fast, to be fully dissipated. Thankfully, moment of truth. The power that sheltered them flared up and stabilized them all. The darkness paradox ancestor transformed into a long dark blade. It chopped over to Chen Shangxing's side, the ancient corpse hall's quasi-Daoist ancestor, an ancient corpse of an age long since unconsidered. A crimson blood coffin was struck. The blood coffin was extremely scary and creepy. The material used for its blood coffin was surprisingly a living material. It's a living coffin, taking living creatures and hardening them into coffins. This is the coffin I built for myself, now used to bury you. The ancient corpse hall's quasi-Dao ancestor ancient corpse said grimly. The living coffin was a huge quasi-Dao ancestor level ferocious beast. Skinned by it, empty the body. It was refined into such a blood-colored living coffin. Ashes drifted from the sky. There is a sense of infinite sadness and desolation that heaven and earth are buried together. From the ashes of the sea of ashes, the ashes of the quasi-Daoist ancestor, hit the scariest killers too. Nothing lasts forever. Everything must eventually turn to ashes. You're no different. Hit the road. The Ash Sea's quasi-Dao ancestor Ash opened his mouth. There was a very special power in the voice. One can't help but want to end it on one's own and just get on with it. Chapter 273, Kill if you want to. Why hold back? Come out and kill. Bad content. Chapter 274, The Ultimate Battle. Dao Ancestor comes out in full force. It was weird, dark, and the Dao Ancestors of the Temple of Ancient Corpses stepped out in droves. Endless Dao Ancestors might swirled. It is as if they are omnipotent and can dominate everything. The heavens are full of them. It made all the heavy heavenly beings truly feel how terrifying and frightening the Dao Ancestor was, even if they do nothing, just standing over there, and they can all feel it clearly and deeply. What with the quasi-Dao Ancestors, 15th Realm True Emperors, and the like that appeared in front of them. In front of these Dao Ancestors, they weren't even dust. The feeling these Dao Ancestors brought to them, it's just too scary, when it's really kind of like there's nothing they can't do. The hearts they had originally put down. With that, one of them was raised to the top of his throat. Worry and fear for Chen Shangxing. Worried and afraid of Chen Shangxing's safety. At the same time, an increasingly terrifying Dao Ancestor aura violently rippled within the heavens. More Dao Ancestor figures appeared. Spooky, dark, and the Hall of Ancient Corpses has clearly moved on. To keep the Great War going to the end, all of the Dao Ancestors within it all walked out. The scene was nothing short of terrifying. A large number of Dao Ancestor figures stood between heaven and earth. Each one is unimaginable. The heavens could not carry them. They look cold. The figure had long since exceeded the heavens. The great Dao of the heavens roared and intertwined beneath their feet, totally trampled underfoot by them. This is the Taoist ancestor. 15 Realm True Emperors belong to those who had cultivated to the end of the true path. The Taoist ancestor, on the other hand, is 100 feet tall, though not transcended from the true way, but it already possessed the power to trample the true way underfoot. It's no exaggeration to say, they are still in the middle of the true Dao level. That's because no higher realms and cultivation paths have appeared. But whenever a higher realm and cultivation path appears, they are all bound to be the first to come in strong. They have power. It had long since transcended the level of the true Dao. It's horrible. How is this even a fight? All the heavy heavenly beings saw the scene. Scalp exploded. Inside, there was immense tension and worry. The situation looked far too unfavorable for Chen Shangxing's side. Just the three families of creepy, dark, and ancient corpse hall. There were just so many terrifying Dao Ancestor battle powers. Other super terrifying forces such as the orderly celestial court that stood in the first rank with the bizarre three. Don't even think about. The number of Dao Ancestors within it was also definitely not small. How can this be fought? From the beginning to the present, on Chen Shangxing's side, apart from the support from the burial earth's side, there is no more support from other forces. Now it's even more so that there's no sign of the burial soil. Never stood up for Chen Shangxing. What exactly is Chen Shangxing's side going to rely on to win? It is as if there is no hope in sight. Ugh, we can't do anything. They heaved one sigh after another. Completely intentional. A battle between Tao ancestor levels was simply not something they could participate in. They were not even qualified to watch the battle. If not for Chen Changsheng's power sheltering them, they'd have gone up in smoke a long time ago. Completely dead. Well said. Right on. When the battle has reached such a level, how can it not continue to be fought? The members who died in front of us cannot die in vain. The final battle has already begun, and this battle will surely be immortal to the end. A voice that was cold and carried infinite killing intent, rattling one after the other. The orderly heavenly court and other super terrifying forces that stood in the first rank. The Taoist ancestor within it. All of them came out as well. The Tao ancestors within the first rank of super terrifying forces all walked out. How can those horrible forces in the second gear be left alone? Not coming out to fight? Not at all. The Tao ancestors among them. They have all come out as well. Oh my god, this is truly the ultimate battle. The heavy heavenly beings were simply about to die of living fright. Where had they seen so many Tao ancestors? There were more than they could count. Their hearts stopped beating. Fear and horror filled his heart. They have no doubt. If it weren't for the power of Chen Changsheng's shelter, just between these Tao ancestors walking out, they will all be completely dusted off. Even with the heavens, it will also be reduced to ashes. It couldn't withstand so many Tao ancestors coming out. And that's not even the scariest part. The scariest thing is, invisible, meditative. There is unimaginable power quietly permeating the air. It seems that an even more horrible and terrifying creature has awakened, looking over to this side of the battlefield. In fact, there are indeed more horrible and terrible creatures. Casting a glance over to this side of the battlefield, the orderly heavenly court and other super terrible forces of the first rank, the most ancient Tao ancestor level existence within it, all awake, casting a glance this way, they looked indifferent, without a hint of emotional turmoil. It was as if nothing could brush their minds. They ignore everything, for an existence of their caliber. Something that whisks their minds. It's really not much. Don't look at how terrifying and invincible Chen Changsheng was in front of him. There was no one who was Chen Changsheng's opponent. It was easily all but destroyed by Chen Changsheng, but in their eyes, Chen Changsheng was nothing more than an insignificant grain of sand in the vast desert. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nor is there anything that would get their attention, much less in their eyes. They're horrible. The earliest achieved Taoist ancestor position. The power that he possessed nowadays had even reached an extremely unfathomable level. Daozu was in front of them, and as insignificant as dust. They waved their hands. It would allow the Tao ancestor to go up in smoke and die completely. They looked over to the battlefield. It's not Chan Chan who's watching. Instead, they were waiting for the most ancient Tao ancestor existence of the forces behind Chen Changsheng to appear. Now there's no doubt. There was bound to be a most ancient Tao ancestor level battle force present within the forces behind Chen Changsheng, and there's a good chance there's more than one, with multiple bits. Stop it. If Chen Changsheng did not have the support of a most ancient Taoist ancestor level battle force behind him, and not more than a few words, how could Chen Changsheng dare to be so arrogant and reckless? Not at all. What exactly do the forces behind him want? Does it do them any good? A corner of the heavenly beyond has been revealed, and the road to the heavenly beyond has also been revealed. Why did they not make preparations to enter the heavenly beyond and make war on us like this? They whispered. It was completely impossible to figure out what exactly the forces on Chen Changsheng's side wanted to do. In their opinion, doing so would not benefit Chen Changsheng's side of the force one bit. It does even less good for getting into the heavenly beyond. And not only is it not beneficial, instead, there are more bad things than you can count. There is no need to speculate about anything. The truth and the answer will soon be revealed. Humph. Whatever they want to do, we can't just let them do it and let them rip us off. Who do they think they are? Trying to swallow all the forces? Ridiculous. They sneered and laughed, sitting and waiting for the most ancient Tao ancestor level battle force on Chen Changsheng's side to show up. Chapter 275 Unlucky. Often the first to go to war doesn't end well. No scruples. Direct war on all of their forces. What exactly does Chen Changsheng's side want to do? What exactly is the intention? This is a serious issue that deserves deeper reflection. But, there's nothing more to it. As one of the most ancient Tao ancestors said earlier, the truth and answers to everything are about to be revealed. Brother, what are you doing? The Fire Phoenix King cried. Tears kept falling furiously down her face. Wu Jiao kept following it, not giving it a chance to strike at all. The enemy just showed their heads. He was instantly killed by Wu Jiao. Even some of the enemy hasn't shown its face yet, and it hasn't rushed past. It was also killed by Wu Jiao in advance. It's really going crazy, a crying mess. Is it so hard for it to change its destiny against all odds? In addition, it was also inwardly shocked by Wu Jiao's strength. Who's Wu Jiao? What's the story? The self actually possessed such a horrible and terrifying strength. 10 Realm True Emperor. Wu Jiao instantly killed him with a wave of his hand. To think that it had to make a date with Wu Xiao in front of it, when really, it's ridiculous. It felt vaguely. Even if it was able to manipulate the star pattern stick to fight with Wu Jiao, it was also mostly no match for Wu Jiao. The power possessed by Wu Jiao had most likely exceeded the power of the star pattern stick. In fact, Fire Phoenix King's feeling was not wrong. Although Chen Changsheng had bestowed a very strong power on the star pattern stick, but it is by no means an invincible force. The Starline stick could deal with battle powers below the level of the most ancient Dao ancestor, above the most ancient Dao ancestor level, including the most ancient Dao ancestor level battle power couldn't deal with it. In Chen Changsheng's opinion, it is enough to give such power. After all, the Fire Phoenix King and the others only needed to deal with some small characters who were cats and dogs, and before Wu Jiao broke through, the cultivation realm would have long surpassed the most ancient Dao ancestor level, not to mention that Wu Jiao had completed his breakthrough. The most ancient Dao ancestor level was even less likely to be a match for Wu Jiao. The Flame Phoenix King fully urged the star pattern stick in a battle. It was also true that he was no match for Wu Jiao. Brother, originally I didn't want to intervene and wanted to let you fight to your heart's content. But, that bad feeling in my heart is getting stronger and stronger. So strong that I'm scared of myself, Wu Jiao said with a straight face. The Fire Phoenix King must have a lot of stories on him. He loves stories. Following the Fire Phoenix King, he also wanted to see what kind of story the Fire Phoenix King had on him. But, as he said, just at the moment when the Fire Phoenix King was about to strike, the bad feeling in his heart reached its peak in intensity. It made him all doubly horrified and scared. It felt like if I let the Fire Phoenix King make a move, not only will something happen to the Fire Phoenix King, even he will go down with it. He didn't dare to let the Flame Phoenix King make a move, so he made another move ahead of the Flame Phoenix King. As the old saying goes, great story, but lives are more important. Just then, his heart inexplicably thumped. There was an even stronger bad feeling emerging. What's the situation? His eyebrows furrowed. I don't know where this bad feeling is coming from. This bad feeling is different from those bad feelings that preceded it. All those bad vibes ahead, he knows the source at the very least. Sourced from the fact that you can't let the Fire Phoenix King take a shot. Not this time. He didn't have the slightest idea why. Weird. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter. The mind silently projected several times. Nor could I project where this bad feeling was coming from. He looked at the Fire Phoenix King with an odd expression. Is this bad feeling still related to the Fire Phoenix King? At the same time, the aura released by the Dao ancestors became more and more terrifying and frightening. The atmosphere of the Great War spread. The long river of time and space collapsed on the spot, and the past, present, and future time and space were all greatly affected. Unpredictable variables emerge. The figure of the Dao ancestor stood. Each one was extremely terrifying and could not be desecrated. With supreme great majesty, not to mention that idle beings would be scared to death when faced with such a battle. Even if it was a Dao ancestor of the same level, facing so many Dao ancestors alone, the heart must have had to go straight to the heart as well. Panic and fear. He didn't dare to fight with so many Dao ancestors. But, Chen Changsheng, however, remained very calm. There was not the slightest ripple on his face. It was the same expression as when they faced those quasi-Dao ancestors in 15th Realm True Emperors. Breezy and calm. It was as if these Dao ancestors did not exist. The crowd of Dao ancestors looked at the way Chen Changsheng was so calm and even regarded them as non-existent. They all hated each other's teeth. The anger in his heart rose wildly upward in a mischievous manner. To be so pretentious at the end of your life, you can be considered the first person in the ancient world. The creepy Dao ancestor looked at Chen Changsheng with cold eyes, and then, it looked around at the group of Dao ancestors. Who among you is going to decimate him? He's not worth a group attack yet. It opened its mouth, forgetting that it had said earlier, no one should compete with it. It wanted to slaughter Chen Changsheng with its own hands. Chen Changsheng's strength was unknown, and it didn't dare to strike out rashly. He wanted the other Dao ancestors to first weigh what kind of strength Chen Changsheng possessed. The other Dao ancestors were silent. No one is a little cutie. It is impossible to be in a situation where Chen Changsheng's strength is unknown. First one out of the war. Of course, they also didn't bother to start a siege against Chen Changsheng. Such as they are at this level, how could you possibly go and join forces to kill the enemy? It's for them. Undoubtedly a great shame, unless the other party was in existence on the level of the most ancient Dao ancestor. But the other party was in existence on the level of the most ancient Dao ancestor. There would be no need for them to join forces. The joint is not likely to be a match. Additionally, they did not feel that Chen Changsheng would be in existence on the level of the most ancient Dao ancestor. The creepy Dao ancestor saw that the group of Dao ancestors were silent. Don't take it up on that. It placed its gaze on a Dao ancestor. There you go. It spoke directly with a commanding tone. This Tao ancestor wasn't from a first-rate super terrorist power. Terrorist forces from the second gear, the lowest status and least voice here. Hey, old white, I'm asking you to go. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. The Tao ancestor who was ordered to do so was 10,000 times more reluctant in his heart. He said to the Tao ancestor next to him, trying to muddle through. Let the Tao ancestor next to him head for a battle. Damn, don't push it on me. It's obvious that I'm letting you go. The Taoist ancestor called Old White. With one hand, he grabbed the collar of the Tao ancestor who was pushing towards him, viciously, seeing that he couldn't muddle through. This Tao ancestor could only give up. I'll do it. He said this. The Tao ancestor called Old White also loosened his grip on his collar. What bad luck? Why did you let me be the first to go? He cursed in his mind. Doubly unlucky. Often the first one out of the battle doesn't end well. Dead is dead. Say nothing to lose face. I'm not a goon, he said in his mind, and then his gaze gradually became fierce. Chen Chongsheng, your arrogant and domineering days are over. I'm coming to end your life right now. His aura soared to the extreme. Loudly and coldly, he shouted at Chen Chongsheng. Chapter 276, Chen Chongsheng turned out to be a deadload. A silver spear with a wax head. Not useful in the eyes. Dead is dead. You can't say anything without losing your part. Being treated like a wimp. The Tao ancestor who went out to battle could only comfort himself in this way. No way. Who made him so unlucky to be named by the eerie Tao ancestor? He had no choice but to go on even if he didn't want to. The most ancient burial ancestor who was investigating the matter of Li Sun. Hearing what this Tao ancestor said, he had no other comments. There are only 2 words to evaluate: stupid. In the meantime, Wu Jiu also heard the words spoken by this Tao ancestor. He could not help but laugh. You don't look for death like this, he whispered softly, deeply aware of how terrifying and frightening Chen Chongsheng was, not to mention this Tao ancestor. Even the most ancient Tao ancestor was nothing in front of Chen Chongsheng, small as dust. No good. Just then, his face changed. The Fire Phoenix King actually took advantage of him being lost in thought. Maneuvering the starburst stick, he killed his way over to the enemy side. He rushed out and shot down those enemies, not giving the Fire Phoenix King any chance to strike. So angry, the Fire Phoenix King hung his head in shame. When it saw Wu Jiu wandering off, it wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to kill some enemies, but who knows, it failed again. Rumble, the void exploded. Terrifying power surged madly. The Tao ancestors who went out to battle knew that Chen Chongsheng was not simple, extraordinary, or an extremely powerful Tao ancestor. Not daring to have any reservations between strikes, he came up and used his strongest killer weapon. Kill. He did his best to show the might of the Tao ancestor. The power that erupted from the killer mace that was struck out far exceeded the imagination of the living beings of the heavens. In front of this killer power, the power that those quasi-Tao ancestors and 15th realm true emperors had erupted earlier, it's almost like child's play. There is not the slightest comparability at all. Billions of piercing I-Hays shot out, and supreme Tao rhythms flowed. A modest pocket appeared. There are shocking and overwhelming Tao and Dharma intertwined. This pocket is very much like one of those 100 bags, made of various sized pieces of fabric sewn together. Among them, there is a very small piece of cloth, extremely special and transcendent. At a glance, you can see that it is far from comparable to other pieces of cloth. The difference is very large, obviously not on the same level. This cloth. The other Tao ancestors looked grave, all staring at the very small special piece of cloth on their pockets. Each and every one of them was well aware that this not-so-large piece of special cloth must have a heavenly origin, and indeed it does. This not-so-large piece of special cloth did have a heavenly origin, the occasion of the birth of the heavens. There had been many transcendent things that came together with the birth of the heavens. This modest piece of special cloth, it's one of those things, with inexplicable power. After this Tao ancestor obtained this particular piece of cloth, it was then supplemented by other rare materials of the Tao ancestor level, dominated by this particular piece of cloth. Refine this, the Qiankuan bag. The Qiankuan pouch has a whole world inside it, but whenever it is taken into the bag Qiankuan, then don't want to come out again, will die in the bag dry, killed by the power of the bag. Collect. The Tao ancestor who struck out bellowed. The power in his body was fully added on top of the Qiankuan bag. He also detonated several power source pools within him. These several power source pools for his life savings. Each pool of power source holds an unimaginable amount of power. All detonated. Killing a Tao ancestor warrior would not be a problem. It's his base card. It was also his preparation for entering the heavenly beyond, not as a last resort. He would never move. Right now is clearly a time of last resort. He was incomparably jealous of Chen Changsheng. The heart is not in the right place. Therefore he did not hesitate at all. It directly detonated several power source pools within his body. How can we talk about the future when we have no life left? He wasn't distressed at all. As a Taoist ancestor, the decisiveness that should be there, he must have. However, the next instant he was dumbfounded. Tears fell silently from his eyes. Heartbroken. Holy, he cried harder. Bull asterisk 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 decisive. He's cute. What? Why so decisive? Couldn't he have hesitated to hesitate? Aha! He wanted to die now. The several power source pools that had just been detonated were all wasted. Chen Changsheng is pure cow and horse. Nothing. It wasn't at all as powerful and terrifying as he thought it would be. The Qiankuan bag easily took Chen Changsheng inside. The power of the several power source pools that were detonated were not used at all. Even if he didn't detonate several power source pools, the Qiankuan bag could also easily take Chen Changsheng inside. Fellow Daoist is awesome. Fellow Daoists' decisiveness is truly admirable to us. The crowd of Dao ancestors stifled their laughter. Said to this Dao ancestor who went out to battle. They could all tell that this Dao ancestor had used his bottom card, and it was also clear that there was no need to use the bottom card at all. Especially seeing this Dao ancestor in tears again. Each of them was about to die laughing. Chen Changsheng is a silver spear with a wax head, not useful in the eyes. The pose is super high. It looks like an unbelievable amount of awesome. Who knows, it won't work at all. This Dao ancestor who had gone to battle had just handed over its bottom card in a watery manner. It's just not funny. Awesome my ass. Decisive my ass. Admiring my ass. This Dao ancestor who had gone out to battle had his heart and lungs about to explode with anger. He's so miserable. These Dao ancestors were still mocking him so much. It's really more of an asshole than an asshole. And more of a no-gooder than a no-gooder. What the? That's it? Ridiculous. The orderly heavenly court and other first-ranking super-terrorist forces of Dao ancestors. All of them couldn't help but snicker. They thought how powerful Chen Changsheng was. It made them wary in front of them. He didn't dare to go over and fight with Chen Changsheng. As it turned out, Chen Changsheng was also a dead load. There's no real skill, just dead weight. It came up and was easily collected by the Qiankuan bag. If I had known that this guy was a dead load, I should have gone up for a battle in front of me and slaughtered this dead load with my own hands, no matter what I said. The creepy Dao ancestor said with incomparable remorse in his heart. It remembered now what it had said before, to slaughter Chen Changsheng with his own hands. Unfortunately, not anymore. Chen Changsheng was taken into the middle of the Qiankuan bag and couldn't get out, to die within it. It didn't have the chance to behead Chen Changsheng with its own hands. Alright gentlemen, the great battle is not yet over. It's time for the forces behind Chen Changsheng to come out. You and I still can't relax. The creepy Dao ancestor put away the remorse in his heart. Drink loudly. The other Dao ancestors nodded their heads. The color of his face became incomparably grave. Settling Chen Changsheng was nothing. What they really had to deal with was the forces behind Chen Changsheng. The next moment was the real big battle. They categorically cannot afford to relax. Ha! Just then, the Dao ancestor who was crying out in pain. Suddenly it stopped. No more crying in pain. The face became incredibly odd. The situation does not appear to be right. He had a very strong connection with the Qiankuan bag. The change in the Qiankuan bag could be clearly felt. The dry bag situation is very wrong. It seems like it's incredibly scary. It's shaking violently at the moment. Chapter 277, One Finger Kills a Dao Ancestor. The whole place is shocked. The crowd of Dao ancestors all thought that Chen Changsheng had been taken care of. Will die in the middle of the Qiankuan bag. Only the owner of the Qiankuan bag, Dao Zhu, disturbed. Don't think so. He simply wanted to shout out loud in shock. How is this possible? The Qiankuan bag was actually trembling madly, appearing extremely afraid. He simply couldn't believe it. This is a supreme treasure refined from the special piece of cloth that accompanied the birth of the heavens. Even if a Dao ancestor of the same level was taken into it, can't make a dent in it either. It will be suppressed by the Qiankuan power in the bag and killed by a little bit of grinding. And now, it's amazing that the dry bag is so scared. This is really out of his expectation. It also made him think. Shoo! Just then, the Qiankuan bag suddenly fled madly without his control. Escape from here in extremis. It was as if something super scary was about to happen here. What the hell? The Qiankuan bag owner, Dao ancestor, was dumbfounded on the spot. How did the dry bag even get away? Soon, just the next instant, he knew the answer. Chen Changsheng, who had originally been put away in the Qiankuan bag. Surprisingly, it reappeared in the same place. What? His whole being was like a heavy blow. Full of incredulity. Surprisingly, Chen Changsheng had not been collected into the Qiankuan bag at all. He also instantly realized why the Qiankuan bag had run away. This was obviously the Qiankuan bag sensing the danger. Hot damn, dead bag, you have no mercy at all. At least we've been together for endless long years together. You sensed the danger, and instead of saying you'd take me with you, you ran off alone. That's so not true, he cursed in his mind. Even more so, he didn't dare to make any delays and frantically ran away at the first time. However, he was just about to run away when he was fixed on the spot by an inexplicable invisible force. Take a broken beggar's bag of hundreds. Also want to take me? What do you think? Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. A finger pointed at this Dao ancestor. Put. Crimson. Hot Dao ancestor blood splattered crazily in all directions. This Dao ancestor's body and soul, etc. A full-blown explosion. Traces of its life, etc. It's more of a complete all-clear. This scene was too terrifying and horrifying, shocking beyond measure. It makes it hard to believe that this is actually happening. This is a Dao ancestor. It was actually killed by Chen Changsheng with a single finger just like that. Too unbelievable and unrealistic. Swish. Right at this moment, Chen Changsheng slowly extended a palm. Long ago from this place without a trace of the Qiankuan bag, it was directly forced to be detained back by an inexplicable invisible force. Only a boom was heard. The dry bag that was forcibly detained and returned. The whole thing exploded. What a special piece of transcendental cloth that accompanied the birth of the heavens. Not at all. Not even the slightest ability to resist. Weak and untouchable. It was completely destroyed as the Qiankuan bag crumbled. Hiss. The sound of cold air being sucked backward rang out crazily. The Dao ancestors in the arena were all severely shocked, including the orderly celestial court and other super terrifying Dao ancestors of the first rank. The same is true. All of their faces changed drastically. The eyes were filled with shock and incredulity. Their scalps were tingling violently. Gutted. A finger point killed a Dao ancestor. What kind of means and power is this? Just don't be horrible, they ask themselves. Change them, even if they used their strongest means and power. It was also impossible for them to kill a Dao ancestor with a single finger point. There's no doubt. Chen Changsheng's strength was far above theirs. It surpassed any of the Dao ancestors in their field. Ha! Out of the blue. To kill a Dao ancestor with a single finger? The group of most ancient Dao ancestors also looked at Chen Changsheng with slight surprise, but it was only a glance, and then they each withdrew their gaze. A finger point killed a Dao ancestor. For them, that's about it. It's not worth too much of their attention yet, much less worthy of their personal attention. Chen Changsheng's strength, though, exceeded that of any of the Dao ancestors over there. But there were enough Dao ancestors over there, and most of them are still in hand. Settling at Chen Changsheng was no big deal at all. Gentlemen, there's nothing more to say. Let's go together. Don't hold back. Decapitate him as fast as you can. Kill. A group of Dao ancestors struck out. A full-scale siege was launched against Chen Changsheng. What with their level? They don't care to join forces with people to surround them, etc. Unity is behind them. Chen Changsheng's strength was far above that of any Dao ancestor on their side. Thinking about talking about singles at this point, that is just pure cuteness, pure death. Pure white gives. They're not cuties, much less going to die and give it away for nothing. In the meantime, Wu Jiao became more and more distracted. That bad feeling in his heart grew stronger and stronger. What the hell? Where is this strong bad feeling coming from? His heart was beating fiercely, eyebrows furrowed together. It felt like he was about to be in big trouble. But why exactly? And what a catastrophe will occur? He knows nothing about it. A head of steam. And throughout the process, he never let his guard down, not ever letting the Fire Phoenix King make a move. Fear of the two was breaking out together. That's even worse. Rumble. On Chen Changsheng's side, the scene was exceptionally horrifying and appalling. All of the group of Dao ancestors struck out, and all without any reservations. Up came their strongest means and power. This battle undoubtedly surpassed any other. The scene was horrible and terrifying beyond belief. Roar. A beastly roar that could easily roar and shatter the heavens resounded. An incomparably terrifying Dao ancestor-level ferocious beast. The ferocious power is monstrous. Towards Chen Changsheng's side, he lunged ferociously. It was immense in size. All the heavens together were as small as dust in front of it. Its eyes were cold and chilling, golden color throughout. Amidst the terrifying roar of the beast, its entire body seemed to ignite. Terrible flames of light illuminate the heavens. It is extraordinary and extremely powerful. It was clearly more terrifying than the Dao ancestor who had struck earlier. Even the Qiankuan bag that had absorbed the power of several power source pools. It's no better than that. The power it erupted with was overly terrifying and powerful. It's not that the same Taoist ancestor, possessing just about the same amount of power. There were also strong and weak Dao ancestors, and the gap between them was still very large. There are some super powerful Dao ancestors. A single thought could suppress those weaker Dao ancestors. Of course, it's also just suppression. Can't do that kind of one-hit kill. After all, even the weakest Dao ancestor was still a Dao ancestor, standing at the pinnacle above the pinnacle of the true way. It's impossible to be killed easily. It's because of this Chen Changsheng killed a Dao ancestor with a single finger point. That's what shocked them so much. Even if that Dao ancestor was amongst their group of Dao ancestors, not strong enough, a bottom-of-the-barrel presence, Chen Changsheng was able to kill this Dao ancestor with a single finger point. It is also very scary and frightening. Chapter 278, the Dao ancestor's blood spilled wildly. All lambs to the slaughter. Bad content. Chapter 279, holding the authority of the rules of order. The innate is invincible. Bad content. Chapter 280, the most ancient Dao ancestor level existences were in a hurry and frantically made a move to rescue them. Bad content. Chapter 281, Chen Changsheng, you can't stop the person I'm going to kill. Bad content. Chapter 282, Chen Changsheng, wake up, you guys haven't taken me down yet. Bad content. Chapter 283, Chen Changsheng's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. The feeling of dying was too strong. Wu Jiu's heart was trembling and filled with panic. What the hell is going to happen to him, and why should it fall on his head? He knew nothing about it, much less had nowhere to guess. The other side, the nine-headed lion that continuously ran within the heavy sky, ran into Brother Miko. Aya, you don't know, Wu Jiu, he's really fierce. He can be called a super warrior. It told Brother Miko what had happened to it, recounting how it came across Wu Jiu and the Fire Phoenix King. Holy, Brother Devil's Son stared straight at him as he listened, and then the same couldn't help but call Wu Jiu a true warrior. Good thing I'm resourceful and run fast. Wu Jiu said he had an inexplicable and super strong bad feeling. I realized then this is designated as another escalation of the tragic fate that Firechild is carrying. By not letting Firechild strike or staying with Firechild for a long time, it is also possible to trigger Firechild's tragic fate to befall her and then follow her to her doom. The nine-headed lion said thankfully. Witty, Brother Devil's Son gave the nine-headed lion a thumbs up. Witty, isn't it? The nine-headed lion hemmed and hawed and giggled, also feeling quite witty itself. However, just the next instant, its heart suddenly thumped violently. A super bad and unbelievably strong bad feeling appeared in its heart. It's over. Still no escape? I have a feeling I'm going to die. It shivered and said. It also had the same feeling of dying as Wu Jiu over there. Ha, I'll go. Brother, you're on your own. When Brother Devil's Son heard this, he immediately ran away, afraid to follow and be implicated. It didn't feel like dying, and it didn't have a half-bad feeling about it. No way? The miserable fate that Firechild carries has escalated to such a horrible level? I just touched base with it. This is going to follow the implication. There's no such thing as bad luck for me. The 9 lions cried, tears streaming down their faces. It's really bad luck. Just one touch with the Fire Phoenix King. This will follow and be implicated. Miserable. It wailed and cried. There's no worse luck than that, is there? Chen Changsheng sighed. A group of most ancient Dao ancestor-level existences all struck out, each poked out a palm, pressing towards Chen Changsheng's side through the air. The terror of the most ancient Dao ancestor-level existence. It is also evident at this moment. Under their palms, everything seems so small and insignificant, totally unbeatable. Not even to mention rivaling, even resisting could not be done. Nothing could resist the palms they pressed through, and that's not even their strongest power. They all have something left in the tank, and there's plenty of room to spare. Under their joint strike, Chen Changsheng was definitely not the main target they were going to deal with, much less a target that would allow them to use their full power. They left a stronger margin. It was used to deal with the powerful forces behind Chen Changsheng who were about to jump out, the ones that are about to jump out of the strongest. It's the main target they're dealing with. So many of their most ancient Dao ancestor level existences struck out together. Take down Chen Changsheng. Definitely not too easy. There's one to say. Under normal circumstances, it is also true. So many most ancient Dao ancestor level existences struck out together. It was indeed possible to easily take down any of the most ancient Dao ancestor level existences. But this is not a normal situation. Chen Changsheng wasn't some most ancient Daoist ancestor level existence either. The large hands of a bunch of most ancient Dao ancestor level existences pressed down on the sky. The scene was super scary and horrible. Chen Changsheng's figure was no longer visible. It was covered by the large hands of a group of most ancient Dao ancestor level existences. There was no exception for all the heavy heavenly beings. Hearts were all in their throats, incredibly nervous and worried. Nervousness and worry that Chen Changsheng was not an opponent and was taken down in this regard. But, in the very next instant, the heavy heavens once again erupted with earth-shattering cries of alarm. Once again, the heavy heavens were doubled over by the shouts of shock. My God! This is too scary. Just how strong is this one? Unimaginably terrifying and powerful. The heavy heavenly beings were all dumbfounded. All scalps are tingling violently. The shock in my heart is simply beyond words. What did they see? Only Chen Changsheng's side looked like it had been transformed into a meat grinder. The large hand that pressed over toward Chen Changsheng, without exception, they were all crushed. Broken flesh and bones mixed with blood, splattering crazily in all directions. What? How is this possible? a group of most ancient Tao ancestor-level existences released such spiritual thought sensations. The spiritual thoughts were filled with incredulity and shock, along with their miserable growls of pain. The blood mist rises. The starry sky beyond the heavens was all shrouded in blood mist, turning into a blood mist starry sky. They reacted very quickly and were super decisive. There was not the slightest hesitation at all. It directly shook off the arm that was attached to the outstretched palm, and frantically backed away from the spot. Their faces were gloomy and incomparably ugly. For the first time ever, his face was so ugly. How did they not expect? Chen Changsheng was actually so terrifying and frightening, far beyond their expectations. Just now, they pressed past time with their big hands. Chen Changsheng just stood still and did nothing. The large hands they pressed past were then all but crushed. Even if they hadn't reacted fast enough and decisively, the first shock breaks the arm that connects the big hands. Their bodies will be completely strung up along with them. What power is this? How could he be so terrifying? They can't be trusted. The power to twist their great hands. Overly scary and horrible. They all felt a strong crisis of death from this power. This was the key reason why they didn't think about resisting this kind of power and simply chose to shatter their arms. Truly, they will be strangled by this power. None of them knew what was going to happen. It's impossible for them to believe in any way. They had clearly all stood at the highest heights that the heavens of the heavens could reach. How could Chen Changsheng still be so much stronger than them? This is unbelievable and highly unrealistic. The situation where no most ancient Tao ancestor was able to fight 1 against 2 was also completely broken by Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng's strength definitely can easily do 1 against 2. Don't even say 1 against 2. Even if it's 1 against 3, 1 against 4, etc. Chen Changsheng was also able to do it easily. Their eyes, one by one, stared deathly at Chen Changsheng. Could it be that Chen Changsheng had broken the highest heights that could be reached by the heavens of the heavens and stepped into a whole new higher height? Thinking about this, their faces became even more ugly. Where did Changsheng Chen come from? What kind of underpinnings and roots does it have? How could such an extremely terrifying and frighteningly vicious stalwart like Chen Changsheng suddenly appear? Is that the best you can do? Not good. Chen Changsheng looked at the group of most ancient Tao ancestors and said softly, Chapter 284, I'll kill whoever wants to kill me. Bad content. Chapter 285, Shroud. Tile jar containing earth. Blood-stained clothes corner. Bad content. Chapter 286 You guys don't understand. Returning to the basics is the most powerful. Bad content. Chapter 287 So what if I know? I won't change even if I know. Chen Changsheng whispered. Ben didn't want to pay any attention to this hazardous material power. Who knew? This kind of hazardous material power, and it even came to him? And with a strong sense of dissatisfaction, to rise up against him. It's true to the old adage, self-inflicted. Naturally, he wouldn't spoil it. He's a simple and pure person. Those who have malicious intent are all wiped out directly. Not so much messing around with other things. This is too terrifying. Extinguished. All of them. Oh my god, he was the only one the whole time, and it was so simple and easy to kill. The heavens all exploded. All the living beings erupted into earth-shattering cries of shock. One person, just one person alone had exterminated all the most ancient Tao ancestor-level existences. It's more than a dream. It's more impractical than pie in the sky. Leave a note like this. Future generations of living beings cannot believe it either, and must think that these are all made up, wild histories. How can you believe that? Even those of them who have experienced it firsthand and seen it with their own eyes. Neither can be trusted yet, in a state of serious doubt yet. Who the hell is this? And just what kind of supreme realm has one cultivated to? All living beings were shocked. One would not dare to imagine what supreme realm Chen Changsheng had cultivated to, and from the beginning to now. Chen Changsheng's origins and followers are also not publicized. No one knew what kind of origin and followers Chen Changsheng had. Chen Changsheng is still shrouded in an aura of mystery to this day. None of them knew where Chen Changsheng came from. Knowing nothing about Chen Changsheng's situation, it's over. Really dying. Wu Zhou's face was pale and he didn't have an ounce of blood left in him. That bad feeling went through the roof. The mind was all filled with fear. He felt his neck chilling. It was as if a cold steel knife had been brought to his neck, to cut off his head with a knife. I'm going to go to Mr. and stay by his side. Hey, no, where's Mr.? He shivered and tried to find Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng was invincible. If he had stayed by Chen Changsheng's side, he would have been fine and would have been able to avoid this crisis. However, Chen Changsheng is gone. He couldn't see Chen Changsheng's figure anymore. Crap, there's really no way to avoid it. Who did I ever ask for? He cried a thief's pain, tears falling down his face. The last hope is gone. Ow. Woof, where have you been, my lord? The 9 lions were also crying. It was just like Wu Zhou. The sense of near death was too strong. Frightened, it immediately wanted to go to Lord Eternal Life and stay by his side, dodged the bullet, but it hadn't even searched for it yet when Lord Eternal's figure disappeared. Whoa whoa whoa, dying, Firechild, you're really harming people. No, you're really harming lions, it cried and wailed. Blood and tainted blood of various colors splattered wildly in all directions. It was even more terrifying than the blood-colored rainstorm below. The star pattern stick flowed with supreme Tao rhythms, and its body was bright and dazzling to the extreme. Under the control of the Fire Phoenix King, the starburst stick kills big time. None of the enemies were a match for the star-striped stick. The star pattern stick struck out with a single strike, instantly sweeping across a large swath of enemies. It's easier than killing a chicken or a dog. Yes, it's awesome. The Fire Phoenix King looked up to the sky, not to mention how great it was. That's the feeling it dreamed of, vertical and invincible. Caught the enemy in a killing spree, but the next moment it was miserably sanctioned. The star pattern stick actually reversed its direction, and with a bang sound, it ruthlessly knocked onto its head. It was bleary-eyed. A large blister appeared on his head on the spot. Almost didn't get knocked right out with a stick. What are you doing? It snapped hatefully. In the front, it used the star pattern stick to deal with Wu Jiao. It's okay to knock it on the head with a starburst stick. After all, Lord Eternal Life had bestowed it with the starburst stick in order for it to deal with its enemies, not for use against your own people. The starburst stick knocks it on the head. It's normal, it's reasonable, and it should be knocked on its head. But why knock it now with a starburst stick? It's serious about killing the enemy. Swish, swish, swish. The starburst stick flowed with a haze of light, actually writing up big words in midair. The Fire Phoenix King saw the scene. On the spot, I wanted to say, Lean, can you stop acting like that? Not talking and writing in the air is too much of a pretense. Wouldn't it be easier to just talk, or release your mental thoughts and tell it? You have to write in the air like this, pretending to be Ben. It has a strong disdain for this extreme Ben-loading behavior. Of course, it would dare to despise in its heart, not out of its mouth. True words of disdain should be exported. The starburst stick would surely knock it alive. Holy, when it read the words written on the starburst stick, its heart, liver and lungs are about to explode. The words written on the starburst stick are, "Your face is too ugly for me to see." The Fire Phoenix King cursed all kinds of dirty words in his heart. It says in its heart, "What do you mean by my Ben's face? Do I still have you to pretend to be Ben? You're no better than I am at playing Ben." Understandably, this is the sanction of a tragic fate for me. It's okay, I can hold my own. It mentally reassures itself. No way, that's about all it can do to comfort itself. Ha, whoever made it couldn't beat the starburst stick. If you can beat it, it definitely wouldn't let go of the star pattern stick, and it was necessary to slice the star pattern stick into 18 segments. Swish, swish, swish. The light flickered and the starburst stick was writing in the air again. The Fire Phoenix King looked over, nose to the grindstone. The only words seen written in the air by the starburst stick were, "You can't pretend to be Ben. It's too ugly. Far better for me to pretend to be Ben." Ahem, right crooked. What I'm saying is, I have a hunch that you're prone to accidents if you pretend to be Ben. It's better not to pretend to be Ben. Right, 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 right. You can write, but you can't talk out loud? You're really an ancestor in terms of faking Ben. The Flame Phoenix King cursed the star-striped stick to the heavens in his heart again. In addition, it cried inside, "It's too miserable. Meta SOSO starburst stick." That's not the case with the magic soldiers in the hands of the nine-headed lion and the others. One by one, they were obedient. Where's the starburst stick? More than it wants to pretend to be Ben. The key thing is that it also restricts it from loading Ben. But it cursed in its heart. However, on the surface, he didn't dare to show half a bit of disrespect to the star tattoo stick. It was still counting on the star pattern stick to help it kill its enemies. No starburst stick to help it. It can be held down by a single finger of the enemy, not to mention killing them. What stick said? I know. It was full of smiles and good manners, but it mentally added a few words afterward. What's wrong with knowing that I won't change? I'll have to install Ben in the back. I'm not just going to pretend to be Ben. I'm going to pretend to be Big Ben. Against all odds, my fate is my own, not God's. It is necessary to end its miserable fate. Chapter 288. Knowing that there is an accident. Why don't you run away and write there? Bad content. Chapter 289. Write so many words. Aren't you tired? This creepy creature, not strong per se. Realm strength is in the 14th realm of true emperors. Put in before that. Such a bizarre creature at the level of a 14-realm true emperor like this. A single strike from the starling stick could kill a large swath of people. Even, not to mention the bizarre creatures at the level of 14-realm true emperors. Even if it was a Tao ancestor level, or even a supreme Tao ancestor level bizarre creature, a single strike from the starling stick could easily kill it as well. Chen Qiangsheng had given the star pattern stick the power to beat and kill a Jedi Dao ancestor, including the nine-headed lion and the magic soldiers in their hands. The same is true, possessing the power to kill a Jedi Dao ancestor. But this 14-realm true Emperor bizarre creature at the moment, clearly a mutation has occurred, possessing a super terrifying power that far exceeded the level of an overwhelming Dao ancestor. With ease, he locked onto the star-striped stick and the Fire Phoenix King. Under such a lockdown, the star-striped stick and the Fire Phoenix King were destined not to escape. Wherever the escape goes, the bizarre creature was able to catch up in an instant. Today is the best example and illustration. The starburst stick carried the Fire Phoenix King, running wild. In an instant, it spanned several heavy heavens. But this creepy creature, but it was just a thought before it caught up with him. The Fire Phoenix King was startled. This bizarre creature was too terrifying, actually chasing after it in a single thought. In addition, it mentally cursed the starburst stick again. You already know you can't deal with this creepy creature. Still writing there, even when you have to run at the end, you have to write down a go before you run. It is truly convinced. You guys had such a good time chasing me in front of you. I'm here to experience it too. Run, don't stop, the bizarre creature rebuked and bellowed. It didn't directly make a move to obliterate the star-striped stick and the Fire Phoenix King. It also wants to experience the thrill of the chase. And then he would completely kill the star-striped stick and the Fire Phoenix King. Swish, swish, swish. Light flickered as the starburst stick wrote words in the air. You tell us to run and we run? We're not running. You do it. We'd rather bend than break. Rather bend than break? Well. Then I say that if your excellency were to be thrown into a latrine and told to be a stirrer, how should your excellency respond? The bizarre creature said nonchalantly. The starburst stick didn't say anything. Wrote in the air again. Yes, the starburst stick just wrote 3. In the air. When the Fire Phoenix King saw this, he was really going to die of speechlessness. What a starburst stick. That can be written too. Immediately after, the starburst stick writes again. Then I'd better run. After writing it, the star-striped stick directly brought the Fire Phoenix King to run away frantically. It can be done rather than broken, but it really can't accept being thrown into a latrine as a stirrer. Whoosh! It took the Fire Phoenix King with it and ran as fast as it could. In an instant, he had crossed several more heavy heavens. Brother Stick, what should we do? We can't keep running like this. On the way, the Fire Phoenix King asked the star-striped stick. I'm sure it won't work running like this. After the creepy creatures have had enough fun, they're miserable. Swish, swish, swish. The light shimmered. The starburst stick stopped and wrote up words in the air. Big brother, you're really my own big brother. The Fire Phoenix King instantly cried when he saw that the star-striped stick was trying to write again and stopped to write. What about this escape? And stopping to write along the way. The star-striped stick is truly the first person ever to do so. Nope, the first stick ever. Only the starburst stick reads. Of course we can't keep running like this. Let's go find help and then join forces to take down this creepy creature. After reading the words written on the starburst stick, the Fire Phoenix King cried even harder, tears falling from his eyes. Jesus, help! Get help and take down the creepy creature together. Is that something that can be said? Nope. Is that even possible to write? That creepy creature is locked onto them. The star-striped stick knew what the Fire Phoenix King was thinking when it looked at him. It's writing words in the air again. It's okay. The guy's so full of himself, it wouldn't hurt for it to know. The Fire Phoenix King was speechless. It really doesn't know what to say. One can only say how it was so unlucky to meet a stick like this. But, should I say no? What star-striped stick said? No, it was written quite right. The bizarre creature was very conceited indeed. Fearless star-strike stick goes for any help. Even if the star-pattern stick went looking for Chen Qiangsheng, it was not afraid. Have the confidence to kill it. It's no longer the creepy creature it was before, possessing the power, let alone within this heavens of heavens. Even if it's to the sky beyond the sky, it also dared to walk sideways with impunity. It's not. Not only did it not make a move when it saw the words written on the starburst stick, instead, he laughed out loud, looking for help. Ha, well, it wouldn't hurt to get more help. Well, to go to your elder lord, it said blandly from the rear. Whoosh! The star-pattern stick carried the Fire Phoenix King and quickly crossed the heavy heavens. It didn't take long for it to find help. Holy, no way! When this helper saw the star-striped stick and the Fire Phoenix King, he was dumbfounded on the spot. What are you doing here? It proceeded to cry. Crying hurts more than anything. Nice guy, is it really impossible to hide? The Fire Phoenix King had actually approached him directly. Not bad. It was no other than the nine-headed lion. At the moment it is. Mind wow. The way the Fire Phoenix King and the star-striped stick looked, it looked like they were running for their lives. It couldn't hide after all. To follow and be implicated. To be sanctioned by the miserable fate carried on the Fire Phoenix King. Swish, swish, swish. The light shimmered. The starburst stick writes up words in the air. Writing? The nine-headed lion stared. What kind of operation was this? The Fire Phoenix King, on the other hand, was only filled with helplessness and heartbreak. What a ing time. The stick also writes to load Ben. It really wanted to say to the creepy creature, get out of the way and throw this Ben-loving stick into the cesspit and let this Ben-loving stick be a stirrer. The Starburst stick had finished writing by this time as well. It's written, we're being hunted by a bizarre creature that has mutated and has super terrifying powers. But it's okay, you have 2 magic weapons on you that were given by Lord Eternal Life. If we join forces, we will be able to kill this strange creature. The 9-headed lion was given a magic weapon before its earliest days. Later, the enemy came to offend. The elders of the Lord fishing it threw out a magic weapon. Let's use this magic weapon to kill the enemy to go. At that time, the 9-headed lion took this magic weapon. Counting up, the 9-headed lion had the most mana weapons on it, 2 in total. The Fire Phoenix King, Brother Devil Son, and the rest of them only have 1 piece on them. The star pattern stick was also sought out because there were 2 magic weapons on the 9-headed lion. Aren't you tired of writing so many words? The 9-headed lion couldn't help but sputter. That's a lot of writing. With all this writing, out loud talking has been said several times. Tired? Are you kidding me? It's happy with happy. The Fire Phoenix King bristled. Couldn't help but spit along as well. Chapter 290, no way. This problem is contagious? Bad content. Chapter 291, Heavens Beyond Heaven's legendary physique. Immortal body. How is that possible? It's unbelievable as hell. After the 10,000 evil furnace saw through and looked at Wu Jiao, shocked beyond belief and at the same time full of disbelief. Wu Jiao was amazing. It was only 1,000 years old, and he had cultivated to such a high realm. And surprisingly, it is also immune to harmful invasions and infections. How is this amazing to say the least? It's simply anticlimactic. Need to know. The hazardous materials here, even if they are famous and strong in the heavenly beyond, can't carry it either, can't eat it. It will be invaded by harmful substances, and both the body and mind will be eroded and infected, and then it will be completely wasted. No longer able to practice upwards, not even to mention cultivating upwards, one's own physical body and soul, as well as cultivation, etc., would also have serious major problems, in endless pain, slowly dying. However, Wu Jiao was actually unharmed. The body and soul are actually pure in every way, completely uninfected by harmful substances. This is unbelievable. How did Wu Jiao do it? It didn't think that it was within the Wu Xiu clan that had such means and abilities. Wu Jiao has to have such means and abilities within his clan. Wouldn't have sent a young kid like Wu Jiao down. The downside is definitely the middle-aged and older generation. Apparently, Wu Jiao cannot be eroded and infected by harmful substances. All are related to themselves. Wu Jiao or has some extraordinary unknown heaven-defying physique. It is naturally immune to harmful substances and infections. Therefore, it can only be missing down by Wu. Wait, this is, what? Impossible, it exclaimed in alarm. There was a stronger sense of incredulity and disbelief in his voice. Jesus, it found a situation that shocked it even more. Previously, it looked through to see through Wu Jiao's body. It was discovered that the trend and signs of going to full immortality had actually appeared within Wu Jiao's body. It makes it not believable at all. Surely it must have misread it. No matter how Wu Yao was, it was absolutely impossible for a full-scale immortalization to occur. Total immortalization. This was the ultimate goal and dream of all cultivator beings in the heavenly beyond. All monastic beings want to be immortalized in all aspects, but the whole aspect is immortalized. It's harder than anything. The supreme powers of the top transcendent in heavens beyond heaven had not yet achieved full immortality. There are only those few limited superancient beings. It is only then that full immortality is achieved. How young is Wu Jiao? And the realm is still so low. Wu Jiao's realm compared to younger beings of the same generation. It's high. It's amazing. However, in the entire heavens beyond, Wu Jiao's realm was still too low. It was completely incomparable to those powerhouses in the heavenly beyond. The result was that Wu Jiao, who was in such a lower realm, yet there are trends and signs of total immortality. How could it, and how dare it, believe that? So it saw that Wu Jiao had the tendency and signs of full immortality. It's also sure it's looking at it wrong. It is not believed that Wu Jiao can show trends and signs of full immortality. But, it was followed by repeated sensing and viewing. It was determined that Wu Jiao had really shown the trend and signs of full immortality. Wu Jiao's body. There is a flow of immortality and matter, including its soul and other aspects. The breath and substance of immortality also appeared. This is a trend and sign of true and total immortality. Future. As long as Wu Jiao doesn't have an accident, Wu Lax inevitably can be fully immortalized. Not an immortal body? It spoke in a shaky voice, thinking of a physique that was legendary in the heavenly beyond, the immortal body. In the legend of the sky beyond the sky, immortal bodies are born with an immortal physique. The latter will be fully immortalized as it grows. The legend. In the middle of the heavenly beyond, not many beings believed, because no immortal body has appeared since the beginning of time. All outer heaven beings felt that the immortal body legend was fabricated. There is no such thing as an immortal body. It didn't believe it before either. The idea that an immortal body is a complete fabrication is a pipe dream. How can you be born immortal? There were so many top transcendent supreme powers in heavens beyond heaven, but they couldn't yet do a full immortalization. But now, it had to be believed. The trend and signs of total immortalization within Wu Zhou's body really couldn't be any truer. It's not even an immortal body? As for what external force or object had caused Wu Zhou to show the tendency and signs of full immortality, that's simply not possible. It is really necessary to have external forces and objects that can fully immortalize. Those top-tier transcendent supreme powers in heavens beyond heaven had long since gone crazy with the rush. Where can it be Wu Zhou's turn? Not to mention Wu Jiao. Even the Wu clan behind Wu Jiao didn't have that much energy. The Wu clan was in front of those top transcendent supreme powers in the heavenly beyond. Nothing counts. Weak and untouchable. This may be the reason why he is immune to erosion and infection by harmful substances. It was thoughtful. And then, it became incredibly agitated. Immortal body. If I can succeed in taking over the body and merge with the immortal body completely, this means that I will also be on my way to full immortality, it said excitedly, hitting on the idea of Wu Zhou's immortal body, wanting to take over and occupy Wu Zhou's immortal body. Of course, such a takeover was not destined to be so simple and easy. The immortal body was too transcendent and heaven-defying. There was no way that it would be easy and simple to succeed in taking over the body. The slightest mistake in it would lead to failure. Not that simply devouring Wu Jiao's soul and occupying Wu Jiao's physical body would be enough. It was simply impossible to have an immortal body that way. The immortal body will fully dissipate. It's okay, you can go to the source side. Seek help from the source side, it said again. The so-called source side. It is the source of harmful substances. Back in the day, it was hunted by the Wu clan with its entire clan, and was lucky enough not to die, escaping from beyond the heavens. After escaping down, it accidentally got a very special shard. This very special piece of debris. It's that particular piece it put together. It also relies on this particular shard. It was only then that I was able to survive. Without this particular shard, it would never have survived. It was so badly injured at first that it was on the verge of death. The environment is that harsh again under the sky beyond the sky. It is even less likely to survive. This particular piece of debris contained a special power within it. It relied on absorbing and refining the power within this particular fragment, gradually recovered. Over the long years, it has wanted to fuse this particular shard even more, but it never worked out. This particular shard wasn't that easy to fuse successfully. Until now, it was only then that it managed to fuse this particular shard into one, possessing a strength that far exceeded its previous peak, and it is also after a successful fusion. Learned where this particular piece of debris came from. This particular piece of debris fell out of the source of the hazardous material. It relies on this particular shard. Going over to the source side of hazardous materials will certainly allow you to get help from the power over the source side of hazardous materials. At that time, it would also surely be able to successfully take over Wu Zhou and obtain the immortal body. In addition, it was also due to the fact that after the successful fusion, it possessed a power that far exceeded that of its previous peak. Only then did he dare to kill out in plain sight. If it's not fused successfully before, it wouldn't dare. It was afraid that the Wu clan would come after it from the heavenly beyond and destroy it completely. After all, the hatred between it and the Wu clan was too deep. The Wu clan could really do anything in order to completely destroy it. Chapter 292 Broken Furnace is not yet qualified to open his mouth and say no. Close his mouth and say send to death. Bad content. Chapter 293 What a Thai Stove. Not qualified to fight with Mr. A cold voice rang out. The dominance remains. Chen Changxing's figure was reflected above the heavens, looking down on the 10,000 evil furnace below. The heavy heavenly beings all looked over at the first moment. They were shaken in their hearts. Chen Changxing's figure appeared, and uttering such cold words. Is this another enemy showing up? Goodness! Who is so bold as to make an enemy of this one now? The heavens of heavens have all been killed through by this one, and all the supreme combatants of all the terrifying forces have all been powerfully obliterated by this one as well. How could anyone still dare to be an enemy of this person? The cries of alarm were like a rushing tsunami. Frantically, it resounded all over the heavens. All the heavy heavenly beings, no exceptions, all of them were seriously frightened. As they say, all the heavens were killed through by Chen Changsheng. All the forces of terror, including the orderly heavenly court and other super terrifying forces that stood on the first rung of the ladder. The strongest combatants within it were also all obliterated by Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng was within the heavens of the heavens. It is just like an invincible existence. And now, there were even people who were enemies of Chen Changsheng and wanted to challenge Chen Changsheng's invincible authority. They are doubly unbelievable. Again, doubly puzzled and curious. All of them quickly cast their eyes over the 10,000 evil furnace, wanting to see who was so fierce and courageous that they dared to make an enemy of Chen Changsheng, provoking Chen Changsheng's invincible authority. Pieced together in the furnace of all evil, the body of the stove is full of splice marks and cracks. They stared at the 10,000 evil furnace again and again. The doubt in his eyes intensified. That's quite a broken stove, once cracked and then put back together again? But, without exception, they all did not, and did not dare to, underestimate the 10,000 evil furnace. Joke, how could they, and how dare they, underestimate the 10,000 evil furnace? The 10,000 evil furnace dared to make an enemy of Chen Changsheng, no doubt about it. The 10,000 evil furnace was bound to be extremely terrifying and frightening. Otherwise, how would the 10,000 evil furnace dare to make an enemy of Chen Changsheng? What kind of stove is this? Have any of you seen one or know of one? A being asked. I don't know. Never. A host of beings were shaking their heads. All of them have never seen the 10,000 evil furnace, and they don't know what kind of origin and root of the 10,000 evil furnace is. Such power fluctuations. Hiss. Beyond the true Tao level. Above the true Tao. A true emperor lost his voice and exclaimed. The 10,000 evil furnace had power flowing out of it at this time. He sensed it with incomparable clarity and depth. This was a power that transcended the level of the true Tao and belonged above the true Tao. He is a loose emperor. There are no forces behind them, cultivated to the true emperor realm by himself. Previously, he had even never made an enemy of Chen Changsheng. He belonged to a loose emperor, with no terrifying forces behind him to support him. Very self-aware. It was clear that he had no capital or strength of his own, participate in the various actions against Chen Changsheng, much less a piece of the pie, and he did so because of this self-awareness. It was only spared, undead, if he did not have such self-knowledge. If he had thought about getting a piece of the pie and getting involved in the action against Chen Changsheng in the first place, and he definitely won't survive. Bound to die. Did this furnace come from beyond the heavens? Wait, why does one of those shards look so familiar? His pupils dilated, staring at the particular fragment on the 10,000 evil furnace. He looked at it again and again. Same shape. It's that piece of debris that had reflected the Great Tao patterns and Great Tao drawings that transcend the true Tao. That fragment was obtained by Chen Changsheng. Is this a new shard that was later refined to look like this one? He said one after the other. An even more indescribable flavor emerged in his heart. Is this going to erupt into a great battle above the true way? He never dreamed. One day, he could actually see the great battle above the true way. What? The great battle above the true way that transcends the true way. All the heavy heavenly beings also came from the mouth of this true emperor. Knowing what level of battle it was, they're all suffocating. Even less did they think that they would be able to see a great battle above the true Tao. What's the point of pretending? Get the hell out of here. The 10,000 evil furnace drank coldly. It could not endure such words of contempt for it as Chen Changsheng's spicy chicken. It incorporates fragments that have fallen from the source of hazardous materials, possessing unrivaled super terrifying power. How could Chen Changsheng have any capital and strength to act so in front of it? Boom! Chen Changsheng struck out. A slap was lashed towards the 10,000 evil furnace. With a bang sound, Chen Changsheng's large slap smacked on top of the 10,000 evil furnace. The 10,000 evil furnace was smoked on the spot, crumble into pieces. Wu Jiao, who had been collected into the furnace, flew out of it. Sir! Wu Yao excitedly saluted Chen Changsheng. Sure enough, Mr. Kung Fu is a man of great skill and possesses an extremely unfathomable and terrifying strength. Even with the power that the 10,000 evil furnace now possesses, it has long since surpassed its peak. The 10,000 evil furnace is no match for Mr. Slap shattered the 10,000 evil furnace. Swish, brilliant light flashed. Chen Changsheng waved his hand and offered up a spear that was as red as blood. Send it to Wu Jiao's side. It's at your disposal. Chen Changsheng calmly spoke. The figure then disappeared. Thank you, sir. Wu Jiao held the crimson spear in his hand and saluted and thanked him one after another. He was inwardly moved beyond measure. It was clear that this was Mr. Give him the chance to take revenge himself yet. Not in that case. The slap that Mr. just smacked on top of the 10,000 evil furnace. It wouldn't be as simple as slapping the 10,000 evil furnace to pieces. He can be sure. If Mr. wants to, the slap that Mr. slapped out could definitely completely exterminate the 10,000 evil furnace. Swish, swish, swish. All sorts of eerie, tainted lights flickered in a chilling way. Gutted. The 10,000 evil furnace that was slapped to pieces. All the pieces reunited. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It roared and growled. Its sound shakes the heavens. If not for the sheltering power left behind by Chen Changsheng within the heavens would absolutely be completely annihilated in this roaring roar of its. All living things, all of them will die in a moment. Where's the man? Where's he gone? The 10,000 evil furnace is filled with killing intent. The killing intent emanating from it had materialized. It was furious. The mind is totally intolerable and unacceptable. Just now, It had been overly careless and underestimated Chen Changsheng. It caused it to take a big loss. It was actually smashed by Chen Changsheng with a slap. If it is not careless, all means and powers are exhausted. Chen Changsheng would never be able to slap it a bit. Just now, it hadn't used any power at all. What? Still want to find and fight with Mr.? What were you thinking? A broken furnace such as yours, how can you be qualified to fight with Mr.? In front of Mr., you are more than a mole, more than dust. Wu Jiao was holding a crimson spear. To the 10,000 evil furnace, he shouted in a cold voice. The 10,000 evil furnace thought that it was carelessness that caused it to suffer such a great loss. In fact, even if the 10,000 evil furnace wasn't careless, the means and power were exhausted. The results won't be any different. It will still be a slap in the face from Mr. Chapter 294, To Serve or Not to Serve, or to let you experience the most painful thing. Bad content. Chapter 295, What a Black Sheep. No, what a black sheep. Miserable, miserable. The nine-headed lion and the fire phoenix king. One cried more than the other, and one looked more miserable than the other. They are all over, including their souls. All bloody holes. Being pierced back and forth by the starburst stick, they couldn't stop. Serve it or not. Seeing that it was almost time, the bizarre creature droned again. Disobedience. You want us to serve? You're dreaming. We wouldn't be convinced even if you asked us to stab them to death. Starburst sticks, they have written such words in the air. Get out of here. Why are you stabbing us? You can't be stabbed to death. The nine-headed lion cried out without a sound. They designate that they all have to be pawned by the starburst stick them. 9 lions cried until there was no sound. The fire phoenix king, on the other hand, cried his eyes dry. Solid hammer. No need to have any more doubts. The starburst stick is the sanction of a sad fate for it. I won't stop until it's dead. What are you crying about? Aren't you guys ashamed of yourselves? Behave yourself. Don't lose your head. Tell it loud and clear. Tell it you're not cowards like us. You'll never give in, even if we kill you. You won't be afraid. Starburst stick, they rode in the air again in droves. Spirit my ass. It's not like you guys are suffering and torturing yourselves. 1 of you, 2 of you, 3 of you didn't suffer a bit of crime and torture, so of course you're not wimps, not pussies. We're getting stabbed to death here. Okay, the nine-headed lion cursed in his heart. Starburst stick, and they still inspire it to follow Firechild? And he's drinking chicken soup with Fiery? The Fire Phoenix King was also cursing in his heart. It's true that it's not who suffers and who doesn't know the pain. Alright, I'd like to see how long you guys can remain unconvinced. The bizarre creature waved its hand. Powerful forces manipulated the starburst stick them. Again, he kept stabbing back and forth on the nine-headed lion and the Fire Phoenix King. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a horrible and terrifying explosion. Brother Devil Sun, the Lord of Hell, and Cold Sun are all here, killing from all sides. They heard the miserable cries of the Fire Phoenix King and the nine-headed lion, immediately rushed over for rescue. Although they all knew about the situation of the Fire Phoenix King, after coming over here, they would more than likely be implicated and follow to be sanctioned by the miserable fate carried on the Fire Phoenix King. But they still all rushed over here without a second thought. There was not the slightest hesitation or entanglement. A mess is a mess, and a misery is a misery. If something happened to the nine-headed lion and the Fire Phoenix King, they definitely wouldn't sit back and do nothing. Even if it is a situation of certain death, they won't hesitate to come over. They will all come over quickly. A few death-defying ones come? The creepy creature laughed. It was not in the eyes of Demon Zigo and the others, and it definitely had the strength to not put Demon Zigo and the others in its eyes right now. Harmful forces tumble. Extraordinarily horrible and terrifying. It had long since transcended the level of the true Tao and was far above it. Brother Devil Sun and the rest of them were all set on the spot. The magic soldiers they had sacrificed were also all controlled by the harmful power. And I ask you, do you serve? The bizarre creature looked to the magic weapons that Demon Zigo and the others had offered up. Don't talk. Right. The starburst stick wrote this in the air. Lean, you want to bring down the rest of the lawmen? The nine-headed lion was speechless. This starburst stick, what a black sheep. Nope. What a pest. Don't talk. Right? What the hell is this? Brother Devil Sun and the others were wide-eyed. I don't know what kind of drugs are in the starburst stick's gourd, chopping sword and the other magic soldiers that Demon Zigo and the others had brought with them. I also don't know why the starburst stick doesn't let them talk and make them write. But they find it quite personal to not talk and write like that. They are very much enjoyed. Okay, we don't talk. We write. We're not going to serve you. What the hell, let us serve? Are you kidding me? Chopper, they have written in the air. Ugh. The nine-headed lion sighed heavily, and then with infinite pity in his eyes, he looked towards Brother Demon Z and the others. No, what are you looking at us like that for? Brother Demon Z was looked at by the nine-headed lion in his heart. You will soon understand. You're the ones who suffer if they don't obey, the nine-headed lion said with deep concern. Brother Demon Z and the others didn't understand what the nine-headed lion meant by that, but the next moment they understood. The heaven-slashing sword and other magic weapons, manipulated by the bizarre creature's harmful power, chopped towards them. No, they don't. Why are you cutting us? Brother Devil's Son shouted. None other than because I want them to serve, the creepy creature said. Chop them up and make the choppers them serve? What kind of logic is that? Shouldn't it be normal to take a shot at Chopper and the others and beat them until Chopper and the others are convinced? Brother Demon Z and the others were all dumbfounded. They're so wrong and unlucky, aren't they? Meanwhile, on the other side, Wu Jiao was holding a crimson spear and wearing a crimson haze battle armor. It is just like a great general who is invincible in battle. The 10,000 evil furnace means and power were exhausted. A number of fierce and terrifying collisions erupted with Wu Jiao, but without exception, the result was all about the great defeat of the furnace of all evil. How is this possible? The 10,000 evil furnace cried out in horror. Can't believe it anyhow. A spear bestowed by Qin Shangxing was truly able to suppress it. Its furnace burst into pieces, shattered to powder, shattered to the point where it could not be restored. All that was left was the fragment that had fallen out of the source of the hazardous material. It really can't be trusted. How could Qin Shangxing be so terrifying? How could such a terrifying existence appear in the heavens of the heavens? It thought of the scene in front where it was smashed by Qin Shangxing's slap. At the time it thought it was the result of its carelessness. Now it seems, it's really stupid. At that time, even if it hadn't been careless and used all of its means and power, it was also destined to not be able to block Qin Shangxing's slap. The result would definitely remain to be shattered by Qin Shangxing's slap. I told you long ago, you're not qualified to fight with Mr. Wu Jiao looked indifferent. The crimson spear violently stabbed above the only remaining fragment of the 10,000 evil furnace. Knock out most of the power in that shard. Prevent the 10,000 evil furnace from recovering again to work its magic. He didn't directly extinguish the 10,000 evil furnace. That would be too cheap for the furnace of all evil. He also didn't carry out any torture on the all evil furnace. How far could he alone torture the 10,000 evil furnace? He was going to bring the 10,000 evil furnace back to the clan. Put it at the clan's disposal. The clansmen all hated the 10,000 evil furnace with a passion. Each and every one of them dreamed of torturing the 10,000 evil furnace by making its life worse than death. When he brought the 10,000 evil furnace back to the clan, don't even think about it. The clan has the means to torture the furnace of all evil. At that time, the 10,000 evil furnace could truly experience a life worse than death. After defeating most of the power in the only remaining fragment of the 10,000 evil furnace piece, Wu Jiao put away the 10,000 evil furnace. Go! He carried the crimson spear and his figure disappeared from this place. He likewise heard the miserable cries of the Fire Phoenix King and the Nine-Headed Lion. To head over to the Fire Phoenix King and the Nine-Headed Lion. Rescue the Fire Phoenix King and the Nine-Headed Lion. Chapter 296, Unwilling. How come Wu Jiao isn't implicated? Bad content. Chapter 297, a large amount of hazardous materials descended, and the source was so terrifying as to be unimaginable. Bad content. Chapter 298, Divine Martial Transcendent. It's useless to go together. Bad content. Chapter 299, Crazy Gathering and Absorbing Harmful Substances. The Last Killer. Bullying. He couldn't afford to mess with Wu Jiao, so he transferred to the head of the Nine-Headed Lion. Brother Devil's Son took its guess and told it to the Nine-Headed Lion. Explain why it says the 9 lions are backstabbers. Wu Jiao would have definitely been implicated. There's no doubt about that. Otherwise he wouldn't have gotten that extremely bad feeling. But, Wu Jiao is not like you and me. Wu Jiao is much too powerful than you and me. The dismal fate that the Fire Child carries on his back. It's not like you can just sanction Wu Jiao if you want to. At the very least, the dismal fate that Fire Child now carries on his back can't do it. Gotta make upgrades and become even more terrifying after. It is only then that sanctions can be imposed on Wu Jiao. That should be very clear to you as well. The miserable destiny that Fire Sun carries is not the kind that comes up as a horrible no that one can't fight against. Rather, it's only after constantly upgrading and becoming stronger that it becomes impossible for people to fight against it. Brother Devil's Son said one after the other. Aha, it is. The Nine-Headed Lion nodded. It's experienced it firsthand several times. The dismal fate that Firechild carries on his back. In the absence of being able to sanction it, it just escalates to become even scarier, until sanctions can be imposed. The miserable fate that Fire Sun carries will not sanction Wu Jiao for the time being, just about to upgrade, or when an upgrade has been started but not yet completed. You're so dead that you bumped into Firechild and the others. With the miserable fate that Firechild carried, he shifted his target and locked onto you. Simply put, you're purely taking the fall for Wu Jiao. If you hadn't hit the fire, you wouldn't have been hurt at all. After the miserable fate carried by Firechild completes its escalation, it will sanction Wu Jiao. But in the meantime, instead, You bumped into Firechild, and then you took over from Wu Jiao and became the primary target of the miserable fate Firechild carried as the primary sanction. Brother Devil's Son voiced all of its speculations. Asterisk 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 asterisk. That's really true when you think about it. The nine-headed lion cried out in pain. Thought Mojo's analysis was spot on. It must have taken the blame for Wu Jiao, became the prime target of sanction for the dismal fate of Firechild's back. Then when Firechild was being chased by the creepy creatures, it's what makes it the first to find it. It's what makes it so miserable. If it hadn't taken the blame for Wu Jiao, hadn't taken over Wu Jiao and become the prime target to deal with the miserable fate carried by Fireson, Firechild was chased by the creepy creatures when they were chasing him. The first one to find it was definitely Wu Jiao. I'm too wronged and unlucky, the nine-headed lion wailed. It was much more painful than the pain that he had to cry when he was stabbed back and forth through his body by the starburst sticks them earlier. You are indeed too wronged and unlucky this time. It's not like you haven't been sanctioned before, but which time was it this bad? Obviously, the miserable fate that Firechild carries has been escalated in order to sanction Wu Jiao. The upgrade wasn't completed though, but it's also far more terrifying. That's why you're so ed up this time, Brother Miko said heartily. There's one to say, the 9 lions are 1,000 times worse off this time. You stop it. The more I talk about it, the more my heart aches. The 9-headed lion cried even harder. Boom boom boom. Meanwhile, the Great War came to a white-hot level. These harmful things, when really one is more horrible than the other, one is more terrifying than the other, it's no exaggeration to say, these harmful things, any one of them to go to the heavenly beyond, are bound to be able to kill randomly, and few strong people can be opponents. Even Wu Jiao's heart was in shock during the great battle. To know, all of these harmful things, without exception, were all badly crippled. Ragged doesn't even begin to describe it, but that's it. These extremely broken and harmful things are still this horrible and terrifying. If it is not crippled, still in full peak condition then, how horrible and terrifying would that be? It's unthinkable. He trembled with trepidation, though not letting himself think about it much. It was also clear that it was useless for him to think any more about himself, but he couldn't help but think about it more. What kind of horrible things are these harmful things? You can't just exterminate them. Suppress them first and see what kind of origin and roots they have, he said through gritted teeth, though even if he knew the origin and roots of these harmful things, not much point were use either. But he still wanted to know the origin and roots of these harmful things. As for what was said about probing into the origins and roots of these harmful things, go and report it to Mr. He didn't even think about it. Stop it. If he can even detect the origin and roots of these harmful things, can the gentleman not detect it? Are you kidding me? The other side. The creepy creature's eyes were filled with horror and panic. The crimson spear in Wu Jiao's hand, when it is really extremely beyond its imagination, it would have expected the field to be flush with harmful things. It would definitely be able to suppress the crimson spear and kill Wu Jiao. Who knew? A host of harmful things came together. Surprisingly, it couldn't help the crimson spear in Wu Jiao's hand. It was inwardly terrified. Are they all going to be taken down by Wu Jiao? No! Fight him! It growled hideously and roared. It must not be taken down by Wu Jiao just like that. If you really want to be taken down by Wu Jiao, they would definitely be all destroyed by Wu Xiao, and there could be no other end. Kill! It hissed repeatedly. With the harmful substances within its body, it frantically gathered and absorbed the harmful substances within the heavens. Enhance it! Other harmful things are modeled, madly gathering and absorbing the harmful substances within the heavens. Enhance their respective strengths. The heavens have long been fully covered by hazardous materials. It's their last killer app. If this was not enough to suppress the crimson spear in Wu Jiao's hand, they will no longer be able to do anything. They will no longer have any means to fight against the power. Of course, if the source side of the hazardous material can flow out power to help them in the battle, that's another story. But this situation mostly doesn't occur. Because of the power on the source side of the hazardous material, a complete and full recovery has yet to take place. It is almost impossible to shed power to help them in a battle. Under their frantic gathering, this place has literally turned into a hazardous materials center. Another source of hazardous materials. They have power. All of them have been insanely soared and strengthened. It was more than several times more terrifying than earlier. I don't believe I can't suppress you like this. The weird creature's eyes stared coldly at Wu Jiao. Grimly, the power on their side had all been enhanced several times over. How is it possible that we still can't take Wu Jiao? It's just not possible. It firmly believed that it would be able to kill Wu Jiao this time. The crimson spear in Wu Jiao's hand was terrifying and frightening though, but it's not an invincible spear yet. It's impossible to still block their attacks. Chapter 300 Creating a Harmful Place. What do those people really want to do? Bad content. Chapter 301 Chen Chongsheng really came right outside. Harmful substances are not harmful if they are. What kind of hazardous material is that? This was something Wu Jiao was too vocal about, not only because he was from beyond the heavens, but also because he was still a personal experience. Beings from beyond the heavens are terrified to avoid hazardous materials. Half the time, I don't dare to dabble in it, for no other reason. All because there are too many such bloody examples in the heavenly beyond. Beings contaminated with harmful substances, even if it's only half a point, and all of them are no good either. One is worse than the other. There was even less need to say about Wu Jiao. After coming down from beyond the sky, he had a profound sense of how horrible and harmful hazardous substances could be. At that time, he was eroded by hazardous substances. The Taoist foundation was directly damaged. Big problems arise. The path of upward cultivation of the way. It's more of a total and complete collapse. And his cultivation realm was still rapidly regressing. Memories of the various practices and understandings of the Great Way and so on. It's also blurring fast. Tell the truth. If he hadn't met Mr. Behind, he really is completely ruined. Never again think of asking for the path of the Most High, even more so when it comes to harmful substances. A little bit of rotting and dying, he can be sure. When the source side of the hazardous material is completely revived, all the harmful substances will undoubtedly become even more horrible and harmful. Those harmful processes he undergoes at that time, inevitably, the outbreak will accelerate. There is even a good chance of other downfalls that are more painful and miserable. All the heavy heavenly beings, and the living beings under the heavens, it will be even more impossible to escape then. It might even be more miserable and painful. It's the same thing. Don't look at the heavy heavens and the living beings under them, they are fine now. It's just that the practice has suffered. The practice is incredibly difficult, unable to step into the higher realms. Other aspects, such as body, life, etc., are not a big deal, but it's only temporary. Harmful substances are just not yet in full force in a big way, really waiting for a full-blown explosion of hazardous materials. The heavens and the beings beneath them, it will be the first to suffer, and will be even more painful and miserable. The weaker the strength, the quicker you are victimized. The quicker you are victimized, it will be equally more painful and miserable. There is no doubt about that. Wu Jiao and the beyond heavenly beings, after being eroded by the harmful substances, the reaction that appeared was much greater than the reaction of the heavens and the living beings beneath them. Pure because they are so pure in every way, body and soul. It hasn't been tainted with half of the harmful substances. That's why the reaction was so great. Not in that case. In terms of the current level of harmfulness of hazardous substances, they wouldn't have reacted so well. Harmful levels of current hazardous substances, still considered fairly light. The guys who want to create harmful places, consider the beings who live in it? What? Really? Weak beings don't count as life? Wu Jiao gritted his teeth. Teeth were chattering. Obviously, the heavens beyond the heavens and the heavens of the heavens, and the beings beneath the heavens of the heavens, all out of the equation for the guys who want to create a harmful place. Once the harmful land is fully formed, all living beings are doomed to an unpromising and unimaginable end. Unfortunately, it was useless for him to know this. It doesn't change a thing. A deep sense of powerlessness gripped him. He's too weak. In front of the guys who want to build the Lord of Harmful guys, he's less than dust. No, though I am nothing, less than dust, but there's still Mr. I'm sure Mr. will be able to save the day and turn everything around. His eyes glowed, firmly said, no matter what happens and what kind of enemies you encounter, I'm all firmly on Mr. side. Follow sir and kill the enemy, he said firmly again, and then, he gathered his thoughts and prepared to extinguish the harmful things. These harmful things are no longer useful. Dude, don't rush it. It's too cheap to exterminate them just like that. Demon Zigo saw that Wu Jiao wanted to exterminate these harmful things. Hurry up and shout. It states that it will do unto others as it has done unto them. What the creepy creatures had done to them earlier, they would have to return the favor however they could. Otherwise it is really hard to solve their hatred. Right, it's time to do unto others as they do unto you. Fire Sun, the Lord of Hell, and Cold Hay also shouted. Only the nine-headed lion didn't say anything. It gave Wu Jiao an incomparably grudging look. Then angrily, he turned his head. What's wrong with it? Wu Jiao was in a dilemma. Not knowing how he had offended the nine-headed lion, he asked to the demon Zigo next to him. No, so, it's just carrying a very big pot for you, and it's not good for your heart anymore. Brother Miko said with a smile. Wu Jiao was even more confused. I don't know what Miko is talking about. How did the 9 lions take the fall for it? In the meantime, hazardous material source side, terrifying harmful power surged fiercely. There are countless different harmful things inside. At this moment, the power in the source of the hazardous material is recovering fast. Something harmful has awakened within it, emitting fluctuations of consciousness. They're my old buddies, and they've been destroyed just like that. A badly broken stone tablet. Send out such a fluctuation of consciousness. Its past was clearly extraordinary and extremely terrifying and horrifying. Even if the wreckage is awesome, there is no longer any inscription on the tablet. Only a very, very small portion of the inscription remains. And these remaining inscriptions, it's still all blurry and hard to see. However, it was still possible to feel that these inscriptions were incomparably transcendent and terrifying. Take down a random character above the tablet. All of them could easily suppress the entire outer heaven. Even those great powers of the heavenly beyond that had been fully immortalized can't resist a character either. This is still talking about characters that are now badly broken and blurred across the board. If it's a full character, then it is even more horrible and terrifying. A fully immortalized Heavens Beyond Heaven powerhouse wasn't even qualified to take a look at it. One look at it and you'll be completely dusted. Oh my old boys, it's too bad. Accidentally falling out of here resulted in a limited recovery and was easily exterminated. It fluctuates in consciousness, with great sadness and anger. At the same time, it was also the same thing that locked onto Chen Changxing to make a move against him. It mouths the old boys. It was precisely those harmful things that had been exterminated by Chen Changxing, had fought alongside it on the battlefield. The fellowship is immense. That's my old boys too. It's okay, we'll be able to avenge these old boys in no time. Another awakening of a harmful thing. Send out such a fluctuation of consciousness. Wait, no. This guy seems to know where the location of this place is and is coming this way. It exuded a wave of consciousness that was beyond astonishing. Coincidence? Right. How could he possibly know where this place is located? There is absolutely no possibility. No one can sense where this place is located. No. He actually came over, not by coincidence, right outside. The broken stone tablet exuded a shocking fluctuation of consciousness. Chen Changxing really came, just outside the source. Chapter 302, Worldly Pure Land, Ancestral Eldritch Land, Bad Content. Chapter 303 It doesn't matter. I can just exterminate you guys anywhere. Out of this world purgatory? A good plan? You've just moved a rock and slammed it into your own foot? Sharpening. To death? What's all this talk? Chen Changxing didn't understand a single word. But, doesn't matter. He didn't need to hear it, and he didn't have to. It didn't matter to him whether he heard it or not. He came this time, just to override the harmful source. Nothing else matters. You talk too much crap. Chen Changxing glanced at the broken stone tablet. A finger pointed out. Boom! There were extremely terrifying and horrifying beams of light shooting out from this finger that he extended. It directly blasted into the broken stone monument. The broken stone monument crumbled in response. All consciousness and power dissipated. It was thus extinguished by Chen Changxing with a single finger. And in the process, the broken stone monument was simply too late to resist. Completely unresponsive. What? Asterisk. So fierce? All the other broken and harmful things cried out in alarm. All of them were seriously frightened. More than that, the broken monolith didn't react. They are no exception. None of them reacted. And when they react, the broken stone monument had already crumbled and was extinguished by Chen Changxing with a single finger. Whoosh! They don't hesitate for a second. All of them exploded into extreme speed at the first opportunity, frantically fleeing back inside the source. They front that they so many harmful things together. Chen Changxing was simply not enough to worry about. They could completely suppress and kill Chen Changxing with ease. They then strutted out from within the source. Who knew? They had severely underestimated Chen Changxing's strength. Chen Changxing's terrifying. Far more than they expected. One finger extinguished the broken stone monument. That's not a power they can fight against at all. They are all about as strong as a broken stone tablet. Joining forces on it was also destined to be no match for Chen Changxing. It was nothing more than Chen Changxing clicking his fingers a few more times. In this case, how dare they stay outside the source anymore? Wouldn't dare at all. The only way to stay within the source. They are only as safe as they can be, until after it is safely returned within the source. They just breathed a sigh of relief. Relaxed. What a load. That is, we're badly broken and in far from peak condition. That's what gives you the opportunity to act so big. If we're not broken, we're still in peak condition. You're not even qualified to see us. One look at us and you'll have to die completely. A broken oil paper umbrella. In a cold voice, he said to Chen Changxing. The contempt for Chen Changxing was undisguised between his words. Not bad. It recognized that Chen Changxing was strong, possessing the strength to easily crush them. But, as it says so, it's just that they're too badly broken, and there's only a limited amount of power that can be exploded out of them. If they weren't broken, still in peak condition, Chen Changxing would have to explode and die just by looking at them. What's the point of trying to be mean out there? Come in if you can. If you dare to come in, I'll admit you're really good. Broken black mountain map. Full of provocation, he said to Chen Changxing, trying to provoke Chen Changxing. It made Chen Changxing lose his mind and barge inside the source. And once Chen Changxing was enraged, the top breaks into the words within the source. What awaited Chen Changxing was bound to be a dead end. The source was filled with surging and terrifying harmful power. Chen Changxing came in. they don't even have to make a move. The harmful power within the source would then completely strangle Chen Changsheng. You can just as easily be exterminated wherever you are. Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. With a bland look, he walked inside the harmful source. Really come in? Broken Black Mountain Figure's heart was ecstatic. Other broken and harmful things, as much as possible, within the harmful source. No matter how terrifying and powerful Chen Changsheng was, and destined to make no waves, it will be completely strangled by the harmful forces within the source. But what makes them all strange is this. How come Chen Changsheng didn't look a bit enraged and uptight? Calm, breezy, relaxed. Chen Changsheng didn't look enraged at all. It's not on at all. Not at all in an enraged, uptight state. Coming in, they all got a bad feeling. Could it be that all the harmful forces within the source suppressed and strangled Chen Changsheng? No way. This thought just popped up after. It's just dismissed by all of them. What a joke. How could Chen Changsheng be that terrifyingly powerful? There's not even a remote possibility. Chen Changsheng was sent over to sharpen his skills by the side of the worldly Pure Land. If it's that scary and powerful, Chen Changsheng wouldn't have to be sent over to be sharpened by the worldly Pure Land side. Sir, it's going in. The other side. Wu Jiao saw Mr. After entering the source, the heart couldn't control the frantic beating. Although he had a lot of faith in Mr. But that's a harmful source. There are countless horrible and harmful things inside. How could he not be on edge? I don't know what to do. You dare to come in here too? Wait for death you. A large number of broken and harmful things. All of them sneered and said to Chen Changsheng. They did not believe that Chen Changsheng had the strength to fight against the harmful forces within the source. Boom boom boom. They have just finished. Harmful forces boil over here at the source. An endless amount of terrifying and harmful power was sent towards Chen Changsheng to kill him. Chen Changsheng's face was calm. Not a ripple appeared. He waved his hand gently. A split second. There are invisible forces appearing, fixing the endless terrifying and harmful forces that were blasting towards him. Immediately after, all of the infinite and terrifying power dissipated in an instant. It was as if it had never been there from the beginning. How is this possible? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Awakening of harmful things. All of them cried out in alarm. One couldn't control the crazy chaotic trembling. All of them were badly shocked. What a joke. The harmful power within the source was surprisingly unable to suppress Chen Changsheng, and were also all wiped out by Chen Changsheng with a wave of his hand. One time, they all realize, Chen Changsheng was by no means what they thought he was. Definitely not someone sent over from the worldly Pure Land to sharpen their skills. Such a horrible Chen Changsheng. Where it needs sharpening, it's only right for Chen Changsheng to come over and sharpen them, right? How could they sharpen Chen Changsheng? Who the hell are you? What do you want to do? They asked Chen Changsheng in a trembling voice. There was no longer the gesture of contempt for Chen Changsheng from before. Where would they dare to scorn Chen Changsheng? Complete peak state of them. I'm afraid that I'm not a match for Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng was able to destroy them all with the flip of his hand. Who am I? Come to do what? Simple. I have come for the overthrow of this place. No way. I wasn't going to bother with you guys. But who made you shed your malice against me and want to deal with me? I had to come over and walk too. Wiped you all out here. Chen Changsheng calmly said. Speaking, the voice was exceptionally soft. It's as if they're talking about something trivial and insignificant. Chapter 304, Awake. Oh Su. The enemies are killing in the face. Bad content. Chapter 305, Spell it out. Say anything to stall for a moment. Bad content. Chapter 306, Countless harmful things. One more terrifying than the other. Bad content. Chapter 307, Countless harmful things fully dissipated. Ancestral weapon awakened. Ancient chariots of red gold. Stomping through space. On the way. Terrifying and harmful power is like a river breaking through a dike. Incredibly scary. It flowed with a compelling and harmful light throughout its body. Only such harmful light. Back then, on that battlefield, a large number of powerful people from the side of the worldly Pure Land were killed. Their ancestral land. Inside Doom's Earth, there are more than just them harmful things, and a lot of different scary pests. These harmful things. Just the pioneers. But it's just the beginning and a test run. Try to find out what kind of strength is on the other side of the Pure Land, so as to prepare for the full-scale invasion of the off-world Pure Land later on. The worldwide Pure Land side clearly realizes this as well, knowing that they are only pioneers. There are destined to be even more horrific battles breaking out later. So, it is only on the worldly side of the Pure Land that they have not been extinguished. Dropped them off here. The desire to make this a harmful place, a place of sharpening, so that their side of the living beings can sharpen here, to fight them better in the future. Boom boom boom. More and more terrifying explosions rang out one after another. All the harmful things, heavily damaged and mutilated. Or maybe the breakage and mutilation is less severe. It is also not at all obvious that it is broken or mutilated. It's all exploding like crazy. Don't dare to hold back a bit. In this case, they explode with power, absolutely horrifyingly appalling to the extreme. Not to say that it could be comparable to the full force of a supreme powerhouse over at the worldwide Pure Land, but not by much. But, even so, they also continue to have a serious lack of bottom line. There was no guarantee that he could delay Chen Changsheng for a moment, for no other reason. It was all because the power Chen Changsheng had displayed earlier was too terrifying, and then theirs. Faced with such a horrifying all-out bombardment from them, Chen Changsheng's face actually remained calm and indifferent. No half-assed ripples appeared. How can them still have a bottom? If Chen Changsheng did not have absolute power and means, can you be so calm and collected? How is that possible? It turned out to be just as they thought it would be. Chen Changsheng did possess the absolute power to crush them. Just see. Chen Changsheng gently waved his sleeve. Immediately, there was a wave of light centered on his body, slowly rippling over in all directions. This light wave doesn't look scary at all. No more terrifying power surged through it. However, it's this wave of light that doesn't look scary, that doesn't have terrible power, but it makes all harmful things. All of them were born with a deadly threat. No, can't even delay it for a moment? I'm not willing. The ancestral weapon is obviously going to awaken soon. All the harmful things, all roaring and snarling in hysterical rage. They are full of resignation and despair. After the light wave appeared, they instantly appeared to be irresistible. Once they are caught by the sloshing waves of light, they would inevitably be completely exterminated by the waves of light in a matter of moments. Completely dissipated, such as they are in this class. Feelings are never wrong. Being able to match is being able to match. Can't match is can't match. Even if they are not willing to do so, it's useless. It's simply not possible to turn things around. That's exactly why. It's what makes them so resigned and desperate. It was obvious that it only needed to be stalled for a moment. Several complete ancestral weapons awakened. They are bound to be saved. However, they just can't even stall for a moment like that. How can this make them happy? It would be fine if the time difference was much longer. Just a few moments. They are really too upset. Unfortunately, they couldn't be more resigned. They can only meet their demise just like that. The waves of light that swept in, none they can be fought against. They can't escape at all either. The moment the light wave appeared, they then clearly sensed that they were being fully locked in by the waves of light. Wherever they escaped to, the light waves would all swing and ripple over at the first opportunity. In addition, they also don't have time to escape. The waves of light swirled at a seemingly slow pace. The reality is that it breaks the speed limit. They are completely too late to escape. Boom, boom, boom. Broken sounds rang out one after another in succession. These harmful things, when there is really no escape, it was too late to make any response. The moment the light wave appeared, it just swung over in full force. They were all enveloped by the swirling waves of light. Harmful things that are more severely broken or mutilated, be the first to crumble, and then it turns into powder. Then it completely and fully dissipated. There's nothing left. And then, blackened metal long knives, ancient stone slabs, and other less harmful things that are broken and mutilated, full on crumble and blow up. It also turned into powder, and then completely dissipated. Who the hell are you? I don't want to dissipate like this. Ancestral weapon, save me. Formation flags, strings of beads, ancient red gold chariots, and other harmful things that could barely be seen as broken and mutilated. Crazy hissing and growling. Don't want to dissipate like that. But it was useless to let them struggle. One by one they crumbled, turned into powder, and then it completely and fully dissipated. They hadn't waited for the ancestral weapon to awaken after all. My God, Mr. is so invincible. Wuxia clearly saw this scene. The mind was shaken to the core. Could Mr. be any more invincible? Simply horrible and terrifying. But it was just a slight wave of the sleeve. Countless harmful things. It's all gone. His scalp seriously tingled. It's just like an overcharge. Up front he actually thought Mr. would be undefeated. Accidents happen. This is just not ridiculous. What exactly is the origin of the gentleman? His heart was beating more fiercely than at any moment. It's impossible to imagine what kind of history Mr. has. Is the gentleman from a worldly purgatory? No. He had a feeling that Mr. was likely to come from a place more transcendent than the world's Pure Land. None of the supreme beings within the worldly Pure Land would be a match for Mr. Mr. can easily suppress the most powerful person within the worldwide Pure Land. Countless harmful things. All of them were exterminated by Chen Changsheng. The source side of the noxious thing was instantly empty. Not a single harmful thing can be seen. But, the source of the harmful things is not becoming calm here. On the contrary, source of harmful things here. Instead, the harmful forces within it surged even more intensely. Source center side. All kinds of harmful substances boiled up even more violently. Incomprehensible supreme harmful Tao rules and rune patterns pulsed fiercely. Wisps upon wisps of irresistible and harmful aura spread out from the center side of the source. Something terrifying revealed a corner from within the center of the source, and only this corner of it is revealed. Just let people can't control the birth of infinite fear. There was simply no way to bring up a single thought of fighting against it. Complete ancestral artifact deep in the center of the source. Finally awakened. Chapter 308. There's no rush. I'll wait for them to awaken. Bad content. Chapter 309. Thinking too much. I simply want to exterminate you guys. What? Chen Changsheng is still drinking tea over there? The 18-layer pagoda was about to die of anger. Could Chen Changsheng be any more wild and arrogant? This was truly not putting it and the other ancestral weapons in their eyes. Unabashed provocation and contempt. It was furious. When has anyone ever been so provoked and scorned? Never. Even in that great battle back then, the supreme beings on the side of the worldwide Pure Land wouldn't dare to provoke and scorn it like this. It hated to strike immediately, collecting Chen Changsheng into its tower. Let Chen Changsheng pay a heavy price for his provocation and defiance of it. Torture and pain in the tower. But it is also just that to think about it. At this moment it was even more afraid to make a move. Chen Changsheng was so calm and collected. It scares it even more. It further made it think that Chen Changsheng was not easy to deal with, possessing unimaginable super strength. Mr. is so dominant and invincible. Looking at Chen Changsheng's figure as he drank tea blandly, Wu Jiao's heart was shocked beyond measure, and at the same time hot as hell, not caring about the delay of the 18 small towers. Even, he also took the initiative to let the 18 small towers stall for time, give those unawakened earthen ancestral weapons time to awaken, and sit over there, lighten up on the tea. How domineering and invincible it is. He was strongly infected. The surge in his heart simply could not be stopped. He also wanted to be as dominant and invincible as Mr. Wu Jiao. You're crazy. How dare you think of anything? He cursed himself up his own. A few dishes. Drinking like this. How dare he think of being as dominant and invincible as Mr. Do you have a grudge against the people of the world's Pure Land? Don't you want the people of the world's Pure Land to be sharpened here? The small 18-layer tower said. Chen Changsheng was this calm and collected. It really makes it scary. It felt the other ancestral weapons awakening. Most likely, he was not a match for Chen Changsheng either. It will be suppressed by Chen Changsheng. It didn't want to fight with Chen Changsheng anymore. Even if countless harmful things were exterminated by Chen Changsheng, it belonged to a great feud. It doesn't want revenge either. Countless harmful things were extinguished just by Chen Changsheng. It wanted to reconcile with Chen Changsheng. If that's the case, you don't have to do this. We can join forces. We can work together. Help you exterminate the people on the side of the worldwide Pure Land. It said quickly again. In its mind, Chen Changsheng was not from the side of the worldly Pure Land. The reason for wanting to exterminate them. Just don't want people on the worldly purgatory side to borrow them to sharpen them. Don't want the worldwide website to be better equipped to fight them in the future. It was highly probable that Chen Changsheng had a grudge against the worldly Pure Land side. That's the only way to explain it. Otherwise, it really couldn't imagine why Chen Changsheng had to exterminate them, and it wants to pass that point. Reconciliation with Chen Changsheng. Establishment of cooperation. Of course, it's just a temporary reconciliation and cooperation, although Chen Changsheng is unfathomable, but not yet qualified to work with them earthen. It wasn't just Chen Changsheng, nor are any of the remaining beings qualified to work with them in earthen earth. They, the earthen earth, are destined to sweep away all living things, devour and kill all living things. Overthink it. I simply want to exterminate you, nothing else. Chen Changsheng took a sip of tea, whispered, what do you mean by just simply wanting to exterminate them? Nothing to do with anything else? The 18-layered little pagoda did not expect Chen Changsheng to give such an answer. You're worried about the instability of working with us. Will we be exterminated after the fact or in the course of cooperation? It said in a deep voice. More and more. I felt sure that this was the truth. Chen Changsheng didn't trust them. Don't dare work with them. Fear of instability with them. After the fact or during cooperation, they are exterminated by them. Think about it for sure. It was impossible for Chen Changsheng to trust them. Definitely scornful of them. After all they cultivate is harmful power. How could Chen Changsheng trust them? Let's not talk about Chen Changsheng. It would be impossible to trust them with anyone else. And then think about Chen Changsheng coming over here. There was no talk of cooperation with them at all. Straight down the line. It clearly proved that Chen Changsheng did not trust them, don't want to work with them, just want to exterminate them. Spoil the plan on the worldwide website, not letting the worldly side of the Pure Land do what it wants. In the future it will be good for them to exterminate the side of the world's Pure Land. Think about it. It was very upset and torn. Countless harmful things were exterminated by Chen Changsheng. This is certainly deep hatred, especially since Chen Changsheng had also provoked it and the others with such contempt. More than that, it can't stand and is angry. It really didn't want to let go of Chen Changsheng and wanted to completely exterminate him. And it was also absolutely impossible to let Chen Changsheng die easily. It was necessary to let Chen Changsheng die in endless pain before he could do so. Otherwise it is really difficult to relieve it of its hatred. But now, it had to give up on that idea now. Wanted to reconcile with Chen Changsheng. It had to give Chen Changsheng an absolute guarantee. Such an absolute guarantee. It also meant that they could no longer move Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng will be absolutely safe behind him. As for what fooled Chen Changsheng, giving a temporary guarantee, kill Chen Changsheng afterwards, etc. It didn't even think about it. Chen Changsheng is not a cutie pie, not a guarantee that would keep him absolutely safe. Chen Changsheng would inevitably not recognize it and would not compromise. It could only give the guarantee of keeping Chen Changsheng absolutely safe. It's only when Chen Changsheng reconciles, only then will it stop. That's where it gets upset and tangled up. Let Chen Changsheng go. Don't kill Chen Changsheng. It really makes it incredibly upsetting. But Chen Changsheng was too terrifying and unpredictable. It left it without the certainty and confidence to be able to deal with Chen Changsheng. It is thus torn beyond measure. But it didn't dwell on it for long. The decision was made decisively. Reconciliation with Chen Changsheng, giving guarantees that would keep Chen Changsheng absolutely safe. You don't trust us? Understandably. We can give assurances that enable you to trust us absolutely. Wait for the other ancestral weapons to awaken. Let's discuss what kind of guarantees will make you trust us absolutely. It said. Chen Changsheng didn't say anything. Pick up the teacup and drink the tea. It looked as if he didn't care about what the 18 little towers had said. What a arrogance. The 18-layered little tower looked at Chen Changsheng's unconcerned look. It was about to blow up. Spicy chicken. It postures all so low. It could even be described as humble. Chen Changsheng still has this look. It really couldn't stand it and incomparably wanted to rush over and slaughter Chen Changsheng, but it held back in the end, suppressed all the anger in his heart. Let it keep itself calm. Reconciliation, cooperation, would be a good thing for you and us? You think you're here to just exterminate us after? Will everything be as you think? No way. There's no way the Earth inside won't track it down. The truth will inevitably surface once the Earth inside launches its pursuit. You definitely won't be able to run away at that time, and you'll be exterminated by the Earth inside. In addition, you don't have to destroy us either. It said one after the other. Chapter 310 Goons and Cowards. Why don't you dare to have a fight with him? There was a warning in the words of the 18 little towers. It felt that it had been too humble earlier and had placed its posture too low. This was what caused Chen Changsheng to be this arrogant and rampant. Do you really think that they can be arbitrarily held by Chen Changsheng? It let out a sneer. Although Chen Changsheng was terrifying and his strength was unfathomable, but they are definitely not vegetarians either. It wasn't something that Chen Changsheng could easily pin down. It's really going to break out into an immortal battle. It's not certain what the end result will be. We're not as good as you think we are. If you really want to be immortal to the end, you definitely won't have a good time either. It re-emphasizes this point. And the terror of the Earth and Earth is far beyond your knowledge and imagination. And don't you dare try to hide anything from Earth and Earth after what you've done. Nowadays your best bet it is to reconcile with us and establish cooperation. Don't worry, when the other ancestral artifacts awaken, we'll discuss assurances that you can trust. It went on to say, and after, it aggravates the tone. You mustn't mistake yourself and make the wrong decision. It said, word for word, this is no longer a warning. Rather, it's an unabashed threat now. There's really a lot of crap you. Shut your mouth if you still want to wait for the other ancestral weapons to awaken. If you dare to say one more word and disturb the elegance of my tea, I will destroy you now. Chen Changsheng glanced bashfully at the 18 small towers. Shut the up. Destroy your ass. It really was that it had just stooped too low and too humble. It caused Chen Changsheng to become more and more arrogant. I can't believe I'm even saying things like that. After the 18-layer small tower heard what Chen Changsheng said, immediately, he became furious. Straight away he was about to continue speaking out. Say, what's the point of pretending? I'm going to talk. If you're capable, you can destroy me now. I'm not scared. It knew clearly that Chen Changsheng was very strong, and it was most likely not Chen Changsheng's opponent. But it's definitely not a soft touch either, much less a paper tiger. Chen Changsheng don't want to destroy it so easily and simply. But, just as it was about to say these words, it was startled by the bland glance Chen Changsheng gave it as he looked over. What kind of a look was that? It's even more horrible and terrifying than the eye of death. Directly it saw its death, as if it wouldn't listen and shut up and say one more thing. Nope, one more word, death will come straight to it. It was really taken aback by the glance. Even if it couldn't believe how Chen Changsheng was that terrifying, it can be directly exterminated with ease and simplicity. It also dared not say another word. Frantic re-swallowed what it wanted to say. I'll just put up with it for now. I'll settle the score with him after all those old fellows have awakened. It said resentfully in its mind. That's not me being a wimp, much less scared. It's just that there's really no point in fighting him to the bitter end right now. The old boys are about to all wake up. When the old boys wake up, won't it be easy to take him? There's really no need to die with him now. Again, I'm in no way wimpy, in no way scared. It's just not necessary. It kept chanting this in its mind, to relieve itself, justifying its own shutting up and not talking. Never admit it was scared and wimped out. Boom. Just then, a terrifyingly loud explosion emanated from the center of the source. The terrifying and harmful atmosphere swept and spread crazily. Another complete ancestral artifact completed its deep slumber and recovery. Awakened, it was an ancient bone streamer. The bone of a bone streamer. The bone of an unknown creature. There are creepy and harmful forces flowing through it, particularly terrifying and appalling. Waste, look at you. You're a disgrace to us. Why don't you dare to with him? It had just come out and cursed at the 18 small towers. Performance on the 18 little towers. Disappointed. The first of the 18 small towers to complete its deep slumber and recovery. The first to awaken. They all waited for the 18 small towers to strike ferociously, strongly suppress and kill Chen Changsheng, to avenge the countless harmful things that had been exterminated by Chen Changsheng, showing off the power of their doomed earth. Who knew? The little 18-story tower was a wimp. The gesture was so low, so humble. Not only did he not dare to make a move towards Chen Changsheng, in the end, he was even too scared by Chen Changsheng to even speak. In hell, it's about to get pissed off watching it. Hate to force an end to its deep slumber and recovery. Kill out on this. The 18 little towers are simply disgraceful. At least it was an ancestral artifact. To be scared like that. What do you know? It's strategy. Strategy you know nothing about. You sure don't get it. What do you know about strategy for a broken bone streamer? The 18th layer of the small tower was scolded by the bone streamer in a hurry. Broken defense shouted, strategize you spicy chicken. Asterisk 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 off and play with your broken tower body. You goon, pussy. The bone streamer was contemptuous, and after, it had a terrifyingly creepy and harmful light shooting through its body. Rising greatly, the aura soared to the extreme. Infinite harmful power surged madly with its soaring aura. Various supreme harmful Dao rules were revealed. Lock on Chen Changsheng. Disgraceful thing. Let's see how I can subdue and kill him. It bellowed in a cold voice. To forcefully suppress and kill Chen Changsheng. Yes, nice. That's how it should be. Directly and forcefully subduing and killing him. Other ancestral weapons that have not yet awakened. All shouted in their hearts. They are still in deep slumber and recovery though. But it was also possible to sense what was happening outside. Honestly, 18 little towers of goon pussy just now really pissed them all off. The same as the earthen ancestral vessel. 18 little towers so wimpy, so pussy. They all feel suffocated. Can't stand it. One by one, they were frantically trying to force an end to their deep slumber and recovery. The bone streamer was now this strong and ferocious. Deep in their hearts, the earthen ancestors are supposed to be this strong and fierce. This was the majesty that their earthen ancestral artifacts should display. I don't know what it's afraid of. What's there to be afraid of? You're scared like this without even fighting. Can you be any more of a wimp? Any more of a pussy? The bone streamer makes a good point. Why don't you dare to with him? They all cursed up the 18 little towers again. It's really that the 18 little towers are too embarrassing in Thai. They all doubled their faces. One held back hard. Punks, cowards, goons. Watch this. The bone streamer bellowed at the 18 small towers, and then he forcefully killed over towards Chen Changsheng's side. It was going to kill Chen Changsheng directly by suppressing him. And just then, Chen Changsheng held his teacup towards the bone streamer that was killing him. He glanced. Chapter 311. It's so disgraceful. How did the earth and earth produce these two wimpy ancestral weapons? Bad content. Chapter 312. I'm not a pussy. No, I am a pussy. Bad content. Chapter 313. What's wrong with flicking your fingers? Do you really take them as minions? What a arrogance. Sit in the chair. Drink your tea lightly. Doesn't even bring your eyes. Just say you're sending them on their way. Could you be any more arrogant? Several pieces of earth ancestral artifacts were all about to explode with anger. What? They don't even have the qualifications to make Chen Changsheng get up? They are enraged. Anger rubbed and burned all over their bodies. Chen Changsheng really didn't put them in his eyes at all. They are all intolerable. When have they ever been treated with such contempt? Even on the battlefield back in the day, those supreme beings of the worldly Pure Land wouldn't dare to scorn them like this. They are not in the eye of the beholder. They are suffocating, difficult, and harboring a fire in their hearts. It wanted to tear Chen Changsheng, who had so defied them, into pieces. And don't dare. The signs are already there to prove it. Chen Changsheng was extremely uncomplicated and exceptionally terrifying. Really do it. They are all hardly guaranteed what will happen down the line. No room for negotiation? Does it have to be this deadly? Tell me exactly what you want to do and we'll talk about it. An earthen ancestral artifact said, not as a last resort. It really didn't want to fight with Chun Changsheng. If it could talk, it would be more than willing to have a good talk with Chun Changsheng, even if it ends up being a negotiated result. It will be a big loss for them. They also recognize it. I'm telling you the truth without the slightest exaggeration, much less intimidation. The extent of the terror of the doomed earth is absolutely beyond your imagination. I can't say much with you either. Let me just say this. The worldly Pure Land has never been our true goal or rival. This earthen ancestral artifact said with incomparable earnestness and seriousness. The horror of them. By no means is it comparable to the other side of the world's purgatory, and the path of their journey. The final land is by no means a worldly place either. The pure land of the world is only the starting point of their journey. I know it's hard for you to believe what I'm saying. After all, in your opinion, what I said was pretty empty, and all of us are still under the thumb of the world's pure land side. It's completely unconvincing to say the least. But, regarding the terror of the earthen earth, I'm definitely not half-assing it. The near future will prove it. The worldly Pure Land will also realize how ridiculous and unself-conscious they are in fighting against our earthen earth. It said solemnly again. Really, if you have any ideas and requests, by all means tell us. You definitely can't lose and you can't be fooled. Even more than you'll get if you fight us to the death. It went on to say, change the others. Hearing these words spoken by this earthen ancestral artifact, even if you don't believe it, the heart also appears more or less scornful. There will begin to be some hesitation and tussle. After all, if what this earthen ancestral artifact said was true, it's going to continue if you want to. There's definitely a big problem back there. Do it for someone else, no matter what purpose is held. At this moment, they will also most likely be shaken and will choose to reconcile and stop the battle. But unfortunately, the person these earthen ancestral weapons encountered was Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng didn't care one bit about how terrifying it was behind the earthen earth. No matter how scary it is behind Doom, none of it was a threat to him. Bang! Chen Changsheng didn't say anything, flicked his fingers in the air. Shasta! There were faint waves of light rippling towards several earthen ancestral weapons. What do you mean? Is this a case of not wanting to talk to them and just going for it? But what's with the snapping of fingers? Did Chen Changsheng treat them as minions that could be destroyed with a snap of his fingers? Several pieces of earth ancestral artifacts were really going to explode with anger. It was even if Chen Changsheng had used his spaced-out finger flicks earlier to deal with those harmful things, and now you're using a finger snap to deal with them? For them, there is simply no greater insult than that. Boom! Terrifying big explosions rang out. Harmful forces erupted wildly. Special creepy harmful Tao and Law manifestation. Several earthen ancestral artifacts struck out with full force against the waves of light that swept toward them. 18 small towers. The harmful light throughout his body skyrocketed. All the tower doors boomed all the way open. Inside, an endless number of harmful creatures rushed out in hideous terror. Each pest has unimaginably terrible and harmful power. Extremely fierce and tough, the bone streamer shakes. There were noxious runes that were beyond the realm of comprehension pulsing intensely. All sorts of lurid visions were frequent. Harmful runes beyond comprehension intertwined to form a sea of harmful runes. It violently flooded over toward Chen Changsheng's side. The sea of that harmful rune pattern, destroying everything, was almost unstoppable. The Grey Gourd again dumps out all the harmful substances inside the gourd. Honestly, it was really scared out of its wits up front. There really wasn't the courage to fight with Chen Changsheng. But now, it has no way back, and it's not going to make a move. It braced itself and dumped out all the harmful substances inside the gourd. And after dumping out all the harmful substances inside the gourd, it's all deflated throughout. The top of the gourd has lost a little of its luster. Couldn't stop the violent trembling. Actually, normal. Dump out the hazardous materials in the gourd. It doesn't deflate like that. It's this purely from being scared like this. Boom! The most ferocious and terrifying attack appeared. A huge stone hammer. The body of the hammer is engraved with complex and difficult to understand harmful Dao rules as well as incomparably creepy harmful drawings. It smashed heavily towards Chen Changsheng's side. It was clearly stronger than the 18 small towers, bone streamers, and grey gourds, bursting with power. It's not even in the same ballpark. The difference is huge, and indeed it does. Back in the day on that battlefield, it had managed to sneak up on a supreme being on the side of the worldwide Pure Land. A hammer smashed ferociously into the body of this worldly Pure Land Supreme. Smashingly, a large mouthful of blood spewed out from the mouth of this worldly Pure Land Supreme. The body was even cracked, although it was suppressed by this worldly Pure Land Supreme being right behind it. But it can sneak up on you, The worldly Pure Land Supreme Smasher spat out blood and cracks appeared in his body. It has already proved how horrible and terrible it is. You know that's the worldly Pure Land Supreme. Easily won't get sneaked up on, much less likely to be injured and spit blood from the mouth. Several earthen ancestral weapons. There are 8 pieces. All of them were striking frantically, and none of them dared to hold back. There are still reservations? It's when they go all out like that. They don't have any in their hearts either. In the beginning, they thought that Chen Shangsheng had flicked his fingers across the air to deal with them. It is a great insult to them. No matter how terrifying Chen Shangsheng was, there was absolutely no way that he could exterminate them with a snap of his fingers in space. However, as they were about to collide with the pale waves of light that swung toward them, they realized how wrong they were. Only then did he realize how terrifying and frightening Chen Shangsheng was. Chen Shangsheng truly had the strength to destroy all of them with a snap of his fingers in the air. Swirling waves of light. It gave them all a heavenly fear. Think they'll die if they collide with a light wave. Chapter 314, Trespassing on Lord Mogu's Palace, shall be killed without pardon. It turns out that the senses of the 8 earthen ancestral artifacts were very accurate. They do pass away when they collide with the light waves. There was simply no capital or strength to collide with light wave. 18 small towers. The tower doors are wide open. A myriad of horrifyingly ferocious pests were released. Each of them possesses unimaginably super strong and harmful power, but collide with the light wave on. It's all like a flower in a mirror and a moon in water. One touch and it breaks. Not even the slightest ability to resist. It was directly extinguished by the light wave. The 18 small towers were also among the waves of light, fully dissipated, being completely given out. The bone streamer lifted up a boundless sea of harmful runic patterns. It has the power to destroy, and is almost unstoppable. But after colliding with the light wave, the wave of light had clearly turned into the side that was destroying and almost unstoppable. A boundless sea of harmful rune patterns. It was directly drowned, covered, and obliterated by the swirling waves of light. No! Between the hysterical hissing of the bone streamers, it was obliterated by the swirling waves of light. Weak and untouchable. The same didn't even have the slightest ability to resist. The Grey Gourd dumped out endless years of condensed hazardous material. After colliding with the light wave, it didn't even make a ripple. It was all wiped out in an instant. I told you no. It's no match. It'll be destroyed when it comes up. Grey Gourd cried out, these thoughts in the front of its mind. It's not that it scares itself. Rather, Chen Shangshan was really super terrifying and horrible, when it is really possible to directly destroy it with a single blow. At the sound of its cries, it was fully extinguished by the waves of light that swept over it, the most ferocious and terrifying attack. That huge stone hammer, the strength far exceeded the 18 small towers, bone streamers, and grey gourds. 18 small towers and the like have the power. It's not even in the same league as it. It had also managed to sneak up on an outworld Pure Land Supreme, and it also made this worldly Pure Land Supreme power spit out blood and cracks appeared in his body. It can be extremely scary and horrible. The result was in front of the swirling waves of light. It was equally unbeatable and weak, just collided with the light waves right together. It then falls apart fully. Then it was wiped right out. The rest of those earthen ancestral weapons, all of them were as terrifying as this huge stone hammer, but after colliding with the light wave, they are without exception. None of them could resist the impact of the light wave. It was completely obliterated just as it hit. All the earthen ancestral weapons, all of them were also extinguished by the swirling waves of light. But, after destroying these earthen ancestral weapons, the waves of light did not stop swirling, and continue to swing. Not only did it purify and wipe out all the harmful substances within the source center, it also purified and wiped out the harmful substances of the heavens and all the realms and realms below the heavens. Up to this point, harmful substances disappear completely. The heavens and all the realms under them were purified. This was for the living beings within the heavens of the heavens and all the realms under them. Undoubtedly a heavenly thing. The harmful substances that were previously on their bodies were also purified as much as possible. In a flash, it was as if they had all been reborn. It was like coming out of a deep pool full of sludge and then washing your body as if you were relieved. What happened? Why do I feel like my body has been sublimated? The heavens and the beings of the realms below them. A shout full of alarm went up. None of them knew what was going on. I don't even know that they were once full of harmful substances, but now they have all been purified. They have truly welcomed a new life, received an unimaginably great benefit. They will also be like the beings from beyond the heavens. Practicing will be incredibly easy. It won't be as exceptionally difficult and treacherous as usual. The usual practice is difficult and perilous, all caused by harmful substances. Harmful substances are thoroughly purified away. Practicing will become very easy and simple. Mr. Fierce Wu Jiao was overwhelmed with emotion. That's the center of the source of the harmful stuff, especially those earthen ancestral weapons that awakened in the back. It's more of a horror than a horror, only to be extinguished by the snap of a finger by Mr. He was inwardly shaken beyond belief. I really don't know what kind of words to use to describe his current shock. In a word, Mr. is so fierce, so bullish, so invincible. I'm not to blame. You brought this on yourselves. I actually really didn't plan on hitting on you guys at first. Chen Changsheng whispered, a light sip of tea. As he said, at first he wasn't going to bother with these harmful things. Who knew these harmful things had to mess with him? It has to be a death wish. Well, you can't blame him. He could only extinguish all these harmful things. And then, his figure disappeared. When his figure reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the most ancient burial ancestor. Who? A person appeared out of nowhere, startling the most ancient burial ancestor. After he saw that the person in front of him was Chen Changsheng, he just relaxed. Duke! He hurriedly saluted Chen Changsheng in greeting. A man just appeared out of thin air. When it really was about to scare him to death, he even nearly attacked subconsciously. If it were anywhere else, he wouldn't be this stressed and this scared. Mainly because this place is just too scary and terrifying. Burial Ground has been investigating information related to Li Sun. Got quite a few clues. He then followed these clues and found his way here. This is an unknown land. Extraordinarily mysterious and menacing. If it wasn't for Chen Changsheng not only helping him with his physical problems, it also allowed him to complete his breakthrough. Strength got a spike. He can't even get in here. And he came in. It is even more dangerous. Rao's strength had gotten a sudden boost. He coped with all of it with immense hardship and difficulty. So when someone appeared in front of him out of nowhere, that's why he's so stressed. Thought it had encountered some more evil. No need to be polite, Chen Changsheng said softly. And then, he looked towards a huge, ancient temple in front of him. This huge, ancient temple. I don't know what year it was built or who built it. The vicissitudes of age are extremely heavy, and the architectural style should be special from other places. It's nothing like the architecture of the other lands. My lord, I can't get in here, the most ancient burial ancestor said. The old, strange building before them, the gates are closed. He used many means and powers. It couldn't shake the gate in the slightest. There is no way to enter and explore inside this ancient and strange building. Just then, there was the oddly indifferent language that rang out. This is Lord Mogu's palace. If you dare to trespass, you will be killed without pardon. The words landed. Immediately, there was an infinite amount of terrifying power. The sky and earth bombarded towards Chen Changsheng and the ancestral most ancient burial ancestor's side. The most ancient burial ancestor's face changed drastically. Since this blast over in power, a deadly threat was felt. Chapter 315, Come kill me, I'm addicted to death. It's horrible. What kind of power is this? It was completely beyond his understanding and knowledge. The most ancient burial ancestor's heart was beating fiercely. He had no doubt. Don't say that this power fell on him in full force. Even if an ounce of power fell on him, he's all going to be absolutely dead. Don't be afraid and worried. You'll be fine, even when I'm not here. Even if you encounter a more horrible and terrifying force, it will still be the same. You have the great medicine I gave you inside you. No power can kill you, Chen Changsheng said to the most ancient burial ancestor. He went to the burial ground as a guest, helped solve the problem on the most ancient burial ancestor, with what he calls a great medicine. This is a truly top-notch transcendental and great medicine. As he said, even the most horrible and terrifying power. It was also absolutely impossible to kill the most ancient burial ancestor. This is a truly top-notch transcendent and supreme medicine. It would cause the most ancient burial ancestor to instantly come back to life intact, and it will also allow the most ancient burial ancestor who has been reborn over, getting stronger. The most ancient burial ancestor was severely startled by what Chen Changsheng said. Was the flower inside him really that transcendent? It can make it so that no power can kill him. What? Don't believe me? You can try. Chen Changsheng smiled and waved his hand. The most ancient burial ancestor was instantly met by a force that was carried towards their side to blast them over. Oh, my God, how do you do that? Don't! The most ancient burial ancestor was about to be scared alive. The power to blast over. It simply wasn't a power he could fight against. Not a single strand of it could he fight against. He will surely die if he meets them. And so it is. The difference is too great. It's like the difference between dust and the vastness of star space. His body had just clashed with the power that blasted over. He was then completely obliterated. The body and soul, etc., are even more fully dissipated. It's gone cleanly and completely. It was as if it didn't exist at all. But, just the next instant, between flashes of brilliantly radiant soft light, he resurrected to appear. You really can't kill me, he shouted in excitement. Not only is he not dead, not to mention, also felt that after the resurrection, he became stronger, possessing an even more terrifying power. The feeling of death is quite ordinary. One could even say senseless. Not even a hint of pain. And don't say pain. Instead, there's something very comforting about it, the most ancient burial ancestor said with an odd expression. Death is undoubtedly an extremely painful thing in others. It came to him. Not only was he not in any pain at all, he was extremely comfortable. It even made him reminisce about this comfortable feeling. Want to die again yet? Am I not a pervert? He said with an even more odd expression. Seriously doubt he's a death-loving pervert. Why else would he be so comfortable and want to die again so much in retrospect? Pervert? Chen Changsheng was amused by the most ancient burial ancestor. You're not a pervert. Death for you will not bring you the slightest pain either. I wouldn't have let you try this if I let you feel the pain, Chen Changsheng said with a smile. That great medicine in your body is the immortal flower. The immortal flower allows you to die without feeling the slightest bit of pain, and it will also bring you an unusually comfortable feeling. To bring you back to life in such an unusually comfortable feeling. At the same time, it will also make the reanimated you stronger, he said again. This was the reason why when the most ancient burial ancestor died, not only was it not painful, but it was also very comfortable. It was also the reason why he had asked the most ancient burial ancestor to try it this way. As he said, there really has to be some pain. He wouldn't let the most ancient burial ancestor try it like that either. So it is. The most ancient burial ancestor's eyes glowed. Instead of dying in pain, it will be incredibly comfortable. Even after reanimation, it will also get stronger. What's he hesitating about? If he didn't die 1,000 times, how could he live up to the immortal flower inside him? In addition, he was also shocked beyond measure in his heart. What's your name? It's also too scary and frightening, casually giving him such a top-tier transcendent immortal flower. It actually didn't kill it? Stunned voices came from within the ancient, strange palace. Obviously didn't expect it to hit out with an attack. After all, he didn't kill the most ancient burial ancestor. Under normal circumstances, there is simply no way that such a situation could have arisen. It was completely impossible for the most ancient burial ancestor to survive its attack with such a low cultivation realm. For a moment it became solemn. The visitor was obviously not that simple, not that easy to deal with. Death to you, with you still trying to kill me? Are you kidding me? The most ancient burial ancestor is starting to die. Death is painless and very comfortable. Reanimate and become stronger again. Joke, if it doesn't kill itself, who will? It's not that I'm underestimating you, but you really can't. If you don't believe me, go ahead and see if you can kill me. The most ancient burial ancestor shouted with a big grin. Seek death. An enraged voice came from within the ancient and strange palace. Damn the most ancient burial ancestors. What a lowly realm of cultivation. How dare you provoke it like this? Compare it with it. The cultivation realm of the most ancient burial ancestor was truly so low that it was no different from a mole cricket. Rumble. It did it again. A stronger power erupted and killed towards the side of the most ancient burial ancestor. The most ancient burial ancestor was completely obliterated in an instant. It was about to say, "That's it?" Turns out it hasn't even said it yet. The most ancient burial ancestor was revived, and also said what it had to say. "That's it?" the most ancient burial ancestor said with mockery. This time when he was killed, again, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pain. There's just the ultimate in comfort. And after being revived, he became stronger again. Dead. I'm going to die 1,000,000 times over. It's addictive. You seek death. A furious voice came out from within the ancient strange temple. It's really angry. Didn't kill the most ancient burial ancestor, not to mention. It was also taunted by the most ancient burial ancestor with the words it was supposed to taunt the most ancient burial ancestor with. How can this it not be angry? It burst into a rage. Say whatever you want to kill the most ancient burial ancestor. You won't live. So die for me. It growled angrily. Strike the strongest blow. Towards the side of the most ancient burial ancestor, he blasted over. This strike was absolutely horrifying and terrifying. It was even more powerful than the strongest power of those earthen ancestral weapons. If the earthen ancestral weapon met such a strike, it will be destroyed in an instant. You live to show me again? It grunted coldly. It was not believed that the most ancient burial ancestor could survive its strongest strike. And then, just after it finished, it giggled. The strongest strike did easily obliterate the most ancient burial ancestor. But immediately after that, the most ancient burial ancestor resurrected himself. Chapter 316, How long has it been? And you can't do it. Bad content. Chapter 317, The incident happened suddenly, and the family left without bringing any money. Given a break? Where's the break? Is that all it takes to say those two ing words? Does that count as breaks? And, what do you mean never have mercy? Did it take pity? It's a pity. It's ferocious as hell every time. The Watchtower Palace walking palace creatures were really about to be pissed off, but it's also really convincing. It really couldn't kill the most ancient burial ancestor. Asterisk 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 you hard? No, I'm out of energy. I admit I can't. Okay, please do me a favor and leave me alone. It cried. Begged the most ancient burial ancestor to get out of here quickly. Really can't top that. How can you say you can't? Don't give up. I'll watch over you. I'm sure you'll be able to kill me. The most ancient burial ancestor shouted. Don't you look at me favorably, let alone trust me. Go away. I really can't kill you. The The creatures guarding the hallowed rose cried out in pain. Anyone who trespasses on Lord Mogu's palace shall be killed without pardon. Isn't that what you said? You can't give up. The most ancient burial ancestor persuaded to rise up to watch over the creatures of the temple walk. I made that up. Watching how the temple line creatures don't make a move anymore. What else is out there? It's simply impossible to kill the most ancient burial ancestor. It looked out. Kill it a few thousand more times, and it will surely remain the same. Can't kill the most ancient burial ancestor. It will just end up wearing itself out. At the same time, it was also alarmed beyond belief. The great medicine inside the most ancient burial ancestor. Is it really an immortal flower that can stay immortal forever? Even if it wasn't, and definitely close to never dying. Didn't see the most ancient burial ancestor being killed and reanimated. Does the most ancient burial ancestor cultivation realm just change and get a quick boost? This necessarily belonged to a top-tier transcendent and supreme great medicine. I'm afraid that it's not even comparable to the top-notch great medicines within the world's pure land. Could someone who could take out such a top-tier transcendent supreme pill and still casually give it to the most ancient burial ancestor whose realm was only at the source realm be an ordinary person? Don't even think about it. This person must be extremely uncomplicated. It must have been very scary and horrible. This person was now behind the most ancient burial ancestor. How could it not concede? Stop it. This man was certainly not one it could afford to mess with. It cried out for the most ancient burial ancestor to hurry up and leave. And that's exactly why. It can't afford to mess with this guy, trying to get this one out of the temple row side. Alright, the most ancient burial ancestor saw that the creatures that guarded the temple walking palace had no intention of striking. It can only be dismissed. Someone once came in here with the body of Lee Sun. Is this man the Lord Moku you spoke of earlier? And where is Lee Sun's body? Inside the palace? He asked one after the other. Creatures that watch over the temple rows would have still been crying when the most ancient burial ancestor asked this series of questions. It instantly stopped crying. Who the hell are you guys? It asked in a hushed voice. It had long since occurred to him that the purpose of Chen Changsheng and the most ancient burial ancestor's arrival here was not simple. Sure enough, Chen Changsheng and the most ancient burial ancestor's purpose was indeed not simple. Rushing towards its master and the corpse. At the time it wondered why its master had brought back a corpse. Its master told it that its purpose in coming down was for this body. But the specifics of this body, its owner didn't tell it. It doesn't matter who we are. It's important that you answer those questions I just asked. The most ancient burial ancestor said. Can't answer 1 point. And, I advise you to die while you can. 2. Don't get yourself killed. The creatures that guarded the palace walking palace said in a cold voice. Seek your own death? Where's the dead end? Point it out to me. The most ancient burial ancestor's eyes glowed. Getting to experience the thrill of death again? Come on, come on, come on. I can't wait. I can't wait. He then shouted. What a ing pervert. Several layers of goosebumps rose on his body as he watched over the temple row creatures. Death can still be pleasurable. The most ancient burial ancestor is truly a super perverted maniac. Get out of here and don't gross me out. I'll tell you the truth. This palace is not for you to enter. It's useless for you to spend time here. It said quickly. This palace was a top-grade exotic treasure. Even a strong person of the same level as its owner couldn't force an attack in. Can't get in? Chen Changsheng calmly waved his hand. In a flash, the original doors of the palace that were tightly closed together open with a bang. My God, the creatures that guarded the temple rows were scared to death on the spot. How is this possible? No powerhouse of the same level as its owner could force it open. Chen Changsheng opened it with a wave of his hand? That's too scary. Whoosh! It made a quick run for it and fled to the safest place within the palace. Quick! Don't sleep. A strong enemy is killing in. It's on the run. Shout as you run. Awaken other creatures and top exotic treasures within the lineage. In fact, no need for it to wake up. Other creatures and top-notch exotic treasures within the rowing palace. It's also long since been alarmed. They awoke from their slumber the moment the doors of the palace opened. The interior of the palace was a world of its own, incomparably huge and vast. This was not just a place for Mocha to rest and practice. Creatures that Mogul has taken in over his lifetime, and the exotic treasures he has collected throughout his life, etc. It's all here. 2. What happened? The gates of the palace were forced open? They said in a hushed voice. If the door to the palace was forced open, then we've really met a strong enemy. Yes, the creature responsible for guarding the temple rose quickly put it all out there. What? Seriously? Other creatures and many top-notch exotic treasures, etc. All of them listened in awe. Doubly unbelievable, unkillable ancestral ancestors of the most ancient burial. Chen Changsheng who opened the door of the palace with a wave of his hand. This is too outrageous and unbelievable. In a flash, they all realized that they had met an overwhelmingly strong enemy. Nothing. During these years of cultivation within the palace, we have all become much stronger, especially since the interior of the traveling palace is also inscribed with an overwhelming killing formation. stronger than the master can also be killed. If they dare to come in, I'll make sure they don't come back, a top-tier exotic treasure said in a cold voice. It happened suddenly back then. There was some sort of accident that came up. Their owners left without even taking the palace with them. Their owner's home base, all of it. Even if Chen Changxing could open the gate of the palace with a wave of his hand, as long as Chen Changxing dares to come in, they are not necessarily out of the fight. What about this horror inside the palace? Even those stronger than your master can be killed? If you guys are going to say that, then I'm interested. The most ancient burial ancestors don't even bring hesitation. Straight in. I'm coming in. Come on, me hard. Don't ever hold back. The more violent the better. The most ancient burial ancestor grinned and shouted. Chapter 318. Who is he? Really? If he is not the owner he scared away? Come on, me hard. The more violent the better. The crowd of creatures and top-tier exotic treasures all looked dumbfounded. So, perverted? Front. They listen to the guardian temple line creatures when they say that the most ancient burial ancestor is perverted. Haven't felt anything yet. When they see it with their own eyes, they are truly amazed. The most ancient burial ancestor is truly perverted. Goosebumps fell from a host of creatures. The top-tier exotic treasures, on the other hand, couldn't stop their crazy and chaotic trembling. They've never seen such a sick guy. Again, here we go. Creatures that watch over the temple rose. Seeing this extremely perverted and familiar appearance of the most ancient burial ancestor, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Boom. It just didn't hold back. Maneuvering the absolute great killing formation within the palace towards the side of the most ancient burial ancestor. The place where it was located was exactly where the eye of the absolute great killing formation was located. Being able to manipulate the absolute great killing formation to kill the enemy. It's also the safest place in the entire palace. There's no suspense. When the attack of the Jedi Great Killing Formation fell, the most ancient burial ancestor was instantly secured on the spot. Although the most ancient burial ancestor had become a Source King, but in front of the Jedi Great Killing Formation, it's simply not enough. Smaller than dust. Even. Don't say anything about the Source King. Even those earthen ancestral weapons, in front of such an overwhelming killing formation, it was also quite inadequate. Small as dust. This was an overwhelming killing formation that could kill a powerhouse even more terrifying than Mogu. Mogu's strength was too much stronger than the earthen ancestral weapon. It could easily crush the earthen ancestral weapon. The earthen ancestral weapon was in front of such an overwhelming killing formation. Naturally, it's not enough. Nature is incredibly small. This should kill him for good. The creatures that guarded the temple rose whispered to themselves. It couldn't be that even the absolute great killing formation couldn't kill the most ancient burial ancestor. However, the next instant it was dumbfounded. Holy, it grimaced. The absolute great killing formation had unexpectedly failed to completely kill the most ancient burial ancestor. The most ancient burial ancestor has been resurrected. This time it's strong enough. It's good enough. With such a great killing formation, you guys should have used it earlier. Come on, keep going. Don't stop. The most ancient burial ancestor grinned and shouted. This experience was much more enjoyable than the previous one. It also brought him back more. He so wanted to keep being blasted uninterruptedly by such an overwhelming killing formation. That's sick. Could it get any sicker? The corners of the mouths of all the creatures all twitched madly. The top-level exotic treasures also cried out that they couldn't stand it. At the same time, they are also alarmed. The most ancient burial ancestor didn't even die completely? Looks like it's really tricky this time. Kill. Do it. They strike out. Madly, he killed towards Chen Changxing's side, all without reservation. No matter how tricky they are not going to just fold up. It was impossible to allow Chen Changxing and the others to run amok within the palace. And no real battle. And how can we know what the outcome will be? Their attacks and power. It's all on Chen Changxing's body. They're all clear. Chen Changxing is the rightful owner. It didn't matter if you could kill the most ancient burial ancestor or not. Kill. Creatures that watch over the temple rose. It also turned the Jedi Great Killing Formation on in full within the first hour. Maneuvering the Jedi Great Killing Formation towards Chen Changxing's side to kill. Creatures taken in by Mogul. Not a bad number. There are hundreds of them. And Mogul collected top-notch exotic treasures. There are quite a few of them. There are more than 20 pieces in total. That's a pretty deep family. Need to know. Each of these top-tier exotic treasures was stronger than an earthen ancestral artifact. The end is horrible and terrifying. Look at the whole side of the world. There are definitely not many people whose family background can be deeper than Mo-Kong. Just a handful. Mo-Kong belonged to a supreme power within the worldly Pure Land. The Great War broke out. Whether it's a creature taken in by Ma-Kong, it's still a top-notch exotic treasure. All of them have terrifying power. They are in the rows for the duration of this time. Dive in. The strengths have all improved by leaps and bounds. It's no exaggeration to say, when they fought together, they could definitely easily suppress a powerhouse of the same level as Mo-Kong. It can be fought against someone stronger than Ma-Kong. Plus the fully open Jedi Great Killing Formation. they still had the confidence to suppress Chen Changsheng. In the meantime, the most ancient burial ancestor kept spiking blood and kept dying and resurrecting again. His cultivation realm was too low. It simply couldn't withstand the eruption of these creatures and top-notch exotic treasures, especially since the Jedi Great Killing Formation was still open, though even if he wasn't the target of the attack, he couldn't afford it in the slightest either. But it was just a short moment. He just doesn't know how many times he's died and reanimated. Cool. It was awesome. He was so cool he was about to take off. Death brought him not pain, but endless pleasure. The worse he dies, the more intense the pleasure will be. Honestly, the pleasure was so intense he could barely hold it. Chen Changsheng couldn't help but let out a laugh when he saw this. The most ancient burial ancestor was obsessed with the thrill of death. He was going to make a move to suppress these creatures and top-notch exotic treasures, destroy the overwhelming killing formation inside the palace. But it was so cool to see the most ancient burial ancestor, and he didn't make a move, allowing all the attacks and power to blast towards him recklessly and crazily. Of course, these attacks and forces could not hurt him in the slightest, couldn't even hurt a single strand of his hair. What? How is this possible? All of these creatures and top-tier exotic treasures were severely startled. One can't believe it. It was as if he had seen the most horrible thing in the world. How does that make them believe? They went all out. Plus there was also a full-blown absolute great killing formation. Surprisingly, it could not hurt Chen Changsheng in the slightest. This was really far beyond their expectations. When the master suddenly left, it was too late to even take the palace away. So it can't be because of him. A creature's heart pounded at the thought. At that time when their owners left, very hasty, it was too late to even take the family's palace, especially when their owners leave. The face is still as ugly as ever. It was as if he had been frightened by something and had fled. They have reason to suspect. They were owned at the time. Definitely got away with something. Now Chen Changsheng had shown such a terrifying and frightening side. It can't help but conjure up images of them. It was suspected that their masters had been scared off by Chen Changsheng in the first place. No way. Really? If he scared off his master, why did he only show up now? This makes no sense. It doesn't make any sense at all. Obviously what scared off the owner in the first place had nothing to do with him. The creature thought again in his mind. Negate the previous thought. In the first place, if it was really Chen Changsheng who scared away their masters, Chen Changsheng will show up then. It couldn't have come after such a long time. It wasn't him who scared off the owner. And who the hell is he? These creatures and top exotic treasures, all of them are trembling with fear. I wonder what kind of origin Chen Changsheng has. Chapter 319. The scenery cannot be missed, and the initial heart will not change. Bad content. Chapter 320. Son, don't scare me. Listen, let's change the target. Bad content. Chapter 321. Scourge from beyond the sky. Prepared dishes. Bad content. Chapter 322. One blow blasted away Pang Mountain. The heavenly beyond heaven was greatly shaken. What? And kill the fish from the Tian high side of the sea to make fish soup? Kill that old snake at Snake Ridge and make snake stew? The old lion from the lion killer's cave. Braised lion's head? The old beasts in the Chaos Garden couldn't get away. And they were all ingredients too? He also had to go to the 9 Tribulation Mountain, the Unseelie Sea, the ruins of returning heaven, the heavenly abyss, and other Jedi places to pick the fruits that seize the creation of the heavens and the earth. Wujio's father and mother, and a group of elders, all dizzy, feel like passing out. No, they told Wujio to be careful with his words. So how come Wujio is getting more and more aggressive and outrageous the more he talks? They were all about to die of fright. Son, let's not talk about it. Your dad, my little heart can't really take it. Wujio's father was on the verge of tears. Your mom and my little heart can't really handle it. Wujio's mother also said, Young master, you're scaring us, aren't you? You must be scaring us. The crowd of elders said, Father, mother, and the elders, you need not worry. I'll go ahead and slaughter that old rock first. That way the father and mother elders won't have to worry anymore. Wujio left the Wu clan. Nothing more needs to be said. After he proved himself by slaughtering that old rock bird from Rock Mountain, his parents and elders wouldn't have to worry. How did you fail to stop it? No, Wujio's father and mother, and a group of elders from the Wu clan. I'm afraid that Wujio will really go to Pengshan. Early on, the entire Wu clan was blocked off in secret. Who knew? Their blockade is useless. Wujio left the Wu clan straight away. Their faces all showed shock. How is it possible that you can't stop Wujio? Wujio is only a Source King. They're on lockdown, let alone a Source King. Even a Source Saint couldn't easily break through. They looked at each other. It was hard to believe that Wujio really wasn't talking big. Rather, he really had the means to kill the old rockbird and a bunch of other Source Ancestor giants. They immediately looked across the sky towards the side of Pang Mountain. The look of nervousness was unusual. All of them prayed in their hearts that Wujio must not be alright. Boom! Terrifying explosions resounded beyond the heavens. Wu Jiao turned around and arrived at Peng Shan's side. He held a crimson spear, dressed in the red haze battle armor. Just after descending to this side, he launched a bombardment against Ringshan. Rock Mountain was blown away. The debris rolled down like crazy. Miserable roars of pain resounded through the heavens and earth. Crimson, hot beast blood spurted out. A large number of ferocious beast beings died under the strike. The old rook is not alone, living alone in Penshaw. It has a sea of uncountable henchmen under it. Rock Mountain says it's a mountain, but there is infinity within it. It's bigger than a side of the world. Rock Mountain is the dojo of the old rock bird. It is not destined to be small within it. It's not destined to be simple either. What happened? Someone made a move against Peng Ancestor and bombarded Peng Ancestor's dojo. Hiss, what a guy, so fierce. The sky beyond the sky trembled greatly, like a boulder being thrown down on a calm lake. There was an uproar. All living beings were seriously frightened. All of them threw their gazes over to Peng Shan's side at the first time through the air. None of them thought, in the days when immortality did not come out of the world, there was actually someone who dared to make a move on Peng Ancestor and bombard his dojo. Doesn't this person know the terror of Pengzu? Don't you know that Peng Ancestor is an invincible existence under immortality? Haven't we had enough bloody examples before? Too many powerful people had tried to kill Pengzu, with no exception. All of them were killed by Pengzu, became a blood meal in the mouth of the Peng Ancestor and was eaten by the Peng Ancestor. My god, really killed it, the Wu clan elders exclaimed. Wu Jiao really wasn't joking with them, and it's unusually fierce. Just went over there and launched a bombardment of Penshaw. It was as if he really wanted to slaughter that old rock and use it to make roast meat. Peng Mountain is the dojo of the old rock bird. Don't even think about dash. There must be all sorts of horrible forces guarding it, and it just blew away? Is my son so fierce? Wu Jiao's mother said with a shocked heart. A Genjo's dojo, how can it be blown away that easily? Not at all. However, her son Wu Yu just descended over there. It's only one blow. It then broke open Peng Mountain, leaving it in ruins. Her son, Wu Jiao, was really too fierce. Is it really possible to slaughter that old rock? Wu Jiao's father was lost in thought for a moment, blasting away the rock ancestor's dojo with a single strike. Who is he? What a young aura, probably around 1,000 years old. But how is this possible? Did I sense it wrong? How is his realm at the Source King realm? Shouting as well as dismayed voices frantically resounded all around the heavens beyond. Around 1,000 years old, Source King realm, and blowing away Peng Ancestor's dojo with a single blow? Are you kidding me? They all seriously suspected that they were sensing something wrong. There was no way that Wu Jiao could be so young, only around 1,000 years old. The realm was even less likely to be at the Source King realm. I know him, he's Wu Jiao of the Wu clan. A being shouted. Recognized Wu Jiao. Yes, he's Wu Jiao. There's no mistaking it. One after another, beings shouted from the back. Wu Jiao was not the kind of nameless youngster without a reputation. He is very outstanding and counts as the pride of his generation. Although it was not a supreme celestial pride whose reputation resounded beyond the heavens, but the reputation is not small. There were many living beings who had heard of or recognized Wu Jiao. No way. You guys are definitely mistaken. The young celestial pride struck out at Peng Ancestor, and blasted away Peng Ancestor's dojo with a single strike? How dare you guys think and say that? This is simply impossible. Wu Jiao's identity was shouted out. What emerged was more negativity, because it's just not possible. It's more than a pipe dream. There's no mistake. He should be Wu Jiao. He's right around 1,000 years old, and his realm is right around the Source King realm, and he was able to blast away the Rock Ancestor's dojo with a single blow, all because of that crimson spear in his hand. A Source Emperor level powerhouse spoke up, determined everything. His eyes gleamed, sensing the terror of the crimson spear in Wu Jiao's hand. Over at Penshaw, old rock bird, get out and die. Today your fate is at hand, and I'm going to make roast meat out of you to entertain the gentleman. Wu Jiao shouted loudly. What? To make roast meat out of Pengzu? The beyond the heavens beings were all stupefied. Seriously doubt they heard wrong. It's never been Pengzu that eats other people, but today someone is actually trying to eat Pengzu? Mister. What? Who is this gentleman? Countless beings from beyond the heavens were interested in the Sur and Wu Gap. Kill Pengzu and make a roast. Mr. Hospitality. This gentleman is clearly extraordinary. Extremely scary. Hiss. This gentleman couldn't be an immortal existence. A Source Emperor couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath of cold air. A bold guess was born in his mind. What kind of character could be worthy of using Pengzu's meat for hospitality? Only immortality exists. Ah, Chapter 323. Stop it. Immortality isn't worth pleasing me yet. Bad content. Chapter 324. Fellow Daoist, are you sure you are not involved with him? Bad content. Chapter 325. Alright, don't bite the dog. You both can't escape. You both have to go on the cookbook. Bad content. Chapter 326. An exceptionally terrifying old lion. stepping onto the path of immortality. Eat some boys and girls, young creatures, etc. And these boys and girls, young creatures, etc. are not yet tainted with any great karma. What a small little thing this is. It's a genjo. How could you be approached for that little thing? It's just not possible. Sky Sea Fish was certain that Wujio had another reason for seeking him out. It's even dead. Nor can you die in such a haphazard manner. How to make sense of it all? But it's just eating boys and girls, young creatures and so on? Wujio's eyes were cold. Volume up. What a butt. This butt of yours, the uncountable sea of children, boys and girls, young living beings, etc. have all been eaten by you. Do you realize? It is because of this butt of yours that how many people, how many living beings have been married, have become married, but do not dare to have children? I'm afraid that if I just have a baby, you'll take it away from me. Wujio's voice got higher the more he spoke. The cold aura in his eyes also grew colder. Of course you don't. Even if you knew, you wouldn't care. Knowing or caring, you wouldn't have said the word but, he said in a murderous voice. Is it fun to go around in circles and be so hypocritical? What's wrong with eating some mole crickets in a world of the weak and the strong? To you and me, and those behind you, all others are but ants, because some mole found me? Are you kidding me? What is your unseemly plan with the people behind you? The Sky Sea Fish sneered and laughed. It was simply unbelievable that Wuxiu would come looking for him because of something as trivial as child boys and girls and young living beings. It thinks it's important. Surely Wuxiu had sought it out because of something big. A plan that can't see the light of day? By you too. You don't deserve any program at all. Wuxiu stepped in. The crimson spear immediately picked its way towards the heavenly sea fish. Terrifying power boiled over. The source ancestor laws intertwined and stirred. The sky sea fish frantically killed forward, utilizing the most terrifying and frightening means and power. But it simply won't work. Not a match at all. Unable to block the crimson spear, they were pierced by the crimson spear and blood stained the sea of heaven. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Old turtle, if you don't make a move, what's the wait? If I die, you won't live. Sky Sea Fish roared. Hot damn, kill. The old turtle of the Xianhai gritted its teeth, desperately killing forward in a frenzy. Wu Jiu was fearless, one man alone against a fish and a turtle. Eventually, a fish and a turtle were put to death by the crimson spear. Their bodies were all collected by Wu Jiao. Boom! Wu Jiu descended into Snake Ridge. One strike fully destroys Snake Ridge. That old snake within the Snake Ridge flew out with injuries. Blood was flowing all over the place. What are you doing? The old snake hissed. One eye was red. It's having a blast watching the show. Who knew that Wu Jiu would kill it in the next instant? I can't have snake stew without you. Wu Jiu carried a crimson spear, killing forward. Between the splashes of blood, the old snake was put to death. The snake was put away. Too fierce. Killing the source ancestor is as simple as killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog. The beyond the heavens beings were shocked beyond measure. Where have I seen such a horrible battle? Since when was Genjo so easy to kill? The perceptions in their minds were all turned upside down. He's ridding heavens beyond heaven of evil. The Pang ancestor, the heavenly sea fish, the old turtle of the Xianhai Sea, and the snake ancestor. All are great woes of the outer heaven. Countless beings shouted. How can they not see it now? Wu Jiu was clearly removing harm from heavens beyond heaven. They were thrilled beyond words. Finally, there is a supreme being who can't stand to look at these scourges. Did you let Wu Jiu come out to get rid of the evil? The Wu. My son is fierce. Not that I'm talking about you guys. Haven't you heard that a tiger's father doesn't have a dog's son? So how could my son be bad? My son said earlier when he went to kill the old rooks in them. Take a look at one of you. That's a hell of a lot of distrust for my son. That's a hell of a lot of distrust. To think that my son is dreaming of death. It's still me. Trust in my son from start to finish is immense. There's no half-hearted disbelief. Have faith that what my son says he will do. Wu Jiu's father stuck out his chest and proudly lectured up the group of elders. The crowd of elders were doubly speechless by the lesson. It's tempting to say, come on, don't fool around. Wasn't it when your son said he was going to kill the old rooks in them, and you cried out that your little heart couldn't take it and asked your son not to scare you? Now it's pretending with them and lecturing them. Roar! An earth-shattering lion's roar resounded from the other side of the lion's cave. Wu Jiu came to the lion's cave. One blow crushed the entire lion's grotto. The bright and dazzling old lion was super fierce and terrifying as it rushed out to fight with Wu Jiao. The sky beyond the sky shook violently. It shook even more violently than when there was a major earthquake. Kill to me? Think I'm as easy to kill as they are? Ha! You're definitely looking for death by approaching me. I don't care why you're here. You have to die today. the old lion was unusually scary. It was far too powerful than the Pang ancestor, the heavenly sea fish, the old turtle of the Xian Sea, and the snake ancestor. Its entire body is nearly immortalized. All over the body was blossoming with monumental light. It was already considered to have stepped onto the path of immortality, and could be called quasi-immortality. Immortality shines brightly. It stood proudly in the clouds, displaying its quasi-immortal might. All the living beings in the heavenly beyond heaven were trembling under the immortal light. None dared to look directly at its immortal glory. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Why is this old lion so terrifying? Nearly immortal, quasi-immortal. Wu Jiu's father was in a hurry. I didn't realize the old lion was so scary. Never before has there been news of the old lion's near immortality. He no longer had the proud look he had earlier. Starting to get worried. Nearly immortal, quasi-immortal. This is no joke. Though not truly immortal, just quasi-immortal. But the quasi-immortal was also stepping onto the path of immortality. It was no longer comparable to Zhenzhou. It's no exaggeration to say, as long as the old lion wants to, the old lion could definitely obliterate any source ancestor such as the Pang ancestor in a single thought. This was the terror of a quasi-immortal. Son, if it doesn't work, let's pull out. This old lion is not to be killed. Let's change the ingredients. Wu Jiu's father couldn't help but say. It was really worrying that here wasn't a match for the quasi-immortal old lion. Tried to get his son to pull out first and change the ingredients. The Wu clan's group of elders rolled their eyes as they listened. It's tempting to say, no, what about the promise of immense trust from start to finish? What's with the change of heart? But, there's one to say. They all thought the same way as the patriarch, trying to get Wu Jiu to withdraw first. Change the target. A quasi-immortal old lion was truly too terrifying and dangerous. A bad joke. There's a good chance that Wu Jiu will lose his life thereof. They are also very worried and nervous. I was afraid that something would happen to Wu Jiu. Chapter 327, Three Heads United. Fully stepping into immortality. Bad content. Chapter 328, and dazzling immortal radiance. Filthy and disgusting immortal radiance. Bad content. Chapter 329, Forbidden Umbrella. Forbidden Sword. Forbidden Drum. The three-headed immortal avoids battle. Still, he didn't want to fight with Wu Jiu. They were naturally not afraid of Wu Jiu. The one who was afraid was the person behind Wu Jiu. Only a crimson spear was bestowed upon Wu Jiu. That's all it takes to make Wu Jiu kill so much. The person behind Wu Jiu was an immortal no matter what. How dare they mess with this? Though they nine-headed old beasts could turn into three immortals, but in the end, it could not be compared to true immortality. And it's not even close. It's no exaggeration to say, if they fought a battle with a true immortal, at best, they could barely fight a battle with a true immortal. It won't last long before it's a total defeat. Truly immortal. By no means can they be compared by such trickery. Therefore, they consistently avoid war. Not until the last possible moment. They really didn't want to fight with Wu Jiu. But, it's not as if they can avoid the battle if they want to. They won't be able to avoid it this time. They think they avoided it. As a result, the attack of the Crimson Spear blasted over in the next instant. They are completely oblivious to this. Didn't react either. All of them were blasted by the power of the Crimson Spear. A large amount of beast blood was spewed out of his mouth. The parts that were blasted even had large blood-colored holes in them. They all turned pale with pain. How is this possible? No way. A power that can fight with an immortal. They opened their mouths in alarm. More quickly away at the first opportunity. Distance yourself from Wu Jiu. Such a result was completely unexpected to them. More than that, they are alarmed. The Crimson Spear was actually as terrifying as this. Ha! A three-headed immortal. Vomiting blood. The outer heaven beings were in an uproar. They also said that they told Wu Jiu to hurry up and leave the Chaos Garden. Don't fight the three-headed immortal. As a result, the three-headed immortal was actually beaten until he vomited blood. Is this the rhythm of destroying an immortal? Is it possible for the nine-headed old beast to be killed? They turned incredibly agitated. Wu Jiu seemed to be able to decapitate the nine-headed old beast. If it was really possible to decapitate the nine-headed old beast, that would be great. There will be fewer deaths in the heavenly beyond in the future. The eyes of the Wu clan side were wide open up and down. The tension was broken. The ferocity of the Crimson Spear was equally unexpected. The group of elders secretly looked at their patriarch. He said, "See, their patriarch has to pretend again." Sure enough, in the next instant, their patriarch loaded up. Straightening up, he pretended to cough, and had the decency to put his hands behind his back. "Look, you guys are in a hurry and you're sulking again. Not that I'm talking about you guys. What's the hurry? Be as calm as I am, the patriarch said to the group of elders in an old-fashioned manner. The group of elders cried out for help in their hearts. Their patriarch is really shameless. This time even Wu Jiu's mother couldn't stand to watch. Straight away, he went up and grabbed Wu Jiu's father's ear. You'll die if you don't pretend. Wu Jiu's mother rebuked. Chaos Garden side. The Great War broke out completely. Wu Jiu forcefully attacked the three-headed immortal with his crimson spear, so that the three-headed immortal could not avoid it. It can only be answered. You asked for it. We didn't want to tear ourselves apart from you and the people behind you, but we can't possibly fold our hands when you're forcing us like this. Kill, they hiss. Wu Jiu was determined to kill them. They certainly couldn't just let Wu Jiu kill them. At the sound of hissing, they use all kinds of forbidden means, such as they are in this class. The forbidden researches conducted were naturally all of that extremely terrifying and frightening kind of forbidden research, especially after they become three-headed immortals. These researched contraindicated means, etc. Undoubtedly much more terrifying. Boom! An immortal strikes a creepy and scary-looking forbidden umbrella. This forbidden umbrella, infinity, it just opened up and covered the entire side of the sky beyond the sky. The umbrella of the forbidden umbrella. It is made from the skins of countless living creatures. The umbrella frame, on the other hand, is made from the bones of countless living beings. The forbidden umbrella hits, covering the whole side of the sky beyond the sky. All the lands of heaven beyond heaven are under the umbrella of the taboo umbrella. And then, the sky and the earth were instantly black, and there was no more light. It was darker than the dead of night. Reach for the sky. There was nothing left to see in the eyes of the living creature. Only endless darkness. What happened? My power, my life essence, etc., is rapidly draining away. I'm dying. Countless beings cried out miserably in the darkness. Their power, life essence, etc., all of them drained outward uncontrollably and frantically. This included those source emperors as well. Can't stop it. A body's strength and life essence, etc., were lost rapidly. It's all the fault of that forbidden umbrella. All living beings lose their power and life essence, etc. It all went to the side of the forbidden umbrella. And that's not even the scariest part. The scariest thing is, the source Tao of the heavenly beyond also materialized in the darkness. By this forbidden umbrella crazily and forcefully drawing the power of the origin Tao origin. Swish, a flash of blood red lit up in the endless darkness. Another immortal offered out a forbidden sword. That smear of blood red came from none other than this forbidden sword, and it's also expanding rapidly. It soon took over half the darkness, accompanied by the appearance of blood red. There was also the unmistakably creepy hissing of disgruntled spirits. One can't help but feel numb, gutted, as the hissing of the disgruntled souls rang out. An even creepier and more horrifying scene appeared. Above the forbidden sword, there were countless grievous souls hideously manifested. Unimaginable grievance power surged and stirred wildly. These resentful souls, the number is in the trillions at least. Each of these resentful souls is the product of their forbidden research. I don't know how deep the resentment goes. Thud, that remaining immortal sacrificed a forbidden drum. This forbidden drum is equally horrible and terrifying. The product of their forbidden research. Drum roll, all the causes and effects, time and space, Tao and Dharma, etc., all of them will be completely frozen. This is followed by total disintegration and destruction in freezing. The three-headed immortal was fuming. If Wu Jiao didn't let them live, then they would fight with Wu Jiao, nor let Wu Jiao live. No umbrellas, no swords, no drums. They push as hard as they can, bursting out with its strongest power. There's not a hint of reservation. The main reason was that they didn't know what kind of power the Crimson Spear actually had. How dare they hold back? Wu Jiu's heart to kill them was too heavy. If they had any reservations, they would most likely be killed outright by Wu Jiu. Don't blame us. You made us do it. If you won't let us live, there's no way we'll let you live. Whoever survives will depend on their own skills. They hiss. One really didn't dare to underestimate the Crimson Spear in Wu Jiu's hand. Even though they had fully activated the might of the three forbidden magic weapons, they are also still exploding like crazy. Strive to make the three forbidden magic weapons explode with even more might and power. Chapter 330, Walking Through the Jedi, Returning Home Fully Loaded. Bad content. Chapter 331, Unknown and unpredictable variables appear and need to be taken seriously. Wu Jiu returned to the Wu clan, fully loaded. All of the things he said before he left the Wu clan were done. It's even overdone. Killed one more Xianhai old turtle. The entire Wu clan was shocked. Before Wu Jiu left the clan, they really didn't expect Wu Jiu to be able to do all this. Who knew that Wu Jiu had not only finished? The process was also very simple and easy, bringing the whole of the outer heaven billions and billions of points of shock. At the same time, they are also looking forward to the near future. Looking forward to Sir coming to visit their Wu clan. Wu Jiu could accomplish these simply and easily. It showed that Sir was also also truly as invincible and supreme as Wu Jiao had said. Immortality is nothing in front of Mr. Either. In that case, how could they not look forward to it? Just thinking about such an invincible and supreme sir coming to be a guest of their Wu clan, and they were thrilled and excited. Son, what did you encounter in those Jedi? Wu Jiao's father asked curiously. The sights within the Jedi are not visible or sensible. None of them knew what Wu Jiao had encountered within those Jedi. Wu Jiao stroked his chin. If you think about it, try it. There are terrifying immortal creatures living within all of those Jedi. They don't want me to pick the fruit of immortality within the Jedi. But then again, there is a fear of me. Then they attacked me when I entered the Jedi to test the waters. Their attacks, all of them were neutralized by me. They never moved again after that, leaving me to pick the immortal fruits within the Jedi. Wu Jiao said, days beyond days. Which immortal is behind him? It's strange. Where did an immortal come from? The crimson spear in his hand, the power fluctuation emanating from it, is very unfamiliar. It has never been touched before. It shouldn't. There are a number of immortals in the heaven beyond heaven, and there is no way to conceal or hide between immortals. They can sense each other. Such a strange power should not exist in this situation, nor could such unknown immortality exist. An exchange of words unfolded between the immortal giants. Wu Jiao had killed his way through heavens beyond. They were naturally alarmed. All of them paid attention to Wu Jiao. It doesn't matter if you don't pay attention. As they paid attention, even they were taken aback. They were actually unable to gain any insight into the origin of the crimson spear in Wu Jiao's hand. As they say, this shouldn't be. It's very unusual. There is no hiding or concealing among the immortals. There could never be such unknown immortality, nor could there be a power that was doubly alien to them all. However, the crimson spear erupted with power, and yet it was doubly strange to them. There was simply no way to get above the power that erupted from the crimson spear, judging which immortal was actually behind Wu Jiao. And that's not what surprised them the most. What surprised them the most? Surprisingly, Wu Jiao walked out from within the major Jedi without any injuries, and also from within each of the Jedi. They all brought out quite a few immortal fruits. This is unbelievable. It's hard for them to believe how. They all knew what kind of terrifying immortal creatures inhabited those Jedi, and they were all well aware of how brutal and stingy these terrifying immortal creatures were. Wu Jiao went inside these Jedi to pick immortal fruits. How is it possible to come out without injury, and also brought a large number of immortal fruits from within these Jedi? It's simply not possible. Those horrible immortal creatures within the Jedi. One is more brutal and stingy than the other. It was simply impossible for Wu Xiao to bring out so many immortal fruits. As it turned out, Wu Jiao ended up succeeding. Could it be that the crimson spear in his hand is not even a match for those terrifying creatures within the Jedi to deal with? An immortal couldn't help but say, what happened inside the Jedi? None of them know it either. The terrifying immortal creatures within those Jedi were more terrifying than one another. The Jedi are the layers of those horrible immortal creatures. It's heavily set up inside. Even if they were as strong as they were, it was impossible for them to see the sights within those Jedi. But from the fact that Wu Jiao came out from within the various Jedi without any injuries, and also judged from the fact that a large number of immortal fruits had been brought out from within each of the Jedi, it really could be the crimson spear in Wu Jiao's hand. Overly scary. Even the terrifying immortal creatures within those Jedi were no match. Can't deal with it. What nonsense. There was a disgruntled grunt that joined their exchange forcefully. It's not that he can't deal with that broken spear in his hand. Rather, I wanted to see who was really behind him, trying to find out who that gentleman is that they want to entertain. Again, the terrifying immortal creatures of the Nine Havens Mountain. Coldly, the communication between the immortals. It can be heard clearly, and still be able to join in so strongly. It was extraordinary. Extremely scary. Nice. Strange powers, unknown immortality. These intrigue me too much. I'm also trying to see who they all are. Another icy voice joined in strongly. Terrifying immortal creatures within the unearthly sea vocalized. It's just like a variable. It represents some kind of inexplicable sign. This is not good. I don't like variables. I don't like mojo, the truth of which I must have full insight. The terrifying immortal creatures within the ruins of returning heaven also forcefully joined in. Well said. It was because of the appearance of a variable that he was let go and allowed to take away the immortal fruit. With variance, it's not that it has to be completely obliterated, but how about an insight into the truth and nature of the variables as well? That way it's not passive. Or else, when the variables explode, we will be extremely passive. The terrifying immortal creatures within the heavenly abyss also joined in. Isn't there some so-called Mr. to entertain? Wait for the hospitality to begin. All the variables will come to the surface in all their splendor. Another of the Jedi's terrifying immortal creatures spoke. Strongly join in the conversation. The crowd of immortals were speechless. It's not over, is it? One Jedi terror immortal creature after another, just one after another, forced their way into their conversation. Don't they want to lose face? It came off as if they were going to be a step down from these Jedi terror immortal creatures. Anger surged in all of their hearts. It was tempting to with these Jedi terror immortal creatures, but they eventually relented. It was not the right time to turn the tables on these Jedi terror immortal creatures and have a big battle, as these Jedi horror immortal creatures say they are. Uncontrollable, inexplicable variables appear. They should have to be consistent in dealing with such uncontrollable and inexplicable variables to do so. Can't be variables haven't shown up yet. These fights up. Instead, this variable will be cheapened for nothing when the time comes. The variables had launched their operations within the heavenly beyond on such a high note. No doubt about it. Variables should never be underestimated. It needs to be taken seriously. Chapter 332, Traveling Through the Heavens. Chen Changqing arrives in the heavenly beyond. Bad content. Chapter 333, Outside the Wu Clan. Immortals and terrifying immortal creatures gathered. Bad content. Chapter 334, Right to Watch a Fun. To help us drink. The female immortal creatures of the ruins of return. The body is exquisite, absolutely stunning and unrivaled. She was dressed coolly, with large patches of her snow-white, delicate skin exposed, and she has a pair of straight, round, long legs, even more so without a stitch of clothing, perfectly rendered out. At a glance, her feet were also unshod, bare luscious petite delicate jade feet, glowing with a crystalline sheen, extraordinarily eye-catching and alluring. No looking, no thinking, it'll kill you to look away. A large number of beings in the heavens beyond heaven whispered in their hearts. It didn't dare to cast a glance at this female immortal creature of the returning heavenly ruins at all, casting a watchful eye. They all did their best not to look at this returning ruins female immortal creature, averting his gaze from her. Fear of their own disrespectful, blasphemous mentality. The Jedi's terrifying immortal creatures. This was an existence even more terrifying than immortality. If the heart is disrespectful, the heart is profane. It's really going to kill you. Sister is so subtle in her speech. I'm a big old man and can't talk. The people in there are honored guests and we're not? The terrifying immortal creature from the heavenly abyss sneered. The words were strongly displeased. As it says, the ones inside are honored guests, but they're not? Which one of us here is not immortal? Which one has not stood at the top of the heavenly beyond? Nowadays, so many of our honored guests have descended, and there is no movement inside. Not a single person came out to greet us. You guys have a really big rack. It directly rebuked the dissatisfaction in its heart, not hiding it at all. All of them on their side are immortal. Every single one of them stood above the summit of the heavenly beyond. After the results descended this way, the other side, however, did not move half as much. There was no talk of coming out to meet them at the first opportunity. Give them enough respect. This gave birth to discontent in all of their hearts. After all, none of them were weak. It's only fair that the other side should give them enough respect. The female immortal creature of the returning ruins of heaven ahead implicitly issued a warning and threat. It's also expressing her displeasure. Within the Wu clan, listening to the shouts of the immortal creatures outside, Wu Jiu's eyebrows furrowed. Put down the chopsticks he was holding. What's wrong with these immortal and immortal creatures? Spicy chicken. He feasted on Mr. Hospitality. What does it have to do with these immortal and imperishable creatures? It's not like he invited these immortals and immortal creatures. What are these immortal and imperishable creatures screaming out there? Call it even. Threats and warnings? A cold aura flashed in his eyes. These immortals and immortal creatures wanted to die. Please forgive me, sir. I blame myself for not doing a good job and letting them disturb you. Sir, he said with immense self-condemnation. I'm getting rid of them. He stood up and rose, prepared to go out and drive away those immortals and immortal creatures outside. Let me. King Fire Phoenix has been drinking a lot, drinking all the way to the top. A big tongue-in-cheek shout to let it go. But it hadn't finished shouting. It was then covered by Miko. Firechild, let's stop. Joyful and wonderful times. Why do you always want to give yourself a hard time? Brother Devilson said to the Fire Phoenix King. Didn't want to let the Fire Phoenix King out. If the Fire Phoenix King went out, there was no doubt that the Fire Phoenix King would definitely be sanctioned by the miserable fate that it carried. As it says, why do you always have to find out for yourself when it's a fun and wonderful time? It did not want the Fire Phoenix King to be sanctioned by the miserable fate it carried. What are you blaming yourself for? What's it got to do with you? How can you be blamed? There's always a shortage of annoying guys in the world, and it has absolutely nothing to do with you. You've done a good enough job. Chen Changsheng laughed lightly and said to Wu Jiao, let them in. Think of it as a fun way to watch and cheer us up with a drink. He continued. Yes, Wu Jiao responded respectfully. Leave this place and come outside the Wu clan. Gentlemen, please come in. He looked at the immortals and immortal creatures that stood on top of the clouds, looking down from above. There was no good face to be made. What the hell? Still standing on top of the clouds, looking down from above. It's really good for posing and putting on airs. These immortal and immortal creatures. When really, it's getting farther and farther down the road of looking for death. Where's the man behind you? And what about that so-called mister? Besides, What kind of face and attitude is that? The heavenly abyss, terrifying immortal creature, coldly drank with fierce eyes. It is not able to tolerate a bit of dissatisfaction and displeasure. So many of their immortals and immortal creatures descended. The person behind Wu Jiao and that sir, surprisingly, didn't show up, not coming out to greet them, just out of a Wu Jiao. Moreover, Wu Jiao's face was filled with disgust and dissatisfaction towards them. What does that mean? It was too angry to endure. The person behind Wu Jiao and that sir, is this giving them a hard time and looking down on them? Hurry up and get the man behind you and that mister out of here. Or don't blame me, it said in a murderous voice. Other immortals and immortal creatures also had anger rising in their hearts, such as their level and status. The people behind Wu Yao and that sir should have come out to greet them. Results: the person behind Wu Jiao and that sir, after all, did not come out. Only one Wu Jiao came out. It clearly didn't have them in its sights, so many of our immortals descended. The man behind you and that gentleman should give us plenty of respect. Come out and greet them personally. You go back and tell them to come out and greet us in person. Our patience is limited. Never challenge our patience. Terrifying immortal creatures of the unseen sea. Silver-haired middle-aged man-like, coldly, how could they just go in there? The person behind Wu Jiao and that sir don't show their faces, not coming out to greet them. If they just go in like that, how can there be any face or majesty left? Undoubtedly, he was a head lower than the person behind Wu Jiao and that sir. It's definitely not something they're comfortable with. They're all immortal, should have their own individual majesty. In addition, the person behind Wu Jiao and that sir, what are they pretending to be? So many of their immortals and immortal creatures descended together. None of them are loaded. There was no mention of having the person behind Wu Jiao and that sir kneel down to greet them. The person behind Wu Jiao and that sir, and it's loaded? This is beyond ridiculous. What? Are we being too nice? The female immortal creatures of the ruins of return. The eyes immediately became incomparably cold down. It had to be us. Let this place see blood. The man behind you and the gentleman, to be honest, she said in a cold voice. There was killing intent flowing out of his body. It seems I was too nice. Let's get you in here as a joy, and give us a drink to cheer us up. Behave yourself when you're done, and I'll leave you all alive. Who knew that you guys wouldn't cherish it at all? Chen Chongqing's calm voice came out from within the Wu clan. Chapter 335, A Great War Breaks Out. All the immortals and immortal creatures strike together. Bad content. Chapter 336, Su Ping, invite me in for a drink. They were sheltered by the power of the beings from beyond the heavens who knew not where it came from. Su Ping saw it clearly, the power to shelter the beings of the heavenly beyond and the heavenly beyond in all directions. From the Wu side, such sheltering power clearly surpassed immortality. Let those immortal forces pound away. None of it could possibly shake the power of this shelter. This was really out of Su Ping's expectation. It made him think of nothing. Need to know. Immortality is the highest state that can be reached in this world. Trying to transcend immortality, it is necessary to enter within the worldly purgatory in order to do so. Do not enter the worldly purgatory. It is never possible to transcend immortality. Step into the path of cultivation above immortality. Because the cultivation path above immortality requires cultivation substances and so on, it is only found within the worldly purgatory, not in the worldly purgatory. Even if one could realize and gain insight into the cultivation path above immortality, it's not half as useful. There is no corresponding support for practicing material things, etc. It was simply impossible to unfold the cultivation path above immortality. So, normal, except for the living beings within the world's pure land. None of the living beings in the remaining lands could possibly transcend immortality. Step into the path of cultivation above immortality. However, instead, someone beyond immortality had appeared within this heaven and earth. How could Su Ping not be surprised? Has this person been to the outworldly Pure Land, practiced within it for a period of time, and then come back down from within it? He rubbed his chin, thinking, no way. He shook his head. The thought and idea was quickly dismissed. Because of this thought and idea, not at all. The worldly Pure Land is not fixed, it is always on the move, trying to get into the world's netherworld. A strong person within the worldly Pure Land must do the receiving in order to do so, and there are provisions for off-world purification. Easily no outside beings shall be received in. If it is not necessary to receive the living beings from outside in, reasons need to be publicized. After obtaining the consent of at least half of the living beings within the worldwide Pure Land, the party is allowed to make the reception. For endless years, almost no outside beings are received within the worldly Pure Land, so he quickly dismissed such thoughts and ideas. There is no way this man has ever been to a worldly purgatory. Then how did he transcend immortality? He rubbed his chin, contemplating, but he'd thought about it a lot and hadn't come up with an answer. Eventually he gave up and didn't want to bother thinking about anything. Wouldn't it be better to just ask him? If he won't talk, then search his soul and check his soul's memories. He opened his mouth. How could beings outside of the worldly Pure Land transcend immortality? This is not a good sign. A good sign. He needed to find out the truth to do that. All sorts of immortal soldiers erupted with unimaginable immortal radiance. Incredibly scary. Their might was fully catalyzed. Combined strikes explode with power. It definitely reached an extremely terrifying level, even if it's immortal. Facing the bombardment of so many immortal soldiers, there is also the possibility of a death crisis. Immortal attributes are worn out and killed. Terrifying immortal creatures within each Jedi. They are more powerful. Without utilizing the immortal soldier, he used only his own means and power. It then fully surpassed the power that those immortal soldiers had erupted. In that case, immortals would have to drink hate and be completely blown away in this way. The immortals who struck out, as well as the immortal creatures of the various Jedi, there were cold smiles on all the corners of their mouths. This should make Chen Changsheng honest. Wouldn't dare put themselves in their presence again. They didn't think about suppressing and killing Chen Changsheng. It wasn't that they didn't want to kill Chen Changsheng. Rather, they know very well, though their combined strikes were fierce and terrifying, immortality can be killed. However, Chen Changsheng was clearly not an unusual immortal. The strength was extremely horrible and terrifying. They were afraid that they couldn't kill Chen Changsheng and could only suppress him. Unfortunately, they didn't say anything about suppressing down Chen Changsheng. He couldn't even see Chen Changsheng's face. Only the palm of Chen Changsheng's reflected hand was seen, but it was lightly waved. Various immortal soldiers exploded into smithereens. Those terrifying immortal creatures from the Jedi land struck out with all sorts of attacks and powers. It was also wiped out as much as possible. No way. What power is this? Has he surpassed immortality? All immortals and immortal creatures, all of them were trembling. How could I not believe what was happening in front of me? Reflected palms. It's just a wave of the hand. And all the immortal soldiers all crumbled? All the attacks and power struck by all the immortal creatures had just been comprehensively wiped out? How is this possible? They are all but unbelievable. My God, could it get any more violent? There were such shocked voices everywhere in the sky beyond. How strong does this have to be so terrifying? It's simply beyond their imagination. At the same time, they also all realized at this moment, realizing where the power that sheltered them and the heavens beyond came from. No need for any doubt. The power that sheltered them and the heavenly beyond heaven must have come from Chen Changsheng's side. Only Chen Changsheng could be so terrifying, to be able to be in between so many immortals and immortal creatures striking out, shelter them and the heavens beyond. One more thing. I'm afraid it's only a supreme being like Chen Changsheng. Only then do they care about their small as dust characters. After all, there was no one in front of them to stand up for them. Only Wu Jiao, on Chen Changsheng's side, stood up for them. The extermination of those great scourges in the heavenly beyond. Go! Run! All immortals and immortal creatures. They all fled frantically. Don't even dare to stay here anymore. Even more so, he didn't dare to make another move to fight with Chen Changsheng. Even if the immortal creatures from the Jedi hadn't used up their killer weapons yet, have yet to move out of the immortal soldiers they hold. They also didn't dare to make another move to fight with Chen Changsheng. What a joke! Chen Changsheng clearly possessed the power to absolutely crush them. How dare they fight? Even if they used their killer weapons and immortal soldiers, they are also very sure and clear. It was impossible to be a match for Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng could exterminate them with a wave of his hand. There's only one chance. It was given to you earlier, but it's a shame you didn't treasure it. Chen Changsheng's calm voice rang out, and as his calm voice rang out, all the immortals and immortal creatures all turned into blood mist and died completely. So-called immortality. So-called immortality. In front of Chen Changsheng, it doesn't work at all. Directly killed instantly. Slap. Just then, there was the sound of applause. Su Ping appeared outside the Wu clan. It was he who applauded. So majestic, so dominant, transcending immortality and gaining a foothold on top of immortality. One could really be invincible within this heaven and earth, killing in all directions. He smiled and opened his mouth. Buy me in for a drink. Let's talk about it. He continued, to get Chen Changsheng to come out and invite him in. Chapter 337, Constant Tao, Eternal Matter, Bad Content. Chapter 338, Black and White, a wisp of the essence of a strong man of the world's pure land. The great sword of the constant king bloomed with an infinite amount of eternal light. A knife cuts away, horrible beyond belief. Everything dimmed under this blade, and there was simply no way to fight against this blade and compare it. This blade can cut down everything. However, when Hong Wang's great sword chopped over, Chen Changsheng's reflected palm was but a light touch on this Hong Wang de Dao, and this Hong Wang de Dao exploded with a loud bang. It crumbled into powder. Floods of starlight spilled down from high above. Su Ping's pupils suddenly jerked. A strong aura of amazement flickered in his pupils. What the hell? Chen Changsheng's reflected palm gently touched the Hong Wang greatsword. The entirety of the Eternal King's greatsword just completely disintegrated. It was completely unexpected. To his surprise, he hadn't thought about it in any way. Just how far have you cultivated to? His expression became grave as he asked in a deep voice. Chen Changsheng's strength was too unexpected. His earlier imaginings were clearly wrong. Chen Changsheng was bound to have grasped a massive amount of eternal matter. Otherwise, it was categorically impossible for Chen Changsheng to be this strong. It shook him to his core. Doubly incredible. How did Chen Changsheng get the massive amount of eternal matter? He realized that there must be a great secret in this that he did not understand. What is the realm? Chen Changsheng's calm words came out. What is the realm? Su Ping heard what Chen Changsheng said. A terrifyingly intense baleful aura immediately surged out from the surface of his body. That's really enough. Chen Changsheng even pretended to be crazy with him up like this. At the same time, what's more, he can't stand it. Up until now, Chen Changsheng's true body proper had not come out from within the Wu clan. Only one palm is reflected out. What contempt and disdain is this for him? The baleful aura that surged out from the surface of his body suddenly became even more intense. I'd like to see what kind of background and strength you have. With a cold expression, he struck again. An even more blazing and terrifying eternal radiance shot and swirled. This is the light that transcends all. At the very least, this is true within the heavenly beyond. There is no light comparable to it. Even all the light together is no match for one of its rays. Even as that immortal light, the same is true. Too dim, too small before the eternal light. Rumble. A small tower killed in a more intense and blazing eternal light. Su Ping moved into a rage, starting to show real strength. This small tower had been warmed by him for endless years and filled with eternal matter. And the infusion wasn't just any eternal substance. Rather, it was eternal matter at the level of the constant king. Eternal matter also has strengths and weaknesses that correspond to its relative realms. The small tower dropped down one ever king level Dao rule after another. This was a secret treasure that could suppress the Hong King. The power is terrifying. The small tower pressed over, and a terrifying suction force surged out, forming a terrible vortex. If the enemy is caught in the middle of such a whirlpool, will be strangled alive and die. Chen Changsheng's reflected large hand slowly reached over toward the small tower. It actually went straight through the terrifying vortex. The terrifying power that could be enough to strangle a Hong King, bombarded on top of the large hand that Chen Changsheng had reflected. And it did not work at all. Chen Changsheng mirrored a large hand and grabbed the small tower in his hand. And then, he mirrored the large hand with a gentle force. The small tower was immediately pinched into pieces, and all of its power was wiped out. Su Ping saw this scene. The body shook violently. The pupils were full of disbelief. He sucked in a succession of cold breaths. Chen Changsheng, a person outside the worldly Pure Land, could be so terrifying? Even the small tower was easily crushed by its reflective large hand. He was shocked beyond belief. Had Chen Changsheng even cultivated to the Hong Huang realm? Who the hell are you? He gritted his teeth and questioned Chen Changsheng in a deep voice. There's no need to be suspicious at the moment. Chen Changsheng's strength had just surpassed him, stronger than him, but he didn't let that scare and frighten him, for no other reason. All because he came down this time and was given the greatest treasure. No matter how strong Chen Changsheng was, he was destined to not be able to show off in front of him. He didn't get an answer. Chen Changsheng clearly didn't want to say anything more to him. The large hand that was reflected in it grabbed his side. Seek death. I have repeatedly given you opportunities, yet you don't even know how to cherish them. I come from a world outside the Pure Land. How can I be compared to someone from a world outside the Pure Land like you? He bellowed in a cold voice. Sacrifice that supreme treasure on your body. The strong man who sent him down, fearing that something would happen to him, gave him this supreme treasure. After all, there were terrifying earthen ancestral weapons here. Without giving him something to save his life, in case he meets with an accident, he will have to go and die on this side. The so-called supreme treasure, it's not really some horrible, scary, unimaginable magic weapon. A mere piece of white paper with a black kill written on it. There's nothing horrible or scary about white paper. The horrible thing was the black word kill on top of the white paper. This black kill word, it was written by the hand of the powerful man who had sent Su Ping down. The word kill contained a strand of that powerful man's essence. Rumble. The heavens beyond the heavens shook violently, more terrifying than the occurrence of a great earthquake. The black kill character on top of the white paper flew out from above the white paper. The word kill follows. There were terrifying and appalling figures coalescing. It was the same worldly Pure Land powerhouse who had written the word kill. The word kill was offered. Within it was that strand of essence that was activated and condensed the figure of that powerful man. The figure of this powerful man. Infinity. Their figures were all taller than the heavenly beyond. He dropped a hanging curtain of eternal light, the end of which was terrifying and frightening. He looked indifferent. The eyes did not carry a wisp of emotion. Slowly stretching out a finger, between unimaginable leaps of the supreme eternal Tao, pointed downward. The outer heaven beings were all shocked by this worldly Pure Land powerhouse figure. It was simply unimaginable just how strong this worldly Pure Land powerhouse figure was. They all had only one feeling. That's underneath the figure of this worldly Pure Land powerhouse. They're so small they're not even dust. It's quite a bluff. but it doesn't work, Wu Jiao whispered. There was not a hint of concern. Mr. Strong, it is not comparable to this figure? Not to mention this figure. Even if the owner of this figure were to arrive in person, it would be absolutely nothing in front of Mr. This is definitely not blind adoration and trust on his part in Mr. Those earthen ancestral weapons in front of them were so terrifying and frightening. It's also still nothing in front of Mr. Casually extinguished it. Not to mention just such a small figure. Just how strong is Mr.? He thought in his mind. Incredibly curious about just how powerful Mr. What level of cultivation, the terror and power of Mr. Repeatedly refreshed the knowledge in his mind. He was truly curious beyond measure about the strength of Mr. Chapter 339 Dust is not as good as, easily pinched, bad content. Chapter 340 Full-scale conquest of the Ertu. Do multiple unknown places exist? How can you figure it out? The person who killed Su Ping, if it was on the side of harmful forces, it's still understandable and figured out. But, the person who killed Su Ping clearly had nothing to do with harmful forces, pure and clean, not half-tainted or infected. How could he figure it out and understand it? He was really puzzled and confused about it. The people within the world's pure land? A horrifyingly appalling and terrifying light blossomed in his eyes. The man who killed Su Ping. It easily crushed a strand of his essence. Such strength was definitely not something that could be possessed by someone outside of the worldly Pure Land. Only within the worldly Pure Land could such a powerful person be born. But, why did the people within the worldwide Pure Land want to kill Su Ping? It makes absolutely no sense and doesn't explain it. That big battle back in the day. The first appearance of the harmful power of the Earth and Earth was made known to them. Previously, they had no idea that such a place as Earth and Earth existed, much less that there is this extremely terrifying and horrifyingly harmful power. At the same time, for the first time, they were also born with an intense crisis. Before the emergence of the harmful forces of Earthen, they all think that the worldly Pure Land is high above all the earth. There is no land, no power, that can threaten them and shake the world beyond the Pure Land. The harmful forces of the Eldritch Earth kill within the world's Pure Land. A wake-up call for them. Although they took that big fight that year, but they all know it well. These harmful things are nothing more than pioneers, not the strongest force on the Doom side at all. However, they merely take such Erdnase pioneers, and it was extremely costly. The harmful power of Doom Earth was too terrifying and bizarre. Even when one steps onto the eternal way, the way of constancy, one is infected and eroded. There is no effective defense against this harmful force. Honestly, they were really scared at that time. I'm afraid that the earthen side will completely and fully kill me on this. If the earth side completely and fully kills over, they were not destined to be able to stop it. All living beings will be infected and corrupted by harmful forces. Thankfully, they learned from the harmful things they suppressed. The harmful forces within the El Dorado have not yet fully recovered. There is still a very long time to go before the draft is fully open. Pioneers of these harmful things, when the year kills on the world outside the net within the world, it is also too careless and self-important to think that they can then kill within the world's pure land. Therefore, he killed directly on the world's pure land. Originally, these pioneers of harmful things were just in charge of detectives and so on. Prepare for the full opening of the conquest in the future of Earth and Earth. It certainly gave them a turnaround. It's still a long time before Earthen is fully open for conquest. They could completely utilize this long period of time to lay out their plans so that they could better combat the invasion of the harmful forces of the Earth and Earth. Then they did not exterminate these harmful pioneers. Throw all these harmful pioneers out from within the world's pure land. Wanted to use these pioneers of harmful things to create the harmful place, or place of sharpening. When the harmful land is fully built and successful, they then open up a full calendar. Let all the living beings in the pure land of the world enter the harmful land to practice increased resistance to harmful forces of infection and erosion, also to enhance the experience of fighting against harmful forces, so that when the full-scale invasion of the harmful forces of Earthen, they could undoubtedly do a better job of fighting the harmful forces of Earthen. It's also more certain to resist success. It is a matter of life and death for all the living beings within the off-world pure land. In such a case, how could anyone within the worldly purgatory stop this? Apparently not. Su Ping went down this time. The purpose was to check out the place of sharpening. Killing Su Ping is stopping this. He couldn't figure it out, and he didn't believe that there would be anyone within the worldly pure land that would stop this. If it's not someone within the worldly pure land, then who else? Who else could it be? His eyebrows furrowed. This is really puzzling and unthinkable. Is there still an unknown place that rivals or surpasses the pure land beyond the world? This man comes from such an unknown land? He was deep in thought. The only unknown place that can rival or surpass the world's pure land. It is only then that someone so powerful can be born. He realized, the man who killed Su Ping. It is very likely that it is from such an unknown place comparable to, or beyond, the world's pure land. Either it's from within the pure land beyond the world, or it's definitely from such an unknown place. His eyes brightened. think he should almost be close to the truth. Previously we knew nothing about Earth and Earth. Didn't even know a place like Earth and Earth existed. It is not surprising that another such unknown place has now appeared. It's normal. His eyes were radiant. The ideas are getting more and more fluid. The conquest is going to be opened in full force on the earthen side. Is our side of the worldly pure land alone worth the full-scale opening of the conquest on the earthen land side? It's a bit presumptuous, though, demeaning to our side of the worldly net. But there's one way to say it. If it's only to deal with our worldly pure land, the earthen land side is not yet fully open for conquest. Apparently, there's a lot to deal with on the earthen side. That is why the full-scale conquest is to be opened. This means that it is very likely that not one such unknown place exists, but that there are multiple such unknown places. He stated his speculations one after the other. The vanguard on the earthen Earth side was just a vanguard, making their side of the worldwide pure land pay an extremely heavy price. Is their off-world pure land really worth the full-scale conquest of the earthen lands? They were puzzled by this at the time. It felt unlikely that a full-scale conquest would be set off on the side of the earthen Earth if it was only to deal with their off-world pure land. Now that I think about it, the earthen side is going to be conquering their worldly purgatory in multiple unknown lands. That makes sense. That's what explains it. If so, this man comes from the unknown lands and faces threats from the earthen side as well. It's possible that this man killing Su Ping was just a misunderstanding? He sensed that harmful things were converging over there, so he went over there, and then Su Ping rushed him, so there was a misunderstanding, and he killed Su Ping? His eyes grew more radiant, thinking this might be the truth of it all. If it's a misunderstanding, that's a good solution. And, when we all have a common enemy, we are friends. He laughed. All if it was as he suspected it would be. That would be great. They can make peace with the person who killed Su Ping and clear up the misunderstanding. And then the alliance. Together we will deal with the earthen side. Of course, it's also important to weigh what kind of strength they have on their side. Don't get to the end and not be as strong as our side. They're still counting on us on their side. That's bull asterisk 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 asterisk. He said. Chapter 341, Shen Changsheng. There are too many of you. Just stand in the yard. Bad content. Chapter 342, give the show a chance, or there'll be no fun to be had. The courtyard in front of the banquet hall. The great sun hangs high. There is no shade. The piercingly blazing sunlight shone onto Fuan and the others. In terms of their realm, the sunlight that shone down did not have the slightest effect on them. The sun was not harsh and there was no heat, but it made the anger in their hearts skyrocket a lot more as a result, not letting them into the hall, standing in the sun-baked yard, and with that lame excuse, all of them couldn't stand it, and their hearts and lungs were about to explode, such as their level and status. When have I ever been this aggravated in the pure land of the world? Some are just them giving someone else gas. The depths of some people's eyes. An uncontrollable surge of intense fury began to rise. They're trying to make a move, wanting to directly lash out. A battle with Chen Changsheng erupted. But soon, the intense fury in the depths of their eyes all retreated extremely quickly. People who can come here, all of them are not ordinary people. They all know, this is not the time to get carried away. They had to consider the bigger picture and could not turn on Chen Changsheng over this. Otherwise, it is easy to make a big mistake that is hard to undo. They calmed down, soothed the anger in their hearts. After they had calmed down and soothed the anger in their hearts, they had an additional fear of Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng belittled them so. Apparently there's enough backbone to back it up. If they didn't have enough backing to support them, how could Chen Changsheng dare to belittle them like this? They realized, Chen Changsheng's side was about as strong as their side of the worldly pure land. At the very least, they were not afraid of their side of the worldly pure land. It was even possible that it was stronger than their side of the worldly pure land. It makes them become entangled. The way Chen Changsheng treated them was too much to make them angry. They really didn't want to work with such a Chen Changsheng. Even more so, he wanted to tear Chen Changsheng into pieces. But in the grand scheme of things, the stronger Chen Changsheng's side was, the happier they should be. After all, the stronger Chen Changsheng's side was, they would also be better able to fend off the earthen side. But, they really can't be happy. All because they wanted to tear Chen Changsheng into pieces so badly. It doesn't matter where. The courtyard is fine. Fuan smiled. Our people in front of us, rushed the Taoists. I'm here to apologize to fellow Taoist first. He always had a warm smile on his face and seemed reliable and solid. Between the flickers of the rays of the sun, he waved his hand and took out a large number of top-grade heavenly treasures within the worldly pure land and so on, as their reparation, sent toward the hall. Of course, in the end, if they were certain that Chen Changsheng's side was not as strong as theirs, not only would they make Chen Changsheng spit out all of these top-tier heavenly materials, it would also take off Chen Changsheng's head and kick it as a ball. It's not necessary. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. Send back those worldwide Pure Land top-tier heavenly treasures. What an out-of-this-world purification of top-quality heavenly materials. It's not in his sights yet. Not one iota of value. You guys came over here to do more than just apologize, right? Chen Changsheng picked up his wine cup and took a small sip. No one can hide their mind from him. No one can. The minds of Fu Wen and the others were all completely penetrated by him. The so-called reparations and apologies are false. Probing him is real. The desire to tear him to pieces was more than really true. Once Fu Wen and the others determined that he couldn't, then Fu Wen and the others would definitely pounce towards him within the first hour. Tear him to pieces. Instead, he didn't break it down. What's the point? Is it still fun to break it down? It's better not to break it down and watch Fu Wen and the others perform and give them a drink to cheer them up. Of course our people have to come over and apologize when they've done something wrong. It's the most important thing. Everything else is secondary. Fu Wan said with great eloquence. Oh, that is, you return. There's no point in saying anything secondary. Chen Changsheng said. Spicy chicken. Why doesn't Chen Changsheng follow the rules? Fu Wen was incredibly annoyed. He just said that to highlight the importance they placed on Chen Changsheng. So Chen Changsheng is serious? Do you really think they're just here to make amends? How could there be someone like Chen Changsheng? How can anyone in their right mind take it seriously? Any normal person would know that this was a polite, complimentary remark and could not be taken seriously. Both will know the secondary things he is talking about. That's what matters. This guy is teasing me. He mentally sneered. Why don't you get it? Chen Changsheng was clearly teasing him, which was why he deliberately said to let them return. He was even more angry. More anger. Chen Changsheng's attitude was overly exasperating. The strong man who came with Fu Wen. It was also all too clear that Chen Changsheng was deliberately teasing. They were dissatisfied with Chen Changsheng in their hearts. It's even more of a crazy straight-line spike. The thoughts and ideas of wanting to tear Chen Changsheng into pieces also became even stronger. It's still necessary to talk about secondary things, too, Fu Wen said with a somewhat cold voice. He felt that in front of them, the stance was too low. It caused Chen Changsheng to be too reckless. It didn't give them a second thought. This won't work. They'll have to toughen up as well. A low profile is doomed to talk about nothing. All right, then, Chen Changsheng said. Where do you come from? Did you come here because you sensed the threat on the side of the harmful power of the earth and earth? Fu Wen asked. Chen Changsheng picked up his wine cup and took another small sip, and then took a bite of the dish. Me? I come from a small place, not worth mentioning. What threat of harmful forces of earthen? I don't know. I was just walking around, and then I walked here, he said slowly. Small place, not worth mentioning? Not necessarily, Fu Wen said with a frown. One simply did not believe all that Chen Changsheng had said. How could Chen Changsheng come from a small place not worth mentioning? Small place not worth mentioning. Could it allow Chen Changsheng to have such a horrible and terrifying strength? How is that possible? Walking around unaware of the threat of the harmful forces of earth and earth? What a joke! All harmful things are extinguished and all harmful substances are purified. You call that not knowing the threat of harmful forces? You call that just walking around? When they come down from within the worldly purgatory, just insight into the fact that all harmful things are extinguished and all harmful substances are purified. What kind of person could this be? There was no one else but Chen Changsheng. It is indeed a small place. No better than your worldly purgatory. Far less transcendent and far less large than your off-world Pure Land. What earth and harmful power threatens? I do and do not know. What threat can they be, while casually walking around? I did come across some of this doom earth harmful power you guys are talking about, but they weren't a threat to speak of. Ah, they were all wiped clean by me, Chen Changsheng said. Give Fu Wen and others a chance to perform. Otherwise there would be no fun to be had. Chapter 343, Showdown. Is your side strong enough? Really? Listening to what Chen Changsheng said this time, Fu Wen and the others were stunned and somewhat convinced. The main reason was that what Chen Changsheng said this time made sense in terms of explanation. This caused their hearts to become on fire, meaning that they could tear Chen Changsheng to pieces. Of course, their hearts were a little sorry about that. It was a pity that Chen Changsheng's side could not become an ally, a helper, on their side of the worldly Pure Land. In the end, it was up to them, the off-world Pure Land, to fight the harmful forces of the Eldritch Earth themselves. But, in comparison, their hearts were even hotter, and they wanted to tear Chen Changsheng into pieces even more. Lament only occupies a small part of their hearts. Chen Changsheng went too far, having insulted them one after another. They all held a resentment in their hearts, a rage that incomparably wanted to tear Chen Changsheng into pieces. However, they didn't directly tear themselves apart from Chen Changsheng either. No direct action. They came on behalf of the entire worldwide Pure Land with a great mission. How can you act recklessly? Categorically impossible. Even if they were incomparably eager to tear Chen Changsheng into pieces, they also have to look at the big picture. One has to be really sure that Chen Changsheng's side really doesn't work after all. It was only then that they could tear their faces off with Chen Changsheng, make Chen Changsheng pay for excessively humiliating them, and tear Chen Changsheng to pieces. fellow Taoist is too modest. Can such a powerful Taoist be born from a small place? Fu Wen smiled. Further trial and determination. Chen Chongsheng lifted his wine cup and took a sip, and so was born one such as I. Small places are ultimately too small. With limited cultivation resources and materials, they simply can't give birth to too many strong people. That's why I left. Give the offspring a chance to get stronger. If I don't leave, they can never become stronger. Chen Chongsheng slowly said. He knew Fu Wen's mind well and still gave his cooperation, drinking to help with the fun and watching the music to relieve the boredom. It's also a pretty funny thing. Hearing Chen Chongsheng say this, Fu Wen and the others' hearts became even hotter. This meant that they were really close to being able to tear Chen Chongsheng into pieces. And then, with disguised goodwill, they opened their mouths for a test run, trial and determine from all sides, to be accurate and error-free. Chen Chongsheng cooperated with all of them. Fu Wen and the others couldn't hide a bit of their minds from him. All of them are under his clear control. In this case, it was too easy for him to give Fu Wen and the others convincing answers. Sure enough, after he gave a series of answers that convinced Fu Wen and the others, Fu Wen and the others no longer had any doubts. They were certain that it really didn't work on Chen Chongsheng's side. It's just a small place, although there is also eternal matter. But eternal matter is very little, very limited. Not many strong people can be born. Only one such as Chen Chongsheng could be born. If you want to give birth to another strong person, the eternal matter will not be enough. Hot damn, coming from a small place, how dare you act like that? And you have the audacity to accept our reparations and apologies with such peace of mind? And you dare to make us all stand in the yard one by one to talk to you? After it's completely settled, Fu Wen rolled his eyes straight away. The anger that had long been bottled up in his heart was all vented. Get the hell out of here. Kneel down and apologize to us. This way we can still give you a painless death without torturing you. Or you'll have a hard time dying well. His eyes were cold. No more half-assed cover-ups and complete tearing down of the face. No more pretending to be hypocritical. Finger Chen Chongsheng and tell Chen Chongsheng to get out. Flip-flopping like a book. Interesting, interesting. Chen Chongsheng laughed lightly. Slowly, he lifted his glass and took a small sip. You guys are too sullen to flip out on this. I haven't seen enough of my fun, he said softly. Ha, joy, Wu Jiao glared. He'd almost believed it, thinking that Mr. wasn't sure he could handle the side of the worldwide Pure Land. Therefore, it is necessary to reconcile with the worldly side of the Pure Land. Turns out Mr. has been having fun with Fu Wen and the others. Fu Wen and the others' faces all changed, gloomy to the core. What does Chen Chongsheng mean? Been playing with them for fun? Fellow Taoist, you've gone too far. We have sincerely come over to apologize to you, Taoist, to sincerely reconcile with you, and more than anything, we want to sincerely cooperate with you to fight against the harmful forces on the side of the earth and earth. So it turns out that you've been playing us, fellow Taoist? Fu Wen said with a black face. Sincerity? Where is your sincerity? Where is your honesty? If you really want to be sincere, even if I come from a small place, you won't turn your backs on me. Don't be sincere left and right. You guys really don't deserve to talk about sincerity. Chen Chongsheng said calmly. Fu Wen and the others were all annoyed beyond measure in their hearts. How did they not expect? Their minds were unexpectedly all seen through by Chen Chongsheng. From when they first got over here, Chen Chongsheng obviously saw right through their minds, knowing that they are not coming with sincerity. They really didn't come with sincerity. Truly sincere as what Chen Chongsheng said. It wouldn't flip out with Chen Chongsheng just because he came from a small place. They didn't think about sincerely apologizing to Chen Chongsheng. It was just the thought of testing and determining if Chen Chongsheng was from a big place, whether or not they have the strength to ally and cooperate with their side of the worldwide Pure Land. Not from a big place. There is no strength to work with their alliance. They would then slaughter Chen Chongsheng. Now that I think about it, turns out everything is in order. Chen Chongsheng had long since seen through their minds, hence why he allowed them to stand in the courtyard. We confess that we are not of good heart, but a dishonest heart can become a sincere heart, provided that there is strength on the Taoist side that can make our hearts sincere. Fellow Taoist, do you have one on your side? Fu Wen said. If there is strength on the side of the Taoist friends to make our hearts sincere, we can let Tao friends see our sincerity. See our sincerity. But, please also remember one thing, fellow Taoist. We, the worldly Pure Land, are in no way afraid of your side. It's just about joining forces against the harmful forces on the earthen side. Fellow Taoist must not think that we are afraid of your side, and don't even think that our worldly Pure Land is weak and easy to bully. He then said in a cold voice, spread everything out completely. It's not to deal with the harmful forces on the earthen side. You think if you kill one of our men, you'll be okay and we'll leave you alone? Alright, don't be all sincere and insincere. Just tell me exactly how strong your side is. Strong enough? If we're strong enough we'll join forces and deal with the earthen side together. It's not strong enough, so prepare to die. Pay the price you deserve for what you did before. He shouted coldly. Chapter 344, Chen Chongsheng. I'll give you two paths to choose from as well. Showdown. Pick everything apart. Fuan looked indifferent and stopped beating around the bush. Strong enough to cooperate, not strong enough to die. Simple, brutal and clear. Chen Changqing gently shook the wine cup in his hand, a ripple of clear liquor in the glass. He looked wistfully at Fuan and the others. Strong enough to cooperate, not strong enough to die? And you guys let me pick my way up? Being the funk, don't you guys have an ounce of awareness? Chen Changsheng spoke softly. You are not qualified to make me choose my path, including the entire world beyond the net behind you as well. I'll give you 2 ways to choose too. These 2 paths are for you, and for the Dao lineage and forces behind you. The first way. You guys go back and tell the Dao lineages and forces behind you to bring me Mo Gu and Li Sun's corpses, so that I can forget about it. Spare you and the Dao and forces behind you. The second way. If you don't agree, I'll kill you, and then I'll go within the Dao lineages and forces behind you. What will happen then when you arrive within the Dao and forces behind you? I cannot be sure, he said faintly. Mogu came from the pure land of the world and took away Li Sun's body. After being scared away by some unknown force, he was frightened and fled without even taking his family's palace, etc. With him, Fuan and the others were nothing at first, but when they heard the name Mogul, their faces instantly all changed drastically. The eyes were filled with horror and scorn. The name Mogu was taboo within the worldly Pure Land. It is forbidden to talk about any information related to Mogu within the worldwide Pure Land. Even them, at the very least, they had all cultivated to the Hong Sheng realm. At the highest, they had all cultivated to the Hong Emperor realm, and the Dao lineage and forces behind them were still incomparably powerful. This was especially true of the Dao lineages and forces behind Emperor Hang such as Fuan. Even more so, he stood on top of the highest cloud tops within the world's Pure Land, but they too were afraid to break such a taboo. Don't dare mention the name Mogul, much less dare to discuss anything to do with Mogu. They had all been sternly warned by the elders of the clan. Warn them to act as if Mogu doesn't exist. Never mention Mogul's name, much less discuss anything related to Mogul. Mogu was a forbidden situation in the worldwide Pure Land. Not at first, not in front. The front of Mogul is within the world's netherworld. It's not taboo at all. Mogu, who was in front of him, was considered a number 1 though, but that's about it. The majesty and fame, etc., are very limited. There were more powerful people within the worldly Pure Land who were stronger than Mogu, but in the back, it's a different story. No one knows what happened in Mogul. Just for one night, Mogu then became a taboo within the entire worldly purgatory. At that time, all the Taoist traditions and forces within the Pure Land outside the world, all of them were banned. Mentioning Mogul's name is strictly forbidden, and no discussion of anything to do with Mogul. Nowadays, Chen Changsheng unexpectedly set out the name Mogu. It didn't occur to them in any way, totally unexpected. As for what Li Sun, who's this? None of them knew each other, nor did they have any memory of them, but they all know very well. This Li Sun is also bound to be uncomplicated, not an ordinary character. To be involved with a taboo like Mogu, how can Li Sun be simple? How can it be an ordinary character? You don't even have to think about it to know it's not possible. Of course, none of this has anything to do with them. There was absolutely no way they could talk to Chen Changsheng about anything related to Mogu, even if they weren't in the worldly purgatory. Beyond the worldly purgatory, they wouldn't dare break such a taboo. Don't dare mention the name of Mogul, much less dare to discuss anything to do with Mogu. 2 paths, we won't choose either one. Fuan held back his anger. Don't you dare say such a thing. Don't you dare let us choose our path dash. It means you're strong, or your side is strong. That is, show us what you or your side is capable of. Let's talk about cooperation. Talk about how to deal with the harmful forces on the earthen side, he said one after the other. Chen Changsheng even threatened them? The previous one insulted them one after another and treated them as if they were playing for fun, and now it's threatening them. If it weren't for the fact that he has to be responsible for the whole of the World Wide Web, you can't get carried away. He would definitely draw his sword and slash over to Chen Changsheng's side. The others all followed his lead. All of them were frantically suppressing the anger in their hearts. What did Chen Changsheng take their side of the worldly Pure Land for? Do they really think that their worldly Pure Land is a soft persimmon that can be pinched randomly? They were on fire. The killing intent towards Chen Changsheng was also so strong that it became more and more unstoppable. Honestly, that's where they can't make the call. If they can make the call, damn it, even if Chen Changsheng's side was strong enough to have the qualifications to cooperate and join forces with their worldly Pure Land, and they definitely don't care. Say whatever you want to decapitate Chen Changsheng first. You have no right not to choose. One can only go one way within these 2 paths. If you don't choose again in the back, I'll just default to the second path you chose. Chen Changsheng put down his wine glass, picked up his chopsticks, picked up a piece of meat, and put it in his mouth, chewed and ate slowly. He was so bland, so casual. Looking at Fuan and the others, the anger in their hearts rubbed off again and soared madly. Chen Changsheng hadn't been too dismissive of them. In fact, Chen Changsheng had never put Fuan and the others in his eyes before. If he hadn't wanted to watch the fun and give them a drink to help them along, Fuan and the others couldn't get into the Wu clan. None of them could see him. A series of fits in front of him, also for fun. Now that the fun was over, he naturally returned to his normal self. Boom! Terrifying eternal light burst forth. A long blade of constant gold interwoven with an infinite number of eternal Tao rules was offered up by Fuan. It was a top-grade transcendent longsword crafted from pure eternal gold. The power was extremely terrifying. Eternal gold, the hardest thing within the world's purgatory. Out of the eternal material source center of the worldly Pure Land, there weren't many such eternal gold within the entire worldly Pure Land. Exceptionally precious and transcendent. You're looking for death, don't you know? Fuan drank coldly, the long Hangjin blade pointing straight at Chen Changsheng. We've put up with you enough, but you're getting more and more ungrateful and don't know how to die. I'll say it one last time. Strong enough to cooperate, not strong enough to die. His eyes were terrifying and his killing intent was monstrous. He's done all that's required of him. Next, if Chen Changsheng couldn't give him the answer he wanted, he would definitely not spoil Chen Changsheng anymore, much less mention anything about cooperation or non-cooperation. He would kill on the spot towards Chen Changsheng's side and chop him into pieces. Chapter 345, Fuan and the other Hung Emperors strike with a monstrous terror. Bad content. Chapter 346, a flick of the finger. A drop of wine kills the enemy. Bad content. Chapter 347, creatures living in the center of the source of eternal matter are confirmed to manifest shadows. Bad content. Chapter 348, all of the eternal ancestors stepped out and gathered at the center of the eternal matter source. Bad content. Chapter 349, knowing too late, or else I would have killed over there earlier. Bad content. Chapter 350, take the pawns and start the counterattack. Bad content. Chapter 351, all the Hung ancestors came outside the Wu clan to suppress Chen Changsheng, source of eternal matter, the most transcendent place within the pure land of the world. Raising Hong Zhu Bing here works surprisingly well. Li Long and the other constant ancestors all took out their constant ancestor soldiers that they had warmed up in the source of eternal matter. In a flash, unimaginable immense eternal light burst forth fiercely, reflecting every inch of the world's pure land. There was even an extremely terrifying and frightening power that surged crazily, sweeping and spreading throughout the world's pure land. Oh my god, what kind of power is this? Something big and scary is about to happen? The living beings within the world's pure land, all of them were horrified. The body couldn't stop shaking wildly. The weaker beings were even more fully cracked. The crimson blood flowed unceasingly. Even the soul was like that, with the soul body in full disintegration. Soul blood sprayed crazily. The constant ancestor soldiers taken out by constant ancestors such as Li Long were too terrifying. It's no exaggeration to say, they took out the Hong Zhu Bing, carrying out a random piece. The power that erupted was far superior to most Hung ancestors, able to suppress most Hung ancestors with ease. Honestly, if it is possible, all of these constant ancestors wanted to stay inside the eternal matter source all the time. Even if the eternal matter source is not sacrificed to the eternal matter source, just stay inside and practice, and they are more than willing, because even if one stays inside the eternal matter source for cultivation in this way alone, they can all be greatly benefited as well. Cultivation realm and strength will definitely be improved by leaps and bounds. Beyond the Hong Zhu realm, it's definitely just around the corner. Unlike what they were doing now, it was a long way off for them to surpass the constant ancestor realm. But, very sadly, they can't. When they first tried it, their physical bodies entered within the eternal matter source. It will be met with resistance from the source of eternal matter. The eternal source of matter will strangle them. They don't say stay inside and practice. Couldn't stay even for a moment. It simply couldn't resist the strangulation of the eternal matter source against them. Later, there were 6 drops of golden blood drops of unknown creatures that fell out from within the eternal matter source. Even more so, it completely discouraged them from practicing within the eternal matter source. There are drops of blood coming out. There is clearly some kind of unknown creature within the source of eternal matter, and the blood droplets that flowed out were also exceptionally horrible and terrifying. How could they dare to go inside the eternal matter source to cultivate? Stop it. They were still afraid of being eaten by the unknown creatures living within the source of eternal matter. Go, kill, suppress him and make him lead us to where they are. Li Long and other Hung ancestor figures all disappeared from here, and when Li Long and the other Hunzu figures disappeared into thin air, among the fountains of the source of eternal matter, suddenly there are horrible swirls appearing. The shadow of an unknown horrible creature appeared. Days beyond days, inside the land of the Wu clan. The feast is over. Everyone ate and drank well. Old ancestor, are we going to walk around and look around within the heavenly beyond? Li Ruoxue tilted her little head, a pair of big beautiful eyes blinking, adorable and incomparable as she asked Chen Changsheng. She didn't drink. She was too young. Aha. Chen Changsheng looked at Li Ruoxue favorably. Smiling softly, he nodded. Let's take a walk in the sky beyond the sky and look around. And then there was the death of the outer purgatory. And yes, add a little more to the mix, and eat it. He chuckled. There's one that says one. Li Ruoxue had seen him smile the most times. No one else had seen him smile so many times. Because of Li Sun, he loved Li Ruoxue as if he were treating his own descendants. To Li Ruoxue's revealed side. Always, gentle, doting. Yeah, I like to follow my old ancestor around and see and, well, eat again, Li Ruoxue said happily. Good, rest for the night. We'll start tomorrow with a nice walk. Look around and eat within the sky, Chen Shangsheng said with a smile. After all was said and done, he looked beyond the Wu clan land. I haven't even gone to them yet, and they have the audacity to come here. Just as well, then kill them first, and then go within each of their tribes and religions, Chen Shangsheng muttered to himself. And then, he slowly left the hall and headed beyond the Wu clan. Who's coming over again? Wu Jiao and his father and mother, as well as the elders of the Wu clan. All of them followed at a quick pace. The nine-headed lion and the others followed. And just as Chen Shangsheng had just stepped out beyond the Wu clan, the skies beyond the Wu clan, one terrifying vortex after another appeared. There was a terrifying Hung ancestors aura that crazily stirred out from these terrifying vortexes. Everlasting Day, those constant ancestors who have a Taoist lineage. Out of these horrifying vortexes that appeared, walked out Li Long and other Hongzhu who did not have a Dao lineage and were much more powerful. Didn't show up. They are hidden in the shadows. In case an even more terrifying powerhouse appeared on Chen Shangsheng's side. One man dares to attack their off-world purgatory? How is that possible? They were definitely more than just Chen Shangsheng. Chen Shangsheng's side. There must be other powerful people coming over as well. It's just that it's not showing up. They had cold smiles at the corners of their mouths, and their eyes were all fiery. It was as if they had already seen them succeed in their counterkill. Along the way, he killed his way into Chen Shangsheng's side of the location and completely sacrificed away the source of eternal matter within Chen Shangsheng's side of the location. What does the Taoist mean? We came over in good faith to talk about cooperation with you, Taoist, but you killed the people on our side who came over to talk about cooperation. This is too unorthodox of a thing for a fellow Daoist to do. A constant ancestor within the Eternal Day Dao system spoke. When two sides are at war, they don't cut off the enemy. Fellow Daoist, you not only killed, but you killed them all. That doesn't make sense in the context. We're coming over for justice any way we can. He chided loudly. Stop pretending. It's no fun. I know you are not here for their deaths, Chen Shangsheng said calmly. With a single thought, he gained insight into the purpose for which these Hongzhu had come. These Hong ancestors didn't care about the deaths of Fuan and the others. Totally not here to do any justice to Fuan and the others. These constant ancestors held other purposes. Thought he was from another eternal place, trying to take him down, then kill all the way into the other eternal place that these constant ancestors thought they were in. These constant ancestors, one counts, all selfish to the core, all in their own self-interest. The lives of beings other than theirs are treated with utter indifference. Chen Shangsheng originally did not have a favorable impression of these Hongzhu. Nowadays it is even less so. These constant ancestors, including those Hung ancestors who were hidden in the shadows and didn't show themselves, no exceptions, all will die here. Yes, since you picked it out, and I'm picking it apart dash. Gird your loins and lead us to the place where your side is. We can then let you live and keep you alive. We'll even let you join us. Be one of us. Follow us and become stronger. The everyday Dao system's Hong ancestor said. Chapter 352. A great battle erupted as Hongzhu killed towards Chen Shangsheng. Dare to come and attack their worldly pure land. Chen Shangsheng's side was just like a certain strength, destined not to be too weak. Otherwise, Chen Shangsheng's side would definitely not dare to hit their worldly pure land. Present these Hongzhu, all are aware of that. Hidden in the shadows, Lilong and the other Hung ancestors. It's all clear on that. 2. The reason why that Hung ancestor of the Eternal Day Dao system had persuaded Chen Shangsheng to surrender. Not only did he say that he could let Chen Shangsheng live, it also said that they could let Chen Shangsheng join them and become one of them. In fact, it's a complete stall, so that the Hongzhu such as Lilong who was hidden in the shadows, find out the hidden powerhouse on Chen Shangsheng's side. This is what they had planned before they came. How could Chen Shangsheng alone dare to attack their worldly pure land? Not at all. Chen Shangsheng's side had definitely come with a lot of powerful people. So, they had a plan. Some Hongzhu showed up in plain sight to stall for time. Some Hongzhu were hidden in the shadows. Bring out all the hidden powerhouses on Chen Shangsheng's side. So many Hongzhu appeared on the bright side. The strong people hidden in the shadows on Chen Shangsheng's side would definitely become nervous. Once you get nervous, it's easy to show your hand and reveal yourself. The Hongzhu on their side hidden in the shadows. It was also bound to bring out all the hidden powerhouses on Chen Shangsheng's side, especially the Hongzhu on their side who was hidden in the shadows. All of them were Hung ancestors with even more terrifying and powerful strengths like Li Long. They don't need to delay too long either. Lai Long and the other Hong ancestors would be able to uncover all of the strong people hiding in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side, and they gave Chen Changsheng the promise to persuade him to surrender. Naturally, it's all fake. It was impossible for them to let Chen Changsheng go. It was even more unlikely that Chen Changsheng would join them and become one of them. Stop it. How precious is the eternal source of matter? How could they let Chen Changsheng get a piece of the pie? Categorically impossible. Follow you guys as you get stronger? What kind of jokes are you guys talking about? Are you strong? Chen Changsheng said calmly. The crowd of Hang ancestors heard such arrogant words from Chen Changsheng. Anger appeared in all hearts. Chen Changsheng is too crazy, not putting them in their eyes at all, completely treating them as insignificant little characters. How can this make them not angry? As constant ancestors, they were treated as insignificant and minor characters. This is just like something they cannot accept. Go wild. You'll have time to cry later. They sneered in their minds. It did not directly make a move against Chen Changsheng. They also need to stall, to give Li Long and the other Hong ancestors the time they needed to uncover the hidden powerhouses on Chen Changsheng's side. Strong or not, it's useless just to talk, to prove it with strength. A constant ancestor of the Eternal Day Dao system sneered. Immediately, he offered the Hong ancestral soldier that he had taken out from the source of eternal matter. It's an ebon hammer. An extremely terrifying and frightening power fluctuation was emitted just after it was sacrificed, with an absolutely appalling momentum that could shatter everything. One can't help but feel fear. Yes, you can't rely on words. You have to rely on strength to prove it. I'll show you what we're made of. The other constant ancestors also sacrificed the constant ancestor soldiers they had taken out from the source of eternal matter. One piece is scarier than the other. One is scarier than the other. Each of them swirled out an unimaginable fluctuation of super strength. All of them can kill Hong Zhu. They only offered up the Hong ancestral soldiers and didn't make a move. Lai Long and the other Hong ancestors had yet to seek out the powerhouses hidden in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side. They can't do it yet, and continue to stall like this. Strong enough yet? The Hong ancestor of the Eternal Day Dao system looked toward Chen Changsheng. We're giving you a chance to live. More in giving you the chance to get stronger. You must not mistake yourself and make the wrong choice. Otherwise you're doomed to die. And you're going to die a horrible death. He then said in a cold voice, with so many Hang ancestral soldiers being sacrificed, how could they deter Chen Changsheng? After all, these Hong Zhu soldiers, all have been warmed within the source of eternal matter. Each piece is terrifying at the moment. It was an absolute deterrent to both Hong Zhu. It was able to make even Hong ancestor become unsettled, fearful, and appear timid. However, Chen Changsheng's next words, but it made them all storm out. What's the difference? Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. The meaning between the words was very clear. That's, you guys sacrificed the Hong Zhu soldier, and it's no different from the front. Not strong enough, too weak. The anger in their hearts all soared wildly. Have you ever been underestimated like this? Chen Changsheng was simply wild to the core. But, this also aroused their vigilance and attention. They sacrificed the Hong Zhu soldier. Chen Changsheng was still able to be so calm, and even scorned and looked down on them as usual. This couldn't help but cause a hint of worry to appear in their hearts. Chen Changsheng might possibly be stronger and more terrifying than they had imagined. How else could Chen Changsheng still be so calm? How dare you continue to treat them with such contempt and disdain? Of course, and they're definitely not going to be intimidated by that, much less be scared off like that. What a joke. Chen Changsheng didn't even make a move. Neither did he reveal his strength. Just a few words, based solely on the calm and contemptuous stance Chen Changsheng displayed towards them. And they're intimidated and they're scared off? No kidding. It's simply not possible. But, they still become valued for it. Regarded Chen Changsheng as a great enemy. Don't dare to be careless and underestimate. Of course, this was definitely not just because of these few words spoken by Chen Changsheng, a gesture of calmness and contempt for them. That's how they became so valued. It was mainly because Li Long and the other Hang ancestors hadn't sought out the strong people hidden in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side. This undoubtedly showed that Chen Changsheng's side was not easy to deal with. Otherwise, Lai Long and the other Hong ancestors should have long ago sought out the strong people hiding in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side. Hubris. I'm going to tell you to see if there's any difference. A Hong ancestor drank coldly. Immediately, he maneuvered the Hong ancestor soldier in his hands and killed towards Chen Changsheng's side. He saw it. It's not good enough just to stall like that. If they delayed any longer, Li Long and the other Hong ancestors were afraid that they wouldn't be able to seek out the strong people hidden in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side. The strong people hiding in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side were very stable. It won't be easy to reveal the footsteps and the end of the line. So, he changed his strategy and made a move to kill over to Chen Changsheng's side. Chen Changsheng suffered a life and death crisis. The strong people hidden in the shadows on its side were bound to be unable to remain calm any longer. Definitely going to be revealing on this. This way, Li Long and the other Hong ancestors would also be able to seek out the strong people hiding in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side. Took the initiative. He's thinking good thoughts, but unfortunately, the person he wanted to deal with was Chen Changsheng, and he as well as these constant ancestors in the field. The muddy belt did not give Chen Changsheng a hint of threat, not to mention letting Chen Changsheng have a life and death crisis. Chapter 353, Chen Changsheng, want your millstone back? Yes, give it back to you. The ever-ancestor soldier that had always been warmed within the source of eternal matter. Terror shakes the world. It had just been sacrificed and displayed an extremely terrifying aspect. Unimaginable. Beyond the realm of comprehension jumps of eternal Tao and law, with an overriding pressure that is above all else. Such a Hongzhu soldier. Not to mention that the Hongzhu in the field couldn't block it. Even a stronger Hong ancestor such as Li Long was destined to be unable to block it. Boom! The Hong ancestor soldier killed, and it was a huge golden millstone. Incredibly fierce and scary. Hongzhu don't say it was smashed. Even if they were to be grazed by the golden grinding disc, their flesh would have to fully explode. If you get hit, the end is destined to be worse. And that wasn't even the most terrifying and horrifying part of the golden millstone. Warmed at the source of eternal matter, other terrifying prowess will emerge. At this moment, the golden grinding disc then displayed this terrifying might. It was crushing the Tao and the law in heaven and earth. However, all forces related to Tao and Dharma were all crushed by it in an instant. The Taoist vacuum zone appears here. Crushed under it, any Tao or law is destined to be cast out. Even as strong as Hongzhu practiced the way of eternity, and stood at the pinnacle of the realm that the eternal way could reach. Nor can it. Unable to operate the Tao power in his body, he could not perform any Tao or Dharma. This is certainly fatal. Even more so, it could not withstand the blast of the golden millstone. The golden millstone will be completely given a blast to kill when it falls. The Hong ancestor who had struck the golden millstone had a cold smile on his lips. He did not believe that Chen Changsheng could block the golden millstone. The strong people hidden in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side would inevitably make a move to rescue Chen Changsheng. Unless there was a strong person hidden in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side. Doesn't care if Chen Changsheng lives or dies, but it was destined to be impossible. At the same time, hidden in the shadows, Li Long and the other Hong ancestors, cold smiles all around. They also felt that Chen Changsheng couldn't block the golden millstone. The strong people hidden in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side would launch a rescue mission for Chen Changsheng. They were all ready. This time, it was bound to be able to uncover and lock all of the strong people hiding in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side. As long as they could fully lock down the strong people hiding in the shadows on Chen Changsheng's side, then they will be in complete control. By then, they wouldn't have to worry anymore. The powerhouses on Chen Changsheng's side would all become fish and meat on the board, and would be left to be slaughtered. What? Shrieks of surprise rang out. Intense shock appeared in the eyes of all the Hong ancestors in the arena. Something out of their league happens. It was only when the golden millstone was about to blast and smash into Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng extended a palm upwards. It easily resisted the golden millstone that came crashing down. The golden millstone even instantly became calm. All the power was madly internalized. Not a single strand of power flowed out again. How is this possible? He resisted the golden millstone with just one palm, and also suppressed it completely? The faces of the Hong ancestors in the arena all changed drastically. It was hard to believe what they were seeing in front of them. How strong Chen Changsheng must be. That's what makes it so scary? They couldn't help but tremble with fear. Chen Changsheng's terror was just beyond their expectations. Hidden in the shadows, Li Long and the other Hong ancestors, all of them were surprised as well. Chen Changsheng was obviously even more terrifying than them. Change them. A palm against a golden millstone that blasted down? No kidding. They were already considered pretty good if they could guarantee that they wouldn't be blasted and smashed into a pulp by the golden millstone. As for resisting the golden millstone, and it suppressed the golden millstone, causing all the power of the golden millstone to be internalized. It's more like not even thinking about it. Of course, if they were to use the Hongzhu soldier in their hands, they can do all that. The Hong ancestor soldiers in their hands were stronger than the Hong ancestors in the hands of those Hong ancestors outside. In the meantime, the eternal ancestor who struck the golden millstone, mouthful of words, with all his might, he hooked the golden millstone, trying to retrieve it. The golden millstone was connected to his nativity. It must not fall into the hands of Chen Changsheng, otherwise his life was in danger. Want your grinder back? Yes, give it back. Chen Changsheng gently waved his palm. The golden grinding disc immediately flew towards that Hong ancestor. This Hong ancestor was first overjoyed, and then his face changed drastically. No, I can't control it a bit. Guys, help me, he yelled sharply. It's killing me. The golden millstone that was connected to his original life was unexpectedly not under his control. If this came crashing down, he'd be dead for sure. He couldn't even run away if he wanted to now. The golden millstone, which was not under his control, locked onto him fully. It was crushing his Tao and law. All the Tao power in his body was actually unable to operate. The moment he experienced the feeling of an enemy locked in a golden millstone. It's really, really bad. Full of all the powerlessness, and you can't even run if you want to. Boom boom boom. The Han ancestors in the arena all struck out at the first opportunity. It's impossible to just sit back and do nothing. They played their Hongzhu soldiers against the golden millstone that blasted over. One Hongzhu soldier after another, blooming with boundless eternal radiance, it erupted with a terrifying and overwhelmingly terrifying power. Various. There are knives, swords, lances, etc. All of them have unrivaled power, and any one of them can shatter the world's pure land, the original earthen ancestral artifacts, etc. Scary enough. However, compared to these Hongzhu soldiers at this moment, they were nothing more than small soldiers and small weapons. It's a far cry. These were always warmed up within the eternal matter source of the constant ancestor soldiers. It is really exceptionally horrible and terrifying. But this was the same as those earthen ancestral weapons, which were only small ancestral weapons, not one of the most terrifying ancestral weapons within the Dunelands. If one of the most terrifying ancestral weapons within the earth were to be taken out at random, it could also easily crush all of these Hongzhu soldiers, not even to mention the most terrifying ancestral weapons within the earthen lands in a row. Differing from the erudite Earth's most terrifying ancestral artifacts in the column of 2 or 3 grades of those ancestral artifacts, it was also enough to easily crush these Hong ancestor soldiers. The doom is coming from a super scary place. It is far from being comparable to the pure land of the world. So many Hang ancestral soldiers, and you still can't be subdued and killed alone? I don't believe it. Kill. The Hong ancestors in the field were hissing, not only to suppress the golden millstone that blasted over, there was also a need to kill towards Chen Changxing's side. So what if it's even stronger? After all, it can't stand up to so many Hang ancestral soldiers. Come out. All those who hide in the shadows come out. Ri Long and the other Hung ancestors said in a cold voice in their hearts. They were highly focused, not letting go of any anomalies or ends. So many Hongzhu soldiers fought over. No matter how strong Chen Changxing was, he was destined to not be able to block it. The strong people hidden in the shadows on Chen Changxing's side would inevitably come to the rescue, thus revealing the difference and the end. Their eyes were cold, perfectly blended into the darkness. Not a single crack could not be seen or sensed. They waited for the strong person hidden in the shadows on Chen Changxing's side. Show the difference. Show the end. Thereby hiding the strong people on Chen Changxing's side in the shadows. All in one net. Chapter 354, they can give up anything to survive. The Hong ancestors in the field were all striking out frantically. All kinds of Hang ancestral soldiers erupted with earth-shattering greatness. Hong ancestor wasn't enough even under such earth-shattering greatness. If you are blasted, it will surely be in such earth-shattering greatness that the form and spirit will be destroyed. Complete dissipation in death. Everything is relative. Immortality ahead. Eternity now. All of them. As good as gold in the eyes of mortals. It is immortality. It is eternity. It will never decay. And it will never go away. It will always grow. Again, it is like the sun in the eyes of mortals. Even more so. The sun is immortal and lasts forever. But is it really? Can gold and sun, both immortal and eternal? For mortals it is, but in the face of a greater power. Absolutely not. Even gold decays, and the sun disappears. There is no absolute immortality or eternity. If so, it is that no stronger force has emerged. No stronger force has emerged. Immortality can always last forever and ever. Eternity can be constant and immortal. Constant ancestor had cultivated to the absolute peak of the constant Tao realm, has moved fully into eternity. If no stronger force emerges, everything dissipated. Hongzhu will also be immortal for all eternity. Right now these Hong ancestor soldiers erupted with earth-shattering greatness. It is the greater power that is sufficient to shake into eternity. Under such earth-shattering greatness, eternity will cease to exist. The immortal Hongzhu will also die. Kill me. Kill. The constant ancestors in the field hissed. The golden millstone was about as powerful as the Hongzhu Bing they had struck out. Under normal circumstances, so many Hongzhu soldiers rushed over. The golden millstone would inevitably be shaken out in the first place, and was destined to be unable to block it. And the golden millstone will also be badly broken. There's a chance it could still be outright destroyed. But, the next scene that happened. But it gave them all the creeps. Large goosebumps appeared on his body and chills ran down his spine. The golden millstone that was destined to be unstoppable, not only blocked, it had actually crushed all the Hongzhu soldiers. The golden mill was clearly mutated and very different from the previous one, possessing a power that far exceeds the previous one. The power of all the Hang ancestor soldiers was unexpectedly crushed. The golden millstone pounded forward. It crushed the Tao and Law of all Hongzhu Bing. All of the constant ancestor soldiers had completely lost their Tao and Law, and did not possess the slightest amount of power. Then it was fully crushed to smithereens by the golden millstone. My God, how? Run! Run! The Hongzhu in the field shouted in shock. Their faces were all pale. The mind was filled with horror and fear. Their courage is no longer there and they have long been scared out of their wits. All of them wanted to run away frantically. But they can't escape at all. The Tao and laws of those Hong ancestor soldiers were all crushed by the golden millstone. How can they still keep their Tao and Dharma? Can't save a dime. Their Tao and Dharma were all completely crushed. A body of Taoist power is no more. How can they escape when they've been turned into powerless mortals? There's no escape. Help! Save us! They hissed and growled, trying to get Hong ancestors such as Lilong, who was hiding in the shadows, to step in and save them, but they didn't get a response at all. Lilong and the other constant ancestors were at the moment the golden mill crushed those constant ancestor soldiers. Then each of them fled desperately. Honestly, it wasn't that Hong ancestors such as Lilong didn't save these Hong ancestors. When the nest is upset, no egg is left intact. If these constant ancestors died, they were not destined for a good end. If we can save these Hongzhu, even if they had to pay a significant price, Hong ancestors such as Li Long would come to the rescue. But let's not talk about paying a major price right now, even if it costs them their lives. They also couldn't save these Hongzhu at all. The golden grinding disc easily crushed so many Hang ancestral armaments, even with the Hongzhu soldier they held in their hands, to be much stronger than those Hongzhu soldiers. However, it was also impossible to crush these Hang ancestor soldiers between them easily. And, most importantly, Chen Changsheng hadn't even revealed his true strength yet. The reason why the golden millstone had become so terrifying was definitely the work of Chen Changsheng. Chen Changsheng bestowed the golden millstone with super terrifying power. They're pretty sure this was definitely not Chen Changsheng's strongest power. Chen Changsheng was bound to possess even more power. In this case, how do they save it? It doesn't save a bit at all. Blood splattered everywhere. Those Hongzhu in the field, all of them were crushed by the golden millstone. Completely dead. The Tao and the law have fully dissipated. How can this guy be so scary? Li Long and the other Hong ancestors roared hideously. One by one they all fell out of the shadows. They didn't get away. Fully locked by the golden millstone. Their Tao and Dharma were comprehensively crushed by the golden millstone. The power of the Hongzhu soldier in his hand. All of them were also fully crushed by the golden grinding disc. They were freezing cold all over. Can't believe it anyhow. What realm is Chen Changsheng actually in awe? The golden millstone was merely just a mere passing through Chen Changsheng's hands. It becomes so terrifying, so unbeatable. It easily crushed the constant ancestral soldier in their hands and their Tao and Dharma. Have you surpassed Hongzhu? Don't kill us. If you spare us, we will give you the eternal matter source within the worldly pure land, and you can sacrifice the eternal matter source however you want. They begged frantically for mercy. They were willing to give up everything if it meant they could survive. Chen Changsheng was silent. There was no intention of letting go of Lilong and the other Hong ancestors. The golden grinding disc continued to crush over to the side of Lilong and the other Hong ancestors. You have surpassed the Hong ancestor. But within our worldly pure land, there are also existences that have surpassed the Hong ancestor. Spare us, and we can go back and persuade those existences that are beyond the Hong ancestors. With our persuasion, you will be able to obtain the source of eternal matter within the worldly pure land with even more effort and ease without having to battle those existences that surpass the constant ancestors. We're sure we can talk our way out of this. Li Long and the other Hong ancestors shouted out. They don't want to die. They all want to live. But the ones they were yelling about clearly didn't work. The golden millstone did not stop, still crushing towards them. There were Hong ancestors who were crushed and died completely. The remaining undead Hong ancestors such as Lilong were all scared to death. An existence that surpasses the Hong ancestor. How can it be so easy to deal with? Even if you guys are strong enough to try to kill an existence that surpasses Hong ancestor within the worldly pure land, you're bound to pay a price. The conquest on the earthen side could open up in full force at any time. It could kill us at any moment. Aren't you guys worried that after you pay the price and kill the beyond world's pure lands beyond constant ancestor existence, the earthen land side will kill over? Spare us. We can really let you get the source of eternal matter within the off-world pure land without paying a price. We can also be your slaves. Cannon fodder for the battlefield. Charging ahead of the battlefield for you. They shouted one after another. Just want to live. Chapter 355 doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Bad content. Chapter 356 There's no need to rush. You can sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. There had been 6 drops of golden blood from some unknown creature. Outflow from within the source of eternal matter. It was acquired by a Hongzhu. Afterwards, it was studied like the other Hangzes. Presumably within the source of eternal matter, there may be unknown and horrible creatures living. They're all just speculation. Never seen it. Not so with the 8 super Hongzhu. They all saw the unknown horrible creature with their own eyes, as they were about to sacrifice away the entire source of eternal matter. they met the unknown, terrifying creature. At that time, the unknown terrifying creature simply roared, and they were scared out of their wits, falling away. In the long years to come, none of them dared to approach the source of eternal matter here. Spare them the scenes they now recall from that time. They are still full of palpitations. Afterthought, that unknown horrible creature. It was horrible. A roar is all it is. It made them feel the threat of death. They have no doubt. If they hadn't gone then, if you still want to insist on sacrificing the source of eternal matter, they were bound to be blasted to death by that unknown terrifying creature. Not even if they were Super Hongzu, the one where the unknown horrible creature roared. Just let them develop a deep sense of powerlessness. It's noticeable. They were in no way a match for that unknown horrible creature, and that's exactly why. It was only then that they completely gave up the idea of sacrificing the eternal matter source. No longer dare to think of sacrificing the eternal matter source. But, now this thought and idea of sacrificing the source of eternal matter, it came up again in their minds in a frenzy. As that Super Hongzu said, the source of eternal matter within the off-world Pure Land is populated by unknown horrific creatures. The sources of eternal matter in other lands are not seen to have the same presence of such unknown horrors. They can go and sacrifice away the sources of eternal matter within other lands. Fetch the troops and get to work, an ultra-constant ancestor said in excitement with glowing eyes. They are also within the eternal matter source, warmed with their mighty soldiers, and their soldiers are warmed up in a deeper location. It is far from being comparable to the position of those Hongzu warmongering soldiers, when they were first scared off by the unknown horrible creatures within the source of the eternal matter. The latter even dared not approach the source of eternal matter for a long period of time, but then later, they find that as long as it's not too much, the unknown horrible creature wasn't going to care, wasn't going to make a move. The behavior of Lai Long and other Hongzu was the best proof. They also then warmed their ultra-eternal ancestor's soldier, deeper into the eternal matter source. Swish, 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 terrifying eternal light rushed skyward. There was a great shock in the world's outer purgatory. The 8 pieces of ultra-constant ancestors' weapons were taken out by each of the 8 ultra-constant ancestors, each holding them in their hands. These 8 super-constant ancestor soldiers were far from comparable to the constant ancestor soldiers of constant ancestors such as Li Long. Originally, these 8 pieces of the soldier surpassed the Hongzu soldier. Afterwards it has been warmed up deeper in the source of eternal matter. Undoubtedly much more terrifying. It's no exaggeration to say, 8 pieces of the super constant ancestors soldier. Carrying out just any one of them could easily suppress all the Hong ancestral soldiers. After taking out the 8 pieces of the ultra constant ancestors soldier, several super Hong ancestors were about to kill over to Chen Changsheng's side on the spot. Wanted to take down Chen Changsheng. Let Chen Changsheng show them the way to the eternal land on Chen Changsheng's side. But, there is one super Hongzu who is more cautious. Don't rush it yet. He opened his mouth, and then indicated that they talk somewhere else. Then they left the source of eternal matter here, come to a secret place. Then that prudent hyper Hongzu, let the other super constant ancestors fully activate the super constant ancestors soldiers to isolate this place, and the conversation will follow. The other super constant ancestors didn't know what this super constant ancestor was going to do or say though, but they did as they were told, fully catalyzing the ultra constant ancestors soldiers they each held, blockade and isolation of the site. And even then, that cautious ultra constant ancestor, Sun Yen, didn't let his guard down either. He sent a message with his divine sense, secretly communicating with other superhuman ancestors. Why the rush? The other party dared to kill our side and killed so many Hung ancestors, so how could they be generalized? The other party is obviously extraordinary and not easy to deal with. Especially, we don't know anything about them. We know very little. I don't know what kind of strong people they all came over, or how many. Just kill it then. We are undoubtedly very passive, and quite possibly take a big loss. He solemnly transmitted, scared less. With our strength, plus the soldiers that have been warmed at the source of eternal matter, we still can't kill them? How? There was the ultra-constant ancestor who didn't think for himself and confidently transmitted his voice. He thought that Chen Changsheng's side was not enough to worry about. The 8 of them would surely be able to take Chen Changsheng's side. Don't be careless, plus dash. Even if we can easily take down the other side, we can't kill them like this. Sun Yen transmitted his voice. Oh, what do you mean? Why can't we just kill it? The other ultra-constant ancestors came to be interested and transmitted their voices to ask. The other party is not to be underestimated. There must be some strength. We're perfectly capable of letting each other into the worldly purgatory, and to the sacrifice of the eternal substance within the worldly purgatory. Sun Yen transmitted his voice with a smile. After these words were spoken, all of the other ultra-constant ancestors understood Sun Yen's meaning. Ha ha, got it. it, it's still you, the source of eternal matter within the world's pure land, in which unknown horrible creatures exist. If the other party is going to make sacrifices to the source of eternal matter within the worldly pure land, it's bound to be blasted by that unknown horrible creature. At that point, whatever the end result is, it's all in our favor. The other ultra-constant ancestors said, yes, that's it. If we kill them now, we'll be very passive, and as long as we don't move, then we will have the advantage. Sun Yan smiled and transmitted his voice, not moving, waiting for Chen Changxing's side to kill the worldwide Pure Land. Sacrifice of the eternal matter source. A great battle breaks out with the unknown horrible creatures within the source of eternal matter, and they sit back and watch the tigers fight. Sit back and reap the benefits. If only they could fight that unknown horrible creature to a standstill. That would be best. Let's finish them off along with that unknown horrible creature. Sacrifice away the source of eternal matter within the worldly pure land, and then travel to their side of the location. Sacrifice away their source of eternal matter. Sun Yan's smile grew more and more gorgeous. That's why he offered to talk somewhere else. Over at the source of eternal matter. How can they talk about this? Although the unknown horrible creature within the source of eternal matter, pay no attention to what's going on out there. Unlikely to focus on them. But what if, in case that unknown horrible creature, on a whim, concerned about them, heard all this talk between them, then it's all over. Chapter 357. Take a walk, look around, and eat too. Indeed it should. 2 birds with 1 stone. No, several birds with 1 stone. The other ultra-constant ancestors all revealed splendid smiles. Seo Nim's plan is fantastic. If everything goes the way Sun Yan expects it to, in the end they will all be sky high. Conversation over. Plan it out. Their figures all dimmed. It just disappeared. Sit and wait for Chen Changxing's side to enter the worldly pure land. A great battle breaks out with the unknown horrible creatures within the source of eternal matter. They, on the other hand, sure watch and sit back and watch the tigers fight, and then sit back and reap the benefits. Deep in the fountain of the source of eternal matter. Ha! The unknown horrible creature let out a cold laugh. The eyes flashed with appalling beams of light, and then there was no more sound, and the figure was fully dimmed, not visible anymore. Days beyond days, Chen Changxing and the others left the Wu clan, walking all over the sky beyond the sky. The scenery of the heaven beyond heaven was naturally different from the heavens. The landscapes everywhere were even more magnificent and shocking than the heavens. They were invisible. No one can cast their eyes across the room. How else can you walk around and meditate on the scenery with all the attention on you? Chen Changxing blocked out all gazes. None of the living beings in the heavenly beyond heaven knew of this supreme being. Chen Changxing is walking all over the sky beyond the sky. Enjoy the scenery from all over the sky. Even when Chen Changxing passed by the outer heavenly beings, neither do the beings beyond the heavens know it. The scenery of each area is not to be missed. All need to be walked around and looked at. This naturally included those Jedi in the heavenly beyond, those ferocious places, those forbidden places where living beings were not allowed to enter. Wu Jiao had traveled all over the Jedi, but only for the purpose of picking the fruit that takes away the creation of heaven and earth. Picked the fruit and left. Not a good walk around the inside of each Jedi to see what's going on. Now following Chen Changxing in again. It took him a moment to see the full extent of the interior of these Jedi. Mind blown. These Jedi are amazing and have landscapes far beyond what is out there. In addition, it was also following Chen Changxing's side. He just realized that within the sky beyond the sky, there are also many unknown Jedi. Fierce and forbidden places. These Jedi, murderous, forbidden places, all very well hidden. Even when a large number of immortals and immortal creatures stepped out in the first place, these Jedi, ferocious and forbidden places, also did not show their heads. There was no movement. The beyond heaven beings had no idea of the existence of these Jedi, fierce lands, and forbidden lands. Of course, in front of Chen Changxing, these deeper hidden Jedi, fierce places, forbidden places, there's nothing to hide. The location were all clearly grasped by Chen Changxing's single thought. Chen Changxing and the others walked in one place after another. When they go in, these Jedi, murderous, forbidden places, all very calm. Not a single force dared to come out and make a mess at all. Even the creatures that live in these Jedi, murderous, forbidden places, all of them even ran out to greet Chen Changxing and the others at the first opportunity. He didn't dare to show half a bit of disrespect to Chen Changxing and the others. Disrespecting Chen Changxing and the others? Are you kidding me? A super terrifying existence that far exceeded their cognition and understanding came down from above the heavens beyond the heavens and within the world's pure land. In front of Chen Changxing all of them were still small as dust. How dare they mess around? No doubt about it. Mess with it and you're dead. Wu Jiao, has it ever made a mess outside? Chen Changxing walked into a forbidden area. Looking at the lord of this forbidden land, a blood-colored rock, asked Wu Jiao who was beside him. The scarlet rock was terrified, and all of its feathers stood upside down. What does Chen Changxing mean by asking that? It's unusually tense. Back to you, sir. I don't know. Wu Jiao shook his head, knowing nothing about this scarlet rock. If he hadn't followed Mr. He didn't even know that a forbidden place like this existed. My lord, I've never been a rebel. I have only cultivation in my heart, and I am bent on goodness. I sweep the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants, and I love the moth's yarn-covered lamps. Don't look at me as a blood rock. I'm a bit more fierce-looking, but I really haven't caused any trouble. Making a site of my own sanctuary is also because I don't want others to disturb my cultivation. Bloodrock said quickly. Oh, that's a bit of a shame. Otherwise the roasted rock wings would taste great. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth. Leave after seeing the sights of this forbidden place. No one can lie in front of him. What the Bloodrock said is true. Almost got roasted off. Bloodrock was about to die of fright. Vow to be more good in the future and never go out and cause trouble. Put. Blood splattered everywhere as the lord of another forbidden land was killed by Chen Changsheng with a single finger. It was a golden skyhorn bear, still trying to lie in front of Chen Changsheng, often scourge outside. Only it was too horribly powerful. None of the beings in the heavens beyond the heavens knew what it was about or what it was about. How could this it escape? He was directly killed by Chen Changsheng, cut off the bear's paw and steamed it. Take a walk, look around, and have a bite to eat in the back. In the meantime, the 8 ultra-eternal ancestors within the worldly Pure Land were all filled with doubt. What's the situation? Why haven't Chen Changsheng and the others entered the worldly Pure Land? Don't panic. Attacking the off-world Pure Land is not a small matter. They must have some concerns and don't dare to attack in easily. Didn't you see that they never came in from the front? Moreover, all of those HongZus died at their hands. They must have known of our presence as well. The concerns are definitely heavier. But it's okay. They're coming in after all. After all, they came all this way for the source of eternal matter on our side. There's no way they're going to say they're not coming in and leave. It's just that they want to wait for us to kill us out, while fight us outside. The world's pure land is our land after all. It's only natural that they wouldn't dare to come in so easily. Sun Yan calmly analyzed. Let's just hold steady. If they don't come in, we'll spend time with them. Eventually they'll get in for sure. Sun Yan said. By the way, just to be on the safe side, let's not wait around like this. Let's set up in advance too. This way, no matter what the end result is, we won't be at a disadvantage and we'll take the initiative. He said again. Yes, yes. The other 7 Super Hong Zu responded, and then they all walked out, up and set up in various parts of the world outside the Pure Land. In the meantime, between the unnoticeable by the living beings in the Pure Land outside the world, a great change occurs deep inside the fountain of the source of eternal matter. That unknown, horrible creature. It was revealed in the depths of the interior of the spring. The years go by and time passes quickly. Chen Changsheng and the others had traveled every inch of the heavenly beyond. See all the sights of the sky beyond the sky. They departed, traveling to the world's purest land. The worldwide Pure Land is always on the move. You need to be met by someone inside to enter the world's Pure Land. But this is for Chen Changsheng, not a problem at all. Chen Changsheng locked onto where the location of the worldly Pure Land was in a single thought. A bright and dazzling golden road, spreading from his feet to the other side of the world. Chapter 358. Don't be in a hurry. Victory will only belong to us in the end. Bad content. Chapter 359. No matter where he was, evil thoughts would be the first thing Chen Changsheng would have insight into. Splat. The urgent roar of this ultra-constant ancestor directly startled Sun Yan, causing the teacup in his hand to fall to the ground and shatter into smithereens. What did you say? Sun Yan snapped to his feet, his pupils shrinking and shrinking. He couldn't believe it. How could it be? The worldwide Pure Land is their territory, but if there is the slightest breeze, they will all know within the first hour. Not to mention the heavy setup they had accomplished within the worldly Pure Land. There can never be an outsider without their knowledge. Enter within the worldly purgatory. They killed your side? I'll be right there. The other ultra-constant ancestors were all startled as well. Unexpectedly, Chen Changsheng and the others had already entered within the worldly Pure Land. What's more, he didn't expect Chen Changsheng and the others to silently kill a super-constant ancestor's side. They didn't hesitate and killed directly. Sun Yan, on the contrary, didn't kill directly. His eyes blossomed with essence and he was thinking calmly. This is not the time to panic. But he didn't think long before he killed it too. What else is there to think about? The other ultra-constant ancestors all killed over. What's the point of him thinking about it anymore? He was doomed to do nothing if he was left alone. It's a good thing we set up ahead of time. Even if something worse happens, there's no harm in expecting it. He sneered and laughed. At the same time, that ultra-constant ancestor who shouted in an urgent voice. His whole body was going nuts. What the hell? Just now, he had been chanting about how Chen Changsheng and the others hadn't killed their way in yet. As a result, Chen Changsheng and the others killed right in front of his eyes on the back foot. His eyes rolled wide. Not really believable. Seriously doubt he's looking at it the wrong way? How could Chen Changsheng and the others silently kill within the worldly Pure Land? And how could they kill him silently? Need to know. They have been keeping a close eye on the whole side of the world. There was never a moment of relief. As soon as an outsider enters inside the worldly Pure Land, they are bound to be able to cave in at the first opportunity, not to mention the layers and layers of arrangements they had made for the entire side of the world's Pure Land. Once an outsider enters the worldwide Pure Land, no matter where it comes from, all of them can't avoid these setups and will trigger them. They would also know within the first hour that an outsider had entered within the worldly Pure Land. In addition, his location, stealthy as hell. He spent a lot of effort on the location. It's impossible to expose a bit of it. And how did Chen Changsheng and the others find their way here? Everything is so unbelievable and undeserved. So, even if it was as powerful as he was, for a super constant ancestor, can't help but be seriously skeptical now. 2. It was seriously doubtful that he was hallucinating because he was overly hopeful that Chen Changsheng and the others would hurry up and kill their way inside the worldly Pure Land. The Chen Changsheng and the others who appeared to him were illusions. No way. He quickly dismissed the idea of hallucinations. Such as he is at this level, how is it possible to hallucinate? Stop it. He grimaced as Chen Changsheng and the others authentically came to his side. Outside, Chen Changsheng walked at the front, was walking slowly toward it. He had come to enjoy the scenery and for the super Hong Zhu inside. The thoughts and the minds of the 8 ultra-constant ancestors. It had been insightful to him long ago. Something about 2 birds with 1 stone, several birds with 1 stone, etc. He had known all about it for a long time. It's not that the only people who can't hide their hearts and thoughts are those who are in his presence. People can hide their hearts and thoughts when they are not in his presence. It's not like that. But anyone who thinks evil of him will be penetrated by him. This is true no matter where the other person is. Boom boom boom. The void exploded, and the other super constant ancestors were very fast. All come this way at the drop of a hat. Xiao Nim is also in this. Yes, that super Hang ancestor inside saw Sun Yan and the other super Hung ancestors arrive here. There was a sigh of relief. If he really had to deal with Chen Changsheng and the others alone, honestly, he was a little weak in his heart, and was not completely sure that he could steadily take down Chen Changsheng and the others. After all, Chen Changsheng and the others were able to come to him in silence. It just proved that Chen Changsheng and the others were extraordinary. Definitely not good to deal with. It's good that they're all here. He walked out with a big grin. When the other 7 ultra-constant ancestors arrived over here, he was no longer weak. Let Chen Changsheng and their side have any more means. He believed that their 8 super-constant ancestors could definitely take down Chen Changsheng and the others as well. After all, they're not vegetarians. Plus all those setups they made ahead of time. They could definitely take down Chen Changsheng and the others in a stable manner. The 8 superhuman ancestors stand in separate directions. They were all looking Chen Changsheng and the others up and down. There was no rush to make a move. They're still remembering their plan, trying to kill several birds with 1 stone. How can they do this? It was since they had to find a way to lead Chen Changsheng and the others over to the source of eternal matter. Let Chen Changsheng and the others break out into a great battle with the unknown terrifying creatures inside the source of eternal matter. They looked Chen Changsheng and the others up and down. Soon enough, all eyes were placed on Chen Changsheng's body. Except for Chen Changsheng, they couldn't see through it. The others, they all see through. One is lower than the other in the realm, low enough to even be described as pathetic. This couldn't help but raise some doubts in their minds. What about the promised conquest and attack on the world's Pure Land? Chen Changsheng just brought these people to attack the worldwide Pure Land. Ha, are you kidding me? Just these guys? They kill them all with one look. But they didn't take it lightly either. Perhaps this was a deliberate confusion on Chen Changsheng's side, deliberately showing them weakness? They are categorically not to be careless. Fellow Daoist, I know exactly why you have come, and we're all self-aware. The fact that you dared to enter the worldly Pure Land must mean that you are strong on your side. There are only 8 of us in total who have the power to fight, and we know that we can't compare to your friend's side. So, we'll willingly admit defeat and give up our resistance. And you, fellow Daoist, can do whatever you want within the worldly Pure Land, Sun Yan said as he walked at the front. Do anything? Chen Changsheng calmly looked at Sun Yan and the other 8 super Hengzhu. Yes, whatever fellow Daoist wants to do, we will absolutely not meddle in it or care about it. Sun Yan returned. Oh, well, stick your heads out and let me cut them off, Chen Changsheng said indifferently. Sun Yan and the other 8 super constant ancestors changed color. I didn't expect Chen Changsheng to give such an answer. Doyle, the harmful forces on the side of the earth and earth can't say when they're going to kill us. We have given up our resistance because of this. After all, if we really want to confront your fellow Daoist friend's side to the end, even if we manage to take the victory in the end, we will definitely pay a heavy price. At that time, we will wait for the harmful forces on the earthen side to kill us. We, too, are not destined to live. How else could we give up our resistance? This is the home we live in, and who gives up their home so easily? We also weighed the pros and cons before deciding to give up resistance. Sun Yan said loudly. Chapter 360. It may seem like there are two choices, but there aren't. Sun Yan spoke with reason. It's as if the resistance is really being abandoned for the greater good of the future. But Chen Changsheng was clear. Sun Yan was merely trying to get him to go and fight that unknown terrifying creature. Both will only end up losing their lives to the harmful forces on the earth inside. We're not just giving up resistance to save our strength, we're also showing goodwill to your side, wanting to ally and cooperate with your side to fight against the harmful forces on the side of the earth and earth. Sun Yan spoke again. Add another excuse and reason for their abandonment of resistance, so as to make Chen Changsheng and the others believe. The earth inside is too scary. The harmful thing that acts as a vanguard alone shows a frightening power. Truly, the conquest is fully open on the side of the earth and earth. It's definitely not good for anyone. Anyone is sure to be hard to resist. Sun Yan looked grave. About how scary it really is on the doom side. I believe that I don't need to say more. You should be very clear on your side, fellow Daoist, he then said in a deep voice. Everything seems so genuine. One is hard-pressed to be skeptical and more inclined to believe him. Is that why you gave away the source of eternal matter? Chen Changsheng blandly said. Yes, homes can be rebuilt when they're gone, but people are really gone. We're also well aware that on your side, you won't be able to cooperate with us easily. Therefore, we are willing to cede the source of eternal matter to Daolord's side, Sun Yan said with incomparable sincerity. He had this look of sincerity about him. Even the other 7 ultra-constant ancestors were secretly staggered as they watched. Sigh. Seo Nim is really too good at acting. The sincerity was so genuine that even they were on the verge of believing it. Good, I believe you are sincere. Cooperation is fine. You guys just go and decimate that unknown terrifying creature within the source of eternal matter, Chen Changsheng said softly. Sun Yan and the other Super Hongzhu heard such words. The faces all changed. Chen Changsheng's side knew about the unknown terrifying creature within the source of eternal matter? Their faces were grim. Looks like it. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Chen Changsheng to say such words. But, even so, Sun Yan was still unwilling to give up. What unknown horrible creature? How do we not know? Where did you hear that, fellow Daoist? It's not that you, Dao friend, heard it from our constant ancestors here, is it? If that's the case, all I can say is that it was a misunderstanding. Those constant ancestors had obtained 6 golden blood drops from the eternal matter source side, and then it was deduced from this that within the source of eternal matter, there existed some unknown horrible creature. The truth is not at all. That's the blood of one of us. We went into the interior of the eternal matter source to cultivate, and one of us was accidentally injured due to a problem with his cultivation and shed 6 drops of golden blood. Afterward it was obtained by those constant ancestors. Those constant ancestors don't know that we are practicing in it. Then it is assumed that there is some sort of unknown horrible creature. Sun Yan smiled and gave an explanation. And let one of the Super Hongzhu sacrifice its blood as proof. They've remodeled the view of the past. Seen those 6 drops of golden blood. Nowadays, it was very easy and simple to have a super constant ancestor forge his own blood into golden blood drops. Good. A Super Hongzhu stepped out. Quite a match. Sacrifice a drop of his own blood, when it really was no different from that golden blood drop. Exactly the same. Fellow Daoist believes it, doesn't he? It doesn't matter even if fellow Daoist doesn't believe it. We'll go over to the eternal matter source side with you, and you'll know whether it's true or not. Sun Yan smiled and opened his mouth, calm and collected. There was no panic at all. There's nothing to panic about. This was because even if Chen Changsheng arrived over at the source of eternal matter, he could not see the unknown terrifying creature, the unknown horrible creature, hiding very deeply. It's even easier not to show up. Li Long and the other Hung ancestors made sacrifices to the eternal matter source. That unknown horrible creature hasn't even shown itself yet. Only a full sacrifice of the eternal matter source. It took that unknown horrible creature to show itself, and Sun Yan was very clear and certain. It was impossible for Chen Changsheng to make a full sacrifice to the eternal matter source, because the reason is simple. On Chen Changsheng's side, it was destined to definitely not come from Chen Changsheng alone. A number of terrifyingly strong people must have come over. A total sacrifice of the eternal matter source is to be initiated. It's got to be all the strong ones together. 2. It was impossible to say that the other powerhouses would not sacrifice and allow Chen Changsheng alone to sacrifice away the entire eternal matter source. No need to go over there. I'm sure there are unknown horrible creatures there. Just cut off its head and carry it over to me, Chen Changsheng said. Sun Yan and the other ultra-constant ancestors were all in doubt in their hearts. How could Chen Changsheng be so sure that there were unknown horrible creatures at the source of the eternal matter here in their place? Not normally. At this point, a bad thought arose in Sun Yan's mind. Fellow Daoist is so sure. Can it be that such an unknown terrifying creature exists amongst the source of eternal matter within the land where you are? He opened his mouth to ask. The other ultra-constant ancestors heard what Sun Yan said. Mentally, they all said that it was bad. The truth is most likely this is what Seo Nim said. Otherwise, Chen Shengsheng had no reason to be this certain that there were unknown terrifying creatures amongst the source of eternal matter here in their place. The source of eternal matter on Chen Shengsheng's side had unknown terrifying creatures among it. That was why Chen Shengsheng was this certain that such unknown terrifying creatures also existed among the source of eternal matter on their side. Damn! This is bad. How are we going to offer sacrifices if unknown terrifying creatures also exist on his side? They have said in their hearts, they can't handle the unknown horrible creatures on their side. Not an opponent. The unknown horrible creature on Chen Shangxing's side. They mostly can't get it right. Not an opponent. It made them all feel very bad in their hearts, with the feeling that they had lost all their work. Counting. Were they finally unable to sacrifice away the eternal matter source after all? That's not good. Sacrifices cannot be made off the eternal matter source. How do they step into the path of cultivation above the Hendo? Thinking about this, they were all incredibly annoyed and resentful. Still, they all calmed down. There was no lightening up. See how Seo Nim goes next. What Seo Nim does, they do again. They were led by Sun Yan. Words are not enough. Or you can come to me with the head of that unknown horrible creature, or I'll take off your heads. It's all that simple. Chen Changxing calmly said. It's still the same as it was at the front. It may seem like there are two options, but there aren't. Chapter 361 Then, I will take off your heads. Bad content. Chapter 362 Terrifyingly appalling. A bite of blood derivates the earth and earth. Unknown horrible creatures, madly devouring the source of eternal matter. Its hazy figure is no longer hazy, gradually solidifying. The dense fog enveloping his body also gradually faded. You can see what it looks like. It's personal, horribly creepy looking. The face was pale, without a trace of blood. It was like a dead face, but it's definitely not human. Although it is a human body, it is very different from the human race. It has a total of 3 eyes. A horizontal eye grows in the center part of the forehead. All 3 eyes had no pupils. All they had was a snowy white. It had a head full of long silver white hair that danced wildly around like a great devil of the world. Tall and lanky. It was 3 or 4 times taller than a normal middle-aged man. It was bare-chested, and its lower body was wrapped in the animal skin of an unknown terrifying ferocious beast. The body doesn't look like flesh and blood, more like metal poured out of metal. On its bare upper body, 6 ancient bronze spears were inserted. The 6 ancient copper spears all shattered in half, the remaining half with the spearhead pierced through the upper half of its body. 6 golden drops of blood. It was flowing out of the area where the 6 ancient copper spears were inserted. There's no doubt, the 6 ancient copper spears were absolutely terrifying to the extreme. Otherwise, it would have been plucked out by the unknown horrible creature. The white pupil, a long time ago. Unfortunately, a shattered point is a shattered point after all, even if it's all devoured. There's a limit to what I can recover from. Can't shake these 6 bronze spears either. It spoke to itself. Terrifying power surged fiercely all over his body, trying to shake out the 6 ancient copper spears stuck in its upper body. But it turned out to be useless. It doesn't help at all. It simply couldn't shake the 6 ancient copper spears in the slightest. Never mind. Take your time. There were a lot of broken bits scattered in the first place. Devour these broken points. Not to mention that it can shake all 6 copper spears out, but at the very least, you can shake out 1 or 2. It opened its mouth. The so-called shattered point is the very source of eternal matter. It knew exactly where Shatterpoint was coming from, knowing that there are still a lot of broken spots, and that means there are also many sources of eternal matter. The shattered point is the eternal matter source. The eternal matter and power that emanates out forms the eternal matter source. Gotta get a grip. The mouth of that one spat out a mouthful of blood, and was hitting these broken points too. It had deep eyes. Not only do you know where these broken points come from, it also knows where the harmful forces are coming from on the earthen side, the so-called earthen. It was the place that was derived from a mouthful of blood spat out from the mouth of the one it was talking about. Those harmful substances and forces. It was from that blood. What kind of origin does that one, who was too terrifying, have? The mouthful of blood that was spat out, which was not yet the true blood in the body, was even so terrifyingly appalling. It shrunk its head. There was obviously a great deal of horror and fear at the mention of the one. That one came from a mysterious source. No one knows what kind of history that person has. I don't know how strong that one really is. At the same time, more than that, I don't know why that one vomited blood. That one spit blood. It wasn't because a big battle broke out with someone and they were injured until they vomited blood. On the contrary, within the entire ascension, no one dared to mess with that one at all. That one is too unfathomable. Even those giants within the heavens didn't dare to easily mess with that one. Filled with fear and awe of the one, it's no exaggeration to say, if that one wanted to, That one could definitely destroy those giants within the heavens easily. Those giants within the heavens, in the presence of the one, too small and insignificant. Why did that one spit blood? It's a mystery to this day. But a giant of the heavens once happened to see that one coughing incessantly, suspected of having a lingering illness. It is assumed that the person may have been sick and therefore vomited blood. But such speculation. Not many people believe that. How could that person be so horrible and scary that he could be sick? Not to mention that one. Even the most ordinary beings within the heavens do not get sick. Sickness simply does not exist within the divine. One feels even more that it is the one who has an internal wound. Instead of being sick, spitting blood from an injury makes a lot more sense. People didn't believe the one was sick and vomiting blood. Sick and vomiting blood is too unreasonable, overly unbelievable. But that heavenly giant, however, insisted that it was an illness and not an injury. Indicates the difference between sickness and injury. He could still tell the difference, although this ascended giant was incredibly insistent. Still, there was little to believe, all because being sick is too much of a reality. There's no way it could have been in that one. When will I be back in heaven? The unknown horror creature, white pupil, looked at a certain starry sky with longing and said, God, it was a more transcendent, more vast land. There are billions and billions of races within, too many to count. It's also where it was born. It fell from within the heavens for some reason, and then it's always been about getting back inside the divine. But it's also clear, it is mostly difficult to go back again. Even if it manages to recover completely, it will be difficult for it to return to the divine. God is too transcendent, both into the divine and back to the divine. All of them need to break through the barrier that wraps around the exterior of the ascendant in order to enter it. It couldn't break through such an external barrier even in its peak state, the spirits within the heavens. It is also impossible to leave the divine because of this external barrier. It also fell from within the heavens because of some accident. Not because of this accident, it can't leave the heavens either. Time and fate. At that time, if not accidentally falling from within the heavens, I'm afraid I'm just as dead. It looked towards the 6 ancient copper spears stuck in its upper body, whispering to himself. It was in an incredibly critical situation, is being pursued by a powerful enemy. The 6 ancient copper spears were precisely from the hands of that powerful enemy, a terrifying Tao weapon that had been sacrificed for that powerful enemy for endless years. It's not to be messed with though, but in the end, it was no match. It only shattered half of the 6 ancient copper spears, not all of them. The remaining half of the 6 ancient copper spears were all inserted into its upper body, even though only half of the 6 ancient copper spears were left. It was also exceptionally horrible and terrifying. It suffered a heavy blow, and its combat power was greatly reduced. Had there not been some kind of accident in the heavens at that time, a crack had appeared. It fell among the cracks, fell from within the heavens. It must have been killed by that powerful enemy then. No way. I'll rejoin the heavens no matter what I say. It's not realistic to search for the rift that accidentally appeared at that time. I'll have to find another way to rejoin the divine. It wants revenge. Return to the heavens to decimate that powerful enemy. But as it says, it couldn't rejoin the heavens with the help of the crack it fell out of, because it just fell out. The crack was seen to close back up, completely out of existence. Chapter 363. Controlling the 8 pieces of ultra-eternal ancestral armaments. As he spoke, he turned in reverse to kill back over. Bad content. Chapter 364. Chen. Their heads and lives are mine. Bad content. Chapter 365. Unexpected level. Realm of the Imperial Tao. Bad content. Chapter 366. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you lost your chance to live. Bad content. Chapter 367. It wasn't an illusion. Multiple cracks really appeared at that time. The 6 copper spears bloomed with blinding light. Illuminates the whole world. It even illuminated the unknown regions beyond the worldly Pure Land that Sun Yan and other Super Hongzhu couldn't even reach and didn't know about. White pupil at peak power. Extremely powerful. At the highest level of the Royal Tao, the 15th realm, it could also definitely be easily subdued. However, under that beam of light shot out from Chen Changxing's finger, White Hitomi's peak power, which had exploded in a desperate attempt to die, was simply not enough. The 6 copper spears didn't even touch the beam of light shot from Chen Changxing's fingers. It was then completely destroyed and turned into powder. Obviously not on the same level. No, White Hitomi hissed, unable to take it in any way. Even if it couldn't kill Chen Changsheng, it was also necessary to make Chen Changsheng pay a heavy price. Results: it burned out its life and exploded with desperation. Yet it couldn't even injure Chen Changsheng in the slightest. How does that make it acceptable? Rolling golden blood splattered in all directions. In the middle of Bai Hitomi's inability to accept it, the beam of light struck through Bai Hitomi's forehead, revealing a large bloody hole. White Hitomi was killed in this way. The body fell to the ground with a thud. Spit out what you swallowed. Chen Changsheng waved his hand. An invisible force fell on top of White Hitomi's corpse. The shattered points that had long been swallowed and melted away by the white pupil were reunited within the white pupil's body, and then it rushed out of the white pupil's body, back in place again. The shattered point is the source of eternal matter. It is also the source of the entire worldly purification. If the eternal matter source was gone, the entire off-world Pure Land would also completely cease to exist. When the white pupil devoured and melted away the source of eternal matter earlier, the entire off-world Pure Land should have collapsed fully and dissipated completely. But because of the power of Chen Changsheng's shelter, it's only because the world is not crumbling and dissipating that the world has not been cleansed. Rear, Wu Jiao, the nine-headed lion and the rest of them, were all shocked as they watched. Although they followed Chen Changsheng's side, long ago, I got used to the shock, but they were still severely shocked at the moment. There's no ceiling on strength. No enemy is too strong to be weak. They couldn't help but marvel. Come on, it's time to talk to Moku. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth. Mogu was the one who came down from within the worldly Pure Land and took away Li Sun's body. In the meantime, beyond the world's Pure Land, among those unknown places one after another, a power that surpasses the royal Dao realm. No need to doubt that this must be a Taoist from the heavens. I thought that the Taoists who fell from the heavens were just us. It seems that there are other Taoists who fell from the heavens present. Such a voice came from among these unknown places. Not bad. They are all beings who have fallen from the heavens. When White Hitomi fell through the crack in the heavens in the first place, those more cracks seen were not an illusion. It was then that an accident occurred in the heavens. It wasn't just a crack. Instead, it split into many cracks. There were quite a few ascended beings that fell out of these bars of cracks. Why do we have to kill each other when we're the same Tao friends from the heavens? I smell a tussle. Li Tao, Han Fei, both of you are almost recovered. Go over there and see what's going on. There was an ancient and vicissitude voice that sounded simultaneously within these unknown lands. When you go over there, try to persuade peace. Don't let them kill each other. Fellow Taoists of the upper heaven should join together to work for the return to the upper heaven. This ancient and vicissitude voice sounded once again. In addition to that mouthful of blood derived from the doomed earth, it's also extremely threatening. All the more reason for us to avoid infighting and attrition and to stand firm, or we'll all end up in a very bad way. He continued, yes, Lord Yuan, we're on our way. 2 unknown places, named Li Tao, Han Fei, rose, walked out, rush over to the worldwide Pure Land, beings who fell through the cracks in the heavens, more or less injured by the terrifyingly insane power of the crack. At that time, there are many cracks in the heavens from sudden accidents. These cracks are not the same in size, but, whether it was a small or large crack, there was a terrifyingly crazy power within it. The living beings that fell into the cracks would all be strangled by this horrifyingly crazy power. They were both wounded as a result. There were also many living beings who fell into the rift and failed to resist the strangulation of the rift's terrifyingly insane power and died in the middle of the rift. Most of these dead beings were below the royal Tao realm. There were no beings above the royal Tao realm that appear to have died in the middle of the rift. It's just that the degree of injury is different. There are heavy and light. The lucky beings above the royal Tao realm fell down from the small crack. The injuries are less severe. This is the case with Li Tao, Han Fei, for example. They fell through a small crack. The injuries were minor. Those living beings above the royal Tao realm that had fallen down from the Great Rift. Instead, one by one, they were all very badly injured. The bigger the crack, the stronger the terrifying crazy power that existed within it. But, the lesser degree of injury is only relative. Li Tao and Han Fei are the best examples. They were just less injured compared to the beings that fell down from the Great Rift. The truth is that they are not hurt at all. Otherwise they wouldn't have completely recovered until now. Of course, it also has to do with the environment they are in. Their realm was too high, and recovery would require the use of vast amounts of ascended substance in order to do so. And where is the sea of heavenly substance over here? Even if all the shattered points of pale gold that had erupted from within the heavens were sacrificed away, it doesn't help them much. The amount of ascended substance contained in these pale gold shattered points was simply too little. That's why they didn't hit these pale gold shattered points. Otherwise, they would have long ago sacrificed all of these pale gold shattered points. In addition, they also didn't need to sacrifice the pale gold shattering points, because they have the help of Lord Yuan. Lord Yuan was a famous powerhouse within the Ascension with unfathomable strength. They even carry uncountable treasures and great medicines from the heavens. Lord Yuan was generous. He was not stingy with them, and divided these exotic treasures and great medicines among them. Let them use this to heal and recover. For Lord Yuan, they were all very grateful, all led by Lord Yuan. In the beginning, they, the beings who fell from the heavens, were also sought out one by Lord Yuan. It's not the words of Lord Yuan. They can't reach each other at all. After all, they all had injuries on their bodies, and they were all busy recovering from their healing. Li Tao, Han Fei, Their realms were all above the royal Dao realm, in less than a moment, and they came to the world's purest land. Dead, they came to the side of Bai Hitomi's corpse and saw it. What kind of enmity, what kind of grudge, has to kill the same Taoist friend from the heavens? Ha, Li Towers frowned. This one who killed the same Taoist friend from the heavens is very bad. He continued, Chapter 368. What a waste to let him stay. Why don't we let him go scout the way for us? Li Tao, middle-aged in appearance, wearing an ancient Taoist robe. The temperament is superb. He was upset with the person who killed White Hitomi. How can you kill someone like that when they're from the heavens? This person is too hostile. The same person is from the heavens. This person said to kill. Are we really going to let him join in and be one of us? Li Towers said. Don't want the people who killed White Hitomi to join in and become one of them. He didn't think it was a good thing to have someone so hostile on board. It's okay. With Lord Yuan around, he can't make waves or make a mess, Han Fei said, knowing what Li Towers was worried about. But I still don't want him to join in. Don't want a guy like that to follow us back to the heavens. Why don't we go back? Let's just say we didn't find this guy. Let this fellow fend for himself under the heavens. Li Tao looked to Han Fei. Stop it. This is an errand given to us by Lord Yuan. How can we act like this? Han Fei shook his head. We can't act like this, much less lie in front of Lord Yuan. We need to find this guy and get this guy on board. He continued. I really hate to do this. The same from the heavens, he said he would kill. He really should be left below the heavens to die under the harmful power of the earth and earth derived from that mouthful of blood. But you're right. This is an errand given to us by Lord Yuan. We can't act like this. We have to do our best to fulfill it, Li Towers said. Still, there was some resignation in his voice. He was very disgusted by this killing of the same from above. If it wasn't for the fact that this was an errand that Lord Yuan had given me, tell the truth, even if the person who killed White Hitomi knelt down in front of him, he would not let this person join in and follow them back to the heavens. In this foreign land, killing the same white pupil from the heavens, it is really very wrong. Ha ha, brotherly, you are just too straight and rigid in nature. I know you don't like this guy, and likewise, I don't like this guy, but that's exactly why. We're the ones who have to figure out how to get them into us, Han Fei said with a smile. Ha, what does Brother Han mean by this? Li Tao came to be interested. Don't like the guy and have to find a way to get the guy on board? Brother Li, think about it. Is the way back to heaven that simple and easy? Han Fei looked at Li Tao with a smirk. Hearing Han Fei say this, Li Tao's eyes immediately brightened up. I got it. He understood what Han Fei meant and what he wanted. The road back to heaven is not destined to be simple and easy. It's bound to be full of bumps and bruises. Brother Han means to let this person join us, and then have this person scout ahead. There's something sinister going on, letting this man rush to the forefront, Li Towers said. Right. Han Fei let out a laugh. He looked over at the body of the white pupil. The residual traces of power are above the royal Dao realm. At the level of the realm of self-realization, the man still has some strength. What a waste to just stay over here. Might as well let him scout the way for us up front and do his part to help us rejoin the heavens. He continued. Self-realization. The realm above the Midway realm. He was in this realm with Li Tao. The dead white pupil, who was also in this realm, was in the third realm of self-realization. This was what Han Fei judged from the traces of power that remained here. Of course, the traces of power that remained belonged to the white pupil. There were no traces of power left behind by Chen Changsheng. However, even if Chen Changsheng had traces of power left behind, Han Fei was also doomed to not be able to tell what realm-level power trace this was. Ha ha ha, it's still Brother Han. It would really be a waste if I did. Self-realization realm. Ah, the realm really isn't low anymore. It's more than appropriate to use it to scout the path ahead. Li Towers laughed out loud. If he had thought as he did, he would have just left the man alone and let him fend for himself under the heavens. Then it's just as he said it would be. What a waste. Well, let's join forces and retrace the scene to see who this man is. Maybe you and I might even know each other, Han Fei said. It's better not to get acquainted, in case it's an acquaintance. Li Tao shook his head and said. Then, they moved their hands, transferring the power in their bodies and retracing their steps back to that time. What erupted here was a great battle at the level of the realm of self-realization. It's hard to retrace that time with just one person. If the two of them join forces, there shouldn't be much of a problem retracing their steps out of the realm of that time. Both of them, their realms were the four realms of self-realization. Swish, swish, swish. Blazing light erupted as the Tao and Dharma of the realm of self-realization intertwined. The landscape of this place is starting to come back. However, haven't backtracked much yet. Only backtracked to the scene when they first arrived over here. There would be no going back. All there is an endless fog. Han Fei and Li Tao withdrew their power. This person should be carrying some sort of secret treasure on his body, blocking our retracing power. Han Fei said thoughtfully. Is it possible that it's not that this person is carrying some sort of secret treasure, but that he's too terrifying and powerful, and thus we're unable to retrace our steps? Li Towers said. No such thing. Han Fei shook his head and gave his answer. There is only one trace of power left here, and that is of the dead one on the ground. No trace of that man's power exists. What does that tell you? He looked to Li Towers. It means the man erased traces of his power. Li Towers said. Right. The fact that he erased traces of his power means he doesn't want anyone to know who he is. Much less do I want someone to track him down by virtue of the traces of power he left behind. We retraced the scene. That's why. 2. If there are traces of his power left behind, we can directly follow the traces of power he left behind and trace them. With traces of his power, surely we will have no trouble finding him, but no trace of his power remains. We'll just have to get to him by retracing our steps, Han Fei said one by one. Aha! Li Tao nodded repeatedly. There were no traces of power left behind by this man before they went through retracing to find this man. If this man had left traces of his power behind, they don't even have to go to that trouble. No need for any retracing at all. Directly following the traces of power left behind by this person, he could find his way there. This man is so cautious, so doesn't want anyone to know who he is, so doesn't want anyone to find him. If this man is as powerful as you say he is, surely he won't let the commotion of the battle here get out. It will inevitably be blocked off at the first opportunity. Let not a hint of the battle's commotion get out. This is undoubtedly safer. No one will even know he killed this one lying on the ground here. But he didn't. Obviously he's not strong enough to blockade this side of heaven and earth. We can only let the noise of the battle here spread out, and then afterwards, little by little, erase the traces of his power that remain on this occasion. Han Fei said slowly. Brother Han is awesome. Li Towers looked as if he had come to a realization. Admiringly, he said, Chapter 369, let's go. Don't let this person play the evil again. Bad content. Chapter 370 I have nothing to do with the heavens, much less will I return to any heavens with you. The power of the self-realization one realm, put inside the heavens, they all belong to a very strong force. Within the heavens, those who were able to step into the realm of the royal Tao were very few, not to mention the realm of the self, fewer in number. But for Chen Chongsheng, the power of the self-realization one realm was nothing at all. He waved his hand to erase this power that was blasting towards him. Meanwhile Mocha died with a wave of his hand. Li Tao and Han Fei rushed in, just saw the scene. They were grim, and after all, they were too late. Couldn't save Moku in time. Mogu's realm wasn't high, and he hadn't yet stepped into the realm of the Imperial Tao. Obviously it won't be a divine being. After all, if it was a living being from the heavens, it would inevitably be above the royal Tao realm. The living beings of the heavens below the midway realm. When he fell down from the crack, he died in the middle of the crack and was strangled away by the crazy power in the crack. But, Mogu could explode with power from the first realm and was destined to have something to do with the living beings in the heavens above. A power like the self-realization one realm. Only the divine beings can have it. If Mogu hadn't died, they would have been able to know who that heavenly being was from Mogu, and would have been able to look for the past, pulling this divine being to join them. The road back to heaven is destined to be bumpy and treacherous. It is possible for one more divine being to join, especially when it was joined by such a powerful being like the self-realm. Undoubtedly it will increase their certainty of rejoining the divine. That's why they were gloomy when they saw the scene after Mogu was killed. Not in that case. They wouldn't care about the death or life of a living being under the heavens like Mogu. But, Han Fei quickly changed his expression. Fellow Daoist is also from the heavens, isn't he? He smiled and asked Chen Chongsheng. With a wave of his hand, Chen Chongsheng obliterated the power of the self-realization one realm. There's no doubt, Chen Chongsheng is bound to be from the heavens. Sure, they couldn't be sure now if Chen Chongsheng was the one who killed White Hitomi. After all, they didn't know who had killed White Hitomi. Chen Chongsheng turned back around, looked to Li Tao and Han Fei. No, he spoke softly. No one can hide their mind from him. This was true for Han Fei and Li Tao in front of him, and it was also true for Mogu in front of him. With a single thought, he knew why Han Fei and Li Tao had come. No, I can't. Han Fei and Li Tao froze. It was completely unexpected that Chen Chongsheng would give such a reply. There's no need for fellow Daoists to hide in front of us. We both fell from the heavens as well. Han Fei smiled. There was no belief in what Chen Chongsheng had said. How could it not be from above? It's just not possible. It was understandable for beings under the heavens to cultivate to the realm of the Imperial Way. After all, it was possible to step into the realm of the Imperial Tao by sacrificing away the pale gold shattering points. But to say that you want to cultivate to the realm of the self, that's never going to happen. Even if the scattered Sangjin shattered points, all of them were sacrificed away. It is also never possible to cultivate to the realm of the self. Those Sangjin shattered points that were scattered were simply not not enough to cultivate to the realm of self-realization. But why would Chen Changsheng lie and cheat them? Han Fei vaguely felt that the Chen Changsheng in front of him was most likely the person who had killed the white pupil. Of course, it was just a feeling he had, and not necessarily true. He wasn't certain that Chen Changsheng was the one who had killed White Hitomi. Doesn't matter whether he's the man or not. We need to get him to join our side and become one of us. The back will also know if he's the guy, Han Fei thought in his mind. He was not in a position to directly ask Chen Changsheng if he was the one who killed White Hitomi. After all, the person who killed White Hitomi was unusually cautious and careful, and didn't want anyone to know who it was or to find it. If he had asked directly, if Chen Changsheng wasn't, that would be fine. Rather, it won't be anything. If Chen Changsheng was, it would be a problem. Such a cautious person, he would inevitably cause him to be scandalized by such a direct question. Trying to pull this guy over to their side later on would be a lot more trouble. In addition, and he didn't need to ask directly like that, after Chen Changsheng joined their side and followed them back, they would know if Chen Changsheng was that person. It was because they would take Chen Changsheng to meet Lord Yuan, and in front of Lord Yuan, nobody's hiding anything. Whether or not Chen Changsheng was that person would be immediately clear. I'm not from above. It has nothing to do with God. The two of you should leave it at that. There's no need to dwell on anything with me here. Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. Turn around and walk away. Han Fei and Li Tao looked at each other. They all wondered why Chen Changsheng was hiding his identity from the heavens. What's there to hide? And, can this be hidden? To wipe out the power of the self-realization one realm with a wave of the hand. This must come from the heavens without a doubt. It's useless to hide it any longer. Fellow Daoist, take it easy. Han Fei gave chase. Do you think that we are unsuspecting and have designs on you? So the Taoist doesn't want to admit to being from the heavens. In fact, we really don't have any unkind intentions, much less any designs on fellow Daoist. We just want fellow Daoist to return to the heavens with us. Han Fei walked over to Chen Changsheng. The road back to the heavens is destined to be incredibly bumpy and treacherous. Individuals simply cannot return to the divine. The only way to return to God is for everyone to work together. We are not the only two who have fallen from the heavens. There are quite a few others. We are all united in a concerted effort to return to the heavens. Now we also want to let you join us, fellow Daoist, so we can all return to the heavens together. Han Fei said with a solemn expression. You should know that, Genki-sama, he too fell from the heavens, and it was Lord Genki who united us together. We all have Genki-sama as our leader. He said again, Genki-sama is none other than Gen-sama, and as long as one is a creature of the heavens, one is bound to know the name of Lord Genki. Lord Yuan Mu is a famous and powerful man within the heavens. It is known to all. As I said, I am not from above and have nothing to do with it, much less return with you to any heaven. Chen Changsheng opened his mouth, his footsteps not stopping as he walked towards Li Ruoxue and their side. Han Fei's face changed color. How could he not expect Chen Changsheng to remain this indifferent after he brought up the name of Lord Yuan Mu? This was completely out of his expectation. It's very uncalled for. Nope, it should be said that it is highly undeserved. Hot damn, what are you pretending for? It is your great honor and good deed that we let you join in and become one of us. And here you are, tugging at me, Li Towers said without a trace of humor, very dissatisfied with the way Chen Changsheng treated them. Chen Changsheng, what the hell? It was actually loaded and yanked with them. At this point, Chen Changsheng stopped in his tracks, turning back to Li Towers. Chapter 371, even the self-realization Dao heart couldn't be strained and collapsed into ruins. Bad content. Chapter 372, threat, sneak attack. What rain? It's clear that it peed. The Fire Phoenix King got up with a whoosh and hurriedly stopped peeing. No one else is to blame this time. It's all its own fault. It had just been scared to pee at the top of its lungs. In the back it is too relaxed and forgets to control the urge to urinate. That's what a flurry is all about. Shame on you. No, shame on a phoenix. It was red all over. Shame on you. Hurrying to hide, he used his power to gather rainwater to cleanse his entire body. Other people have learned from their mistakes. Firechild is different. You can't grow by just eating. You just don't grow wise after you've learned from your mistakes. The nine-headed lion said, if you're complacent, something will happen. Forenza could never remember that, when it's really as it says it is. Forenza light eats from the moat. That's something you really don't have a clue about. Thankfully, it then learns from its mistakes. Experienced. The first time they pulled away Li Ruoxue. Otherwise they would all surely be implicated and sprayed with a plop of water. In the meantime, Han Fei's eyebrows are furrowed. What is Li Tao doing? Between his legs were water flowing into a river, flooding and about to drown. So Li Tao still didn't hurry to get up and get away from there. Still sitting there? Allowed to just flow into a river and flood? Even with their heads down there gawking? He didn't know that Li Tao's self-realization Dao heart had collapsed into ruins. But, he also realized something was wrong. Li Tao, he bellowed, his voice carrying the Tao and law of self-realization, reminding Li Tao. Li Tao then reacted. It was only then that dowsing emerged from the collapse into rubble. He swished, "Stay away from the spot," and he quickly condensed a curtain of light, enveloping himself and isolating himself from the outside. Not for long. The curtain of light dispersed, and he changed into a new Tao clothes, and his whole body was purified several times. His eyes were cold. He was really angry to the extreme. I was actually scared to pee over and over again. He really can't stand it. But he didn't kill directly towards Chen Changxing's side. At this moment, he was self-recovery in the Taoist mind. It also made him calm. He clearly realized Chen Changxing was terrifying and difficult to deal with. Otherwise it couldn't have just scared the piss out of him one after the other. He couldn't do it in a hurry. Otherwise, something could easily go wrong, and there is a chance that you could suffer a big loss. Of course, this won't just go away. The revenge of scared piss, he was bound to take revenge. When such an opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to strike and make Chen Changxing pay a heavy price for it. Li Tao, why don't you hurry over and apologize to fellow Taoist? Han Fei drank again. Chen Changxing's details and strength were unknown, so it was not good for them to turn the tables, even if he was upset. It was tempting to make Chen Changxing pay. He couldn't do anything rash either. Caution is required. Li Tao reluctantly walked over. Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry, I blame it on my mouth. Please be magnanimous and forgive me this time, he said against his will. It's not the same as the Fire Phoenix King. He learned from his mistakes. As he spoke to apologize, he lowered his head, not daring to look at Chen Changxing's eyes, afraid of being scared less again. Look me in the eye and say it, Chen Changxing said calmly. Han Fei also felt that Li Tao was not sincere enough. It's not a good time to flip out. Gotta show some good faith. Li Tao, look into the eyes of the Taoist friend and apologize properly to the Taoist friend. The fault lies with you. You truly said the wrong thing just now and offended fellow Taoist. It takes a good apology to do that, he said to Li Towers. Li Tao listens more to Han Fei. In his heart, he silently recited the Tao scripture for stabilizing the self-existent Tao mind. Stabilizing his self-existent Tao mind over and over again to ensure that his self-existent Tao mind would not collapse again after. He looked into Chen Changxing's eyes. Chen Changxing's eyes were as calm as ever. There was not the slightest hint of compelling might, nor was there the slightest hint of Tao or law. But he was as he had been earlier, just looked over toward Chen Changxing's eyes. His self-contained Taoist mind then fully collapses. Even before this, he had stabilized over and over again his self-realization Tao mind, and when looking into Chen Changxing's eyes, he was even frantically running the supreme scripture chapter that stabilized the self-realizing Tao heart. But it won't work. The self-realization Tao mind instantly collapsed into ruins again. At the same time, between his legs, he began to cascade again. Li Tao! Han Fei saw this and drank again. Wake up Li Towers. Li Tao's whole body was red. With a whoosh, he moved away from his original position and propped up a curtain of light to purify and cleanse his body before replacing it with a new Tao garment. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I can't help it, Li Tao roared angrily, and this time, the collapsed self-realization Tao heart failed to recover. He turned to Li Ruoxue and their side in an instant, imprisoning Li Ruoxue and the others with a powerful force. Even more so, he grabbed the Fire Phoenix King by the neck. Say, who the hell are you? Or I'll just get them killed. He drank in a cold voice, questioning Chen Changxing. Wanted to get to the bottom of Chen Changxing, though his collapsed self-realization Tao mind failed to recover. But he still had a shred of sanity left. It was clear that Chen Changxing was not easy to deal with, so he rushed to Li Ruoxue's side and theirs, using Li Ruoxue and the others to threaten and hold Chen Changxing back. No, what did I do to piss you off? You were staring at no one but me just now, and now you're doing it again. Straight at me. You go grab them by the neck. The Fire Phoenix King had tears in his eyes. It had just finished cleaning its body before walking over to Li Ruoxue and the others, and it didn't know what was going on yet. Li Towers then rushed over and grabbed it hard by the neck. Li Towers, don't do this. Don't make the same mistake over and over again. Hurry over and apologize to fellow Taoist and ask for your forgiveness. Han Fei bellowed. On the surface it seems very upright and sincere, but the truth is that it is not like that at all. As he shouted, he secretly struck out at Chen Changxing. A blood-red dagger was suddenly offered up by him to sneak attack Chen Changxing. The blood-red dagger looked like it had transformed into a bloody light, breaking through the speed extreme realm and stabbing at Chen Changxing's heart. This blood-red dagger was no ordinary dagger, one of the killers for him to hold the palm. It has the power of sealing the Tao and destroying the spirit. As long as the blood-red dagger pierced Chen Changxing's heart, even if Chen Changxing did not die, he would have to suffer a heavy blow and pay a heavy price. He had a sneer on his lips, very confident of such a sneak attack. Li Tao used the threat of Li Ruoshuez and their lives to hold Chen Chongsheng back, so Chen Chongsheng would definitely be distracted. He did this surprise sneak attack again. Chen Chongsheng must not have been able to anticipate or react. His sneak attack was bound to succeed. Sure enough, Chen Chongsheng didn't react and still had his back to him, and the blood-red dagger he suddenly struck stabbed Chen Chongsheng's back. It was going to pass through Chen Chongsheng's flesh and blood and stab into Chen Chongsheng's heart. Yes, he burst out laughing, but the next instant his smile froze. Chapter 373, Sneak Attack from Behind and You Call It Harmless? Have some face. Bad content. Chapter 374, What Misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. Han Fei was infuriated. How could he have thought that he would also have a flop? How humiliating is this? He can't stand it. The first time, he offered a heavy treasure to shelter him and Li Tao, and quickly hold up a curtain of light. Wash your body and change your clothes. Li Tao didn't make a move, and his Dao heart collapsed to the point where it couldn't even be collapsed anymore. He was still in a state of disorientation. It didn't hold up the light screen, clean his body, and change his clothes like Han Fei did. Li Towers, don't think nonsense. Focus, Han Fei bellowed, his voice carrying the sound of the Dao, awakening Li Tao's mind. Chen Chongsheng, their archenemy, was still in front of them. If Li Tao was distracted and lost his concentration like this, he wasn't looking for death. Under the awakening of Han Fei's Taoist voice, Li Towers came to his senses. He was killing himself. He was so humiliated today. To be teased like this before and after is definitely something that has never happened before. But this also made him realize the terror and horror of Chen Chongsheng. How could he not avoid Chen Chongsheng's eyes, and still fell into Chen Chongsheng's path? This undoubtedly proved that Chen Chongsheng was not easy to deal with and was extremely uncomplicated. But it's okay. He wasn't afraid. Chen Chongsheng is not simple to deal with. Is he and Han Fei just simple and easy to deal with? Brother Han, we can't let him go. We have to kill him no matter what we say. Kill him with the secret treasure that Lord Yuan gave us, he said viciously, the killing intent in his eyes very heavy. Never wanted to kill someone like this so badly. He would let Chen Chongsheng die no matter what he said. This heavy treasure that sheltered them at the moment was the secret treasure given to them by Lord Yuan, a crystal clear four-sided jade platform. This was a secret treasure that Lord Yuan had personally sacrificed with terrifying power. Lord Yuan was afraid that something would happen to them on this trip. This secret treasure was specially given to them. It was always carried on Han Fei's body. Han Fei didn't respond to Li Tao. This is a secret treasure that Lord Yuanmu personally sacrificed, and it has Lord Yuanmu's aura left on it. You'll know if it's real or not if you sense it a little, he said loudly to Chen Chongsheng. However, he didn't dare to look at Chen Chongsheng's eyes and kept looking in the other direction. Lord Genki is renowned in the heavens. We're using Lord Yuanmu's secret treasure against you. You're not destined to be able to stop it. But I don't want to, because we all came from the heavens and now we are all stranded. We should help each other. I didn't lie to you earlier. Everything I said is true. All of us were united by Lord Motoki, and all of us are led by Lord Motoki. Why don't you just believe it and want to join in? He said one after the other. Compared to Li Tao, he is more cautious and more stable. If they were to use the secret treasure given to them by Lord Yuan to deal with Chen Chongsheng was undefeated and was suppressed, so there was no need to say anything. But what if it failed to suppress Chen Chongsheng? If he really failed to suppress Chen Chongsheng, that would be bad. There will be no turning back for them. Instead of this, it would be better to not do anything and find a way to get Chen Chongsheng to agree. Go with them to Lord Yuan's side. Wait until you get to the Lord Yuan side. Everything is just fine. Chen Chongsheng was destined to not be able to show off in front of Lord Yuan, and Lord Yuan was definitely toward them. At that time, they could dispose of Chen Chongsheng however they wanted. That's what's stable and safe enough. Unfortunately, as good and as perfect as he wanted it to be, it was not meant to be. No one could hide their minds in front of Chen Chongsheng. All this in his mind. All of them were clearly insight by Chen Chongsheng. Go back with you guys so that the so-called Lord Yuan can suppress me? Chen Chongsheng spoke calmly. Han Fei was shocked. How was it that what was on his mind was revealed by Chen Chongsheng? How did Chen Chongsheng know what was in his mind? What is the Taoist saying? What suppression or not? Genki-sama, you still don't trust? We'll be family when we get there. Han Fei said calmly without panicking his heart or blushing. Forget it. If fellow Taoist really doesn't trust us, we won't force ourselves on anyone. We'll leave it at that. He tore through the void and wanted to leave this side with Li Tao. The feeling Chen Chongsheng gave him was a little too unfathomable. He thought it would be better to retreat first, but the next instant his face changed. He actually failed to tear through the void. This side of the heavens and earth was imprisoned by Chen Chongsheng's power. Go! He didn't hesitate, being unusually cautious and steady. It didn't want to fight with Chen Chongsheng, even if he had the secret treasure given to them by Lord Yuan in his hands. He was the first to manipulate the secret treasure given to them by Lord Yuan, using the power of the Four Directions Jade platform to forcibly tear through the void, wanting to leave on this first. Failed. Failed. His entire body was shaken as if he had been hit hard, and his face was pale. This time he was really scared. What the hell? The secret treasure given to them by Lord Yuan. The Four Directions jade platform was surprisingly unable to tear open the void. A chill ran through him. Doubly creepy. They're mostly hanging by a thread this time, and they're going to be planted here. Li Tao's face changed as well. It was whiter than Han Fei's face. The front doesn't matter. He was very confident in the secret treasure that Lord Yuan had given them. The secret treasure given to them by Lord Yuan was his backbone. But now, the secret treasure given to them by Lord Yuan was unexpectedly unable to tear open the void. What does that mean? It meant that the secret treasures given to them by Lord Yuan could not deal with Chen Changsheng either, and were not as powerful as Chen Changsheng. If the secret treasure given to them by Lord Yuan was stronger than Chen Changsheng, it would have ripped through the void long ago. His body began to tremble and shiver. No more half-heartedness and confidence. There's a real chance they're screwed this time. Fellow Daoist, this is all a misunderstanding. You listen to us, Han Fei said hastily, but before he could finish his words, his voice ended abruptly. A bloody hole appeared in his forehead. One eye rolled wide and his body fell straight to the ground. And that's how he died. Chen Changsheng killed Han Fei with a finger point. What a misunderstanding. Where's the misunderstanding? Threatening him with Li Ruoxue and their lives. Sneaking up on him. You call that a misunderstanding? The other side. Li Tao's entire body was dumbfounded. Han Fei was killed with a single finger just like that. Chen Changsheng should not be so horrible. He opened his mouth and tried to beg for mercy from Chen Changsheng, hoping that Chen Changsheng would spare him, but he had just opened his mouth, had just uttered the word I. The latter hasn't been said yet. A bloody hole also appeared on his forehead. Then he fell straight to the ground. Died on the spot. As Chen Changsheng waved his hand, the four-sided jade platform also exploded into pieces. Beyond the world's pure land, the Lord Yuan, who was in the middle of a closed-door retreat, suddenly his eyes opened. Han Fei and Li Tao are dead. He couldn't sense Han Fei and Li Tao's life breath anymore. Chapter 375, Knowing People, Another Face, Bad Content. Chapter 376, All the living beings of the heavens are all gifts. Bad content. Chapter 377, There's no way out. Only this way to go. Could be. The Blood Lord nodded. That would have saved us a lot of trouble. Alright, trouble fellow Blood Lord. Genki said goodbye to the Blood Lords, leaving Earthen. In one step he came to a place where the upper heavenly beings were located. There are two upwardly mobile beings here. Both ascended beings' realms were at the 6th realm of self-realization, and all are pretty much recovered. This is his deliberate pick for the haters. 2 self-contained 6 realms. The realm is neither high nor low. It's just right to use as bait. After the 2 self-same 6th realm ascended beings had passed, this enemy would surely make a move. Something happened to Li Tao and Han Fei. They're one of us. We can't just ignore them. The two of you go over there and find out who actually killed Li Tao and Han Fei. Remember, you must be careful and careful and careful. Everything must be done for your own safety. All else is secondary. Genki kept instructing. Afterward, he took out a magic weapon that he had personally refined and handed it over to these two. You must not act recklessly. This trip over is just for investigation. Don't make a move against the people who killed Li Tao and Han Fei. I'm afraid something will happen to you. Motoki looked like he was thinking about the two of them. The uninformed really don't see half of him. Don't worry, Lord Yuan. We will definitely investigate the truth and uncover the person who killed Li Tao and Han Fei. To be able to kill Li Tao and Han Fei, this person must have come from the heavens as well. We're all from the heavens, and this person can afford to kill, so it's really abominable. We must find him and avenge the deaths of Li Tao and Han Fei. The two men patted themselves on the back and firmly said they were sure to get the job done. Vow to find out the truth. Uncover the murderers of Li Tao and Han Fei. Subsequently, they took the spells Yuan Mu had given them and left this place to investigate the worldly Pure Land. When they leave, Motoki laughed. The magic weapon he gave these two was even weaker than the one he gave to Han Fei and Li Tao. After meeting this hater, it was not destined to do half as much good. These two were just bait, so how could he give a heavy treasure? Self-imposed impossibility. Which enemy is it? Exactly? Is it the eldest brother who was obviously a couple very much in love, but I secretly stole his daughter-in-law? Still, entrust the infant son to my care. But the youngest son was tongue-tied, and spoke a word of disrespect to me, after being split up by me. The good big brother that I lied about being killed by my enemy and went east and knew the truth about everything? Or, in order to make him die to follow my cultivation and worship me as his own father, I killed my whole family as a baby. I appeared as a savior, brought him back, and taught him to cultivate, post insight into causes and consequences. My good disciple who was an absolute demon against the heavens. He cocked his head. Those enemies flashed through his mind one by one. Whichever hater. I'm all too happy to meet you here. He smiled and opened his mouth. The trap was already set, just waiting for him, the hater, to jump into it. He waited quietly for the Bloodlords to deliver him good news. Out of world Pure Land. Those two moved very quickly, and in no time at all, they entered the worldly Pure Land. Their spiritual thoughts and senses instantly spread and enveloped the entire worldly Pure Land. And then, they came over to the white pupil's body. After the investigation, come over to Han Fei and Li Tao's bodies. It should be the same person who did it. What does this man want? Specializing in killing people who are also from the heavens. Their eyes were cold. The face was grim. It's basically certain that the person who killed Beck Hitomi and Han Fei with Li Tao is the same person. Because whether it was White Hitomi, or Han Fei and Li Tao, they all look the same. All were killed by a blow through the forehead. And whether it was on White Hitomi's side or Han Fei and Li Tao's side, all without a trace left behind. This is definitely the work of the same person. There are no traces left behind, and we can't trace them back, and we don't know what realm level this person is at, much less go and catch this person out. One of them, Chao Cheng, frowned and said, whether it was at White Hitomi's place, or Han Fei and Li Tao's place, they have all been retroactively conducted, but without exception, they all end in failure. Yeah, the other person, Mao Ping, also frowned. There were no traces left behind and they couldn't be traced back. They had no clue, so to speak. How is this going to be found? Totally clueless. It's even possible that this person has left the worldwide Pure Land and is no longer inside it. Their spiritual thoughts and feelings. Long ago, he had searched the entire off-world Pure Land over and over again, but there was no gain or discovery at all. Lord Yuan has been so kind to us. How can we fail Lord Yuan's expectations of us? No, we're going to investigate the truth and bring that person out, no matter what we say, Chao Ching said with firm eyes. There's no way out. There's only one way to go if you want to pull this guy out. He then gritted his teeth. Let me. Mao Ping obviously knew what Chao Ching was thinking. He didn't even wait for Chao Ching to say it before he said for him to come. No, I'll do it. I brought it up first. Chao Ching won't let Mao Ping do that, because it's too dangerous. It was very likely that he would lose his own life and die at the hands of that person. I'll do it. Mao Ping sacrificed the magic weapon that Yuan Mu had given them. The magic soldiers that Lord Yuan gave us are in my hands. You're no match for me. Listen to me, he said aloud. This thing is too dangerous and very life-threatening. He also did not want Chao Ching to take that risk. I don't. Chao Ching was still insisting. Don't make me do it. Mao Ping urged the magic weapon in his hand, which had a terrifying power fluctuation flowing out of it. Chao Ching gritted his teeth, which loosened his mouth. Okay, there you go, he said. The spells are for you, and when that person appears, you will strike depending on the situation. If you can suppress him, then you can strike again. If I can't, just don't show your face, don't mind me, and secretly record all kinds of situations about him. While going back to report to Lord Yuan, Mao Ping sent the magic weapon in his hand towards Chao Ching's side before quickly tearing through the void. But he didn't make it. The void was actually imprisoned. Nupin turned back around, angry. It was Chao Ching who manipulated the magic weapon in his hands and imprisoned the void. The spell is in my hands. Now you should listen to me. Let me go, Chao Ching said to Mao Ping with a smile. He used the power of his magic weapon to trap Mao Ping, and then placed it at Mao Ping's feet. The power that's trapping you will disappear on its own later. You must never switch with me again. That would be the end of our plan. There's a good chance we'll never find that guy again. Chao Ching's entire body rose upwards. To bring this man out, I am willing to die, he said with determination. The eyes were unmistakable. Chapter 378, Shen Changsheng gives review. People are okay, not bad. It's a road to death. Using himself as the bait to fish out the murderer of Han Fei and the others. The murderer of Han Fei and the others, specializing in the killing of living beings in the heavens. So, Chao Ching then came up with this plan of using himself as bait. Although they didn't know how strong the murderer of Han Fei and the others was, but according to their speculation, this murderer's strength is definitely not low. Clean, all killed in one blow. Han Fei and others have no trace of resistance. It can also erase all traces of itself afterwards. Even they couldn't find a trace of it. How could this murderer be weaker? Really weak. Not as strong as they are then. Even if this murderer erases his own traces as cleanly as possible, they must still be able to find some trace of it, too. So being bait is very dangerous. It's very possible to come up here and be killed by this murderer in one blow. They vie with each other to be bait. It's also all about trying to keep the other side alive and not wanting to risk your opponent. In fact, it was Yuan Mu who had collected the pieces of magic weapons next to Han Fei and Li Tao's corpses in advance, erased all traces of spell fragments and the like. Otherwise, after Chao Chang and Mao Ping saw such a fragment of a magic weapon, immediately, They were able to determine that Chen Qiansheng was far beyond their ability to deal with. Nature. Yuan Mu also didn't tell Chao Chang and Mao Ping about giving Han Fei and Li Tao magic weapons. If I tell Chao Chang and Mao Ping, how else were Chao Chang and Mao Ping going to immediately go as bait and fish out Chen Qiansheng? Not for long. The power that had imprisoned Mao Ping was lifted. Mupin regained his freedom. He looked at Chao Chang, who was walking high above the worldly Pure Land, and his eyes were filled with tears. Chao Chang. He brought a cry to his heart. He was ready to die. It turned out that it didn't work out in the end. Chao Chang acted as this bait. He wiped away his tears and hurriedly picked up the spells on the ground, converting all of his own breath inward, and concealed the power fluctuations of the spell. In the dark, he quickly followed Chao Chang, who was flying high in the air, the murderer of Han Fei and the others. It could come up at any time. He could not afford any delays and had to follow Chao Chang closely. Otherwise, in case that murderer shows up, he didn't follow. If Chao Chang was killed by that murderer with one blow, he could never forgive himself for the rest of his life. High above the world's Pure Land, Chao Chang released his breath to the fullest. He said and did nothing, just walking high above the sky. He doesn't need to say or do anything, just be the bait. Are you looking for me? At that moment, a calm voice sounded in Chao Chang's ears. Chao Chang's pupils suddenly jerked. Eyes followed the source of the voice. He saw the owner of the voice, just below a 10,000-foot waterfall in the world's Pure Land. He didn't hesitate. Even if you know it's very dangerous to rush over there and you might get killed, he also still rushed forward without hesitation. This man has appeared. The heart of Mao Ping, who was secretly following, trembled, also rushed over in the dark, below the 10,000-foot waterfall. There's a line of people standing over there. Chao Chang had already passed and landed on the opposite side of the line. Who are you? Chao Chang swept past each of these pedestrians. Finally his gaze fell on the man standing at the front amongst the pedestrians. Among these pedestrians, the only one he couldn't see through was this person at the very front. Not knowing the depth, all the rest are seen through. The realm is very low. Definitely not the murderer of Han Fei and the others. Far off in the shadows, Mao Ping's gaze was also that of the person standing at the very front of the line. He could see through others just as well. The only one who couldn't see through was this person standing at the front. He stared at the man, over and over, not impressed at all. He definitely hadn't seen this person within the heavens. Not so good. He looked grave and said in a deep voice in his mind, this person brought him a feeling of extreme danger, extreme unfathomability. The speculation and judgment he had made with Chao Chang was likely to come true. This person's strength were very scary. It wasn't something he and Chao Chang could deal with. He clenched his teeth so tightly that they shattered. It was tempting to maneuver the spell in his hand and kill him now, prevent Chao Chang from having an accident. But he can't do that. He's going to do it. If he could suppress this person with the magic weapon in his hand, it would be fine. If you can't, then all will be lost. Chao Chang and him will both die in vain. He had to hold back. Got to be really sure about this one. It's only then that he can decide whether or not to make a move. Can be sure to suppress this man without incident. And he struck out. If you can't be sure to suppress this person without incident, he wouldn't be able to make a move. Otherwise Chao Chang would have died in vain. You're good. The man spoke, commenting on Chao Chang. What's nice? Chao Chang frowned, doubt in his eyes. What's this guy talking about? He didn't listen at all. Says you're not so bad. The man said softly, not bad. This person was no other than Chen Qiansheng. What the hell do you mean? Did you kill Han Fei and the others? Chao Chang asked drily. Chen Qiansheng did not answer these questions from Chao Chang. You're being used. He just said that. What? The doubt in Chao Chang's eyes became heavier. What the hell is this guy in front of me talking about? Who's he being used by? Don't worry, you'll know the answer soon enough. Chen Qiansheng said calmly. Rumble. Just as Chen Qiansheng's words had just landed, the sound of a terrifying big explosion came out of the void. The harmful power breath spread and swept madly. In an instant, it enveloped the entire worldly Pure Land. Air. The harmful forces from the earth inside are killing over. An extinction catastrophe is coming. All the living beings within the worldwide Pure Land panicked. Everywhere they were shouting in terror. The harmful power of the earth that came over this time was destined to be even more terrifying, because they all know, the front kills those harmful things within the off-world purgatory. It's just the vanguard on the earth inside. The harmful forces that killed within the off-world Pure Land this time were destined to be even more terrifying and horrifying than those vanguard forces of harmful things. How are they going to kill them? Chao Chang's face changed as well. He really didn't expect the harmful forces on the earth inside to kill him. It's too sudden. There was no sign of it before. No good. The harmful power of the earth that came over this time is too terrifying. The entire off-world Pure Land is blocked by them. Even if I have the magic weapon given by Lord Yuan in my hand, it's still hard to break out. Mao Ping, who was hidden in the shadows, also changed his face instantly. It was too sudden, too unexpected. His heart sank and he grimaced. Now that's real trouble. he couldn't get away, couldn't get out of the world, more likely to perish on the side of the harmful forces of earthen. In the meantime, the Bloodlords get endowed, fellow Dioist, found that person and sealed off the entire worldly Pure Land as well. He can't run away, he will be suppressed. You go over there. It informed Genki with a secret technique. Good, I'm on my way, Genki said with his eyes glowing. Finally caught this hater? He wanted to see who this enemy was. Chapter 379 Yuan Mu looks at Chun Changsheng. Which enemy are you of mine? Big brother? Good big brother? Good disciple? Or my other enemies? It's about to be revealed. Motoki let out a laugh, hiding his own breath and changing his appearance, without anyone being able to notice. Get out of here and head for the world. Outside the world within the net, below the 10,000 foot waterfall, terrible horrible pests came down one after another. Chao Qing's eyebrows furrowed even tighter. How did these pests come straight over here, as if it was coming right at them? Swish, he offered a long, radiant blade and held it in his hand. Respond with caution, ready to strike at a moment's notice. Chaos, total chaos. Far away in the shadows, Mao Ping looked tense. How did those pests surround Chao Qing and that man? The development of things had just gone beyond what he and Chao Qing had previously expected. For a moment he didn't know what to do. Just hide it and don't go out? Or do you want to go for it? His head was running frantically, thinking about what he should do. Who knew? Just then, a harmful light landed precisely on him. His face immediately changed drastically. At the first moment, he transferred all the power in his body and urged the magic weapon in his hand with all his might, trying to punch out, but it didn't help at all. The harmful light that fell on him imprisoned him fully, suppressing down all his power. Then he was detained on Chao Qing's side. After Chao Qing met Mao Ping, a violent shudder ran through his heart. How come? He was filled with bitterness and despair. This time he and Mao Ping are finished, and they had more than lived up to the trust and expectations that Lord Yuan had placed in them, unable to fulfill the task that Lord Yuan has given them. Damn it! He gritted his teeth in hatred, his teeth gritting. Nupin is also chomping at the bit, a face full of resignation. It didn't matter if he died or not. What mattered was that he hadn't been able to fulfill the mission that Lord Yuan had given them. This is what upsets him the most. You guys did a good job as bait. A pest laughed out loud, rushing at Chao Qing and Mao Ping. He said, "What did you say? What do you mean?" Chao Qing and Mao Ping's faces all sank. What do you mean this bait of being was successful? For a moment they all realized something was wrong. Swish! Just then, a figure came tearing through the void and landed here. You guys did a great job. Didn't live up to my expectations of you guys. The man revealed his white shining teeth and smiled broadly at Chao Qing and Mao Ping. Chao Qing and Mao Ping trembled. And who is this man? What are you talking about again? Oh, you guys didn't recognize me. The man let out a laugh and resumed his original appearance, which was none other than Genki. Lord Yuan. Why you? Chao Qing and Mao Ping's faces changed drastically. How could they not expect this person to be their most respected Lord Yuan? Why can't it be me? Ha ha, Motoki laughed out loud. You are the bait I sent here, and all those heavenly beings are my carefully prepared gifts. I'm just like these Taoists, all in the service of His Excellency. Motoki rips through his disguise and tells all. It's under control at the moment. There's no point in pretending like this anymore. Both Chao Qing and Mao Ping, in the aftermath, will be brought back to the Erta side by pests. We're all fooled by you. Chao Qing and Mao Ping, their heartache and anger were incomparable. They all understood. No wonder the pests on the Dune side suddenly killed them. Motoki is in cahoots with Erta's side. It was Motoki who manipulated all of this to get the pests on the Earthen side to kill them. Bunch of brainless s. What is your strength? And also still want to follow me back to the heavens? A bunch of guys from the self realm. What can I do to help? Nothing helps. Will I not return to the heavens with you useless fellows? Genki said with disdain. If only I could find the heavens. You guys can still be somewhat useful too. Scouting ahead for me or something. But don't you guys think I can find God? Though I surpassed the realm of the self. The realm is above the self realm. But is the divine so easy to find? I can't sense the heavens at all. Nor can I find the slightest trace of them. And yet you are counting on me. Putting all your hopes in me. Truly ridiculous. Motoki snorted. So you sought out the earth and defected to that blood, and even take us all as gifts to be sent over to earthen? Chao Qing said through gritted teeth. How could I have not expected Genki to be like this? At the same time, he mourned even more for the unknowing beings of the heavens above. These heavenly beings were still grateful to Yuan Mu. Unbeknownst to them, they were all well-prepared gifts in Motoki's eyes. This is the only way to return to the heavens. And the only way to have a radiant light in future is to follow your lordship's side. When His Excellency finishes his training, he will kill his way into the heavens. At that time, the heavens will also be destined to fall completely and become a land ruled by your lordship. Genki said. That mouthful of blood still trying to kill its way into the heavens? Both Chao Chang and Mao Ping were severely shocked by what Yuan Mu said. Really, if that's the case, there is a real possibility that the heavens will fall in full force. That mouthful of blood came from a horrible source. It was a mouthful of blood spat out by that inconceivably ill being. And that inconceivably ill being, even the ascended giants had confessed that they were less than dust compared to that sick existence. You guys have me to thank for that, to say the least. You have been given to the Lord as a gift from me, and will follow him on his quest. You'll surely not be spared in the future, Motoki said with a smile. Bah! Chao Ching spat viciously at Yuan Mu. We were so blind not to see through your ugly face in advance. And what radiant light in future? I shucks. Where is the radiant light in future that follows a mouthful of harmful blood like that? There is nothing but an endless abyss of hell, Mao Ping said with an uncontrollable anger. Whether you want to or not, these are not up to you. Yuan Mu scornfully swept Chao Chang and Mao Ping, and then withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention to Chao Chang and Mao Ping, putting his eyes on Chen Changxing's body. Changed its own appearance and scent? Is there any need for disguise when it comes down to it? Say, which of my enemies are you? It's the eldest brother who was robbed of his daughter-in-law by me? Is it the best buddy whose infant son I killed? Or the good apprentice whose family I killed? Or my other enemies? Yuan Mu looked at Chen Changxing and said. He didn't have the slightest impression of Chen Changxing, not having seen him before, but he was sure that Chen Changxing was his enemy. This appearance of Chen Changxing, definitely not the original face. It must have been disguised. Chapter 380, The machinations are all in vain. Have you ever thought you'll die? Bad content. Chapter 381 Yuan Mu left a backhand, not panicking at all. His good disciple. Not only is it anticlimactic and stunning, the speed of cultivation far exceeds that of others, and also, like him, unusually cautious, but he never leaves anything to chance. The same is true for his good disciple. His good apprentice didn't end up killing him. It would be so much fun to really be my good apprentice. The same scene is going on again, even more cautious and scheming. You can't beat me in the end, and the chess is not as good as it should be. Motoki laughed softly. Confidence can control everything. He stayed back. Nothing will happen to him either way. At the same time, tainted blood splattered wildly in all directions. Some of the pests collided with the soft light that swirled away, but it's just a split second. These harmful creatures that collided with the soft light were then comprehensively obliterated and turned into blood mist before being purified. Chao Chang and Mao Ping's hearts all shook as they watched. They knew that Chen Changxing was not simple, but I didn't expect Chen Changxing to be so uncomplicated. Nothing moves, just the soft glow spreading and swirling past his feet was so terrifying. Those pests that were wiped out and then purged clean. Among them, there were those with higher combat power such as the 7 realms of self-realization. As a result, he was still obliterated and purified in a flash, which was truly horrifying and frightening. Their eyes lit up as a result. The heart burns with hope. Chen Changxing couldn't say that he could really kill the whole Sina. The soft light swirled forward, and the mist of blood that the tainted blood had turned into continued to rise. These pests, it was as if a drop of water had fallen onto a blazing fire and was instantly obliterated and purified clean. Asterisk. A harmful creature above the realm of self-realization couldn't help itself, blasted forward to kill. Above the self is the realm of imperishability. This realm is, as its name suggests, immortal. Repair to this realm. The past, the present, the future, all traces will be covered up, unable to find out, thereby achieving immortality. But this is not the case with these pests. They are not practiced. The power was all derived from that mouthful of blood. They only have powers comparable to those between the realms, and do not have the fruits of the Tao between the realms. Indestructible level of pests. And so it is. No trace of the past, present, or future is hidden from view. The terrifying power was like an endless starry sky being struck by an indestructible pest, trying to resist the soft light of the swing. However, the soft light is completely unbeatable, easily obliterated such power. The tainted blood turned into a mist of blood continued to rise. Those pests in the realm of the self are obliterated and purified. Kill. The remaining few undying harmful creatures also struck out when they saw this. Each strikes with the strongest force. It's time to go. Seeing this, Yuan Mu was very decisive and immediately tried to leave the place, and before he left, a glance towards Chao Chang and Mao Ping's side. There were horrible forces killing along his eyes. He's decisive enough to be discreet. Fearing that Chen Changxing would kill the whole scene, Chao Chang and Mao Ping were saved, trying to kill Chao Chang and Mao Ping, but he didn't make it. The terrifying power followed his eyes and killed Chao Chang and Mao Ping over there. Just as it was about to blast Chao Chang and Mao Ping on, all of them were lit up with a soft glow. Block this horrible power. They too were restored to freedom the moment the soft light came on. The power that imprisoned them was obliterated. This side of heaven and earth is blocked. Motoki didn't walk away either. When was this side of heaven and earth blocked off? Before that? He turned to look at Chen Changsheng. A trap designed just for me? He narrowed his eyes. Yes, the more I think you're that good apprentice of mine. Unfortunately, after all, you are only a disciple, not a master. And a master will always be stronger than a disciple, and apprentice will always be stronger than master. He then spoke. The expression was actually unusually light and calm. There wasn't the slightest hint of panic. It doesn't seem to worry me at all. My good disciple, by now, won't you show your true colors? Just as well. If you don't want to let master go, then master won't go and personally reveal your true colors. He took a direct shot. The terrifying and frightening aura spread crazily, beyond the indestructible pests, those indestructible harmful creatures. The realm is all in the indestructible one realm, and the fluctuation of the realm's aura emanating from him. In the realm of the imperishable too. Spicy chicken, pretending from start to finish, no matter who you're dealing with. Where are the injuries? It has clearly recovered long ago. Chao Chang and Mao Ping cursed profusely. As they say, Motoki has been pretending from the beginning to the end, not only with them, but with these pests as well. Genki had been pretending to have injuries and not recovering well in front of them, in the presence of these pests, and so it is, pretending to have an injury and not recovering well. Honestly, the front Genki told those pests that it's not recovered well yet. They thought it was real, thinking that Genki shouldn't be able to lie to these pests. It should be true that they haven't recovered well yet. Who knew that wasn't the case at all? Motoki cheats anyone, including these pests. At this time, Yuanmu made a move, and the truth of everything became clear. Yuanmu had no injuries at all, and had just as easily recovered a long time ago, clearly at the top of his game between strikes. Obviously didn't recover well enough to look like they were all faking it. Anyone who cheats. Not a word of truth out of his mouth. Chao Chang and Mao Ping gritted their teeth in hatred. At the same time, the faces of those undying one-realm pests all changed. The strongest force they struck over was surprisingly no match for the soft glow at all. The soft glow easily obliterated their power. This included the power that Yuan Mu had struck from behind, the power of the undying second realm level. The soft glow was easily obliterated. Motoki's face changed as well, but it's only a slight change. It was soon back to normal. Gentlemen, this heaven and earth is blocked by him. We can't leave, and we can't send a message outward. We have no other way out. We can only fight him. Yuan Mu shouted at those undying one-realm harmful creatures. He didn't walk away from it. Just the first thing he wanted to do was to contact the Bloodlords and have them come to the rescue. But it didn't work out. The message is not getting through. Several undying one-realm harmful creatures tried to contact the Bloodlords. Sure enough, it doesn't work. Can't reach the Bloodlords. Their eyes showed ferocity as they all stared at Chen Changsheng. Then fight him. It's not certain who will have the last laugh. Kill. They move the killer. Fuse together with each other. They perform a power overlay and become the strongest individuals. They are pests. Fusion and power stacking can be done this way. Fused together they are. The power fluctuations emitted changed on the spot. Came to the undying second realm level. Chapter 382 Chen Changsheng, do you think your backhand can keep you from dying? Several undying one-realm harmful creatures fused together. The power possessed came to the level of the undying second realm. Kill. They moved forward to kill without reservation. All the power that could be utilized was utilized. Kill. Genki also struck again. He likewise did not hold back, and used all the power and means he could muster. The scene was horribly appalling. Watching Chao Chang and Mao Ping was mind-blowing. Several heads of undying one-realm harmful creatures fused together. The power possessed far exceeded most undying second-realm beings. Genki, on the other hand, was even more terrifying. After all sorts of means and powers came out in unison, they felt that they were all able to shake the undying third realm. Their hearts thumped intensely, extraordinarily nervous, worried that Chen Changsheng was not an opponent, but it was clear that this nervousness on their part was superfluous, because several pests fused together and killed over. It's the same as before the fusion. It's still just as bad. As the soft light swept past, it turned into a mist of blood and was fully purified. Genki struck those means and powers. It can be shaken to the undying third realm, but it still doesn't work. Equally unbeatable. The soft glow swept past and erased it all. And at this point Genki, surprisingly, there was still not the slightest bit of panic. Are you one of those haters of mine or not? He stared at Chen Changsheng and even asked this. Chen Changsheng did not answer this question of his. Did you think you couldn't die? Doesn't it make you feel smart about yourself? He said calmly. Motoki never panicked in front of him. Even with all his means and power, he was easily extinguished by the soft light. He is also not panicked. But now, He actually panicked a bit for some reason. What do you mean? He stared at Chen Changsheng, his complexion having never been more grave. It doesn't mean anything. That's what I'm asking you, isn't it? Chen Changsheng spoke calmly. The soft glow of this time also stopped swirling. The one that stopped right in front of Motoki. Eyes were about to swing on Motoki. Chen Changsheng stopped the soft glow from swirling and didn't kill Yuan Mu just like that. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? Motoki laughed madly. No matter what, you can't kill me. I know, I'm not as strong as you. But, don't worry, one day you will die by my hands, and such days are not too far off. Genki said coldly. Don't talk about someday. You don't have anything someday. Chen Changsheng's expression was indifferent. You think you won't die if you leave it behind? Do you think that no one will be able to kill you if you have hidden a piece of bone inside you, deep in the earth? He continued. How do you know? Yuan Mu was trembling all over, his face pale beyond recognition. The moment he was completely flustered. There was no longer a trace of composure or calmness. He couldn't believe it, much less figure it out. How did Chen Changsheng know what kind of backhand he had left behind? Not bad. He did go ahead and hide a piece of the bone inside him. Deep in the doom, there was that mouthful of blood in the depths of doom. With that bone of his, absolutely nothing will happen. And as long as nothing happens to that bone of his, nothing will happen to him. When the thought came to him, he calmed down. Yeah, if nothing happens to the bone he left deep in the earth, nothing happens to him and he doesn't die. What's he panicking about? No matter how terrifying Chen Changsheng was, he was not destined to be able to threaten the bone that he had hidden deep within the earth. The other side. Xiao Chang and Mao Ping's eyes widened. It's really Genki's, isn't it? How prudent. Surprisingly, he had hidden a piece of the bone inside his body in advance, deep within the earth. They became instantly lost. Thought Genki would be completely exterminated on this, but now it seems it's not possible. Yuan Mu hid a piece of the bone inside his body, ahead of time, in the depths of the earth. It's extermination. Motoki was not destined to die. With that mouthful of blood in the depths of the earth, no one could kill their way into the depths of the earth and threaten the piece of bone that Yuan Mu had hidden in the depths of the earth. You really have a knack for it. Surprisingly, I even know what kind of backhanders I keep. But so what if you know? Can you still threaten the bone I've hidden deep in the doom? Motoki calmed down completely. Reinstatement of the previously bland and calm appearance. Why not? Chen Changsheng slowly stretched out one of his hands and spread out his palm. And then, there was a piece of bone that appeared out of thin air above the palm of his hand. No, impossible, absolutely impossible. Yuan Mu saw the piece of bone above the palm of Chen Changsheng's hand. The whole thing is silly, shaky. Finally, the whole person collapsed to the ground with a weak thud. He was dead white. There was despair and disbelief in his eyes. The piece of bone above the palm of Chen Changsheng's hand was the very same piece of bone that he had hidden in the depths of the earth. But how is this possible? How he couldn't believe it. But he had to believe it even if he didn't, because it was his bone, no doubt. What? Xiao Chang and Mao Ping were almost not scared alive. They also can't believe it at all. It could not be believed that the piece of bone that had been hidden by Yuan Mu in the depths of the earth would appear above the palm of Chen Changsheng's hand. They were trembling with fear and chills ran up and down their bodies. All of them realized that Chen Changsheng was definitely a supreme being far beyond their imagination. Please spare me. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you let me go. Yuan Mu frantically kowtowed to Chen Changsheng and begged for mercy. His piece of bone was in the palm of Chen Changsheng's hand, which was equivalent to having his life pinched in Chen Changsheng's hand. Now he had no more backhandedness to speak of. Chen Changsheng could kill him completely. I still like you better when you're untamed in front. Chen Changsheng cupped the piece of bone in his hand. Then the piece of bone dissolved into powder, and then there was total dissipation. No! Motoki cried out as he tore his heart out. His entire being is also dissipating fully. Before dying, he was full of resentment and disbelief. Why? Why did he have to die even though he had obviously been cautious enough and left his backup safe enough? And how exactly did Chen Changsheng get that piece of bone he had hidden deep in the earth? He was really too upset, and he was doomed to get no answers. He completely and fully dissipated in a state full of resignation and disbelief, and died. Dead. Really dead. Xiao Chang and Mao Ping were trembling all over. Even if Yuan Mu died in front of their eyes, they still couldn't believe it. Twice as dreamy and incredible. Earthen. Why isn't it moving? The Blood Lord frowned. This is the time when the pests on the side of the world's pure land should be reporting back to it on what's going on. It turned out to be no movement at all. He didn't know that Yuan Mu had hidden a piece of the bone inside his body, deep inside the earth. Even less did they know that the bone had been taken by Chen Changsheng. Chapter 383, The Crocodile Ancestor and Ancestral Blade. Walked out. Can't get in touch? The Blood Lord's face was gloomy. It contacts the pests that are killed into the world's netherworld. It turned out to be all lost. Genki too. Its face became more somber. Yuan Mu had even lost its connection? This was really a bit out of its expectation. Just how strong is this enemy of Genki? Its eyes bloomed with horrifying blood aura. spiritual thoughts expand infinitely, enveloping the entire world, trying to out this enemy of Motoki's. However, it didn't make it, failing to find out this enemy of Jinki's. Only the harmful creatures and metamorphic corpses of those who killed their way into the world's clean land were seen, all dead. The blood aura in its eyes grew even more intense. Immediately, he was about to blow up the entire worldwide Pure Land. Since he couldn't find Yuan Mu, the enemy, he simply didn't look for it, directly blowing up the whole side of the world. It didn't believe that it still couldn't find Yuan Mu, its enemy, unless Motoki, the hater, has left the world's netherworld. But, just as it was about to strike, the entire piece of Doom Earth suddenly shook violently. Over there in the depths of the earth, unimaginably terrifying power fluctuations stirred out. Has the Lord finished his cultivation and completely stabilized his consciousness? It didn't dare to delay and quickly rushed into the depths of the Doom Earth. Stand respectfully, waiting to greet the adult who has completely stabilized his consciousness. A pest as horrible as it is, it was also the first to rush in. Stand in line with it, waiting respectfully to greet His Excellency. But, that unimaginably terrifying power fluctuation quickly disappeared. The adults didn't show up either. Has your lordship not yet finished his practice and completely stabilized his consciousness? They, the pests, looked at each other. Not yet, but soon. There are even more horrible pests that come here. It's a pest with a zoo. It was the first harmful creatures to be born within the earth with zoo, the crocodile zoo. It is shaped like a predator. Hundreds of heads grow. Each head looks different and has a different expression. It is infinite in size. It was as if the heavens were before it, only up to its calves. It stood upright, growing thousands of claws. Each claw holds a different harmful soldier. Its breath was horrifyingly monstrous. It was far from comparable to those ancestral weapons that had killed their way into the off-world Pure Land. It is a creature with ancestors born during the stabilization of that blood consciousness, possessing true first-rate terror power. Crocodile Ancestor. Crocodile Ancestor. The Bloodlords and other harmful creatures immediately bowed respectfully to the Crocodile Ancestor. They are the second batch of pests to be born. The status and strength was much lower than the Crocodile Ancestor. At the same time, they also realize His Excellency is really going to end his practice and completely stabilize his consciousness. Otherwise, Crocodile Ancestor couldn't have walked out. Pests like the Crocodile Ancestor, one of the first pests with Ancestor, are most affected by adult consciousness only when the adult consciousness is close to complete stabilization. It took the first harmful creatures with zoo like the Crocodile Ancestor to stabilize their consciousness and walk out. Start making preparations for the conquest. His Excellency will soon end his practice and stabilize his consciousness. When His Excellency finishes his cultivation and stabilizes his consciousness to step out, we will kill to the heavens. Another horrible sound rang out here. A large sword as black as ink flew across the sky. It, like the Crocodile Ancestor, carries ancestor, and the same was born during the stabilization of the adult consciousness, with unfathomable and terrifying power. This time there were a total of 2 with zoo that stabilized their consciousness and stepped forward. It was the Crocodile Ancestor and the Ancestral Blade, the so-called preparations before the opening of the conquest. It is to turn all living beings into pests. Yes, Bloodlords and other pests lead the way. Immediately, all the conscious and stable pests were gathered together. Start preparing for action. Let Genki know, and tell him to take his people and avoid them in advance, so as not to hurt his people. The Crocodile Ancestor opened his mouth. Hundreds of heads had different expressions and looked incredibly horrible and creepy. His Excellency has spoken. Killing into the Ascension requires the use of Genki. Therefore it asked the Bloodlord to go and inform Yuan Mu in advance. Not that an adult ever said such a thing to it. It couldn't have paid any attention to Genki. Genki was too insignificant in front of it. Small as dust would be an understatement. And it knew exactly why the Lord had said that killing its way into the heavens would require the use of Yuan Mu. Genki comes from above. His Excellency is trying to use the living beings of the heavens, such as Yuan Mu, to lock down the location of the heavens, trying to find out where the divine position is. It's really not an easy task. Even if one is as terrifying as an adult, it is impossible to find out where the location of the heavens is out of thin air. It is necessary to locate with the help of the living beings of the heavens, such as Yuan Mu. It was also the many times Genki came and went within Earth. There is also no reason for erosion and infection by harmful substances. It wasn't if you still needed to use the heavenly beings such as Yuan Mu for localization. Genki thus often comes and goes within the Earth. It must have been fully infested and infected with harmful substances long ago, turning it into a complete pest. Back to Crocodile Ancestor. Yuan Mu is dead. The Bloodlord immediately reported everything to the Crocodile Ancestor. Dead? The hundreds of heads of the Crocodile Ancestors originally had different expressions. At the moment, they all had the same expression. All surprised expressions. How come its bones are gone? Its hundreds of heads looked in unison in one direction. That direction was exactly where Genki had hidden his bones, and that's what makes it so surprising. Bloodlords and other pests didn't know that Motoki had hidden a piece of bone inside him deep inside. It is, on the other hand, very clear. Even if its consciousness was in a period of instability, it all knew what was happening in the depths. Under normal circumstances, Genki hid the bone deep in the doom. Then Motoki won't die, no matter what happened to Yuanmu outside. Yuanmu afterward could also be resurrected with the help of this bone. But now, the bone was surprisingly missing. How can a bone buried in the depths disappear? Who can take Genki's bones from the depths? That's what surprised it. Gone? The ancestral blade reversed its direction and the blade rushed in that direction. It's really gone. It also had surprise in its voice. Unexpectedly, Genki's bones hidden in the depths would disappear into thin air. It was also aware of Yuanmu's hiding of the bone into the depths. At the same time, this is something they have tacitly agreed to. Genki is useful for killing into the heavens. Hiding the bones within the body deeper into the depths favors Genki's safety, so they all acquiesced. If they hadn't acquiesced, Yuanmu would never have been able to hide the bone in the depths. Strange. The hundreds of heads of the crocodile ancestor frowned in unison. It's too strange, too abnormal. If any other force entered the depths to take away the Yuanmu piece of bone, they were bound to be alerted in the first instance. This is true even during the period when their consciousness is unstable. There could never be any other force that entered the depths to take away the Yuanmu piece of bone without them knowing it. Trace. Let's see what power entered the depths and took away Genki's bones. Crocodile ancestor and ancestral blade. Come to the place where Genki hid his bones. Chapter 384. Not bad. I was thinking the same thing. The crocodile ancestor and the ancestral blade came to the place where Yuanmu had hidden his bones. Bloodlords and other pests followed. They are heart-stopping. There was incredulity in his eyes. Some other force had actually entered the depths and taken away Yuanmu's bones hidden in the depths. Previously, they didn't know that Yuanmu had hidden the bone into the depths. Through the conversation between crocodile ancestor and ancestral blade, they know. It makes them unbelievable and doubly creepy. How could such a horrible power exist under the heavens? It's even if they don't notice it in the slightest. The crocodile ancestor and others with ancestor could be inside the depths. There is such power into the depths. The crocodile ancestor and others with ancestor were bound to be alarmed. Even if this power was so terrifying that even the ones with ancestors such as the crocodile ancestor didn't notice it, but his lordship could still be within the depths, even if the adults are practicing and their consciousness is unstable. It was also categorically impossible for any other force to be able to get inside the depths. This is the key reason why they can't be trusted and are doubly creepy. It really has to have that kind of power. Into the depths, taking away the bones that Motoki had hidden in the depths. Then such a power must be terrifying to an extremely terrifying degree, comparable to the power possessed by the Lord. They really can't be trusted. How could such a horrible power appear under the heavens? If it were within the heavens, it would be understandable. After all, there were many strong people with unusually terrifying strength existing within the Ascendant. Trace, come, see what kind of power has come in. The crocodile ancestor and the ancestral blade drank coldly. Traceability to this site. Rumble. Suddenly, just then, another unimaginably terrifying power fluctuation emanated from the depths. The crocodile ancestor and the ancestral blade took quite a hit. Both of them shook. The power of traceability was directly dispersed by the terrifying power fluctuations. No, there's no way to trace back. My lord has reached the most critical moment, and at any moment, a terrifying power fluctuation will burst out, and our consciousness will be affected. Both the crocodile ancestor and the ancestral blade retreated from the depths. Traceability failure. They can't determine if any power went inside the depths by going back to the source. The bloodlords they and other pests also retreated. My lord, is there a possibility that Motoki himself took his piece of bone? The bloodlord couldn't help but say, His Excellency is in the depths. It really didn't believe that there was such a horrible power under the heavens that could enter inside the depths where the adults were. And then, it states its presumption. My lord could be inside the depths. How could any other force go in? If any other force enters the depths, it will inevitably be resisted by the power of the Lord, even if the Lord's consciousness is unstable and is in the middle of cultivation. Nor is there any other power that can conceal itself from your lordship and creep inside the depths. But whenever any other power comes in and encounters the resistance of the Lord's power, the commotion will definitely not be small, and you and the others, crocodile ancestor, will definitely be startled. So, I don't think any other force got inside the depths. Rather, Genki himself took his piece of bone, the blood lord said one after another. It is a speculation that is echoed by other pests. Other pests do not believe that such unimaginable horrors exist beneath the heavens. The crocodile ancestors' hundreds of heads, their eyes all lit up greatly. You're right. Well, it's just as I thought. I also think it was Motoki himself who took his own piece of bone, the crocodile ancestor said. Recently the adults have reached the most critical moment and their consciousness is super unstable. We've suffered quite a bit as a result. Consciousness is getting all super unstable. Can't focus on the deeper conditions. Genki must have taken away his own piece of bone during this time, the crocodile ancestor said. The adults are in the depths. How could any other force enter the depths? Not at all. It likewise did not believe that there was such a horrible power under the heavens, and it goes back to the source with the ancestral blade, also to verify its conjecture. This recent period, because the adult cultivation had reached the most critical moment, the consciousness became super unstable. They are also following the realization that they are becoming super unstable, unable to focus on the situation in the depths. Motoki takes his own bones in the meantime. They don't know either. Traceability is about verifying this. Once it was traced back to the source, it would be possible to know if it was Motoki himself who had taken his own piece of bone. There's still something wrong. How is it that Genki Bones has been hiding in the depths for such a long time? And how is it that just in the recent past he suddenly took away the bones he had hidden? I still think there must be something wrong with it, Ancestral Blade said. It didn't think there was such a horrible power under the heavens either though, but it never felt right. Or do you think some other force entered the depths and took the piece of Genki's bone? The crocodile ancestor traceability was to verify that it wasn't Genki himself who took his bones, and it traces its purpose. Instead, they wanted to see what kind of power it was. It didn't think it was Genki himself who took his piece of bone. Yeah, that's suspicious. Tell me why. The crocodile ancestor looked at the Blood Lord. I'd like to think there's not that much complexity in it. Does Motoki truly want to defect to us? He does seem so on the surface, but I think he is not genuinely trying to defect to us, not really wanting to become one of us. He doesn't want to become one of us, doesn't want to be fully eroded and infected by harmful substances. Much less do you want your life to be in our hands, don't want to be controlled by us. During the period of his lord's unstable consciousness, he knew it would be safest to hide the bones deep within the earth and earth. After all, none of us are going to do anything to him except his lordship. His lordship won't do anything to him during his unstable consciousness either. That's why it's safest to hide the bones in the depths of earth and earth. Now the adult consciousness is about to be completely stabilized. He knows it's not safe to hide the bones deep in earth and earth. That would be tantamount to not having any way back. Therefore, he has recently taken the bone he hid from the depths, hid this bone in some other place outside of earth and earth where he thought it was safe. The Blood Lord stated its guesses one after another. Well, good, that's what I thought. The hundreds of heads of the ancestral crocodile all nodded in unison. There's one that says one. That's something it hadn't really thought about. And the reason why it said it thinks the same way was because it felt that the Blood Lord was right. Didn't want to be outclassed by the Blood Lords. It makes the other pests think it's not as good as the Blood Lords, and doesn't think as comprehensively as the Blood Lords. Really? Ancestral Blade was half convinced. What the Blood Lords said though explains it, but it still felt too wrong. Or do you think it's some other force that's gotten inside the depths, took Motoki's bones,